Traversing through a parallel world, Tang Wei found himself as a modest owner of an automobile repair shop. Just as he grappled with the intricacies of managing the repair work, the Super Modification System awakened within him. Thus commenced a series of events. Master, I need my motorcycle repaired. Make it safer, please. The following day, a sensational news story broke about a motorcycle that overturned a heavy truck, with its owner emerging unscathed. Master, my electric bike only runs for 2 hours before the battery dies. Could you check if the battery is faulty? Without hesitation, Tang Wei replaced the battery with a miniature nuclear power unit. Son, your repair skills are commendable. Could you help your father fix this old van? Bewildered, Tang Wei's father watched as his vehicle transformed into an automotive being. You were supposed to repair it, not turn it into a transformer. Wei, your father and I have some errands to attend to. Please manage the repair shop while we're gone. With these words, Tang Wei's mother climbed into an old van. Wait. Mom, Before he could finish, his father pressed the accelerator and the van sped away. As he gazed at the departing vehicle, a bittersweet smile spread across Tang Wei's face. Truth be told, he was not a native of this world. He had merely crossed over into the life of a namesake, taking his place. Now, being tasked with car repairs was indeed a daunting challenge. Well, it's not like many customers come here anyway. Perhaps I should just close the shop and pursue other endeavors, he mused, finding clarity in his thoughts. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice resonated in his mind. Super Modification System activated. You may select any mechanical device for modification. A system? Tang Wei quickly grasped the situation. The notion of a system accompanying one during such a transition was a concept he had gleaned from countless web novels, and now it had materialized in his own life. Once he calmed his racing heart, Tang Wei began to explore the capabilities of the Super Modification System. His gaze fell upon a dilapidated bicycle in the corner, and he selected Target Lock. Target locked. Device, bicycle. Damage level, 70. Please input modification goals and estimated costs. The system will formulate the optimal modification plan. Tang Wei casually remarked, no cost, just make it rideable. Modification goal confirmed, rideable. Formulating modification plan. Modification plan complete. Total cost, 0 yuan. Before long, a detailed operational procedure appeared before him, each step meticulously organized. Following the system's prompts, he completed the bicycle's modification. Ding. Modification complete. Experience points, 10. Your level has risen to level 1, and you have received rewards, various basic modification materials. Tang Wei thought to himself, so this system can level up as well. Moreover, it seemed that the more advanced the modifications, the more experience points he would accumulate, thus accelerating his leveling up. As he contemplated further modifications to the bicycle to gain more experience, a commotion suddenly drew his attention. He looked up to see a plainly dressed, middle-aged man dragging a battle-worn motorcycle into the shop, producing a cacophony of creaks. Young man, is the owner here? He asked, scanning the shop before his eyes settled on Tang Wei. Tang Wei replied nonchalantly, I am the owner. What can I do for you? In the past, he might have simply said, the owner isn't here. But now, equipped with a system, he saw an opportunity to hone his skills. The man, named Zhang Hu, was taken aback by Tang Wei's response. You are the owner, he exclaimed, astonished by Tang Wei's youthful appearance, which seemed more suited to a young apprentice than a shop owner. Tang Wei nodded. Yes. Do you need a repair? Yes, my motorcycle just had a minor accident. I'm not sure if it can be fixed, Zhang Hu confessed. Tang Wei examined the motorcycle carefully. It was in such disrepair that not a single part seemed intact, except for the horn, which was silent. Internally, he scoffed. You call this a minor accident? I would believe you if you said you just returned from the front lines. Zhang Hu perceived Tang Wei's thoughts and chuckled wryly. Young master, this bike has seen better days. It's been in several accidents and has been repaired multiple times. I was riding it when it suddenly fell apart. I suspect the repeated repairs have compromised its overall integrity. I'm currently tight on funds and can't afford a new bike, so I was hoping to see if it could be patched up for a while. My son is in college, and we need money. My wife is ill and unable to work, and my parents are aging. All of us rely on my earnings to survive. Realizing he had divulged too much, he quickly returned to the matter at hand. Forgive me for rambling. Young master, can you assess whether this bike can be repaired? If not, that's all right. He approached the situation with a hopeful heart, understanding that a vehicle in such a state might deter most mechanics from taking on the job. Tang Wei shook his head. Uncle, this isn't something to be taken lightly. Safety is no trivial matter. Though this outcome was anticipated, Zhang Hu felt a twinge of disappointment. I see. Then perhaps it's best to let it go. Unexpectedly, Tang Wei interjected. Uncle, you misunderstand me. I did not mean to imply it cannot be repaired. Zhang Hu looked puzzled. What do you mean? With a slight smile, Tang Wei replied, I can fix it, and I will reinforce it to ensure it lasts for several more years. Now that he possessed the system, it was the perfect opportunity to showcase his skills. Zhang Hu's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? If it can be repaired, that would be wonderful, absolutely. Don't let my youth deceive you, my skills are quite adept. No matter how damaged the bike, I will restore it, Tang Wei assured him. Zhang Hu, initially hesitant, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Tang Wei's confidence. That's great. I trust you. Thank you so much. You're welcome, uncle. Suddenly, Zhang Hu's expression shifted as he asked, by the way, how will the cost be determined? Tang Wei replied, it's hard to say, you might need to replace quite a few parts. Zhang Hu's face grew tense. If the costs are too high, I might reconsider. Tang Wei sensed Zhang Hu's predicament and asked, Uncle, what amount can you manage? After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Hu said, under 1,000, please. If it exceeds that, it wouldn't be worth the repair. Tang Wei nodded. All right, I will do my best. After expressing his gratitude once more, Zhang Hu attempted to leave, limping as he walked. It was evident that the recent accident had left him with considerable injuries. Tang Wei called out, wait a moment, uncle. Zhang Hu turned back. What is it, young master? Tang Wei pointed to Zhang Hu's leg. It seems like you are quite injured. Wouldn't it be wise to visit a nearby hospital? Zhang Hu waved his hand, smiling. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. No need to worry. Tang Wei insisted. Even if you refuse the hospital, at least consider taking a taxi. Are you planning to walk home? Zhang Hu continued to smile. It's really fine. My home is only about 10 kilometers away. I can walk it in a few steps. Tang Wei wiped the sweat from his brow. 10 kilometers is just a few steps. However, Zhang Hu was resolute in his decision to walk. Leaving Tang Wei with little recourse, he watched Zhang Hu's struggling silhouette depart. Tang Wei felt a heaviness in his heart. Alas, all for the sake of survival. Shaking his head, Tang Wei turned his gaze toward Zhang Hu's motorcycle. At this moment, the best he could do was to diligently repair this essential tool for his survival. He activated the system. Target locked. Device, motorcycle. Damage level, 95. Please enter the modification goals and estimated costs. After pondering briefly, Tang Wei declared, goal. Enhance safety performance to the maximum estimated cost, below 500 yuan. Though Zhang Hu had estimated the cost to be around 1,000, Tang Wei felt he could manage to save a little more. Moreover, he needed to earn some money himself. He wondered if such a low estimated cost would allow the system to provide a feasible plan. After all, this was not merely a repair, but a modification. Chapter 2. Is 500 yuan considered ample funding? Formulating modification plan. Plan formulated. Due to the ample budget for this modification, the system offers you 5 tiers of modification plans. A, B, C, D, and E. Please select a suitable plan for modification. Upon seeing this, Tang Wei was taken aback. He had thought that a budget of 500 yuan would be a challenge for the system, fearing it might not be able to provide a plan, yet the system informed him that the budget was quite ample. What distinguishes these 5 levels of plans? Tang Wei inquired. The difficulty of modifications varies by level, increasing sequentially from A to E. Correspondingly, the experience points and rewards also differ. As he spoke, the system displayed the difficulty and rewards corresponding to each modification plan. Plan A, estimated time 1 hour, experience points 20, completion reward, advanced repair tools. Plan E, estimated time 10 hours, experience points 200, reward, a complete set of modification equipment and materials. Tang Wei noted that he needed 100 experience points to advance from level 1 to level 2, that according to the system, a higher level would enhance his modification capabilities and unlock extraordinary skills. Moreover, he was eager to obtain that powerful set of modification equipment. Thus, without hesitation, Tang Wei chose Plan E. When Zhang Hu returned home, his son Zhang Xiaohua, upon seeing his father's disheveled appearance, hurriedly asked, Dad, what happened? Zhang Hu shot him a glare, indignantly responding, How can you even ask? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered. What does this have to do with me? What on earth happened? Zhang Hu explained, I was riding the motorcycle for work today, and it fell apart halfway, causing me to take a nasty spill. He then looked at Zhang Xiaohua and continued, If it weren't for you sneaking off to ride my motorcycle and breaking it several times, would this have happened? Feeling embarrassed, Zhang Xiaohua stammered, Well. He quickly attempted to change the subject. Forget about that, Dad. Are you all right? Should we go to the hospital? Zhang Hu scoffed, I'm fine. Why go to a hospital? Don't you know that just a casual checkup costs money? Zhang Xiaohua had no retort. He then asked, What about the motorcycle? I took it for repairs, Zhang Hu replied, looking sternly at Zhang Xiaohua. Once it's fixed, you're not to touch it again. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua nodded vigorously, promising. Yes, I understand. Zhang Hu sighed. It wasn't that he was particularly fond of the motorcycle. It had been used for far too long and repaired multiple times, rendering it quite unsafe. Zhang Xiaohua was a poor driver otherwise. He wouldn't have damaged it so often. A broken vehicle was a minor issue, but if anything were to happen to his son, he would carry the guilt for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Tang Wei, after 10 hours of relentless work, finally completed the modification plan. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he let out a deep breath. Finally finished. That nearly exhausted me. Gazing at the newly transformed motorcycle before him, Tang Wei felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The motorcycle, after his modifications, bore no resemblance to its former self. The external changes were merely superficial. The most significant alterations were made to the internal components. Power optimization was undertaken, but the primary focus was on safety. Using the special materials rewarded by the system, Tang Wei enhanced the overall hardness of the motorcycle to the utmost degree, equipping it with seat belts and airbags. Even high-end motorcycles seldom featured such designs. For Zhang Hu, it was as though he had exchanged a few hundred yuan for a brand new vehicle, one that was decidedly high-end. Tang Wei felt it was an incredible bargain. Had Zhang Hu been a wealthy heir, he would have charged a hefty modification fee. At that moment, the system's rewards were credited. Ding! You have gained 200 experience points. Your current level is 2, with 900 experience points remaining until the next level. Simultaneously, an array of seemingly high-end equipment appeared in the repair shop. Automatically arranged in suitable positions, Tang Wei was filled with excitement with each piece of equipment he laid eyes upon. The system began to elucidate its functions and purposes. There was an abundance of equipment, and Tang Wei, too fatigued to explore them all, decided to check that the motorcycle was in order before heading home to rest. The following day, Zhang Hu arrived at the shop. Master, my motorcycle, he began, for the motorcycle was a tool for his livelihood, and he was eager to see it. Tang Wei nodded, stating, it's already repaired. Zhang Hu's excitement surged. That's wonderful. Where is it? Tang Wei pointed to the motorcycle nearby, saying, over there. Zhang Hu took a glance, dumbstruck. Is this my motorcycle? You must be mistaken. Tang Wei chuckled. No mistake here. The previous state of the motorcycle was beyond repair, so I made a few modifications. Are you satisfied? Zhang Hu's eyes widened. This is merely a few modifications. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would never have recognized it as the same vehicle. Saying this, he retrieved the key and started it up, finally assured that it was indeed his motorcycle. How is it? Are you satisfied? Tang Wei inquired. Zhang Hu nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, absolutely satisfied. A vehicle that was on the verge of being scrapped could be restored to such an extent. What was there to be dissatisfied about? He meticulously examined his motorcycle, but suddenly, the smile on Zhang Hu's face faded, replaced by a look of concern. Turning to Tang Wei, he asked, Master, what is the total cost? With the motorcycle transformed to this degree, it must have cost a fortune. He had clearly stated he only wanted a basic repair, keeping the expenses under 1,000. But judging by Tang Wei's demeanor, it seemed he had spared no expense. This could spell disaster for him. Tang Wei replied, 800 yuan. What? Zhang Hu could hardly believe his ears. This was nearly equivalent to acquiring a new motorcycle, yet it only cost 800 yuan? How could that be possible? Tang Wei explained, 800 is already quite reasonable. The modification cost was 500 yuan, and charging 300 yuan for 10 hours of labor hardly seemed excessive. Moreover, he had utilized the special materials rewarded by the system, which were essentially free. Zhang Hu hastily shook his head and exclaimed, No. I meant to say that 800 is far too inexpensive. He truly did not anticipate that such an extensive modification would only cost him 800, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. After settling the payment, Zhang Hu expressed his gratitude to Tang Wei, saying, I am immensely thankful to you that I am quite busy at the moment, so I must take my leave, but I assure you I will treat you to a meal when I have the time. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback upon seeing his father's motorcycle. Dad, have you purchased a new bike? He inquired, recalling how frugal his father was. It seemed rather out of character for him to buy a new vehicle so readily. Moreover, the bike appeared quite stylish, a stark contrast to his father's usual taste. What new bike? This is the old one. Do you think I have the money to buy a new one? What? The old one? Don't try to deceive me. My memory is quite sharp, and the previous bike was nowhere near as appealing. Zhang Xiaohua was, of course, skeptical of Zhang Hu's claims. Zhang Hu, weary of explaining, simply stated, believe it or not, it's the truth. He'll have you know this bike has been repaired numerous times and is no longer safe. Do not attempt to ride it without my permission. With that, he parked the bike in front of the house and busied himself with other matters. Chapter 3. Newton's coffin can no longer contain. Once Zhang Hu left, Zhang Xiaohua immediately approached the car, scrutinizing it with great attention. Claiming he and T purchased a new vehicle. Who was he trying to fool? But what brand was this? It was difficult to discern. It certainly exuded a certain flair, reminiscent of a racing machine. His father's taste was undeniably improving. Zhang Xiaohua gazed at the new motorcycle before him, a surge of excitement coursing through him. As a fervent enthusiast of racing, he had always been constrained by his family's finances, often resorting to secretly riding his father's dilapidated motorcycle for a thrill. Now, the astonishing revelation that his father had acquired a striking new motorcycle imbued with the essence of racing was nothing short of a monumental stroke of luck. He hurriedly snapped several photos and shared them in his friends' group chat, populated by fellow motorcycle aficionados. Brothers, what brand is this motorcycle? Upon seeing the photos, his friends examined them closely. I don't recognize it. I've never seen it before. However, it does look quite appealing. Could it be a counterfeit? It shouldn't be. The design emanates a sense of sophistication that a small workshop could hardly replicate. Could it be a newly released model? Hearing the praises from his friends filled Zhang Xiaohua with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Xiaohua, where did you take this photo? He was asked. This is my dad's new purchase. I didn't dare to ask him, he replied. What? Your father bought it? I didn't expect him to be so fashionable. How does it handle? Is the power strong? Zhang Xiaohua responded. I have no idea. My dad won't let me ride it. You're an adult now. What is there to fear, right? Just take it for a spin and let us know how it performs. Zhang Xiaohua felt a pang of temptation at his friend's encouragement. Yet he hesitated. Xiaohua, think about it. Your father is quite advanced in years. Why would he buy such a motorcycle? Indeed, he must know you adore motorcycles. So he specifically bought this for you. He is likely too shy to admit it, his friends reasoned. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua found their logic somewhat compelling. Certainly, it must be so. It seems my father truly has my best interests at heart. Subsequently, he rummaged through his house and quickly located the motorcycle key. Its conspicuous placement suggested his father had indeed intended for him to ride it. He could not squander such thoughtful generosity. With that, he mounted the motorcycle and ignited the engine. The tactile sensation was remarkable. As he twisted the throttle, the deep, resonant growl of the engine captivated him. What an exhilarating experience. This was precisely what he craved. He took out his phone and placed it on the motorcycle's headlight. This was a specially modified spot by Tang Wei for mobile placement, ideal for navigation. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't require navigation. He merely wished to document the journey with his new motorcycle. He opened a live streaming platform and declared, Dear friends, today my father bought me a new motorcycle, and I'm here to showcase its performance. In this day and age, anyone could become a streamer, and Zhang Xiaohua was no exception, boasting a considerable number of followers. Revving the throttle once more, Zhang Xiaohua rode his motorcycle onto the road while simultaneously broadcasting live. Downstairs, Zhang Hu, bustling about on the second floor, sensed something was amiss and hurriedly descended. However, upon reaching the ground, he could only catch a glimpse of Zhang Xiaohua's figure as he sped away on his motorcycle. Zhang Xiaohua, you little rascal. Zhang Xiaohua raced ahead, his new bike captivating a multitude of viewers. Curiosity sparked among them as they speculated about the make and model of the motorcycle. Despite the presence of several professionals in the live stream, they remained unable to discern the details. Witnessing the envy radiating from his followers, Zhang Xiaohua felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, a large truck was slowly making its way towards Zhang Xiaohua. Li Xing, a newly appointed truck driver, was on his first day of work with his mentor, Lu Dehai, seated in the passenger seat. Master, this road doesn't seem to allow trucks. Should we turn back? He expressed with concern. Lu Dehai, unfazed, replied, What is there to fear? I've traversed this path for years without any issues. There's no oversight or surveillance. If you take the main road, you'll have to make quite a detour. Youngsters need to be smarter. Though Li Xing harbored reservations, he ultimately chose to heed Lu Dehai's advice. Speed up, dawdling only waste time. Lu Dehai impatiently urged. All right. Li Xing responded, accelerating. Faster, faster. Lu Dehai insisted. I can't go any faster, master. Suddenly, Li Xing spotted a motorcycle approaching rapidly from ahead. Cold sweat broke out as he instinctively reached for the brakes, but Lu Dehai quickly intervened. Are you insane? If the truck slams to a halt, we could lose our lives. Li Xing anxiously retorted, what should we do? This road is one way. We'll crash into the oncoming vehicle. Lu Dehai coldly stated, if a collision occurs, we have insurance. But no buts. Do you prefer to pay with money or with your life? If we hit the brakes, neither of us will survive. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohua continued to interact with his fans, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. At that moment, viewers in the live stream noticed the alarming situation. Host, watch out. There's a large truck ahead. Be careful. Hit the brakes. Turn around. Zhang Xiaohua abruptly raised his head. Realizing that the truck was less than 20 meters away, panic surged within him as he instinctively pressed the throttle instead of the brakes. At that instant, the hearts of the audience collectively leaped into their throats. It was over. Many viewers covered their eyes in dread. The large truck, often referred to as the harbinger of disaster, could obliterate anything in its path, be a motorcycle or even a small car, without hesitation. They could already envision the impending catastrophe. However, in the very next moment, an unforeseen scene unfolded before all. The two vehicles collided violently, producing a deafening roar. The audience in the live stream, viewing through the lens of the camera, witnessed the devastating sight of a large truck's bumper utterly shattered. Remarkably, the motorcycle was neither crushed beneath the tires nor sent flying. Its entire body merely experienced a slight tremor. Furthermore, the truck, having been struck on its left front by the motorcycle, underwent a significant displacement, ultimately toppling over. The truck, laden to the brim with cargo, spilled its entire contents onto the ground. This entire spectacle was broadcast live, leaving the viewers in sheer astonishment. They could scarcely believe their eyes. What on earth was transpiring? Here was a fully loaded truck, possessing such immense weight and velocity, yet it was upended by a motorcycle. Newton's laws seemed on the verge of collapse. It felt as though the very foundations of physics were trembling. Surely, this must be a stunt, enhanced with special effects. The audience engaged in fervent discussion, and soon, the heat of the live stream surged dramatically. Everyone was left utterly shocked by the recent events. Chapter 4. One must trust in science at this moment. Someone timidly inquired, is the host all right? It was then that the others recalled the predicament of Zhang Xiaohua. Since he was live streaming through his phone's rear camera rather than a panoramic lens, he could only capture the events unfolding in front of him. Although the vehicle had not been crushed or catapulted, they believed that Zhang Xiaohua, seated within, had likely been thrown from the motorcycle due to the tremendous impact. With such force, Xiaohua was presumed to be let us pray for the host. Sending gifts would serve as a tribute. May the host's journey be smooth. May there be no trucks in heaven. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was just regaining his senses. Following the violent collision, the airbags of the motorcycle had deployed completely. Fortunately, due to his seatbelt, he had not been thrown from his seat. It was not that he possessed safety awareness. Rather, it was his first encounter with a motorcycle equipped with a seatbelt, which he found quite novel. Little did he know it would save his life in a critical moment. As the airbags gradually deflated, Zhang Xiaohua surveyed his surroundings, utterly incredulous. I'm still alive. He then glanced at his phone, flooded with messages wishing him a smooth journey, which left him utterly exasperated. Swiftly, he switched the camera to the front lens and addressed the audience. Everyone, stop sending those messages. I'm not dead. I'm perfectly fine. The sudden appearance of Zhang Xiaohua startled the viewers. Goodness, is this a ghost? Spare me. I just sent you a rocket. Please don't come for me. Xiaohua, go in peace. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, tell the brothers, and we shall do our utmost to fulfill them. The viewers could hardly fathom that the Zhang Xiaohua before them was indeed alive. After all, with such a catastrophic accident, with the truck overturned, how could the person on the motorcycle possibly emerge unscathed? Zhang Xiaohua gazed at the barrage of comments, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation as he remarked, Brothers, I assure you, I am indeed alive. You must trust in science. The mere fact that I survived is quite extraordinary. Indeed, although he proclaimed this gradually, the audience began to accept Zhang Xiaohua's words. Host, how is it that you are completely unscathed? One viewer queried. Indeed, that massive truck was overturned. How did you escape unscathed? What transpired just now? Could it be that Xiaohua possesses some form of protective energy? Surely, that must be the case. Otherwise, it simply defies explanation. This recent event left me questioning the very essence of my physics education. Noticing the audience's bewilderment, Zhang Xiaohua himself was perplexed. Given the circumstances, his demise seemed inevitable. How could he possibly have survived? He sensed that the truck had neither braked nor taken evasive action, but rather barreled directly towards him. The only plausible explanation was that the motorcycle's safety features were exceptionally robust, shielding him from all harm. Perhaps this motorcycle is indeed extraordinary, he mused, though even he struggled to believe it. After all, a motorcycle is merely a collection of metal and flesh. It could not withstand the impact of a truck entirely. What? Do you genuinely believe what you just said? Which motorcycle is so formidable? I will buy it immediately. Another exclaimed. Exactly. This is no ordinary motorcycle. It must be an alien spacecraft. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and replied. However, without such an explanation, there is simply no other way to rationalize this. At that moment, someone suggested, Host, could you show us the motorcycle's condition now? Zhang Xiaohua glanced at it himself and was taken aback. Logically, after colliding with the truck, the front of the motorcycle should have sustained damage, especially since the truck's bumper was shattered. There was no way it could emerge unscathed. Yet, he was astonished to see that the front was indeed entirely intact, with not even a scratch on the headlights. This was utterly absurd. While surviving such an incident was already beyond the realm of science, this was an outrageous exaggeration. What is wrong, host? The audience noticed Zhang Xiaohua's momentary daze and expressed their confusion. Regaining his composure, he stated, Nothing to worry about. I will show you shortly. But do try not to be overly astonished. He switched to the rear camera and carefully captured the condition of the motorcycle. All eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the scene. How is this even possible? It remains completely undamaged. Could it truly be special effects? This seemed to be the only explanation. If there were even a single scratch, I would accept it as a genuine accident. The current special effects are astonishingly realistic. Let us disperse. It turns out this was merely a self-directed performance. One joked, Surely, this isn't just an advertisement to promote the motorcycle, is it? Enough chatter. Let us get to the link. I want to make a purchase. Indeed, in the world of the internet, truth and falsehood intertwine, and the audience appeared to have seen through it all. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head vigorously, insisting, No, it is not special effects. I'm not promoting anything. He was at a loss for how to explain it to everyone. If it's not special effects, then show everyone the large truck behind you. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, it seemed implausible to use a real truck for a performance. If that truck is real, then we will believe you. After being reminded, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly recalled the truck. He slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I almost forgot about that. He quickly approached the truck. At that moment, Li Xing and the co-driver, Lu Dehai, had already fainted. Fortunately, they had not sustained life-threatening injuries and were currently out of danger. Zhang Xiaohua opened the door of the vehicle and, upon seeing the two men, felt a tightening in his chest. He understood that he could not move the injured carelessly, as it could potentially cause further harm. Therefore, he called for emergency assistance. This entire process was witnessed by those in the live stream. At that moment, they truly believed that the bizarre scene they had just witnessed was indeed not a product of special effects. Wow, it's real. I take back what I just said. This is truly not special effects. Of course, if it were such an impressive effect, it wouldn't be used to gain attention. Someone remarked. Exactly. He has even called for an ambulance. How could it be fake? Misuse of public resources carries consequences. Once the authenticity of the accident was confirmed, the comments in the live stream erupted once more. So, there really was a motorcycle that flipped over a fully loaded truck without any injuries? Indeed, it is the absolute truth. My goodness, I feel as though my worldview is being shattered. Streamer, please provide the link to the motorcycle. I would buy it for $1 million. $1 million? You underestimate the prowess of the truck slayer. Soon, Zhang Xiaohua's vehicle acquired a brand new moniker, the Truck Slayer. At that moment, he noticed someone approaching. What happened? They inquired. Zhang Xiaohua, relieved to see someone, replied, The truck has flipped over. There are 2 people inside who are unconscious. The newcomer glanced inside and asked, Have you called for an ambulance? Chapter 5. But I really did hit it. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, responding, Yes, I have. The person advised, Then you should leave quickly. Be cautious of potential fraud. If they wake up and claim that you didn't hit them, it could lead to trouble. Zhang Xiaohua awkwardly replied, But I did hit them. What? The person looked at Zhang Xiaohua in astonishment, asking, You hit them? What did you hit them with? Zhang Xiaohua pointed to the motorcycle nearby, stating with that. Unexpectedly, the person burst into laughter. Brother, you must be joking. You're telling me you overturned this large truck with a motorcycle? The audience in the live stream began to chatter. Huh, this person thinks the streamer is joking. He certainly doesn't realize that Xiaohua is speaking the truth. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I too would find it hard to believe. However, returning to the matter at hand, who bears responsibility for this incident? If the truck driver were to perish, would the broadcaster be incarcerated? Xiaohua, you must flee at once. Such a notion is absurd. The broadcaster was operating within the confines of the law, and this road is evidently restricted to large vehicles. Thus, the fault lies entirely with the opposing party. Indeed, not only should they bear no responsibility, but they ought to compensate for emotional damages as well. Observing the disbelief among the onlookers, Zhang Xiaohua grew weary of further explanation. Soon, the crowd of spectators swelled, each person contributing to the cacophony of speculation. Who, after all, was responsible for the collision? Was it a hit and run? It seems likely that the driver faltered in their operation. Who could possibly have the strength to topple a war machine? No, look at the state of the bumper. It's utterly destroyed. The young man on the motorcycle appears to be quite earnest. None among them could fathom the connection between Zhang Xiaohua and the individual who had upended the massive truck. Before long, the ambulance arrived, followed closely by the traffic police. What transpired here? Several officers looked to Zhang Xiaohua for answers. Feeling somewhat anxious, he began, "What I am about to disclose may unsettle you." The officers exchanged glances, and one responded, "We're traffic police. We do not fear, so please proceed." Zhang Xiaohua recounted, "Just moments ago, while riding my new motorcycle, I unexpectedly encountered a large truck ahead. I intended to apply the brakes, but in a moment of confusion, I inadvertently accelerated and collided, resulting in the truck being overturned." This was Zhang Xiaohua's first encounter with such a predicament, and he was uncertain of his own culpability. Nevertheless, he felt it imperative to report the facts to the public officials. Upon hearing this, the officers' expressions became somewhat complex. They struggled to suppress laughter. Observing their demeanor, Zhang Xiaohua grew anxious and demanded, "What is so amusing?" One officer replied, "I was reminded of a joyful event." Another chimed in, "My wife just gave birth." Yet another added, "Sir, we are professionally trained, no matter how comical the situation. We shall not laugh unless we cannot contain ourselves." Zhang Xiaohua, exasperated, shook his head and said, "Very well, I understand your disbelief. You may review the surveillance footage." "Apologies, sir, but there are currently no cameras on this road," the officer replied. Zhang Xiaohua reassured him, "Not to worry, I was live streaming the entire event." With that, he opened his phone and accessed the live broadcast replay. The officers, upon viewing the footage, were left in utter shock. How could this be possible? This is beyond belief. They had witnessed countless accidents throughout their years of service, but never had they encountered a situation such as this. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. Then one officer inquired, "Young man, may I examine your motorcycle?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Subsequently, an officer approached Zhang Xiaohua's motorcycle, scrutinizing it with great care. "It is utterly inconceivable, absolutely impossible. The motorcycle remains completely unscathed. Young man, are you certain this is the very vehicle you were riding?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is this very one. Look, the airbag has deployed." Upon this reminder, they noticed the deployed airbag for the first time, an unusual sight on a motorcycle. One of the traffic officers remarked, "Let us retrieve the dashcam footage from a large truck to investigate further." Everyone nodded in agreement. Even after viewing Zhang Xiaohua's live stream replay, disbelief lingered among them. Soon, the dashcam footage was retrieved. Hearing the conversation between the two individuals in the cab prior to the collision, everyone clenched their fists in indignation. How despicable! That passenger exhibits utter disregard for life and the law. One traffic officer exclaimed in anger. Zhang Xiaohua felt a profound shock. It dawned on him that, in the eyes of these individuals, the lives of others were astonishingly undervalued. Had it not been for this miraculous occurrence, he might have been crushed. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Subsequently, they witnessed the collision, which mirrored Zhang Xiaohua's live stream replay precisely. Now, they were entirely convinced of his account. Zhang Xiaohua timidly inquired, "Officer, in this situation, am I liable?" One officer patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, reassuring him, "No worries, You were driving normally. You bear no responsibility. The fault lies entirely with the truck. Another chimed in. Indeed, it's not your concern. Do not be overly anxious. Hearing this from the officers, Zhang Xiaohua finally exhaled in relief. Thank you, officer. If all is well, I shall take my leave. Yes, you may go. At long last, the ordeal had concluded. Zhang Xiaohua mounted his motorcycle and sped toward home. Observing his departing figure, the officers exchanged complex glances. Old Chun, today's events are rather uncanny, aren't they? The officer known as Old Chun shook his head, stating, there are far too many phenomena in this world that defy scientific explanation. Upon returning home, Zhang Xiaohua found his father, Zhang Hu, waiting at the door, evidently having waited for quite some time. Noticing the grim expression on his father's face, Zhang Xiaohua knew he was in for it. Dad, you must hear me out. Let me explain, he pleaded. Zhang Hu coldly responded, explain? First, take this feather duster. With that, he extracted his weapon from behind him. Zhang Xiaohua was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Dad, I'm already an adult. In ancient times, I would already be a father myself. Is it reasonable for you to still hit me? Can't we sit down and have a proper discussion? How can you even say that? Look at your age. You still act like a child. I told you not to ride my motorcycle without permission, yet you persist. Every time you take my bike, something goes awry. Do you have any idea how worried I am? Zhang Xiaohua hastily responded, Dad, my skills have improved this time. Nothing happened. You can check for yourself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu halted his actions. He set the feather duster aside and began inspecting the motorcycle. Zhang Xiaohua seized the opportunity to put away the feather duster. Zhang Hu gazed at the motorcycle, pondering. Indeed, there are no signs of damage. Could it be that this lad has truly improved his skills? Chapter 6. Father and son. Zhang Xiaohua remarked, Dad, I wasn't lying to you. There really was no accident this time. Although the motorcycle's airbag had deployed, Zhang Xiaohua had tidied things up on the road, rendering any evidence undetectable. Zhang Hu nodded and said, All right, I shall spare you this time. However, you are not permitted to ride my bike without my consent in the future, understood? Zhang Xiaohua eagerly complied. In the evening, the father and son dined while watching television. Zhang Xiaohua subtly inquired about the origins of the new motorcycle. Yet Zhang Hu remained tight-lipped, causing his son considerable distress. Suddenly, a news report flashed across the screen. The reporter stated that a bizarre traffic accident had occurred that afternoon, wherein a moving motorcycle had astonishingly overturned a large truck that was illegally on the road. Upon hearing this, the morsel Zhang Xiaohua had just swallowed erupted from his mouth. He couldn't believe it had made the news. If his father Zhang Hu were to discover that he had been involved in an accident, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he exclaimed, Dad, I need to tell you something. Zhang Hu, fixated on the television screen, waved his hand at Zhang Xiaohua and said, We'll talk later. I need to see this news first. It's utterly outrageous. A motorcycle overturning a truck. Zhang Xiaohua replied, There's nothing worth watching. It's clearly an exaggeration. Let us discuss something of substance. Zhang Hu derisively retorted, What substance could you possibly have? With that, he returned his attention to the television. Next, let us observe the footage from the scene. Zhang Xiaohua's anxiety escalated to its peak, and he felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Soon, the scene transitioned to the perspective of a traffic police body camera. But fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was obscured by a mosaic. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua exhaled deeply. The burden on his heart finally alleviated. He had always considered the mosaic to be one of humanity's most futile inventions, hindering countless youths from exploring the unknown. Now, he realized he had been mistaken. The mosaic proved invaluable at a critical moment. Wait, why does that motorcycle look so familiar? At that moment, Zhang Hu sensed something amiss. Isn't that my motorcycle? And the voice of that person, doesn't it sound remarkably like yours? He turned to glare fiercely at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua hastily responded, It's merely a coincidence, just a coincidence. It's normal for there to be similar models. Zhang Hu retorted, Similar models? There is no second version of this bike. I knew it. Every time you ride, you're bound to get into trouble. You truly are something else. Making it onto the news. If I hadn't seen the news, I would have remained oblivious to the magnitude of the trouble you've caused. Observing Zhang Hu's furious demeanor, Zhang Xiaohua resigned himself to the inevitable punishment and surrendered, remarking, Dad, please go easy on me. Zhang Hu's large hands moved toward Zhang Xiaohua, yet they gently rested on his shoulder. Are you all right, my boy? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback by his father's unusual gentleness, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to it. I'm fine. Didn't you hear the news? I'm completely unscathed. Zhang Hu scrutinized Zhang Xiaohua and inquired, Are you truly unharmed? That was a heavy truck. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head, replying, I assure you, I'm fine. I was just in a state of shock. I nearly thought I was going to die. Zhang Hu sighed, given the severity of the situation. Why didn't you inform me? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head, awkwardly explaining, I was just trying to spare you the worry. Zhang Hu, agitated, retorted, Spare me the worry? I would have been far more anxious if you hadn't said anything. If it weren't for the news, I would be the only one in the nation oblivious to it. The truth was that the incident was caused by the other party's negligence. Yet what infuriated him was Zhang Xiaohua's concealment of the matter. He then asked, By the way, can you recount the circumstances of the incident? Alongside his concern for his son's safety, he was also keenly curious about the details. Zhang Xiaohua recounted the entire incident to Zhang Hu, who listened in astonishment. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua responded, Dad, can you now tell me where this motorcycle was purchased? I feel that my miraculous survival hinged entirely on it. Upon hearing his son's words, Zhang Hu fell into contemplation. He recalled what Tang Wei had mentioned about making the vehicle sturdier. However, this was rather excessively robust, bordering on the absurd. This motorcycle was not newly acquired. It was merely an old one that had been refurbished. What? Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in disbelief. At this juncture, Zhang Hu would certainly not deceive him. Thus, it must be true. What did you have it refurbished? Zhang Hu shook his head, saying, I can't recall. I only remember that the owner was a very young fellow, about your age. Zhang Xiaohua, feeling anxious, urged, Please think harder. This is crucial. Zhang Hu shot him a glance and replied, If I can't remember, I simply can't. You pressuring me won't change that. Seeing Zhang Hu's resolute stance, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and ceased his inquiries. Meanwhile, all social media platforms were ablaze with trending topics regarding the motorcycle that had overturned the heavy truck. Tang Wei also noticed this trending topic. Although he typically had little interest in such outrageous gossip, he felt an uncanny connection to the title. Upon clicking, he confirmed his suspicions. The motorcycle that had toppled the truck was indeed the one he had modified for Zhang Hu. Even knowing the prowess of the modification system, Tang Wei was still taken aback upon viewing the footage. He had not anticipated that enhancing safety features could yield such a remarkable impact. This was merely at the system S level 1, and it had only cost 500 yuan. If the system level were a bit higher and the budget a bit more ample, wouldn't the modified creations be capable of withstanding missiles? At this moment, Tang Wei finally comprehended the true value of his mechanical modifications. Observing the fervor surrounding this discussion, a sense of unease washed over him. Should he perhaps temper his enthusiasm and avoid exaggeration? Just then, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Your modification achievements have garnered a certain level of attention, earning you 1,000 experience points. You have leveled up. Your current level is 3. You require an additional 900 experience points to reach the next level. New modification skills unlocked. Tang Wei was taken aback. It turned out that the recognition of his modifications could indeed augment his experience points. It seemed the system was urging him. Don't hold back. Embrace the exaggeration. A faint smile graced Tang Wei's lips. In that case, he would proceed as the system suggested. Subsequently, he accessed a particular platform to continue following discussions about the incident. One comment under a video struck him as particularly intriguing. What's the big deal? I once rode my bicycle and crashed into a large truck. The truck isn't as terrifying as you imagine. Indeed, I was once run over by a fully loaded truck and only spent 2 weeks in a hospital receiving 2 injections of formalin, and I was fine. When the truck came barreling towards me, I performed a slide and slipped beneath the chassis, using a jack to flip the truck over. One cannot generalize human resilience. In moments of extreme anger, a person can indeed push a large truck. While these comments appeared quite persuasive, they did nothing to alter the fact that they were utterly foolish, a characteristic rather typical of this platform. Chapter 7. Dream. Following this, Tang Wei opened another forum. This time, the video prompted discussions about a certain car brand, deemed nothing but pure scrap metal, incapable of even withstanding a motorcycle collision. Those who purchase this brand are merely paying a tax on their intelligence. This particular car brand was the same as the one involved in the flip truck incident. It is a well-established foreign automobile brand, recognized globally. What are you barking about? The bumpers of this car brand employ highly advanced energy-absorbing devices. So although they may shatter upon impact, the process absorbs kinetic energy, ensuring the safety of pedestrians. This brand prioritizes human safety, showcasing the difference between us and foreign brands. Last time our domestic car was damaged, you didn't say that, did you? Another filial son coming to defend his father. How much are you getting paid for this post? 4,000 for a sheepdog. You and your nonsense. Everyone, let's not argue. Each has their strengths and weaknesses. Buy what you like. There's no need to criticize. What a rationalist, White Lotus saint. I will criticize, and I will. Soon, a cacophony of voices erupted, with the conversation veering further from the topic as discussions about education, employment, appearance, and even gaming preferences became points of contention. When Tang Wei attempted to refresh the comments, he discovered that the post had already been deleted by the system. Beyond the discussions online, certain scholars and experts have shown considerable interest in this matter. At a renowned research institute, a group of distinguished experts from both domestic and international backgrounds convened to engage in fervent discourse regarding the incident. Drawing upon the Pythagorean theorem, Newton's first law, Murphy's law, Gauss's theorem, the nexus theorem, and the King of Otter theorem, they concluded that the situation was exceedingly unreasonable. One expert, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, offered his perspective, to which the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, according to conventional mechanics, it appears quite implausible. However, if the motorcycle possesses formidable power and is constructed from sufficiently resilient materials, it may be achievable. Simplistically stated, what magnitude of power and what hardness of material would be required. Thus, this becomes the crux of the issue. After prolonged deliberation, they still failed to derive a satisfactory explanation. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohua discovered that his live streaming account had surged by millions of followers in an instant, leaving him utterly astonished. Numerous individuals expressed their desire to behold the true form of his truck killer. Even affluent second-generation members from exclusive motorcycle circles extended invitations to him, eager to witness the infamous vehicle. One such affluent individual boldly proclaimed that he would trade his limited edition Lamborghini for a day's exchange with Zhang Xiaohua. This revelation startled Zhang Xiaohua, as this wealthy heir was a nationally recognized figure. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua realized that he might be on the precipice of wealth. If he could capitalize on the current fervor and sell the motorcycle, it would undoubtedly fetch an exorbitant price. Thus, he relayed this news to Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu pondered for a moment and queried, would anyone genuinely purchase it? Zhang Xiaohua, brimming with excitement, replied, of course. There are plenty of wealthy individuals nowadays. Spending a few million is akin to tossing away refuse. They wouldn't even bat an eye. Our vehicle is currently the center of attention online, and I estimate we could sell it for several million without issue. In that case, we could purchase a grand house and relocate to the city. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu felt a tinge of temptation. After years of arduous labor, he had barely accumulated any wealth. If he could seize this opportunity to strike it rich, he would no longer need to toil so tirelessly. Subsequently, he instructed Zhang Xiaohua to list the motorcycle on an online auction platform. Once the news was released, it swiftly ignited a whirlwind of excitement. At the Research Institute, a cadre of experts was elated upon hearing the announcement. Fantastic! We must acquire this motorcycle. If we can unveil its internal structure, it may lead to significant breakthroughs. At the headquarters of XX Automotive, a group of engineers became equally exhilarated. Is this the very motorcycle that toppled our production trucks? We are eager to discover what makes this vehicle so extraordinary. Yet, there were voices of caution warning. Do not be deceived. This is undoubtedly a publicity stunt. Amidst all this, on a private island, within a 99-story golden mansion, the intrigue continued to unfold. A man clad in golden attire, adorned with pure gold shoes and golden spectacles, puffing on a golden cigarette, fixated his gaze on a computer screen worth millions. His eyes wide with anticipation. At long last, the sale of that car had arrived. I, young Master Gene, must secure it. Just then, the butler approached and remarked, Young Master Gene, is it not merely a dilapidated vehicle? Our garage is nearly overflowing. Young Master Gene scoffed and retorted, What do you mean by a dilapidated vehicle? Among the over 10,000 motorcycles in our garage, which one could possibly topple a freight truck like this one? The butler replied, I believe it must be a mere coincidence. Young Master Gene chuckled, It matters not. I'm simply seeking a reason to spend money. If I do not expend a few million each day, I feel utterly uneasy. Moreover, I am captivated by the hype. Do you understand? As for whether it can indeed overturn a freight truck, that is inconsequential. My vehicle will only grace the luxurious racetracks, costing $100 billion per kilometer, with no chance of encountering a freight truck. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohua watched as the bidding price soared, his excitement palpable alongside his father. The bid had already reached 1 million. Would it continue to rise? It did. It surged, with the individual known as Young Master Jean bidding 2 million. Goodness, how extravagant, doubling the amount in an instant. The price escalated further, as another bidder offered 220,000. Young Master Jean countered with an additional 5 million. The father and son felt a whirlwind of astonishment. They had never witnessed such wealth. After young Master Jin's 5 million bid, no one else dared to bid. Thus, the final sale price settled at 5 million. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his father with exhilaration, exclaiming, "Dad, we are rich." Zhang Hu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we are wealthy." The two embraced tightly. Although the deal was made, confirmation of the transaction would require some time. They decided to retire for the night. That night, Zhang Hu dreamt he had 5 million, purchasing a grand house and a beloved racing car for Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua joyfully rode the racing car around town. However, as he approached an intersection, a freight truck suddenly barreled towards him. Zhang Hu wanted to shout a warning to Zhang Xiaohua, but found himself utterly voiceless, helplessly watching as the truck crushed both son and vehicle. "Xiaohua!" Zhang Hu cried out, jolting awake from the nightmare. It was merely a dream. Zhang Hu exhaled deeply, relieved. Then a thought struck him. Could this dream be a portent? That modified motorcycle had saved my son's life. If I were to sell it, who knows what misfortune might befall Xiaohua in the future? Shivering at the thought, Zhang Hu rose from his bed and approached the motorcycle, gently caressing its frame. At last, he made a decision. The motorcycle would not be sold. In comparison to his son's safety, wealth was but ephemeral. Chapter 8. Young Master Jean. Early the next morning, young Master Jean was preparing for a transaction when he was suddenly informed by the other party that the car was no longer for sale, which incited his fury. "How dare they stand me up?" Beside him, the butler suggested, "Young Master, if you truly wish to purchase it, why not simply acquire a similar model?" Jean scoffed, retorting, "I've stated before, I am investing in the hype, not the vehicle." He then added, "However, your words have piqued my interest. I have indeed not seen this car before, and I am eager to discover its manufacturer." With that, he instructed his subordinates to begin comparing photos of Zhang Xiaohua's motorcycle one by one. Ultimately, they arrived at no conclusion. "Young Master, this model cannot be found on the market," one subordinate reported with disappointment. Yet, Jin's curiosity only deepened. "So, it is likely a modified vehicle?" Meanwhile, upon learning that his father had abruptly canceled the transaction, Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback, expressing his bewilderment. However, the authority lay with his father, leaving him powerless. "Dad, that's 5 million. Are we just going to let it go?" Zhang Hu glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and replied, "In time, you will come to understand my good intentions." Just then, they were startled by a commotion outside. A group of reporters had somehow discovered the residence of the motorcycle's owner and had come to cover the story. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Hu in confusion and asked, "Dad, what do we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hu instructed, "You need not say anything. I will handle it." Soon, Zhang Hu stepped outside, where a throng of reporters surrounded him. "Hello, we heard your son was involved in a bizarre traffic accident yesterday. Could you elaborate? Is your son here? May we see the motorcycle involved in the incident? What brand is it?" They bombarded him with questions. Zhang Hu replied, "Indeed, such an event occurred. However, it was merely a coincidence, and the motorcycle bears no particular significance. I am just an ordinary farmer, and I do not wish for my life to be disturbed. Of course, if you're interested in the daily life of a typical farmer, I could speak for 3 days and nights. However, regarding this peculiar traffic accident, I prefer not to discuss it further. The motorcycle has already been sold." Upon hearing Zhang Hu's words, the reporters, recognizing the hint, dispersed. With the crowd gone, both Zhang Hu and Zhang Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to avoid excessive scrutiny. However, their respite was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous roar. They looked up to see a golden helicopter descending gracefully. Moments later, a man clad in full golden attire emerged from the helicopter, flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards. Each wielding a golden Alaska, their expression stoic. Zhang Hu and Zhang Xiaohua were taken aback by this spectacle. The man in gold spoke. "Gentlemen, I am the young Master Jean, with whom you attempted to transact yesterday." "What?" The two individuals gazed incredulously at Jin Xiao. Subsequently, Zhang Hu positioned Zhang Xiaohua behind him and addressed Jin Xiao, saying, "Jin Xiao, I sincerely apologize. Although I have rescinded the transaction, it falls well within the bounds permitted by the platform. I am aware of your wealth, yet one cannot transgress the law." Upon hearing this, Jin Xiao burst into hearty laughter. "Dear sir, you misunderstand," he remarked. "While I, Jin Xiao, may be audacious, I am also a law-abiding citizen. I have come merely to seek clarification on a few matters." Zhang Hu and Zhang Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. "What questions do you have?" Zhang Hu inquired. Jin Xiao replied, "I wish to ascertain the manufacturer of your motorcycle. It is of no consequence if you do not sell it to me. I can procure it myself, or even have it custom-made." Zhang Hu candidly stated, "It is merely an ordinary Xiao Diao motorcycle. I cannot recall the model, but it cost me only 5,000. Jin Xiao responded, "Xiao Diao motorcycle? Is that not a brand known solely for its low-end household models? How could it produce something resembling a racing motorcycle?" His expertise in automobiles spanned from luxury sports cars to electric scooters for grocery shopping. After some contemplation, Zhang Hu remarked, "Indeed, it is a Xiao Jiao motorcycle, albeit one that has undergone several repairs and modifications, rendering it unrecognizable." At this revelation, Jin Xiao seemed to grasp something significant. "Indeed, where did you have it repaired?" Zhang Hu shook his head, replying, "I cannot recall." Jin Xiao appeared somewhat disappointed. He then proposed, if possible, "May I borrow the motorcycle for a ride? I'm willing to compensate you." The father and son exchanged glances, and finally, Zhang Hu acquiesced. "Very well." At last, Jin Xiao laid eyes upon Zhang Hu's motorcycle. He caressed its surface, exclaiming, "What material is this? I cannot discern it." Jin Xiao possessed a unique talent, being able to identify materials solely through touch. However, given the special materials rewarded by Tang Wei's system, it was understandable that Jin Xiao could not determine its composition. Mounting the motorcycle, Jin Xiao ignited the engine and, with a swift acceleration, sped away. Zhang Hu voiced his concern. "Will he return?" Zhang Xiaohua reassured him, "Do not worry. This Jin Xiao does not strike me as the type to abandon it, especially since his golden helicopter remains in our possession." After riding for a while, Jin Xiao soon encountered a dilemma. Indeed, while the motorcycle's exterior appeared somewhat upscale, its core components were still of inferior quality. At that moment, he fully believed Zhang Hu's assertions. The modifications made by Tang Wei primarily prioritized safety, which may have compromised other aspects of performance. This discrepancy might go unnoticed by others, but was glaringly apparent to an enthusiast like Jin Xiao. Nevertheless, the individual responsible for the modifications possessed considerable skill, transforming a low-end model into something remarkable, quite astonishing indeed. Furthermore, as Zhang Hu had mentioned, it had cost a mere 500, which was truly hard to believe. Uncertain of the potential transformations that abundant funding could facilitate, Jin Xiao found himself increasingly intrigued by the enigmatic modifier. Subsequently, he returned to Zhang Hu's residence, returning the motorcycle while casually depositing 1 million in cash, deeming it a fee for the test ride. Both Zhang Hu and Zhang Xiaohua were left utterly astonished upon witnessing such a substantial sum for the first time. Once they regained their composure, the father and son excitedly exclaimed, "This is fantastic. We are wealthy now." Tang Wei had been closely monitoring recent developments concerning the motorcycle he had modified. Upon learning that Zhang Hu had successfully auctioned the bike for 5 million, only for the transaction to ultimately fall through, he felt a twinge of confusion. Nonetheless, this revelation provided him with a certain sense of equilibrium. Had he received a mere 500 for his modifications, only to see the motorcycle sell for 5 million, he would have felt utterly cheated. Hearing Zhang Hu's responses to reporters reassured Tang Wei considerably. Had it become known that he was the one behind the motorcycle's modifications, his future would likely be fraught with complications. Though the impact of his modifications could yield invaluable experience, he preferred to remain in the shadows, allowing the modifications to gain recognition rather than himself. Chapter 9. Still overpriced, gazing at the desolate repair shop, Tang Wei felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Business had been stagnant for days, leaving him at a loss for what to do. He had initially considered purchasing a second-hand clunker to modify, yet discovered that his funds were insufficient even for that, leaving him in an awkward predicament. When might a lucrative opportunity arise? It was beyond frustrating to possess such formidable skills, yet find no outlet for them, he lamented to himself. Just then, a figure entered the shop. Is anyone here? Tang Wei hurried over, responding, Yes, yes. Need a repair? Upon seeing Tang Wei, the newcomer fixated his gaze upon him, causing Tang Wei to feel somewhat uneasy. Suddenly, the visitor broke into a smile, declaring, You're the one. Tang Wei furrowed his brow, inquiring, What do you mean? The stranger handed him a golden business card, introducing himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jean Xin, but everyone calls me Jean Xiao. What? Tang Wei was taken aback. Jean Xiao was none other than the wealthy heir who had unsuccessfully bid on Zhang Hu's motorcycle. He could not help but speculate on the purpose of this individual's visit. Could it be that he had discovered Tang Wei's identity as the motorcycle's modifier? Contemplating this, Tang Wei's expression turned grave. What brings you to me? Jean Xiao replied with a smile. I am merely here to verify a few details, such as whether the motorcycle that Zhang Hu crashed into a large truck was indeed modified by you. Tang Wei nodded, aware that denial would be futile. Although Zhang Hu could no longer recall the location of Tang Wei's shop, Jean Xiao had swiftly tracked him down based on the information that the shop's owner was a young man and the shop was located over 10 kilometers away. Jean Xiao continued, Your modification skills have truly opened my eyes. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance with my own alterations. He stated his intention directly. Tang Wei, understanding this unspoken request, recognized Jean Xiao as a valuable client, a wealthy second-generation heir, and thus chose not to deny his expertise in modification. Please share your thoughts. Tang Wei refrained from unnecessary chatter. Jean Xiao smiled. Aren't you going to take a look at my motorcycle? It doesn't matter. I can modify any vehicle. Tang Wei replied confidently, appreciating the boldness of his own words. Jean Xiao continued, I possess an SB 250 motorcycle, which is quite remarkable in all aspects, achieving a speed of 800 kilometers per hour. However, I feel this speed is insufficient. Can you modify it to exceed this limit? He gazed at Tang Wei with anticipation. Such a request would undoubtedly seem insane to most. After all, achieving such a speed required the relentless efforts of the world's foremost engineers. The complexities involved are beyond the comprehension of the average person. Yet, here he was seeking to surpass these limits through a mechanic, a notion bordering on fantasy. Instead of answering, Tang Wei countered, How fast do you wish it to go? Upon hearing Tang Wei's response, Jean Xiao realized that he indeed had a solution. 800 kilometers per hour was already the pinnacle of motorcycle speed, and surpassing even a single kilometer represented a monumental achievement. Nonetheless, Jean Xiao was not satisfied with mere incremental improvements. He solemnly declared, Make it as fast as possible. Everything else is secondary. Tang Wei nodded, affirming, Very well. I shall take on this project. Jean Xiao beamed with delight. Shortly thereafter, two bodyguards wheeled the SB 250 motorcycle into the shop. Tang Wei cast a glance, utterly captivated. It was his first encounter with the legendary machine. I will first pay you a deposit of 1 million. We can negotiate the rest upon completion. What do you think? Jean Xiao proposed. 1 million. Tang Wei felt a surge of excitement. The mere deposit was a staggering sum, revealing Jean Xiao's extraordinary wealth. However, in order to maintain his composure, Tang Wei feigned indifference. That works, he replied. Jean Xiao smiled with satisfaction and promptly transferred the 1 million to Tang Wei's account. All right, Mr. Tang, I shall take my leave now. Feel free to reach out if needed. During the transfer, Jean Xiao learned Tang Wei's name. With that, he exchanged no further words and departed the repair shop with his bodyguards. Once they had left, Tang Wei exhaled deeply, surprised at how effortlessly he had acquired his very first million. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting his meager income, but now he felt invigorated. He did not immediately modify Jean Xiao's car. Instead, he pondered how to utilize the funds for something meaningful. He yearned to purchase a vehicle, to customize a car that would belong solely to him. Without hesitation, Tang Wei hailed a taxi and made his way to the dealership. However, after visiting several showrooms, he was informed that there were virtually no vehicles available for immediate purchase. All required pre-ordering, which dampened his enthusiasm considerably. Nevertheless, he considered the option of visiting the used car market. After all, he intended to modify the vehicle, so a second-hand car would suffice. Hey, are you in the market for a car? A brand new beauty right here. As soon as he entered the used car market, A salesman approached Tang Wei with exuberant friendliness. Glancing at the vehicle, Tang Wei casually inquired, "How much?" Recognizing Tang Wei's novice demeanor, the salesman thought he could easily take advantage of him. Thus, he feigned a struggle and declared, "Brother, I sense a connection between us. How about I sell it to you for 80,000? 80,000? Indeed. That seems rather cheap for a car that's practically new, having only driven a few hundred kilometers." The previous owner maintained it meticulously. Tang Wei mused as he accessed the system for more details. Target locked. Damage level, 83. Usage duration, 15 years. The system not only facilitated modifications, but also provided insights into the mechanical damage and usage duration, even displaying the brand of each component. After reviewing the information, Tang Wei chuckled. "My friend, this vehicle is a relic from 15 years ago. A mere paint job and the replacement of a few utterly dysfunctional parts, most of which are off-brand, and you dare to ask for 80,000? The salesman's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tang Wei. "How did you discern that?" he thought, realizing he had encountered a connoisseur this time. Tang Wei shook his head, offering no response. As he turned to leave, the salesman quickly implored, "Wait, just name your price." Tang Wei raised a finger and declared, 10,000. Since the salesman was bold enough to propose a high price, he felt compelled to be assertive in return. To his surprise, the salesman agreed without hesitation. "All right. Deal." Tang Wei was filled with regret. Damn it, I should have aimed higher. However, it mattered little. He still possessed nearly 1 million, so a minor loss was inconsequential. Once seated in the car, he pressed the accelerator, only to be greeted by a cacophony of clattering noises emanating from the vehicle. Tang Wei estimated that with further use, it would likely fall apart. In truth, he could have purchased a slightly better car. Yet, he had contemplated that modifying it extensively would be akin to reconstructing it entirely. It was more prudent to reserve the funds for the transformation costs, thus maximizing cost-effectiveness. Chapter 10. It's quite normal for a mechanic to carry a wrench. After successfully concluding the transaction with the salesman, just as Tang Wei was about to depart, he was suddenly called out to, "Oh, isn't that my old classmate Tang Wei?" Tang Wei turned his head and beheld a man with slicked back hair and an ostentatious appearance. It did not take long for him to recognize this individual as his former university classmate, Zhuang Bai, a scion of wealth. Accompanying Zhuang Bai was a strikingly beautiful woman, who instinctively turned away upon catching Tang Wei's gaze. This woman was Wu Yuji, Tang Wei's former girlfriend. They had met during their university days, a time when Tang Wei juggled studies and part-time jobs to support her. To his dismay, she ultimately ended their relationship with a mere declaration that they were incompatible. However, that was the past. The current Tang Wei was a person who had traversed into another parallel world. He would never be a sycophant again, shaking off his memories. Tang Wei responded, "So it's Zhuang Bai. It has been quite a while." Zhuang Bai chuckled. "I never expected my young friend Tang to have acquired his first car at such a tender age. Truly commendable. Although the vehicle is somewhat worn, it is a testament to your hard work, an elation that someone like me, who has changed luxury sports cars annually since university, could never fathom. I genuinely envy you, Tang, for being able to attain what you desire through your own efforts. Unlike me, despite possessing 2 grand villas within the city's third ring and a spacious 600 square meter residence in the CBD, along with numerous publicly listed companies, I find no joy in my life. Nonetheless, I am content to spend my days with Yuji." As Zhuang Bai spoke, he embraced Wu Yuji, lamenting, "I truly despise myself. Aside from showering Yuji with endless designer brands and luxury items, I have nothing else to offer her. I wonder if she regrets choosing to be with me. Perhaps she would have found more happiness with you." Wu Yuji, upon hearing Zhuang Bai's pretentious monologue, fell silent. Tang Wei merely observed him flaunting. "Oh, I see you will. I shall take my leave." In response to Zhuang Bai's veiled sarcasm, he felt not anger, but amusement. Zhuang Bai, noticing Tang Wei's indifference, felt a pang of irritation. He had hoped to see Tang Wei's helpless fury, but instead, it felt like striking a punch into a cloud. "Humph, quite the performer, still trying to save face. I bet you're crumbling inside," Zhuang Bai thought to himself. He continued, "Come now, we have not seen each other in ages. Why the rush to leave?" Tang Wei replied, "I am rather busy and have little time to spare. Farewell." Zhuang Bai mused, "Can't hold it together anymore, can you? Afraid Yuji will see you in despair and catch you shedding tears in secret? Not on my watch." He added, "Tang, do not be hasty. We are classmates and should assist one another. I notice your car is rather dilapidated. It may not last much longer. How about this? I have a dozen luxury cars in my garage that I seldom drive. Pick any one you like. Even the most economical is worth a few million, which is certainly an upgrade from what you have. Zhuang Bai, while speaking, fixed his gaze on Tang Wei, eager to witness his vexation. Such humiliation is typically unbearable for an ordinary individual. To his surprise, however, Tang Wei responded, "All right, since you insist on mentioning this, I find myself quite free." Zhuang Bai was momentarily taken aback. This was not the expected turn of events. Given Tang Wei's temperament, he should have glared at him indignantly, uttering the phrase about the cyclical nature of fortune, and then stormed off. This behavior was entirely inconsistent with Tang Wei's character. At a loss for words, Zhuang Bai stood silent. Tang Wei, observing him, said, "Let us go choose a car." Zhuang Bai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. But fortunately, Wu Yuji broke the silence. "You're really going to accept a ride from someone else?" She was astonished to see that Tang Wei had transformed from the fiercely proud individual she once knew. Tang Wei smiled, replying, "What is wrong with helping an old classmate?" I noticed Zhuang Bai was troubled by his wealth. It is only natural for me to alleviate a bit of his burden. No need for thanks. Wu Yuji was momentarily speechless. As Zhuang Bai pondered how to brush off the situation, Tang Wei had already entered the car. "Old classmate, let us go. Lead the way, and I shall follow." Zhuang Bai's expression darkened, yet he had no choice but to proceed. He and Wu Yuji settled into their Maserati. "Oh, so you enjoy pretending, do you? Let us see how you handle this," Wu Yuji coldly remarked to Zhuang Bai. He sighed in resignation. "I merely spoke thoughtlessly. I never anticipated Tang Wei's thick skin. Truly astonishing." He continued, "In a moment, we'll simply shake him off and act as if nothing has occurred. We shall never associate with him again. What a misfortune." As Zhuang Bai drove, Tang Wei closely followed. He deliberately took several convoluted routes. It could not rid himself of Tang Wei. Tang Wei recognized his intentions. This fellow is truly relentless. Zhuang Bai felt overwhelmed. He then thought, nevertheless, his dilapidated second-hand car cannot possibly outrun my Maserati. With that, he merged onto the expressway, accelerating swiftly. Soon, Tang Wei's old vehicle began to fade from his rearview mirror. Zhuang Bai exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "Finally, I've lost him." He then turned back towards his villa. To his dismay, upon arrival, he spotted Tang Wei's car already parked at his doorstep. Tang Wei emerged from his vehicle, stating, "Old classmate, my clunker couldn't keep up, but no matter. I know your address," and took a shortcut. Zhuang Bai felt utterly exasperated. Did this man possess no sense of decency whatsoever? Really? He chuckled, though the laughter felt more like a cry. Tang Wei followed Zhuang Bai into the underground garage, where only a BMW awaited them. Zhuang Bai exhaled a sigh of relief, contemplating that, thankfully, other vehicles were in use today. However, he certainly did not wish to part with this BMW, even if it were to be loaned out. Tang Wei alighted from his vehicle and approached the BMW, remarking, "Old classmate, did you not claim to possess a dozen luxury cars? Why is there only this one?" Zhuang Bai replied, "Unfortunately, all the other cars are currently in use." "Ah, well then, I shall take this BMW." "Thank you. Please hand me the key," Tang Wei said, extending his hand. Zhuang Bai clenched his teeth in frustration. Striving to maintain his composure, he replied, "This BMW is broken and cannot be driven. I sincerely apologize." Tang Wei quickly responded, "That's quite all right. I am a mechanic. I can fix anything that is broken." If it were not for Wu Yuji's presence, Zhuang Bai would have been tempted to strike Tang Wei. He continued to search for excuses, claiming the keys were lost. Tang Wei pondered for a moment and said, "Oh, is that so?" Suddenly, he pulled a wrench from his pocket. Zhuang Bai was startled and exclaimed, "Tang Wei, what are you doing?" Tang Wei chuckled. "No need to be alarmed. As a mechanic, it is quite normal for me to carry a wrench." Chapter 11. Just now, there were so many people outside. "I kneel for you." After finishing his sentence, Tang Wei abruptly struck the BMW's window with the wrench, shattering the glass into countless fragments. "Tang Wei, you!" Zhuang Bai's face blanched with rage. Tang Wei, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "You've already given the car to me, so it is my property now. It is only natural that I can damage my own belongings." He then reached through the broken window to unlock the door and settled into the driver's seat. "Tang Wei, without the keys, you cannot start the engine," Zhuang Bai cautioned him. Tang Wei replied, "That is of no concern. As I mentioned, I am a mechanic, and I have my ways. As he lifted the wrench, preparing to smash the dashboard, Zhuang Bai hurriedly intervened. Wait, I just remembered where the keys are. Follow me. Tang Wei shook his head, saying, You should have mentioned that earlier. The two proceeded to the study in the villa, where Zhuang Bai shut the door behind them. Where are the keys? Tang Wei inquired impatiently. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Bai suddenly knelt down and said, There are so many people outside just now, I kneel for you. Tang Wei feigned surprise. Oh dear, what are you doing? This is unnecessary. I was merely helping you with your troubles concerning excess money. There is no need for such courtesy. Zhuang Bai continued, In truth, I was only pretending. I do not possess 2 villas, 3 large apartments, or a multitude of publicly listed companies. I merely have a bit of money, but it all belongs to my father. If he were to discover that I had given away a car, he would surely punish me severely. At this juncture, Zhuang Bai had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. Tang Wei responded, Oh, so that is how it is. What a pity. It seems I shall have to continue driving my old car. In truth, Tang Wei did not genuinely desire the BMW. He merely sought to teach Zhuang Bai a lesson. And now his objective had been accomplished. Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, Zhuang Bai finally exhaled in relief. After today's events, he had come to grasp a fundamental truth. One must not feign superiority in the presence of the shameless. Subsequently, Tang Wei returned to the garage, climbed into his dilapidated second-hand vehicle, and departed the villa. Meanwhile, Wu Yuji gazed at Tang Wei's car as it receded into the distance, lost in contemplation. Upon returning to the repair shop, Tang Wei activated the system, preparing for modifications. Target has been locked. Device, ordinary compact family car, damage level, 83. Please enter the modification target and estimated cost. After a moment's thought, Tang Wei inquired, Is it possible to modify this car into something akin to a transformer? Apologies, the current system level does not support this. The system decisively rejected his request. Tang Wei had anticipated this outcome. He had merely spoken in jest. What level would I need to reach to achieve that? At least level 4. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's previously fleeting disappointment surged into excitement once more. Level 4? He was currently at level 3, so it was indeed an attainable goal with some effort. He then re-entered his modification target. I wish to transform this vehicle into an amphibious automobile capable of flying as well. As for the cost, he stated 95,000 should suffice. After all, it was his own ride, and Tang Wei was feeling particularly generous. With the 100,000 deposit from Jin Xiao, and having spent 10,000 on the car, he still had 40,000 remaining. That amount should be adequate for upgrading Jin Xiao's SB250 to its maximum speed. If Jin Xiao were to discover Tang Wei's extreme bias in budget allocation, he would likely be infuriated. Is my divine vehicle not deserving of better treatment than your battered second-hand car? In addition to his main requests, Tang Wei also detailed numerous specifics. After he finished, the system promptly provided a modification plan. Due to the numerous demands and sufficient budget, the duration required for the modifications would be extensive. However, Tang Wei was not in a hurry. He then glanced at Jin Xiao's vehicle and began formulating a modification plan. Target has been locked. Device, racing grade motorcycle, damage level, 01. Please enter the modification target and estimated cost. Quickly, as fast as possible, contemplating the costs, Tang Wei realized he had only 40,000 left and might need funds for future endeavors. Therefore, he decided to lower the budget. 30,000 will do. He felt somewhat guilty, for it seemed extravagant to expect to breach the speed limit with such a modest amount. Nonetheless, recalling how a previous motorcycle he had modified for merely 500 could withstand a collision with a freight truck, he reassured himself there should be no issues. Indeed, even with the reduced budget of 30,000, the system affirmed that the funds were more than adequate. However, the time required was considerable. Not at all easier than modifying one's own vehicle. If Jin Xiao were aware of this, he might find some solace, although the cost disparity was enormous. At least the time and effort expended were equivalent, thus not a total loss. After a while, Jin Xiao's motorcycle modifications were complete. Had it not been for the urgency of collecting the final payment, Tang Wei would not have prioritized the modification of his vehicle. He retrieved Jin Xiao's business card and dialed the contact number inscribed upon it. Shortly thereafter, a resounding roar echoed above him. He looked up to see a golden helicopter gracefully descending. Tang Wei surmised the identity of the occupants, and, indeed, moments later, Jin Xiao emerged from the helicopter. Spotting Tang Wei, he eagerly inquired, "Mr. Tang, has the modification been completed?" Tang Wei nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed." He then led Jin Xiao before the motorcycle. Jin Xiao, visibly pleased, asked, "So what is the cost?" Tang Wei raised a single finger, declaring 10 million. He spoke with little conviction, as his own expenditure had merely been 30,000, a staggering profit. To his surprise, Jin Xiao readily agreed, saying, "Very well, shall I transfer it to your previous account?" Tang Wei thought to himself, "This is not good. It seems I have asked for too little." Nevertheless, once spoken, his words could not be retracted. He nodded, affirming yes. After transferring the funds, Jin Xiao instructed his associates to load the motorcycle into the helicopter. Tang Wei queried, "Aren't you going to test the vehicle first? You trust me so readily?" Jin Xiao chuckled, responding, "I have a keen eye for people. Though I possess wealth, I am not foolish. I have never been swindled. Moreover," he added, "my vehicle is only meant to traverse designated racetracks. To operate it on other roads would be a desecration." Tang Wei mused to himself. Jin Xiao is indeed a man of character. Upon returning to his private island, Jin Xiao was eager to test his vehicle on the circular racetrack. As expected, the speed exceeded 800 kilometers per hour, 850, 860, 870. Watching the speedometer, Jin Xiao became increasingly exhilarated. 1,000, 1,010, 1,100. The velocity continued to rise, seemingly boundless. Jin Xiao experienced an unprecedented thrill. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Jin Xiao began to feel a sense of trepidation. Such speed transcended his comprehension. Suddenly, he perceived that everything around him had become a blur, as if he had entered an indescribable realm. At that moment, Jin Xiao's subordinates realized that neither through drones nor the racetrack surveillance could they detect his presence. Panic ensued among all. Chapter 12. Unidentified flying object. At this juncture, Tang Wei remained oblivious to the peculiar occurrences transpiring with Jin Xiao. His own vehicle, however, was rapidly nearing completion of its modifications. Through the modification of Jin Xiao's motorcycle and his own vehicle, Tang Wei acquired 5,000 experience points, leaving him a mere 4,900 points shy of reaching level 4. The exterior of this car appeared unremarkable, identical to its state prior to purchase. However, its entire core was entirely transformed. It could be said that aside from its appearance, the vehicle bore no resemblance to its former self. As my personal ride, it warranted a name. Tang Wei, lacking in creativity, pondered for some time without arriving at a suitable moniker. Ultimately, he gazed at the sleek, black car and declared, "Let us simply call you Xiao He." Taking his place in the driver's seat, Tang Wei ignited the engine. Following its modifications, the vehicle operated with remarkable fluidity and significantly enhanced comfort. Yet, these were merely trifles. The paramount feature was that this was an all-terrain vehicle capable of traversing land, sea, and air. Moreover, it boasted an array of functionalities such as waterproofing, collision resistance, bulletproof capabilities, autonomous driving, invisibility, and a one-button transformation feature. As he traveled, Tang Wei's finger pressed against the fingerprint scanner, followed by entering a password on the central display. With successful password entry, the system announced, "Current mode, switch to master mode." In master mode, all functionalities of the vehicle were unlocked. Conversely, in non-master mode, it functioned merely as an ordinary sedan, preventing any unauthorized users from discovering its secrets. Soon, Tang Wei arrived at a secluded beach, perfect for testing the aquatic capabilities of his vehicle. He directed the front of the car toward the sea. Tang Wei's car glided into the water, akin to a yacht sailing on the surface. Furthermore, it could even descend to great depths, transforming into a submarine. Seated within, Tang Wei marveled at the marine world outside the window, feeling an unprecedented sense of romance. Xiao He, warning, insufficient oxygen inside the vehicle. Please return to the surface, promptly. The car's system alerted him. Having only recently completed the modifications, Tang Wei had not equipped the car with a substantial oxygen supply, confirming that diving was feasible. He swiftly commanded Xiao He to resurface, returning to solid ground. Next, he endeavored to test the aerial flight capabilities. Xiao He one-button transformation. The system responded, transforming. The one-button transformation feature allowed for alterations in the car's appearance, concealing the license plate and emblem. Tang Wei was not concerned about attracting attention, but rather about being hassled. With the transformation feature, he could evade detection by swiftly changing the car's appearance in a discreet corner when necessary. In no time, the black Xiaohei morphed into a vibrant red hue, with the emblem and license plate concealed. Switching to flight mode. Initiating flight mode. The red vehicle extended propellers and gradually ascended into the sky. At that moment, a child exclaimed, "Mommy, Mommy, what is that in the sky?" A young girl gazed at the sky, tugging at her mother's hem with excitement as she inquired. Without lifting her head, her mother replied dismissively, "Did I not tell you? That is an airplane, but it looks different from the airplanes I've seen." The girl exclaimed, "That must be a helicopter, yet it still differs from a helicopter. Please, just take a glance, Mama." Upon hearing her daughter, the mother finally lifted her gaze. However, after a mere glance, she was utterly astonished. What on earth is that? At this moment, the surrounding crowd became aware of the peculiar object flying above and began to murmur among themselves. What is this? Is it a new type of helicopter? It resembles a toy belonging to some wealthy tycoon. Could it possibly be an alien spacecraft? Oh no, will the events of that year be exposed? Quiet down. Let's not forget that we all signed a confidentiality agreement. This is merely a humorous jest with no underlying foreshadowing. The big one is coming. Don't sleep too soundly tonight. I haven't slept in 3 years. When will the big one arrive? Does anyone have a slingshot? I need to shoot that thing down. The optimism of the local citizens was palpable. Rather than feeling any sense of crisis upon witnessing the unidentified flying object, they began to make jokes instead. Ding! Your modified creation has sparked a heated discussion among the local citizens, earning you 500 experience points. You are still 4,400 experience points away from the next level. Tang Wei felt somewhat disappointed, not expecting to acquire only 500 experience points. However, he remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, the relevant authorities swiftly took notice of Tang Wei's vehicle. Unlike the optimistic onlookers, they soon found themselves engulfed in a tense atmosphere. What is this contraption? Is it a new piece of equipment currently under development? They had just contacted the higher-ups and confirmed that no new equipment was being tested. This does not belong to any domestic agency. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions grew even more anxious. Could it be a reconnaissance drone sent by a hostile nation? Might it inflict damage upon our city? Should we shoot it down? Hold on. At this juncture, Tang Wei felt it was time to descend back to the ground. If he delayed any longer, he might risk being targeted by artillery fire. Of course, given the bulletproof capabilities of his vehicle, he would likely remain unharmed even if attacked. Once he landed, Tang Wei activated the stealth function and maneuvered into a narrow alley. With a single command, he transformed into a black sedan, thus significantly reducing the likelihood of being spotted. As the unidentified flying object touched down, many individuals began to chase after it. Yet, they found no trace of the red object they had just witnessed. How peculiar. Where could it have vanished to? It's as if it has suddenly disappeared. Could it have all been illusion? How could this be? Is everyone experiencing a collective illusion? Indeed, I even captured photographs. Can cameras also conjure illusions? Meanwhile, Tang Wei, the one who instigated this commotion, appeared utterly unfazed, driving his little black car, preparing to return. A large truck was traversing the road, with 2 individuals conversing in the cab. Alas, Li Xing was truly unfortunate, having been ensnared by Lu Dehai. Indeed, he was once a rather law-abiding individual. Thus, it is imperative that we exercise caution when operating large vehicles. If an accident occurs, the repercussions can be severe. Thankfully, the other party emerged unscathed. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far graver. It turns out they were colleagues from the same freight company as Li Xing and Lu Dehai. At that moment, they were driving the very truck involved in the incident. Although the bumper was damaged and the vehicle had overturned, a simple repair would soon restore it to service. Lao Mei, I can't shake this ominous feeling. The driver in the driver's seat expressed his unease. Lao Mei in the passenger seat reassured him. What's the matter? Don't overthink it. As long as we adhere to the rules, what could possibly go wrong? Chapter 13. Departing in silence, concealing oneself and one's name upon reaching the intersection. The driver intended to decelerate, only to find the speed increasing uncontrollably. What are you doing? Slow down. I can't. The truck is beyond my control. What? Step on the brakes. The driver slammed on the brakes, yet the truck showed no signs of halting. To make matters worse, the truck veered onto the wrong lane. This is disastrous. Who repaired this vehicle? They condemned us. They quickly deduced that the last repair had not been adequately performed. What now? We must jump from the truck. There's no time to ponder. Bystanders swiftly noticed the anomaly. Goodness, this truck has lost control. We're doomed. The driver has fled. The drivers waiting at the red light became alarmed as the truck barreled towards them. Meanwhile, Tang Wei was on his way back to the repair shop in his little black car. Suddenly, he spotted a truck recklessly speeding through the red light at the intersection to his left. Tang Wei immediately sensed the impending danger. Why does this truck look so familiar? It seems to be suffering from brake failure. A thought struck him. He could use his car to block the oncoming truck. With modifications made to his little black car, it was capable of obstructing the large truck. Otherwise, the cluster of smaller vehicles ahead would be crushed, and with a fuel tanker involved, the consequences could be catastrophic. Without hesitation, Tang Wei accelerated, positioning himself in front of the large truck. Onlookers gasped, their hearts racing at the audacity of the black car driver. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, a massive truck had spiraled out of control, yet some still dared to rush forward. The situation seemed dire. They could already envision the tragic fate of Tang Wei's vehicle being crushed. To their astonishment, the truck collided with Tang Wei's car and swiftly came to a halt. Its entire front end crumpled inward upon impact, while Tang Wei's vehicle remained utterly unscathed. The spectators were left dumbfounded by this inexplicable scene. What had transpired? How could this be? This black sedan emerged unscathed? Logically, it should have been flattened by the truck. However, recalling a previous incident where a motorcycle had toppled a truck, they began to perceive a semblance of reason in this bizarre occurrence. The drivers of the oncoming vehicles watched in trepidation, their hearts racing at the near brush with fate. Thankfully, the timely appearance of the black sedan had averted disaster. They wondered about the condition of its driver. Surely, the vehicle appeared intact, and he must be unharmed. All began to fervently pray that Tang Wei, their savior, would not suffer any misfortune. Noticing that the truck had ceased its advance, Tang Wei restarted his car and departed gracefully, embodying the essence of nonchalance. With a collective sigh of relief, the onlookers were reassured. Soon after, the traffic police arrived at the scene. Upon spotting the truck, they exclaimed in astonishment, "How is it this vehicle again?" While others may have been oblivious, those officers, having previously managed an incident involving this very truck, were already quite familiar with its license plate. Before long, news of this extraordinary accident began to circulate rapidly online. Not long after, another peculiar car accident has occurred in the city. Social media buzzed with speculation. Gentlemen, I have unearthed a chilling revelation. Both of these accidents involved the same truck. Indeed, upon further reflection, the truth began to crystallize. It became evident that the root of these strange happenings lay within the truck itself. Previously, they had misattributed the prowess to the motorcycle, when in fact, the true marvel was this very truck. To withstand being toppled by a motorcycle and then have its front end smashed by a sedan is indeed remarkable. In light of this news, the executives at the truck's manufacturing company were in a state of frantic disarray. They promptly convened an emergency meeting. What shall we do? The public is now asserting that our vehicles are made of mere cardboard. Our reputation is plummeting. Indeed, while the vehicles sold to consumers were subpar, they were not so utterly deficient. Could it be that someone was deliberately targeting our company, employing advanced technology to sabotage our vehicles? It must be so. How infuriating. The discussion erupted with fervent voices. Meanwhile, the composed chairman seated at the center interjected calmly, "Everyone, let's not be hasty. I believe that these two incidents will not tarnish our image. Rather, they present an opportunity for marketing." What? Everyone looked at the chairman in bewilderment. The chairman stated, "We can proclaim that our vehicles are equipped with advanced technology for pedestrian safety. As evidenced by these two incidents, no fatalities occurred. Had it been another heavy truck, the outcome might have been dire." Upon hearing this, they experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, truly, the chairman is astute. Meanwhile, individuals from the highest research institute began to contemplate this possibility. Could it be that our research direction was misguided? We had never questioned the heavy trucks before. It appears that the issue lies with the heavy trucks. No. One individual quickly dismissed this notion. The group turned to him and inquired, "Mr. Gao, do you have an alternative perspective?" The expert, named Gao Ming, responded, "You see, this incident differs from the previous one. The black sedan evidently exhibited anomalies, as everyone had noted the irregularities of the truck. Yet the black sedan continued forward, even coming to a halt at the intersection, as if deliberately waiting to be struck by the heavy truck. Upon hearing Gao Ming's words, the others realized the truth. Indeed, it seems the owner of the black sedan was aware that the heavy truck would inevitably collide with them. It must be so. At that moment, Gao Ming added, "By the way, another event transpired today. I wonder if you have heard about it." "What event?" Gao Ming continued. "A citizen reported spotting an unidentified flying object above the city, resembling a car, but equipped with propellers. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that this unidentified object did not belong to any organization." As he spoke, he showed the group photographs taken by bystanders. Indeed, quite peculiar. I heard about it just now. Mr. Gao, are you suggesting that there is a necessary connection between these two incidents? Gao Ming nodded, stating precisely, "I have observed that this unidentified flying object bears a slight resemblance to the black sedan." One member interrupted, saying, "In what way does it resemble? One is red, the other black, and the emblems are entirely different." Gao Ming smiled and replied, "If one could achieve such absurd feats, then altering a car's emblem and color instantaneously would pose no challenge." Upon hearing Gao Ming's assertion, the atmosphere grew serious. Chapter 14. Tang Wei's cousin on his way back. Tang Wei suddenly realized that his car was nearly out of fuel. It was astonishing how quickly the tank had emptied after just being filled. Tang Wei was taken aback. It seemed that this modified vehicle consumed fuel at a significantly higher rate than an ordinary car. He chided himself for neglecting the issue of range during the modifications. Fortunately, before the vehicle ran completely dry, Tang Wei returned to the repair shop. Tang Wei mused to himself, "Xiaohe is unlike any other vehicle. Given that I possess such an advanced system, could it possibly replace traditional gasoline as a source of energy?" An idea struck him: nuclear power. Indeed, he was becoming quite ambitious. Now, Tang Wei was contemplating the installation of a miniature nuclear power device within Xiaohe's chassis. If successful, he would no longer have to worry about range anxiety. However, just as he was about to embark on this endeavor, the system coldly rejected him. Current system level insufficient. Modifying to a miniature nuclear power device requires at least level 4. Tang Wei felt a twinge of disappointment, though he had anticipated this outcome. He resolved to prioritize leveling up with great urgency. His objectives became crystal clear. Soon, he recalled another modification that Xiaohe required. This notion had emerged while he was diving earlier: the installation of an oxygen conversion device. Once submerged, it could extract oxygen from the water to supply those within the vehicle. Fortunately, his current level was adequate to accomplish this modification. However, the experience points gained were disappointingly minimal, merely 100. He recalled that he had received the same amount of experience for repairing a dilapidated bicycle. "System, what is going on? How is experience calculated?" The system responded, "Experience gained from modifying the same equipment a second time is significantly reduced unless the results of the second modification vastly surpass those of the first." So that was the explanation. Tang Wei quickly grasped the implication. To accumulate more experience, he needed to seek out unmodified equipment. Yet, several days had passed, and business at the shop had been lackluster. Occasionally, one or two vehicles would come in for a paint job or to install headlights, leaving little room for innovation. "I could really use a substantial job, ideally something akin to what Jin Xiao brought in," Tang Wei remarked. At that moment, a vehicle approached Tang Wei's shop. He thought to himself, could it be true? Is business finally picking up? However, upon closer inspection, he realized the vehicle looked somewhat familiar. Moments later, a man emerged from it and greeted Tang Wei. "Cousin, it's been a while." It was his cousin, Tian-Go, who, although not frequently in contact, had always been kind to Tang Wei's family. Tang Wei responded with politeness. It's you, cousin. What brings you here today?" Tian-Go produced an invitation from his pocket and declared, "I'm about to get married. You must come to my wedding." Tang Wei nodded affirmatively. "Of course. I wouldn't miss it." He then inquired, "But cousin, who is your bride-to-be?" Upon hearing this, Tian-Go's face radiated with happiness as he replied, "It's Lu Cha, of course. After pursuing her for so many years, she finally agreed to marry me not long ago." "What? Lu Cha?" Tang Wei felt a wave of shock. Lu Cha was the belle of their high school, someone Tian-Go had known since those days. Every day, Tian-Go expresses his concern for her well-being, scrimping and saving to buy her gifts. Yet Lu Cha remains utterly indifferent. At that time, Tian-Go excelled academically and could have easily gained admission to a prestigious university. However, due to Lu Cha's enrollment in an ordinary college, He disregarded his family's opposition and resolutely applied to the same institution. During his university years, Tang Wei worked diligently, sending all his earnings to Lu Cha. Yet, despite his efforts, she continued to ignore him. Tang Wei, true to his name, embodied the essence of a devoted admirer. After graduating from college, he could have opted to pursue further studies, but desiring to support Lu Cha swiftly, he abandoned that plan and took a job in an electronics factory that provided meals and accommodation, sending the majority of his monthly salary of 5,000 yuan to her. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Cha was using his money to be with another man, which left him devastated and despondent for quite some time. Subsequently, Tang Wei ceased to mention Lu Cha altogether. Tang Wei, believing Tang Wei had finally come to his senses and moved on, was taken aback when Tang Wei announced his intention to marry Lu Cha. This revelation struck Tang Wei as astonishing. Could it be that Lu Cha had tired of her other relationships and sought to settle down with the earnest Tang Wei? Noticing Tang Wei's stunned silence, Tang Wei inquired, "What's wrong, cousin? I can finally be with the woman I love. Shouldn't you be happy for me?" Tang Wei feigned enthusiasm, saying, "Of course, I'm happy for you, congratulations." But he felt powerless to intervene in others' affairs. To his surprise, Tang Wei sighed, revealing, "Alas, although Lu Cha has agreed to marry me, there is one troubling matter." Tang Wei asked, "What is it?" Tang Wei replied, "Lu Cha insisted that the wedding car must be a Lamborghini. Otherwise, there will be no wedding. I contacted several car rental agencies, but none have Lamborghinis available. I don't know any wealthy tycoons. How can I possibly find one?" Sigh. Tang Wei's blood pressure rose upon hearing this, exclaiming, "This is simply outrageous." Tang Wei, filled with remorse, responded, "It's not Lu Cha's fault. It's all my doing. Her favorite car is a Lamborghini, and she hasn't pressured me to buy one. She is truly understanding. Yet, I cannot even manage to rent one for a day. I can't let her ride in the car she loves on such an important day. It's my fault. All my fault." Tang Wei, at a loss for words, wished he could shake some sense into Tang Wei. What was it about this woman Lu Cha that captivated him so? Therefore, Tang Wei, losing his patience, said, "Cousin, forgive my frankness, but you need not be so humble. There are countless wonderful women in the world. Why must you marry Lu Cha? Love should be a mutual reliance. Can such one-sided devotion truly bring you happiness?" Tang Wei shook his head, insisting, "You don't understand. In this lifetime, I have devoted my heart solely to her. Regardless of her desires, I will strive to fulfill them. Even if it means sacrificing my life, I would willingly embrace such a fate. Without Lu Cha, I find it impossible to survive. She is my light, my spark, my singular legend. My love for her knows no bounds. She is my superstar." Tang Wei, wearing an expression of amusement, wondered how a conversation could so easily transform into a song. Suddenly, he turned to Tang Wei and implored, "Cousin, I beseech you to devise a plan that might allow me to rent a Lamborghini before the wedding." Tang Wei, spreading his hands in resignation, replied, "What can I do as merely a humble mechanic?" In truth, he had a solution in mind. He believed that a quick call to Jin Xiao could secure a Lamborghini with ease. However, he was reluctant to indulge Tang Wei's sycophantic behavior. Chapter 15. Your cousin is quite capable. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Tang Wei remarked, "Well, it seems you have no solution either, which must mean that fate has decreed that Lu Cha and I are destined to be apart." Tang Wei urged once more, "If she truly would refuse to marry you simply because you could not rent a Lamborghini, then perhaps this marriage is not meant to be." With a sigh, Tang Wei expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, cousin. I understand your intentions are well-meaning, and I appreciate your kindness." He then muttered to himself, "If I cannot be with Lu Cha in this life, then let us rest together in eternity, never to part." With resolve, he gazed out at the sky, as though making a solemn decision. Tang Wei was alarmed by his intensity and quickly grasped his arm. "Cousin, what are you thinking? Do not act recklessly." Tang Wei shook off Tang Wei's grip, declaring, "Do not hinder me. This is the only way to keep Lu Cha by my side. Tang Wei hat the int that I can find a way to borrow the Lamborghini. Please, do not act impulsively." Tang Wei scrutinized him, demanding, "You are not deceiving me, are you?" Tang Wei apfim, "I would not deceive you. I swear upon my character." Convinced, Tang Wei replied, "Very well, I shall trust you this once. If you can truly acquire it, I shall pay any price." Tang Wei pondered for a moment and proposed, "I have one condition. You must leave your car with me." "Huh?" Tiango found this request rather peculiar. Tang Wei elaborated, I can modify your vehicle to resemble a Lamborghini. Though he could indeed borrow a car from Jin Xiao, Tang Wei felt it unnecessary. He did not wish to owe anyone a favor. Furthermore, the most significant aspect was that he could gain valuable experience from the endeavor. Tiango was taken aback. Cousin, what are you saying? You can transform my dilapidated car into a Lamborghini? Are you jesting? Tang Wei insisted with utmost seriousness. I'm not joking. I speak the truth. The modification is not as challenging as you might imagine, and I assure you it will be completed before your wedding. System, without me, I wonder how you will manage. Although Tiango remained slightly skeptical, he ultimately chose to trust Tang Wei. All right, I believe in you. If you truly succeed in the modifications, feel free to call upon me whenever you need assistance. I would brave any peril for you. Tang Wei quickly shook his head and replied, that won't be necessary. Just refrain from doing anything foolish. Subsequently, Tiangu drove the car to the shop while Tang Wei took his own vehicle to escort him home. Upon returning, Tang Wei let out a deep sigh. Alas, though he had resolved the matter, an unsettling feeling lingered, suggesting that more troubles loomed ahead. Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on it. Soon, he began to modify Tiangu's old Jetta. Altering its appearance posed little challenge, yet he lacked considerable experience. Thus, Tang Wei resolved to undertake a comprehensive transformation. The additional cost would serve as his gratitude for the assistance received from Tiangu's family in the past. On the day of the wedding, Tiangu's family buzzed with excitement, but he found himself unable to share in their joy. Why hasn't my cousin arrived yet? Could he be deceiving me? Tiangu's relatives urged. Agu, everyone is here. The cars are ready. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry to the Liu family to fetch the bride. With a resigned sigh, Tiangu acquiesced. All right then. A grand procession of vehicles set forth towards the Liu residence, led by a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. The most opulent car of the convoy, Liu Cha, seated by the window of her modest home, quickly spotted the approaching wedding entourage. Her expression soured upon observing the modest wedding cars. Indeed, he has deceived me. Not only could he not afford to buy a Lamborghini, he cannot even rent one. As the procession arrived at the foot of the building, Liu Cha descended to greet them. Tiangu hurried over, grasping her hand, and implored, my dear, please come home with me. To his surprise, Liu Cha forcefully shook off his hand and retorted, come with you? What happened to what you told me before? Embarrassed, Tiangu stammered, darling, let us not jest. I've tried my utmost, but there is simply no place to rent a Lamborghini. I have made it clear. Without a Lamborghini as the wedding car, I will not marry you. With a humble tone, Tiangu pleaded, my dear, does the type of car truly hold such significance? Regardless of the vehicle, we will still arrive together, and this day is unique. It holds no difference. There's a vast difference. I was willing to marry you despite your poverty because I saw potential in you. However, your inability to secure a Lamborghini signifies not only your lack of wealth, but also your disconnect from affluent circles. Just look at your relatives. What sort of characters are they? Hearing her words, Tiangu's relatives were incensed, yet they could only suppress their anger for the sake of decorum. My dear, please enough. I refuse to proceed with this marriage. With that, Liu Cha slammed the door shut, leaving Tiangu and his relatives outside. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Agu, do not indulge her in such a foul temperament. If she will not marry, then let us depart. Indeed, how they look down upon us, as if they are of such noble stature. It is utterly intolerable. There are countless admirable women in this world. She is nothing of consequence. Tiangu clenched his fists and addressed his friends. Enough. Do not tarnish Liu Cha's reputation. She is a good girl. Everyone shook their heads. Truly, they are obstinately deluded. There is no hope for them. I should never have attended this wretched wedding. Just then, a deep rumble echoed, and a sleek Lamborghini gracefully approached, halting before the gathering. All eyes were captivated by this stunning vehicle. This is the Lamborghini Liu Cha mentioned. They were astounded, unable to believe that Tiangu had actually procured the car. Tiangu, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement. I knew cousin Tang Wei would not deceive me. As if on cue, Tang Wei emerged from the car. Addressing Tiangu, cousin, my apologies for being late. Tiangu replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Not late at all. You arrived just in time. He then called out to the upper floor, dear, I have borrowed the Lamborghini. Come down and take a look. Hearing his shout, Lu Cha leaned out of the window and indeed spotted the Lamborghini. I suppose you have some capability. With that, she descended the stairs leisurely and opened the door. Tiangu exclaimed, "My dear, I told you I would manage to borrow it." "I wasn't lying, was I?" Lu Cha remained indifferent, retorting, "Look at you gloating. It isn't yours, just a borrowed vehicle for a day." Tiangu reassured her, "Rest assured, my dear, one day I will own a Lamborghini of my own, and then I shall take you for drives every day." "You? Spare me." She then turned to Tang Wei, saying, "This is my cousin, Tang Wei. He is the one who lent me the car." Lu Cha suddenly regarded Tang Wei with a flirtatious gaze, commenting, "Your cousin is not only handsome, but quite capable as well." Chapter 16. The confrontation of scoundrels and vixens. Tang Wei frowned. This Lu Cha does not seem to be a person of respectable character. Meanwhile, Tiangu remained blissfully unaware of any oddity. He urged Lu Cha, "My dear, it is getting late. Let us hurry and get in the car." Lu Cha note that. Approaching the Lamborghini, Tiangu felt a flutter of nerves. Although the car's exterior had been modified to perfection, resembling a genuine Lamborghini at first glance, it remained a mere facade, lacking the essence of a true luxury vehicle, which could easily reveal its true nature. However, none of that mattered. As long as Lu Cha was willing to get in, everything would be fine. He opened the car door, only to be astonished by the sight within. The interior was a striking replica of a genuine Lamborghini. After all, it had only been a mere fortnight. To transform its exterior in such a brief span was already quite astonishing. To his surprise, Tang Wei had even altered the interior. Every detail exuded an air of luxury and sophistication. Even though he had never sat in a genuine Lamborghini, he could sense its extraordinary essence. He couldn't help but cast a glance at Tang Wei, silently conveying his admiration, as if to say, "Brother, this is impressive." Lu Cha observed Tiangu and remarked, "What is wrong with you? You look as if you've never seen anything like this before. Hurry up and get in the car." With Lu Cha's prompt, Tiangu snapped back to reality and quickly replied, All right. He then took his place in the driver's seat, while Lu Cha settled into the passenger side. "Can you drive such a high-end vehicle?" Lu Cha inquit. Tiangu thought to himself, although this car had been modified beyond recognition, its essence remained that of his old Jetta. It should be manageable. However, upon further inspection, he realized he was mistaken. The handling of this car was entirely different from his original vehicle. It was, in fact, a completely distinct automobile. Could it be that Tang Wei hadn't modified it at all, but merely borrowed a real Lamborghini? After all, Tiangu found it hard to believe that Tang Wei could achieve such comprehensive modifications in such a short time. Fortunately, Tiangu managed to grasp the driving mechanics of the Lamborghini and soon set off toward his home. Then came the series of rituals associated with the wedding. During the banquet, Tiangu finally found an opportunity to pull Tang Wei aside for a private conversation. "Cousin, I truly owe you one. Without your help, this marriage would never have materialized." Tiangu expressed his gratitude once more. Tang Wei replied, "No need for such formality. But I must remind you to pay close attention to your wife." Tiangu furrowed his brow and retorted, "What do you mean? Lu Cha is not that kind of person. If you keep saying that, I might get angry." Tang Wei shook his head and said, "All right, I'll say nothing more." He sensed that Tiangu was deeply entrenched in his delusions and needed a jarring wake-up call to come to his senses. Tiangu calmed down and said, "I apologize. Cousin, I got a bit carried away." He then shifted the conversation, glancing at the Lamborghini beside them, and asked, "By the way, where exactly did you borrow this car from?" Tang Wei chuckled. "Cousin, didn't I tell you? This is a modification of your Jetta." "What? How is that possible?" "Don't joke with me," Tiangu exclaimed. "In such a short time, it could be modified so thoroughly? Although I have never driven an actual Lamborghini, I can certainly perceive the disparity between a luxury car and my Jetta." Tang Wei, with a resigned tone, responded, "If this wasn't modified from your car, how could your Jetta SK possibly start this vehicle?" At this revelation, Tiangu finally understood. Indeed, when he had retrieved the keys, it had been a completely instinctive motion. He had forgotten this crucial detail. Thus, it was clear that this Lamborghini was indeed a modification of his own car. With this thought, Tiangu was left utterly astonished. After a considerable time, he finally addressed Tang Wei, saying, "Cousin, I never anticipated that you possessed such remarkable talents. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely have believed it." He then continued, "By the way, This extensive modification must have cost quite a fortune. I presume. Tang Wei shook his head and replied, Cousin, you and your family have extended such kindness to us. Let us not dwell on matters of money. Tiango firmly responded, That is not acceptable. Although I am not well versed in modifications, I can certainly discern that achieving this level of enhancement requires a significant investment. Your family is not in a position of wealth, and I cannot. Tang Wei interrupted him, asserting, Enough of that. Truly, it was not a large sum. If you feel uncomfortable, just keep it in mind for the future when the need arises. Tiango nodded in agreement, conceding, Very well. Then, Tang Wei recalled something, saying, Oh, besides the hardware alterations, there have been some adjustments to the software as well. What? Tiango found this astonishing. When had his cousin become so proficient? How had he not noticed this before? Tang Wei continued, The vehicle system can connect to your mobile phone, and if any anomalies occur, it will notify you through a mobile application. As he spoke, Tang Wei shared a mobile app with Tiango for installation. Once installed, Tiango's phone was linked to the car's system. This feature is commonplace in many new car brands. Yet it is noteworthy that this vehicle no longer belongs to any brand. It is akin to Tang Wei having developed an entirely bespoke system for it. Tiango could not help but marvel at Tang Wei's genius. As time passed, the two returned indoors. At that moment, Lu Cha suddenly recalled something. Oh no, I left my phone in the car. Tiango promptly offered, I will fetch it for you. However, Lu Cha's expression changed, and she quickly replied, No need. Just give me the keys. I can go myself. Her phone contained too many secrets, and she certainly could not allow Tiango to acquire it. Not thinking much of it, Tiango handed the keys to Lu Cha, saying, All right then. Lu Cha took the keys and hurriedly departed. She made her way to the garage, opened the car door, and retrieved her phone. At that moment, a man approached Lu Cha unexpectedly. She turned around and was startled to see him. Jianan, what are you doing here? The man named Jianan gazed at Lu Cha with deep emotion. Le Cha, I heard you were marrying that useless Tiango. I'm truly heartbroken. Lu Cha scoffed, retorting, How can you say that? Was it not your fault for vanishing after getting me pregnant, forcing me to seek out Tiango as a fallback? Indeed, Tang Wei's speculation was correct. Lu Cha's sudden agreement to marry Tiango was not due to being moved by his persistence. She merely sought a reliable individual to take responsibility. Jianan, with a sorrowful expression, implored, Cha-Cha, you misunderstand me. I have never forgotten you. In truth, I am a high-ranking dual agent, codenamed Pangolin. During my period of disappearance, I was engaged in a covert mission, unable to communicate with anyone. Lu Chaba cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, In less than a year of our acquaintance, your identity has shifted from a CEO of a conglomerate to the heir of a medical dynasty, and then to the master of the circular Taiji sect. Now you tell me you are a high-level agent? Chapter 17. This slap interrupts our marital bond. Next time, will you claim to be a trainee who has practiced for 2.5 years? It would be a disgrace not to write answers on a certain platform. Lu Cha was infuriated, yet her anger was more directed at Jianan for not appearing sooner. Otherwise, she would not have had to marry that useless Tianjio. Jianan, with his lie exposed, maintained his composure. I admit to deceiving you, but my love for you is genuine. Deception is one thing, love is another. As long as you return to my side, we can be as sweet as we once were. Lu Cha replied wistfully, But I am already married to Tianjio. Jianan chuckled, It matters not. I do not mind. Meanwhile, Tianjio, noticing Lu Cha had yet to return, was asked by someone, Why hasn't sister-in-law come back yet? He replied, Perhaps she went to buy something. As he spoke, he took out his phone to call Lu Cha, only to find a notification from the app installed by Tang Wei. Warning, your car is experiencing severe shaking. Your vehicle continues to tremble. Everyone overheard the app's voice announcement. Agio, you should check it out. Be careful, someone might be stealing it. Indeed, it is a Lamborghini. It must be coveted by thieves. If a tire gets stolen, the compensation would be substantial. Instead of going down immediately, Tianjio accessed the car's internal surveillance through the app. What he saw next would be etched into his memory forever. Seeing Tianjio's face turn pale, everyone grew curious about what he had witnessed and gathered around him. The scene before them shattered their perceptions. Isn't that sister-in-law? Who is that man? How can this be tolerated? They have just wed. As they spoke, they were about to rush down to catch them in the act. Unexpectedly, Tianjio stopped them, saying, Wait, Lu Cha is not that kind of person. She must be scared of being inexperienced with me tonight, and has secretly sought someone to practice with. She is truly too gentle. It brings me to tears. Slap. A hand struck Tianjio's face with force. The one who delivered that slap was none other than Tang Wei. He looked at Tianjio and said, "Cousin, how long will you continue to deceive yourself? It is time to wake up." Tang Wei's words left Tianjio silent. The others around him were equally stunned. After a long pause, Tianjio finally broke down in tears. "You are right. All these years I've been lying to myself. I have exerted so much effort, only to find that in the end, I have merely moved myself. In the eyes of others, I am nothing more than a mere jester." Tang Wei patted his shoulder, offering solace. "Such a person is unworthy of your devotion. Let us seek her out now." Tiango nodded in agreement. Soon, a group descended the stairs and made their way to the garage. The two inside the car quickly sensed the commotion and hastily donned their attire. As the crowd arrived, they stepped out of the vehicle just in time. Tiango pointed at Zanan and inquired of Lu Cha. "Who is he?" Lu Cha, with a hint of irritation, replied, "My friend." "What of it? He has never seen a Lamborghini, so I allowed him to experience it." "Surely, you are not so petty?" Tiango retorted. "Is that so? Then how do you explain this?" As he spoke, he produced his phone. Lu Cha's expression shifted, and then she smiled. "Since you are already aware, I shall not continue the charade. He is my boyfriend, and I am also expecting a child." Tiango's face turned ashen. "What? You are already pregnant? No wonder you suddenly agreed to marry me." Lu Cha burst into laughter. "What did you expect? Do you believe you can surpass anyone? I considered you worthy enough to take on this responsibility. Do not take yourself too seriously. Let's pretend this incident never occurred, and we shall go our separate ways in peace. I permit you to be my nominal husband, raising the child I have with Zanan." She understood that even in light of this revelation, Tiango would unconditionally forgive her. Unexpectedly, Tiango stepped forward and slapped Lu Cha across the face. "You wretched woman. Utterly shameless." Lu Cha widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Tiango. "You actually dared to strike me?" Smack. Tiango delivered another blow. "This slap is for your insolence." Smack. "This slap is for your breach of marital decorum." Smack. "This slap is to sever the bond between us." After his assault, Lu Cha's face was as red as a monkey's rear. She could hardly fathom that the man who had always been subservient and compliant before her would dare to treat her this way. The surrounding friends and family observed with delight, exclaiming at the satisfaction of the moment. Tiango, having endured for so long, finally embraced his masculinity. Lu Cha's innocent gaze turned to Zanan, as if to ask, "Are you truly going to sit idly by while I'm struck? Are you not a man?" Zanan could no longer remain passive and shouted, "You! How dare you strike my woman? Do you know who I am?" Tiango replied, seething with rage. "How the hell am I supposed to know who you are?" Upon hearing this, Zanan sighed in relief. "As long as you do not know, I shall take my leave." With that, he swiftly entered his car and sped away. Attempting to flee, Tiango opened the door of the Lamborghini and, along with Tang Wei, pursued after him. Before long, Zanan found himself cornered in a dead-end alley. As the path ahead seemed to vanish, Zanan steeled himself, muttering, "If it comes to this, do not blame me." He swiftly turned his vehicle towards Tang Wei and Tiangung. Tiangung was taken aback, while Tang Wei declared, "Fear not." He cast a scornful glance at the approaching car, thinking to collide with my modified vehicle is sheer folly. Upon impact, Zhanan's vehicle was overturned, while Tiangung's remained unscathed. The robustness of Tang Wei's modifications was undoubtedly impressive. Tiangung was left in astonishment. "What just happened?" he inquired. "Tang Wei ziplit nun jialen." "This is my modified car. It is not so easily vanquished. But this is absurdly resilient," Tiangung exclaimed. Zhanan stumbled out of his car, and as Tiangung attempted to pursue him, Tang Wei intervened. "Let be, cousin. If you were to kill him now, it would serve no purpose. As the saying goes, a dog deserves a bitch, and let them be together for eternity. Let these two misfits not plague others." Tiangung regained his composure and nodded in agreement. "You are right. Let us return." Upon arriving home, they found that Lu Cha had already fled. Tiangung addressed the group, saying, "Everyone, direct your attention here. Look at me. I have an announcement to make. From this day forth, I shall no longer play the sycophant. I shall change my name. This wretched name has tainted my destiny." Cheers of support erupted from the crowd. His father, Tian'er Heo, nodded with excitement, exclaiming, "Agung has finally awakened." I support your decision to change your name. Chapter 18. Easily deceived women. At that moment, Jeannon, battered and shaken, could scarcely believe that his reinforced vehicle had succumbed to a Lamborghini. Was it truly the case that expensive cars possessed such extraordinary prowess? Just then, Lu Cha approached. Upon seeing Jeannon, she indignantly said, "Oh, Jeannon, you abandoned me to flee alone, and yet you dare profess your love for me?" Jeannon hurriedly explained, "It was a ruse to draw the enemy away. Did you not escape unscathed? I bore the brunt of the assault just to divert their fire." He gestured to his injuries. Upon hearing this, Lu Cha quickly accepted his reasoning. "So that's how it is. I apologize for misunderstanding you." She then examined Jeannon's wounds. Concern etched on her face. "How are you feeling? Does it hurt?" "It's all my fault. If I hadn't intended to marry Tiangong, none of this would have happened." Jeannon chuckled softly. "Silly girl, you cannot blame yourself." Lu Cha sighed. "After today, I have finally rid myself of that disgusting fellow. But alas, I have lost a source of financial support." Jeannon scoffed. "How much could that impoverished lad possibly provide? My company is already turning a profit. I'm no longer in want." Lu Cha regarded Jeannon with skepticism. "You seek to deceive me again." Zainan chuckled and said, "I am not deceiving you. I truly possess wealth now. Whatever you desire, I can procure for you." Lu Cha exclaimed with excitement. "Is that true? How wonderful." Meanwhile, the farce had concluded on Tang Wei's side, and everyone began to disperse. Just as he was about to leave, Tiangu called out to him, "Cousin, wait a moment." Tang Wei, puzzled, replied, "What is it? Is there something else?" Tiangu sighed deeply and said, "I genuinely appreciate your help this time. You have awakened me completely. Otherwise, I would have remained in this state indefinitely." He then added, "By the way, could you revert my car to its original state? It would be too ostentatious for me to drive it daily." Tang Wei pondered for a moment, acknowledging the inappropriateness of the situation, yet replied, "It's all right. You could sell it to recoup some funds." Tiangu had spent considerable money for this wedding, most of which he borrowed from relatives and friends. Upon hearing this, Tiangu thought it was a splendid idea, although he felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, this was a modification that his cousin had painstakingly crafted for him. Could he simply sell it? Moreover, how would the price be determined? Selling it at the genuine Lamborghini price might raise suspicions of fraud. Tang Wei, sensing Tiangu's thoughts, suggested, "How about this? You list the car on a rental platform. Renting it out even once could yield a substantial profit. If you decide against renting, you may still drive it yourself." Upon hearing this, Tiangu responded, "That sounds good. Let us proceed as you suggest. We can split the earnings 50-50. Tang Wei shook his head, saying, "No need for that. If I give it to you, it is yours. I cannot accept your money." However, Tiangu wanted to say something more, but ultimately refrained. His gratitude was immense, an unspoken bond lingering between them. Soon, Tiangu listed the car's information on the rental platform. Returning to Zainan and Lu Cha remarked, "Since you claim to have money now, and can buy anything I wish, could you perhaps purchase a Lamborghini for me?" After experiencing Tiangu's Lamborghini, Lu Cha had been unable to forget it. Zainan hesitated, saying, "TT, that is rather expensive. Can we lower our expectations a bit?" Lu Cha scoffed, "If I knew it. You're no different from that Tiangu. Both of you are just poor wretches. You're merely a little less impoverished." Zainan, nearly leaping up at her words, exclaimed, "What? You call me a poor wretch? In your world, is one only deemed not poor if they can afford a Lamborghini?" Lu Cha replied coolly, "Is that not the case?" Zainan, unwilling to concede, declared, "Fine. I shall buy you one and show you whether I am indeed a poor wretch." Lu Cha laughed, realizing that this tactic of provocation was indeed effective. After agreeing to Lu Cha's request, Zainan felt a pang of regret. In truth, he was not particularly wealthy. However, having spoken those words, he felt embarrassed at the prospect of failing to deliver. Thus, Zainan discreetly opened the car rental platform, hoping to rent a vehicle to impress Lu Cha. Regardless, being with Lu Cha was merely a fleeting amusement for him. Once he grew weary, he would discard her. Indeed, he soon spotted a Lamborghini available for rent on the platform. Zainan exclaimed with excitement, "What a stroke of luck! I shall rent it for a month, for I intend to change my companion soon." As fate would have it, the Lamborghini Zainan observed was the very one listed by Tiangu on the platform. After contacting the owner, Zainan arranged to meet at a designated location for the transaction. Due to the platform's confidentiality regarding the parties' identities, Zainin was utterly unaware that the Lamborghini's owner was, in fact, Tian Jiao. In a whimsical gesture, he even requested, "Brother, could you do me a favor? When you deliver the car, please do not mention that I rented it. Simply say it was purchased and you are delivering it on my behalf. Thank you, and may good fortune be with you." Tian Jiao found the request rather peculiar, yet comprehensible, and replied, "All right, no problem." Having completed these arrangements, Zainin triumphantly informed Lu Cha, "Cha-cha, I have ordered a Lamborghini. In a few days, it will be delivered to me." Lu Cha, filled with exhilaration, asked, "Is that true? You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Zainin proudly displayed his phone, stating, "Look, this is a message from the Lamborghini manufacturer." The message read, "Dear Mr. Zainin, your order for a Lamborghini has been confirmed." In that moment, Lu Cha's intellect seemed to regress to that of a child, as she unconditionally believed him upon receiving a mere text message. "Zainin, you truly love me," she exclaimed, leaping into his embrace. "Fool, of course I do. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill," Zainin thought to himself. Such a gullible simpleton. Days later, the time for their meeting arrived. Zainin and Lu Cha proceeded to the agreed-upon location, where they soon spotted a Lamborghini gliding towards them. Lu Cha exclaimed, "Zainin, could that possibly be the one you ordered?" Zainin replied, "It should be." However, upon recognizing the individual in the driver's seat, their expressions shifted to concern. "Isn't that Tian Jiao?" Zainin felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, instinctively wanting to flee. Lu Cha grasped his arm and said, "Why are you running? Are you truly afraid of this loser?" Zainin reassured himself, thinking, indeed, with Tian Jiao's friends and family absent, what is there to fear? He confidently declared, "How could I possibly fear someone as insignificant as Tian Jiao?" Lu Cha huffed, asserting, "Now that I am no longer involved with him, I shall show him that being with you is far superior. Let it infuriate him." Zainin echoed, "Indeed, let it drive him mad." Chapter 19. Some people are simply drawn to your assertive nature. Tian Jiao also noticed Lu Cha and Zainin, and a moment of distraction overcame him. Subsequently, Lu Cha approached and remarked, "Oh, if it isn't Tian Jiao, why are you driving this car? Have you rented it for a few days? Such extravagance." Tian Geng turned away, unwilling to engage in conversation with her. Unexpectedly, LV Cha remained tenacious. It is understandable. For some individuals, the opportunity to ride in such a luxurious vehicle may only arise once in a lifetime, hence the desire to relish it a little longer. Unlike me, my boyfriend is poised to purchase a Lamborghini for me. Can you fathom that? Unable to contain herself, Tian Geng glanced at Zanan and remarked, "Is he the one?" Zanan sensed the disdain in Tian Geng's gaze, and irritation surged within him. He stepped forward and declared, "What? You doubt me? Do you know my status? I am the CEO of a publicly listed company. Acquiring a Lamborghini is as effortless as child's play. A woman like LV Cha is only worthy of a man of my caliber. You, a mere waste, wish to indulge in dreams beyond your reach. How laughable. Have you looked in a mirror lately?" Upon hearing Zanan's series of arrogant remarks, LV Cha felt a surge of satisfaction. "Indeed, my previous agreement to marry you was out of pity. I never anticipated your ungratefulness and desire to monopolize me. Now that I have finally liberated myself from your uselessness, I can enjoy my peace, and I owe you my gratitude. Being with a man as perfect as Nan is the life I aspire to. You'd better not leave just yet. When the car Nan ordered arrives, you will witness what true wealth looks like. The vehicle you scrounge together is merely a toy that can be acquired with a wave of the hand." At this point, Tian Geng felt a surge of anger rising within her, ready to explode, but then a thought struck her. The person who rented the car had also orchestrated this transaction and insisted on pretending it was a purchase. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. How enlightening. She looked at Zanan, revealing a mischievous smile. Zanan, noticing her expression, retorted angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Tian Geng shook her head and replied, "Nothing. By the way, ordering a Lamborghini isn't as casual as ordering takeout, is it?" LV Cha scoffed, "What do you know? High-end transactions often employ simple methods." Zanan shot a glance at LV Cha, thinking to himself, "How clever of you to jump in with answers. Now, I need not concoct excuses." Tian Geng smiled and said, "All right then, take your time waiting." LV Cha felt that Tian Geng seemed entirely unfazed, which irked her further. She coldly inquired, "By the way, what brings you here?" Tian Geng replied, "I'm here to return the car. After all, it's a rental." With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Zanan. Upon meeting her gaze, Zanan suddenly had a revelation. He had come to borrow a car, while Tiangong was there to return one. Could it be that he glanced at the Lamborghini displayed on the rental platform, which was indeed identical to the one before him? His expression changed dramatically. It must be that Tiangong's rental period had just ended, and he had rented it immediately after. Thus, the owner arranged for a seamless handover. Upon reaching this realization, he felt a surge of anxiety. After all, his vehicle was a rental, not an acquisition. Wouldn't that expose him? Thus, he addressed Lu Cha, saying, "Cha-cha, let us cease this idle chatter and depart. I shall treat you to ice cream." Unbeknownst to Lu Cha, who had not witnessed Tiangong's impotent fury, she was unwilling to concede. Consequently, she retorted to Zha Nan with irritation, "I don't want any." Zha Nan, flustered and sweating profusely, was at a loss. Lu Cha then turned to Tiangong and remarked, "Do not blame me for being heartless. Blame your own inadequacy. If you're like Zha Nan, who can purchase a car worth millions at whim, I would not treat you this way." Tiangong remained unperturbed, even suppressing a chuckle. He was no longer the sycophant he once was. "Oh, is that so?" His indifferent demeanor felt to Lu Cha like a fist hitting cotton. Zha Nan tugged at Lu Cha, urging, "Let us not linger. We must leave." Lu Cha retorted angrily, "What are you so anxious about?" Tiangong replied with a smile, "Because if we do not leave soon, you will discover that he has not purchased a car. He merely rented one from platform." Upon hearing Tiangong's words, Zha Nan's expression shifted dramatically. He glared at Tiangong, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Cha echoed, "Indeed. Do you suppose everyone in the world is as useless as you?" Tiangong continued to smile, producing his phone to reveal his chat history with Zha Nan. "See for yourself." Zha Nan's face morphed into one of disbelief. "How could my conversation with the car owner be on your phone?" Lu Cha, upon hearing this, turned to Zha Nan, questioning, "So this matter is indeed true?" Zha Nan, realizing he had let something slip, was momentarily at a loss for words. Tiangong answered Zha Nan's query, stating, "Because I am the car owner. This vehicle belongs to me." "What?" Both exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Cha widened her eyes, incredulously stating, "How could a pauper like you possibly afford such a car?" Zha Nan indignantly added, "You must know the owner and are deliberately trying to deceive me. This is infuriating." Lu Cha shot Zha Nan a glare, angrily rebuking, "How dare you speak? You deceitful scoundrel. I can't believe I trusted you." Having been deceived by Zha Nan multiple times, today she was genuinely furious, for this incident had caused her to lose face in front of Tiangong. Reflecting on her earlier mockery of Tiangong, she felt a flush of embarrassment. She had intended to witness Tiangong's humiliation, only to find herself the jester. "Ja, please allow me to explain. It is not as it seems. I do not wish to hear it. From this day forth, do not seek me out," Lu Cha declared, storming away in anger. "No, Ja, please don't leave. Cha, how can I live without you?" Zha Nan's desperate pleas mirrored those of Tiangong in the past. Observing this scene, Tiangong let out a cold laugh. "Mr. Zha Nan, will you still require a rental vehicle?" Zha Nan glared at Tiangu, fiercely declaring, "You think you're tough? Just wait this isn't over." With that menacing remark, he turned on his heel to pursue Lu Cha. Tiangu exhaled a sigh of relief, mused, "What a thrill. Is this what it feels like to slap someone in the face?" This thought inevitably led him to recall his cousin, Tang Wei. It was thanks to him that he could vent this pin-up frustration. The first transaction had failed, compelling Tiangu to return home. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback to find Lu Cha standing at his doorstep. Upon seeing him, she instantly adopted a pitiful demeanor and said, "Ah, Tiangu, you still love me, don't you? I've come to realize that I've always liked you." Just moments ago, she had come to this conclusion. Tiangu must be wealthy, merely masquerading as something else. How else could one explain that Lamborghini? Tiangu retorted coldly, "Get lost. I have no interest in someone as shallow as you." Lu Cha immediately shook her head, insisting, "It's not about the money. I've realized that your current demeanor is so commanding. I'm drawn to men like you." There was a hint of sincerity in her words. Her prior disdain for Tiangu stemmed from his excessive kindness, which had irked her. Tiangu was left speechless, muttering, "Are you a masochist or something?" Chapter 20. Don't panic. Just accelerate. Lu Cha continued, "I was blinded by Zha Nan before, which led me to wrong you. Please, forgive me." Tiangu scoffed dismissively, saying, "Nothing you say matters. Just leave." To his surprise, Lu Cha actually laid down on the ground, stating, "Fine. If you wanted to go, I'll roll away." With that, she began to roll off, all the while keeping an eye on Tiangu, thinking at this point, "You should be begging me to stay." Sure enough, Tiangu finally spoke up. Lu Cha was overjoyed, thinking, this guy is still under my thumb. However, Tiangu merely remarked, "Your clothes are smeared with dog feces." Meanwhile, Jianan, having been publicly humiliated by Tiangu, felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Thus, a nefarious idea began to brew in his mind. "So, Tiangu, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that thought, he made a phone call. "I hear you have a truck for sale at a low price. I'll take it." The voice on the other end replied, "Yes. Shall we meet to discuss the details?" They arranged a location, and Jianan soon arrived. "Hello, Mr. Jia." The other party greeted him warmly, but the title made Jianan feel slightly awkward. He examined the truck before him, commenting, "This is the one, right? It looks decent." His tone then shifted. "Why is the price so low? Has it been in a serious accident?" Upon hearing this, the seller's expression tightened, hesitating momentarily. Jianan discerned his concern and chuckled. "Don't worry, we all understand the market. My presence here indicates I'm prepared for whatever comes next." He was not interested in a vehicle that had never been in an accident. What he contemplated was purchasing a truck that had indeed met with calamity, seeking an opportunity to eliminate Tiangong, while cleverly attributing the blame to vehicle malfunction. Upon hearing Zainan's words, the counterpart felt reassured. Indeed, Zainan was a man of straightforward disposition. Thus, the counterpart decided to be forthright as well. It was true that this truck had been involved in two unfortunate incidents in quick succession, one collision with a motorcycle and another with a black sedan. Consequently, this vehicle had come to be regarded as a cursed harbinger of misfortune, leaving no one willing to drive it, thus forcing it to be sold at a bargain price. The truck Zainan intended to acquire was, without a doubt, the very victim that had been overturned twice by Tang Wei's modifications. Hearing the explanation, Zainan suppressed a chuckle. Was it truly so terrible to have caused two deaths? These individuals exhibited an extraordinary lack of courage. Zainan instinctively assumed that the casualties had been from the other party, while the truck side merely bore a streak of ill luck. He was oblivious to the bizarre fate that had befallen this unfortunate truck. With a grin, Zainan declared, "What cursed vehicle? I have never believed in such supernatural nonsense." The other party laughed in agreement. "Neither do I." Thus, the transaction proceeded seamlessly. Upon acquiring the truck, Zainan smirked coldly. "Tiangong, no matter how formidable your vehicle may be, it stands no chance against my truck." Meanwhile, Tang Wei found himself without work for several consecutive days. One day, his parents unexpectedly called. "Away, you are no longer a child. It is time to consider matters of a lifelong commitment." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei sensed impending trouble. As anticipated, they continued, "We have found a young lady for you, and her qualifications are quite commendable." Tang Wei hastily replied, "Mom, Dad, I am still young. There is no need to rush. While you may not be anxious, we are. Besides, even if you do not intend to marry, meeting her is hardly a loss." Tang Wei perfunctorily responded, all right, I will meet her when I have the time. No need to wait, it is now." She has already agreed to meet at XX restaurant before noon. Noon. Tang Wei glanced at the clock. It was already 11 o'clock. This meant he had to leave immediately. "You are far too hasty. I am unprepared." "Prepared for what? Just go." Reluctantly, Tang Wei acquiesced. Fine. Most likely it will not go well, but I shall go through the motions." It was a swift and decisive affair. Since his car had been borrowed by a neighbor's sister, Tang Wei could only take a taxi to his destination. To his astonishment, the vehicle he saw on the ride-hailing app was a Lamborghini. Lamborghinis were exceedingly rare, and who in their right mind would use one for ride-sharing? Tang Wei quickly recalled his cousin. Indeed, the vehicle arrived swiftly, and Tang Wei spotted Tian Go. "Cousin, did I not instruct you to rent out the car? Why are you operating as a ride-hailing service? This seems rather excessive." Upon seeing Tang Wei, Tian Go replied, "So it was you who summoned this vehicle. It's a long story. Let's discuss it inside." Tang Wei entered the car. As Tian Go drove, he explained, "I initially listed the car on a rental platform, but there were no takers. One day, I encountered a female internet celebrity who was hitchhiking. It turned out she gained 1 million followers by catching attention with various luxury cars. This sparked a revelation in me. If she could garner such popularity, why not leverage my Lamborghini to attract traffic? Thus, I embarked on live streaming while offering rides in my luxury vehicle. It is quite the appeal. Indeed, shortly after I began broadcasting, I amassed a significant following, receiving numerous tips daily, and various brands approached me for collaborations. This is far more enjoyable than a regular job. Tang Wei nodded, saying, "Cousin, you truly possess a keen business acumen. People delight in witnessing the astonishment of ordinary individuals when confronted by the understated opulence of the affluent, much like indulging in a gripping narrative." He then inquired, "By the way, did you eventually allow that internet celebrity to hitch a ride?" Tiango scoffed, "Of course not. If she desires a ride, she must pay for it. Just because she has a viral face does not grant her a free ride." Tang Wei mused, realizing that Tiango had indeed transformed from his former self. Subsequently, Tiango informed him that Jia Nen had rented his car from the platform. Tang Wei could no longer contain his laughter. These two are simply hilarious. At that moment, in the distance, a large truck was approaching, and its driver was none other than Jia Nan, who, upon spotting the Lamborghini ahead, wore a wicked grin. After a long wait, he finally saw his opportunity. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, charging toward Tiango's vehicle. Meanwhile, Tiango sensed the impending danger. "Oh no, what's wrong with that truck?" Tang Wei glanced at the vehicle, finding it oddly familiar. Upon recognizing the driver, his expression turned serious. "Isn't that Jia Nan? It appears he intends to crash into us." Tiango panicked, utterly flustered. Tang Wei quickly urged, "Do not panic. Just accelerate." Chapter 21. The cursed vehicle. Tiango's mind went blank, leaving no time for contemplation. He obediently pressed the accelerator as instructed. Unbeknownst to Jia Nan in the truck, he was racing toward his fate. How reckless to charge forward without slowing down. He was courting disaster. In no time, the two vehicles collided, producing a deafening sound. The truck predictably crumpled upon impact with Tiango's Lamborghini, and Jia Nan, propelled by inertia, crashed through the windshield and was flung onto the road, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the Lamborghini remained unscathed. The surrounding crowd swiftly took notice of the car accident. How could this happen again? Absurd, utterly absurd. Indeed, the ill-fated truck was the same one as before. The so-called cursed vehicle was not an exaggeration after all. At that moment, the dazed Zainin overheard the discussions and finally comprehended the meaning behind the cursed vehicle. It turned out that the malevolence was directed towards the truck's driver. His heart was engulfed by boundless regret and profound fear. After a considerable while, Tiango regained his senses, gazing incredulously at the scene before him, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? Why are we still alive?" Tang Wei replied calmly, "I told you, this vehicle has been modified. No car can collide with it and emerge unscathed." Tiango stared at Tang Wei in shock, rendered speechless. Soon, an ambulance and traffic police arrived. Upon spotting the familiar truck, the leading officer couldn't help but comment, "How could we encounter this old acquaintance again?" After explaining the situation to the police, Tiango and Tang Wei swiftly departed from that troublesome place. "Cousin, I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, Zainin might have truly caused my demise." Reflecting on the harrowing encounter, Tiango still felt a lingering dread. He never anticipated Zainin's callousness in attempting to run him down with the truck. Tang Wei remarked, "Zainin is suspected of murder. Even if he survives, he cannot escape imprisonment." Before long, they arrived at their destination. Tang Wei glanced at the time. Due to the earlier incident, they were now half an hour late. He entered the restaurant alone and located the reserved private room. To his surprise, it was quite crowded, leading him to question whether he had entered the wrong place. "May I ask who among you is Han Mimi?" Han Mimi was the blind date arranged by Tang Wei's parents. At that moment, a woman with an influencer's face, exuding arrogance, declared, "I am Han Mimi. You must be Tang Wei." Tang Wei then confirmed he had not made a mistake. "Yes, but they are." Tang Wei gestured towards the crowd surrounding him. Han Mimi continued, "This is my 7th aunt, this is my 8th aunt, and this is my 7th uncle's 3rd niece. They all know I'm here for a blind date and came to ensure my safety." Tang Wei felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Those who understood he was there for a date might think he was attending a family brawl. At that moment, a sharp-tongued woman inquired, "So you are Tang Wei? You were supposed to arrive at noon. Why are you half an hour late?" Tang Wei, disinterested in explaining the incident, casually replied, "There was traffic on the way. I apologize for keeping you waiting." The woman continued, "Traffic? What vehicle did you drive?" Tang Wei responded nonchalantly, "A Mazda." His little black car was indeed a Mazda. The woman burst into laughter. "We are all in Benzes and Rolls Royces, And you drove a Mazda. No wonder you were delayed. You have no right to be here for a blind date. Han Mimi intervened, saying, enough, we shouldn't be so materialistic. Let's not dwell on that, but rather order our dishes first. Though she uttered these words, Tang Wei could distinctly sense the disdain that Han Mimi harbored for him. He chuckled and replied, very well. Order freely. Let us sample the most exquisite dishes available. Upon hearing this, the surrounding relatives turned their gazes towards Tang Wei. Han Mimi's brow furrowed as she sternly remarked, Tang Wei, you must understand, this meal is on your tab. Tang Wei continued to smile, saying, indeed, it is of no concern. When I said to order freely, I meant it. Internally, he scoffed at the notion of footing the bill. With his declaration, he noticed the expressions of the relatives soften just a fraction. Subsequently, Han Mimi's relatives did not hold back, nearly ordering everything the establishment had to offer at the highest price. It was likely that this feast would cost upwards of 100,000. Tang Wei perused the prices with an air of calmness, which elicited a newfound respect from the relatives. Could it be that this young man was actually quite affluent? Han Mimi's tone softened as she inquired, all right, let us converse casually. How old are you and what do you do? With utmost seriousness, Tang Wei replied, I am 24 years old and I am currently studying car repair. I reside in a self-built 2-story home of 120 square meters with my parents, own a second-hand Mazda, and my income is rather unstable. That's all there is to it. Han Mimi was left speechless. The woman beside her interjected, is that all? What gave you the audacity to attend a matchmaking event? Tang Wei chose to disregard her comment and directed his attention back to Han Mimi. I have shared my details. What about you? In her heart, Han Mimi had already dismissed Tang Wei. However, since he had posed a question, she would not pass up the opportunity to showcase her superiority. I entered an elite kindergarten at the age of 3, became an exemplary student at 7, and at 10. Tang Wei interrupted, perhaps you could start from the creation of the universe? Clearing her throat, Han Mimi responded, if that is the case, I shall keep it brief. I graduated from a 3-year higher education institution that emphasizes practical vocational training and am currently engaged in the creation of real-time video content for the internet, boasting over 1 million clients. Tang Wei interjected, you could simply say you graduated from a vocational college, work as a streamer, and have 1 million followers, couldn't you? With a composed demeanor, Han Mimi retorted, you may interpret it in that manner. In any case, my profession falls within an emerging industry. Achieving my level categorizes me as a high-end talent, which creates a significant disparity between myself and individuals like you who belong to the lower strata. The relatives chimed in with flattery. Indeed, you may not be aware, but Mimi receives substantial rewards during her live streams. At this revelation, Tang Wei found the situation amusing. She paraded around with such airs, convincing herself to be a wealthy heiress, only to reveal herself as a mere streamer. Suddenly, he recalled his cousin Tiango's earlier words. Could Han Mimi truly be the internet celebrity who amassed 1 million followers through streaming while flaunting luxury cars? After all, she and her motley group of relatives hardly seemed the type who could afford a Rolls-Royce, despite their claims of arriving in one. Reflecting upon this, everything suddenly makes perfect sense. Han Mimi gazed at Tang Wei, lost in thought, and inquired, hey, what is wrong with you? Tang Wei shook his head and replied, it's nothing, I just need to use the restroom. With nothing pressing at the moment, it was indeed time for him to make his escape. A woman like Han Mimi was beyond his capacity to endure. To his surprise, the woman let out a cold huff and remarked, using the restroom? You're not thinking of slipping away, are you? You promised to pay the bill. Tang Wei chuckled and said, if you're worried about me running off, you're welcome to follow me. The woman was left speechless in her indignation. Chapter 22. I've repaired your vehicle. Tang Wei ambled into the restroom nonchalantly. Shortly thereafter, everyone in the private room sprang into action, stationed themselves at the restroom door. Several patrons who intended to use the facilities were so frightened by the commotion that they opted to find relief on other floors. Mimi, should we go in to prevent him from jumping out the window? One person suggested. Han Mimi glanced at the speaker and replied, you're overthinking it. This is the 8th floor. The others nodded in agreement, realizing the logic behind her words. As long as they blocked Tang Wei's escape routes, he wouldn't be able to flee unless he intended to remain in the restroom for eternity. Tang Wei reached the restroom and opened the window. Indeed, he was planning to leap. However, he certainly wouldn't do so barehanded. After all, he was Spider-Man and lacked extraordinary skills. At that moment, Tang Wei looked outside and saw a flying car approaching him. Yes, it was his vehicle, Little Black. Previously, while in the car with Tianhua, a neighbor had messaged him to inform him that the car had been returned and was parked in front of the repair shop. Thus, he used his phone to remotely summon Little Black from the repair shop to the restaurant. In no time, Little Black and Tang Wei were within close proximity. Any closer, and the rotor would collide with the building. At that moment, the door of Little Black swung open, and a rope with a hard object at its end was launched through the window. Tang Wei grasped the rope, secured it around his body, and then directly leaped out of the window. Subsequently, he climbed back into the car via the rope. After completing this daring maneuver, he exhaled deeply. Goodness, that was exhilarating. Although the operation sounded straightforward, the actual execution was quite daunting, especially since Tang Wei was no professional. He was truly taking a risk to avoid paying the bill. Of course, it wasn't due to a lack of funds. He still had plenty left from Jin Xiao. The primary reason was that Han Mimi and her entourage of affluent relatives were simply intolerable, and there was no need to give them any advantage, while also relishing the opportunity to retaliate. Meanwhile, Han Mimi, noticing that Tang Wei had yet to emerge, began to panic. Would he really have run off? Would he? Let us go in and check. Han Mimi hesitated for a moment before agreeing. All right. Without any regard for the fact that it was the men's restroom, the group boldly entered. At that moment, a man who was using the facilities was taken aback by the sudden influx of people. "Oh!" he exclaimed, covering his face in shock. Han Mimi stepped forward and slapped the man, angrily exclaiming, "Get lost, you filthy scoundrel." The man, somewhat perplexed, muttered something about her being insane before departing. At that moment, the restroom was devoid of any other patrons. They commenced a thorough search, yet after an extensive search, they found no trace of Tang Wei. Indeed, he had fled. We had been vigilantly watching the entrance. How had he managed to escape? Was it truly through a window? A wave of anxiety washed over the group. At this juncture, the woman who had been confronting Tang Wei suddenly slapped her forehead and declared, "I know where Tang Wei is." Han Mimi, upon hearing this, hastily inquired, "Where?" The woman replied, "There's no time. I must pursue him. You all stay here." With that, she dashed away. Observing her hurried departure, the others quickly reacted, exclaiming, "I know too. We're going after him. Mimi, you wait for us." "Wait, don't go." Han Mimi chased after the crowd, only to be halted by a store clerk. "Miss, you haven't settled your bill. Your total comes to 514 yuan. Would you prefer to pay in cash or by card?" Upon hearing this figure, Han Mimi nearly fainted. Meanwhile, Tang Wei had successfully returned home. Just then, his parents called. "Away, how was your blind date today?" Tang Wei couldn't help but vent his frustrations. "Mom, Dad, where on earth did you find this blind date? Who are these people?" He recounted his recent experiences, adding, "Shouldn't we at least assess the character of the other party first?" Tang Wei's parents on the other end of the line seemed somewhat embarrassed. "We truly apologize. It was a mistake. We'll be more cautious next time." Tang Wei sighed, saying, "Forget about next time. I'll just leave it to fate." After exchanging a few more words, he hung up. Subsequently, Tang Wei returned to the routine of awaiting business. The last time he modified his cousin's vehicle, he accumulated a total of 3,000 experience points. This meant he was merely 400 points away from advancing to level 5. One day, a seemingly earnest, middle-aged man entered the repair shop. "Is your boss here?" Tang Wei patiently explained, "I am the boss. Do you need a vehicle repaired?" The man appeared surprised and then asked, "Oh, can you repair large trucks?" Tang Wei nodded, replying, "Yes, I can fix anything. Just bring the train over." The man, upon hearing this, became somewhat excited, but then suddenly his demeanor shifted to one of despondency. Tang Wei noticed his change in mood and said, "Sir, feel free to share what's on your mind." The man sighed, saying, "Alas, my name is Lu Laosher, and I transport goods for a living. Just a few days ago, I saw a large truck being auctioned on an auction platform. Although this vehicle has been involved in an accident and requires repairs upon purchase, its remarkably low price compelled me to make a decisive acquisition. To my astonishment, upon receiving the truck, I visited several repair shops, only to be met with expressions of sheer horror as they recoiled at the sight of my vehicle, claiming it to be a cursed and malevolent machine, refusing to undertake any repairs. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei suddenly recalled something. A cursed and malevolent vehicle? Was it not the very unfortunate truck that had been overturned thrice by his own modifications? What a peculiar coincidence. Noticing Tang Wei's demeanor, Lu Laoshi grew somewhat anxious. Young brother, have you also heard the rumors of the cursed vehicle? If you're unwilling to repair it, I shall not press you. Tang Wei chuckled and replied, Cursed vehicle? Such nonsense. I will repair your truck. Indeed, this large truck held a significant connection to him. Were it not for Tang Wei, it would not have earned the ominous title of a cursed vehicle. Lu Laoshi was once again filled with excitement upon hearing this. Really? That is splendid. I shall have the tow truck bring my large truck here at once. Before long, the truck was towed to the repair shop's entrance. As Tang Wei caressed the battered front of the truck, he mused silently, You are truly unfortunate, having faced calamity thrice. How do you expect the other trucks in your league to regard you? They will surely mock you for eternity. A smile crept onto his lips as he spoke to himself. But worry not, for I shall restore your lost dignity. He scanned the entire truck with his system and subsequently devised a transformation plan. In truth, had it not encountered his modifications, the truck would be virtually invincible on the road. Of course, this assumes that the driver does not recklessly slam on the brakes. In the event of an emergency stop, the cargo within would lurch forward due to inertia, posing a threat to the driver's safety, particularly with heavy items like steel coils and pipes. Hence, there exists a saying, better to starve than to haul coils, better to perish than to transport pipes. Tang Wei resolved to modify the unfortunate truck, not only ensuring its own safety, but also minimizing the potential harm to pedestrians and other vehicles in the event of an accident. After all, not every vehicle has undergone Tang Wei's enhancements. Chapter 23. The Dignity of the Truck. Soon, Lu Laoshi's truck, having undergone Tang Wei's modifications, experienced a remarkable transformation. Externally, it appeared unchanged. However, this vehicle, even when fully loaded and making a sudden stop on the highway, would encounter no mishaps. Do not inquire about the underlying principles. Simply attribute it to advanced technology. Additionally, this truck was equipped with formidable anti-rollover capabilities. Collision avoidance had become a hallmark of Tang Wei's creations, so it need not be reiterated here. There were also measures in place to protect pedestrians. If the system detected individuals or vehicles ahead during operation, the truck would automatically engage the brakes to ensure their safety. Certainly, if someone were to recklessly crash into a large truck, Tang Wei would be utterly powerless. Ding! Modification complete. You have gained 1,500 experience points. Your level has risen to level 5. You require 49,900 experience points to reach the next level. Tang Wei let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally leveled up. Thankfully, the experience gained solely from modifications was sufficient to elevate him to level 5, providing an excess of 100 experience points. Had it been slightly less, he would have had to wait for the truck to attract attention to earn subsequent experience points for leveling up. After a moment of exhilaration, Tang Wei regained his composure. It was time to attend to business and contact Lu Laoshi. Soon, Lu Laoshi arrived at the shop, visibly excited to hear that Tang Wei had swiftly repaired his vehicle. I cannot thank you enough. Young man, I never expected such efficiency, he exclaimed. Then, looking around, he inquired, Where are the mechanics? I must express my gratitude to them. Tang Wei felt a bit awkward and replied, There are no other staff here. It's a small business, just me. What? Lu Laoshi exclaimed, staring at Tang Wei in disbelief. You did this all by yourself? Tang Wei nodded, assuring him, Yes, rest assured, the repair is flawless. Lu Laoshi responded, I certainly trust your skills, but it's impressive that you managed to complete it so quickly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Laoshi drove away. Once Lu Laoshi departed, Tang Wei could hardly contain his excitement. System, can I now transform my vehicle into a transformer? To his surprise, the system replied, No, while your level is sufficient. You lack the necessary technology. Tang Wei nearly sputtered in frustration. What a crafty trick. I never anticipated the system would have its own schemes. After a moment of venting his irritation, Tang Wei asked, How can I acquire the relevant technology? The system responded, You must first unlock the micronuclear power device and apply it. Tang Wei replied, That sounds manageable. I will create the micronuclear power device to install in my vehicle. The system further explained, The micronuclear power device must be applied to an unmodified non-host device to unlock the transformer modification technology. Tang Wei felt another wave of exasperation. An unmodified non-host device? So, I need to install a nuclear power device on someone else's vehicle? This is utterly absurd. Nevertheless, he decided it was worth a try. Meanwhile, Lou Lauscher quickly received a new order to transport a load of rebar to another city. During the journey, a small car suddenly darted out from nowhere, blocking the path of a large truck. Lou Lauscher was taken aback. The onlookers around were filled with dread. This little car is doomed. Lou Lauscher contemplated hitting the brakes, but his co-driver, Old Wong, intervened. Are you mad? If you brake, we'll all be in danger. At this very moment, it seemed as though the scene with Li Xing and Lu Dehai was being vividly replayed. However, Lou Lauscher was neither Li Xing nor Lu Dehai. He spoke with great difficulty. If I were to crash into it like this, I would bear a lifelong burden of guilt. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly pressed the brake, even if he could not save the other party and lost his own life in the process. At least he could take solace in the effort he made, with a clear conscience. Co-driver, you are so noble, so remarkable. But I am innocent. If it were an ordinary freight truck, the cabin would have long been pierced by the steel bars from behind. Yet, this scenario did not unfold. The massive truck came to a smooth halt, so stable that it felt eerie. It was as if the truck had not been hurtling down the highway just moments before, but rather that it was merely an illusion. They could not even spot any skid marks on the road. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was happening? They stared intently at the truck, and suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, isn't that the infamous, cursed vehicle that everyone has been talking about?" Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly grasped the situation. So that was it. With this revelation, the scene before them seemed less bizarre. Indeed, this truck had always been shrouded in mystery. It must have braked to avoid being smashed by the smaller car. Ha. Lou Lauscher and the co-driver finally came to their senses, pinching each other's cheeks to ensure they were not dreaming. Meanwhile, the occupants of the small car were merely a group of aimless youths who had rented a vehicle for leisure. Due to their lack of skill, they inadvertently found themselves facing the freight truck. As they saw the enormous vehicle approaching, they assumed their fate was sealed. To their astonishment, the speeding truck came to a sudden stop. It felt as if they had been granted a second chance at life. How wonderful, what a false alarm. Thank goodness the truck halted. At that moment, someone remarked, "Hey, isn't that the legendary cursed vehicle?" What cursed vehicle? The one that was toppled by a motorcycle, then by a small car, and finally by a sports car? Oh, so it is that one. The group, lacking any sense of safety, not only refrained from driving away, but instead indulged in gossip. So, this truck was afraid of being wrecked by us, prompting its emergency stop? It must be so. Otherwise, any other freight truck would have just passed by. At this juncture, the spirited driver chuckled and said, "Cursed vehicle? I am eager to see if it is as fragile as the legends claim." Ayang, are you suggesting the others, upon hearing the spirited driver's words, did not intervene, but rather became excited? After all, overturning a freight truck sounded like an incredibly thrilling endeavor. These aimless youths were always in search of some exhilarating activity. Thus, the small car suddenly accelerated, charging towards the freight truck. Lou Lauscher found himself at a loss upon witnessing the scene unfold before him, despite having applied the brakes. Why had the other party rushed towards him? The onlookers seemed to grasp the intentions of the small vehicle, all eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Alas, it appeared that the large truck was about to face misfortune once more. However, what transpired in the next moment took everyone by surprise. The small car collided with the truck, its front crumpling into a mangled wreck, while the truck remained utterly unscathed. Logically, this outcome was expected. Yet this was the fabled, cursed vehicle. Shouldn't it have suffered the most damage? At that moment, the large truck finally regained the dignity it had lost. Chapter 24. Is this not an injustice to an innocent man? The group of youths inside the car clearly did not anticipate this turn of events. They were thrown into disarray by the tremendous impact. Once the driver regained his senses and gazed upon the wrecked small car, he was left on the verge of tears. What a disaster. This was a rented vehicle. How much would it cost to repair it? Who told you to recklessly crash into a truck? Exactly. This is not our fault. Do not expect us to pay. You lot. Lou Lauscher snapped back to reality and hurriedly exited the vehicle to assess the situation of the other party. Upon seeing him approach, the young men grew increasingly anxious. Surely, he wouldn't seek to confront us, would he? To their astonishment, Lou Lauscher stepped before them and inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" This unexpected kindness left the occupants of the car taken aback. The driver, noticing Lou Lauscher's amiable demeanor, devised a cunning plan. With a fierce countenance, he retorted, "Are you blind? How would you drive like that? Our car is wrecked because of you." unless we receive compensation of at least 100,000 or 80,000. This matter will not end here. Additionally, there are my brother's claims for emotional distress. The others chimed in, indeed, we were nearly killed. Hurry up and pay us, and we'll let this matter rest. Lu Laoshi was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that his genuine concern would lead to such extortion. Moreover, had they not been the ones who crashed into him? He had even risked his life to brake suddenly, and now he pondered what sort of individuals he had saved. In an instant, Lu Laoshi steeled himself. He nodded and said, very well, I will compensate you. Wait here while I retrieve the money from my vehicle. A wave of excitement surged through the group. They hadn't expected this honest man to be so easily taken advantage of. The surrounding spectators were incensed by the unfolding drama. How could these individuals behave in such a manner? Was this not an egregious case of bullying an innocent person? It was utterly unbearable. This was blatant fraud. I must call the police. Despite the condemnation from the onlookers, the group inside the car felt no shame whatsoever. They were merely waiting for Lu Laoshi to bring them the money. Suddenly, they noticed the large truck beginning to move, and all at once, realization struck them. Goodness, is it attempting to silence witnesses? The group hastily scrambled out of the vehicle. Lu Laoshi certainly would not truly harm them. For sacrificing his future for a few scoundrels is hardly worthwhile. A group of young men attempted to leave the scene, yet they were surrounded by the onlookers. What are you doing? Step aside. Dare to block my path. Do you wish to perish? Their words grew increasingly fierce, yet faced with such a multitude, they hesitated to act rashly. Before long, the traffic police arrived. Upon seeing the officers, the youths feigned innocence. Officer, we were struck by a large truck. He intends to kill us, to silence us. You must deliver justice. To their surprise, the officer scoffed, saying, enough with the theatrics. We have witnessed the entire incident through the surveillance cameras. The youth's expressions shifted dramatically. The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter. At that moment, one officer approached the truck, astonished. Goodness, how is it this vehicle again? Others turned to look, wondering. Based on previous experiences, it was expected that the truck would bear damages, yet today it appeared entirely unscathed, leaving them somewhat unsettled. Then, Lu Laoshi emerged from his vehicle, recounting the events as they transpired. One of the officers admonished the youths, you lot, lacking in knowledge and purpose, have resorted to extortion. It is nothing short of disgraceful. The truck driver risked his life, braking in a perilous situation. He is your savior. Yet, instead of gratitude, you attempt to extort him. Are you even human? I am truly embarrassed for you. Upon hearing this, the youths bowed their heads. We apologize. We understand our mistakes and shall not repeat them. Indeed, we shall sincerely repent and amend our ways. The officer, with a serious demeanor, replied, your acknowledgement is commendable, but the matter is far from simple. You're not only suspected of reckless driving, but also of extortion. You shall reflect on your actions from within a prison cell. The youth's faces turned ashen upon hearing this. The crowd, upon learning the outcome, erupted into applause. Indeed, justice is served. I believe this is insufficient. They knowingly targeted a vulnerable truck, intentionally attempting to cause harm. This verges on premeditated murder. Yes, they must face severe consequences. With the unruly youths taken away, the matter finally reached a resolution. It was only then that Lu Laoshi remembered to inspect his vehicle. To his astonishment, not a single scratch marred the areas of impact. The entire vehicle remained immaculate. Upon further inspection, everything else was in perfect condition, and not a single rebar had fallen from within the truck. This left him greatly astonished. He couldn't help but recall the moment he had slammed on the brakes. He had felt nothing inside the vehicle. Such an experience was utterly illogical. He muttered to himself, could it be that this is not a cursed vehicle, but rather a divinely protected one? The passenger in the front seat replied, I understand now. Only a person with a kind heart like yours would receive such protection. The previous owners of the vehicle harbored ill intentions. Lu Laoshi suddenly grasped the truth, finding some merit in his words. Meanwhile, after several days of diligent effort, Tang Wei had finally crafted a miniature nuclear power device. He gazed at the seemingly inconspicuous box before him, unable to contain his excitement. Within this small container lay the pinnacle of human technological advancement. The impact it would have on the world was beyond imagination. With this invention, one would no longer need to pay for electricity. If the system were to hear Tang Wei's words, it would likely be infuriated enough to initiate self-destruction. At that moment, someone approached. Tang Wei quickly concealed the miniature nuclear device. "Is anyone there?" he asked, stepping forward. "Yes," the newcomer replied. "I need my electric bike repaired." The individual was a middle-aged woman, pushing her electric bicycle. She lamented, "For some reason, my bike runs out of power after just a kilometer. I have to charge it several times a day, which is a hassle. I need to pick up my son from school. I could manage it before, but now it dies on the road." Understanding her plight, Tang Wei responded, "It might be a faulty battery. I can replace it for you." Upon uttering those words, a bold idea struck him. The woman continued, "Last time I had it repaired, the mechanic also replaced the battery. Initially, it ran longer, but before long, the duration shortened again. I hope you can provide me with a more durable battery. Otherwise, picking up my child will be quite inconvenient." Tang Wei reassured her with a smile. "Rest assured, the battery I replace will be more durable than any other." Indeed, he planned to install the nuclear power device directly into her electric bike. Chapter 25. The Power of Maternal Love, seeing the conviction in Tang Wei's demeanor. The woman chose to trust him. After handing over her bike, she departed. Watching her retreating figure, Tang Wei was reminded of his own mother. In his childhood, he too was transported to school by his mother on an electric bike. There was a time when the bike unexpectedly ran out of power, and his mother had to push it for several kilometers. Tang Wei quickly returned to the present. Comparing the size of the miniature nuclear device to that of the bike's battery, they were indeed similar enough to fit inside. However, out of professional habit, he made slight modifications to the bike. Naturally, the exterior remained largely unchanged. Before long, the woman returned to the shop, and Tang Wei informed her that the bike had been repaired. She wished to lift the seat to check if the battery had indeed been replaced. To her astonishment, she discovered that the lock would not open. Tang Wei explained, "I have heard that lately electric bike batteries in our city have been frequently stolen. Thus, I thought it prudent to install a lock for you, making it less susceptible to theft. If it were an ordinary battery, it wouldn't matter, but this is a nuclear power device. If by misfortune a thoughtless thief were to make off with it, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, I have reinforced the battery's position." The woman, upon hearing this, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much, young master. Your consideration is truly commendable. I shall surely recommend your services to my relatives and friends." Tang Wei smiled and replied, "It's nothing." The woman then produced a business card, saying, "My name is Zhang Xiaoli, residing at building number 2 in Fondo Garden. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out." After saying this, Zhang Xiaoli rode away on her bike. Upon returning home, Zhang Xiaoli discovered that the battery still had ample charge, indicating that the newly replaced battery was indeed quite durable. Unbeknownst to her, the battery level display was merely decorative. This vehicle could run until it was beyond repair. At that moment, she glanced at the time. School is about to let out. I must go pick up my son Tutu. With that, Zhang Xiaoli set off once more on her electric bike towards her son's school. After collecting her child, she was on her way home when they passed a convenience store. Suddenly, Tutu exclaimed, "Mom, I want ice cream." Zhang Xiaoli looked at him affectionately and replied, "All right, I'll buy you some, but don't wander off." She parked her bike and went into the store to purchase the ice cream. After paying, she was taken aback when the cashier informed her that each ice cream cost 66 yuan. Nevertheless, seeing Tutu's eager expression, she felt it was worth it. Enduring a bit of hardship herself was inconsequential. She was determined to provide the best for her child. Just as she completed the transaction, a man suddenly snatched Tutu from the seat of the bike and shoved him into a car parked by the roadside. "Tutu!" Zhang Xiaoli gasped in horror and rushed forward to intervene. However, the assailants acted swiftly, and the car soon roared to life. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoli mounted her electric bike and pursued them. "Mommy, I want my mommy. You villains, let me go." Tutu cried out in distress from the vehicle. Inside, a man dressed in black coldly remarked, "Shut up. If you make another sound, I'll kill you." At the sound of his threat, Tutu fell silent. The men then began discussing their next move. It turned out that they were human traffickers, specializing in the abduction of children. As they spoke, the man in the passenger seat noticed something amiss. Glancing into the rearview mirror, he exclaimed, "Oh no, his mother's chasing us on an electric bike." The driver scoffed dismissively, "A minor issue. I'll shake her off in no time." With that, he accelerated, thinking it naive for an old electric bike to pursue them. As Zhang Xiaoli watched the trafficker's vehicle recede into the distance, desperation surged within her. She quickened her pace, soon realizing that her electric bike was outpacing several moving cars. It was the first time she had comprehended the remarkable speed her bike could achieve. Undoubtedly, this was all thanks to Tang Wei. "You scoundrels, release my son at once," she shouted, cursing at the vehicle ahead as she pursued it. The driver of the sedan, glancing into the rearview mirror at Zhang Xiaoli, was taken aback. "How is this possible? I'm already traveling at 100 kilometers per hour, he exclaimed. As her electric bike drew ever closer, the passenger in the front seat urged, "Focus on the road. Accelerate. We need to shake her off." Understood. The sedan surged forward once more, and Zhang Xiaoli matched its speed. However, Tang Wei had merely made some casual modifications to the bike, which still couldn't achieve astonishing velocities. Thus, once it reached a certain speed, it could not accelerate further. Meanwhile, the sedan also ceased its acceleration. The passenger turned to the driver, insisting, "Keep accelerating. We must lose this troublesome woman." The driver, drenched in sweat, replied, "It's no use. We've hit the limit." "What?" The passenger's brow furrowed. "No matter, just maintain this speed. The electric bike has also reached its limit. Soon enough, its battery will be depleted." The driver nodded, affirming, "Indeed, we're running on a full tank. How could that electric bike's meager range compete with ours?" However, after some time, both men sensed something was amiss. Typically, an electric bike would have run out of power by now. What was going on? That wretched bike was still maintaining its speed. Zhang Xiaoli also noticed the anomaly. Even with a new battery, it should not be running this long without depleting. Perhaps it was the power of maternal love at work. She dismissed any further thoughts, attributing everything to mystical forces, and continued her pursuit. Unbeknownst to her, she had chased the sedan through several cities. Goodness, is this electric bike on steroids? It's astonishing. The occupants of the sedan began to panic. After a considerable time, the driver realized the fuel gauge was nearing empty. "Brother, we're almost out of gas." "What?" The passenger could no longer contain himself. "We've burned through a full tank, and that electric bike is still running. This is absurd." Scanning their surroundings, a sinister expression crossed his face. "Let us stop and deal with her." The driver was taken aback. "Are you serious? What other choice do we have?" Consequently, the sedan gradually came to a halt. The passenger exited the vehicle, angrily confronting Zhang Xiaoli. "Damn it, it was just one child we took. Why the fuss?" Zhang Xiaoli exclaimed with fury, "You wretched bastards. Bereft of maternal understanding, would never grasp the significance of a child's bond with their mother." Enraged, one of the men retorted, "Dare to insult me? You seek your demise." With that, he brandished a dagger and lunged at her. Yet, Zhang Xiaoli remained unperturbed. In a swift and fluid motion, she seized the man's knife and executed a perfect shoulder throw, rendering him unconscious. The fluidity of her movements was akin to a flowing river. How could this be possible? Witnessing this spectacle, another man immediately capitulated. Chapter 26. A stealthy theft. Upon entering the vehicle, Zhang Xiaoli beheld the tightly bound Tutu, igniting a surge of unbridled anger within her. As Tutu caught sight of her mother, he could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears. "Mama, I thought I would never see you again. Woe is me." Zhang Xiaoli embraced Tutu, reassuring him, "Fear not, Tutu, for I am here." She then untied the ropes binding Tutu and secured the two men before promptly calling the authorities. Having completed these tasks, a thought suddenly struck her. She retrieved a 66 yuan ice cream purchased from a convenience store from her pocket, astonished to find it still unmelting. For a moment, she hesitated, uncertain whether to allow Tutu to indulge in it. Soon after, the relevant personnel arrived. Upon witnessing the two burly men firmly restrained, alongside a seemingly defenseless woman, they were momentarily taken aback. "Are you the one who called the police?" one of them inquired hesitantly. Zhang Xiaoli affirmed, "Indeed, I have apprehended these two traffickers. Please take them away promptly." Their expressions morphed into one of astonishment. Recognizing her extraordinary strength, they proceeded to take her statement. When they learned that Zhang Xiaoli had pursued her quarry from over 500 kilometers away in City A, their faces displayed incredulity. "Ms. Zhang, are you certain you Haven team has spoken? City A is over 500 kilometers from here. Did you truly chase them on an electric bike?" Reflecting on their words, Zhang Xiaoli began to contemplate. Indeed, how could an ordinary electric bike endure such a lengthy journey? To attribute it to metaphysical forces seemed rather implausible. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Could it be the battery that Tang Wei had replaced for her? It must be that. I did not err. My electric bike is unlike any other, she asserted. While seemingly inconsequential, they did not press the matter further. Once everything was settled, Zhang Xiaoli summoned a vehicle, taking Tutu and her electric bike back to City A. It was not that she doubted the bike's ability to return her, but rather that she was unfamiliar with the route. Moreover, her pursuit had relied solely on sheer willpower, and now that Tutu was safe, she lacked the energy to ride the electric bike back. In the vehicle, after charging her depleted phone, Zhang Xiaoli called her husband Hu Yingjun to report her safety. Upon hearing that she was unharmed, Hu Yingjun exhaled in relief. Once they returned home, tranquility was restored. Late into the night, the Tandu Garden community lay in serene silence, until a sinister figure emerged beneath the carport, clad in a long black coat, with disheveled hair and a face adorned with striking stubble. He fixated intently on an electric bicycle, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. His presence today would surely incite a tempest of chaos within Tandu Garden. Had anyone been present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as the infamous thief of batteries, known in the underworld as Che Guevara. His true name, Joda, was linked to several recent battery thefts in City A, and today, Tandu Garden was his target. In a flash, he swiftly pilfered the batteries from several bicycles. However, upon attempting to steal one particular electric bicycle, he sensed something amiss. Gazing intently at the vehicle, for the first time, astonishment crossed his features. Despite his extensive experience in thievery across various regions, he encountered a battery that proved exceptionally challenging to steal. This bicycle was fortified with layers of protection, and even his adept lock-picking skills faltered. He pondered who would expend such effort to secure a battery, suspecting that the protective measures might be costlier than the battery itself. Indeed, the bicycle that vexed Joda was Zhang Xiaoli's, modified by Tang Wei to include a miniature nuclear power unit, thus rendering it impervious to theft. Nevertheless, Joda was no ordinary thief. The greater the challenge, the more intrigued he became. After several futile attempts, he realized he could abscond with the entire bicycle. Yet, he adhered to his principle, to steal batteries, not bicycles. As time slipped away, Joda reluctantly decided to retreat for the moment. However, he would not abandon his quest for this battery. Leaving behind a note, he vanished into the night. The following day, Zhang Xiaoli and her family descended to find a crowd gathered, engaged in animated discussion. Tutu approached their neighbor, Grandpa Nyo, and inquired with curiosity, "Grandpa Nyo, what are you all doing?" Grandpa Nyo turned to see Zhang Xiaoli's family and replied indignantly, "I'm furious. Our batteries have been stolen by that despicable thief." "What?" Zhang Xiaoli gasped in shock, hastening to inspect her electric bicycle, only to discover that she could not open the base, as Tang Wei had not provided her with a key. However, this realization brought her comfort. If she could not unlock it, the thief would surely be unable to steal the battery. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the note left by Joda. "You have made me taste failure for the first time, but I shall not concede. I have decided to procure your battery. Not even Jesus can prevent it, I declare." Zhou, that audacious individual, is indeed a force to reckon with. Zhang Xiaoli pondered, bemused by the brazen nature of this so-called Zhou. Upon reciting the contents of the note, the expression of those present morphed into one of alarm. "It is he, the infamous battery thief, Guevara." Zhang Xiaoli, unfamiliar with this name, inquired, "Who is this person?" The crowd began to recount Zhou's notorious exploits. After listening, Zhang Xiaoli remarked, "So, it appears we are utterly incapable of apprehending this elusive figure." Nods of agreement followed, affirming her sentiment of misfortune. Suddenly, a realization struck them. Wait, why has Xiaoli's vehicle not been stolen? This car seems impervious even to Zhou's nefarious grasp. How extraordinarily secure it must be. Which brand is it? I shall procure one as well. Zhang Xiaoli replied candidly. It is merely an ordinary electric bike. However, I had the battery replaced at a repair shop, where a young mechanic modified it for enhanced security. Upon hearing this, the others expressed their desire to visit Tang Wei's repair shop to upgrade their batteries for added safety. Certainly, I shall lead the way, Zhang Xiaoli offered. Fortuitously, it was the weekend, and none had to attend to work, so they all accompanied her to Tang Wei's establishment. Tang Wei was taken aback by the sudden influx of patrons. In the midst of the crowd, he spotted a somewhat familiar face. "Young master, it's me, Zhang Xiaoli." She greeted him warmly. Tang Wei responded, "Ms. Zhang, what brings so many of you here?" With a sigh, Zhang Xiaoli explained, "Alas, our community has been targeted by thieves, and batteries have been pilfered." Tang Wei was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Batteries have been stolen. Those are no ordinary batteries. Should anything untoward occur, the consequences would be dire." Chapter 27. Is it necessary to deploy such high-tech measures to steal an electric bike? Nevertheless, Tang Wei mused, considering the formidable security he had implemented on the electric bikes. Surely, they would be beyond the reach of ordinary thieves. Thus, he regained his composure. "Was your vehicle also stolen?" he inquired. Zhang Xiaoli shook her head, responding, "No, thankfully. Thanks to your exceptional repairs, even the legendary battery thief could not prevail." Tang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as Zhang Xiaoli's bike remained safe, all was well. Zhang Xiaoli continued, "However, these others have suffered losses, so I thought it prudent to have you assist them in replacing their batteries, ideally enhancing their theft deterrent measures like my own." Tang Wei nodded affirmatively. "Of course. That is no problem." Consequently, a throng of individuals wheeled their electric bikes into the repair shop. "Young master, we entrust this task to you. Please ensure the batteries are of superior quality. Thank you in advance." The crowd chimed in, each expressing their hopes and concerns. Tang Wei gazed at the multitude of vehicles before him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It seemed that the plan to transform them into Autobots would be delayed once more. He muttered to himself, what sort of thief could have stolen so many cars at once? Upon hearing this, old Neo interjected, "The one who pilfered our batteries is none other than the infamous battery thief, Zhou. This individual is elusive and employs cunning methods. To this day, no one has managed to capture him." Tang Wei's interest was piqued at this revelation. "Is he truly so extraordinary?" he inquired. The others chimed in, "Indeed. Moreover, this man is exceedingly arrogant. Just yesterday, he attempted to steal Zhang Xiaoli's battery but failed, leaving behind a note proclaiming that he would succeed sooner or later." Tang Wei's brow furrowed. Such audacity cannot be tolerated, he thought to himself, feeling a twinge of skepticism. If this enigmatic figure was determined to steal, his own security measures might not suffice. Thus, to safeguard the miniature nuclear power device from theft, Tang Wei resolved to apprehend the battery thief. Turning to Zhang Xiaoli, he asked, "Ms. Zhang, does this mean the battery thief will strike again?" Understanding his implication, she replied, "I see. I'll lay in wait nearby to catch him." "Precisely," he affirmed. However, the fact that this thief has repeatedly evaded capture indicates he possesses significant skill. Acting recklessly could be perilous. I advise you to stay back. His meaning was clear. This situation was fraught with danger, and it would be best for her to refrain from involvement. Nearby, Hu Ingjun, overhearing the exchange, chuckled wryly. "Little brother, you may be misunderstanding something," he said. Confused, Tang Wei asked, "What do you mean?" "My mother is quite formidable," Hu boasted. "Just yesterday, she rescued me from a group of villains." Old Neo nodded in agreement. "Yes, Xiaoli is quite impressive." Zhang Xiaoli humbly replied, "Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. I can only take on a few burly men at a time." Tang Wei was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhang Xiaoli to be so skilled. "Ah, I see. Then let us join forces to capture this battery thief." Indeed, the group responded in unison. At that moment, Hu Ingjun expressed his confusion. "Little brother, logically, this matter doesn't concern you. Why are you so eager to catch the battery thief?" Feeling somewhat awkward, Tang Wei could not simply admit that he wished to protect his nuclear power device from being stolen. Instead, he fabricated a reason, stating, "Because my own battery-powered vehicle has also been stolen, and I cannot forgive him." It turned out they all shared a common plight. Before long, they devised a plan for the capture. As night descended, a figure reappeared in the dump flower garden community. Today's Zhoda, compared to before, carried a toolbox in his hands. He seemed to sense something in the air and smiled to himself, muttering, "It appears to be particularly lively here today." This revelation shocked those lying in ambush nearby. Had they been exposed? However, Zhoda did not hastily depart. Instead, he made his way toward the bicycle shed. At that moment, all the electric bikes in the shed had been sent to Tang Wei's repair shop, leaving only Zhang Xiaoli's electric bike standing forlornly to one side. Zhoda crouched before the electric bike, opened his toolbox, and appeared poised to take action. At that instant, those lying in ambush nearby seized the opportunity and rushed out. To their astonishment, Zhoda simply lifted the electric bike and said to Zhang Xiaoli, "I apologize, but I must take the bike for now. I will return it to you once I remove the battery." In this manner, he managed to adhere to his principle of stealing batteries without taking the bikes themselves. The surrounding individuals blocked Zhoda's path, declaring, Planning to escape? Just where do you think you can run? Zhou smiled lightly and replied, do you truly believe this will stop me? How naive? Zhang Xiaoli coldly retorted, what are you trying to show off in front of me? Take this. With that, she threw a punch. Zhou snorted disdainfully, stomped his foot, and flames erupted beneath him. He was propelled into the air like a rocket. However, it was evident that his high-tech shoes were insufficient to sustain both him and the electric bike in flight. As the energy swiftly depleted, Zhou reached the pinnacle of his ascent and seized the opportunity to deploy the parachute strapped to him. Farewell, everyone, he taunted the astonished onlookers below. Zhang Xiaoli was taken aback. She had never anticipated that this electric bike thief possessed such advanced technology. In this day and age, was stealing an electric bike such a fierce competition? How infuriating! He managed to escape, initially believing their numbers and Zhang Xiaoli's formidable presence would suffice. They were utterly unprepared for the opponent's extraordinary capabilities. With such equipment, what peculiar thrill could drive someone to steal electric bikes? Just then, a red flying vehicle suddenly appeared in the sky, catching everyone off guard. What is this? Is it a cohort of Zhou coming to assist him? This contraption seemed to have made an appearance previously. At the controls of the flying vehicle was none other than Tang Wei. His craft had been stationed nearby, awaiting the opportune moment. Indeed, this enigmatic thief had not disappointed him. His little black vehicle still proved useful. Zhou, upon spotting the flying vehicle, was equally astonished. What is this? After a moment of shock, he regained his composure and continued gliding forward. Tang Wei's little black vehicle lacked any offensive capabilities, rendering it unable to restrain Zhou for the time being. Nonetheless, Zhou's parachute was not a flying machine, and he could only descend gradually to the ground. All he needed to do was follow him closely. At that moment, Zhou suddenly had a realization. He adjusted the angle of his parachute and dove into a nearby lake. Equipped with a small diving oxygen tank, he could easily escape by swimming from the lake's depths. Tang Wei smiled faintly. Do you think this will allow you to escape? How naive! Tang Wei's small black vehicle plunged into the depths of the lake, instantly activating its submarine mode. In the water, Zhou was rendered utterly dumbfounded by this spectacle. He could scarcely believe his eyes. What manner of contraption was this? Capable of both flight and submersion? Was it truly necessary to deploy such advanced technology for merely purloining a battery? For the first time, Zhou felt a profound sense of dread. His confidence had always relied on high technology, yet it was evident that his adversary's prowess surpassed his own. Chapter 28. The trap. Zhou swam frantically, with Tang Wei steadfastly in pursuit. Reluctantly, he abandoned the electric bicycle. This was no time for bravado. His life was at stake. His small oxygen tank had limited capacity and could not outlast Tang Wei's submersible device. Contemplating his predicament, he recalled a drainage pipe along the lakeshore, through which he could escape, knowing full well that Tang Wei's apparatus would be unable to follow. Thus, he swam towards the shore. Tang Wei quickly grasped Zhou's intent, but remained unperturbed. As Zhou reached the shore and dove into the pipe, Tang Wei emerged onto land. He subsequently activated his infrared detector, scanning for any subterranean movements. Even if Zhou had hidden within the pipe, the device would reveal his trajectory. Following the path, he arrived at the pipe's exit. Zhou lifted the cover of the pipe's opening and gasped for air. His oxygen supply had been depleted, and he nearly suffocated. Reflecting on his predicament, he lamented. How could a renowned battery thief find himself in such a wretched state? With most of his body still within the pipe, he began to ruminate. However, he conceded that today he had been bested by superior equipment. It was not unjust. It seemed essential to forge more connections and develop even more advanced devices. With that thought, he leapt from the pipe. At that moment, the door of a nearby black sedan swung open. Tang Wei regarded the drenched Zhou with indifference, stating, "Good day, Mr. Zhou." Zhou's expression shifted dramatically as he stared in terror at Tang Wei. "You're the one who pursued me just now?" Tang Wei nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed." At this juncture, the small black vehicle had reverted to its original form. Thus Zhou failed to associate it with the earlier high-tech marvel. He contemplated fleeing. However, Zhang Xiaoli and others had already arrived, effectively surrounding him. Tang Wei continued, "Mr. Zhou, resist not in vain. It is time to accept the consequences of your actions." Surveying the gathering crowd, Zhou relinquished his struggle. "I concede defeat. Consequently, he was escorted away by the authorities. The legendary thief had finally been apprehended. Before long, media outlets clamored to report the news, creating quite a stir. The notorious battery thief had been captured. My batteries are finally safe. It mattered little. The battery thief never targeted repeat customers. Having already been robbed once, I need not worry about theft, even if he had evaded capture. Regardless of circumstances, theft remains a violation of the law, and one can only hope that he receives his just punishment. Indeed, it is to be wished that he may reform. He is, after all, a rare talent. If only he could channel his energies into more virtuous pursuits. Although many find this battery thief to possess an elusive charm, the fact remains that theft is unlawful, and thus, the news of his capture has elicited applause from many. On the other hand, Tang Wei, along with Zhang Xiaoli and others, gazed at him earnestly, expressing, "It is truly thanks to you that we were able to apprehend the battery thief." Tang Wei felt a touch of embarrassment as he replied, "Please, do not say that. Everyone has made significant contributions." They were unaware that the mysterious flying device was piloted by Tang Wei himself, nor did they know of the chase that unfolded in the lake. Tang Wei had only informed them that he was monitoring from a distance when he spotted Zhou De and discreetly followed him. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaoli lamented, "Alas, it is a pity that my electric scooter has still not been recovered." She had previously inquired with Zhou De, who claimed it had been discarded into the depths of the lake, and even if retrieved, it would be unusable. At that moment, Tang Wei remembered something. I forgot to tell you." He opened the trunk of Xiao He, revealing Zhang Xiaoli's electric scooter. Zhang Xiaoli was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wasn't it said to have been thrown into the lake? How is this possible?" Tang Wei casually responded, "I happened to find it while passing by the lakeside. Perhaps the waves washed it ashore." The scooter contained a miniature nuclear power device, and Tang Wei could not allow it to be carelessly discarded. Thus, when he saw Zhou De abandon the scooter, he swiftly retrieved it. Zhang Xiaoli expressed her gratitude once more, saying, "Thank you so very much." She attempted to start it, and to her astonishment, it worked despite having been submerged. This revelation left her in utter disbelief. With the battery thief apprehended and the scooter recovered, this chapter came to a close. On this day, Tang Wei finally completed repairs on the electric scooters for the residents of the Flip Garden, thinking he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, he noticed a familiar event slowly approaching. It was his parents returning. Tang Wei was taken aback. Had they not mentioned they would be gone for an extended period? What would happen to his modification plans? As he pondered, his parents had already exited the vehicle. "Oh wait, we are back." Tang Wei forced a smile, replying, "Dad, Mom, how did you return so soon?" His mother explained, "We are only back for a few days this time." Tang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. His father then inquired, "How has business been during this time?" He still held reservations about his son's skills. However, even doing minor tasks like painting for others was preferable to shutting down the shop entirely. It would provide some practical experience for Tang Wei. Tang Wei gestured toward a pile of electric scooters in the shop, asking, "What do you think?" It was only then that his father noticed the situation. "Wow, you've really managed to secure such a volume of business." He pondered to himself that repairing an electric bike should not pose a significant technical challenge, and indeed, it aligned well with his skill level. His mother gazed at Tang Wei with affection and said, "Just do your best, but don't overexert yourself." Tang Wei smiled and replied, "It's all right. I've already fixed everything." At that moment, his father suddenly noticed something. "What are these?" he inquired, pointing at the special tools rewarded by the system. Tang Wei's expression tightened, and he nonchalantly responded, "These are new repair tools I purchased. The ones you bought previously are outdated." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's father looked somewhat displeased and asked, "You bought them? How much did they cost?" Tang Wei casually mentioned a price, ensuring it was neither too high nor implausibly low. His father, upon hearing the amount, was taken aback. "You rascal, you've only earned so little, and you spend so much on new tools? Isn't that wasteful? The old tools are still usable." Tang Wei, feeling a bit helpless, replied, "It's fine. I've already recouped my investment." His mother interjected, "Old Tang, why are you upset? It's a good thing for a Wei to buy repair tools. It's certainly better than squandering money on frivolities. After all, a Wei is showing ambition." His father shook his head and said, "I'm not angry. Well, you're right. If he wants to buy them, let him." Thankfully, his parents were quite open-minded. Thus, this matter was brushed aside. However, to avoid revealing the existence of the system, he would refrain from any modifications in the following days. Chapter 29. Wuling Hongguang, the divine vehicle on that day. Tang Wei's father examined his car and asked, "What's wrong with this vehicle? Is it fixed? If you can't manage it, let me give it a try." He instinctively assumed it was a customer's car brought in for repairs, as Tang Wei had not mentioned his car purchase to them. Tang Wei, however, did not hide the truth and replied, "Dad, this is my car." His father was taken aback and exclaimed, "Your car? You sly boy. You've secretly bought a car without telling us. But wait, where did you get the money? This car must cost at least 100,000. Not to mention all those random tools." He found it hard to believe Tang Wei could earn such a sum in such a short time. Tang Wei kuladit. It's just a second-hand car, costing only 10,000. His father nodded and said, "Oh, I see." Then, after a closer inspection, he remarked, "It looks pretty good. Much better than my Wuling Hongguang." His expression brightened with excitement. "Away, hand me the keys. I want to see how this car performs." Tang Wei hesitated momentarily, and his father's expression shifted instantly. "What? After raising you all these years, I can't even drive your car?" Tang Wei quickly replied, No. As he handed over the keys, he felt assured that without activating the owner mode, the car would simply be an ordinary vehicle, mitigating any risk of exposure. Upon receiving the keys, his father beamed with joy, leaving Tang Wei somewhat speechless. This father of his could sometimes be more childlike than himself. Father took his place behind the steering wheel, soon furrowing his brow. This vehicle bore no resemblance to a second-hand car. To be candid, do you possess decades of professional automotive repair experience? He quickly sensed something amiss. This could not possibly be the condition of a pre-owned vehicle. Tang Wei managed a wry smile and replied, "Dad, I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. Would I resort to illegal activities otherwise?" His father sighed, expressing his concern. "I'm not worried about that. It's your lack of courage that troubles me. I fear you might do something reckless, like selling a kidney to buy a new car, and I would carry that guilt for a lifetime." With that, he revealed a pensive expression. Tang Wei reassured his father, "Rest easy, Dad. I would never engage in such foolishness." His father nodded, saying, "Well, I trust you." He then drove off with the car. After quite some time, Tang Wei's father returned, his face alight with excitement. After years of driving a delivery van, he had discovered that Tang Wei's vehicle was indeed a pleasure to drive. This car of yours is truly remarkable." Tang Wei's father praised again. Tang Wei, at a loss for words, could only respond, Indeed. His father, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "I've hinted at my appreciation. Don't you have any response?" Tang Wei nearly gasped in disbelief. It seemed he was expected to gift the car to him. Although he had invested considerable effort in modifying the vehicle and had grown fond of it, this was not merely a matter of money. Thus, he feigned ignorance. What did you say, Dad? I'm not sure I understand." His father snorted, pulling him in front of his own Wuling Hongguang, saying, "Take a look at my car." Tang Wei glanced over and replied, "What is wrong? Isn't it quite good? The Wuling Hongguang is legendary." His father rolled his eyes, retorting, "Legend? Do you really take those online jokes seriously? After all this time, I know exactly what this car is like." Tang Wei, with utmost seriousness, explained, "This is no joke. You might not realize it, but the Wuling Hongguang has immense potential. It's merely untapped. With a little modification, it can rival the likes of Mercedes and BMW. In essence, all these years, you have failed to unlock its vast potential. What a pity. Such a fine vehicle is only worthy of a successful man like you." His father appeared to be swayed by Tang Wei's fantastical claims. "Is what you say true? Is the Wuling Hongguang truly that extraordinary?" Tang Wei zipli ausesti absolutin. Only those who are knowledgeable recognize that the Wuling Hongguang is a rare gem. His father erupted in laughter, patting Tang Wei's shoulder. "Well said. Then this car shall be yours." Tang Wei was momentarily stunned. Such an impressive vehicle should be kept for my son. I suppose I will endure the burden of driving your second-hand Mazda instead. Don't be too moved. This is simply my duty as a father. Tang Wei forced a smile and exclaimed, "I am truly moved, genuinely touched." After a moment's contemplation, he decided to relinquish the vehicle. After all, it could still be modified. And this Wuling Hongguang was not beyond transformation. Furthermore, embarking on this first modification would afford him a wealth of experience. Soon, his parents were preparing to depart, this time driving away in Tang Wei's car. Before leaving, his father admonished him, "Away, this Wuling Hongguang has numerous issues, but I have faith that with your current skills, repairing it will pose no challenge." With that, he drove off. His mother, seated in the passenger seat, cast a disapproving glance at her husband. "You shameless old man. How can you be so brazen?" Her father chuckled. "What is there to be embarrassed about? Isn't my son, as car essentially mine? Besides, I'm merely seeking something novel. Whenever Wei wants it back, I shall return it to him." Watching his parents gradually recede from sight, Tang Wei finally exhaled in relief. It was time to engage in his true endeavors. Thus, over the following days, he closed the shop and devoted himself entirely to the transformation of the Wuling Hongguang left by his father. After days and nights of relentless work, Tang Wei succeeded in converting the vehicle into the first-ever Autobot. This car was equipped with a miniature nuclear power unit and possessed advanced artificial intelligence. In essence, once it transitioned into Autobot form, it could engage in combat based on its accumulated experiences. Naturally, Tang Wei programmed the AI to adhere strictly to its master's commands. At no point would the Autobot betray him. With everything completed, Tang Wei finally swung open the doors of the repair shop. "Xiaobai, let us take this for a test drive." He had named the white Wuling Hongguang Autobot Xiaobai. At that moment, an unfamiliar vehicle approached, and two men clad in black coats and sunglasses emerged. Tang Wei sensed an inexplicable aura of danger. "Are you here for repairs?" one of the men inquired. "Indeed. Step inside and take a look. The issues lie within, and it's not something that can be explained easily." Tang Wei refrained from rashly climbing aboard, opting instead to scan the peculiar vehicle with his system. Device: Elite Bulletproof Car, Damage Level 00001. Upon seeing this, Tang Wei quickly grasped the situation. Clearly, their intentions were far from benign. After all, who in their right mind would bring a perfectly intact, bulletproof vehicle in for repairs? It was evident they aimed to abduct him. "Young master, hurry and get in the car," urged the other man. Tang Wei chuckled. "Your vehicle is not damaged at all. What do you expect me to repair? Your heads?" The expressions of both men shifted dramatically, and in an instant, Tang Wei leaped into the Wuling Hongguang, flooring the accelerator and speeding away. Chapter 30. The Mysterious Organization Thinking of Escaping? "What do you think you can run?" The two men in black quickly jumped into the bulletproof car and gave chase. At that moment, one of the men in black drew a handgun and aimed it at the rear wheel of Tang Wei's vehicle. He squeezed the trigger, but instead of striking Tang Wei's car, he hit a water pipe by the roadside. Water splashed all over the bulletproof vehicle, causing the driver to nearly lose control due to impaired visibility. "What a terrible shot," exclaimed the gunman, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It's my first time capturing someone. I'm a bit nervous." He then fired a second shot, which unfortunately found its mark, yet Tang Wei's car appeared entirely unscathed. The driver remarked, "You missed again. Perhaps it would be best if you refrain from shooting. If you accidentally kill someone inside the vehicle, it would be a grave mistake. We are here to kidnap, not to kill." The shooter felt vexed, convinced he had indeed hit the target. Was it possible that Tang Wei's Wuling Hongguang was also bulletproof? Reluctantly, he conceded fine. At that juncture, the driver declared, "It seems we have no choice but to ram him. Step on it." He accelerated with all his might towards the target. The shooter rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I thought we weren't here to kill anyone. Is a car accident not considered manslaughter?" As the bulletproof vehicle collided, they anticipated toppling the Wuling Hongguang, yet to their astonishment, it remained utterly unharmed. "What on earth is happening?" Both occupants of the car exclaimed in disbelief. Tang Wei, wearing a cold smile, thought to himself, "If you wish to ram me, then so be it." With that, he slammed on the brakes, causing the pursuing bulletproof vehicle to crash directly into it. The bulletproof vehicle was instantly overturned. However, it was not an ordinary car. Even after being flipped, the occupants sustained minimal injuries and quickly scrambled out. "Damn it," the two men in black cursed. One of them remarked, "This Wuling Hongguang was able to flip us over. It seems it is not as simple as we thought. I assumed only that Black Mazda had issues. Indeed, we were careless. Enough talk. Let's pursue him." Together, they managed to right their vehicle and continued the chase after Tang Wei. Tang Wei had now driven into a desolate mountainous area. Glancing in the rearview mirror at the approaching bulletproof vehicle, he smiled. "This is the perfect spot." He then halted his car and stepped out, as did the pursuers. Unfazed by the two armed men before him, Tang Wei regarded them calmly. One of the men stated, "Kid, it seems you are quite perceptive. You understand that running away is futile." The other added, "Exactly. Come with us now, and we assure you will be unharmed." Tang Wei replied coolly, "Oh, at the very least, I would like to know who you are. One of them responded, our identities are not for you to know. You need only understand that we are part of a very powerful organization. Another individual remarked, we are aware that you possess some undisclosed skills. If you pledge your allegiance to our organization, I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence. Tang Wei furrowed his brow, realizing that the other party had indeed gleaned some information. Had they approached him with a legitimate invitation, he might have given it due consideration. However, such intimidation and coercion from the outset left little doubt about their intentions. They were likely not men of virtue, perhaps even a nefarious organization. The thought of being exploited by them sent a chill down his spine. Tang Wei pressed on, what is the name of your organization, and what is its purpose? One of the men in black laughed heartily, responding, I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information just yet. You'll find out once you accompany us. And what if I refuse to go? Refusal is not an option. With that, the two men advanced towards him. Realizing he would not extract any useful information, Tang Wei decided to forego further verbal exchanges. Is that so? I would like to see if you have the capability to take me. He then patted the hood of his Wuling Hongguang, commanding, Xiao Bai deal with them. The two men exchanged bewildered glances. Have you lost your mind? Unexpectedly, the white Wuling Hongguang sprang to life. Transform, it declared. The vehicle rose, undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis into a formidable robot. The two men in black stood frozen in disbelief. This was a scene straight out of a movie. Incredible. I must record this for social media. One exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. The other swiftly reprimanded him. Don't forget why we are here. This reminder jolted him back to reality. The robot before them was surely not to be trifled with. They raised their weapons and fired at Xiao Bai. However, conventional firearms posed no threat to the transformed machine. Once their ammunition was exhausted, not a scratch marred Xiao Bai's exterior. Panic set in for the two men. What do we do now? What else? We run. Our lives are at stake. They hastily retreated to their armored vehicle, their earlier bravado evaporating. Tang Wei sneered, thinking of escaping? Not on my watch. As he spoke, the robot Xiao Bai pursued them, lifting the armored vehicle effortlessly and spinning it around. Aya! The occupants inside screamed in terror. Xiao Bai then hurled the vehicle into the air, firing an electromagnetic cannon that obliterated it into a shower of debris, akin to a grand firework display. Tang Wei, witnessing the spectacle, was astounded. This creature was stronger than he had anticipated. Luckily, they were in a secluded area, and the commotion had not attracted any outside attention. The automobile swiftly transformed back. As if nothing had transpired, Tang Wei leaned against the car, exhaling a sigh of relief. The matter had finally been resolved. However, a flicker of concern still lingered within him. These two individuals were merely members of the enigmatic organization they spoke of, and now he found himself ensnared by their gaze, potentially inviting trouble in the future. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, believing that fortune favored the virtuous. At that moment, his parents' phone call interrupted his thoughts. Away! Someone has offered $1 million for your used Mazda. His father's voice brimmed with excitement. Tang Wei furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a realization. Spending $1 million on his little black car meant the buyer must have recognized its extraordinary value. This indicated that the purchaser was likely affiliated with a mysterious organization. With urgency, Tang Wei replied, where are they? Don't agree to anything yet. I'm on my way. Just moments ago. He regretted not leaving the two men in black alive to extract information about the organization. Now, a golden opportunity had arisen to follow this lead and take decisive action. To his dismay, his father responded, they've left. I've already sold the car. $1 million. Why hesitate? Such a gullible buyer should not be missed. What? Sold it already? Chapter 31. The Supreme Research Institute. Tang Wei was taken aback. Had he known better, he would have refrained from allowing his father to exchange cars with him. The modification costs for that vehicle were nearly $1 million. Not to mention the effort he had invested. To think it was sold for a mere $1 million. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. The most pressing concern was that the buyer could very well be associated with a mysterious organization. If they acquired his beloved car for research and analysis to fabricate illicit tools, the ramifications would be dire. Father, how could you sell it without my consent? Tang Wei said, a hint of anger in his voice. His father, slightly embarrassed, replied, you already gifted it to me, didn't you? I could always split the $1 million with you. Tang Wei retorted, it's not about the money. Sigh, Do you have the buyer's contact information? He believed the likelihood of tracing the buyer was exceedingly slim. After all, such organizations typically left no trace in their dealings. To his astonishment, his father said yes. They mentioned that they can be contacted at any time and can return the car if they choose not to keep it. Tang Wei was flabbergasted. This was far from what he had anticipated. He quickly exclaimed, "All right, please provide me with their contact details." His father acquiesced. After hanging up, he sent the buyer's information. Tang Wei promptly made the call. "Excuse me, did you just purchase a black Mazda?" He inquired directly. The buyer, unperturbed, responded, "Yes, is there something you need?" Tang Wei pressed on, "Why would you spend $1 million on this car?" The buyer retorted, "What? Do you doubt that your creation is worth that price?" Tang Wei felt a sudden shock. Indeed, the other party was aware that there was an issue with the vehicle. "How did you know it was my work?" he inquired. The response came with a hearty laugh. "Of course we know. Who else would show such concern for this car?" Taking a deep breath, Tang Wei pressed on. "What is your objective?" The other party replied, "No particular objective, merely a curiosity towards this extraordinary automobile." Through this brief exchange, Tang Wei sensed a stark contrast between this person and the two he had encountered earlier. Could it be that they were not part of the same group? He continued, "I just heard from my father, the one who sold the car to you, that I could reclaim it at any time if I no longer wish to sell it. Correct?" The other party affirmed, "That is indeed correct." "Very well," Tang Wei declared, "I do not wish to sell it any longer. I will return the $1 million in full. If you require a penalty for breach of contract, I can accept that as well." He still had a substantial amount of the funds left from the transaction, making the retrieval of the vehicle feasible. Of course, this was contingent on the truth of their words. The other party seemed unfazed, responding nonchalantly, "That sounds good, but there is no need for a penalty. Let us arrange a meeting place." Tang Wei felt a sense of unease. Why were they agreeing so readily? Had they perhaps already uncovered the secrets of his car and no longer needed it? Such a revelation within such a short time frame seemed implausible, unless they possessed a system of their own. Thus, only one possibility remained. They were intentionally luring him in. However, armed with the formidable ally, Xiao Bai, he felt confident. This was the perfect opportunity to follow this lead and dismantle the mysterious organization entirely. Therefore, he said, "All right, let us meet at XXX in City A. I hope that is convenient for you." The other party replied, "Convenient. I'll head over immediately." After hanging up, Tang Wei fell into deep contemplation. Soon, he arrived at the agreed location, where he found a man waiting. The man appeared to be around 40, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, presenting a refined demeanor. Nevertheless, Tang Wei remained vigilant. "You must be Mr. Tang Wei," the man greeted with a smile as Tang Wei approached. Tang Wei nodded. "Indeed, that is me. May I ask how to address you?" The man replied, "My name is Gao Ming." Upon hearing this name, Tang Wei felt an eerie sense of familiarity. Combining it with the man's appearance, he seemed to recall something significant. "Gao Ming, could it be that you are?" Gao Ming chuckled. "Indeed, that is correct. I am one of the members of the National Academy of Sciences." Tang Wei was left utterly astonished. The individual who had spent $1 million to purchase the car from his father turned out to be a member of the highest research institution in the country. This revelation implied that he had already attracted the attention of the National Academy of Sciences. "It is indeed Professor Gao. My apologies for the oversight. No matter how impressive one may be, it pales in comparison to the formidable presence of a true luminary in academia." Tang Wei could not help but feel genuine admiration for him. Professor Gao smiled and replied, "Mr. Tang, you are too gracious." After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Wei inquired, "Professor Gao, my car?" He glanced around but could not find his little black vehicle. Gao suggested, "This is not the best place for a conversation. Let's find a moment to speak privately." Trusting the esteemed research institute, Tang Wei lowered his guard and entered Gao's vehicle. He noticed it was a 7-seater business car, with 2 robust-looking men, likely bodyguards, accompanying the driver. During the ride, Gao elaborated on the entire situation. "Mr. Tang, we have been monitoring you for quite some time, particularly your remarkable vehicle. However, to avoid disrupting your daily life, we initially refrained from approaching you directly. The other day, we happened to see your father driving the car, and out of curiosity, we casually inquired if it was for sale. To our surprise, he readily agreed to sell it. Thus, we acquired the vehicle to study its principles." Tang Wei nodded, understanding the circumstances. Gao continued, "We are deeply intrigued by this car. I am eager to understand how it withstands the impact of a heavy truck while maintaining the weight of an ordinary sedan. This particular feature is of utmost concern to our institute, as the other functionalities are at least conceivable. But this extraordinary collision avoidance capability defies the laws of physics. You may reclaim your vehicle, but I hope you can share some insights into its collision avoidance principles, as this could lead to groundbreaking advancements in our research. Our institute serves the nation, and all research findings are non-commercial in nature. Of course, you will be duly compensated for your contributions, both financially and through various honors. Upon finishing, he looked at Tang Wei with a pleading expression. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Wei responded, "I understand. It is my honor to contribute to the scientific advancement of our nation." Gao, elated by this response, exclaimed, "Wonderful. Mr. Tang, your understanding of the greater good is commendable." He then added, "Now, let us proceed to the highest research institute, where your vehicle will temporarily reside. Additionally, you may meet with the institute's experts for academic exchange. They are eager to learn what kind of genius could create such a machine that defies the laws of physics." Tang Wei, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, "Professor Gao, you flatter me. I am unworthy." Gao shook his head, asserting, "No, you are far too humble. It is important to recognize that the machine you invented has overturned numerous physical laws, creating a significant stir in the academic community." Chapter 32. This young man is terrifying. The previous chapter was written too hastily. I have made some revisions. If you feel the plot doesn't flow seamlessly from the latest chapter, I recommend revisiting Chapter 31. The vehicle had been in motion for quite some time before it arrived at the prestigious Research Institute. Its exterior appeared rather unremarkable, yet it was heavily fortified. Upon entering the institute, Gao Ming escorted Tang Wei to a conference room where several eminent scholars were already seated. As Tang Wei stepped into the room, he recognized a few familiar faces. Gao Ming introduced him, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the creator of that remarkable vehicle, Mr. Tang Wei." What? Everyone was taken aback, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. "Are you saying that this young man before us is the one who engineered that car capable of withstanding a heavy truck? How is that possible? He looks barely in his 20s. Gao Ming, surely you're mistaken? Are you certain?" Gao Ming explained, "I understand your astonishment, but he truly is the creator." Tang Wei smiled and greeted the assembly. "Esteemed seniors, it is a great honor to meet you all today. To be precise, I wouldn't consider myself the sole creator." A collective sigh of relief echoed among them. Indeed, how could someone so young possibly have devised such a machine? Ah, it appears he must be a significant contributor. Yes, it would be wonderful if he could share his experiences in this field. Please do sit down. Let us converse at ease. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei found a seat and settled in. In truth, I can only claim to have modified it, as it was originally just an ordinary Mazda. What? Are you suggesting that this vehicle was merely a standard car, and all its capabilities were enhanced by your efforts? Tang Wei nodded affirmatively. Indeed. How could this be? Just you alone? He continued. Yes, it was solely my endeavor. Once again, the assembly was left in disbelief, their gazes fixed upon Tang Wei. Even Gao Ming, who was somewhat familiar with Tang Wei, felt a wave of astonishment at this revelation. If Tang Wei was not exaggerating, then his theoretical knowledge and practical skills had reached extraordinary levels. At that moment, an older professor, trembling slightly as he adjusted his glasses, eagerly inquired, "Mr. Tang, could you enlighten us on where you acquired such knowledge?" Others chimed in. Indeed, to create such a machine must require a wealth of knowledge. We wonder from whom you studied. Which institution did you graduate from? Tang Wei scratched his head, responding, "I graduated from a rather ordinary undergraduate institution. I have always had a passion for mechanical knowledge, and most of what I know comes from my online research and personal contemplation during my leisure time. Additionally, my family has a background in auto repair, which allowed me to put my ideas into practice, resulting in the creation of this vehicle." Everyone gasped in astonishment. To have developed such a groundbreaking device, and for Tang Wei to recount it with such nonchalance. What an extraordinary talent. This young man is remarkably formidable. At that moment, the elderly professor remarked, "The younger generation is indeed awe-inspiring." Gao Ming inquired, "I wonder if Mr. Tang could briefly explain the fundamental principles behind the collision avoidance system of this vehicle." Tang Wei nodded and replied, "Certainly, though it may take some time to fully articulate." The others chimed in, "No worries, we have time." Tang Wei could perceive the thirst for knowledge in their eyes. a testament to the spirit of a true scientist. The system directly fed information into Tang Wei's mind, enabling him to elucidate the principles with ease. As Tang Wei spoke, the assembled experts listened attentively, resembling earnest students in a classroom setting. Were an outsider to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. It is worth noting that each individual in this group is a luminary in their own right. After Tang Wei concluded his explanation, the experts present were rendered speechless by their astonishment. After a long pause, the elderly professor finally exclaimed, "So that's it. So that's it. I feel as though my decades of research have been in vain, for I could not fathom this." The others echoed similar sentiments. Having listened to Mr. Tang's insights, they felt profoundly enlightened. Truly, Mr. Tang is a prodigy. Tang Wei, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and said, "There's no need for such formality. You may simply call me Xiao Tang." At that moment, the elderly professor suddenly interjected, "Mr. Tang, no, Xiao Tang, would you be interested in joining our esteemed research institute?" The others also turned their attention to Tang Wei. Indeed, a talent like Mr. Tang should join us and contribute to our nation's glory. Tang Wei shook his head and responded, "I think not. My knowledge is rather limited, and I fear I may not be suitable. The esteemed Research Institute is a gathering place for the nation's most exceptional talents. Countless individuals aspire to be part of it. Yet here is Tang Wei, so young and already receiving an invitation. If word of this spread, it would surely incite envy among many." However, Tang Wei chose to decline. Upon hearing his refusal, the group exchanged glances. The elderly professor remarked, "Tang Wei, do you understand what it means to join the esteemed Research Institute? Consider this carefully. It is an opportunity that many covet." Tang Wei shook his head again, stating, "I am well aware of the Institute's prestige, and precisely because of that, I feel my abilities are insufficient for such a position." Gao Ming countered, "Xiao Tang, you are far too modest. Excessive modesty can border on arrogance. The theories you just presented demonstrate that you possess exceptional knowledge and cognitive abilities, making you more than qualified to join us." "Indeed, indeed." The others echoed in agreement. Tang Wei, feeling somewhat exasperated, said, "All right, I must confess that I prefer to pursue my passions." The group quickly grasped his sentiment. A prodigy like Tang Wei would undoubtedly be reluctant to be constrained. There had been a similar case in the past, though that individual was not quite on Tang Wei's level. "Very well, we respect your choice," the elderly professor said with a hint of regret. He continued, however, "We hope to forge a friendship with you. If you have the time, we can engage in academic exchanges." Tang Wei, upon hearing this, found it quite acceptable. He nodded and replied, "Very well, it would truly be an honor to befriend such esteemed individuals." These distinguished figures held significant influence in the industry, and should he encounter any difficulties in the future, he could seek their assistance. Subsequently, Gao Ming led Tang Wei to the experimental site. Tang Wei's small black device was stationed there, heavily protected. No one had yet had the opportunity to dismantle it to study its principles. Now that Tang Wei was directly sharing the principles, it was no longer necessary, and it could be returned to him. Then, Gao Ming remarked, "By the way, Xiao Tang, there is a matter I would like to entrust to you. I wonder if you could assist me." Tang Wei inquired, "What is it?" Gao Ming, with a mysterious smile, said, "This matter actually aligns with your professional expertise." "Oh, is your vehicle malfunctioning?" Tang Wei could only think of this. Chapter 33. Are you asking me to repair a fighter jet? Gao Ming shook his head and replied, "Not a vehicle, but I believe you can handle it." Tang Wei asked, "If it's not a vehicle, then what is it?" Gao Ming smiled again and said, "You will find out once you arrive." Tang Wei felt somewhat speechless. What a riddle. Following this, Tang Wei boarded a helicopter with Gao Ming. He remarked, "I think it would suffice to take my car." Gao Ming laughed. "I am well aware that your vehicle has flying capabilities, but the destination we are heading to prohibits the entry of any external vehicles." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's suspicions began to solidify. Before long, the helicopter's windows were thoroughly obscured, leaving Tang Wei unable to see anything. This only reinforced his conjecture. After a considerable time, the helicopter landed. As Tang Wei disembarked, he was met by a group of fully armed individuals, standing sternly at their posts. "This is..." Tang Wei voiced his suspicions. Gao Ming replied seriously, "Indeed. Follow me closely and do not wander off. The consequences could be dire." Tang Wei nodded in agreement. Soon after, several individuals approached. "Professor Gao, greetings." The other party appeared robust, and, judging by their attire, They seemed to hold a substantial rank. Nevertheless, they showed great respect towards Gao Ming. Gao Ming stated, "Old Lu, please lead us to that location and show us the item." The person named Old Lu, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Gao Ming pointed to Tang Wei and said, "This gentleman is the expert I have invited for the repairs." "What?" Old Lu exclaimed in astonishment. "An expert of such youth?" Gao Ming patted Old Lu on the shoulder and said, "Heroes emerge from youth. There is no need for such surprise." Old Lu hesitated and replied, "But that item is exceedingly precious. What if something goes wrong? Rest assured, nothing will happen. If there is an issue, I will take full responsibility." Gao Ming vowed earnestly. Lao Lu, witnessing his unwavering determination, conceded, "All right then." Subsequently, the group made their way to a heavily guarded warehouse. The space was vast, with a mysterious object concealed beneath a black cloth at its center. Upon catching sight of the item's silhouette, Tang Wei immediately grasped its significance. Before long, the cloth was drawn back, revealing a dilapidated fighter jet. "Goodness, are they expecting me to repair this aircraft?" Tang Wei mused, marveling at the sheer audacity of the proposition. "Professor Gao, you cannot be serious about entrusting me with this task," he exclaimed. Gao Ming nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have faith in your abilities." At that moment, Lao Lu interjected, "This is a fighter jet we captured from Country X, reputed to be the most formidable jet globally, with no replicas in existence. Regrettably, it is damaged and cannot serve our purposes. If you manage to restore this aircraft, your contributions will be eternally commemorated, and you shall become our hero." He fixed an intense gaze on Tang Wei's eyes. Realization dawned upon Tang Wei. The previous discussions at the highest research institute had merely set the stage. And this was the crux of the matter. If it is indeed the most powerful fighter jet, how was it captured? He voiced his skepticism. "Lao Liu e Lu see that? Being the strongest does not imply invulnerability. Had it not been for a sudden malfunction leading to its crash, we might have never even known of its existence." A shiver ran down his spine at the recollection. Tang Wei understood and turned to Gao Ming. "Professor Gao, do you truly believe I can repair it?" Gao Ming replied with conviction, "I do. While scientific rigor is essential, sometimes belief in one's intuition can yield miraculous outcomes." Lao Lu, overhearing their exchange, furrowed his brow. It seemed these two lacked absolute confidence, making it appear as though they were indulging in a whimsical endeavor. He remarked to Gao Ming, "Professor Gao, should we not deliberate further?" Gao Ming shook his head. "Lao Lu, if this fighter jet remains unrepairable, it will ultimately be nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. We might as well take a chance." Lao Lu sighed. "Very well, but I still harbor doubts about this young man's capabilities. Perhaps we should enlist a few more experienced individuals." Tang Wei, taken aback by Lao Lu's words, retorted, "I haven't even agreed to take on the task yet." Lao Lu scoffed. "In that case, let it be. It seems you lack the ability to repair it. Having self-awareness is commendable." Gao Ming quickly interjected, "Tang, please don't say that. Do you want me to kneel and beg?" As he said this, he began to drop to his knees. Tang Wei and Lao Lu rushed to stop him. "Professor Gao, please don't." Lao Lu was astonished. He never imagined Gao Ming would humble himself to such an extent. Could it be that Tang Wei possessed extraordinary skills, capable of impressing even Gao Ming? Gao Ming continued, "Tang, though Lao Lu's words may be harsh, his heart is kind. Please do not take offense." Although Lao Lu was displeased with Tang Wei, he recognized that Gao Ming was now seeking his cooperation. Thus, he lowered his stance and said, "I apologize for my previous remarks. If you truly can restore it, please do assist us. This means a great deal to us." Lao Lu was merely thinking from a common perspective, and Tang Wei understood that he bore no ill intent. Thus, he chose not to hold it against him. "For the sake of Professor Gao, I shall lend you my assistance." In truth, Tang Wei was quite willing to help. However, he needed to make it clear that he was there to assist, not to serve as anyone's subordinate. This relationship needed to be defined. Soon after, Gao Ming departed, leaving Tang Wei temporarily under Lao Lu's charge. Due to the unique nature of their work, they could not have any contact with the outside world during this period. Therefore, Lao Lu urged, "If there is anyone you wish to see, anything you wish to do, or anyone you wish to call, you should do so quickly." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei took out his phone, only to find there was no signal. Lao Lu produced a large, black device and said, "All signals here are blocked. You can use this to make a call." Tang Wei took it and quickly informed his parents before hanging up. "All right, Now that we are free of distractions, we can commence our work, Lao Lu remarked, somewhat surprised. Are you sure you do not wish to attend to anything else? This period may be lengthy, completely isolating us from the outside. Tang Wei smiled and replied, no worries. I have already determined, through system scanning, the approximate time required to repair this aircraft. It won't take long. Lao Lu continued, how many hands do you require? Please let me know. Tang Wei shook his head. For now, just my efforts will suffice. Just you? Indeed. Observing Tang Wei's confident demeanor, Lao Lu fell into contemplation. Could this individual truly be reliable? Nevertheless, as Gao Ming had stated, they could only proceed with blind faith for the time being. Although Tang Wei did not request additional personnel, Lao Lu still dispatched a few individuals to supervise him. After all, they were unfamiliar with Tang Wei, and if he were a spy gathering intelligence, that would be disastrous. Lao Lu held unwavering trust in Gao Ming and the Supreme Research Institute, but he had to exercise caution regarding such significant matters. Chapter 34. Who is the undercover agent? Among the 4 individuals Lao Lu assigned to Tang Wei, one was named Zheng Yi, a premier pilot, the creme de la creme of the team. If the aircraft, named Alpha, were to be successfully repaired, it would be Zheng Yi who conducted the test flight. Another individual was Su Wei, also a pilot, though of a more ordinary caliber. The remaining 2, Zhou Lin and Wu Feng, were professional engineers. Mr. Tang, should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I will relay them to the higher-ups, Zheng Yi said courteously to Tang Wei. Tang Wei smiled and replied, I appreciate your willingness to assist. I look forward to your support. Su Wei, with a disdainful expression, coldly remarked, Mr. Tang Wei, do you truly have the confidence to repair this aircraft? One must wonder if you are merely a spy attempting to gather intelligence. Tang Wei Fawen, Gontemlin. With that furtive demeanor of yours, you appear more like a spy. He chose to ignore him. Su Wei persisted, stating, Zheng Yi and I will supervise you throughout. If you harbored any nefarious intentions, I, Su Wei, shall not let you escape. Zheng Yi quickly interjected, Su Wei, cease this behavior. It's quite rude. He then turned to Tang Wei, apologizing, my sincerest apologies, Mr. Tang. He tends to be rather blunt. I hope you won't take offense. Tang Wei waved his hand dismissively, replying, it's nothing. I am not offended. How could he possibly not be? However, now was not the time for banter with this fellow. Once the machine was repaired, he would relish the opportunity to put him in his place. With that thought, he ascended the fighter jet and commenced repairs. The 2 engineers stood by, ready to heed Tang Wei's commands. To ease any potential awkwardness, Tang Wei occasionally requested their assistance, even with tasks he could manage alone. After a day of labor, fatigue overtook him, prompting him to suggest a break. Zheng Yi nodded in agreement, saying, very well, I shall escort you to rest. Thus, he and Su Wei led Tang Wei to the luxurious guest quarters within the base. Zheng Yi remarked, this place is equipped with every amenity. Should you have any special requests, feel free to contact us via the room's phone. Tang Wei smiled, expressing his gratitude. Thank you very much. Su Wei added, do note that there is no signal here. The premises are under constant surveillance, so it would be wise to refrain from any dubious schemes. Tang Wei replied nonchalantly, oh, what schemes could I possibly devise? Those with guilty consciences perceive issues in everyone. Su Wei's expression shifted abruptly, as if struck by a revelation. What nonsense are you spouting? Tang Wei? Zheng Yi quickly intervened. Enough, that's quite enough. Su Wei intended to retort, but, upon seeing Zheng Yi's serious demeanor, he relented. After leaving Tang Wei's room, they were summoned by Old Lu. Observing Zheng Yi, Su Wei, Wu Feng, and Zhou Lin, he inquired, a day has passed. Have you noticed anything unusual? The 2 engineers shook their heads, stating, nothing amiss. Tang Wei is exceptionally skilled and earnest. Zheng Yi concurred, indeed, I've seen no signs of trouble. Unexpectedly, Su Wei interjected, I believe he is suspicious, indeed very suspicious. Old Lu raised an eyebrow. Oh, what makes you say that? Su Wei replied, I can't quite articulate it, but he seems to be up to something. There are times when he acts rather stealthily. Moreover, the Alpha, heralded as the world's strongest fighter jet developed by Country X, is known only to our developers and us. Yet, Tang Wei's familiarity with the aircraft today raises concerns. Zheng Yi, initially prepared to refute Su Wei's claims, hesitated upon hearing this. Yes, Tang Wei's proficiency was strikingly apparent. Old Lu nodded, Acknowledging Su Wei has a point, continued to observe him closely. In Country X, a group of enigmatic individuals is engaged in a clandestine discussion. According to intelligence relayed by our undercover agent, the Alpha has indeed fallen into Country A, which has already located experts capable of repairing the Alpha. How could this be? Surely it must be a fabrication. Better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. If they succeed in restoring the Alpha, the consequences would be dire. What shall we do? Our operative has already hinted to their associates that the expert is an undercover agent. If we can frame him, this dilemma will be resolved. Indeed, Su Wei is the spy dispatched by Country X. His insinuation that Tang Wei is also a spy is merely a ploy to eliminate him. Truly, the renowned Agent Pangolin has devised an astute plan. However, the Pangolin mentioned that while he could orchestrate a frame-up, he lacks sufficient evidence and hopes we can assist. Oh, how might we assist? First, we proceed in this manner, then in that manner, and so forth. The following day, astonishing news arrives. Country X claims to have discovered that its downed aircraft has been concealed by Country A and demands its immediate return. Meanwhile, Zheng Yi, Su Wei, and Old Lu are convened in a meeting room, deliberating. Su Wei exclaims excitedly, "I told you there was something amiss with Tang Wei." The moment he arrived, Country X demanded the return of the Alpha, clearly indicating that Tang Wei is leaking information. "We must order his arrest at once." Old Lu, glancing at Su Wei, responds, "Your argument holds merit. However, we cannot apprehend him just yet. Let him repair the aircraft first, and then we shall act." Yet, with the certainty that Tang Wei is indeed a spy, how could he be trusted to diligently repair the aircraft? In my opinion, we should seize him immediately. Su Wei grows increasingly agitated, unable to contain his impatience. Enough of this. Old Lu's expression darkens. "I have my reasons. Follow my orders." Realizing Old Lu's displeasure, Su Wei regains his composure, recognizing that he has been overly eager. He concedes, "Very well." Zheng Yi, feeling conflicted, though they have only known each other briefly, instinctively believes that Tang Wei is not the sort of person to betray them. Isolated from the outside world, Tang Wei remains unaware of the unfolding events, diligently working on the aircraft. At that moment, Old Lu approaches. "Good day, Officer Lu." Tang Wei greets him politely. Old Lu nods, surveying the area, noting that Zheng Yi and Su Wei are absent. "Tang Wei, in these past few days, have you noticed anything peculiar about the aircraft?" "Tang Wei zet peng." "What peculiarities do you refer to?" Old Lu clarifies any questions that have left you perplexed. Tang Wei candidly replies, "I do have some uncertainties, though I am unsure whether I should voice them." A spark ignites in Old Lu's eyes. "Oh, is that so? Please do share." "Tang Wei Vima." "I have discovered that this aircraft, purportedly developed by Country X, contains not a single component manufactured within its borders. Rather, the vast majority of its parts are domestically produced. This revelation leaves me quite perplexed." Upon hearing this, Old Lu exhibited an expression of astonishment. He gazed at Tang Wei with excitement and exclaimed, "Mr. Tang, you are astute enough to notice this? You have truly exceeded my expectations." Tang Wei, somewhat bewildered, listened as Old Lu continued, "Indeed, this is not the Alpha model at all, but rather a wholly indigenous fighter jet. The Alpha model has long been shot down, and it was this very aircraft that accomplished the feat." Chapter 35. The Heart of Darkness. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei was not overly shocked, for he had already harbored such suspicions in his mind. Old Lu elaborated, "Although our domestic fighter jet was responsible for the destruction of the Alpha model, it too sustained significant damage, and the team responsible for developing this aircraft unfortunately perished for various reasons." Tang Wei contemplated this revelation, realizing the implications. Old Lu continued, "From your expression, it seems you had already suspected as much?" Tang Wei nodded and replied, "Indeed. I discerned on my very first day that this fighter jet could not possibly be the Alpha model." Old Lu, encouraged by Tang Wei's words, felt increasingly reaffirmed in his convictions. After parting ways with Tang Wei, he sought out Zheng Yi. "Commander Lu, did you summon me for a matter of importance?" Zheng Yi inquired, perplexed by Old Lu's demeanor. Old Lu responded, "In the coming days, I need you to keep an eye on someone." Zheng Yi repeated, "Are you referring to Tang Wei? We've discussed him previously." Old Lu shook his head and clarified, "No, I'm speaking of Su Wei." "What?" Zheng Yi exclaimed, taken aback. Old Lu explained, "I must confide a secret. In truth, The fighter jet Tang Wei is repairing is not the Alpha model at all. Zheng Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded old Lu. This secret was known by few, yet Tang Wei had already discerned it. Zheng Yi, still confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Old Lu elucidated. Tang Wei has long realized that he is not mending the Alpha model, while Country X claims they have discovered it concealed by us. Zheng Yi swiftly grasped the implications, stating, "I understand now." This effectively eliminates the possibility of Tang Wei being a spy. Suddenly, a thought struck him. So this means the spy can only be... Old Lu nodded, affirming precisely. "That is why I want you to monitor Su Wei." Zheng Yi's expression turned grave, although he harbored disdain for someone like Su Wei. The notion that a person he had interacted with for so long could be a spy was difficult to accept. Reflecting on Su Wei's various behaviors only solidified his suspicions regarding the latter's espionage. Subsequently, old Lu quietly advised him, "Be cautious not to raise any alarms. Let us proceed in this manner, then follow up accordingly." Zheng Yi nodded, saying, "Understood." Before long, Tang Wei successfully restored the fighter jet, achieving a speed that surpassed everyone's expectations. Were it not for the first-hand witness, the two engineers involved would scarcely have believed it. Upon hearing the news, old Lu was utterly astonished. "What? It has been repaired so swiftly." He excitedly rushed to the location of the fighter jet. Upon seeing Tang Wei, old Lu could hardly contain his eagerness and inquired, "Mr. Tang, have you truly managed to repair this aircraft?" Tang Wei nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, it is ready for a test flight now." Meanwhile, Zheng Yi was already brimming with anticipation. Su Wei, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "How could it be fixed in such a short span? I suspect it might be mere pretense. What if issues arise during the flight?" He then turned to old Lu and cautioned, "Commander Lu, Zheng Yi is our ace pilot. Any mishap during the flight would be a monumental loss for us." Old Lu regarded Su Wei and replied, "You make a valid point, but how can we ascertain its functionality without testing it?" At that moment, Su Wei adopted a demeanor of reckless abandon, proclaiming, "Let me take the helm." For some time, he had been intent on thwarting the repair of the fighter jet, but had failed to do so. Consequently, his contact had assigned him a mission. Once the Alpha was restored, he was to volunteer for the test flight and then pilot the aircraft back to Country X. The Alpha could evade virtually any detection systems, and as long as he took control, the plan was feasible. After a moment's hesitation, old Lu acquiesced, saying, "Very well. Since you have volunteered, I shall entrust you with the testing mission." Upon hearing this, Su Wei revealed a barely perceptible smirk. He added, "By the way, to prevent any underhanded schemes from Tang Wei, I propose that he accompany us on the flight. If he appears anxious, it would indicate his guilt." Tang Wei's ability to repair the aircraft in such a brief period undoubtedly marked him as an exceptional individual, posing a significant threat to Country X if he remained in Country A. Unable to frame him for wrongdoing, bringing him along to Country X was also a prudent strategy. Tang Wei responded nonchalantly, "Sure, I have no objections." Su Wei inwardly reveled in triumph. Everything was unfolding according to his meticulously crafted plan, proceeding so smoothly that it seemed almost surreal. Subsequently, Su Wei and Tang Wei boarded the fighter jet, preparing for takeoff. Following the ground command's orders, the aircraft ascended into the sky. "Su Wei, how does it feel?" came the voice from ground control through Su Wei's helmet. "All systems are operational. Please commence the test." He then piloted the fighter jet, executing several complex maneuvers as instructed. Indeed, it was a fighter jet developed by our Country X. Even a novice like me could navigate it with ease. That illustrates the disparity. The subpar aircraft developed by Country severely hampered my performance. It had nothing to do with my skills. What ace pilot Zheng Yi? He merely adapted to the inferior operations of those shoddy jets. I am far superior to him. In that moment, Su Wei unabashedly revealed his true identity, disregarding Tang Wei, who was also aboard. Tang Wei exclaimed in astonishment, "What are you saying? You are from Country X?" Su Wei burst into laughter, responding, "Indeed, I hail from Country X." Tang Wei then remarked, "So was you all along the spy? Who has been falsely accusing me?" Su Wei chuckled, "I had no choice. Your prowess in repairing the Alpha aircraft poses a significant threat to our Country X, and I must eliminate you." He continued, "However, I have had a change of heart. I wish to take you to our Country X. For someone of your talents would undoubtedly be valued there." Tang Wei smirked and replied, "What if I refuse?" Su Wei retorted with a cold smile, "You have no say in the matter now. With that, he accelerated the aircraft towards Country X. Yet he soon realized that the plane was beyond his control, spiraling in the sky. What was happening? Su Wei's face turned pale as he asked, Tang Wei, is this your doing? Suddenly, a voice crackled through the helmet. Zheng Yi spoke. Su Wei, do you really think those intricate maneuvers were executed by you? This aircraft has been under my remote control the entire time. Su Wei was taken aback. What? I thought I had disabled the communication devices. Zheng Yi continued. This fighter jet has been in unmanned mode from the outset. Your every attempt at operation has been futile. So, you knew from the beginning that I was an undercover agent? Su Wei inquired. Indeed, Tang Wei added, I was aware too. I was merely playing along with your charade. It turned out that Lao Lu had informed Tang Wei of everything long ago. Su Wei was left utterly dumbfounded, having believed he was in full control, only to discover he had been expertly manipulated. Then, Tang Wei delivered a particularly cutting remark. In truth, not only can you not perform those complex maneuvers, but this aircraft is not even manufactured by your Country X. Chapter 36. At least at a nut, Su Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you saying? You claim the Alpha aircraft was not developed by Country X? Impossible. At that moment, Zheng Yi interjected from the other end, because this fighter jet is not the Alpha at all. What? Not the Alpha? Su Wei was at a loss. What was happening? Zheng Yi continued. The real Alpha has already been shot down. The one responsible for its destruction is the domestically produced Tianshun fighter jet you are currently aboard. You're talking nonsense. Su Wei retorted angrily. Such utter drivel. The Alpha is the world's most formidable fighter jet. How could your country A's inferior models possibly destroy it? This Tianshun is a fabrication. You could never develop such an advanced aircraft. It was evident that Su Wei harbored an unwavering confidence in Country X, convinced that this malfunctioning aircraft was merely the Alpha that Country A had opportunistically acquired. Tang Wei Su Li Lauget? What are you laughing at? Su Wei demanded. Do you know why people have begun to doubt you? Why? Su Wei was eager to uncover the truth. Tang Wei remarked, from the very beginning, I was aware that this fighter jet was not the Alpha. Commander Liu is also cognizant of my knowledge regarding this matter. Thus, if I were indeed a spy, I would never declare to the people of Country X that the Alpha was here. Conversely, it is you, who has harbored dissent towards me, that bears the greatest suspicion. Su Wei listened to Tang Wei's words, his face a mask of disbelief. At that moment, his faith seemed to disintegrate. After a considerable pause, he finally grasped the reality. So it was, my seemingly flawless plan had instead led me into a trap. With a bitter smile, he spoke. Meanwhile, Zheng Yi had already maneuvered the fighter jet back to the ground. Soon, a group of individuals who had been waiting for some time rushed forward and apprehended Su Wei. He did not resist, for he understood that such defiance would be futile. At that moment, his complexion was ashen. Old Liu gazed at Su Wei with disappointment and said, In truth, I have never wished for my suspicions to be validated. Su Wei scoffed, Enough of this idle talk. Do as you will. Old Liu shook his head and instructed the others, Take him away and await further action. Subsequently, Old Liu turned to Tang Wei and sincerely expressed, Mr. Tang, we owe you a great debt this time. At that instant, his perception of Tang Wei underwent a significant transformation. Previously, his trust in Tang Wei was solely due to Professor Gao Ming's endorsement. Now, however, he had placed his complete trust in him. Zheng Yi concurred, indeed. Not only did you repair the fighter jet, but you also uncovered the spy lurking among us. You have truly accomplished a great feat. Old Liu added, Absolutely. We must hold an internal commendation ceremony for you and bestow upon you an honorary medal. Tang Wei did not decline. After all, forming connections with these influential figures was beneficial for networking. Subsequently, Old Liu took Tang Wei to meet several high-ranking officials. Upon hearing that Tang Wei had restored the heavenly god fighter jet, their expressions were filled with incredulity. Such a rare talent. One wondered where this young brother was currently employed and if he had any interest in joining us. Faced with the overtures from the dignitaries, Tang Wei politely declined, which was anticipated by them. Soon after, Tang Wei was awarded a special honorary medal, a distinction reserved for those who had made significant contributions. Although he was uncertain of the medal's weighty significance, the envious gazes of all present assured him of its considerable value. Besides the honorary medal, Old Liu also presented Tang Wei with a card, stating, This contains 20 million. If it proves insufficient, do not hesitate to ask. Tang Wei accepted it without reservation. After everything concluded, Tang Wei suddenly inquired, "Commander Liu, I have a question." Old Liu replied, "Oh, please go ahead. Which is stronger, the Tian Shun or the Alpha?" After a moment of contemplation, Old Liu admitted, "I must concede that, objectively speaking, the Alpha is indeed slightly superior. The Tian Shun's ability to shoot it down was, to some extent, a matter of fortune." Tang Wei understood. So, where's the real Alpha now? Is it completely obliterated? A bold thought crossed his mind. Old Liu replied, "It is not completely gone, but it is nearly so. We still possess the remnants of the Alpha, yet apart from the shell. Almost all the core components have turned to ashes, rendering it devoid of any research value. If you wish to see it, I can certainly take you." Tang Wei note that? "Sure, I would like to have a look." Soon, Old Liu led Tang Wei to a vast exhibition hall. He pointed at a heap of scrap metal and declared, "This is the Alpha." Were it not for Old Liu's personal assertion, no one would have associated this pile of debris with the Alpha. Tang Wei scanned it with his system. Target locked. Device, fighter jet, damage level, 999. Please input the modification target and estimated costs. The system will devise the optimal plan. Tang Wei was taken aback. Even in this state, it can still be repaired. It's nearly akin to constructing an entirely new aircraft. Is it possible to restore it with just a single screw? Tang Wei said internally. To his surprise, the system responded immediately that is not the case. Well, that's a relief. At least we would need to add a nut. Tang Wei nearly burst out laughing upon hearing the latter comment. Old Liu, noticing Tang Wei's reaction, inquired with curiosity, "Mr. Tang, do you have any questions?" Tang Wei shook his head. "No issues. Let us proceed." Although he possessed the capability to restore the Alpha, the notion of reconstructing an entire fighter jet from a pile of scrap was rather extraordinary. Subsequently, Old Liu escorted Tang Wei back to the highest research institute. After retrieving Xiao He, Tang Wei finally returned to his repair shop. "It feels so good to be back here," Tang Wei exclaimed. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of forgetfulness, yet he could not recall what it was. What could it be that he had overlooked? Suddenly, a thought struck him. His Wuling Hongguang, affectionately named Xiaobai, was still parked at the spot where he had met Gao Ming. He arrived at the parking location, and indeed, the Wuling Hongguang was still there. He opened the door and drove back. On the way, as he passed through a one-way street, he suddenly noticed a BMW halted in front of him, motionless. Inside the BMW sat a bald man, beside whom was a flamboyantly dressed woman, who was currently nestled against the man's shoulder. "Tiangu, why have you stopped?" The man, referred to as Tiangu, chuckled and replied, "What is the rush? Shall we not engage in a little something first?" The woman playfully pinched the bald man, exclaiming, "You're so naughty." Chapter 37. Hello, is this a psychiatric hospital? Just as the two were engrossed in their affection for one another, a sudden honking sound erupted from behind them. The burly man nearly faltered in shock. Who on earth is that? Although Tang Wei's vehicle could easily soar past the BMW, he had no desire to attract undue attention. Seeing the car ahead remained stagnant, he couldn't help but press the horn in impatience. Little did he know, this action incited the fury of the bald man within the BMW. Casting a glance in the rearview mirror, the bald man exclaimed, "So it's just a worthless van. You dare honk at me and ruin my good fortune." With that, he flung open the car door, ready to confront the situation. The woman beside him quickly grasped his arm, urging, "Tiangu, don't act rashly." The bald man retrieved a psychiatric certificate from his pocket, declaring, "I have proof of my mental illness. I'm not afraid of anyone." Shaking off the woman's grip, he strode toward Tang Wei's car. Sensing the approaching threat, Tang Wei furrowed his brow. The bald man rapped on Tang Wei's window, seething, "So you think you're the only one who knows how to honk? Get out of the car." Tang Wei replied, "What's the matter? You're blocking my path, and you think you have a right to complain? I'm blocking it. Deal with it." The burly man, noticing that Tang Wei was alone and seemingly easy to intimidate, grew bolder. He continued, "With a wretched vehicle like yours, how dare you even be on the road? I'm embarrassed for you. Do you know what I drive? A BMW. You're so poor you'll spend your whole life hauling bricks and still not afford one." Tang Wei found the bald man's words amusing. "What car you drive is of no concern to me. The fact remains that you are obstructing my way. I kindly reminded you, if you refuse to yield, then if I collide with you, the fault lies with you." The bald man's fury escalated. "What? You dare? If you have the guts, then go ahead and crash into me. If you don't, you're a coward." Do you know how much my car is worth? 2 million. If you scratch it, you couldn't even sell that piece of junk to cover the damages. With a cold snort, Tang Wei simply drove forward. The bald man was taken aback. He never anticipated that Tang Wei would truly dare to collide. Bang! The sound of impact echoed as the rear of the BMW crumpled inward. The woman inside, startled by the commotion, hurriedly exited the vehicle. The bald man's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to hit my BMW? Kid, are you seeking death? With that, he retrieved a large iron hammer from the trunk. Menacingly addressing Tang Wei, get out here. If you have the guts, let us settle this one-on-one. Tang Wei coldly remarked, are you skilled in combat? What good is that? To survive in this world, one needs power and connections. Which faction do you belong to? The bald man, seething with anger, retorted, stop pretending with me. Come out. Don't be a coward. The woman beside him quickly restrained the hulking man, saying, Tiangu, let it go. We shouldn't stoop to his level. What? Let it go. The bald giant's face contorted with rage as he bellowed at the woman. You useless thing. He crashed into my car, and you want me to let it slide? If I simply forgive this, am I still a man? Terrified by his outburst, the woman fell silent, eventually leaving in tears after a prolonged moment. The bald giant paid her no mind, turning his ire back to Tang Wei. You'd better come out quickly. Are you scared? Tang Wei emerged from the vehicle, declaring, I'm out now. Go on, hit me. Aimed right here. He pointed to his own head. Seeing this, the giant hesitated, merely growling, you crashed into my car. Tell me, how do you propose we resolve this? Tang Wei retorted, why not just crash into it again? Fuming, the giant shot back, with your piece of junk? I'd be the one at a loss. Pay me 100,000, and we'll call it even. His audacity was astounding. Tang Wei Lauget, you want 100,000 for that? If you don't, I'll smash your pathetic car to bits. The giant hefted a hammer in his hand, asserting, go ahead. I dare you. Tang Wei replied, by all means, go ahead and smash it. The giant growled, don't think I won't. But you must consider the serious consequences of your actions. With a cold smirk, the giant continued, kid, that wreck of yours is worth only a few thousand. You really think I wouldn't dare to smash it? Unbeknownst to him, Tang Wei's mention of serious consequences held greater weight than he realized. Growing impatient, Tang Wei urged, stop dragging this out. Are you going to smash it or not? If you are, do it quickly. I have to get home. The giant, thoroughly enraged, lifted the hammer and brought it crashing down onto the front of the Wuling Hongguang. Clang! A deafening metallic clash echoed as the hammer struck the car, only to bounce off. The force of the recoil shattered the giant's grip, causing blood to flow from his hand, while the vehicle remained unscathed, not even a scratch. The bald giant was left dumbfounded. Why did this happen? Suddenly, he heard a sound emanating from Tang Wei's car. Who dare strike me? Before he could process this, the Wuling Hongguang stood upright, transforming into a towering automaton. The giant was utterly paralyzed with fear. What in the world was happening? He pinched his own face to confirm he was not dreaming. Tang Wei regarded the stunned giant, asking, so, do you still want to smash it? The giant, stripped of his earlier bravado, quickly shook his head. Good, since you won't, it's my turn to perform, Tang Wei proclaimed, then commanded the automaton, Xiaobai, destroy that BMW. Xiaobai lifted the BMW, effortlessly tearing it in half and tossing the pieces aside. My BMW. The giant's heart bled at the sight, but faced with the automaton, he could only seethe in silence, unable to express his fury. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of regret. Why had he provoked Tang Wei? If he hadn't, this situation would never have arisen. Tang Wei cast not a glance at the bald man and drove away with an air of indifference. After a considerable time, the bald man finally came to his senses. I must call the police. Such a dangerous individual must be apprehended. At that precise moment, a patrol car arrived, and the bald man hurriedly flagged it down. Comrades, you've arrived just in time. I have been attacked by an automotive being. Indeed, it is just like those Transformers from the movies. I assure you, the scene was incredibly brutal, intensely violent, and exceedingly bloody. He rambled on, oblivious to the incredulous gazes directed at him. No hurry, please continue, we are all ears. At that juncture, one officer picked up a psychiatric certificate that had fallen from the bald man. Upon reading its contents, he suddenly understood and made a call. Is this the XX Psychiatric Hospital? We have a patient here. Yes, his condition is quite severe, and he is experiencing hallucinations. The bald man, upon hearing this, erupted in anger, exclaiming, I am not insane. I possess this certificate merely for the convenience of committing murder. At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted, and the officers pulled out their weapons. The officer who had made the call remarked, "Please exercise caution. The patient exhibits extremely violent tendencies." Chapter 38. The lonely child seeing this. The bald man regained his composure and insisted, "Everything I said is true. I am not mentally ill." Afterward, he scanned the desolate surroundings, devoid of any witnesses or cameras, leaving him feeling powerless to defend himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Look, my car was damaged by that automotive being. You must capture that creature." He pointed to his BMW, which had been rendered a wreck. The officers gazed at the ruined vehicle in astonishment. "Captain, could it be that this individual is delusional and crashed his own car?" "It must be so. How reckless to drive in such a serious condition." And thankfully, there were no innocent casualties. "He must be taken to the hospital and closely monitored." The bald man felt utterly despondent. Meanwhile, Tang Wei returned to the repair shop, eager to enhance the modifications on Xiaohei. Having learned from his previous experience, he was confident that this time the process would go more smoothly. Days later, as Tang Wei surveyed the rejuvenated Xiaohei, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Finally, it was a success. Xiaohei had been transformed into a formidable automotive being. Unlike Xiao Bai, Xiaohei's appearance had changed significantly in its normal state. Tang Wei wished to keep his parents unaware that he had reclaimed his vehicle, explaining it would be too troublesome. He pondered who possessed greater combat prowess, Xiaohei or Xiao Bai. With a thought forming in his mind, he decided to find an open space for them to compete. Xiao Bai had previously dispatched his opponents in mere moments, leaving much of his strength undisclosed. In a battle between two equally formidable Autobots, their true strengths would be showcased. Thus, Tang Wei took the wheel of Little Black while allowing Little White to drive autonomously, steering towards the desolate southern mountainous region of City A. Upon arriving at an uninhabited valley, Tang Wei surveyed his surroundings, concluding that he was unlikely to be disturbed. The two vehicles transformed instantaneously, revealing an array of weapons. Observing the Autobots, Tang Wei declared, "You two should engage in a thorough and spirited combat right here." With that, the Autobots commenced their fierce duel, while Tang Wei leaned against a large rock, silently watching. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of elementary school students joyfully explored under the guidance of their teacher. For these city-dwelling children, this was their inaugural encounter with such natural beauty, and their curiosity bubbled over. "Children, please do not wander off. Stay close to your teacher, and be cautious of venomous snakes," reminded their supervising teacher, Shun Jingjing. She continued after this autumn outing, "Each of you must illustrate what you've seen and pin your reflections on the artwork. Is that understood?" "Understood." The children chorused in unison. At that moment, Shun Jingjing felt an inexplicable sense of someone missing, though she couldn't quite place who it was. "Are we missing someone?" she queried uncertainly. The children exchanged glances before responding. "No, we're all here." Hearing their assurances, Shun Jingjing felt relieved. Unbeknownst to them, however, their companion, Gao Xiaofan, had already lagged behind. Gao Xiaofan was a child with mild autism, burdened by various insecurities, often feeling out of place. He had no friends in class, and every group activity felt like a torment to him. Consequently, he lacked any sense of presence in the eyes of both classmates and teachers, which meant that his absence went unnoticed. "Once it's time to regroup, I'll join them, and all will be well," he thought, as he wandered in the opposite direction of the main group. Only by stepping away from the throng could he breathe freely. The gazes of the crowd felt suffocating. Suddenly, he heard an unusual sound. What is that noise? He wondered, moving toward the source. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon a breathtaking sight. Two Autobots, like those from the movies, were engaged in an intense battle. It felt surreal, as if he were dreaming. Transformers. Gao Xiaofan watched in wide-eyed amazement. At that instant, the two Autobots abruptly halted, having detected the intrusion of an unfamiliar human. They both issued simultaneous warnings. Tang Wei furrowed his brow and followed the direction of the Autobot's gaze, finally spotting Gao Xiaofan. Gao Xiaofan was taken aback to see two Autobots cease their movements and fix their gaze upon him. What a calamity! Had he stumbled upon a momentous secret, and was he to be silenced? With that thought racing through his mind, he fled in a panic. "Tang Wei, Astonitz, et Golim. Be careful, there's a cliff over there." However, his warning came too late. Gao Xiaofan misstepped and fell into the abyss. Tang Wei's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly regained his composure and instructed Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Hurry, save him. The two Autobots surged forth with remarkable speed, managing to grasp Gao Xiaofan just in time. Believing he was doomed, Gao Xiaofan was astonished to find himself rescued. Back on solid ground, he was still trembling with fear. Young one, you must heed safety. This place is perilous. You should return home at once. The two Autobots, equipped with advanced artificial intelligence, were capable of engaging in simple conversation with Gao Xiaofan. He sensed that these Autobots were not malevolent, which brought him a measure of relief. Thank you, thank you. Gao Xiaofan expressed his gratitude to the Autobots. It is our pleasure. Now, please seek out your family. Nodding, Gao Xiaofan replied, yes, farewell. With that, he retraced his steps toward the designated gathering point for his class. Though reassured of the Autobots' benign intentions, Gao Xiaofan did not linger. Throughout his journey, he reflected on the extraordinary occurrence. He had encountered the legendary Autobots, good Autobots, no less. It was almost beyond belief. He yearned to share this astonishing news with friends, who would surely be taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had no friends. At that moment, it was time to assemble. Shun Jingjing suddenly realized that Gao Xiaofan was still missing. Anxiously, she inquired, has anyone seen Gao Xiaofan? The crowd shook their heads. Were it not for Shun Jingjing mentioning his name, they might have nearly forgotten about him. This thought troubled Shun Jingjing greatly. Just then, a figure rushed in. It was Gao Xiaofan. Shun Jingjing, exasperated, scolded, Gao Xiaofan, why did you leave the group without permission? If something had happened to you, who would take responsibility? Gao Xiaofan bowed his head in silence, chastised. With a sigh, Shun Jingjing said, never mind. Let us board the vehicle and return home. Upon arriving home, Gao Xiaofan retrieved paper and pencil, preparing to fulfill the task assigned by his teacher, to illustrate the scenery he had witnessed that day and articulate his reflections. After pondering for a moment, he began to draw. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Gao Xiaofan may not have excelled in social interactions, but he possessed an extraordinary talent for drawing, and soon he had created a remarkable piece. However, the content of his artwork seemed to starkly contrast with that of his classmates. The following day, as the school day neared its conclusion, Shun Jingjing entered Gao Xiaofan's classroom, her expression somewhat unusual. I have reviewed everyone's extracurricular assignments, and while most were commendable, there are a few students whom I must admonish. Chapter 39, A Lack of Positive Energy. Observing the teacher's stern demeanor, some students who had been rather negligent in their work grew anxious. In stark contrast, Gao Xiaofan exuded confidence. Lu Eru, pray tell, what have you drawn? Shun Jingjing produced a blank sheet of paper, save for a signature in the lower right corner. Is this what you submit to me, a blank slate? Lu Eru stood up, declaring, report, teacher, I drew a cow grazing. Shun Jingjing furrowed her brow, pointing at the empty page. A cow grazing? Where's the grass? Report, teacher, the cow ate it, came the retort. And the cow? It left after eating the grass. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Shun Jingjing, infuriated, demanded, bring your parents here. She continued, I must also call out another individual, Gao Xiaofan. Gao Xiaofan was taken aback. He never anticipated that he would be singled out. Shun Jingjing held up Gao Xiaofan's artwork. What do you see here? I instructed you to depict a natural landscape, yet you have illustrated two bizarre entities engaged in combat. What occupies your mind? The classmates turned to observe Gao Xiaofan's drawing, which depicted a battle between two robots, reminiscent of a scene from the previous day's animated film. Wow, that's impressive. Aren't those Transformers? How cool, murmured the students. A buzz with excitement. Shun Jingjing persisted. At your age, you ought to appreciate the beauty surrounding you rather than indulge in such nonsense. I fear you have been overly influenced by these trivial films, corrupting your mind. If this continues, your thoughts will be consumed by violence, leading you down a path of crime in adulthood. I believe it is essential to involve your parents for a serious discussion. We cannot allow this situation to escalate. Her tone grew increasingly grave, as if a catastrophic event were unfolding. Gao Xiaofan felt utterly bewildered. All he had done was create a drawing. Yet he faced the prospect of parental involvement. To him, being summoned by the teacher was a monumental disgrace. Moreover, knowing that his parents had worked tirelessly to raise him, the thought of disappointing them was unbearable. Gao Xiaofan clenched his fists. Gao Xiaofan, when I speak to you, You ought to respond. Have you become mute? Shun Jingjing chided. Gritting his teeth, Gao Xiaofan summoned his courage to plead. Teacher Shun, could you refrain from calling my parents? Shun Jingjing scoffed. Absolutely not. Some matters must be clarified with your family. Gao Xiaofan yearned to protest, but ultimately silenced himself. Subsequently, Shun Jingjing announced, having addressed these two students, I shall now commend those who have excelled in their artwork. Behold the work of Yuan Xiaohua, a student who has garnered personal commendation from the principal. Yuan Xiaohua, basking in the glory of praise, appeared quite self-satisfied. At this moment, Shun Jingjing presented Yuan Xiaohua's creation for the class to see. Upon viewing it, the students expressed their bewilderment. How could this be worthy of praise? It merely depicted a few white clouds. I believe my own artwork surpasses his by far. Observing the murmurs among her peers, Shun Jingjing hastily intervened, explaining, although Yuan Xiaohua's painting of the blue sky and white clouds is rather simplistic, it symbolically represents the purity of children's hearts. Furthermore, his accompanying reflection is quite profound. She then recited the insight Yuan Xiaohua had inscribed upon his artwork. The azure sky and the white clouds resemble the emblem of my district chief, father's BMW. Isn't this metaphor vivid and evocative? At this point, Gao Xiaofan could no longer contain himself. In a fit of anger, he leapt to his feet and stormed out of the classroom. Shun Jingjing was taken aback, perplexed by Gao Xiaofan's sudden outburst. Gao Xiaofan, return at once. She called after him, but he did not look back. Enraged, Shun Jingjing exclaimed, Are you daring to disregard my words? You no longer wish to learn, is that it? Very well. I shall contact your parents to arrange for your withdrawal from school. With that, she retrieved her phone and dialed Gao Xiaofan's father's number. Hello. Is this Gao Xiaofan's father? I can no longer manage your son. You must come and take him home immediately. On the other end of the line, Gao Xiaofan's father was bewildered. In his eyes, his son had always been obedient. What could have transpired? Thus, he respectfully inquired, Teacher Shun, what has my son done wrong? Please, I implore you to be understanding. It is not easy for us to support his education. After an emotional appeal, Shun Jingjing's heart softened. Alas, the plight of parents is truly heart-wrenching. However, I still believe it is imperative for you to visit the school. This child's psychological state is undoubtedly concerning and warrants attention. Gao Xiaofan's father replied, Very well, I shall come right away. Before long, Gao Xiaofan's father arrived at Shun Jingjing's office accompanied by his son. Hello, Teacher Shun. I am Gao Xiaofan's parent. Shun Jingjing glanced at Gao Xiaofan's father and presented him with Gao Xiaofan's drawing, saying, Take a look at your son's artwork. Gao Xiaofan's father cast a glance at it, perplexed, and asked, What is the issue with this painting? Shun Jingjing pounded her fist on the table, exclaiming, What is the issue? The implications are grave. A child of his age should not be exposed to such content. How are you, as parents, educating him? This so-called transformer, perpetually engaged in violence, embodies no positive energy whatsoever. Such elements of brutality and bloodshed will etch themselves into the depths of a child's psyche. Gao Xiaofan's creation is a manifestation of his inner turmoil. Look at these two robots, one black and one white, resembling the grim reapers of fate. This child's inner world is indeed alarming. Gao Xiaofan's father was a rough man, and in his mind, the words of a distinguished intellectual like Shun Jingjing must hold some truth. Upon hearing her speak, a frown crossed his face. What should we do, Teacher Shen? Both his mother and I lack education and hardly have time to pay attention to our child's psychological issues. Shun Jingjing sighed and said, I believe Gao Xiaofan should be admitted to a psychiatric hospital for a period of treatment. Gao Xiaofan's father was taken aback, exclaiming, a psychiatric hospital? Shun Jingjing clarified, mental illness is not as you might imagine. If intervention occurs at the first signs, recovery is possible. Gao Xiaofan is still relatively normal. There is still time for treatment. Gao Xiaofan's father nodded eagerly, saying, All right, we will follow your advice. Enough. Gao Xiaofan could no longer contain himself. He looked at Shun Jingjing and retorted, You say I am insane. I think you're the one who needs help. Shun Jingjing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Gao Xiaofan. What did you say? Gao Xiaofan coldly replied, You exaggerate every little thing, and you can associate so many absurdities with a simple painting. Isn't that a sign of insanity? I believe you should get checked out. Smack! Gao Xiaofan's father struck him, angrily rebuking, You little rascal! How dare you speak to your teacher like that? If the teacher says you are ill, then you are ill. Chapter 40. The world is wrong. Not me. Shun Jingjing trembled with anger, pointing at Gao Xiaofan and declaring, Gao Xiaofan, you truly are ungrateful. Gao Xiaofan's father quickly interjected, Teacher, please do not stoop to his level. Shun Jingjing continued, You see, this is the consequence of watching too many trashy films. At such a young age, he harbors such bitterness. If he grows up like this, won't he become a menace? Gao Xiaofan's father added, Did you hear that? From now on, do not watch those ridiculous movies. Gao Xiaofan, feeling wronged, replied, We don't even have a television at home. Where would I watch movies? The painting I created was based on what I witnessed with my own eyes. At that moment, he finally revealed the secret he had kept hidden. What? Shun Jingjing exclaimed. You say you witnessed it firsthand? Are you joking? Gao Xiaofan's father scolded. At such a young age, you have learned to lie. You were never like this before. Gao Xiaofan insisted, I am telling the truth. How could I paint it so accurately otherwise? I have never seen Transformers. I have only heard others discuss them. Gao Xiaofan's father felt a wave of complexity wash over him. Indeed, he had just been scolding Gao Xiaofan, forgetting that they did not even have the means to watch movies at home. Furthermore, given Gao Xiaofan's character, it was evident he could not have seen them with friends. However, if he claimed he had actually seen Autobots in real life, wouldn't that be utter nonsense? Shun Jingjing exclaimed dramatically, This is delusional. The child's condition is more serious than we had anticipated. We must hasten to the hospital. Upon hearing Shun Jingjing's words, Gao Xiaofan's father grew increasingly anxious. Is it truly that grave, teacher? Is it really so serious? Shun Jingjing replied, Yes, indeed, it is very serious. We must go to the hospital immediately. Take my car. With that, she swiftly retrieved her car keys. I am not ill. I truly saw the Autobots. Gao Xiaofan fervently defended himself. No, you're unwell. Unless you can summon the Autobots before me. Regardless of Gao Xiaofan's protests, both Shun Jingjing and his father remained steadfast in their belief that he was experiencing a mental crisis. Consequently, they forcibly ushered Gao Xiaofan into the vehicle, en route to the psychiatric hospital. At that moment, seated in the back seat, Gao Xiaofan relinquished any notion of resistance. A sense of despondency enveloped him. He could hardly fathom that even those closest to him doubted him. Was there truly no one in this world who cared for him? The fault did not lie with him, but rather with this world. His heart roared in anguish. The psychiatric hospital in city, it was situated far from the urban area. At this moment, Shun Jingjing was driving across a vast bridge where the flow of traffic and pedestrians was nearly non-existent. Suddenly, she noticed a van overtaking her. Habitually, she glanced towards the driver's seat, only to discover it was empty. What on earth was happening? A look of terror crossed Shun Jingjing's face. Could it be that I have encountered a ghost? Her sensitive nerves began to conjure unsettling thoughts. The more she pondered, the more her fear escalated, eventually leading her to release the steering wheel, cradling her head with both hands. A ghost! A ghost! A ghost is driving. In the passenger seat, Gao Xiaofan's father was taken aback by Shun Jingjing's sudden abandonment of the steering wheel. Teacher Shun, what are you doing? There's a ghost, a ghost. Shun Jingjing had lost her composure, entirely disregarding the perilous situation. Teacher Shun, please calm down. Gao Xiaofan's father understood that if this continued, an accident was inevitable. He attempted to press the brake, hoping to halt the vehicle first. However, lacking any experience or knowledge of cars, he was clueless as to where the brake was located. As the vehicle hurtled toward the barrier, he took a desperate gamble and pressed down on a pedal at random. Ironically, he inadvertently pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. The car did not come to a halt. Instead, it surged forward. The vehicle barreled through the barrier, on the brink of plunging into the river. Everyone screamed in terror. At that moment, Shun Jingjing regained her senses, but it was far too late. Am I going to die? Is this how it ends? Gao Xiaofan felt a profound sense of regret. His dreams remained unfulfilled. How could he possibly meet his end in such a manner? Yet, moments later, the three individuals were astonished to discover that the car had ceased its descent, instead suspended in mid-air as if cradled by some unseen force. What could possibly be the explanation? They were utterly perplexed. Gao Xiaofan turned to see a white automobile humanoid, using its hands to support the vehicle that was on the verge of plummeting. He exclaimed with excitement, It's you, the automobile humanoid. You saved me once again. Indeed, The driverless van that Shun Jingjing had just witnessed was none other than Tang Wei's Wuling Honghua. At that moment, Tang Wei was maneuvering his vehicle, Xiaohe, while allowing Xiaobai to drive autonomously. He had not anticipated encountering Gao Xiaofan and the others, which had startled the sensitive Shun Jingjing into a state of panic. Tang Wei, observing the unusual situation with Shun Jingjing's car from behind Gao Xiaofan, commanded Xiaobai to transform just in time to prevent the impending disaster. Fortunately, the situation was resolved without harm. As Xiaobai successfully lowered the vehicle to the ground, Tang Wei exhaled a sigh of relief. Shun Jingjing and Gao Xiaofan's father, hearing Gao Xiaofan's words, were momentarily bewildered. They glanced into the rearview mirror, and upon seeing the automobile humanoid, their eyes widened in disbelief. An automobile humanoid? How can this be? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Xiaobai carefully placed the car on the ground. Gao Xiaofan promptly opened the car door. Stepping out to greet Xiaobai, "Automobile humanoid, we meet again. I'm immensely grateful to you for saving me once more," he said, extending his palm. Shun Jingjing and Gao Xiaofan's father were taken aback by his actions. "Xiaofan, be careful," they instinctively warned, perceiving the automobile humanoid as a considerable threat due to their innate fear of the unknown. However, Xiaobai merely nodded and replied, "You're welcome." It then extended its hand, gently exchanging a high five with Gao Xiaofan. This scene left both Shun Jingjing and Gao Xiaofan's father utterly astonished. Gao Xiaofan turned to them and said, "Did you see that? I wasn't lying. There really are automobile humanoids in this world." The two fell into contemplation upon hearing Gao Xiaofan's words. It dawned on them that everything he had said was indeed true. They had misjudged him. With this realization, a sense of guilt washed over them. Meanwhile, Tang Wei sat in the car, silently observing the unfolding events. So it was that child. Should he consider himself unfortunate or fortunate? He recognized Gao Xiaofan at once. In a certain sense, Gao Xiaofan's two brushes with danger were intertwined with his own actions, yet he had also saved him on both occasions. At that moment, Gao Xiaofan suddenly asked Xiaobai, "What is your name?" Xiaobai responded, "I am called Xiaobai." "Xiaobai, may I befriend you?" Gao Xiaofan inquired eagerly. "Of course. It would be my honor," Xiaobai replied. Gao Xiaofan was overwhelmed with joy, for this marked the inception of his very first friendship. From this day forth, we shall be friends. Chapter 41. The reckoning arrives swiftly then. Gao Xiaofan inquired, "Xiaobai, can you fly? Can you take me to the sky? I wish to behold the world from above." Xiaobai replied, "Certainly, hold on to me tightly." In an instant, Xiaobai embraced Gao Xiaofan and soared into the heavens. Gao Xiaofan's father was taken aback. "Xiaofan, what are you doing? Come down at once. I can't take you to the psychiatric hospital any longer. Please, I implore you, descend." At that moment, Gao Xiaofan had already ascended into the air with Xiaobai. He turned to his father and said, "Farewell, father. This evening, I embark on a grand voyage. Do not worry for me. I shall wield the oars of joy and wisdom." With that, Xiaobai whisked Gao Xiaofan far away. As Gao Xiaofan gazed down upon the scenery below, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Is this what it feels like to stand atop the pinnacle, surveying the diminutive mountains? His heart surged with emotion. On the ground, Gao Xiaofan's father watched his son depart, despair etched upon his face as he gazed into the sky. At that moment, Tang Wei had unknowingly exited the vehicle. He consoled Gao Xiaofan's father, saying, "Do not fret. Your son will surely return safely." Gao Xiaofan's father sighed and replied, "Thank you." Tang Wei cast another glance at the still shaken Shun Jingjing and asked, "What exactly transpired just now?" Shun Jingjing, taken aback by Tang Wei's inquiry, stammered, I do not know why I reacted this way." Observing her flustered demeanor, Tang Wei decided against further inquiry, opting instead to enter the vehicle and depart. Meanwhile, the traffic police swiftly arrived at the scene. Upon their arrival, they immediately inquired about the events that had unfolded. Shun Jingjing hastily explained, "It was like this. I saw a driverless van, and I was so frightened that I dashed through the guardrail, only to be rescued by a robot." Upon hearing Shun Jingjing's account, the officers exchanged peculiar glances. "Please continue. We are listening." Realizing that the traffic police likely deemed her words nonsensical, she grew agitated. "Please take me seriously. I am speaking the truth." The officers resumed their serious demeanor and said, "Very well, we are listening intently." "And then? What about the robot?" Shun Jingjing recounted, "The robot carried my student into the air, and, at that moment, I only heard a loud duam. At this, one of the officers could no longer suppress his disbelief and remarked, "Madam, we have serious doubts regarding your mental stability. You cannot operate a vehicle in this condition. Please accompany us." Shen Jingjing was instantly enraged. "What did you say? You dare to suggest that I am mentally ill?" She then turned to Gao Xiaofan's father and asserted, "This gentleman can attest that what I am saying is absolutely true." "Oh, is that so?" the officer inquired, turning to Gao Xiaofan's father. "Is what this lady claims true?" Gao Xiaofan's father took a deep breath and replied, "I cannot say. I was asleep at the time and was unaware of anything." Shen Jingjing widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Gao Xiaofan's father, exclaiming, "Mr. Gao, you clearly witnessed what happened. How can you lie through your teeth?" Gao Xiaofan's father remained unperturbed, replying, "Witnessed what? I saw nothing at all. I believe this gentleman is correct. You may be experiencing some mental distress. Perhaps it would be best for you to refrain from driving. In fact, I suggest you consider resigning from your teaching position as well, taking some time to rest and recuperate." Just moments ago, Shen Jingjing had nearly endangered both her own life and that of her son. How could Gao Xiaofan's father let her off so easily? Moreover, he had come to a profound realization. This woman was nothing more than an overly dramatic, neurotic individual. Such a person teaching was indeed a disservice to her students. The thought that he had almost unwittingly contributed to her reckless behavior, jeopardizing his son's well-being, filled him with regret. Upon hearing Gao Xiaofan's father's words, Shen Jingjing was incensed. Gritting her teeth, she glared at him. "I see now, you are deliberately trying to harm me. I will kill you." With that, she charged at Gao Xiaofan's father, only to be swiftly restrained by the traffic police. "Madam, please remain calm." Meanwhile, another officer dialed the nearby psychiatric hospital. Soon, a vehicle from the institution arrived. "Madam, please step into the car," they urged. Shen Jingjing shouted in fury, "I am not insane. You are the ones who are mad. Let me go." At that moment, she finally grasped Gao Xiaofan's earlier feelings. Was this truly divine retribution? A doctor nearby interjected, "Miss Shen, please calm yourself. If you are indeed sane, we will provide you with proof. Kindly cooperate with us." Shen Jingjing realized she had acted impulsively. The more she resisted, the more suspicion she would arouse. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain her composure. "Very well, I shall cooperate." Before long, she was taken to the psychiatric hospital where initial brain examinations were conducted. As the results emerged, the doctors furrowed their brows. Shen Jingjing anxiously inquired, "What is it, doctor? Am I not normal? I told you I am perfectly fine. Yet you refuse to believe me." The doctors shook their heads gravely. "Regrettably, Ms. Shen, we have detected frequent abnormal discharges in your brain, which are indicative of mental illness." Shen Jingjing felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She vehemently shook her head, insisting, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am perfectly sane. I cannot be mentally ill. My students can vouch for me. Just ask them how amiable and understanding I am." One of the doctors remarked, "Interestingly, we have already gathered feedback from your class. The responses from your students align remarkably with the early symptoms of mental illness." Hearing this, Shen Jingjing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Is it possible that my image in front of everyone is truly like this? I never expected that the madness resided within me. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Shen Jingjing came to accept this reality. However, she did not immediately check into a hospital. Instead, she chose to return and address some matters at school first. Upon arriving at her office, she noticed a drawing by Gao Xiaofan on her desk. A bitter smile escaped her lips as she contemplated retrieving it, hoping to return it to Gao Xiaofan someday. To her surprise, as she reached for it, she discovered that the artwork was actually two pieces combined. The lower piece exhibited a starkly different style from the one above. There, amidst a fierce battle, two black and white robots were working together to rescue a young boy who had fallen from a cliff. Shen Jingjing instantly recognized the boy as Gao Xiaofan. No wonder Gao Xiaofan had said that the robots had saved him once again. Suddenly, everything became clear to her. At that moment, she noticed a line of text left by Gao Xiaofan beneath the drawing. "Do not overly jump to conclusions. Beneath a fierce and violent exterior may lie a heart filled with kindness and compassion." Reading those words, Shen Jingjing was overcome with emotion. So this is how it is. I misjudged you, Gao Xiaofan. I focused solely on the superficial violence and bloodshed, failing to see the inherent goodness and beauty within. I cannot believe that I have lived so long, yet a child perceives things more clearly than I do. Chapter 42. The wooden bicycle. At this moment, Gao Xiaofan was soaring through the skies with Xiaobai. Xiaobai spoke up. Xiaofan, it's getting late. We should head back. Gao Xiaofan felt a twinge of reluctance, replying, I don't want to go back. Xiaobai continued, your parents will be very worried if you stay away for too long. After pondering, Gao Xiaofan conceded, all right then. Subsequently, Xiaobai found an unoccupied spot to land and transformed back into a van. Hop in. I'll give you one last ride. Gao Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Following that, Xiaobai drove him home according to the address Gao Xiaofan provided. Inside Gao Xiaofan's home, his father faced his wife's inquiries, unsure how to respond. Where is Xiaofan? Did you scold him, causing him to run away in anger? He is my only son. If you scare him off, I will not let this go. As she spoke, Gao Xiaofan's mother wiped away her tears. Gao Xiaofan's father knew that if he revealed what had transpired today, she would never believe him. Just then, the doorbell rang. Gao Xiaofan's mother hurried to open the door, and there stood Gao Xiaofan, whole and unharmed. Xiaofan, his mother exclaimed, enveloping him in a tight embrace. At that moment, Gao Xiaofan looked at his father and said, Dad, I'm sorry. I should have just left like that and made you worry. Seeing his son's maturity, Gao Xiaofan's father felt a pang of guilt once more. He gazed at his son and said, Dad, doesn't he blame you? It's all my fault. From now on, I will unconditionally trust you. Whatever you choose to do, Dad will support you. Gao Xiaofan felt a weight lifted from his heart upon hearing his father's words. He promptly declared, I wish to change classes. I no longer want to be in Teacher Shin's class. His father responded, No worries. Your homeroom teacher, Shun Jingjing, has already resigned. Such a misguided individual is unworthy of the teaching profession. Though unaware of the full circumstances, Gao Xiaofan felt a surge of joy upon receiving this news. After escorting Gao Xiaofan home, Xiaobai finally returned to Tang Wei's repair shop. I apologize for my tardiness, Master, Xiaobai expressed to Tang Wei. Naturally, Tang Wei bore no ill will. He was merely astonished that a sentient vehicle could possess such profound emotions, capable of bonding with humans outside of himself. By the way, Master, Xiaofan asked me to deliver something to you. As Xiaobai spoke, he opened his hood and ejected a piece of paper. Tang Wei swiftly caught the paper and discovered it to be a drawing created by Gao Xiaofan. To his surprise, the figure depicted in the artwork was none other than himself. It appeared that through his conversations with Xiaobai, Gao Xiaofan had come to realize that Tang Wei was his savior. The incidents of his fall from the cliff and today's mishap were both orchestrated by Tang Wei, who had directed Xiaobai to rescue him. In gratitude, Gao Xiaofan had captured his impression of Tang Wei in this drawing. Tang Wei was taken aback. It seemed they had only met once, yet the boy had rendered such intricate details. This child was undoubtedly extraordinary, destined for an immeasurable future. The following day, Tang Wei was diligently overseeing the repair shop when he was suddenly disturbed by commotion outside. Stepping out, he witnessed a group of 15 and 16-year-olds bullying a peer the same age. With that broken bicycle, you dare to ride it out here? Li Fei, you don't actually intend to use that wooden contraption in the cycling competition, do you? How ridiculous. I've never seen a bicycle made of wood. Your family must be terribly impoverished. If you can't even afford a decent bicycle, you should refrain from making a spectacle of yourself. Even if you manage to enter the cycling competition, you won't win a prize. The boy named Li Fei wore a face of distress. You are going too far. Regardless of the situation, you must not damage my bicycle. My father worked through the night to make it for me. The laughter of the crowd grew louder upon hearing Li Fei's words. It's just a pile of scrap wood. Kneel down and call me sir, and I will gift you my old bicycle, which, although worn, is far superior to your wooden toy. Ha ha ha. Li Fei glared at them in fury, feeling powerless to retaliate. Sensing the murderous intent in Li Fei's gaze, one of the bullies kicked him down and sneered, What's the matter? Are you still unconvinced? Enough. Tang Wei immediately intervened. Unbeknownst to him, bullying was taking place right under his nose, and Tang Wei could not stand idly by. The crowd turned to glance at him, and one individual stepped forward with a swagger and remarked, Who do you think you are, meddling in others' affairs? Without hesitation, Tang Wei delivered a sharp slap. You wretched brat. Speaking so insolently, he had no intention of showing leniency simply because the boy was young. If he failed to learn decency at such a tender age, what would become of him as he matured? The boy widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, How dare you hit me? My parents have never laid a finger on me. Slap, slap, slap. Tang Wei retaliated with several more strikes, declaring, "Oh really? Then allow me to educate you on behalf of your parents." Enraged, the boy prepared to charge forward, but upon realizing Tang Wei's imposing stature, he turned to his companions and shouted, "Brothers, let us take him on together." In an instant, Tang Wei produced 2 wrenches from his pocket and coldly stated, "Come on, let us see what you've got. I want to hold back." The group of youths exchanged apprehensive glances, hesitant to act. Though they outnumbered him, they were still mere children, emboldened only to bully their peers. The boy who had been struck cursed, "Damn it, a bunch of useless fools." With that, he mounted his bicycle and rode away in disgrace, followed by the others. As he watched them depart, Tang Wei let out a sigh. The education of youth was a formidable task ahead. At that moment, he turned to the boy who had been bullied, Li Fei, and asked, "Are you all right?" Li Fei shook his head and replied, "Thank you, I'm fine, but my bicycle." His voice trailed off with a hint of resignation. Tang Wei glanced at Li Fei's bicycle, which lay in ruins, the wooden frame marred by the imprints of several feet. "I heard you're participating in a cycling competition. Is that correct?" Tang Wei inquired. Li Fei nodded, saying, "Yes, the prize for first place is 100,000 yuan. If I can win that, my family won't have to struggle so much. Regrettably, all of this has been ruined by those ruffians." His fists clenched in frustration. Tang Wei sighed, however. Even if your wooden bicycle were intact, the odds of securing the grand prize are rather slim. To his surprise, Li Fei's gaze remained resolute as he declared, "No matter what, I must give it a shot, even if there is but a glimmer of hope. I truly do not wish for my parents to endure hardship any longer. I am determined to change our fate." Tang Wei felt a profound stir within him at Li Fei's unwavering spirit. Chapter 43. The contest of the modifiers. Tang Wei made a silent resolution. He said to Li Fei, "All right, I believe you can achieve it." Li Fei shook his head, bitterly responding, "It's too late for belief, my bicycle is." Tang Wei smiled and reassured him, "No worries, I am a mechanic. I can fix it." He then gestured towards the sign of the nearby repair shop. Li Fei felt incredulous and exclaimed, "Can this really be repaired?" Tang Wei nodded affirmatively, replying, "Of course it can be repaired. Moreover, I can enhance it to function even better." He was confident that with the system's assistance in the modification, it would be effortless for Li Fei to secure the grand prize in the bicycle competition. Excitedly, Li Fei responded, "Really? Thank you so much." Suddenly, a thought struck him. He rummaged through his empty pockets and said, "But I can't even afford the repair costs." Tang Wei shook his head and replied, "No need to worry. I won't charge you." After all, Tang Wei was not lacking in funds. Helping a child realize his dreams brought him a sense of fulfillment. Li Fei hurriedly insisted, "That won't do. I cannot let you exert yourself without compensation. Although I am poor, I understand the principle of not accepting favors without giving something in return." Tang Wei patted Li Fei on the shoulder and said, "Well said, young man. Here's the deal. If you win the grand prize of 100,000, just share 5,000 with me." Li Fei pondered for a moment and agreed, "All right, thank you." It was evident he was determined to win the grand prize, as he did not even inquire about what would happen if he failed to secure it. Subsequently, Tang Wei and Li Fei carried the wooden bicycle into the repair shop. After leaving a contact number, Li Fei took his leave. Once Li Fei departed, Tang Wei swiftly scanned the dilapidated wooden bicycle with the system. Target locked. Device, handmade wooden bicycle, damage level. 80. Please enter modification goals and estimated costs. The system will devise the optimal modification plan. Tang Wei thoughtfully considered and input all the necessary requirements. Meanwhile, in City A, Zhou Yu, the son of a wealthy magnate named Zhou Zhe, was also preparing for the upcoming youth bicycle competition. To this end, he spared no expense in hiring the world-renowned modification master, Smith, to enhance his bicycle. The butler, puzzled, inquired, "Young Master Zhou, the grand prize for this youth bicycle competition is only 100,000, which is merely your daily allowance. Why go to such lengths?" Zhou Yu chuckled, "Well, you know, it's not the money I seek. Several mainstream media outlets will cover this competition, and I must secure first place to let the nation, even the world, know that I, Zhou Yu, am the king of bicycles." The butler nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I underestimated your ambition." Zhou Yu scoffed lightly and said, "Smith should have arrived by now. Let us go meet him. I'm curious to see what this world-renowned modification master looks like." Soon, Zhou Yu met with Smith. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Yu explained the situation. Smith smiled and remarked, "Modifying a bicycle is a trivial task." Zhou Yu, however, replied with seriousness, "What I need is a device that outperforms all other bicycles, excelling in every aspect. I must secure first place in this competition. Can you achieve that?" Smith confidently declared, "Of course, it can be done. With my modified bicycle, even a pig could secure first place." Zhou Yu felt a twinge of annoyance upon hearing this. Yet Smith remained blissfully unaware of the discomfort he had caused. Perhaps it was intentional. After all, he was a world-renowned modification master, retaining his pride even in the presence of the son of the city's wealthiest man. Aware of his dependence on Smith, Zhou Yu suppressed his displeasure and replied, "Very well, I shall rely on your expertise." Meanwhile, Tang Wei had completed the modifications on Li Fei's wooden bicycle. Although its exterior still appeared bulky, the core components had undergone a complete transformation. Each wooden plank had been meticulously treated, retaining the rustic charm of the material, while possessing a resilience and hardness comparable to steel. The design was tailored to fit Li Fei's physique, aiming to provide the most comfortable riding experience possible. As Tang Wei admired the finished wooden bicycle, a profound sense of satisfaction washed over him. He promptly contacted Li Fei to come and collect it. Li Fei arrived swiftly, and upon seeing the wooden bicycle, he immediately sensed a significant difference from the previous version. Though it still bore a somewhat rustic appearance, there was an undeniable touch of design that evoked an indescribable feeling. "The youth bicycle competition is tomorrow, so you must give it your all." Tang Wei yang godaja Li Fei. Nodding, Li Fei replied, "Yes, I will certainly do my best." After expressing his gratitude to Tang Wei once more, he mounted the bicycle and began to ride home. As he settled onto the seat, he noticed something peculiar. Why was this bicycle so comfortable? It lacked the stiffness typically associated with wood. It was not soft, but rather felt entirely natural. Indeed, if he were to encapsulate the sensation in a single word, it would be natural. He recalled Tang Wei's earlier words, assuring him that not only would the bicycle be repaired, but it would also be enhanced for better utility. It seemed Tang Wei had spoken the truth. With a determined push on the wooden pedal, the bicycle glided forward with remarkable smoothness. The experience was exhilarating. He placed his other foot on the pedal, and the ride remained exceptionally stable. It felt as though even a novice could ride without holding the handlebars. Moreover, pedaling was effortless, devoid of any strain. "How marvelous!" Li Fei exclaimed in astonishment. This bicycle surpassed any he had previously ridden. If his father, who crafted the wooden bicycle, was a deity in his eyes, then Tang Wei, the master mechanic who transformed it, was a god among gods. In that moment, he felt that securing first place in the upcoming bicycle competition was no longer an unattainable dream. Upon contemplating this, Li Fei felt a surge of excitement. He halted his vehicle and cast a distant glance back at Tang Wei's repair shop, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. I shall never forget Tang's repair shop. Soon, the youth bicycle competition in City A commenced. On that day, the venue teemed with participants and spectators alike. Numerous media outlets were live streaming this exhilarating event, with drones capturing every moment from above. Although Tang Wei was not present at the venue, he watched the live broadcast on his computer. He was confident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Li Fei would undoubtedly secure the first prize with a wooden bicycle he had modified. Chapter 44. The Bicycle Competition at the Competition Venue. The air was filled with an uproar. The host took to the stage and casually uttered a few words. "Dear audience, the thrilling youth bicycle competition is about to begin. The first place winner will receive a grand prize of 100,000 yuan, the second place 50,000, and the third place 10,000. All participants are youths under the age of 18 from City A, representing the future of our city. We hope this competition showcases the vibrant spirit of our young people. Lastly, may the participants prioritize friendship over rivalry, adhere to the competition rules, and avoid disputes. We also ask the spectators to maintain a respectful distance and not interfere with the competitor's performance." Following this, the camera shifted its focus to the participants. Due to the overwhelming number of contestants, Li Fei had become lost in the crowd. Thus, even though his wooden bicycle stood out starkly, it failed to garner any attention. Tang Wei, after an extensive search on the screen, finally spotted Li Fei. At this moment, Li Fei appeared brimming with confidence, a stark contrast to his previous self-assuredness, which had relied solely on intangible love and courage. Now, After practicing with Tang Wei's modified bicycle, his confidence was grounded in the tangible improvements of the bicycle itself. Li Fei gently caressed the wooden bicycle, silently vowing, "Whether for my family or to honor Tang Wei's efforts, I must clinch the first prize." Meanwhile, not far from Li Fei, a group of individuals watched him with ill intent. It turned out to be the same bullies from that day. One of them sneered, "I never expected this guy would still show up for the competition. He caused me to get beaten that day. I can't let this slide." Another chimed in, "Yes, we must teach him a lesson again. What should we do? When the competition starts, we'll deliberately mess with him. After all, we can't win first place anyway." Exactly. It would be quite satisfying to annoy this Li Fei. They all nodded in agreement. In contrast, Zhou Yu stood amidst the crowded throng, yet a clear space surrounded him. This was due to the bodyguards encircling him, maintaining a respectful distance from the bustling crowd. A crowd gathered at a distance, observing Zhou Yu, chattering among themselves. "Wow, is this Zhou Yu, the son of the wealthiest man in City A? He is incredibly handsome. Oh my goodness, I want to marry him. Enough already, tone it down. This kid may not be as handsome as I am, but that bike is indeed impressive. Of course, he is wealthy. I bet a single bicycle could purchase an entire apartment. Does anyone knowledgeable know what kind of bicycle this is? It looks like it must be extensively modified. It appears that the grand prize is undoubtedly his. Stop boasting. What good is equipment without skill? Exactly, even if my bike is average. I firmly believe that I will secure first place in this competition." Soon, the race commenced, and the contestants surged forward. As Zhou Yu made his appearance, he immediately stood out, racing to the forefront. The commentator began to narrate. Leading the pack is contestant number 1, Zhou Yu, who, thanks to his superior equipment, showcases his prowess and has already distanced himself from the others. Following closely were contestants 2 and 3, all eager not to fall behind, vying to surge ahead. Viewers in front of their screens buzzed with excitement. Is this really Zhou Yu? His gear looks astonishing. I've heard that Zhou Yu is an avid cyclist with remarkable skills, and with his equipment overshadowing the competition, the grand prize seems assured. Why does he still compete for the prize when he is already so wealthy? You don't understand. He values reputation. He might just hand over the prize money to the runner-up. As the gap widened, the throng of participants appeared less congested. A few individuals then noticed something extraordinary. Li Fei's wooden bicycle. What is this? It looks like it's made of wood. How can it even be ridden? It must weigh a ton, yet he seems to ride it effortlessly. The commentator also took note of Li Fei. We see contestant number 114, Li Fei, riding a bicycle crafted entirely from wood. It appears to function quite normally, indicating careful design. However, one wonders how long it can endure. The upcoming track is anything but smooth. Hearing the commentator's words, all eyes turned to Li Fei. Simultaneously, Tang Wei's experience points began to increment modestly. Goodness, what talent! Is this a deliberate attempt to attract attention? Just by its structure, it seems utterly unstable. It's a wonder it can even run. If it goes any faster, it might just fall apart. I know him. His family is very poor. He surely cannot afford a proper bicycle. So he made a wooden one because he couldn't buy a real one? That's utterly ridiculous. Everyone expressed their astonishment. As if to validate the comments in the live stream, Li Fei began to accelerate. Was this fellow out of his mind? At such speeds, the wooden structure could hardly withstand the strain. Wouldn't the friction generate enough heat to reduce it to charcoal? It was perilously dangerous. Many viewers expressed their concerns for Li Fei's safety. However, it soon became evident that their worries were unfounded. Even as the speed increased, the wooden bicycle remained remarkably stable. How is this possible? It behaved just like a conventional bicycle. Moreover, the rider appeared far more at ease than others. Could it be that this was not crafted from wood, but rather a steel resembling wood? Unlikely, for I recognized this individual and was certain he was indeed riding a wooden bike. The audience continued to discuss Li Fei's wooden bicycle, completely forgetting the fervent discussions surrounding Zhou Yu. Various media outlets also caught wind of the growing interest, with the peculiar design of this wooden bicycle drawing attention. They sought to capture more footage. Only a few media closely aligned with Zhou Zhe maintained their focus on Zhou Yu. Meanwhile, those who had previously been reprimanded by Tang Wei slowly approached Li Fei. Tang Wei, observing the familiar figures on screen, could not help but furrow his brow. Sensing their ill intentions, Li Fei noticed them as well and continued to accelerate. The group exchanged cold smirks, brandishing a prepared magnifying glass. The weather was clear, and the sun shone brightly. They aimed the magnifying glass to concentrate sunlight onto Li Fei's bicycle frame, intending to incinerate it. Unbeknownst to them, their actions were captured by drones from multiple media outlets. Chapter 45. We were all deceived by its appearance. What on earth were they doing? Were they truly attempting to set Li Fei's bicycle ablaze? This was excessively malicious. Staff members needed to intervene immediately. Yet, the audience soon realized that Li Fei's bicycle was unharmed. The individuals bullying Li Fei grew weary. Having stared at the bright spot for an extended period without witnessing any smoke rising from the bicycle. Boss, is this plan even viable? There is not a hint of activity. One person fell into contemplation and then cursed. Damn it, we've all been duped by our physics teacher. So boss, should we still hold the magnifying glass? No, let us just put them down. With that, they all relinquished the magnifying glass. Subsequently, viewers on screen observed that the area where the sunlight had been concentrated bore not a single sign of burning. This revelation left everyone astounded. The materials, modified by Tang Wei, possessed exceptional fire-resistant properties. How could they possibly be so easily ignited? Faced with their plan's failure, the group could only seek another opportunity to undermine Li Fei. At that moment, Smith was also following the unfolding competition. After all, it was his meticulously crafted masterpiece, and he was eager to see the extent of its prowess. Observing Zhou Yu's performance, he felt a sense of satisfaction. His efforts had not been in vain. At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of Li Fei's wooden bicycle. Smith's eyes widened in astonishment. Unlike others who merely perceived the bicycle as an oddity, as a premier modification expert, discerned the intricacies of its design. Such craftsmanship could not have been achieved casually. It must have been the result of careful planning by a creative mind. Who could it be? Who possessed such ingenuity? Smith pondered aloud, his curiosity thoroughly piqued. Thus, he began to focus intently on the wooden bicycle. Soon, they arrived at the second segment of the course. Unlike the previous stretch, this one was steep and riddled with numerous ascents and turns. On the first significant incline, several competitors on inferior bicycles made valiant attempts but ultimately surrendered. Unable to conquer the slope, some managed to ascend but lost control on the descent, careening off the track. When it was Li Fei's turn, the audience held their breath. He charged up the incline on his wooden bicycle with remarkable fluidity, gliding effortlessly. Incredible. It held together. He truly made it up. It seems my concerns were unwarranted. Moreover, during the descent, the wooden bicycle remained exceptionally stable. Witnessing this, Smith was once again astonished. Clearly, the individual who modified this bicycle was no ordinary craftsman. After several steep inclines, the wooden bicycle showed no signs of wear, convincing the audience of its formidable capabilities. Before long, they reached the pothole segment. This stretch was scattered with various sized craters, necessitating rapid traversal. Otherwise, falling into a pit would result in disqualification. Zhou Yu led the pack, accelerating swiftly and easily leaping over the first pit, prompting cheers from the crowd. Truly, Zhou Yu faced this challenge with no pressure whatsoever. The other competitors, however, were less fortunate, as this section eliminated a significant number of them. At this juncture, Li Fei's wooden bicycle also surged forward. Now, let us observe Li Fei's performance. Will this wooden contraption pass this test? Li Fei accelerated effortlessly, poised to charge past the potholes. Suddenly, a group of individuals deliberately collided with Li Fei. Indeed, it was the very same group that had bullied him that day. The audience gasped in disbelief. Once again, it was this group. Who were they? These rascals truly deserved a beating. However, in an unexpected turn of events, as the group crashed into Li Fei, not only did they fail to unseat him, but they were also repelled and tumbled into the pits themselves. Li Fei, seemingly unfazed, successfully navigated through the treacherous pit. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left in utter astonishment. What has transpired? The ones intending to collide were instead thrown off? What could possibly explain this situation? Regardless, the sight of those rascally youths tumbling into the pit was truly gratifying. Those who fell into the pit groaned in agony, unable to believe that colliding with Li Fei's bicycle felt akin to striking a solid wall. Boss, what just happened? Who the hell knows? What shall we do? What now? Let's hurry home and avoid further embarrassment. The group awkwardly hoisted their bicycles and departed. Upon reaching the last 2 pits of this stretch, the gap between them was remarkably short, indicating that a moment's inattention could lead to falling into the second pit after crossing the first. Zhou Yu propelled himself at an astonishing speed over the first pit, yet astonishingly halted between the 2 pits. This caused everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. The commentator exclaimed in disbelief, "Zhou Yu has come to a stop." It is crucial to note that this distance is insufficient to gain speed for leaping over the second pit. Typically, one maintains momentum while landing after crossing the first pit, then accelerates swiftly to clear the second. Doubts began to surface regarding Zhou Yu's claimed proficiency. A faint smile crept across Zhou Yu's lips. Subsequently, he clenched his teeth and pushed off with all his might. In an instant, his bicycle surged to an incredible speed, soaring over the second pit. This left everyone in sheer disbelief. Impossible. How could this be achieved? Such a distance. It could only be the result of modifications by a master craftsman. Is this the power of wealth? Smith, watching from the screen, chuckled. Zhou Yu's performance vividly showcased his exceptional modification skills. Next came Li Fei's wooden bicycle. Frankly, the fact that this bike had made it this far had surpassed everyone's expectations. Confidence in his ability to overcome this challenge was minimal. Yet Smith appeared anxious. Sensing that this bicycle was not as simple as it seemed, Li Fei accelerated with all his strength, and to everyone's astonishment, the wooden bicycle soared, effortlessly leaping across both large pits. The wooden bicycle landed heavily, creating a crater in the ground, yet remained unscathed. At that moment, the venue and the live broadcast fell into a profound silence. Everyone held their breath. They could scarcely believe their eyes. After a brief pause, the barrage of comments in the live chat surged forth like a tidal wave. The audience on site erupted in excitement. What just happened? Am I dreaming? How did he manage to get through? These are 2 large pits. Clearing one is already a feat. Has this bicycle been equipped with a jet engine? How could it fly so far? This is no ordinary wooden bike. It feels like something out of a sci-fi novel. It is undoubtedly the case. We have all been captivated by its exterior. Smith, seated before the screen, gasped in astonishment, muttering to himself, "Indeed, it is so. Whose masterful handiwork is this?" He resolved to seek counsel from this talented modifier at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 46, Friendship First, Competition Second. Having navigated the previous segments, most competitors had been eliminated. Li Fei understood that a final surge was imperative. Otherwise, securing first place would be a formidable challenge. Thus, he quickened his pace, rapidly closing in on the leading Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu glanced back and was taken aback to see Li Fei on his wooden bicycle. What on earth is that? There was no time for contemplation. He too had to accelerate. At this climactic moment, Zhou Yu maintained his lead, while Li Fei pursued fervently, almost catching up. The velocity of both competitors had reached unprecedented levels, surpassing our wildest imaginings. It was astonishing. Their speed appeared to have broken the current world record for chicken mudstone. Who would have thought that our humble city harbored such exceptional talents as these 2? The outcome of this grand competition remains to be seen. The commentator was brimming with excitement, and the audience was eager, all curious to discover whether Li Fei's wooden bicycle could indeed outpace Zhou Yu. I believe that the first place is undoubtedly Li Fei's to claim. However, it seems premature. I still consider Zhou Yu to have substantial odds of victory. If Li Fei were to triumph over Zhou Yu, would that not be a slap in the face to Master Smith, who had invested so much in modifying Zhou Yu's bicycle? Indeed, it would be quite humiliating if a wooden contraption bested a meticulously modified one. I contend that it is not that Smith lacks merit. Rather, the individual who modified the wooden bicycle possesses extraordinary skill. Certainly, one ordinary person could create would never be so outrageous. Regardless of who claims first place, both will undoubtedly trend on social media after this competition, for their speeds have already surpassed world records. Smith, seated before the screen, was drenched in cold sweat. As the comments indicated, the skills of Li Fei and Zhou Yu were evenly matched. This was no longer merely a contest of technique, but a duel between 2 master modifiers of bicycles. Though he admired the creator of the wooden bicycle, he fervently wished not to be outdone. Thus, he hoped more than anyone else for Zhou Yu to secure victory. Before long, Li Fei had caught up to Zhou Yu. "Apologies, but first place is mine." Li Fei could not suppress his arrogance. "Zhou Yu, sensing a tremendous provocation, retorted, "Impossible. I, Zhou Yu, am the king of bicycles, and I shall not allow you to surpass me." With that, he gritted his teeth and pedaled with all his might. Observe closely. Our competitor, Zhou Yu, has entered a frenzied state, seemingly prepared for a battle to the bitter end with Li Fei. At that moment, everyone noticed that the wheels of Zhou Yu's bicycle were emitting sparks due to the high-speed rotation, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Nevertheless, despite this alarming development, Li Fei managed to surpass Zhou Yu by a slight margin, appearing remarkably more at ease. It was evident that the question of who would claim the first place was no longer in doubt. How could this be? Zhou Yu was on the verge of losing. I had always believed that the wooden bicycle would yield miraculous results. As they approached the finish line, Zhou Yu summoned his last ounce of strength. However, in his fervor, he lost control of the bicycle, which careened wildly off course, shocking the audience before their screens. It must be noted that this segment of the track was perilous. With a sheer cliff below, the consequences of a fall would be dire. Li Fei, aware of the precarious situation, had no time to ponder. He swiftly turned his bicycle around and, at the most critical moment, grasped Zhou Yu firmly. "Hold on, don't let go," Li Fei urged him. Zhou Yu, still in a state of panic, believed he was moments away from disaster, never expecting that Li Fei would save him at such a crucial juncture. "Why did you save me?" Zhou Yu couldn't help but inquire. Li Fei retorted, somewhat annoyed, "Isn't it obvious? If I hadn't saved you, you'd be dead. If you don't want my help, just say the word." Zhou Yu quickly replied, "No. Please, don't let go." In that moment, Zhou Yu shed his usual airs of privilege. In the face of mortality, everything else seemed trivial. The audience watching from afar began to murmur among themselves. "Li Fei has good character. You don't understand. Which is more valuable, the 100,000 yuan prize or the favor of a billionaire? Li Fei is a clever man. Let us not judge his intentions so harshly. In such a brief time, who would be thinking about that? Indeed, I believe Li Fei acted out of instinctive humanity, not for personal gain." As the latter observed, Li Fei had not contemplated his actions deeply. Tang Wei, watching from the screen, wore a satisfied smile, reaffirming his belief in the young man. Soon, the relevant personnel rushed to the scene, collaborating with Li Fei to rescue Zhou Yu. By this time, the other competitors had already crossed the finish line, and both had missed the chance for first place. Li Fei sighed, "What a pity." The staff consoled him, "It's all right. Although you missed first place while saving someone, you will undoubtedly receive recognition for your bravery." Zhou Yu patted his shoulder, saying, "It's just 100,000 yuan. No big deal." When the time for the award ceremony arrived, the first place winner took the stage, receiving a rather tepid response from the audience. Some even offered sarcastic remarks. However, he paid it no mind, content with the prospect of the substantial cash prize. The host, following protocol, asked a few cursory questions before ushering him off the stage. Next, it was Li Fei's turn to ascend. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and gasps, a stark contrast to the earlier reception of the first-place contender. In the hearts of the people, Li Fei is indeed the true champion. The host, brimming with excitement, approached and inquired, "Li Fei, do you have anything to say?" Li Fei responded, "First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to my father. Our family is impoverished and unable to afford a bicycle. He crafted this wooden bicycle for me." Upon hearing this, the audience gasped in astonishment. It became evident that Li Fei's use of the wooden bicycle stemmed from necessity rather than a desire for individuality. Although it seemed absurd, Li Fei's eventual act of heroism convinced them that, given his character, he would never utter a falsehood. He continued, "Secondly, I would like to thank the owner of Tang's repair shop for modifying my wooden bicycle. Otherwise, I would not have achieved this standing today." Tang Wei, witnessing this, nearly choked in disbelief. "What the hell, this kid just exposed me." He preferred to remain inconspicuous, as notoriety would undoubtedly attract various troubles. However, upon reflection, he realized it was inevitable. After all, he had long been under the watchful eye of a mysterious organization, so it mattered little. The mention of Tang's repair shop quickly caught the audience's attention. Compared to Li Fei's father, they were more inclined to believe that the remarkable wooden bicycle was the result of modifications from Tang's repair shop. This implied that the owner of the shop was indeed a master of customization. Indeed, it was a feat that ordinary individuals could scarcely achieve. Not only a master, but the pinnacle of mastery. Anyone, including Smith, would pale in comparison. They were eager to meet this enigmatic artisan. Chapter 47. The fortuitous repair shop. As Tang Wei observed the live stream's comments, he anticipated an influx of visitors to his shop. This was advantageous. As business had been rather slow, this publicity could help attract potential clients and alleviate his boredom. Meanwhile, Smith, on the other hand, was on the verge of a breakdown. It's merely a competition, and they dare to undermine my abilities? I refuse to accept this. I shall prove to the world that I, Smith, am the strongest master of customization. That wooden bicycle is merely a gimmick. I can't achieve the same. Tang's repair shop. I shall remember that name. After delivering his speech at the competition, Li Fei descended from the stage. Though he secured second place, he was awarded a cash prize of 50,000, with an additional 50,000 for his commendable bravery. After collecting his winnings, Li Fei was eager to return home and share the joyous news with his parents. However, he encountered the group that had previously bullied him. Li Fei, you've struck it rich now. They sneered maliciously. Li Fei's expression darkened as he inquired, what do you want? One of them chuckled, what do we want? We're such good friends. Now that you're wealthy, why not share some of your fortune with us? Indeed. Let us each take 10,000, and from now on, we shall protect you. Li Fei exclaimed with indignation. You shall not dare. Oh, really? Then do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. As they spoke, they moved to strike. At that moment, a voice halted their actions. Stop. The crowd turned to see Zhou Yu accompanied by a group of bodyguards. Zhou Yu coldly declared, Li Fei is my friend. If you dare to bully him, I will not let you go unpunished. The group quickly responded, Zhou Xiao, we were merely joking. We shall take our leave. Indeed, they scurried away, not daring to provoke Zhou Yu any further. Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief and said, thank you, Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu shook his head, replying, such trifles are hardly worth mentioning. Knowing you are my friend, I trust they will not trouble you again. Friend? Li Fei found it hard to believe that someone as affluent as Zhou Yu regarded him as a friend. Zhou Yu chuckled. What, do you think I am unworthy? Li Fei quickly shook his head. No, that's not what I meant. Zhou Yu continued. That's good to hear. By the way, since we are friends, might I borrow your bicycle? I'm quite curious about it. He came to seek out Li Fei not only to repay his life-saving kindness, but also out of interest in the bicycle. After a moment's thought, Li Fei replied, sure. Zhou Yu was ecstatic, exclaiming wonderful. As for Tang Wei, he decided to close the shop for a few days to evade the storm. His repair shop was located on the ground floor of a self-built house, with the entrance facing the street. The living quarters occupied the second and third floors, and with ample supplies at home, he could easily remain indoors. Peering down from the second-floor window, he noticed a group of people gathering at the entrance who, upon finding it deserted, left in disappointment. They were merely thrill-seekers. Once the excitement faded, they would not return. Those truly in need of modifications would eventually come back. It seemed this enigmatic modification master preferred to remain incognito. Indeed, true masters never flaunt their talents. Perhaps we should not disturb him, he mused. At that moment, Zhang Hu suddenly noticed his son, Zhang Xiaohua, engrossed in a live broadcast on his phone. The footage appeared somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. Xiaohua, what broadcast is this? Zhang Hu inquired. Zhang Xiaohua replied, it said that a modification master has emerged in our city, and these streamers are interviewing him. Oh, by the way, do you think our motorcycle might also be a creation of this modification master? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu realized the connection. He snatched the phone from his son and focused intently on the screen, excitement bubbling within him as he exclaimed, yes, that's South the place. Now I remember. Zhang Xiaohua, understanding the implication, asked, Dad, what are you saying? Are you suggesting your motorcycle was repaired there? Zhang Hu nodded and exclaimed, indeed. The Tang's auto repair shop is right here. Zhang Xiaohua, filled with excitement, responded, so that's it. It truly is as you said. He promptly shared this revelation online. At that moment, Lu Laoshi and Zhang Xiaoli also became aware of the burgeoning fame of Tang's auto repair shop. They eagerly recounted their personal experiences at the establishment. However, due to the alarming nature of some encounters, they chose to temper their accounts. Nevertheless, their stories stirred quite a commotion. It turned out that the recent peculiar traffic incidents were all linked to Tang's auto repair shop. The mastery of this modification expert was indeed unfathomable. Wait a moment. Does this mean that everyone who visits Tang's auto repair shop experiences a stroke of good fortune afterward? It seems I ought to take my vehicle there for repairs. Oh, but I realize I don't own a car. Then it's of no concern. I wonder, can this proprietor repair any vehicle? What if my son's toy car is broken? Can he fix that as well? Soon, through the channels of the internet, Tang Wei not only became a mysterious master of modifications, but also a harbinger of good fortune. Although discussions surrounding Tang's auto repair shop surged online, they gradually faded from public attention over time. Tang Wei sensed the moment was right and reopened his doors. To his surprise, the very first customer rushed in as soon as he unlocked the entrance. The man, a middle-aged individual, eagerly exclaimed, "Master, you've finally opened. I've been waiting here for ages." Tang Wei shook his head and replied, "Please, don't call me that. I'm not accustomed to it. Now, what is it you seek?" The man sighed heavily. "I've been terribly unfortunate. I heard that visiting your shop could turn my luck around, which is why I came." Tang Wei, momentarily lost for words, responded, "You've come to the wrong place. For blessings, you should visit a temple. I am solely here to repair vehicles." The man quickly retorted, No. What I'm talking about does relate to car repairs. Allow me to explain. I previously attended a technical school for computers and, after entering the workforce, mistakenly incapacitated the company's system due to an error, leading to my dismissal. I then pursued culinary training, only to confuse dish soap with vinegar, resulting in a customer's hospitalization and my subsequent termination. Later, I enrolled in an excavator training program, and, after acquiring one, I inadvertently demolished a neighboring newly constructed building while dismantling an old house, incurring substantial costs. Tang Wei thought to himself, "This isn't a matter of luck. Rather, it's simply your own carelessness." He said, "I am truly sorry to hear of your misfortunes, but this does not pertain to vehicle repairs." The man insisted, "It is indeed related. I need you to enhance the precision of my excavator's operation and enable computer control to prevent such mishaps in the future. Moreover, I hope to achieve the capability of using computer control for culinary purposes with the excavator, thus perfectly showcasing the skills I acquired from 3 top-tier technical schools." Chapter 48. The versatile talent in the previous chapter, the narrative was somewhat hasty, so I have made a few revisions. For those who have just caught up with the latest chapter, if you find the storyline in this chapter disjointed, you may wish to revisit Chapter 47. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. As for Han Mimi, she was eager to continue basking in Tang Wei's limelight, yet she suddenly received a notification from the platform. Upon the request of the relevant authorities, the platform has restricted hosts from discussing topics related to Tang's auto repair shop and has strictly prohibited any live broadcast from the shop that might disrupt others' normal work in life. Violators will face account suspension. Han Mimi glanced at the notice with disdain. What does it mean to disturb others' normal work in life? You should be grateful to this prominent streamer for boosting his visibility. She had often engaged in unscrupulous acts for the sake of traffic, so this did not faze her. With that, she continued her journey to Tang Wei's repair shop to stake out. However, as soon as she began her live stream, she discovered that her account had been suspended. This revelation instantly ignited her fury. Stupid platform. What a joke. They actually suspended me? Isn't it just a mere repair shop? Do they really think this is a big deal? I am a major streamer with 1 million followers. What a trash platform. They regret losing me. May they go bankrupt soon. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. After graduating, she had relied entirely on live streaming for her livelihood, and having her account suspended was tantamount to severing her financial lifeline. Fortunately, she still had a secondary account on another platform, albeit with only a few tens of thousands of followers. However, she firmly believed that with her charisma, she would rise again in due time. Thus, Han Mimi switched to a different platform to continue her streaming endeavors. Unexpectedly, just as she captured the storefront of Tang Wei's repair shop, her streaming room was immediately suspended. This left her utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? At that moment, even Han Mimi, with her lack of insight, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. She started searching online for information regarding Tang's auto repair shop, but to her dismay, found nothing at all. Could it be that the owner of this repair shop possessed some extraordinary connections? The thought sent a chill down her spine. Consequently, she resolved to retreat for the time being. Meanwhile, after several days of closure, Tang's auto repair shop finally reopened its doors. Shortly thereafter, the shop welcomed its first customer, a middle-aged man who rushed in as soon as Tang Wei opened the door. "Master, you have finally opened. I have been waiting here for quite a long time." Tang Wei shook his head and replied, "Please, don't call me that. I'm not accustomed to it. Now, What is it that you require? The man sighed and said, My life has been exceedingly unfortunate. I heard that getting my car repaired here could turn my luck around. So I came. Tang Wei was momentarily speechless, then said, You have come to the wrong place. To seek blessings, you must go to a temple. I only handle car repairs. The man hurriedly responded, No, no, no. What I am referring to is somewhat related to car repairs. Allow me to elaborate. Previously, I attended a technical school to learn computer skills. After entering the workforce, due to a grave error, I inadvertently crippled the company's system, resulting in my dismissal. Subsequently, I pursued culinary training, only to mistakenly use dish soap instead of vinegar, causing a customer to be hospitalized, which led to yet another termination. Later, I enrolled in an excavator training program, and after completing it, I purchased an excavator to take on freelance work. Unfortunately, while demolishing a dilapidated house, I inadvertently damaged the newly constructed building next door, incurring significant financial repercussions. Tang Wei pondered, This is not merely a matter of luck, but rather a reflection of your own carelessness. He remarked, I express my condolences for your misfortunes, yet this is unrelated to vehicle repair. The man replied, It is indeed relevant. I require you to enhance the operational precision of my excavator, enabling computer control to prevent such accidents from occurring. Furthermore, I aspire to utilize computer control to cook with the excavator, thereby perfectly showcasing the skills I acquired from 3 prestigious technical schools. Upon hearing the man's notion, Tang Wei was profoundly astonished. What an extraordinary imagination to conceive such an absurd idea. Observing the man, who appeared to be in his 30s, Tang Wei felt he did not possess such a wealth of experiences, but rather seemed like someone who had just emerged from a mental health facility. Are you serious? Are your experiences genuine? The man replied with utmost seriousness, Of course, they are true. Tang Wei scrutinized the man's lush hair and said, I can somewhat believe the rest, but you certainly do not strike me as someone who has ever been a programmer. The man swiftly grasped Tang Wei's implication and removed his wig, revealing a shiny bald head. See? A seasoned programmer. Tang Wei nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, I believe you. I truly believe you. The man replaced his wig and returned to the previous topic. So, do you think the plan I proposed is feasible? Tang Wei found the idea rather intriguing and responded, In theory, it is feasible. Practically, it is indeed achievable, though he refrained from being overly definitive. The man, upon hearing Tang Wei's response, became exhilarated. Wonderful. As long as it can be accomplished, money is not an issue. Tang Wei discerned that this man likely had no shortage of funds. Otherwise, given his unfortunate experiences, he would have perished on the streets long ago. The man then discussed his specific requirements for the excavator modification. During their conversation, Tang Wei learned the man's name, Zhou Quan. This name seemed entirely incongruous with his character. He also discovered that Zhou Quan's family was indeed as affluent as he had imagined. This left Tang Wei somewhat perplexed. Why would someone with the means to thrive effortlessly choose to acquire so many skills and embark on a journey from the ground up? Perhaps this is the unique pursuit of the wealthy. After everything was clarified, Zhou Quan stated to Tang Wei, Well, that encompasses all my requirements. In a short while, I shall arrange for the delivery of the excavator to you. I appreciate your patience. Tang Wei nodded slightly, responding with a casual, You're welcome. Subsequently, Zhou Quan bid farewell to Tang Wei and departed on his small electric scooter. As Tang Wei watched Zhou Quan leave, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching. It was Li Fei, riding a bicycle. Brother Tang Wei, you finally opened the door. After receiving his money, Li Fei informed his parents and then brought along 10,000 yuan as a token of gratitude for Tang Wei. However, he had found the door closed on several previous visits. Noticing the throng of people at the entrance, Li Fei quickly realized that his remarks following the competition had led to this commotion, stirring a sense of guilt within him. Tang Wei looked at Li Fei and inquired, Is there something you need? Li Fei produced a stack of money, stating, This is 10,000 yuan. Although you mentioned splitting 5,000 due to the prize, I still feel that is insufficient. Tang Wei did not decline and accepted the money. Very well, I shall accept this. Li Fei, feeling a bit embarrassed, continued, I sincerely apologize, Brother Tang Wei. It was my careless words that caused you to be unable to open your door for several days. Tang Wei chuckled and replied, It's quite all right. You cannot be blamed for this, and besides, it is no longer an issue, is it? Chapter 49. The versatile excavator, seeing that Tang Wei bore no ill will regarding the matter, Li Fei felt a sense of relief. He added, "Winning the competition this time was largely thanks to you, Brother Tang Wei. I truly appreciate it." Tang Wei smiled modestly and said, "You're welcome. But it cannot be said that this is solely my achievement. Your own dedication played a significant role as well. I watched the entire competition that day." Li Fei was surprised. "What? You watched my competition too?" "Indeed," Tang Wei affirmed. "Your decision to forego your ranking in order to save someone was truly moving." Li Fei scratched his head, feeling sheepish as he replied, "At that moment, I didn't think too much about it." Tang Wei then asked, "By the way, have those people troubled you again?" Li Fei shook his head. "No, I have become friends with Zhou Yu, so they no longer dare to bully me." Tang Wei felt reassured upon hearing this. "That is splendid. I hope you can maintain your current sincerity and continue to be an upright person." Li Fei nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I will certainly do that." After bidding farewell to Li Fei, Zhou Quan's excavator was delivered to his repair shop. Tang Wei began the modification work on the excavator. From their previous conversations, he understood that Zhou Quan valued versatility and precision above all. Thus, he focused his efforts in these two areas. Tang Wei first transformed the excavator's bucket into a multifunctional mechanical arm. Not only could it scoop and compress, but it could also grasp and manipulate objects with the finesse of a human hand. Additionally, it was equipped with functions for drilling, cutting, and hammering, among others. With this versatile mechanical arm, it could assist in cooking or even allow a doctor to perform surgery on a patient. Of course, this was only the hardware aspect. To realize the functionality of an excavator cooking, it is essential to integrate software. Tang Wei equipped the operator's cabin with a computer and installed the corresponding system, enabling the operator to input certain values, thus allowing the versatile robotic arm to execute high-precision actions. Before long, the complete transformation of the excavator that Zhou Quan desired was accomplished. Tang Wei immediately called to convey this news. Upon hearing it, Zhou Quan was utterly astonished. "What? It's already finished? So quickly?" "Indeed, it is that swift." "Wonderful. I shall come over at once." Zhou Quan hurried over. The moment he beheld the newly modified excavator, his eyes were alight with wonder. Truly, he was a master of modification, exceptionally skilled. As Zhou Quan admired the versatile robotic arm, he expressed his admiration. Tang Wei calmly suggested, "Let us ascend and give it a try." "Certainly." The two entered the operator's cabin. Zhou Quan took his seat at the controls, and upon witnessing the technologically advanced cockpit before him, he felt akin to a child who had just received a new toy. Under Tang Wei's guidance, Zhou Quan activated the machine, and instantly, the large screen illuminated. He observed numerous options on the screen, with cooking being but one of them. At that moment, Tang Wei happened to have procured a pot and an induction cooker for experimental purposes, along with some ingredients. Thus, Zhou Quan selected the cooking function. Tang Wei Vima. You can input specific values according to your preferences, such as the grams of salt or milliliters of water needed, with precision up to 3 decimal places. Zhou Quan was taken aback by the accuracy. He commanded the robotic arm to retrieve 2,155 grams of salt, placing it on the electronic scale, and indeed, it was spot on. He was thoroughly impressed. "Brother Tang, you are truly remarkable." Zhou Quan couldn't contain his excitement. "Tang Wei Zipli, Mozeva. I have developed a robust error correction system based on your personal experiences. Should you be careless and retrieve an item or exceed the required amount significantly, the system will issue a warning and correct the error promptly." Zhou Quan exclaimed with enthusiasm. "This is genuinely impressive. Brother Tang, your foresight is truly commendable." Subsequently, Zhou Quan operated the versatile robotic arm to slice potatoes with a knife, adjusting the thickness to the minimum setting. With just a few swift cuts, layers of translucent potato slices unfurled on the board. Incredible! With this device, how many bowls of beef noodles could be crafted from a single piece of beef? Tang Wei nearly choked at Zhou Quan's words, realizing that this fellow was quite the opportunist. Following this, Zhou Quan used the excavator's versatile robotic arm to complete an entire dish. The two sampled it, and the flavor rivaled that of a 5-star chef. Zhou Quan could not help but proclaim, "Initially, I believed my idea to be quite mad. Achieving even 50 of it would have been commendable. I never anticipated encountering you, Brother Tang, who has brought my vision to fruition at a staggering 300. No, it should be 1,000. I am truly astonished." Zhou Quan exclaimed, preparing to kneel before Tang Wei. Tang Wei hurriedly grasped his arm, saying, "Do not do that, please." Zhou Quan continued, "From now on, you shall forever be a deity in my heart. In this lifetime, I shall only bow to you." Subsequently, Zhou Quan transferred the agreed modification fee of 1 million to Tang Wei and instructed a tow truck to transport the excavator away. Once the excavator arrived at Zhou Quan's villa, he eagerly climbed aboard, eager to explore all its functions. Previously, due to space constraints, he could only engage in minor culinary endeavors. Now, within the expansive courtyard of the villa, he could unlock its full capabilities. "I shall commence by trimming the branches in the yard," Zhou Quan declared as he began to prune. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Quan's father emerged from the house. Upon witnessing his son operating the excavator to tend to the precious tree he had purchased at a great cost, his heart nearly stopped. "You ungrateful wretch! Cease this at once. Stop immediately. This is a rare tree worth 1 million, bought from abroad." Due to his father's intervention, Zhou Quan had no choice but to abandon his task. It seemed he would have to experiment with something else. At that moment, he noticed a rather inconspicuous option on the screen: medical surgery. Staring at those two words, Zhou Quan was taken aback, lost in a deep reverie. It turned out that Zhou Quan had not only studied computers, culinary arts, and excavator operation. He had once been a doctor. However, this was a memory he preferred to keep buried, for he had once witnessed a tragic accident where both bystanders and the injured had placed their hopes on him as a doctor. Yet, due to his carelessness and numerous mistakes, he had been too fearful to attempt to save the victim, ultimately leading to the individual's demise before the ambulance could arrive. While he did not bear full responsibility, believing that his intervention might have hastened the fatal outcome, a lingering guilt weighed heavily on his conscience. Thus, Zhou Quan had never shared his past as a doctor with anyone. Sighing deeply, Zhou Quan returned to the present. Gazing at the option on the screen, he pondered, "Could I possibly perform surgery with an excavator? This is utterly absurd. It must be some nonsensical idea from Tang Wei." Soon, Zhou Quan contacted a construction site, intending to showcase his modified excavator. He was eager for the workers to witness just how spectacular his machine truly was. Indeed, as soon as Zhou Quan's excavator arrived at the site, it captured everyone's attention. "Wow, is it an excavator? It looks quite different from the ones I've seen before. Is this a new model?" However, they quickly dismissed their curiosity, returning to their tasks of moving bricks. Chapter 50. Are you here to earn money or to enjoy yourself? The workers' brief curiosity faded as they resumed their work. At that moment, the foreman approached Zhou Quan and instructed, "First, shovel that pile of sand over there." Zhou Quan nodded and complied with his request. At that moment, a worker hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Wait, my phone has fallen into the sand." The foreman, displaying impatience, retorted, "Won't it be done? With such a vast mound of sand, are you planning to search for it slowly? Will you even be able to find it? Just buy a new one. By the time you dig it out, it'll be too late." Hearing this, the worker sighed in resignation. Unbeknownst to them, this exchange caught the attention of Zhou Quan, who was struck with an idea. "Excuse me, did you say your phone fell in there?" Zhou Quan inquired, gesturing towards the sand pile. The worker nodded, responding, "Yes, but the foreman is right. I probably won't be able to find it." Zhou Quan smiled gently. "I can retrieve it. Leave it to me." "What?" Both the foreman and the worker looked at Zhou Quan in astonishment. "Are you joking? I hired you to work, not to play the hero. By the time you finish searching, will you still have a job?" The foreman was clearly annoyed. The worker echoed, "Yeah, just forget it." Zhou Quan insisted, "It's no trouble. It will be quick." With that, he commenced operating the excavator. The two men were momentarily puzzled by his intentions. Suddenly, the excavator's bucket transformed, morphing into a colossal mechanical hand, leaving everyone in awe. "Wow, how cool. Incredible." The mechanical hand plunged into the sand, feeling around. Moments later, astonishingly, it emerged holding a mobile phone. This spectacle left everyone astounded. How is this possible? Absolutely marvelous. What an advanced excavator. They marveled. Zhou Quan maneuvered the mechanical hand and presented the phone to the worker, who was now speechless with amazement. Once he regained his composure, he gratefully accepted the phone, repeatedly thanking Zhou Quan. The foreman interjected, "All right, the phone has been found. Let's get back to work." The worker departed, and the excavator's mechanical hand swiftly reverted to its bucket form. In no time, Zhou Quan had completed the transportation of the entire sand pile, prompting the foreman to exclaim about his efficiency. "Brother, your excavator is truly remarkable." Zhou Quan smiled silently. Subsequently, The foreman assigned Zhou Quan another task, digging a pit. For this area, I need you to excavate a pit measuring 10 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 2 meters in depth, with a margin of error no greater than 10 centimeters. Can you manage that? Zhou Quan chuckled. With this modified Tang Wei machine, I assure you, not even a 10-centimeter variance will occur. I can certainly accomplish it. I shall commence digging now. As he prepared to begin, the foreman cautioned, "Wait. We haven't marked the lines. No need for markings." "What? Are you joking? You plan to estimate without markings?" Zhou Quan refrained from elaborating and immediately set to work. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a warning from the system. Warning. An ancient tomb has been detected 2 meters below. Exercise caution during excavation. He was taken aback. What? An ancient tomb? He hurriedly informed those present. "Wait, there's a tomb beneath us." The crowd was momentarily astonished, then retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could that be? Indeed, do you possess X-ray vision?" After all, he had just retrieved a phone from the sand. Perhaps he truly does have such abilities. "I believe this high-tech excavator has some extraordinary detection capabilities." How could that be? If such technology existed, it would have been applied in archaeology long ago. This is merely an excavator. The discussions among the crowd grew animated, and at that moment, the foreman interjected, "Regardless of whether it is a tomb or not, let us dig first and discuss later." But trust me on this." With a sigh, Zhou Quan had no choice but to comply with the foreman's orders. However, having sensed the presence of the tomb, Zhou Quan could no longer excavate recklessly and had to proceed with utmost care. Seeing Zhou Quan's sluggish pace, the foreman grew frustrated, stating, "What are you doing? Are we here to conduct archaeology?" Yet, in the next moment, as the last scoop of earth was removed, the foreman beheld a scene that rendered him speechless. Beneath, there truly was an ancient tomb. Everyone gathered around. My goodness, what the excavator operator said was indeed true. There really is a tomb. Fortunately, it has not been damaged. We must promptly contact the relevant authorities. Soon, personnel from the appropriate departments arrived at the scene. A group of experts was filled with excitement. This is a tomb from 1,000 years ago. Who would have thought it would be unearthed during construction? Even more astonishing was that, thanks to the excavator's careful excavation, nothing inside had been harmed. What incredible luck! Little did they know it was not luck, but Zhou Quan's knowledge of the tomb's existence, combined with the high precision of his excavator, that preserved the site. Soon, the area surrounding the tomb was cordoned off, and the construction crew had to relocate to continue their work. After this series of events, everyone had gained a profound appreciation for Zhou Quan's exceptional excavator. One by one, they approached the machine, eager to glimpse the interior of the operator's cabin. "My friend, your excavator is truly remarkable. Where did you acquire it? So many screens. It clearly embodies advanced technology. It feels like a waste to use such an excavator on our site. I would love to give it a try. Brother, may I operate it for a moment?" Zhou Quan shook his head, replying mysteriously, "This machine is not something just anyone can control." When it was time for lunch, everyone gathered at the makeshift canteen to receive their meals. Zhou Quan, upon seeing the pig slop being served, frowned. As a former chef, he could not tolerate such wasteful cooking practices. What is this? Feeding pigs? He couldn't help but voice his discontent. A nearby manager, hearing Quan's complaints, felt quite displeased. "Are you here to earn a living or to indulge in luxuries? If you desire delicacies, seek elsewhere." Other workers chimed in. "Indeed, let us make do. It's not as if we can't eat. Our meals are satisfactory, offering both meat and vegetables, with ample nutrition and variety. Though the taste may leave something to be desired, at least we can fill our stomachs. Let's not be too fastidious." Quan shook his head. "This is not merely about the ingredients. Even humble provisions can be transformed into exquisite dishes. The issue lies entirely with the chef's abysmal skills. One need not aspire to the level of a 5-star chef, but surely they ought to reach the standard of home-cooked meals. My 5-year-old nephew could prepare something tastier than this. Such culinary incompetence is a grievous waste of resources. I cannot fathom the owner's reasoning in hiring such a chef." The chef, overhearing Quan's tirade, could endure it no longer. "If you're so exceptional, then don't eat. I wouldn't feed you even if I were to feed dogs. Let me enlighten you. I'm a relative of the boss, so you'll have to swallow your displeasure." He added disdainfully, "Don't think you're impressive just because you can operate an excavator." Quan chuckled. So you're connected. No wonder your cooking is so dreadful, yet you still hold the position of chef." The chef coldly retorted, if you're so capable, then cook for yourself. Otherwise, spare me your incessant whining. In an instant, the cafeteria was thick with tension. Chapter 51. Excavator Cooking. What is this madness? Quan let out a cold laugh. Very well, very well, very well. After repeating himself thrice, he exited the cafeteria. A few of his co-workers sighed. The sharp-tongued manager remarked, another giant baby, unable to withstand even this minor discomfort. To throw a fit merely because the food does not suit one's palate is a sign of entitlement without the fortune to match. In his view, those who worked on construction sites were impoverished. As long as they could earn a wage, it was sufficient. How dare they voice additional demands? Such ignorance. Little did he know, Quan was not in want of money. He worked purely out of passion. Moreover, he was no stranger to hardship. He simply found the wastefulness of food intolerable. Before long, Quan was seen maneuvering an excavator toward the makeshift cafeteria. Everyone was taken aback by Quan's actions. Brother, what are you doing? Isn't this just a minor disagreement? Is it necessary to escalate things? Stay calm. Impulsivity is the devil. Quickly stop. Yet, Quan was unfazed by their pleas and continued his actions. Everyone rushed out of the cafeteria. Suddenly, Quan tore away the metal ceiling of the dining area and extended his versatile mechanical arm into the kitchen. He then addressed the chef. You challenged me to cook myself. Now I shall demonstrate for you. Watch closely and learn how a proper dish is crafted. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Was Quan truly undertaking all this merely to prepare a meal? Moreover, utilizing an excavator to prepare a meal, what an extraordinary feat. Yet, confronted with this immense machinery, none dared to intervene. The thought of being squashed by a careless scoop from Zhou Quan was too daunting. Thus, a crowd could only watch in astonished silence, allowing Zhou Quan to act with impunity. Soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the dismantled kitchen ceiling. Upon catching a whiff of this delightful scent, everyone found themselves swallowing hard. Goodness, this fellow is truly cooking. Using an excavator for gastronomy is simply astonishing. The fragrance was indeed appetizing. The onlookers gravitated closer to the kitchen, witnessing the dexterous mechanical arm methodically washing, chopping, and stirring. Remarkable, utterly remarkable. I'm at a loss for words. In a short while, Zhou Quan prepared the dishes and served a portion to a fellow worker present. Please, allow this brother to taste it on behalf of everyone. The worker did not hesitate, taking the meal and beginning to eat. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. It's reminiscent of my mother's cooking. Others quickly followed suit and sampled the food, confirming its exceptional flavor. Compared to the previous chef's offerings, it was as if one were in the heavens while the other was in the depths. Despite using the same ingredients, the disparity was staggering. No wonder Zhou Quan had been upset earlier. Zhou Quan smiled. From now on, I shall prepare everyone's meals. What do you think? Excellent. We support you. I agree. At this moment, the previous chef stepped forward. I oppose. Although he acknowledged that Zhou Quan's cooking surpassed his own, he was concerned about his job security. However, with a resounding slap, a worker sent him flying. What good is your opposition? As the saying goes, once having tasted the sea, one cannot settle for mere water. Previously, having endured subpar meals, they accepted the chef's inferior offerings. Now that a superior option was available, who would wish to consume slop? Other workers chimed in. Indeed, your opposition is futile. We must eat Zhou Quan's cooking. Otherwise, we shall cease to work. Exactly. We categorically refuse to eat anything but Zhou Quan's meals. At that moment, the boss hurried over, eager to pacify the agitated workers. All right. We shall proceed according to your wishes. He then addressed the chef. You will be responsible for collecting debris from the site henceforth. Reluctantly, the chef acquiesced, recognizing his lack of skill. Meanwhile, the management personnel who had previously reprimanded Zhou Quan could no longer remain silent. Boss, if he is cooking with the excavator, then who will operate it? Zhou Quan promptly replied, Fear not, I can manage both roles adequately, and I only require one salary. Upon hearing this, the boss's face brightened with delight. That is truly splendid. Zhou Quan is indeed a dedicated and exemplary employee. I suggest that everyone should learn from this brother, working diligently and asking for less remuneration. Zhou Quan immediately retorted, Nonsense. I don't care about money because my father provides me with a monthly allowance that surpasses your salary. Do these workers possess a family as fortunate as mine? Can they afford to emulate me? The more work one does, the more one ought to be compensated. Upon hearing Zhou Quan's words, those who had previously scorned him instantly shifted their perspective. His profound understanding of such matters surely justifies his wealth. The boss quickly concurred, indeed, Zhou Quan is absolutely right. Thus concluded this farcical episode with Zhou Quan emerging victorious. The admiration for him surged among the crowd. It turned out that Zhou Quan was a privileged heir experiencing life, which explained his exceptional prowess in operating the excavator. Soon, everyone resumed their industrious day. After completing his tasks, Zhou Quan took a brief respite in the cab. Suddenly, he heard a commotion. This is bad. Something has gone awry. Quickly, call an ambulance. Zhuang, you must hold on. Realizing that someone had met with an accident, Zhou Quan hurriedly descended from his vehicle and approached the scene. There lay a worker on the construction site, a long steel rebar piercing through his skull. A harrowing sight. Everyone disperse. Do not cluster, as it may exacerbate the injury. Having previously worked as a doctor, Zhou Quan swiftly exhibited his professionalism. Upon hearing his words, the crowd retreated. Zhou Quan examined the injury closely, his brow furrowed. Although the rebar had missed the vital areas and was not immediately life-threatening, should it shift or the wound become infected, the consequences would be dire. The crowd, puzzled by his knowledge, inquired, "How do you know so much?" Zhou Quan instinctively replied, "Because I used to be a doctor." Only after uttering those words did he realize he was not supposed to reveal that aspect of his identity. Hearing Zhou Quan's declaration, the injured worker, Wang Dezhuang, sighed in relief. "Thank goodness, you are a doctor. You must save me. I do not wish to die. My wife and child are depending on me to provide for them." Wang Dezhuang's words transported Zhou Quan back several years to a hauntingly familiar scene. Back then, another injured person had uttered similar sentiments. Yet he was powerless to help, forced to witness a life extinguished before his eyes. The construction site was exceedingly remote. The chances of Wang Dezhuang surviving until the ambulance's arrival were slim. Reason dictated that Zhou Quan should cut the rebar at both ends to prevent excessive movement before the ambulance arrived. However, he found himself unable to do so. For regardless of the tools employed, it was nearly impossible to sever the rebar without adversely affecting the wound. Such a test of technology is fraught with peril. Should any error occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. Is it possible that a tragedy is destined to repeat itself? Suddenly, Zhou Quan had an epiphany as he cast his gaze upon the excavator. Chapter 52. A dying horse as a living horse doctor indeed. I am no longer the same as I once was. I possess this highly precise excavator, which may just enable me to accomplish this task. With this realization, Zhou Quan felt a surge of confidence. After several preliminary tests, he had developed complete faith in the excavator's capabilities. He was convinced that it could execute such a complex operation. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that Tang Wei had mentioned the excavator system was equipped with error-correcting functions. This alleviated his concerns about potentially exacerbating the injuries due to his own negligence. With these thoughts in mind, he turned and approached the excavator, leaving the crowd in bewilderment. One individual, with a look of terror, exclaimed, "Is Zhou Quan resigning himself to the hopelessness of the Zhuang situation, seeking to grant him a merciful end?" Upon hearing this, panic spread amongst the onlookers. This cannot be allowed. Indeed, would this not be tantamount to willful murder? Thus, a group began to impede Zhou Quan's progress. "Zhou Quan, what are you intending to do? Though the Zhuang's life hangs by a thread, you have no right to end it." Realizing they had misunderstood his intentions, Zhou Quan interjected. "Please, hear me out. I do not mean that at all. As a physician, I would never relinquish even a sliver of hope. If you trust me, please do not obstruct my efforts. I will do everything in my power to save De Zhuang's life." Seeing the earnestness in Zhou Quan's demeanor, the crowd's doubts began to dissipate. "Very well, brother Zhou Quan, we believe in you." They parted to make way for the excavator. Zhou Quan maneuvered the machine before Wang Dezhuang and extended the versatile mechanical arm toward him. In an instant, the mechanical hand transformed to reveal the appropriate tools, first securing the rebar and then methodically cutting through it. The onlookers were left in awe. "I understand now. How incredible. Is this truly safe? Surely it must be." Zhou Quan is a doctor, more knowledgeable than we can fathom. Throughout the entire process, the rebar remained perfectly still. Before long, both sections of the rebar were severed. leaving only a small fragment. Consequently, when Wang Dezhuang was lifted onto the ambulance, there was no need to fear further injury from the rebar's movement. Simultaneously, the ambulance arrived promptly. Zhou Quan and several colleagues accompanied the ambulance to the hospital. Outside the operating room, his co-workers appeared visibly anxious. Alas, Dezhuang is truly unfortunate. His family is already in dire straits, and now this calamity has befallen them. I hope he can pull through. Otherwise, his family of orphans and widows will be left in utter despair. In such circumstances, even if survival is achieved, the future seems bleak. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the room. Zhou Quan clenched his fists and declared, "Rest assured, Wang Dezhuang will pull through." At that moment, the doctor emerged from the operating room, and a throng of people hurriedly approached him with anxious inquiries. "Doctor, has the patient surpassed the critical phase?" The doctor's expression was grave as he shook his head. "The situation is dire. I fear our hospital may be unable to assist. The only viable option now is to transfer him." "Who is the patient's family?" "Zhou Guanrevia. The family is on their way." "Dr. Zhang, is there truly no alternative?" The doctor glanced at Zhou Quan and remarked, "Oh, it's you, Xiao Zhou. I remember you from when you worked here." Zhou Quan acknowledged, "Yes." Dr. Zhang sighed, "Given your history with our hospital, you must understand that the probability of survival in such cases is negligible. Not only here, but at other facilities, it would be equally challenging, although theoretically possible. The objective conditions hinder us, as our equipment lacks the necessary precision." Hearing Dr. Zhang's words, Zhou Quan was suddenly reminded of the excavator modified by Tang Wei. He recalled that the excavator system had an option for medical procedures. Previously, he would have dismissed it as mere folly on Tang Wei's part. However, now, he had no doubt about the excavator's surgical capabilities. Thus, he turned to Dr. Zhang and earnestly stated, "Dr. Zhang, I have a request. Let me perform a surgery." "What?" Dr. Zhang was taken aback by Zhou Quan's assertion. With hope seemingly lost, he pondered that it was better to try than to do nothing. "However, Dr. Zhang shook his head. "No, the risks are far too great, and we lack the authority to make such a decision." Just then, Wang Dezhuang's family arrived. "Doctor, how's my husband?" "Uncle, please, you must save my father." "Doctor, I am of an age where I do not wish to witness my white hair send off my black-haired child." Dr. Zhang looked at Wang Dezhuang's family with a heavy heart, but he had to convey the harsh reality. "I am sorry. We truly cannot save him. If you insist on proceeding with the surgery, the mortality rate is nearly 99. You must brace yourselves for this possibility." Upon hearing Dr. Zhang's words, Wang Dezhuang's mother fainted. "Mother, please hold on." "Grandma, are you all right?" A group quickly supported Wang Dezhuang's mother. At this moment, Zhou Quan turned to Wang Dezhuang's wife and said, "Sister-in-law, I have a way to save Wang Dezhuang, provided you allow me to perform the surgery." Wang Dezhuang's wife, seizing the lifeline, responded, "Is that true? Are you not deceiving me?" "Absolutely. If you agree, I can save my husband." Now, she finds herself devoid of options, compelled to take desperate measures. With the consent of Wang Dezhuang's wife, Zhou Quan addressed Dr. Zhang. "Did you hear that?" "She has agreed." Dr. Zhang hesitated. "However, you're not affiliated with our hospital. If anything goes awry during the treatment, our institution will bear the responsibility." Wang Dezhuang's wife implored, "Doctor, I beg you, let him proceed with the treatment. If anything happens, we will not hold you accountable." After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Zhang sighed. "I must consult with the director." With that, he led everyone to the director's office. To their astonishment, the director acquiesced. It turned out that the director was acquainted with Zhou Quan's father and often relied on him. The director addressed Zhou Quan and Wang Dezhuang's family, stating, "Let me clarify. The patient is now in a state of discharge. We will merely provide the venue and equipment. Should any mishap occur during the surgery, it will not be our hospital's responsibility. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Wang Dezhuang's wife resolutely affirmed, "Absolutely." The director then turned to Zhou Quan, who nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall leave it in your hands. Off you go." "Wait, director." Zhou Quan had further instructions. "What is it?" Zhou Quan inhaled deeply and stated, "When my excavator arrives at the hospital, please allow it entry." The director, perplexed, responded, "What? An excavator? What are you talking about? Aren't we discussing surgery?" Zhou Quan insisted, "Do not concern yourself with the details. Just follow my instructions." Had anyone else made such a request, the director would have promptly dismissed them as deranged. However, considering his relationship with Zhou Quan's father, the director acquiesced. "Fine, I will comply." Chapter 53. Are you out of your mind? Performing surgery with an excavator? Before long, a crane transporting Zhou Quan's excavator arrived at the hospital. Zhou Quan ascended the excavator and instructed the crane operator to raise it to the same height as the operating room. This would allow the excavator's versatile mechanical arm to extend directly through the window into the operating room, enabling the surgery on Wang Dazhuang. A gathering of bewildered onlookers watched this sequence of events, perplexed. What is happening? Is this hospital being demolished? One exclaimed. My father is still hospitalized. They should have informed us before starting any demolition. Meanwhile, the few workers who had followed Zhou Quan, having witnessed the excavator's prowess, quickly deduced his intentions. Could it be that he plans to perform a craniotomy on Dazhuang with an excavator? This is utterly absurd. Zhou Quan has lost his mind. They could hardly fathom that an excavator, no matter how impressive, could surpass the precision of the hospital's sophisticated equipment. They had previously seen Zhou Quan use the excavator for various unconventional tasks, such as locating a mobile phone, exploring ancient tombs, and even cooking. While these feats seemed outrageous, they remained within the realm of human comprehension. At this moment, the use of an excavator for surgery has transcended the realm of ordinary comprehension. An excavator and surgery. Who could possibly associate these two disparate elements? Yet, Zhou Quan has indeed embarked upon this extraordinary path. The physicians at the hospital are rendered utterly bewildered. Performing surgery with an excavator? This absurd scenario seems straight out of a dream. What on earth is the director thinking? Allowing a mentally unstable individual to act with such impunity? What if something goes awry? This must be prevented at all costs. The doctors, their expressions fraught with tension, hurried towards the operating room where Wang Dazhuang was situated. However, the director appeared and obstructed their path. Everyone, do not panic. Let us observe the situation quietly, he urged. One elderly physician interjected. At this juncture, what use is it to merely observe? This man, Zhou Quan, is clearly deranged. You cannot possibly believe in him, director. Others chimed in agreement. Indeed, as physicians, even if we cannot save the patient, we must not allow irrelevant individuals to act recklessly with the patient. Performing surgery with an excavator is sheer folly. Just because Zhou Quan's father has a connection with you, you cannot permit such irresponsibility. This endangers the patient and tarnishes the reputation of our hospital. A chorus of voices echoed these sentiments. In response, the director silently accessed the operating room surveillance footage. Please observe, he said, Zhou Quan is not acting foolishly. As the director spoke, all eyes turned to the large screen. There, the mechanical arm of the excavator had extended through the window into the operating room, methodically preparing for the surgery with remarkable professionalism. The physicians in attendance were taken aback. What was this? A mechanical arm exhibiting such agility? The movements appeared exceedingly skilled. Am I dreaming? This is utterly inconceivable. Expressions of disbelief adorned every face in the room. The director continued. Initially, I too found this hard to believe, yet the reality is as such. There exists a plethora of phenomena in this world that we do not yet comprehend. Let us observe in silence. Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence. Indeed, with the rapid advancement of technology, what is beyond the realm of possibility? Before long, the excavator's mechanical arm commenced the craniotomy on Wang Dazhuang. Hearts raced with trepidation. However, the surgery progressed far more smoothly than any of them had anticipated. With the fluidity of the mechanical arm's operations, the steel rod lodged in Wang Dazhuang's head was successfully extracted. A group of doctors stood there, utterly stunned. They had truly accomplished surgery with an excavator. Who would dare to believe such a tale? The technique, the skill, simply remarkable. Any minor misstep would have rendered this endeavor impossible. What kind of advanced technology could achieve such perfection? After a moment of astonishment, the doctors began to succumb to anxiety. If modern technology has reached this level, what will their future competitiveness be? Will they be entirely replaced by machines? Meanwhile, in the excavator's cabin, Zhou Quan was drenched in sweat. Only after the operation was completed did he exhale a long sigh of relief. It was finally over. He had not anticipated that he would actually succeed, prompting him to marvel once more at Tang Wei's brilliance. Soon, Wang Dazhuang emerged from the critical phase, and his family wept tears of joy upon hearing the news. How wonderful! Dazhuang is safe. They expressed profound gratitude to Zhou Quan. Dr. Zhou, we owe you everything. We are at a loss for how to repay you. Whatever you need, we would brave fire and water for you. Zhou Quan shook his head, saying, you are too kind. Moreover, I am not doctor. I am merely an excavator operator passing by. With that, he left quietly, leaving no trace behind. On Tang Wei's side, he had recently received a series of requests for modifications. However, none of the projects piqued his interest, leading him to conduct only standard modifications without any extraordinary flair. As his wealth increased, yet his expenditure remained minimal, Tang Wei began to ponder whether he should purchase something, perhaps a house. Although living in his 3-story self-built home was quite comfortable, possessing an additional property wouldn't hurt. With determination, Tang Wei drove his Wuling Hongguang to a bustling real estate sales office. After Han Mimi's live streaming account was banned, she lost her source of income. Known for her extravagant spending, she had little savings left. After multiple failed attempts to return to the spotlight, Han Mimi faced reality. Now, she needed to find any job that would sustain her. Thus, she became a real estate salesperson. Today marked the launch of a new housing project. Her supervisor informed her that several hundred extras would be invited to simulate prospective buyers, creating an illusion of high demand for the properties. They had to distinguish between the actors and genuine clients. Han Mimi believed her judgment was quite sharp. At that moment, a Wuling Hongguang pulled up at the entrance, and Han Mimi muttered to herself, anyone arriving in that old vehicle must not be a real buyer. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the car, none other than Tang Wei. Oh, this person looks somewhat familiar, Han Mimi thought. Meanwhile, Tang Wei had entered the hall. Welcome, Han Mimi greeted him with a perfunctory tone. After all, he certainly wasn't a genuine client, so there was no need to waste time. At that moment, Tang Wei looked at her and teasingly remarked, oh, isn't this Han Mimi? Why have you forsaken your illustrious career in high-end internet video content creation to pursue sales instead? Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, Han Mimi suddenly recalled why he seemed so familiar. It was you, Tang Wei. You were the one who absconded that day, causing me a loss of 100,000 yuan. This debt has lingered in my mind. The more Han Mimi spoke, the angrier she became, glaring at Tang Wei with gritted teeth. Chapter 54. Purchasing a home. Tang Wei feigned ignorance. Abscond? What do you mean? Are you pretending not to know? Han Mimi's fury deepened at his demeanor. During that blind date, you promised to cover the bill, yet you sneaked away. Oh, is that so? Perhaps you were mistaken? Han Mimi, exasperated, stomped her foot, yet felt powerless. Tang Wei continued, by the way, you haven't answered my earlier question. Why have you ceased being a streamer? Han Mimi retorted. Why should you care? I could do as I please. Tang Wei nodded. All right then, sales must be rewarding. What is your commission on selling a property? Han Mimi scoffed. 3%. Here, we deal with high-end properties, with each unit exceeding 10 million. Selling just one yields several thousand in commission. While it's not a fortune, it certainly surpasses the paltry 80 yuan and a meal box you earn as an extra. As she spoke, she couldn't help but flaunt her sense of superiority. Realizing what Han Mimi meant, Tang Wei understood why there seemed to be so many home buyers. Most were actors hired for the occasion. It appeared Han Mimi regarded him as merely a part-timer as well. I see. So how many units have you sold thus far? Han Mimi felt a sting at this question, as among her colleagues, only she and a new hire, Shaoli, had yet to make sale. What concern is it of yours? I'm at work, so don't chat with me. My time is precious, unlike you idlers. Tang Wei go, anzai. I want to engage in idle chatter. Let us discuss business. He glanced at the property model, casually pointing to one. How much is this one? Han Mimi disdain fully replied. 15 million. This is a price your kind will never afford in your lifetime. Tang Wei shook his head. Too cheap. Do you have something more expensive? Han Mimi looked. You're quite the actor yourself. I suppose this is the only time in your life you can pretend so well. With that, she theatrically led Tang Wei to another property. This one is 25 million. Surely that is expensive enough? Tang Wei examined it closely, saying, this is hardly different from the previous one. Why is it so much more costly? If you understood why it is expensive, you wouldn't be in your current predicament. There are reasons for a higher price, Han Mimi replied, still looking down on Tang Wei. I genuinely do not comprehend why it is pricier. Could you elucidate the specific reasons? Is this not a responsibility of those in sales? Upon hearing Tang Wei's remarks, Han Mimi became increasingly impatient. She truly could not comprehend why it was so expensive, as she had merely leveraged connections to gain entry and had not familiarized herself with the details. Enough already. You aren't genuinely intent on making a purchase. Just swiftly collect your meal and leave, and do not squander my time. Tang Wei Zieplit? What if I truly wish to buy? What do you mean by what if? Can you actually afford it? Please, spare me the absurdity. Tang Wei remained unfazed. Do not be so irritable. Whether or not you possess clients, it would be more beneficial for you to treat me as a genuine client and practice diligently. Han Mimi shot him a disdainful glance. Real wealthy individuals do not inquire incessantly like you. They simply produce the money and make their purchases. Engaging in practice with you holds no value. You cannot be compared to those affluent individuals. Tang Wei erupted in laughter, likening her thoughts to a fanciful notion of an emperor tilling the fields with a golden spade. The wealthy are not foolish, with assets amounting to several million. He certainly qualifies as wealthy, yet he would never squander his money recklessly. At that moment, a Lamborghini rolled into view outside, capturing the attention of everyone present. Han Mimi's eyes widened. This was the arrival of a true, big client. She promptly disregarded Tang Wei, eager to be the first to seize this opportunity. Tang Wei quickly interjected, "Hey, we haven't finished our discussion yet, and you're simply walking away?" Han Mimi erupted in a barrage of insults. "Are you out of your mind? Is 80 yuan a day worth such a prolonged performance? Hurry up and get your meal." Tang Wei deliberately raised his voice. "What is wrong with your sales department? Is this how you treat clients?" His words soon reached the ears of other sales personnel and the department head. The supervisor turned to Han Mimi and inquired, "Han Mimi, what is going on?" At that moment, Han Mimi felt an intense hatred for Tang Wei. She realized he was intentionally trying to sabotage her. Continuing to engage with him would surely result in losing the wealthy Lamborghini owner. However, ignoring Tang Wei's comments would expose the arrangement for hiring actors, jeopardizing her job. In her dilemma, she glanced at her colleague, Xiao Li, who was idly standing nearby. Without hesitation, she grasped Xiao Li's arm and said, "Xiao Li, I heard you haven't had any achievements for quite some time. Allow me to pass my client to you. No need to thank me. It is only right for colleagues to assist one another." With that, she pushed Xiao Li towards Tang Wei, declaring from now on, "Xiao Li will be responsible for discussing matters with you in detail. Farewell." She then stationed herself at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the Lamborghini owner to disembark. Xiao Li, caught off guard, naively assumed Han Mimi was genuinely helping her and felt a surge of gratitude towards her. "Hello, I am pleased to assist you. Please feel free to inquire about anything you wish to know. I will do my utmost to meet your needs." As it was her first time in this role, she appeared quite nervous in front of Tang Wei, and the others watched Xiao Li's earnest demeanor with bemusement. Young Li is still rather inexperienced, truly believing that others would willingly concede their clients to her. This supporting actor is evidently a person addicted to the stage. Being entangled with him would only hinder serious matters. Han Mimi is indeed a malicious woman, inflicting harm upon others while demanding their gratitude. How repugnant. As Tang Wei observed young Li, a faint smile crept upon his lips. He was well aware of Han Mimi's intentions. Initially, he contemplated waiting it out, but it now seemed imperative to proceed with the purchase, not for any other reason, but to irk this opportunistic woman. "Your name is Young Li, correct? Pray tell, what distinguishes this set from that one?" Both properties are quite comparable, yet the price disparity is significant. Purchasing a home is a substantial matter. One must exercise caution. Although Young Li was a newcomer, her knowledge was robust compared to Han Mimi's. She swiftly elucidated to Tang Wei the reasons for the higher price of the other property, citing aspects such as lighting, ventilation, and floor area ratio. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei grasped the situation and remarked, "So, if money is no object, acquiring the more expensive property would indeed provide a superior experience, correct?" Young Li nodded affirmatively, responding, "Certainly." Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Tang Wei declared, "Very well, we shall choose this one. Let us sign the contract." Young Li was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated such a decisive resolution from him. She immediately exclaimed in excitement, "Excellent. Let us proceed with the contract." With a price tag of 25 million. Her commission at 3,000 would yield her 75,000. How could she not be thrilled? Meanwhile, Han Mimi finally awaited the arrival of the Lamborghini owner. "Good day, sir. What may I assist you with? A villa or a flat? Please do not hesitate to reach out. I shall find you a property that meets your satisfaction." As soon as the owner entered the store, Han Mimi eagerly extended her greeting. The Lamborghini's owner was none other than Tang Wei's cousin, Tian Go. Upon seeing Han Mimi, Tiango felt a sense of familiarity. Aren't you that internet celebrity who latched onto luxury cars? What brings you back to sales? His reminder jogged Han Mimi's memory. She recalled that he did not harbor a favorable impression of her, as she had previously been rebuffed during a live stream. Nevertheless, she refused to let such a setback deter her from pursuing this lucrative client. Ah, so you remember me? Indeed, I am that streamer. However, you scolded me quite thoroughly that day, and it was a revelation. I recognized the truth in your words and promptly dismantled my streaming equipment to embark on a serious career as a grassroots salesperson. In an attempt to reshape her image in Tiango's eyes, Han Mimi resorted to fabrications. Your perspective is absolutely spot on. Streaming is hardly a legitimate profession. Who in their right mind would pursue such a frivolous vocation? A streamer contributes nothing to society, merely a waste and a disgrace. She likened herself to a parasite of society, akin to mouse droppings in soup or undigested corn kernels within feces. She relentlessly berated her once proud profession, entirely oblivious to the increasingly darkening expression on Tianjiao's face. Finally, Tianjiao could no longer contain herself. What utter nonsense! Han Mimi was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Tianjiao had suddenly grown angry. Sir, what do you mean by that? Little did she know that after parting ways with Tianjiao that day, Tianjiao had also become a streamer. By speaking this way now, wasn't she effectively slapping Tianjiao in the face? Tianjiao snorted disdainfully. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Han Mimi quickly regained her composure, continuing to greet her with a smile. Yes, let us return to the matter at hand. What property are you interested in purchasing? Tianjiao coldly replied. Who said I was looking to buy a house? I'm here to see my cousin. Cousin? Han Mimi found this puzzling. Logically speaking, someone of Tianjiao's stature would have a cousin of considerable means. However, her observations over the past week had revealed no one in the vicinity who appeared affluent. Just then, Tang Wei returned after signing a contract with Shaoli. Upon seeing Tang Wei, Tianjiao approached him. Cousin, are you looking to buy a new house? Tang Wei showed no surprise upon seeing Tianjiao, as he was all too familiar with her Lamborghini. Ah, cousin, are you also in the market for a home? Tianjiao shook her head, offering a wry smile. I'm just a streamer. How could I possibly afford to buy a house? I merely happened to pass by and wanted to say hello. So that is how it is. Han Mimi's eyes widened at their exchange. It dawned on her that Tang Wei was indeed Tianjiao's cousin. How could this be? How could someone so wealthy have a cousin as impoverished as Tang Wei? Moreover, upon hearing that Tianjiao was also streaming, she finally understood the source of her earlier anger. At this realization, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Why must my mouth be so reckless? Of course, she believed that Tianjiao's streaming was not motivated by the need for money, but rather a wealthy individual's hobby to document their life. When Tianjiao spoke of not being able to buy a house, it was surely a jest. After all, someone driving such a car could hardly be incapable of affording property. At that moment, Shaoli looked at Han Mimi with gratitude. Sister May, thank you for passing the listing to me. I've already met my sales target this month. You truly are my wonderful big sister. With that, she deeply bowed to Han Mimi. Han Mimi was incredulous upon hearing Shaoli's words. What did you say? This poor fellow actually bought a house. Shaoli, somewhat baffled by Han Mimi's reaction, responded, Yes, Mr. Tang Wei has purchased a property worth 25 million. I stand to earn quite a commission. I truly appreciate it. Sister May, the more she spoke, the more excited she became. Han Mimi could hardly believe it. She turned to Tang Wei and exclaimed, You bought that 25 million house? Aren't you just a background actor here for a free meal? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She then angrily confronted Shaoli, exclaiming, You must have colluded with that pauper to provoke me deliberately. How surprising, Shaoli, that beneath your seemingly innocent exterior lies such a venomous heart. You are nothing short of a scheming vixen. Shaoli, bewildered by the scorn, was at a loss as to what she had done wrong. Tang Wei, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, produced a contract and placed it before Han Mimi. Open your eyes wide and behold what this is. Han Mimi gazed at the document, her eyes widening in disbelief. No, this cannot be. It must be a forgery. It's all a fabrication. At that moment, she had formed a rough judgment, yet she still refused to accept the reality. For if it were true, it would mean she had unwittingly surrendered a major client. How could she possibly come to terms with that? Tiango scoffed, What is so impossible about it? My cousin purchasing a property worth over 20 million is perfectly normal. Some individuals ought not to underestimate others. Tang Wei patted Tian Go on the shoulder and remarked, "Let us be on our way. There's no need to waste further breath on such people." He then turned to Xiao Li, adding, "This transaction has been most pleasant. Should the need arise in the future, I shall certainly seek you out." Xiao Li nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you. Please take care." At that moment, Han Mimi finally grasped the truth. All along, Tang Wei had been masquerading as a fool to exploit the situation. "Wait," she called out, halting the departing Tang Wei. Han Mimi, shedding her previous haughty demeanor, humbly implored, "Do I still have a chance?" Tang Wei erupted into laughter. "I have already granted you an opportunity. You failed to seize it, and that is not my fault. You squandered your chance." With that, Tang Wei and Tian Go departed from the sales office. Han Mimi watched their retreating figures, her heart filled with resentment. Had she only seized the opportunity during their initial meeting, she might have attained the life she so desired. Missing that first chance was one thing, but now, the prospect that had been presented to her was carelessly handed over to another. She felt as though she were on the verge of tears, consumed by regret. "Meijia, what is wrong with you?" Xiao Ling Kidat. Noticing Han Mimi on the brink of collapse, Han Mimi, observing Xiao Li's seemingly innocent expression, grew increasingly infuriated. "What is wrong? How could you ask that? You little wretch, have stolen my achievements. Do you still question me?" In a fit of jealousy, Han Mimi seized Xiao Li by her hair. Xiao Li, instantly panica, was taken aback. Smack! At that moment, their supervisor approached and delivered a sharp slap to Han Mimi's face. "Han Mimi, have you lost your mind?" The sudden strike brought her back to her senses. Quickly, she stammered, "I apologize, supervisor. I was overly impulsive." The supervisor, with a stern visage, coldly replied, "As it stands, you are the only one without achievements. If this behavior continues, you will be dismissed immediately." Han Mimi, feigning innocence, lamented, "It's not that I lack achievements. They were taken from me." As she spoke, she cast a mournful glance toward Xiao Li. The supervisor let out a cold huff. "Rob, you clearly believe that Tang Wei was not a legitimate client and passed him off as a nuisance to Xiao Li. Now that he has earned a commission, you dare to claim he has snatched your achievements? Do you think I am oblivious to everything? How shameless can you be?" The colleagues surrounding them felt a sense of vindication as they listened to the supervisor chastise Han Mimi, having long harbored dissatisfaction towards her. At that moment, the naive Xiao Li finally grasped the situation. Chapter 56. Writing novels is truly profitable. Tang Wei and Tian Gu strolled along, engaged in conversation. "Cousin, I've been following the latest news, and you truly are impressive. If it weren't for the restrictions on live streaming and discussions, you might have gone viral, allowing me to ride on your coattails. What a pity." Tian Gu felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the fame of Tang's auto repair shop. However, it wasn't long before the live streaming platform informed him of the discussion limitations and the prohibition on streaming, leaving him perplexed. Tang Wei shook his head. "While I would like to attract some clients, I genuinely do not wish to become overly popular. I am quite content with the current state of affairs." Tian Gu replied, "Indeed, fame often brings trouble. As a skilled individual such as yourself, there is no need for unnecessary hype. But how did you manage to get all social platforms to restrict discussions? It must have cost a significant sum, or perhaps." Tian Gu already held a vague answer in his mind, merely seeking confirmation from Tang Wei. "Tang Wei, not that? Precisely as you imagined. I have some collaborations with the military, so I must remain discreet." Although Tian Gu had suspected this, he was still profoundly astonished to receive such confirmation. "I never anticipated you to be even more formidable than I imagined, having ties with the military. If that's the case, why remain tethered to a small auto repair shop? Or is it that this shop serves as some sort of secret base?" Tian Gu's imagination began to run wild. "Tang Wei Tuka. Secret base? You are overthinking it. I simply enjoy a tranquil life." Tian Gu suddenly understood. "Oh, I see." After exchanging a few casual remarks, Tang Wei and Tian Gu parted ways. Upon returning home, Tang Wei contacted a renovation company to prepare for the decoration of his newly purchased house. He entrusted everything to the renovation team and continued overseeing the auto repair shop. During the quieter moments, feeling somewhat bored, he took out his phone and began reading a novel. Recently, he had become enamored with a book authored by someone under the pen name Online Shopping for a Pair of Autumn Pants. The novel was exceptionally well written, keeping him awake at night. To craft such an engaging story, the author must be a dashing figure in reality. Handsome, charismatic, exceptionally talented, beloved by all, and a high achiever. Tang Wei mused to himself. However, what displeased him was that the author had not updated for several days. The tens of thousands of words had been swiftly consumed. Thus, he left a comment. May your second child be as short and feeble as your writings. Tang Wei considered this remark quite confrontational. However, upon perusing other comments, he realized his was relatively amicable. May your life cease abruptly, much like your literary endeavors. Was the author deceased? Why this prolonged silence? Let us refrain from such malice. Perhaps they have merely become incapacitated. This is excessive. Maybe they simply had their hands interrupted. Even with a broken hand, I expect updates. The author resides in City A, correct? Then I shall confront them directly in an offline showdown. Tang Wei had not anticipated that merely reading a novel would incite someone to exaggerate to the point of seeking the author's true identity. He hoped it was merely a jest. Otherwise, who would dare to pen novels in the future? City A? Tang Wei noted the significance. It turned out this author resided in the same city as he did. However, this seemed inconsequential. Sigh, perhaps he should seek other books to peruse. As he contemplated, he glanced at other titles. However, he discovered that since encountering purchasing a pair of autumn pants, other books now seemed utterly uninteresting. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Master, I require a repair. Tang Wei immediately looked up, only to behold a man seated in a wheelchair, accompanied by a woman whose expression was devoid of emotion, evidently the one who had pushed him here. The man's hair was sparse, with only a few strands valiantly clinging to the top of his head. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, his skin a sickly yellow, blemishes adorned his face, and sores marred the soles of his feet, while drool perpetually dribbled from the crooked corners of his mouth, evoking a visceral discomfort. Nevertheless, Tang Wei maintained a semblance of professional decorum. He politely inquired, "Good day, sir. What vehicle do you need repaired?" The man replied, "It is not a vehicle. I wish to modify my wheelchair." Tang Wei found this quite intriguing, as it was his first encounter with a modified wheelchair. "Oh, what are your specifications?" The man sighed deeply. "Allow me to elaborate, though it is a lengthy tale. Do you have the time to listen?" Tang Wei waved his hand, solemnly stating, "Please, share your story. I find myself quite bored." The man's previously vacant gaze suddenly transformed into one of melancholy. "My name is Ku. I am a nascent online writer. After merely a month of writing my first book, I have garnered an income of 300,000. Tang Wei was momentarily taken aback. Ku, an online writer? Could he be the one residing in City A who authored purchasing a pair of autumn pants? Yet, surveying the wretched appearance of this disheveled individual, he found it hard to believe that such a remarkable novel could have emerged from him. "Wait, is your pen name not purchasing a pair of autumn pants?" Ku nodded and said, "Indeed. How did you know? Have you read my books?" Tang Wei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had never anticipated that the charming and dashing author he imagined would actually be in such a state. The disparity was truly staggering. After a moment, Tang Wei regained his composure. "Yes, I have read your work. It is quite captivating. I never realized writing novels could be so lucrative, earning 300,000 in royalties in a mere month." Yet, in the presence of his favorite author, Tang Wei felt no thrill. Ku shook his head with difficulty. "No, I haven't earned a single penny from writing novels in a month. I've even spent several thousand on rent and utilities. That 300,000 was compensation because my slow updates led readers to confront me and break my legs." Tang Wei was incredulous. Is there really such a thing as an offline showdown? However, upon reflection, he realized that the reader might have initially intended to jest, but upon witnessing the author's appearance, felt their faith shattered and resorted to violence. Ku continued recounting his tale. "They thought that by breaking my legs, I would be able to concentrate on writing, but they were too naive. Even so, I still update only a little each day. However, not long after, someone else came to break my hands because they found my plot too intense." At this point, Tang Wei finally understood the reason behind the book's abrupt halt. He looked at Ku and said, "So, you're unable to walk or move your hands now?" Ku sighed and replied, "Yes. This is why I came to see you. I hope you can help me design an automatic wheelchair that can be voice-controlled. I wish for this wheelchair to traverse flat ground, ascend stairs, and even conquer mountains. It would be splendid if it could accelerate like a racing car. Most importantly, it must assist me in writing. I want to pen novels. I aspire to become a literary deity. Tang Wei was deeply moved by Chiao Ku's final words. To still contemplate writing under such circumstances was a rare spirit indeed. In Chapter 57, I master the wheelchair. Tang Wei nodded and said, "All right, I will certainly create the most efficient wheelchair in the world according to your specifications, enabling you to write with peace of mind." He then added, "However, I have one request." "What is it? Could you update more frequently?" Regardless of the author's appearance, Tang Wei still enjoyed reading his novels. After all, it was not a fan club based on looks. Xiaoku hesitated for a moment before responding. "That will depend on how effective the wheelchair you modify is for writing." Tang Wei smiled lightly and reassured him. "Rest assured, as long as you are willing, this wheelchair can help you write 20 chapters in a single day without issue." Shortly thereafter, Xiaoku inquired, "I wonder how much it will cost to successfully modify it. Although I have 300,000 in compensation, most of it has already gone towards hospital expenses." Tang Wei pondered for a moment and inquired, "How much do you currently have?" "Not even 100,000. Came a reply. "All right, let us settle on 100,000 then. You could defer the remaining amount and repay it with your future earnings." Xiaoku was somewhat taken aback by this. He had heard that Tang Wei's fees were remarkably low and never exceeded the client's financial capacity. Why then had the terms changed in this instance? Thus, he hesitated and said, "Brother, you are my reader after all. Could you perhaps offer a discount?" Tang Wei resolutely shook his head. "No, I am aware that these struggling authors will not exert themselves fully until they find themselves in dire straits. Leaving Xiaoku with nothing while still owing him money is a means to awaken his potential." With a wry smile, Xiaoku conceded, "Very well. I will give you 70,000 for now, reserving a bit for living expenses, and I promise to make up the rest once I earn my fees." Tang Wei nodded in agreement. "That works. Best of luck to you." Afterward, Xiaoku hailed a vehicle, allowing the woman who had just assisted him to help him into the car, leaving his wheelchair behind in the shop. Subsequently, Tang Wei commenced the modification of Xiaoku's wheelchair, initially addressing the most fundamental concern, mobility. He deemed voice control somewhat rudimentary and opted instead for a brainwave control system, which proved not only more convenient, but also significantly more precise. Next, he tackled the challenge of ascending stairs, a seemingly daunting request, yet Tang Wei, being systematic in his approach, was undeterred. Even such an outrageous requirement could be met with an appropriate solution by the system. As for speeding, that was relatively straightforward. Enhancing the power system while also considering safety measures would suffice. Acknowledging that Xiaoku would still need to manage daily activities, Tang Wei installed a mechanical arm on the wheelchair to serve in place of his hands, capable of executing various tasks, including typing. Before long, the modifications were complete, and Tang Wei reached out to Xiaoku. When he learned of Tang Wei's successful endeavor, Xiaoku was astonished. "What? So soon? That's wonderful." Later that day, with the assistance of the same woman, Xiaoku made his way to Tang Wei's shop. Tang Wei gestured towards the modified wheelchair and said, "Go ahead and take it for a spin." Xiaoku glanced at it, astonished, and remarked, "Is this the final product? It looks rather unremarkable." Tang Wei chuckled. "Though its appearance may seem plain, it possesses all the functionalities you desire." As the woman helped Xiaoku into the wheelchair, he soon felt his body being secured, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. "This is merely a precaution," Tang Wei reassured him. "It is designed to stabilize your body, preventing any sudden movements that might cause you to fall from the chair, and it also reads your brain signals through contact with your body." Xiaoku's anxiety heightened upon hearing this. "What? It reads my brain signals?" Tang Wei clarified. "Indeed, this wheelchair is controlled by your brainwaves." Xiaoku and the woman beside him were utterly astonished. "Controlled by the mind? How astonishing." "Indeed, you can give it a try." Xiaoku eagerly attempted it, thinking to take 2 steps forward. Sure enough, the wheelchair smoothly advanced 2 steps. "Incredible. Truly remarkable." Xiaoku was exhilarated. Tang Wei then remarked, "You can also attempt other movements, such as activating the versatile mechanical arm." Following his instructions, a mechanical arm swiftly extended from the wheelchair. Tang Wei continued, "This mechanical arm can entirely replace your own. You can use it for anything, whether it be eating, gaming, or typing." "Is that so?" Xiaoku tested it, and indeed, it functioned just as Tang Wei had described. Although it was only one arm, it effortlessly accomplished tasks that previously required both of his hands. He then turned to the woman beside him and said, "Sister, could you please fetch my notebook?" Moments later, she produced a laptop and placed it on the table. Xiaoku utilized the mechanical arm to open the laptop, access the document, and began typing directly. The mechanical fingers danced on the keyboard, producing a melodious sound. The woman gazed at Xiaoku's focused demeanor, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He has returned, the earnest man, he has returned. In no time, he had written a chapter of a novel, leaving Tang Wei astounded. Damn, you can effortlessly write a chapter. Had you been a bit more diligent back then, would you have ended up like this? After completing the chapter, Xiaoku desired to write more, but quickly realized the time was not right. He needed to address the current matters first. He looked at Tang Wei with immense gratitude. Brother, I truly thank you. Your technology exceeds my wildest imagination. It feels like the 100,000 spent was truly worth it. Tang Wei merely nodded, saying little. Subsequently, Xiaoku bid farewell to Tang Wei and drove his wheelchair homeward. On the spacious road, he accelerated in his wheelchair. Wow, this sensation is exhilarating. The woman behind him shouted as she chased after him. Xiaoku, wait for me. He turned his head, glancing back at her, and laughed. Ha ha ha. You can't catch up with me, can you? With that, he continued to accelerate, leaving her far behind. The woman watched Xiaoku's retreating figure, astonished. What a steel-hearted man. You truly deserve to be single for a lifetime. As she grew increasingly irate, Xiaoku, seated in his wheelchair, sighed. I'm sorry, Zuehua. I'm merely an online writer with no earnings. I cannot offer you a stable and happy life. Please forget me. He murmured to himself, bitter tears gently sliding from the corners of his eyes. Upon returning home, Xiaoku immersed himself in his creative work. With the aid of the mechanical arm, he felt an abundance of inspiration flowing through him. In a single night, he composed 20 chapters. Upon noticing the novel's updates, Tang Wei couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The latest comments on the novel exploded with excitement. Wow, the author has returned from the dead? Did they hire a ghostwriter? How could one person write so much at once? It must be the original author. Only they could evoke such a foolish sentiment. Indeed, the writing style remains authentic. Chapter 58. The Circle of the Elite. After completing the modifications on Xiaoku's wheelchair, a long-awaited upgrade notification echoed in Tang Wei's mind. The last upgrade should have taken him to level 4. That error has since been rectified. Beep. The system has been upgraded to level 5. Congratulations. You have unlocked level 5 privileges, including the super linkage feature. Tang Wei felt a tinge of confusion. What is the super linkage feature? The system patiently explained. Upon activation, you can access various information regarding devices that have been modified by the system and, if necessary, even control these devices. Surprised by the system's explanation, Tang Wei promptly decided to experiment. Soon, the information of the vehicles he had modified materialized in his mind. Device 1, motorcycle damage status, 0001 owners. Zhang Hu. Zhang Xiaohua, current location no. X, Street X, Town X, City A. Upon inspection, he found that the status of these vehicles was quite normal, except for Jin Xiao's motorcycle, which displayed various statuses as unknown. What is going on with Jin Xiao? The system responded. This device and its owner are no longer within the observable range of the system. Oh, I see. Tang Wei instinctively felt that Jin Xiao was on his own island, too far from City A to be detected. However, matters were not as simple as he presumed. This feature seems rather pointless. I have no peculiar habits. So why would I want to control someone else's vehicle? The system replied, you'll find it useful in the future. Tang Wei thought to himself that this was mere platitude, a question asked in vain. He then inquired further, now that I've upgraded to level 5. What special features or rewards can I expect at level 6? No comment. In truth, the author had not yet decided. As time passed, Tang Wei received a business opportunity. The visitors were two peculiar individuals, and for some reason, he instinctively sensed they were not of good character. Thus, when faced with their requests, Tang Wei merely met the bare minimum of their demands. Afterward, there were not many visitors. On this day, Tang Wei drove his Wuling Hongwang to check on the renovation progress of his new house. The new residence was spacious with a broad view. Several workers were bustling about, and upon seeing Tang Wei, they greeted him. Hello, boss. Tang Wei nodded slightly and said, continue with your work. Don't mind me, I'm just taking a look. As he spoke, he glanced around. It was evident that the renovation company and the workers were quite diligent and responsible. Overall, there was no sign of negligence, and everything was executed with precision. Subsequently, he approached the window to admire the view outside. The location was indeed superior, with a beautiful environment that justified the price. At that moment, a sleek black Porsche slowly entered the community. Inside the car were three individuals: the driver, Ren Shangren, along with his two friends, Hu Peng and Go Yu. Hu Peng exclaimed excitedly, "Old Run, is this the community of your new home? It certainly seems quite upscale." Ren Shangren replied proudly, "Of course. As a person of high status, one must reside in a premium community." Unexpectedly, Go Yu interjected, "It is indeed nice, but it seems to have the same amenities as an average community. I fail to see what makes it so elite. A property worth over 10 million seems quite exaggerated." Upon hearing Go Yu's remark, Ren Shangren chuckled. You don't quite grasp it. High-end living is not merely about superficial appearances. A truly upscale community, aside from its physical infrastructure, must also possess substantial soft power. For instance, the quality of property management. This community boasts the most dedicated property management in the world. The experience provided by a good management team is entirely different. Go Yu nodded in agreement. "That's true. The property management in my community is abysmal, ineffective at everything, yet charges top fees. They act like overlords, even though they are paid to serve the homeowners." Hu Peng shared similar sentiments, recounting instances where he had engaged in heated arguments with the property management. Ren Shangren continued, "Moreover, connections are crucial. The residents here are either wealthy or influential. Integrating into this circle is immensely beneficial for oneself and future generations." Hu Peng and Go Yu listened enviously. "I truly envy you, Brother Run, for being able to mingle with the upper echelons of society. It seems individuals like us are destined to remain in the shadows." Ren Shangren laughed heartily. "Look at what you're saying. Aren't you still with me? Fear not. Under my wing, you too shall rise to prominence one day." As he spoke, the vehicle had already entered the garage. The garage was filled with luxury cars. Even his car seemed quite ordinary in comparison. Ren Shangren continued to speak, and Hu Peng and Go Yu exchanged glances, realizing the truth in his words. Soon, Ren Shangren parked the car, and as they stepped out, they immediately noticed a Wuling Hongguang parked nearby. Hu Peng exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Ren, why is there a Wuling Hongguang here?" Go Yu added, "Indeed, it appears this community isn't as upscale as you claimed." Upon hearing their remarks, Ren Shangren's expression changed. The presence of the cheap Wuling Hongguang parked beside him felt like a sharp rebuke to his previous assertions. This could not possibly belong to a homeowner. Anyone able to afford a property here would surely not drive such a dilapidated vehicle. It must belong to the renovation company. Ren Shangren attempted to articulate his thoughts. Hu Peng, perplexed, inquired, "Renovation company? Was it not stated that outside vehicles are prohibited from entering?" It appeared that this so-called strongest property management service in the world was not as commendable as claimed. Wu Yu echoed, "Indeed. Allowing such a dilapidated vehicle to occupy the residence parking space is utterly unsightly." Ren Shangren's expression darkened further. Indeed, such a shabby vehicle was unworthy of occupying such a prestigious parking spot. I must lodge a complaint against the property management. With that, he dialed the property office. Soon, a staff member arrived. "Hello, how may we assist you?" The property personnel exhibited a commendable demeanor, yet it did little to quell Ren Shangren's fury. "What's going on? Why you allowed this foreign vehicle into our community? Get towed immediately. Having such a garbage vehicle parked beside me is absolutely disgraceful." The property staff hastily replied, "Sir, we have been rigorously monitoring the vehicles entering and exiting the premises. No outside vehicles should have entered." "No outside vehicles? Then what is this dilapidated vehicle doing here?" Ren Shangren forcefully slapped the side of the Wuling Hongguang. "Do not tell me this vehicle belongs to one of the residents. Do you truly believe that is plausible?" The property staff glanced at the vehicle, hesitatingly stating, "However, our monitoring should not be erroneous. I will verify this right away." "What do you mean should not be erroneous? What verification is necessary? Just tow it away. There is no doubt about it." Hu Peng and Go Yu joined in the rebuke of the property management. Previously, they had been treated like subordinates by their own property management. Now, having encountered a weak management team, they seized the opportunity to vent their frustrations. Chapter 59. Is it so strange for wealthy individuals to purchase a car? Ren Shangren reiterated, "Indeed, tow it away immediately. Do not affect my mood." The property personnel, however, could not act so decisively. While they possessed a valid point, such a vehicle was unlikely to belong to a resident. Company policy forbade them from taking action without verification. Observing the property staff's indecision, Hu Peng and Guiyu continued to stoke the flames. They cannot even dare to tow away a shabby vehicle worth a few thousand. How cowardly! Brother Run, I believe this property management is utterly useless. Let's take matters into our own hands. Indeed, let us smash this dilapidated car and let its owner understand their true identity and the places where they should not park. Ren Shangren's emotions were quickly stirred by their words. He retrieved a hammer from the vehicle and declared, "Very well, I shall smash this wretched car." The property staff, alarmed, hurriedly intervened. "Sir, wait. You cannot do that. I will verify this immediately." Verify what? At this point, Ren Shangren was beyond reasoning, raising the hammer and striking down. However, with the first blow, the Wuling Hongguang remained completely unscathed, while Ren Shangren's hand throbbed painfully from the impact. What the hell? Why is this thing so tough? Unbeknownst to him, the last person who attempted such an act had ended up in a mental institution. The onlookers were also taken aback by the spectacle. Under normal circumstances, even the most expensive vehicle would surely sustain some damage from a hammer strike, leaving at least a dent. However, the Wuling Hongguang before us remained utterly unscathed, which was truly bewildering. Yet, even more astonishing events were about to unfold. Suddenly, the Wuling Hongguang began to move on its own, startling several individuals who instinctively recoiled a few steps. Was there someone inside the car? Ren Shangren pondered this notion, but upon glancing inside, he saw not a single figure. To his astonishment, the Wuling Hongguang stood upright, transforming into a white automaton. This left everyone utterly speechless. An automaton? How could this be? Am I dreaming? Run swiftly. Hu Peng and Guiyu fled in panic, while Ren Shangren collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. "So, you intend to smash my car, do you?" The automaton spoke, its tone reminiscent of Tang Wei. It turned out that as Ren Shangren began to strike the vehicle, Tang Wei had sensed the disturbance through a super linkage function. By remotely accessing the car's driving records, Tang Wei grasped the unfolding events. Therefore, he took control of the Wuling Hongguang, transforming it to frighten this ungrateful individual. Ren Shangren hurriedly exclaimed, "My apologies, brother. I was wrong. I will not dare again. Please spare me." Although he was unaware of the full circumstances, he had no choice but to concede. "Oh, really? Just moments ago, you were disparaging my car for being parked beside you, claiming it diminished your status." Ren Shangren shook his head vigorously. "I was blind to your brilliance. In the presence of your high-tech marvel, what are our humble vehicles worth?" It dawned on him that this Wuling Hongguang must be a customized high-tech toy belonging to some affluent individual, disguised as a Wuling Hongguang purely for some perverse amusement. Truly, in this upscale community, none of the residents were ordinary, or were luxury cars in comparison. Here, one had a transformer straight out of film. At that moment, Ren Shangren comprehended the concept of there are always greater beings beyond our own. Apologizing was futile. He needed to promptly express his contrition to the property staff member. By reviewing the dashcam footage, Tang Wei discovered that this property staff member was indeed quite responsible, living up to their company's reputation. Upon hearing this, Ren Shangren turned to the property staff member, repeatedly apologizing. "I am sorry. I was wrong, and my previous attitude was unacceptable. Please do not take offense." The property staff member then finally registered the situation and waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. I bear no ill will." As the situation seemed to resolve, Tang Wei commanded the automaton to revert to its vehicle form. Ren Shangren finally breathed a sigh of relief. The automaton's imposing presence was indeed overwhelming. Subsequently, as Ren Shangren exited the garage, he spotted Hu Peng and Guiyu and could not suppress his ire. "You two rascals, you claim we are brothers. Yet when the moment of truth arrives, you flee. You have greatly disappointed me." The two looked on, somewhat embarrassed. "Ringo, we cannot be blamed for this. It is our first encounter with such a situation," one of them remarked. "Indeed, this is quite terrifying." They still felt a lingering fear from the recent incident. Hu Peng cautiously inquired, "Ringo, are you all right? What exactly occurred just now? And who was that automaton?" Ren Shangren shot him a disapproving glance and replied, "Look at you all, so naive and inexperienced. Is it truly strange for the affluent to purchase an automaton? So, that automaton was bought by a resident here? It wasn't he an alien invasion?" Upon hearing Ren Shangren's words, their tense demeanor relaxed somewhat. Nevertheless, they remained profoundly astonished. After all, Such advanced technology had only been witnessed in films. They never imagined it existed in reality. They couldn't help but ponder the immense cost required to acquire such a marvel. How fortunate it is to be wealthy, they mused. Rin Shangren contemptuously remarked, "Of course not. I mentioned that this community is populated by the affluent. What appears to be a Wuling Hongguang on the surface is actually far superior to our vehicles. You two ignorant bumpkins nearly caused me great trouble." Thankfully, the individual was magnanimous and did not hold it against me. Hu Peng and Go Yu scratched their heads, acknowledging, "Ringe, you are right. It is indeed our lack of experience." After lingering in his new home for a while, Tang Wei departed as well. At that moment, an unfamiliar number called. Upon answering, he heard his father's voice. "Son, have you been busy lately?" Tang Wei found it odd that his father had changed his number and that his tone seemed off. Yet he dismissed it. "Not too busy. Is there something you need?" "Yes, we are here in B City and require some assistance. If you're not too occupied, please come help us." "B City? Weren't you previously in C City?" We have relocated. Just come over and we can discuss it further." "All right, I will head over." After that, the caller promptly ended the conversation. Once the call ended, Tang Wei furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The person who had just called was not his true father. The urgency with which they summoned him to B City suggested a hidden agenda. He quickly recalled the mysterious organization that had previously attempted to abduct him. The caller must be one of them. While he had protection from Old Lu in a city, they could not act directly. Thus, they impersonated his father's voice to lure him to B City. Tang Wei could choose to ignore this threat, but he refused to evade the situation. While they may have been unable to reach him in a city, they might target those close to him, such as his parents in C City. With this thought, Tang Wei devised a plan. "Very well, I shall turn the tables on them, ensnaring them all at once and eliminating future threats." Chapter 60. A reunion with a mysterious organization. Shortly thereafter, the same number sent another message, detailing the specific address where Tang Wei was to go. Upon consulting a map, Tang Wei discovered that it led to an abandoned factory, situated in a remote area far from the city center. This location clearly reeked of a sinister plot. Tang Wei activated his navigation system and headed straight for the destination. Upon arrival, he made a call back home. "I'm here, where are you?" The voice on the other end, still echoing his father's tone, replied, "We see you. Enter the warehouse through the main gate." Concerned about straying too far from his vehicle and being unable to react in case of an unforeseen incident, Tang Wei decided to drive directly into the warehouse. As soon as he stepped inside, he encountered two familiar faces. Those were the very individuals who had approached him for car repairs not long ago. It was no wonder they had his phone number. Their odd demeanor had been unsettling at the time. Tang Wei halted his vehicle and exited. No sooner had he done so than the two men drew firearms from their pockets, aiming them at him. "Don't move." Tang Wei feigned surprise, asking, "Who are you?" One of them coldly replied, "Who am I? Do you remember those two men from that day?" Tang Wei understood immediately who he was referring to. "So you're in league with them?" he inquired. "Precisely. If you know what's good for you, cooperate with us, and we may overlook your actions against our members numbered 96 and 97. At this point, Tang Wei quickly grasped that the two who had attempted to abduct him were designated 96 and 97 within this mysterious organization. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "All right, how would you like me to cooperate?" The men exchanged glances, perplexed by Tang Wei's response. The situation was unfolding far more smoothly than they had anticipated. They had expected that someone capable of silently eliminating two of their members would be formidable, yet he appeared less daunting than they had thought. One of them spoke up. "Our leader, known as Number 1, greatly admires your talents and wishes to invite you to join our organization, overseeing the development of weaponry." Tang Wei nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, is that so? What exactly does your organization do?" "We cannot disclose that information just yet. You will learn in due time. Just know that by joining us, you can enjoy boundless wealth and glory. Indeed, as long as you are willing to serve the organization, our leader will ensure you are well compensated." "Is that so? If I were to join you, what would my designation be?" He posed this question to gauge the number of members within the organization. "We cannot specify that. Our designations are assigned based on capability and contribution. Just as the individuals who attempted to abduct you were numbered 96 and 97. Their abilities do not compare to mine as number 78 and this gentleman's as number 79. It seemed that attempting to discern the organization's scale through its numbering system would prove futile. Through these two sentences, Tang Wei discerned a valuable piece of information. These individuals were somewhat stronger than those who had kidnapped him that day. I understand. May I meet your leader? He inquired. Once you return to our base with us, you shall naturally meet our chief, came the reply. Splendid. At this moment, Tang Wei eagerly anticipated being taken to the base. Envisioning a transformation of Xiao Bai, leading to a chaotic slaughter that would obliterate this clandestine organization. Observing Tang Wei's compliance, Number 78 felt greatly satisfied. All right, get in the vehicle with us, he commanded, preparing to escort Tang Wei away. In a hurry, Tang Wei interjected, it's more convenient to ride in my car. It will save you some fuel expenses. Number 79 scoffed, kid, don't assume I am unaware of your intentions. Tang Wei furrowed his brow, pondering whether they had discovered that his vehicle could transform. Unexpectedly, Number 79 continued, aren't you simply aiming to use the dashcam to record the precise location of our base? That information is confidential. Hearing this, Tang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared he had overthought the situation, as they were oblivious to this detail. If you have concerns, I can dismantle the dashcam, he proposed, promptly retrieving it from the car and placing it in Number 79's hands. Is this satisfactory? Number 79 hesitated, on the verge of acquiescence, when Number 78 interjected. No. He regarded Tang Wei coldly, asserting, you possess an extraordinary ability to modify vehicles. Who knows what tricks your car might conceal? As expected of Number 78, he was not easily deceived. Tang Wei retorted, regardless, I will only travel in my vehicle. Otherwise, I refuse to accompany you. In a hushed tone, Number 79 suggested to Number 78, perhaps we should compromise. Number 78 shook his head, stating firmly, no. You must come with us today. There is no room for negotiation. With that, he raised his firearm once more. Should you refuse to comply, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Although our leader holds you in high regard, our organization is not lacking in talent. Feeling an overwhelming threat, Tang Wei realized his plans were unfeasible. Thus, he resolved to take a more forceful approach. In an instant, the Wuling Hongguang beside him transformed swiftly into its Autobot form, astonishing both Number 78 and Number 79. What is this? Number 78 soon regained his composure. The leader was indeed correct. This boy possesses a formidable weapon. Clearly, this organization had never witnessed Tang Wei's vehicle transform into an Autobot, though their leader may have surmised something. The two men fired at Xiao Bai, yet their attempts were utterly futile. Their faces paled in horror. Subsequently, Xiao Bai seized both of them by the necks, lifting them into the air, leaving them gasping for breath. Tang Wei observed the two with a calm demeanor, saying, now, tell me, what is the true purpose of your organization, and where is your base located? What is the name of your leader? Describe their appearance, and I might spare you. The two men scoffed. Impossible. We would rather perish than betray our organization. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Tang Wei's eyes as he declared, very well, then I shall grant your wish. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as a colossal mechanical creature burst through the wall. As Tang Wei discerned the creature's form, he noted its rounded body and the spiral horns atop its head and flanking its ears. The two men gazed at the creature as if it were their savior. Makabaka. It is the battle artifact of our organization, Makabaka. Tang Wei was taken aback. The organization's technology had advanced to such an extent. It was evidently more formidable than he had anticipated. As the creature, known as Makabaka, initiated an assault on Xiao Bai, the latter had no choice but to momentarily abandon subjects 78 and 79. The duo exhaled in relief. Thank goodness Makabaka arrived just in time. Had it come any later, our lives would have been forfeit. They observed as Makabaka engaged the Autobot before them in a fierce exchange, neither side yielding. Wait, where is he? Suddenly, 79 realized that Tang Wei had vanished. That brat mustn't have gotten far. We should pursue him. Chapter 61. The Eternal God of the Truck. At this moment, Tang Wei had already escaped the derelict factory. In that fleeting instant, he had grasped the situation, with Xiao Bai unable to defend himself. Subjects 78 and 79 were free to confront him. Thus, he had swiftly slipped away. However, the area was desolate, devoid of any cover. Upon exiting the factory, he found himself fully exposed in the open. He could only hope that the two men had exhausted their ammunition or that their aim was woefully poor. Otherwise, in his current state, he will be nothing more than a living target. Indeed, as 78 and 79 emerged from the factory, they quickly spotted Tang Wei. There he is. Quick, pursue him. Hearing their voices behind him, Tang Wei quickened his pace. 79, how many bullets do you have left? I've just run out. Damn, I only have one shot left. 78 glanced at his weapon, steeling himself for what was to come. Upon hearing that they had only one bullet remaining, Tang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. In most narratives, the protagonist could withstand a hail of gunfire from twin Gatling guns without being hit. With just a single bullet, what difference would that make compared to having none? One bullet, if it could take him down in an instant. He might as well swallow the magazine. As he ran, Tang Wei taunted them. 78 let out a cold huff, raised his hand, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and Tang Wei felt a sharp pain as the bullet struck his left foot, causing him to collapse on the spot. No, this cannot be. Tang Wei had never imagined he would actually be hit. Haha, my friend, do not regard us as the worthless lot like numbers 96 and 97. We are far superior to them. Number 78 declared as he approached Tang Wei. Tang Wei thought to himself, could it be that I am destined to fall into their hands today? At that moment, he suddenly heard the deafening roar of a motorcycle. He looked up to see a familiar bike speeding towards him. Wasn't that the very motorcycle I first modified? Tang Wei quickly recognized it as Zhang Hu's vehicle. He gazed at the young man riding the motorcycle, who must be Zhang Hu's son, Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua, save me. As a motorcycle whizzed past, Tang Wei called out to Zhang Xiaohua and extended his hand. Hearing Tang Wei's plea for help, Zhang Xiaohua, though momentarily bewildered, instinctively grasped Tang Wei's hand and swiftly pulled him onto the bike. By the time numbers 78 and 79 arrived, Tang Wei had already sped away on the motorcycle. Stop! You come back here! The two shouted angrily, brandishing their guns in the direction of the fleeing motorcycle. Startled, Zhang Xiaohua jumped, but Tang Wei quickly reassured him. Don't be afraid, accelerate. Their guns are out of bullets. For reasons unknown, Zhang Xiaohua instinctively trusted Tang Wei and followed his advice, pressing on the throttle. Finally, after some distance, both of them exhaled in relief. Thank you. I truly owe you my life this time. Tang Wei expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Zhang Xiaohua. Most ordinary people would likely shy away from such situations. Zhang Xiaohua smiled awkwardly. There's no need for such formality. Saving a life is more valuable than constructing a grand pagoda. I sense they were not good people. It would have been disastrous had you fallen into their hands. Tang Wei was deeply moved by Zhang Xiaohua's words. By the way, brother, how did you know my name? Also, who are they, and why were they pursuing you? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua voiced his questions. Tang Wei took a deep breath and replied, I certainly know your name. And I also know that this motorcycle was modified at Tang's repair shop by your father, Zhang Hu. Zhang Xiaohua was astonished by Tang Wei's words. How do you know that? Because I'm the very person who modified this motorcycle. What? Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, looking at Tang Wei in disbelief. You mean to say you're the owner of Tang's repair shop, the legendary and mysterious master of modifications? Tang Wei nodded. Zhang Xiaohua was now overwhelmed with excitement. He had unknowingly saved the renowned master of modifications. In a sense, he too had been saved by Tang Wei once before. It was a cycle of cause and effect. But why were they chasing you? Zhang Xiaohua continued to inquire. Tang Wei sighed and said, It is a long story. We shall discuss it in due time. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the individuals numbered 78 and 79 had caught up, now riding a motorcycle. Tang Wei, taken aback, urged Zhang Xiaohua, Hurry. Those two are on our tail. We must leave. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the rearview mirror and accelerated. However, the motorcycle behind relentlessly pursued them. This is futile. I've already reached maximum speed. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed nervously, observing the vehicle drawing ever closer. Initially, Tang Wei had fortified the motorcycle for defense, leaving little room for speed enhancement. Meanwhile, he activated the super linkage to assess the situation with Xiao Bai, who was still locked in a fierce battle with Makabaka, unable to extricate itself. It seemed they could not rely on that front. Furthermore, Xiao Hong was still in City A and would not arrive in a timely manner. Suddenly, he spotted his modified truck close by, traversing a perpendicular road not far from his route. An idea sparked within him. Xiaohua, let us stop at the intersection ahead. Zhang Xiaohua, anxious, retorted, Brother, what are you saying? We can't afford to wait for the traffic lights now. I'm not worried about points. Why should you be? Clearly, he was unaware of Tang Wei's intentions. Tang Wei smiled and reassured him, "Just do as I say." Although Zhang Xiaohua did not comprehend Tang Wei's plan, he complied. The motorcycle came to a halt, and the pursuing motorcycle followed suit. Number 79 laughed. "Kid, realizing you can't escape, you've surrendered, haven't you? You should have done this sooner. What a waste of our time." Tang Wei remained silent, controlling the truck in his mind to approach the intersection. Sensing the timing was right, he called out to Zhang Xiaohua, "Now go." Zhang Xiaohua nodded, and the motorcycle sped through the intersection. What was he up to? Numbers 78 and 79, initially believing Tang Wei had given up, were baffled when he suddenly resumed his flight. Realizing their miscalculation, they hastily pursued once more. Yet, they remained oblivious to the truck barreling towards them at breakneck speed. They had no time to react before the oncoming truck collided with them, leaving a horrific scene in its wake. Two elite members of the mysterious organization met a gruesome fate beneath the wheels of the truck. Zhang Xiaohua, witnessing this through the rearview mirror, was profoundly shaken. "Brother, how did you manage that?" He had reason to believe that this could not merely be a coincidence. Tang Wei smiled enigmatically, offering no further explanation. Suddenly, he felt an intensifying pain in his leg. "My leg," he groaned, clutching his wound. It was only then that Zhang Xiaohua noticed the injury. "Brother, please bear with me a moment. I shall swiftly take you to the nearest hospital." Chapter 62. The excavator requests to join the battle at this moment. Lu Laoshi, seated in the driver's seat of a large truck, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had been driving normally. Abruptly, the truck surged out of control, accelerating forward regardless of his futile attempts to regain command. He could only helplessly watch as his vehicle crushed a motorcycle ahead. The weight of this circumstance bore down on him with immense pressure, although he bore no fault. Witnessing two lives extinguished before him left his heart in turmoil. "I have taken a life. I have taken a life. I truly did not wish to end a life." Zhang Xiaohua was en route to the hospital with Tang Wei when, out of the blue, a figure obstructed their path. Zhang Xiaohua instinctively tensed, suspecting this to be an accomplice of the previous two men. However, Tang Wei, enduring his pain, spoke in a faint voice, "Do not be afraid. This is someone I know. Let us halt." The figure was none other than Zhou Quan. Earlier, when Tang Wei activated the super link function, he sensed Zhou Quan's presence nearby, hence his lack of surprise upon seeing him. Zhou Quan, noting Tang Wei's injuries, inquired anxiously, "Brother Tang, what has happened to you? You appear to be injured." Zhang Xiaohua shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Isn't that obvious? This is not the time for pleasantries. I must hasten to get him to the hospital." Concern for Tang Wei's condition colored Zhang Xiaohua's demeanor towards Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan shook his head, asserting, "No need for that. The nearest hospital is still several dozen kilometers away. Leave it to me." Zhang Xiaohua stared at him in astonishment. "Leave it to you? Are you a doctor?" "One might say so. I am indeed a doctor, as well as a chef, a programmer, and an excavator operator," Zhou Quan replied. After successfully performing surgery on Wang Dezhuang, he had emerged from his previous apprehensions, no longer shying away from his past as a doctor and openly acknowledging it. Zhang Xiaohua was left speechless by Zhou Quan's declaration. Surely, this fellow was not jesting. Tang Wei, perceiving Zhang Xiaohua's skepticism, interjected, "Xiaohua, he speaks the truth." Through the superlink function, Tang Wei was aware that Zhou Quan had successfully conducted a complex surgery using the versatile excavator, thus surmising Zhou Quan's intentions. "What? How can this be possible?" Zhang Xiaohua remained unconvinced. Tang Wei reassured him, "Have faith. I know him well. He will not falter." His trust was not in Zhou Quan, but rather in the modified machine he had created. Zhou Quan added, "Indeed, we must not waste any more time." Seeing Tang Wei's unwavering trust in Zhou Quan, Zhang Xiaohua chose not to voice further objections. Subsequently, Zhou Quan and Zhang Xiaohua carefully assisted Tang Wei down from the motorcycle, placing him temporarily on a patch of open ground. Thereafter, Zhou Quan proceeded to the cabin of the excavator he had parked nearby. As Quan maneuvered the excavator towards Tang Wei, Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. What could this possibly entail? Tang Wei gestured calmly to Zhang Xiaohua, reassuring him, "Do not be alarmed. Let him approach. You need only observe." Although Zhang Xiaohua was beset with questions, he chose to keep them to himself. Before long, the excavator's bucket transformed into a versatile mechanical hand, equipped with surgical instruments and sterilization tools. Zhang Xiaohua was rendered speechless in that moment. He comprehended the reason behind Tang Wei's unwavering trust in Quan Quan. It seemed that this excavator had also been modified by Tang Wei. Yet, the notion of conducting surgery with an excavator was an extraordinary leap of imagination. Swiftly, Quan Quan operated the excavator to extract the bullet lodged in Tang Wei's leg, followed by disinfection and dressing. Zhang Xiaohua watched in awe, marveling at the spectacle. Quan Quan exited the cabin and addressed Tang Wei. "Brother Tang, do you feel better now?" Tang Wei nodded in response. "If all is well, we shall part ways here. We shall meet again when fate allows." "Wait," Tang Wei called out to Quan Quan. "What is it? Is there something else?" Tang Wei inhaled deeply and inquired, "Could you lend me your excavator for a while?" He had just glanced at the situation on Xiao Bai's side and discerned that the circumstances were dire. If the battle persisted, Xiao Bai would soon find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he wished for Chuan's excavator to join the fray, significantly enhancing their odds of success. Without hesitation, Quan Quan replied, "Of course, no problem. But what do you intend to do with the excavator?" Tang Wei shook his head, saying, "Do not concern yourself with the details. Just lend it to me, and I shall explain everything later." "Very well." Subsequently, Tang Wei had Zhang Xiaohua and Quan Quan assist him into the excavator's cabin. "Brother, are you certain you're all right like this?" Zhang Xiaohua expressed his deep concern for Tang Wei. Tang Wei offered a faint smile. "Do not worry, I shall be fine." With that, he powered up the excavator and prepared to leave. "Wait," Quan Quan interjected. "Do you need us to accompany you?" Tang Wei shook his head, asserting, "No need. You both should remain here and wait for me. Do not follow." "But you are injured. What if something goes awry and we are not by your side?" "It is too perilous." Zhang Xiaohua could not suppress his anxiety. Tang Wei reassured him, "It is all right. If anything happens, I will call Quan Quan. You two must stay put and await my return." With that, the excavator roared to life and departed. Zhang Xiaohua and Quan Quan watched the excavator recede into the distance, their emotions a tangled web. Typically, excavators are not permitted on public roads. However, the circumstances were exceptional, and regulations could not be adhered to. The modified excavator, unlike its cumbersome counterparts, was surprisingly swift and caused minimal disruption to the roadway. Soon, Tang Wei piloted the excavator to the abandoned factory they had previously visited. The abandoned factory at this moment lay in utter disarray, bearing the scars of fierce conflict. One can only imagine the intensity of the battle between Xiao Bai and Makabaka. "Xiao Bai, I have come to your aid," Tang Wei declared, as he maneuvered an excavator into the fray. Xiao Bai and Makabaka were locked in a fierce struggle, unable to break free. With a powerful leap, Tang Wei's excavator charged directly at Makabaka. Caught off guard, Makabaka was knocked to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Bai pressed the attack, denying Makabaka even a moment's respite. However, the exterior of Makabaka proved to be exceedingly resilient, and despite their efforts, they could not breach its defenses. Before long, it rose once more, resuming the fight. Tang Wei furrowed his brow, realizing that this approach was futile. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since Makabaka was also a mechanical entity, his system could scan it as well. By treating Makabaka as an object for repair and modification, he could ascertain its weaknesses. With this thought, he swiftly activated the system. Target locked. Device. Combat robot. Damage level 3. Please input estimated cost for modification. The system will devise the optimal plan. Tang Wei smai kun li. Convert it into a heap of scrap. As anticipated, the system promptly provided a modification plan. Chapter 63. Allow me to make repairs by reviewing the plan. Tang Wei quickly grasped the entirety of Makabaka's structure. Though he was not in a repair shop and lacked tools, he possessed an all-purpose excavator. With the excavator's mechanical arm, he was more than capable of dismantling Makabaka on the spot. He instructed Xiao Bai to restrain Makabaka. Understanding Tang Wei's intent, Xiao Bai exerted every ounce of strength to immobilize Makabaka, rendering it incapable of movement. Seizing the moment, Tang Wei extended the mechanical arm, locating several critical points, and swiftly unscrewed the concealed bolts with remarkable precision. In an instant, the steel plate at the back of Makabaka fell away, exposing its internal structure. At that moment, a man in a corner, controlling Makabaka's combat, was taken aback by this revelation. Impossible. Tang Wei intended to proceed further, but Makabaka had already reacted, breaking free from Xiaobai's grasp. Sensing the danger, Makabaka attempted to flee. Yet Xiaobai was determined not to let it escape so easily. He circled around to the now vulnerable backside of Makabaka, swiftly firing a shot. Makabaka had no time to evade, and the interior was obliterated in an explosion, causing it to cease all movement and crash heavily to the ground. Tang Wei let out a sigh of relief. They had finally succeeded. Meanwhile, the control room of the mysterious organization was shrouded in darkness on the large screen, and they could easily surmise what had transpired. How infuriating! Have we truly suffered defeat? Our formidable weaponry has been utterly annihilated. This Tang Wei is indeed formidable. The losses we have incurred are profoundly significant, and we cannot allow this individual to escape unscathed. Indeed, we must not let him go. Meanwhile, Tang Wei gazes at the wreckage of the Makabaka, deep in contemplation. Such a powerful battle machine seems a pity to abandon in such a state. Furthermore, its resilient exterior is a rare material. Most importantly, this machine might yield invaluable insights into the enigmatic organization. Consequently, Tang Wei utilized an excavator to dismantle the Makabaka into an unrecognizable form, subsequently procuring a truck to transport the heap of scrap metal back to his repair shop. After completing this task, Tang Wei returned to Zhang Xiaohua and Zhou Quan in the excavator. Upon witnessing Tang Wei's safe return, both felt a wave of relief. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Tang Wei departed alone. En route, he placed a call to Old Lu, briefing him on the situation concerning the mysterious organization. After a moment of silence, Old Lu replied, "The organization you mentioned has long been on our radar, and we have engaged them several times. However, they remain elusive. Despite our attempts to dismantle them, they persist. We shall deploy additional personnel to discreetly ensure your safety." Tang Wei quickly inquired, "What about my parents?" "Rest assured, I will make arrangements for them as well. Your contributions have been invaluable. We will not allow you or your loved ones to fall into jeopardy." Hearing this, Tang Wei felt a sense of relief wash over him. "By the way, today I eliminated 2 individuals from the mysterious organization at the intersection of XX Road and City B. Can we resolve this matter?" "Oh, that is a simple task." Following the conversation, Tang Wei ended the call. Through today's events, Tang Wei realized the grim reality. This mysterious organization is far more formidable than he had ever imagined. He had been too naive in contemplating a solo infiltration of their base to obliterate them. Had fortune not favored him today, he might not have returned at all. The gunshot wound on his leg serves as a stark reminder of the price of his recklessness. As for Lu Laosher, he spent the entire day in a daze, his mind consumed with thoughts of the fatal accident. Upon returning home, he confided in his wife about the incident. She was taken aback. "What? You killed someone?" "Yes. It was unintentional. The car malfunctioned." "Did you report it to the police?" Lu Laosher shook his head. His wife, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "How could you be so careless? You must report it immediately. Otherwise, what began as an accident could be construed as hit and run, and the implications would be entirely different." Upon hearing her words, Lu Laosher finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. "Indeed, I should have reported it then. Is it still possible for me to do so now?" Disregarding the time constraint, Lu Laosher hurriedly dashed to report the incident. "Comrades, I am turning myself in. I have just killed someone at the intersection of XX Road and City B." "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing Lu Laosher's words, they conducted a brief inquiry. Subsequently, one of them displayed a perplexed expression. "The location you mentioned has not experienced any traffic accident. Could it be that you are mistaken?" "Liu Laoshi insisted, impossible. I remember it distinctly." "Then, could you tell us roughly when the incident occurred?" Lu Laosher provided an approximate time. "That cannot be right. We have contacted the local traffic police, who reviewed the surveillance footage and found no evidence of any accident. Besides, given the time that has elapsed, if there had indeed been an accident, it would have already made the news." Hearing this, Lu Laosher felt incredulous. "What? How can this be possible?" This entire debacle, of course, was resolved on Old Lu's end. "I believe you're simply overly fatigued and experiencing hallucinations. Indeed, you ought to pay more attention to your rest." After expressing concern for Old Lu, they escorted him out. Throughout the journey, Old Lu pondered, "Could it be that I truly experienced a hallucination?" In the dead of night, after a long day of toil, Tang Wei finally succumbed to slumber. Within his dreams, he envisioned individuals 78 and 79, their bodies grotesquely mangled, crawling on the ground and clutching at Tang Wei's feet. Ah! Tang Wei could not suppress his scream. Unexpectedly, 78 addressed him. Tang Wei. When will you eat the magazine I lent you? It then dawned on Tang Wei that he had previously claimed he would consume the magazine if a bullet struck him. Amidst the conversation, a group approached, bearing a magazine. Here, let us feed Tang Wei the magazine. At that moment, Tang Wei awoke, gasping for breath, reflecting with a wry smile on the absurdity of his dream. How could I have such a bizarre dream? The following day, Tang Wei began strategizing to enhance the combat capabilities of his vehicles, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, in anticipation of potential retaliation from the mysterious organization. Following yesterday's skirmish, Tang Wei felt that the combat strength of these two Autobots was still insufficient. Now that he had reached level 5, any further modifications would undoubtedly yield even greater power. Gazing at the Wuling Hongguang before him, an idea struck him. Returning it to my parents would afford them better protection. Although old Liu had assured him that arrangements would be made for covert protection, an additional layer of security would provide greater peace of mind. Thus, Tang Wei was destined to be quite busy for a while, needing to swiftly bolster Xiao Bai's combat prowess while also analyzing the damaged components of Makabaka to extract information about the mysterious organization. Consequently, he decided to close his business temporarily. Chapter 64. The capture operation. After some time, the combat enhancement for the two Autobots, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, were completed. Tang Wei tested the resilience of the Makabaka shell, and this time, both of their projectiles were able to penetrate its formidable exterior. Consequently, should they encounter combat robots akin to Makabaka again, they would no longer feel helpless as they did before. Subsequently, Tang Wei piloted Xiao Bai to Sea City, where his parents resided, with Xiaohai following closely in autonomous mode. Before arriving in Sea City, Tang Wei called his father to inform him of his intention to return the car. His father, upon hearing this, did not express much surprise, merely responding with a simple "oh." Soon, Tang Wei arrived at his parents' residence and returned the vehicle to his father. Just as he was about to bid farewell, his father suddenly regarded him with a serious expression. "Away, to be honest, do you have any secrets you are concealing from us?" His mother interjected, "Indeed. Why did someone offer $1 million for your second-hand car last time?" This question had lingered in her mind for quite some time. But Tang Wei's father had refrained from allowing her to inquire directly, suggesting they wait for an opportune moment. Observing the expressions on his parents' faces, Tang Wei surmised they had likely to do something. Moreover, having previously trended on social media, albeit swiftly suppressed, he believed his parents must have seen it. Thus, he resolved to no longer keep secrets. Of course, he could not disclose matters regarding the system. "Indeed, I presume you have seen the news previously. During your absence, I taught myself about modifications and inadvertently became a renowned mod master online. The Mazda that my father drove away was modified, which is why someone offered $1 million for it." He endeavored to present the situation in a manner that could be somewhat palatable to them. Nevertheless, even so, his parents were profoundly shocked. His mother placed her trembling hands on Tang Wei's shoulders. "Away, is what you said true?" Tang Wei nodded. His father suddenly erupted into laughter. "I knew my son was extraordinary." Then, he patted the Wuling Hongguang. "This vehicle must have been modified as well, I presume?" Tang Wei note that it has been slightly altered. "Initially, I intended to buy you a nice car with my earnings, but I thought of how this car has accompanied you through the years. So I made some modifications and returned it to you." From his understanding of his father, Tang Wei was confident that he could accept this explanation. Although his father occasionally exhibited childlike behavior, he was not one to pursue ephemeral material possessions and had a deep sense of nostalgia. The last time he took the Mazda was merely for a change of pace. In truth, after years of hard work, his father could certainly afford a better car. He had kept the Wuling Hongguang as a testament to his struggles. Indeed, Tang Wei's words resonated deeply with his father. "Indeed, my son knows what lies within my heart. If you were to give me a fine automobile, I would hardly be displeased." Upon uttering these words, he opened the long-neglected car door. It was the same recipe, the same essence. Tang Wei's father was overwhelmed with nostalgia, as if he had been transported back to the moment of purchasing this very vehicle. Back then, he was filled with dreams of literature, love, and adventures that spanned the globe. Now, late at night, as he told on the car, the sound of wrenches clashing echoed like the shattering of those dreams. Lost in thought, tears began to well in his eyes. "Father, what troubles you?" his son inquired. The father rubbed his eyes. "It's merely the onions. I just chopped some." He gazed at his son, and although he had not realized his own aspirations, the success of his son brought him a sense of solace. With this realization, a wave of comfort washed over him. Soon after, Tang Wei departed, climbing into the small black vehicle parked nearby, and returned to City A. Upon his arrival, he was eager to restore the Makapaka. Though its internal structure lay in tatters, the system could still be effortlessly repaired. However, beyond mere restoration, Tang Wei intended to implant a program that would ensure its complete obedience to his commands. Before long, the Makapaka was fully restored. Meanwhile, in the remote control chamber of a shadowy organization, a man suddenly erupted with excitement. Number 9. Makapaka has re-established its connection. Number 9, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is that true? Bring it back at once." The man operating Makapaka typed furiously on the keyboard, only to be struck by confusion. "Wait, something is amiss. I conducted a self-diagnosis, and there were no faults. Why can I not fully control its movements?" Number 9, upon hearing this, suddenly wore a look of alarm. "Quickly, sever the connection with Makapaka now." The man felt bewildered. At that moment, another voice interjected, "There's no time. Our base has been compromised. We must relocate immediately." Realizing the gravity of the situation, everyone understood the implication. Their adversaries must be attempting to ascertain the location of their base through Makapaka's remote connection. As they surmised, Tang Wei was currently with Lao Lu and others. After pinpointing the control chamber's location, Lao Lu promptly dispatched personnel to the site to strike against the mysterious organization. The adversaries voluntarily severed the connection, indicating they had become aware of the impending danger. Tang Wei furrowed his brow. "We must hasten. We cannot afford to let them escape." Lao Lu clenched his fists. "Indeed, this presents a prime opportunity to eradicate this organization. We must not let it slip away." At that moment, a companion nearby wore a troubled expression. "Commander Lu, the target location is in the bustling city center. Should we deploy large-scale weaponry? There is a high likelihood of collateral damage to innocent bystanders. However, the technology possessed by this organization surpasses our imagination. If they were merely armed with conventional weapons, we would indeed be at a loss." Upon hearing this, old Lu's expression darkened. Indeed, if we were to evacuate the crowd, the members of their organization might take advantage of the chaos to escape, making it nearly impossible for us to distinguish between their operatives and ordinary citizens. A truly troublesome predicament. Before long, a group of individuals surrounded the target location, swiftly breaching the premises. Several members of the organization were instantaneously subdued, rendered incapable of action. Number 9 observed the influx of people with an impassive demeanor, as if he had foreseen this outcome. "You must be the leader of this organization," one individual tentatively inquired. Noticing Number 9's calmness, Number 9 did not respond, but merely lit a cigarette. "You are too late. Our people have long since discreetly relocated. I remained here solely to delay you." Upon hearing his words, the captors gritted their teeth in frustration. "Damn it, we fell for his trick. Seize him." At that moment, Number 9 suddenly burst into laughter. "My mission is complete. Ha ha ha." The capture operation concluded with the apprehension of 233 members of the mysterious organization. Yet all were inconsequential individuals. Among them, only Number 9 held significance, while the others bore numbers exceeding 100. Chapter 65. Dragon King War. God. Upon witnessing this outcome, Tang Wei felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he had anticipated that dismantling the mysterious organization would not be a straightforward endeavor. Achieving such results was commendable. At least their efforts had not been in vain. Old Lu regarded Tang Wei and said, "I understand your disappointment, but we have done our utmost. This has been our most fruitful encounter with the mysterious organization to date. Particularly, we have captured their Number 9, whose rank signifies greater ability and contribution, thus holding immense value for us." Tang Wei nodded in agreement. Indeed, the mysterious organization is exceedingly cunning, and operating in such a bustling area of the city was no small feat. Old Lu sighed, adding, "If only that man were here." He gazed at the distant sky, his expression melancholic. Tang Wei's curiosity was piqued regarding the man Old Lu mentioned. "Commander Lu, who is that man you speak of?" Old Lu took a deep breath, his thoughts drifting back to the past. 10 years ago, an organization known as the Dragon King Hall emerged, comprised of unparalleled masters, each possessing unimaginable combat prowess. That man is the leader of the Dragon King Hall, Xiao Tianquan. Xiao Tianquan. What a ridiculous name. Tang Wei couldn't help but scoff. Old Lu corrected him. Not Xiao Tianquan, but Xiao Tianquan. He hails from our country, yet his Dragon King Hall transcends any single nation. The lasting peace in this world can largely be attributed to the silent support of the Dragon King Hall. Our senior management had once shared a connection with Xiao Tianquan. 3 years ago, he could have effortlessly aided in eradicating the enigmatic organization. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, Xiao Tianquan abruptly vanished from the public eye. The Dragon King Hall gradually faded from prominence. Upon hearing Lao Lu's account, Tang Wei was taken aback. Wasn't this precisely the kind of narrative often found in new media novels, featuring a Dragon King battling against adversity? After 3 years of silence, could it be that he had been serving as a son-in-law in some prominent family? Surely, the time for his return had come. At the Su family, a man of extraordinary demeanor approached a woman, seeking to discuss matters of significance. Wife, he instinctively called out. Slap. The woman unexpectedly struck him across the face and fiercely demanded, What did you just call me? Wife. Slap. She delivered another blow. What did you say? President Su. Only upon hearing this did the woman beam with satisfaction. Remember this. You, Xiao Tianquan, are merely a dog of the Su family. You are not worthy to call me your wife. If it weren't for the prior engagement between our families, I, Su Yin, would never consider marrying a coward like you. Xiao Tianquan clenched his fists, his fingers digging into his palms, drawing forth crimson blood. Su Yin scoffed, saying, In a few days, we will celebrate the matriarch's 90th birthday. All the distinguished figures in City A will be present to honor her. Don't embarrass me then. As she spoke, she casually retrieved 1,000,000 yuan in cash from the safe and tossed it on the ground. The matriarch, nearing 90, still has a passion for racing. Use this money to purchase a decent car. While it may not compare to the Bugatti or Ferrari others will gift her, at least it won't appear so shabby. Xiao Tianquan stood in stunned silence. The matriarch was advanced in age. Such sports cars were not designed with the elderly in mind and would inevitably lead to trouble. Su Yan's expression darkened. How dare you curse the matriarch, Xiao Tianquan? You've truly gone too far. Xiao Tianquan wanted to retort, but held his tongue. His heart was filled with 2 words. Endure. He must not reveal his identity as the Dragon King unless absolutely necessary. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pick up the money. Xiao Tianquan humbly gathered the scattered cash from the floor. After Su Yin departed, he dialed a number. Upon seeing Xiao Tianquan's name on the caller ID, the person on the other end was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in their eyes. 3 years. It had been a full 3 years since he last received a call from this man. Regaining composure, he promptly answered the phone. Boss, let us skip the pleasantries. It's not convenient for me to talk right now, so let us get to the point. Understood, boss. Please give me your orders. Xiao Tianquan gathered his thoughts and inquired, I would like to know if there are any high-end sports cars specifically designed for individuals over 90 years of age. The person on the other end paused in disbelief. What? 90 years old, driving a sports car? Indeed, just tell me if it exists or not. Although I am eager to assist you, I must regretfully admit that it does not. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianquan let out a disappointed sigh. Well, this does sound rather absurd. It is quite normal for it not to exist. With that, he prepared to hang up the phone. Wait, boss. The other party seemed to recall something. While there are indeed no manufacturers that specifically design sport cars for nonagenarians, one could consider modifications. Oh, we have recently discovered a modification genius. He divulged the details of Tang Wei to Xiao Tianquan. Even someone as formidable as Xiao Tianquan was taken aback by this revelation. Is there truly such a thing? Indeed. Thus I believe your request, boss, will surely be met. Having received valuable information, Xiao Tianquan ended the call. Subsequently, he personally visited Tang Wei's repair shop. At this moment, Tang Wei had returned from Old Lu's and had hardly rested before business came knocking. Hello, are you Mr. Tang Wei? Xiao Tianquan inquired politely. Tang Wei nodded, replying, Indeed, what can I do for you? It is said that you can modify vehicles to fully meet the needs of your clients, so here I am. And what is your requirement? Xiao Tianquan paused before stating, I wish to modify a sports car suitable for someone over the age of 90. Tang Wei was somewhat astonished by this request. He had heard all sorts of peculiar demands before, but none as bizarre as this. 90 years old, surely that is no longer an age for driving? Xiao Tianquan chuckled softly. I tend to agree, but they insist on their opinions. I can only do my utmost to ensure the elder's safety, hence my visit to you. Tang Wei undo stole. Very well. Where's your vehicle? Xiao Tianquan shook his head. I have yet to purchase one, but I can buy any car you deem suitable for modification. Observing Xiao Tianquan's confidence and the absence of ostentation in his demeanor, Tang Wei inferred that this individual was indeed quite wealthy. In response to Xiao Tianquan's air of sophistication, the protagonist Tang Wei was equally determined to impress. Feel free to choose any car. I can modify it regardless. All right, it is settled then. Xiao Tianquan sensed a kindred spirit in Tang Wei and felt a growing admiration for him. Upon successful completion, I will reward you with 10 million. What do you think? Tang Wei was taken aback. This person was certainly not short on funds, casually offering 10 million. In light of this, he decided not to undervalue his services. No, wait, let's make it 50 million. Agreed. Xiao Tianquan did not flinch at Tang Wei's price hike and readily accepted. Chapter 66. Being a son-in-law isn't so bad. Following this, Xiao Tianquan inquired, when can it be completed? Tang Wei confidently replied, that depends on when you provide me with the vehicle. Before today, I will certainly arrange for someone to deliver the car to you. Will you be able to complete it within a week? No problem. Excellent. Xiao Tianquan took out a piece of paper and a pen, inscribing his contact information, which he handed to Tang Wei. Here are my details. Once the modifications are complete, you can inform me, and I will send someone to collect it. Upon receiving the note, Tang Wei was momentarily taken aback by the name written on it. Xiao Tianquan? You are Xiao Tianquan. He had just heard this name from Old Lu and was astonished to encounter the man himself. Noticing Tang Wei's astonishment, Xiao Tianquan furrowed his brows, and a sudden aura of menace emanated from him. He realized that Tang Wei's surprise at his name indicated that he was aware of his identity as the Dragon King. Tang Wei, sensing the palpable hostility from Xiao Tianquan, became increasingly convinced that this was not merely a coincidence of names. The Xiao Tianquan before him was undoubtedly the true Dragon King. You are the Dragon King? Despite the intimidating presence exuding from Xiao Tianquan, Tang Wei boldly addressed his identity. Xiao Tianquan erupted into hearty laughter. What Dragon King? What are you saying? Tang Wei also chuckled. Spare the act. To be able to unhesitatingly produce 50 million and exude such formidable pressure is sufficient proof that you are the leader of the Dragon King Hall. The Dragon King War God, Xiao Tianquan. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tianquan recognized that he could no longer conceal his identity before Tang Wei. How did you know? What do you intend to do? Tang Wei shook his head. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I have some connections with the military, which is how I learned about your legend. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianquan's guard slightly lowered. Tang Wei continued, the military has been searching for you, hoping you could assist in resolving an enigmatic organization. In truth, it is more of a favor for him. However, given their unfamiliarity, he could only frame it as a request for the military. Xiao Tianquan shook his head. I have already retired and no longer involve myself in such matters. I am no longer the Dragon King, merely a humble son-in-law of the Su family, and I cannot assist you. Tang Wei felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. The illustrious Dragon King, resigned to being a mere son-in-law? He struggled to comprehend Xiao Tianquan's decision. Xiao Tianquan gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, a sorrowful expression gracing his features. The insignificant Su family I certainly do not regard lightly, but I must fulfill the promise made years ago to protect the Su family for 3 years. Tang Wei hastily inquired, 3 years? How long has it been now? Precisely 3 years. Isn't that fortuitous? Once the 3 years are over, you can return. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tianquan continued to shake his head. Although the agreed-upon 3 years are nearing completion, if I were to depart the Su family immediately afterward, would that not render me heartless and ungrateful, merely fulfilling an obligation? Moreover, the Su family has treated me quite well, albeit by often employing me as a subordinate, subjecting me to their whims, feeding me leftovers, and allowing me to sleep in a doghouse. My wife, Su Yan, is an admirable woman. For 3 years of marriage, she has not permitted me even the slightest touch, a testament to her purity and integrity. At this point, Tang Wei could no longer contain himself. Do you harbor tendencies for self-sacrifice? This is even more absurd than your previous entanglement with Tiangua. This is not a Dragon King. Rather, he resembles a Turtle King. Xiao Tianquan, it is evident that the Su family does not regard you with any significance. You have fulfilled your commitment of protection for 3 years, demonstrating utmost benevolence. There is no need for you to remain in the Su household any longer. Return to your rightful identity as the Dragon King. Enough, Shao Tianquan asserted with renewed severity. In my life, I act according to my own principles, without needing the opinions of others. You need only to follow my instructions and complete the modifications on my vehicle before the birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Su family. Furthermore, he added, do not disclose my true identity to anyone, for if you do, even if you have connections with the military, I shall show no mercy. Tang Wei could only respond with an inward chuckle. Were it not for the necessity of combating the mysterious organization, he would have little regard for such eccentricities. Shortly thereafter, Shao Tianquan took his leave. Tang Wei then called Old Lu. Commander Lu, I have located Shao Tianquan. What? Old Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had been discussing Shao Tianquan with Tang Wei. How could he possibly have discovered his whereabouts so swiftly? You are not jesting, are you? Certainly not, Tang Wei replied, subsequently providing a detailed description of Shao Tianquan's appearance. Only then did Old Lu become convinced of Tang Wei's assertions. Indeed, this matches Shao Tianquan's likeness. Quickly, tell me where he is. Shao Tianquan is currently residing in the Su household as a son-in-law. What? The illustrious Dragon King is reduced to being a son-in-law? Old Lu's reaction mirrored that of Tang Wei's at the moment. Tang Wei then elucidated the circumstances surrounding the situation. Upon hearing the explanation, Old Lu comprehended. So, Shao Tianquan is a man of deep loyalty and unwavering resolve. His choices are impervious to alteration by anyone. It appears that persuading Shao Tianquan to intervene against the mysterious organization is an impossibility, at least for the foreseeable future. After reflecting on Old Lu's words, Tang Wei fell into contemplation. Moments later, he spoke. Commander Lu, may I request another favor from you? Speak freely. I shall assist you to the best of my ability. I have heard that the matriarch of the Su family is soon to host a grand banquet, with the city's elite in attendance. Could you assist me in obtaining an invitation? Certainly. After concluding the call, a vehicle sent by Shao Tianquan arrived at the repair shop. It was a brand new Bugatti Veyron. For the average individual, no matter how wealthy, acquiring such a high-caliber sports car in such a short time would be unattainable. Yet, as the leader of the Dragon King's Hall, Shao Tianquan had leveraged the full extent of the Hall's connections to procure this vehicle. After a moment of admiration, Tang Wei began the modification work. Days later, the grand banquet at the Su household commenced. In City A, the prominent figures gathered to extend their congratulations on the birthday of the matriarch of the Su family. The envoy of the Dragon King has arrived. The moment this proclamation echoed, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, their expressions turning solemn as they gazed at the approaching envoy. What? The envoy of the Dragon King? The Su family is actually in contact with the legendary Dragon King. The revelation astonished many. Even those from the Dragon King's court had graced this occasion. It was no wonder the Su family had thrived in recent years, for they had the protection of the Dragon King. The members of the Su family themselves were bewildered, unaware of any prior connection with the Dragon King. As the envoy caught sight of Shao Tianquan, he instinctively knelt, only to be halted by a mere glance from him. Keep it a secret. The envoy understood immediately. He presented an exquisite box and solemnly declared, the Dragon King has sent 1,000-year-old ginseng as a gift. May the matriarch graciously accept it. The matriarch's face illuminated with delight upon hearing this. How thoughtful of the Dragon King. With this ginseng, I could still race for a few more years. Chapter 67. This son-in-law, I shall not be. The crowd was taken aback by the matriarch's words. At that moment, another distinguished guest made his entrance. The young master of the Bai family has arrived. A gentleman clad in a white suit approached. Su Yin hurried forward to greet him, grasping his hand and warmly exclaiming, Young Master Bai, your presence here is truly commendable. She even threw him a flirtatious glance. Young Master Bai gently lifted Su Yan's chin with his hand, gazing at her with a suggestive smirk. Not at all. On the occasion of the matriarch's birthday, I simply had to come, especially for your sake, Yin Yan. Witnessing this scene, Shao Tianquan's heart surged with anger, though he quickly regained his composure. Two words echoing in his mind, restraint. The matriarch also warmly welcomed young Master Bai. He stepped aside, lifting a curtain to reveal a gleaming white sports car. Matriarch, This is but a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. The matriarch's eyes sparkled at the sight of the car as she approached, running her fingers over its surface. Splendid. If not for the need to entertain guests, I would love to take it for a thrilling ride right now. However, upon noticing the car's emblem, Xiao Tianquan's brow furrowed. A Talon? Young Master Bai, overhearing his remark, replied with a mocking tone. Oh, isn't this the son-in-law of the Su family, Xiao Tianquan? Who would have thought you possess such discernment to recognize the brand? Su Yanskov. This useless man has been with the Su family for 3 years. If he couldn't even identify the emblem, he would be a fool. Furious, Xiao Tianquan pointed at young Master Bai. You dare present a Talon to the matriarch, considering her advanced age? Well, she cannot stop the car, or if it catches fire mid-journey. The consequences would be dire. Slap. Before he could finish, Su Yin struck him across the face. Xiao Tianquan, what nonsense are you uttering? Are you daring to curse the matriarch? Xiao Tianquan touched his reddened cheek and said, I did not. Slap. How dare you claim innocence? Xiao Tianquan fell silent. The Dragon King's envoy, unable to bear the scene any longer, was about to intervene, but was once again restrained by a glance from Xiao Tianquan. Endure it. Bai Xiao burst into laughter. I must say, your esteemed son-in-law from the Su family is quite amusing. Do you really believe that a car worth several million could fail to stop? As he spoke, he gestured towards another curtain nearby. This must be the gift your esteemed son-in-law prepared for the matriarch. Am I right? The name Xiao Tianquan was inscribed upon it, making it instantly recognizable to him. With that, he tore away the curtain, revealing an unremarkable vehicle. The moment Su Yin caught sight of the car, fury surged within her. Slap. Another strike landed on Xiao Tianquan's face. I gave you $1 million to buy a car for the matriarch, and this is what you chose. The matriarch scrutinized the vehicle, her brow furrowing deeply. What is this subpar brand? It doesn't even have a logo. Xiao Tianquan covered his face, indignantly retorting. This is not just any subpar car. It is a modified Bugatti Veyron, specifically designed for seniors over 90 years old. The modification alone cost $50 million. Upon uttering those words, he felt a pang of regret, realizing that revealing such details might expose his identity as the Dragon King. Those who held the title of Dragon King adhered to a strict code. One could don a green hat or sleep in a doghouse. But one's identity must never be revealed. Clap, clap, clap. Bai Xiao applauded, exclaiming, brilliant, simply brilliant. The storytelling ability of the Su family's son-in-law has truly opened my eyes. It's merely $1 million. Surely the Su family is not lacking in that regard. Why resort to trickery in such an important matter as gifting? Hearing Bai Xiao's words, the matriarch felt an overwhelming sense of shame. She shot a fierce glare at Xiao Tianquan. Xiao Tianquan, look what you've done. Turning to Bai Xiao, she plastered on a smile. Bai Xiao, I truly apologize for this farce. Xiao Tianquan wished to explain further, but realizing that revealing the truth would compromise him, he fell silent. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. I can attest that this car is indeed a modified Bugatti Veyron. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a simply dressed young man who had somehow arrived at the banquet. Xiao Tianquan's eyes widened in disbelief. It was Tang Wei. He had arrived at the banquet quite some time earlier and had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Who is this? I've never seen him before. Which family or faction does he belong to? The guests murmured among themselves. After all, the upper echelons often mingled, and everyone was generally familiar with one another. The sudden appearance of a complete stranger was bound to raise eyebrows. Bai Xiao bluntly addressed Tang Wei. You can prove it? Who are you? Which family do you belong to? Tang Wei shook his head. I belong to no family. I am merely an ordinary person. As soon as the words left his mouth, a commotion erupted among the crowd. An ordinary person? How could an ordinary person be deemed worthy of attending this banquet? Initially, Sudian Harvard Sebastians. But upon hearing Tang Wei refer to himself as an ordinary man, her apprehension dissipated. What can an ordinary person prove? This is not a place for you. Security? Escort him out. Wait. Tang Wei produced an invitation, stating, I possess the invitation you provided. Su Yin glanced at the invitation and was taken aback. She had no recollection of Tang Wei, and this invitation was unlikely to be a forgery. What on earth is happening? Xiao Tianquan looked at Tang Wei, perplexed, and inquired, Tang Wei, how did you arrive here? Upon hearing this, Su Yin seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. She glared fiercely at Xiao Tianquan and slapped him hard. Xiao Tianquan, who granted you permission to give the invitation to your so-called friends. Do you even comprehend who is gathered here today? Bai Xiao chuckled, indeed. To concoct a story, you even sought out an accomplice, wasting an invitation in the process. How meticulous of you. Xiao Tianquan began to protest. It has nothing to do with me. But before he could finish, Su Yin struck him again across the face. Nothing to do with you? Do you take us for fools? At that moment, she suddenly produced a divorce agreement. Originally intending to wait until the matriarch's birthday celebration concluded to address this matter. It now seemed imperative to speak plainly. Aren't you eager for money? Sign this, and I will give you an additional 1 million. Xiao Tianquan stared at the divorce agreement, utterly incredulous. He had devoted 3 years to protecting the Su family, selflessly enduring hardships, only to be met with this outcome. Bai Xiao boldly wrapped his arm around Su Yin, grinning smugly. Sign it. Once you do, you will receive the money, and Yin Yin will regain her freedom. Everyone gets what they desire. A woman like Yin deserves a man of my caliber. After wasting 3 years with you, I feel sorry for her. At this moment, Xiao Tianquan felt utterly disheartened. The 3-year period had elapsed. He had fulfilled his responsibilities. If the Su family was so heartless, he could not be blamed for being ungrateful. He tore the divorce agreement apart and declared vehemently, "You are blind to the truth. I shall no longer be that son-in-law." With that, he turned to leave. Meanwhile, the Dragon King's envoy hurled the Millennium Ginseng to the ground. To insult the Dragon King, this ginseng is better suited for dogs. Chapter 68. Invoking the Dragon King. Hearing the envoy's words, those present were left in shock. They could hardly believe their ears. The matriarch, sensing the Dragon King's fury, quickly lowered her tone to placate him. What Dragon King? You must be mistaken. This Xiao Tianquan is merely a son-in-law of the Su family. Su Yin added, Indeed, if he were the Dragon King, would he be such a pathetic wretch? I would call him a blight. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King's envoy was filled with rage and, summoning all his strength, delivered a resounding slap to Su Yan's face. The formidable force sent Su Yan flying several meters, scattering the powder on her face across the floor. In a hurry, Bai Xiao rushed forward to support her. You Su family are nothing but a bunch of fools, utterly blind. If it weren't for the Dragon King's covert protection over your family for 3 years, you would have been devoured by the other clans long ago. With that, he approached Xiao Tianquan and knelt before him. The 3-year term has come to an end. I beseech the Dragon King to reclaim his position. Xiao Tianquan surveyed the Su family, their faces etched with terror, and let out a cold snort, the corner of his mouth curling into a disdainful smile. Su Yin and the matriarch felt as if they were suffocating. They never anticipated that the worthless son-in-law who had lived with them for 3 years would turn out to be the legendary Dragon King, a being above all else. Offending the Dragon King would yield unimaginable consequences. In a panic, Su Yin broke free from Bai Xiao's support and crawled to Xiao Tianquan, her previously arrogant demeanor replaced with desperation. Tianquan, I was wrong. I've always loved you. Everything was coerced by that vile man Bai Xiao. She pointed accusingly at the bewildered Bai Xiao. Su Yin, how dare you slander me? Xiao Tianquan kicked her away. After 3 years of pretending to be a couple, do you think I am unaware of your true character? Our bond has long been severed. You are unworthy to be my wife. From now on, your family's fate is of no concern to me. Let you fend for yourselves. He then instructed the Dragon King's envoy. Relay my command. Withdraw the protection from the Su family. Understood, my lord. The envoy swiftly took out his phone and sent a message. Instantly, individuals connected to the Dragon Palace around the globe received the notification. Those who had long coveted the Su family rejoiced. Excellent. The Su family no longer has the Dragon King's protection. We can act at will. Soon, news reached the Su family. Report to the matriarch. The Zhou family has suddenly canceled our previous collaboration. Report to the matriarch. The Wu family has also rescinded our earlier agreement. Report to the matriarch. The business association in B City unanimously refuses the Su family's inclusion. Upon hearing this, the matriarch nearly lost her breath. Matriarch, please hold on. A crowd of people urged her. Meanwhile, the guests at the banquet began to take their leave. Matriarch, it's getting late. We must return home. Indeed. I need to check if my gas stove is off. I must hurry back. I haven't turned off my faucet. They concocted various excuses to exit, leaving the matriarch fuming as she pounded the table. If you leave, at least leave the gifts behind. As the guests departed, The Su family felt a wave of despair wash over them. From this moment forth, their downfall was inevitable. Yet, at that moment, Bai Xiao had not yet departed. The matriarch clung to her last glimmer of hope. Bai Xiao, you must save our Su family. Bai Xiao laughed heartily. I have long desired to annex your Su family. Hence I have sought opportunities to approach that wretched Su Yan. Little did I expect today would present such a fortuitous occasion. As long as your Su family is willing to serve as the lapdogs of the Bai family, while I cannot guarantee the restoration of your former glory, I can at least assure you that you will not face total ruin. Upon hearing this, Su Yin was consumed with rage. Bai Xiao. You. Bai Xiao interjected with a cold snort. What of it? Who is it that sought to frame me? At that moment, Xiao Tianquan spoke up. Bai Xiao, I have yet to depart, and you dare to be so arrogant? Hearing Xiao Tianquan's words, Su Yin and the matriarch glimpsed a flicker of hope. Bai Xiao was taken aback by the sudden interruption. He looked at Xiao Tianquan and said, Xiao Tianquan, I have not wronged you. Moreover, I am merely assisting you in dealing with the Su family. Xiao Tianquan replied coldly. The Su family does not require your assistance in this matter. Furthermore, you claim you have not wronged me? While I was still married to Su Yin, you clandestinely met with her, and today, before everyone, you dared to humiliate me. I have yet to settle that score with you. Bai Xiao gazed at Xiao Tianquan in horror. But you and Su Yin have long lost your affection for one another. This hardly counts as humiliation. Even if there are no feelings left, she is still, in name, my wife, and you're challenging my limits. With that, Xiao Tianquan made a phone call. Within 3 minutes, I want the Bai family of City A to be in ruins. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao felt utterly weakened. Su Yin and the matriarch knelt before Xiao Tianquan, clutching his legs. Tianquan, I knew you still loved me. Son-in-law, for the sake of past kindness, spare our Su family. Xiao Tianquan ruthlessly shook them off. I have given you too many chances, yet you have failed to cherish them. You do not deserve to be my kin. Upon hearing this, Su Yin immediately prostrated herself on the ground, barking like a dog. Woof woof, woof woof. I truly do not deserve to be your wife. Would it not be more fitting for me to be your dog? Xiao Tianquan laughed heartily. You are unworthy even to be my dog. As he spoke, he whistled, and a large yellow dog came running to his side. Xiao Huang, tell me, does this dog meet the standards? The yellow dog seemed to comprehend Xiao Tianquan's words and shook its head repeatedly. You see, even Xiao Huang believes you are unworthy to be a dog. Your Su family can resign yourselves to your fate. At Xiao Tianquan's words, the Su family fell into a deep silence. Su Yin and the matriarch knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads in apology, while Xiao Tianquan did not spare them a single glance. He approached Tang Wei. Brother Tang, thank you for speaking up for me just now. I, Xiao Tianquan, am always loyal and righteous. If you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Tang Wei had waited here for this very moment, and it was not in vain that he had made the effort to come. Brother Xiao, you are too kind. I merely cannot tolerate the ugly faces of certain individuals. At that moment, the Dragon King's messenger could not help but interject, Dragon King. The matter is nearly concluded. Let us return, for the brothers await your return. Xiao Tianquan shook his head. There is no rush. I must first find a place to converse with this brother Tang. The Dragon King's messenger hesitated briefly before replying, very well. Subsequently, the three departed from the Su family estate. As Xiao Tianquan left, the matriarch ceased her bowing. Oh dear, this is quite painful, she lamented. Su Yin hastened to support her. Matriarch, are you all right? The matriarch shook her head, saying, I am fine. A bit of ginseng will suffice for recovery. Su Yin smiled wryly. Our Su family can no longer afford ginseng. We shall have to make do with radishes. Chapter 69. The Dragon King's friend. Only upon hearing this did the matriarch come to a realization. She suddenly glanced at the ground nearby, where the Millennium Ginseng, discarded by the Dragon King's messenger, still lay. Ginseng. Millennium Ginseng. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she reached for it. However, Xiao Tianquan's large yellow dog was quicker, swallowing the Millennium Ginseng whole. My Millennium Ginseng. The matriarch felt as though the sky were collapsing around her. She had never felt such despair, even when the Su family fell into decline. The yellow dog, having consumed the Millennium Ginseng, seemed to be endowed with extraordinary speed, dashing out the door like a rocket. Indeed, the Millennium Ginseng is remarkable. If a mere dog can run so swiftly, imagine the vitality I would gain if I consumed it The matriarch then instructed her subordinates, quickly, capture that dog. While the ginseng is still undigested, we must extract it from its belly. As her followers rushed to catch the dog, they were no match for the extraordinary speed of a yellow dog that had feasted on the Millennium Ginseng. At that moment, the matriarch turned her gaze to her specialized vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, she climbed in and pursued the dog. Thus, a comical yet bizarre scene unfolded on the streets of City A. A 90-year-old matriarch in a sports car chasing a remarkably swift yellow dog. As the chase continued, the yellow dog suddenly defecated, causing the matriarch to pound her chest in frustration. Damn it, it seems the Millennium Ginseng has already been digested. At that instant, a bold idea struck her. The efficacy of the Millennium Ginseng is exceptionally high. Surely the dog could not fully absorb it in such a short time. This meant that the excrement must also harbor significant value. Hence, she resolved to abandon her pursuit of the dog. However, just as she pressed the brake, she discovered it had failed. This brought to mind the words of Xiao Tianquan. You, surnamed Bai, are truly the cause of my demise. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Tianquan and Tang Wei entered a cafe and reserved a private room. Brother Tang, I'm genuinely grateful for your assistance this time. Xiao Tianquan expressed his gratitude once more to Tang Wei. No need for thanks, Tang Wei replied casually. By the way, what brings you to the birthday celebration of the Su family matriarch? Xiao Tianquan had previously posed this question, but the circumstances had been too convoluted for an answer before he was interrupted. After all, the gift you are presenting is my modification, so it is only natural for me to come and see. Tang Wei concocted a reason on the spot. Xiao Tianquan gazed at him, his expression laden with significance. Oh, is that so? Tang Wei realized he could not conceal the truth from him and chose to be forthright. Well, to be honest, I wanted to witness the humiliation that the esteemed Dragon King has endured at the hands of the Su family. What I observed earlier truly incensed me. Had you not chosen to confront them at the last moment, I would have held you in contempt despite your position atop the world. Tang Wei's words plunged Xiao Tianquan into deep contemplation. Indeed, as the illustrious Dragon King, how could he have opted for such subservience? Wasn't that a sign of weakness? Any reasonable person would think so, yet he could not fathom why he had acted that way before. It was only upon witnessing Tang Wei's intervention that he experienced a moment of clarity. I am nearly invincible. Why should I endure? Thus, he had dared to expose himself and confront the Su family head-on. Xiao Tianquan sighed. Brother Tang, you speak the truth. I was indeed somewhat unwell before. I must thank you, for it is your presence that has restored the majesty befitting the Dragon King. Reflecting on my past actions makes me feel like a timid turtle, lacking any semblance of a Dragon King's demeanor. You have awakened me. Feeling slightly bashful at Xiao Tianquan's words, Tang Wei replied, Do not say that. I have done nothing noteworthy. Then Xiao Tianquan continued, By the way, you mentioned something about a mysterious organization earlier. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated that Xiao Tianquan would bring up the very matter he longed to discuss. Indeed, since you have returned, I hope you can assist me. I wish to understand the enmity between you and this organization. Is it merely a matter of aiding the military? Tang Wei pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, I sought you out more for my own sake. Due to my unique abilities, I have attracted the attention of this organization. I have clashed with them twice, eliminating 4 of their members and aiding the military in delivering a significant blow to them. Thus, this mysterious organization undoubtedly desires my swift elimination. Upon hearing Tang Wei's revelation, Xiao Tianquan grasped the situation. I see. In light of our camaraderie, I shall assist you with this matter. Tang Wei exclaimed, I am immensely grateful for your help. Brother Xiao, do not mention it. We are friends now. Friends? Indeed. Would you not wish to count me as a friend, Brother Tang? Of course I would. Meeting someone as distinguished as Xiao Tianquan is undoubtedly a fortuitous event for Tang Wei. From the very first encounter, Xiao Tianquan felt an uncanny kinship with Tang Wei, prompting him to forge this friendship. It is worth noting that although he is acquainted with numerous individuals, he counts only a select few as true friends. Those who earn the title of Xiao Tianquan's friends are certainly not ordinary characters. At this moment, Tang Wei may not fully grasp the significance of this relationship. Subsequently, Tang Wei introduced Xiao Tianquan to Old Lu. Upon seeing Xiao Tianquan, Old Lu was so overwhelmed with excitement that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, He finally exclaimed, "Dragon King." Xiao Tianquan chuckled lightly. "There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Xiao Tianquan." Following their courteous exchanges, the group delved into the matter at hand. Upon hearing Old Lu's account, Xiao Tianquan's brow furrowed in concern. It appeared that this organization must have been established during his 3-year hiatus. Had he been present, such an organization would never have come into existence. Old Lu nodded in agreement, expressing, "Indeed, that is why I hope you can leverage the power of the Dragon King Hall to help us eradicate this organization." Xiao Tianquan affirmed, "No problem. I will have my team investigate the particulars of this organization immediately." As he spoke, he made a phone call. Moments later, Xiao Tianquan received a disheartening update. There was no information available. How peculiar that there exists something even the Dragon King Hall cannot uncover. Old Lu felt a sense of unease upon hearing this. The notion that an organization could elude the grasp of the Dragon King Hall was indeed alarming. Xiao Tianquan, feeling somewhat frustrated, turned to Old Lu. "Do you possess any leads on their whereabouts?" Without any information, even the formidable Dragon King Hall would be at a loss. Old Lu shook his head. "In our struggle against this enigmatic organization, we have remained on the defensive. Our only proactive strike was thanks to Tang Wei's assistance." "Does that mean we must wait for their next move?" asked Xiao Tianquan. "Yes," Old Lu confirmed. At that moment, Tang Wei had a sudden revelation. The last time, individuals numbered 78 and 79 had deliberately approached him under the guise of needing car repairs to extract his phone number. There was a high probability that the vehicle was still in use by members of their organization. He could utilize the system's super linkage feature to trace the vehicle's whereabouts, thus uncovering the locations of other members of the mysterious organization. Chapter 70. A major misunderstanding. Noticing Tang Wei lost in thought, Xiao Tianquan quickly interjected, "Brother Tang, what occupies your mind?" Tang Wei snapped back to reality, a confident smile illuminating his face. "I have a lead on the mysterious organization." "What?" Old Lu gasped in astonishment. "Are you serious?" Tang Wei began to elaborate. "It is as follows. Previously, individuals from a clandestine organization sought my assistance in repairing their vehicle, during which I installed a tracking system. If I can locate their car, I may unravel the mystery further." Lao Lu's eyes widened in surprise. "Such a crucial lead. Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Tang Wei awkwardly scratched his head. "My memory isn't the best. I forgot." "It's not too late to remember now." "Well then, hand over the tracking device to us." Upon hearing Lao Lu's words, Tang Wei was taken aback. This device was not something he could easily part with. Hastily, he shook his head. "No, I cannot." Xiao Tianquan furrowed his brow. "If you do not provide us with the equipment, how shall we trace the source?" Tang Wei felt embarrassed. "It's not that I distrust you. It's just that the device is not convenient to share. I can accompany you in your endeavors." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianquan and Lao Lu exchanged glances. Lao Lu, growing anxious, exclaimed, "It's far too dangerous for you to accompany us at this juncture. What inconvenience could there possibly be?" Unexpectedly, Xiao Tianquan waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, Brother Tang must have his reasons. I propose we proceed as he suggests. However, fret not. With me, Xiao Tianquan, present, I assure you that not a single hair on Tang Wei's head shall be harmed." Xiao Tianquan's declaration was delivered with such vigor that it instilled a profound sense of reliability. This was the confidence emanating from the Dragon King. Consequently, Lao Lu nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well." He then turned to Tang Wei, advising, "Please be cautious. Thank you for your concern. I will indeed be careful." Afterward, Tang Wei cast a grateful glance at Xiao Tianquan, thankful for his timely intervention, as he was uncertain how to articulate his predicament otherwise. Subsequently, the group returned to make preparations. Tang Wei swiftly utilized the super linkage feature to examine the device's information. Device, sedan, damage level, 01, owner, Zhu Peiqi. Is this the true name of one of their internal members? Alas, I do not know his number. If only I could ascertain that, I would have a clearer understanding of the owner's standing within the organization. Considering the need to keep my system concealed, Tang Wei fashioned a makeshift tracking device for appearances. The following day, Tang Wei met with Xiao Tianquan. "So, can we see where they are now?" Xiao Tianquan inquired eagerly. Tang Wei produced the tracking device, feigning scrutiny for a moment before stating, "Currently, the vehicle is traveling along XX Road." "Very well, let us follow it discreetly. Tang Wei observed Xiao Tianquan, who was alone, and curiously remarked, "Do you not have the Dragon King's Hall? Why are you the only one here?" Xiao Tianquan smiled lightly. To deal with such timid creatures hiding in the sewers, one is sufficient. Tang Wei thought to himself, isn't that a bit too arrogant? It is essential to recognize that the adversary possesses the technology capable of developing formidable combat machines like the Makabaka. No matter how formidable you, the Dragon King War God, may be, you are merely a mortal. Xiao Tianquan appeared to discern Tang Wei's thoughts. He gently patted Tang Wei's shoulder. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, our comrades from the Dragon King Palace have been following closely behind me, though the average person would be oblivious to their presence. Upon hearing Xiao Tianquan's words, Tang Wei exhaled with relief. Subsequently, he invited Xiao Tianquan into his vehicle to pursue their target. Before long, Tang Wei's car drew near to the objective. There it is. Tang Wei pointed to a black sedan ahead. Xiao Tianquan scrutinized it carefully before dispatching a message to his subordinates. Shortly thereafter, the target's vehicle halted at a plaza, and a man exited, scanning his surroundings as if awaiting someone. He must be the man named Zhu Peiqi. Moments later, indeed, a person carrying a suitcase approached and handed it over to Zhu Peiqi. Brother Zhu, this item is exceptionally powerful. It will surely meet your leader's demands. Is that so? I have always placed my trust in you. I hope you do not disappoint our leader. You are aware of his high expectations. Rest assured, I will not let him down. The two engaged in a transaction in plain view of the public, their conversation startlingly audacious, showing no regard for the crowd surrounding them. Listening to their exchange, it became evident that the suitcase contained explosives. The audacity of conducting such a transaction in broad daylight was astonishing. Tang Wei voiced his thoughts, and Xiao Tianquan concurred. Indeed, this organization displays a blatant disregard for the law. However, we cannot act just yet. We shall wait until that Zhu fellow meets with their leader to capture them all at once. Tang Wei nodded in agreement. Precisely. That is my thought as well. Before long, the two men concluded their transaction and parted ways. Xiao Tianquan instructed a portion of his subordinates to follow the other individual, while he and Tang Wei continued to shadow Zhu Peiqi. Zhu Peiqi drove his vehicle to an apartment building and, after parking, ascended the stairs. Xiao Tianquan and Tang Wei followed closely behind. Boss, we have procured what you requested. I am on my way nearly there. Zhu Peiqi spoke on the phone as he walked. At that moment, Tang Wei suddenly remarked, Xiao, don't you find this peculiar? For such a clandestine organization, their leader resides in a place like this? There isn't a single guard or surveillance camera in sight. Xiao Tianquan, with his extensive experience, replied, the most dangerous locations often provide the greatest safety. Let us not dwell on that for now. Soon, the two arrived at the door of the room Zhu Peiqi had entered. Xiao Tianquan first ensured that there were no surveillance devices in the vicinity before pressing his ear to the door to eavesdrop on the happenings within. Tang Wei began to learn diligently. Boss, I have brought the items, he announced. Excellent. Let us proceed with the installation together. The two individuals in the room busied themselves for a while. Moments later, the one referred to as the boss chuckled. Ha, we have succeeded. Next. With the press of this button, the entire city shall be reduced to ruins. Are you certain about this? The other inquired. Do not attempt to dissuade me. My mind is resolute. He replied. To witness this beautiful city vanish in an instant is, in itself, a form of enjoyment. I can hardly wait to behold this artistically captivating scene. Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan were taken aback. The thought of annihilating the entire city was unfathomable. Would they not perish as well? Were they madmen? Without a moment to lose, Xiao Tianquan burst through the door. However, the sight before them left both in utter shock. The boss, Zhu Peiqi, appeared to be no older than an elementary school student. They were seated in front of a computer, looking bewildered at the arrival of Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan. Chapter 71. The university student from the small village Tang Wei glanced at the screen, where a game titled Minecraft was in progress. The realization struck him swiftly. They were merely discussing the destruction of a city within the game. In Minecraft, constructing a city requires countless blocks, and to obliterate them all at once demands an exceptionally powerful computer. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly lag. Zhu Peiqi must have packed a computer tower in his suitcase. No wonder they claimed it had immense power. What do you want? Zhu Peiqi finally reacted, addressing Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan. Tang Wei quickly apologized. I am sorry. We misunderstood. We will compensate you tenfold for the damage. Zhu Peiqi, initially furious, felt his anger subside slightly upon hearing Tang Wei's words. By the way, where did you get that car? Tang Wei couldn't help but ask the pivotal question. Zhu Peiqi retorted, I bought it from a second-hand dealership. What of it? Nothing at all. Tang Wei replied, before departing with Xiao Tianquan. Before leaving, he tossed a sum of money as compensation for Zhu Peiqi. Upon exiting the apartment building, Tang Wei couldn't help but smile wryly. He had not anticipated such a colossal misunderstanding. It was exceedingly awkward. I had a feeling something was amiss. I truly apologize for the trouble caused. Xiao Tianquan shook his head. No worries. Who could have foreseen this turn of events? Are you certain you do not wish to inquire further about that Zhu fellow? To discover who sold him the car? Tang Wei responded, no need. I can trace the dealership through a tracking locator. Before long, Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan arrived at the second-hand car dealership to inquire about who had sold Zhu Peiqi that vehicle. The owner merely shook his head. I cannot disclose client information. Xiao Tianquan immediately produced a stack of cash. The boss shook his head again. I am not that kind of person. Money is of no use to me. Xiao Tianquan remained silent and continued to present another stack of bills. The boss chuckled. All right, given your sincere intentions, I will divulge a little. He lowered his voice. In fact, the person who sold me the car was a thief. It was a stolen vehicle. As for the individual, he has long since been apprehended. However, that car remains unclaimed. Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan exchanged glances, shaking their heads. It appeared that pursuing this lead would yield no further results. Disheartened, the two departed. What should they do next? It seemed they could only await the next move of the mysterious organization. But should they simply wait? Tang Wei pondered and suggested, how about we lure them out? Oh, haven't the members of the mysterious organization been eager to capture me? I shall venture into the wilderness, enticing them to come after me. Excellent. Surprisingly, Xiao Tianquan did not express any concern about the perilous nature of this plan and readily agreed with Tang Wei's idea. Subsequently, Tang Wei opened a map and selected a remote location, District D. The scenery in District D was breathtakingly beautiful. If their endeavor to draw out the mysterious organization failed, it would still be a delightful getaway. Tang Wei reassured himself, though he secretly felt the chances were slim. After all, if he suddenly appeared in the wilderness, the members of the mysterious organization were not foolish and would likely anticipate his scheme. Hearing Tang Wei's thoughts, Xiao Tianquan couldn't help but reflect. District D. This is where my dream began. As he spoke, memories of the past flooded back. Tang Wei noticed Xiao Tianquan's deep, emotional connection to District D. Without further ado, they set off, and Tang Wei drove towards District D. The area was indeed remote and underdeveloped, yet this very fact preserved much of its natural beauty. After a long drive, they finally entered the confines of District D. Xiao Tianquan remarked, if possible, I would like to visit the small village where I once resided. Tang Wei nodded and followed the directions provided by Xiao Tianquan to a quaint village. All right, let us stop here. The road ahead is mountainous and impassable for vehicles. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei laughed. Nonsense. As long as there is a path, I can navigate it. With that, he continued to drive forward. If there truly is no road, I can always fly over. Xiao Tianquan intended to voice a concern, but upon recalling Tang Wei's skills, he chose to remain silent. After some time on the road, although the terrain became increasingly steep and narrow, a small car could still pass through. Xiao Tianquan expressed his astonishment. I never expected this small mountain village would have a road suitable for vehicles. What is so surprising? Society is continually progressing. With that, they drove into the village. The entire village is nestled on a mountainside, with not a single expanse of flat land in sight. The villagers cultivate their fields on terrace steps, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Tang Wei, born in the plains, marveled at the scene for the first time. Just then, someone approached. Tang Wei, turning around, he was surprised to see his senior. Young Suxi, brother Young, what brings you here? Yang Sushi brushed off the dust from his clothes. After graduation, I came to this remote village to participate in the development of impoverished areas. Understanding dawned on Tang Wei. I see, Brother Yang. Your aspirations remain as lofty as in school. This road is well constructed. It must have been your idea, right? Upon hearing this, Yang Sushi appeared somewhat embarrassed. Let's not mention it. Since arriving in this village, nothing has gone as planned, and I've faced ridicule. Tang Wei felt puzzled. How could that be? You have always been diligent and responsible. Young Suksi Siget. Well, our village lacks other industries, so I thought of developing mechanized farming and purchased quite a bit of equipment, seeders, harvesters, and so forth. Tang Wei interrupted. In this environment, you opted for mechanized farming? The farmland here is fragmented into terraced fields. Large machinery is utterly impractical. Young Suksi Chuklet Rue Fuli. Indeed, I failed to consider the actual circumstances, rashly persuading everyone to pool their money for the equipment, only to find it utterly useless. The villagers were not particularly angry with him, but he had been the subject of their jokes for quite some time, with many claiming he had become foolish from his studies. Alas, Tang Wei shook his head repeatedly. Rather than jesting about you, they ought to reprimand you for squandering their money, especially since their incomes are already low. By the way, what about those machines? Perhaps you could sell them to recoup some of the costs. Yang Sushi replied, that was my thought as well, but they simply one T sell. Now, they sit here in the village, nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. Just then, a villager passed by, spotted Yang Sushi, and greeted him enthusiastically. Hey, aren't you the only college graduate in our village? What brilliant new ideas for wealth do you have today? With a cheerful laugh, he walked away. Yang Sushi spread his hands in exasperation. You see, this is how the villagers regard me now. Chapter 72. The talents of the Crouching Dragon and the young Phoenix Tang Wei found the situation both amusing and lamentable. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I could modify the farming machines. If I transform them into equipment suitable for mountainous terrain, wouldn't that resolve our issues? With this thought in mind, he said to Yang Sushi, Brother Yang, take me to see the machines you purchased. Yang Sushi looked puzzled. What do you want to see them for? Tang Wei Vima? Let me see if there are any other uses. We certainly cannot sell it as scrap metal. Yang Suksi Siget. It's futile. I've tried numerous times. And those machines are completely incapable of functioning, let alone getting on the road. As he spoke, a sense of guilt washed over him. Tang Wei insisted regardless. Allow me a glimpse, if only for the sake of amusement. Given Tang Wei's persistence, Yang Sushi relented. Very well, it serves no purpose anyway. So let us take a look. At that moment, he noticed the presence of Xiao Tianquan nearby. Right? We've been talking for so long. Who might you be? Xiao Tianquan replied, I am Xiao Tianquan. I visited this village a decade ago. You were likely not here at that time. Yang Sushi felt a flicker of familiarity with the name. I believe I've heard villagers mention it, but I can't quite recall. Xiao Tianquan smiled silently. Subsequently, Yang Sushi led Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan to a residence. There is an open space behind Lu Lair's house, so we temporarily placed the machines there. Yang Sushi explained as the trio alighted from a vehicle. Xiao Tianquan did not follow Tang Wei and Yang Sushi into Lu Lair's house, choosing instead to remain by the car. Such a short distance allowed him to safeguard Tang Wei should any mysterious individuals approach. Upon seeing Yang Sushi, Lu Lair chuckled. A university student. What brings you here today? Yang Sushi gestured towards Tang Wei, saying, this is my classmate, wishing to stay here for a while and to check on the machines we previously purchased together. Having casually conversed in the car, Yang Sushi learned that Tang Wei had come solely to temporarily reside and unwind. Lu Lair laughed again. So, another university student like Xiao Yang. The presence of two such scholars in our village is akin to a fortuitous encounter with both a talent and a prodigy. It seems the revitalization of our village is indeed promising. Lu Lair's words dripped with sarcasm, which irked Tang Wei. Come on, why involve me in your mockery of Yang Sushi? At that moment, Lu Lair's son, Lu Xiaoxi, approached. Lu Lair promptly said, Xiaoxi, these two are esteemed intellectuals. You should learn from them rather than focus solely on making money. What good is all that wealth? Although Lu Lair feigned disparagement of his son, he was in fact boasting, a phenomenon Tang Wei had grown accustomed to. Lu Xiaoxi replied, Indeed, despite my earnings, I envy those with knowledge. As mere commoners, we can only indulge in life's pleasures. Tang Wei found himself at a loss for words. All right, enough of this chatter. Let us inspect the machines. With that, the group made their way to Lu Lair's backyard, where several large machines stood, appearing remarkably pristine. Liu Lauer remarqued, Xiao Yang. These machines occupy quite a bit of space, and I also have the responsibility of cleaning and maintaining them. Yang Suksi, failing somohat embarrasset, replied. I'm truly sorry for the trouble, Uncle Lu. No problem. We're from Yang Village. It's only natural for us to help one another. Observing Lu Lauer's smug demeanor, Tang Wei harbored a sense of mistrust towards him. Checking the system, he indeed uncovered a hidden truth. The core components of these machines were mysteriously absent. Consequently, Tang Wei inquired, Yanggu, may I attempt to start the machine? Upon hearing this, Lu Lauer's expression shifted dramatically. No way. What if a misoperation damages my house? Exactly. Let us just take a look. There's no need to start it, as it serves no real purpose. Lu Xiaoxi hurriedly interjected. Tang Wei chuckled inwardly, realizing his suspicions were spot on. Lu Lauer and his son had dismantled and sold the internal core components of these machines for profit. Such actions were evidently illegal, as these machines were communal property of the village. However, this was not the right moment to expose them, especially since he lacked concrete evidence to prove their wrongdoing. All right, let us leave it at that, Tang Wei finally said, causing relief to wash over the father and son. After a brief moment, Yang Sushi turned to Tang Wei, asking, So, can we leave now? Tang Wei nodded in agreement. Once outside Lu Lauer's residence, he shared his thoughts. What? You want to modify the farming machines to adapt them for mountainous work? Yang Sushi gasped in astonishment. Yes, otherwise they will just rust away here. Yang Sushi shook his head vehemently. No, this idea is utterly fanciful. They say I lack practicality, but I believe you are even more unrealistic. I know that during your university days, you adored mechanical design, but these are not mere models. They are tangible machines. Tang Wei smiled and said, Yanggu, have you been following the news lately? Yang Sushi looked puzzled. I have, but why the sudden question? Then you must have heard about the mysterious modification master who recently appeared in a city. I have indeed heard. It's quite marvelous. But that master has never shown his face. All I know is that he operates out of a place called Tangji Repair Shop. Suddenly, Yang Suxi realized something. He stared at Tang Wei in shock. Tangji the Bai Shop? Tang Wei. Could it be that you are Tang Wei? Nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am that modification master. Yang Sushi was filled with excitement. I can hardly believe it. Who would have thought that in just a few years apart, you would have reached such heights? Yang Sushi felt an overwhelming shock. To discover that the legendary figure rumored online was none other than his classmate was an extraordinary experience. Alas, look at me. I am still an insignificant failure. The disparity between people is truly vast. Yang Sushi spoke, a wave of disappointment washing over him. Tang Wei patted his shoulder, offering solace. Brother Yang, do not say such things. With your capabilities, you could easily secure a commendable position in a bustling city. Yet, you have chosen to remain in this quaint village to lead the villagers towards prosperity. Such spirit is truly admirable. Tang Wei's words resonated from the depths of his heart. Thus, I wish to employ my skills to help you realize your dreams. Upon hearing this, Yang Sushi felt profoundly moved. Thank you so much, Tang Wei. I now understand that you are the legendary master of modifications, making your previous words far from mere fanciful notions. They may indeed come to fruition. No need for such gratitude. Back in school, I relied on your assistance, Brother Yang, he replied modestly. Chapter 73. The villain speaks first subsequently. Tang Wei and Yang Sushi engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the modification of agricultural machinery. Yang Sushi indicated that once he conferred with the village head and garnered their approval, they could commence the project. However, as night was drawing near, they decided to find a place to rest and continue their plans the following day. Thus, Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan temporarily took refuge in Yang Sushi's home. Yang Sushi's parents welcomed the two guests with great warmth. You two, feel free to make yourselves at home. Do not be shy, they insisted. Tang Wei was somewhat taken aback. Thank you very much, uncle and aunt. No need for such formality. It's clear you are not ordinary individuals, and I am truly pleased that Sushi has befriended you, they replied. Indeed, our small village has not seen outsiders for quite some time. We extend our hospitality to anyone who visits, they added. That evening, Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan shared a room. Tang Wei turned to Xiao Tianquan and said, You mentioned that you once lived here for a while. What story lies behind that? Xiao Tianquan shook his head, replying, There is nothing noteworthy to tell. Seeing that Xiao Tianquan was disinclined to elaborate, Tang Wei decided not to press further. The following day, Tang Wei and Yang Sushi approached the village head to discuss the modification of agricultural machinery. The village head was taken aback. What? He gazed at Yang Sushi and exclaimed, Last time you proposed that the villagers collectively purchase farming equipment, I thought, As a university student, you must possess sound judgment. So I consented. Little did I know that the machinery would be utterly useless, wasting everyone's money and tarnishing my reputation as village head. Now, you present such an absurd idea again. I cannot agree to this. Understanding that the village head would respond this way, Yang Sushi revealed Tang Wei's identity. The village head remained expressionless. A modification master? I have never heard of such a person. Yang Sushi and Tang Wei exchanged glances, realizing that in this remote village, it was not surprising that the village head was unaware of Tang Wei's accomplishments. Tang Wei finally remarked, regardless, these machines lie idle. We might as well take a chance and attempt to revive them. Indeed, please trust me once more. Yang Sushi earnestly gazed at the village chief, moved by her sincerity. The chief sighed and replied, this matter cannot be decided solely by me. I shall convene the villagers for a thorough discussion. Before long, the villagers gathered. The chief relayed Tang Wei's proposal, which was met with overwhelming opposition, particularly from Lu Laojiu and his son. After all, if such a plan were to be enacted, the risk of exposure regarding their misappropriation of parts for profit loomed large. Chief, while the machine sits idle, we must not treat it carelessly. Let us retain it. Who knows when someone might come to purchase it? They argued. Indeed, this is a communal asset. How can we allow an outsider to dispose of it at will? The notion of modifying it for mountainous work sounds utterly absurd. Such alterations cannot be achieved so easily. Exactly. Such a large machine cannot simply be altered at whim. Moreover, what if unforeseen accidents occur during the modification process? Who will bear the responsibility? Voiced another. The two promising university students may have their ideas, but our village cannot withstand such upheaval. I advise you to seek your mischief elsewhere. The villagers exchanged opinions, each contributing to the discourse, while only Yang Sushi's parents stood in support of Tang Wei. At that juncture, Tang Wei stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak. Your opposition stems merely from a belief that my proposal is impractical and doomed to fail. Here, I assure you, should I fail and the machine sustain damage, I will compensate you at the original price and distribute the funds among every villager. Upon hearing Tang Wei's declaration, murmurs of intrigue rippled through the crowd. His proposition does seem reasonable, they whispered. If we fail, we could still profit, which is certainly better than letting it rust away. I almost hope for failure. Although success seems improbable, Lu Laojiu and his son sensed the shift in the villagers' attitudes and grew anxious. We cannot rely solely on his word. He appears freshly graduated. Where would he acquire the funds for compensation? Indeed, anyone can make verbal promises. If things go awry, can we truly hold him accountable? They retorted, this is not the spirit of our village. Anticipating such skepticism, Tang Wei retrieved a box of cash from his trunk. Behold, this is money, sufficient to be held by the village chief as compensation should the machine be damaged. The sight of the cash left the villagers wide-eyed. It was their first encounter with such a substantial sum, leading them to question Tang Wei's identity. Who is this young man, so affluent? To produce such wealth so casually is truly enviable. With the money now visible, their worries began to dissipate. Indeed, we might as well indulge a wealthy individual. There is little to lose. Let us commence at once. My anticipation is palpable. Lu Laojiu and his son watched in envy as Tang Wei effortlessly produced a substantial sum of money. They considered themselves the wealthiest in the village. Yet here was Tang Wei, an individual who appeared rather unassuming financially, capable of summoning cash that was beyond their wildest dreams. However, this was not the time for envy. They could not allow Tang Wei's plans to come to fruition, for otherwise, their clandestine sale of parts would surely be uncovered. This was not merely a matter of money. It pertained to the safety of the community. What if danger arose during the driving process? Lu Laojiu continued to voice his objections. Tang Wei immediately responded with a smile. No worries, I can make it driverless. Lu Laojiu was about to interject further when a villager interrupted him. Lu Laojiu, are you obstructing because you have something to hide? Another chimed in. Yes. We're waiting for Tang Wei's modifications to fail so we can share the spoils. Why not let us recoup our losses? The other villagers echoed in agreement. Realizing that further discourse would lead to exposure, Lu Laojiu chose silence. A nefarious scheme began to take shape in his mind. If necessary, he would strike first, accusing Tang Wei of pilfering parts, thus casting blame upon him. The villagers would undoubtedly trust him over an unfamiliar outsider. With this thought, he displayed a sinister grin. Tang Wei, Noticing the change in Lu Lao's demeanor, sensed ill intentions brewing. Once all matters were settled, the villagers dispersed. Lu Lao eagerly sought to stir dissent among them. Do you think Tang Wei is merely searching for an excuse to steal and sell parts? He proposed. Laughter erupted among the others. Lao you're overthinking it. Look how much money he has. He wouldn't covet such a trivial amount. Another remarked. Indeed, if it's as you say, he could sell the entire machine without concern. We still receive compensation, essentially aiding us, one added. Lu Lao countered, not necessarily. The wealthy often employ cunning tactics to amass even more wealth. If he sells off some internal components, it won't be discernible from the outside. He could return everything intact, pocket the deposit, and we'd be none the wiser. Chapter 74. Keep your eyes wide open. The others shook their heads, unwilling to believe Lu Lao's words. He a university student. He wouldn't stoop so low. Lao stop being paranoid. Liu a scolftalis. What does being a university student signify? Does it guarantee moral integrity? Don't be deceived by appearances. Regardless, he resolved to keep a vigilant eye on this Tang Wei in the interest of the villagers. Lu Lao's demeanor grew increasingly self-righteous as he spoke. The other villagers merely chuckled, dismissing his concerns. Meanwhile, Tang Wei instructed Xiao to drive himself back to the repair shop for tools while he remained in Yang Village to carefully formulate his modification plans. However, Xiao Tianquan seemed to have vanished, as not a trace of him could be found throughout the day. Nevertheless, Tang Wei felt that the mysterious organization would not make an appearance, which alleviated any sense of impending danger. After some time, Xiao arrived with the necessary tools, and Tang Wei commenced his official modification work. The villagers observed Tang Wei diligently working on the machine, sparking doubts about his authenticity. One individual remarked, "Do you think Tang Wei will succeed?" Lu Lao scoffed, "Absolutely not." Initially, he was concerned that Tang Wei might uncover his theft of parts. However, after observing Tang Wei, he concluded that the latter seemed entirely unaware. Thus, Lu Lao deduced that Tang Wei was merely pretending. He lacked even a basic understanding of the machine's internal structure, not even realizing that the engine was missing. Little did he know, Tang Wei had already discovered this. Yet, for Tang Wei, a vehicle missing an engine was hardly a significant issue. Even with just 10 components remaining, he could repair and modify it. How about we place a wager? Lu Lao, intrigued, proposed. All right, I bet Tang Wei will fail. I'll wager 10,000. The villagers gasped at the mention of such a sum, which was no small amount for farmers living in a small mountain village. To their surprise, someone else joined in. Okay, I bet Tang Wei will succeed, but I don't have that much money, so I'll wager 500. Lu Lao laughed heartily. If he succeeds, the 10,000 is yours. If not, the 500 is mine. In his eyes, this was a guaranteed win, a free 500 in his pocket. Others soon followed suit, placing their bets. Although they were convinced Tang Wei would inevitably fail, a few still clung to a glimmer of hope and wagered on his success. Lu Lao smirked inwardly, thinking, these machines don't even have an engine. How could they possibly succeed? These fools are simply handing me their money. In the following days, Tang Wei continued to work earnestly. Lu Lao, believing Tang Wei was merely putting on a facade, lost interest and went about his business. One day, Lu Xiaoxi was wandering the streets with two friends, Li Ergu and Wang Taizhu. Lu Xiaoxi said, "Brothers, we're out of money. Should we devise a plan to earn some?" Li Ergu suggested, "Your father is wealthy. Why not ask him for a loan?" Lu Xiaoxi shook his head. "No way. My father is quite frugal, and at my age, it feels awkward to ask him for money." "Then what shall we do?" Lu Xiaoxi smiled slightly. "I have a brilliant idea." "Oh, what is it?" Li Ergu and Wang Taizhu perked up. Lu Xiaoxi continued, "Isn't Tang Wei betting his money with the village chief? In any case, his plan is bound to fail, so we might as well take our money in advance." Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxi's words, Li Ergu and Wang Taizhu readily concurred. Indeed, it is an excellent approach. Consequently, the group made their way to the village chief's office and articulated their intentions. The village chief shook his head, stating, "No, this is merely a deposit. Whether Tang Wei succeeds remains uncertain. So how can you take it without reservation?" Lu Xiaoxi chuckled. "Chief, consider this. Is there any possibility of this plan succeeding? The money will eventually be ours. What harm is there in using it a little early?" Li Ergu and Wang Taizhu chimed in. Yes. Chief, are you withholding it, because you wish to keep it all for yourself? Or perhaps Tang Wei's funds have already been misappropriated by you, rendering you unable to produce it? The chief's face flushed at their insinuations. Do not tarnish my reputation. He then produced a box of cash given by Tang Wei, asserting, this is the money from Tang Wei, not a cent less. In that case, distribute the funds to us. The chief scoffed, since you were so impatient. I shall comply. However, I must stipulate that should Tang Wei indeed succeed, you are to return the money. The group erupted in laughter. Rest assured, such a scenario is utterly improbable. They exclaimed, indeed, if Tang Wei truly succeeds, we shall return every last penny. Thereafter, the three received their share of the funds in accordance with their initial investment for purchasing machinery. Elated, they returned, already plotting how to indulge in revelry with the money. Thus time passed gradually. One day, the chief summoned everyone together. Chief, what is the purpose of gathering us all? The villagers wondered, puzzled. The chief, with a grave expression, declared, Dear villagers, Tang Wei's plan to reform agricultural machinery has been successful. What? The moment the words left his lips, astonishment swept through the crowd. In truth, even the chief himself could scarcely believe it. However, upon witnessing it firsthand, he was compelled to trust his own eyes. The chief remained in a state of shock, momentarily unable to regain his composure. Subsequently, chatter erupted among the villagers. Successful? This is impossible. I must see for myself what this reformed agricultural machine looks like. Indeed, what use is mere talk of success? Lula, initially taken aback by the news, soon regained his senses. To him, the so-called success seemed nothing more than an empty boast. He was, however, curious about Tang Wei's next move. Moments later, Tang Wei approached, carrying a laptop. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your skepticism. Now, I implore you to open your eyes wide. He then proceeded to operate the laptop, and a sewing machine gradually appeared in the distance. As the villagers observed the seed drill, their hearts were relatively calm. However, Lu Laer and Lu Xiaoxi were engulfed in turmoil, for they alone were privy to the fact that the engine and other vital components of the machine had long been dismantled and sold. How could it possibly be operational? As the seed drill gradually approached, it became evident that the driver's seat was indeed vacant. Tang Wei had truly achieved unmanned operation. Merely this feat was enough to astound the villagers, who had never encountered such wonders before. Yet, this was merely a prelude. A more spectacular performance awaited. Chapter 75. Allow me to express my gratitude suddenly. The seed drill extended its propellers, spinning rapidly as it ascended into the air. This spectacle left everyone present utterly astonished. What on earth is this? It has taken flight. Incredible. Am I dreaming? Is this truly the creation of the young man before us? How could this be? The crowd erupted in astonishment, for having lived their entire lives in a small mountain village, they had never witnessed anything like it. Young Suxi, although already aware of the modifications during her collaboration with Tang Wei, was nonetheless exhilarated. Dear villagers, Tang Wei has transformed our agricultural machinery into a flying apparatus, thereby overcoming the challenges posed by the rugged terrain. Furthermore, it can be entirely controlled by a computer, ensuring safety and convenience. From now on, farming will be far less laborious and efficiency will soar. Upon hearing Yang Sushi's words, the villagers erupted in excitement. They could scarcely fathom that this young man, Tang Wei, had truly turned his fantastical visions into reality. Reflecting on their initial doubts about him, they felt a wave of shame wash over them. Indeed, those with knowledge possess extraordinary capabilities. Lu Laer and Lu Xiaoxi were expressions of dismay. At that moment, a villager who had bet against Lu Laer interjected, Laer, don't forget what you said back then. Others turned their gazes upon Lu Laer, who, in a fit of anxiety, began to protest irrationally. This cannot be real. This must be a deception. This is not the original seed drill. After all, the wager was a hefty sum of 10,000 yuan. The crowd responded with disdainful glares. This is indeed the original seed drill. How could it be a fake? Lu Laer, are you unable to accept defeat? Is it not merely 10,000 yuan? For someone of your wealth, that is hardly significant. Is it? Lu Laer, now in a state of panic, exclaimed, impossible. This absolutely cannot be our village's seed drill. I have dismantled the engine of our machine and sold it. How could it possibly operate? The moment the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Lu Laer realized, belatedly, that he had misspoken. He quickly attempted to mediate, exclaiming, "I merely spoke in haste. I have said nothing. I have said nothing." Upon witnessing his demeanor, the crowd began to piece together the situation. Tang Wei let out a cold laugh and remarked, "I initially had no intention of addressing this matter. But since you have brought it up, I shall no longer conceal the truth. During the modification process, I indeed discovered that many components of these machines were missing." Lu Lauer's face flushed crimson as he pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Wei, shouting, "Tang Wei, do not slander me without basis. What evidence do you have to implicate me?" Tang Wei responded with a smirk, "I never claimed it was you. Did you not just admit as much?" The other villagers began to murmur among themselves. Who would have thought Lu Lauer was capable of such deceit? What surprise! I had long recognized that this fellow was no good. No wonder he initially spread rumors about Tang Wei intending to steal parts. It appears he was merely attempting to divert suspicion from himself. Even if Lu Lauer stubbornly refused to confess, the villagers had already accepted the truth, leaving him no room for argument. The village chief was incensed. He glared at Lu Lauer and admonished, "Lu Lauer, how could you engage in actions that harm the collective interest? Lu Lauer stamm eret, allicht. Enough. Now, I demand you apologize to all the villagers immediately." For the first time, the village chief displayed the authority befitting his position in front of Tang Wei. Lu Lauer hesitated momentarily, then addressed the villagers, "I apologize. It is entirely my fault for being blinded by greed. I shall distribute the proceeds from the sale of the stolen parts among you. Please forgive me." At that moment, he felt utterly despondent, for not only would he have to share the money from the sale of the parts, but he also faced a loss of 10,000 yuan in bets. His heart bled at the thought. The village chief then added, "You must also apologize to Tang Wei, for you previously slandered him, did you not?" Lu Lauer nodded vigorously and continued his apology. "I am truly sorry, Tang Wei. I should not have defamed you. It was entirely my fault. Please forgive me." Seeing that Lu Lauer had received his due punishment, Tang Wei was disinclined to pursue the matter further. "Let's put this behind us and return to the task at hand." Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, the villagers redirected their focus to the seed drill. "I shall now demonstrate the seeding capabilities of the machine." With that, Tang Wei deftly maneuvered the flying seed drill toward the nearby patch of uncultivated land. "Village chief, I observe that this land has not been cultivated. It should be suitable for experimentation, correct?" The village chief glanced over and replied, "This belongs to Chunyun. Let me inquire." At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, graciously addressing Tang Wei. "No problem. Feel free to use it." This man was indeed Chunyun's father, as mentioned by the village chief. Having received permission, Tang Wei commenced his experiment. The flying seed drill gradually descended towards the ground and began its work. During this period, Tang Wei had not only equipped the machine with flight capabilities, but had also modified its other functionalities. The seed drill efficiently sowed seeds into the ground with remarkable speed and precision. Before long, the entire field was fully planted. This has left everyone in awe. Truly remarkable. The speed is astonishing. With this marvel, our future labor will no longer be as arduous, Tang Wei remarked. Not only have the seeders been modified, but also the harvesters and other machinery have undergone similar enhancements. From now on, the labor in our village will be automated. We can simply sit in the control room and operate the machines. Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, excitement spread across the faces of the crowd as they began to envision a new way of life. This advancement will not only alleviate the burden of labor, but also enable us to cultivate vast stretches of wasteland, leading to a substantial increase in income. At that moment, the village chief voiced his concern. "By the way, Tang Wei, didn't Lu Lauer just mention that he dismantled the machine's parts to sell for money? How can it still operate? Did you purchase the parts yourself?" Hearing this, Lu Lauer lowered his head once more, feeling utterly ashamed. Tang Wei chuckled and explained, "In fact, modifying these agricultural machines is akin to constructing new ones. So acquiring a new engine and such is not a significant expense." Realizing what Tang Wei meant, the village chief quickly understood. "Are you suggesting that the cost of modifications has surpassed the original value of the machinery?" Tang Wei nodded in affirmation, not denying the statement. Typically, this would be the case. However, with the assistance of his system, he had managed to minimize the costs. Suddenly, the village chief knelt down, catching everyone off guard. "Tang Wei, I cannot thank you enough. On behalf of the entire village, I express our gratitude. Tang Wei and Yang Sushi hurriedly helped the chief to his feet. Please, village chief, what are you doing? After rising, the village chief stated, Tang Wei, how much did the modifications cost? I will ensure that the villagers contribute to compensate you. I cannot allow you to toil without reward. Tang Wei shook his head. Village chief, I appreciate your intentions, but it seems that everyone is not in a prosperous situation. Consider this a personal investment on my part. You can repay me once the machines yield profits for you in the future. The village chief nodded repeatedly. Thank you so much. The villagers also expressed their gratitude to Tang Wei. To show our appreciation, let's perform a dance for you. At this, Tang Wei suddenly felt uneasy. As anticipated, a group of villagers quickly formed a line and began to sing. Listen to me say thank you, for you have warmed all seasons. Tang Wei felt his toes curling with embarrassment. How ungrateful. Chapter 76. Refusing moral coercion after enduring the villagers' performance. Tang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Yang Sushi looked at the village chief and said, Village chief, since Tang Wei has fulfilled his promise by successfully modifying our agricultural machinery, shouldn't we return the deposit to him? At this, Lu Xiaoxi Ergu and Wang Tieju's expressions changed drastically. They had initially presumed Tang Wei would not succeed, so they had taken a portion of the deposit in advance. The funds in question had long been squandered by them, and now, when asked to repay, they had nothing to offer. The village chief nodded, then turned his gaze towards Lu Xiaoxi and his companions. Return the money you took back then. The group exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their discomfort. Lu Xiaoxi hastily implored Tang Wei, Brother Tang, you are so wealthy. Consider this deposit as a donation to our village. The other two quickly echoed his sentiment. Indeed, Brother Tang is affluent. Surely he wouldn't mind this trifling sum. Tang Wei let out a hearty laugh, having grasped the situation clearly. He replied coolly, While it is true that I'm not in want of such money, a debt must be repaid. The village chief furrowed his brow and said, Lu Xiaoxi, you haven't exhausted all the funds, have you? You promised to return the money if Tang Wei succeeded. Lu Xiaoxi, now agitated, turned to Tang Wei and boldly asserted, Tang Wei, what harm is there in donating a little to our impoverished village? The others chimed in, Yes, we are quite destitute. Can you not overlook this small amount? In all honesty, we have already spent the money. We have none to return, and our lives are not for sale. Their statements left the onlookers astounded. Such moral coercion was audacious. The villagers could no longer contain themselves. You three disgraceful individuals, do not presume to represent our village. We, from Yang Village, have no need for such shameful antics. Indeed, though we are poor, we possess our dignity. Such moral extortion is unacceptable. Tang Wei has already invested considerable time, effort, and resources in aiding us to modify our farming machinery. That in itself is a tremendous favor, and now to compel him for further donations. How can that be justified? Precisely. Yang Village does not require donations. Return the money to him. Return the money. The trio had anticipated that their pleas would garner support for the collective benefit of the village, only to be met with harsh reproaches from the villagers. They immediately shrank back. All right, we will repay, but we truly have no money left. They shifted from their previously arrogant demeanor to one of pitiful supplication towards Tang Wei. Tang Wei feigen in dai fun. Left with no choice, they turned to the village chief. He sighed and said, I will cover the shortfall, but you must repay me within the stipulated time. Thank you, village chief. Thank you. The trio nearly fell to their knees in gratitude. The other villagers threatened, You better repay on time. If we discover any deceit, you will find it difficult to remain in this village. Yes, we will definitely repay. With the village chief returning the funds to Tang Wei. This tumultuous episode came to a close. Yang Sushi and Tang Wei returned home, exhilarated by the day's events. Witnessing Lu Laer and his son face their comeuppance was utterly delightful. I have long harbored a disdain for those two. Indeed, it is fortunate that most villagers remain honest and unpretentious. Otherwise, even if there were reason, it would be challenging to voice it clearly amidst their support for that family. Undoubtedly, this is the reason I choose to remain here, Yang Sushi remarked, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. At that moment, Tang Wei had an epiphany. The village's youth had mostly departed to seek employment elsewhere, leaving behind those with little education. Even if one were to modify the farming machinery. It would be quite arduous to manage the task alone. Yang Sushi frowned at Tang Wei's observation. Indeed, it would be wonderful if some of the educated young individuals working in the city could return to the village. With a wry smile, he acknowledged the truth. Those with even a modicum of education would hardly wish to return to this small mountain hamlet. In the heart of City A, within the office of a company named Mayon Technology, a young employee named Chun Yun seized the opportunity of a brief 10-minute lunch break to retrieve a bowl of pickled cabbage beef noodles, which he intended to consume as a makeshift meal for the day. He had been enduring such tough circumstances for nearly a month. At that moment, his boss, Marin Sheen, approached. "I'll take just 2 minutes of your time to say a few words." Chun Yun, having worked tirelessly throughout the day, was dismayed to find that his precious moment of respite was to be commandeered for a meeting. However, recognizing the value of the job he had so painstakingly acquired, he could only suppress his frustration. Marin Sheen continued, "I must address a few employees whose performance has been particularly lacking. Our company is a highly innovative technology firm that places great emphasis on nurturing talent. Our products are remarkably disruptive, including our flagship creations such as pedal-powered wheelchairs, solar-powered flashlights, and terrestrial swimming devices. Yet, despite the excellence of these products, the sales figures are alarmingly low. Shouldn't those in the sales department reflect upon this? Especially you." Chun Yun, pointing directly at Chun Yun, he declared, "I entrusted you with the responsibility of selling the pedal-powered wheelchair, and you managed to sell only 1 unit. Please, explain yourself." As he spoke, he emphatically struck the table, his agitation palpable. Chun Yun immediately interjected, "Boss, allow me to explain. Typically, individuals in need of wheelchairs face mobility challenges do not offer excuses for your incompetence." Marin Sheen interrupted, cutting him off. "You are merely a college diploma holder in a city filled with university graduates. Your qualifications are suitable only for factory assembly lines. Yet, out of compassion for you, we have exceptionally employed you in our esteemed, innovative high-tech company. Do you comprehend the significance of this? It signifies your ascension from an utterly inconsequential position to one that is envied by many as a high-tech employee. This is a role that countless ordinary bachelor-s degree holders covet. You must cherish this rare opportunity. Should you leave our company, you would be nothing. Unable to endure hardship, you wouldn't even qualify for factory work. Better return home to till the land." Marin Sheen directed a barrage of psychological manipulation towards Chun Yun. Listening to May's words, Chun Yun found himself lost in contemplation. Born in a modest mountain village in Region D, he had strived to alter his destiny and finally gained admission to a vocational college. On the day he received his acceptance letter, his parents, unable to part with the pig they had raised for several years, slaughtered it to host a feast for the entire village. The villagers pooled their resources to cover his tuition, and the village chief placed great hopes on him. A vocational student embodies the spirit of excellence. Vocational graduates are the elite among men. The naive Chun Yun had always regarded this saying as a source of pride in his identity as a vocational student. However, upon arriving in the bustling metropolis of City A, he began to grasp the profound irony concealed within those words. During his job search, he endured numerous rejections solely due to his educational background. Eventually, he stumbled upon a job opening at Mayon Technology Company and decided to attend an interview, surprisingly succeeding in securing a position. Yet, once he entered the company, he quickly realized that the reality was far from straightforward. The so-called high-tech firm lacked genuine technological substance and bore a resemblance to a fraudulent organization. The boss, Marin Sheen, was exceedingly harsh, imposing a grueling 16-hour workday upon his employees, forbidding tardiness, early departures, or requests for leave. Failure to comply resulted in immediate dismissal without any remuneration. Chapter 77. Return home. Back to initial bliss, many found it unbearable to meet such stringent demands and fled the company within a day or two. However, Chun Yun persevered, for as Marin Sheen had articulated, although the company was devoid of humanity, without it, he would be relegated to farming back home. On countless exhausting nights, he had contemplated leaving the city where he felt unwelcome and returning to his quaint mountain village. Yet, the expectations of his parents and the villagers filled him with trepidation, preventing his return. Moreover, the city held his unshakable attachment to her. "Chun Yun, are you even listening to me?" Marin Sheen's sharp reprimand jolted Chun Yun back to reality. He quickly replied, I am listening. I am listening. Marinsheen snorted dismissively. Remember, you must sell 100 pedal-operated wheelchairs next month, or do not bother coming to work. 100 units seemed utterly impossible to Chun-Yun. What's the matter? If others can achieve it, why can't you? Wu Yangxin, who previously held the same position as you, sold nearly 200 units in a month. Chun-Yun found himself at a loss for words, accepting his fate in silence. Marinsheen continued, you could seek advice from your seniors regarding sales techniques. Attempting to reinvent the wheel on your own will surely lead to failure. With that, he exited the office. Eagerly, Chun-Yun approached Wu Yangxin. Brother Wu, could you teach me how to accomplish this 100-unit sales target? Wu Yangxin chuckled. That's a trade secret. However, considering our colleague bond, I might share my insights, but perhaps you should show a token of appreciation first. Chun-Yun quickly understood his implication and produced a pack of premium cigarettes. The price of this pack of cigarettes is equivalent to his monthly food expenses. However, for the sake of his job, he reluctantly made the sacrifice. After all, he does not smoke, so it would serve no purpose for him. Wu Yangxin accepted the cigarettes with a smile and whispered, the secret can be summed up in one word. Deceive. Deceive? Indeed. Who in their right mind would purchase such a thing? It could only be sold by exaggerating claims, saying that for men it enhances virility, for women it beautifies. For children it boosts intelligence, and for the elderly it prolongs life. The more outrageous the claims, the better. Chun-Yun was profoundly shocked. He could not bring himself to engage in such morally questionable conduct for the sake of money. Yet, if he failed to meet his performance targets, he would face unemployment. Thus, he found himself in a quandary. Wu Yangxin patted Chun-Yun on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, there's no choice. This is how things are now. As long as it makes money, what does conscience matter? Chun-Yun refrained from arguing, but deep within, he knew this was wrong. Finally, at 11 o'clock in the evening, Chun-Yun finished his shift. With a weary body, he arrived at a crossroads. At that moment, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, his girlfriend. To his dismay, she was accompanied by another man, their actions unmistakably intimate. As Chun-Yun drew closer, he overheard their conversation. Darling, when are you going to break up with that useless boyfriend of yours? Don't rush. I'll wait until that fool gets paid and has transferred all his money to me before I end it. Hearing this, Chun-Yun felt as if struck by lightning. The innocent and kind-hearted girl he once knew turned out to be such a person. Soon, they noticed Chun-Yun. His girlfriend gasped in shock. Chun-Yun, what are you doing here? Chun-Yun scoffed. I pass by here every day after work. How could I not be here? Well, since you know now, I won't hide any longer. Let's break up. Without a hint of reluctance, Chun-Yun turned to leave, but tears streamed down his face. As he walked away, his phone rang. It was his mother calling from a distant village. Yin, how's work going lately? Chun-Yun quickly composed himself, feigning normalcy. It's going well. I've settled in at this tech company, so you needn't worry about me. The company's benefits are excellent. They provide meals and accommodations, and I have meat every day. I'm almost sick of it. My room is a single with a bathroom, a toilet, and air conditioning. They even have transport for commuting, so it's not tiring at all. Work is manageable. I just handle planning in the office without running around, and I finish on time. Right now, I'm heading out for a late-night snack with colleagues. Hearing this, his mother felt delighted. Have you found a partner yet? Indeed, I have found a girlfriend in the city. Exceptionally beautiful and remarkably gentle, treating me with kindness. Once I have earned enough money, I intend to purchase a house in the city and marry her, bringing you all to reside with us. Is that so? This assures me that our son will achieve great things. Chun-Yun felt his emotions teetering on the brink of chaos, and he abruptly ended the call. After hanging up, he succumbed to tears, weeping aloud. In the midst of his sorrow, a hand suddenly rested upon his shoulder. Turning around, he was taken aback to see his father, whose face bore the marks of time. "Father, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed, hastily wiping the tears from his cheeks. His father sighed softly. "In truth, we are already aware of everything." Chun-Yun felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It appeared that while he believed he was performing flawlessly, his parents had been complicit in his charade all along. "You are our son. We can tell if you are lying. We know you must be enduring hardships in this city. Come home. Return to the initial beauty of our lives." Upon hearing these words, Chun-Yun was overwhelmed with emotion. Moments later, he nodded, following his father onto the worn-out tricycle. Do not inquire how a tricycle can enter the city. Such are the peculiarities of this world. At that moment, Chen Yun's girlfriend, witnessing him board his father's vehicle, sighed. I'm sorry, Chen Yun. We're simply not from the same world. Forget me and return to your rightful place. Indeed, her earlier encounter had been a deliberate performance for his sake. She had not betrayed him nor sought to deceive him of his money, but merely wished to spare him from unnecessary hardship. Along the way, Chen Yun, filled with guilt, said to his father, I am sorry for disappointing your expectations. His father chuckled, replying, Why speak of such things? Our village is in need of someone like you. Upon hearing the word talent, Chen Yun felt a flush of embarrassment. I am capable of nothing. I am merely a college student. No, you are capable. His father recounted the story of Tang Wei's transformation of agricultural machinery. Currently, our village urgently requires educated young individuals to operate these machines, which would significantly enhance our village's prosperity. Chen Yun was astounded. What? A flying agricultural machine that is remotely controlled? This seems far too advanced for our humble mountain village. Haha, you'll understand once you return home. Chapter 78. The lumberjacks of Bear Mountain. Upon arriving in District D, dawn had already broken. Chen Yun gazed at the scenery along the roadside, feeling a profound cleansing of his spirit. As he beheld the familiar peaks, rivers, and woodlands, he cast aside the troubles of the bustling city, no longer needing to wrestle with the dilemma of straying from his true self, nor scurrying about for mere sustenance. Regardless of the time, home has always been his sanctuary. At this moment, Chen Yun's phone rang. It was his boss, Mei Renxin, calling. Initially, he contemplated hanging up, but ultimately decided to answer. Before Chen Yun could utter a word, Mei Renxin unleashed a torrent of invective. Chen Yun, it is already 8 o'clock, and you are an hour late. Do you have any notion of the losses your tardiness incurs for our company? Immediately return to the office. I can merely deduct a month's salary from you. Or else you can forget about next month's pay. Why the silence? Are you still asleep? How could someone your age still be slumbering? Have you achieved anything in life? Have you purchased a house? A car? Have you saved enough for your wedding dowry? And yet, you still dare to be late? Individuals like you, devoid of wealth, background, and ambition, are nothing but societal parasites, a blight upon the earth. What purpose does your existence serve? You might as well cease to live. The more Mei Renxin raged, the more fervent his tirade became. Chen Yun responded with a cold smile. Have you finished your diatribe? Mei Renxin was momentarily taken aback. Today, Chen Yun's tone was markedly different from his usual demeanor. What do you mean, Chen Yun? Are you daring to argue with me now? Evidently, waste is forever waste. You poor folk are destined to remain impoverished for life. Chen Yun laughed heartily. I am the waste. So, Mr. Mei, you must be working a grueling 48 hours a day, then? It's just a trivial job, isn't it? Do you truly believe that life ceases without it? Mei Renxin was utterly astonished that the typically docile Chen Yun would speak such words. Chen Yun, have you considered your options? If you quit, what will you do? Return to farming? You can't even sustain yourself through farming. Chen Yun replied with a grin. Indeed, I shall return to farming. Who told you that farming can't sustain a person? As though working for you yields a fortune. Farewell. Wait. While Mei Renxin often belittled Chen Yun, his departure would incur significant losses. Thus, he softened his tone slightly. How about this? Hurry back to the office. I will only deduct half a month's salary. Go to hell. Chen Yun retorted, abruptly terminating the call. After enduring subservience to Mei Renxin for so long, he finally felt a rush of exhilaration in standing his ground. Fuming at being hung up on, Mei Renxin seethed with rage. How dare he hang up on me? His secretary interjected. Mr. Mei, he's just an ordinary employee. If he leaves, so be it. We've already profited a month from his unpaid labor. Mei Renxin shook his head. There are few like Chen Yun who are willing to work like beasts of burden. I have sought a long-term laborer, and it is a pity. The secretary chuckled coldly. Fear not. A hungry dog will return on its own. Once he realizes he cannot sustain himself through farming, he will return to work. Mei Renxin pondered her words, finding a semblance of truth in them. Chen Yun arrived in the village, where a group of people, including Tang Wei and Yang Su-shi, greeted him at the entrance. Upon spotting Tang Wei, Chen Yun immediately remarked, I presume you must be Tang Wei? Tang Wei replied, Indeed, that is I. You have arrived at just the right moment. Our village of Yang is transitioning to mechanized farming, and we are in dire need of talents like you. Feeling somewhat shy at Tang Wei's words, Chen Yun responded, I only returned because I could not thrive in the big city, unlike you all, who possess genuine capabilities. After a casual exchange, They took Chen Yun to observe the successfully modified farming machinery and taught him some basic operations. Chen Yun appeared exceedingly excited. With this comprehensive, automated farming system, the efficiency would increase exponentially. It is worth noting that although the area of Yang Village is modest, it encompasses a vast expanse of mountainous land. Even if only a small portion is developed, the harvest could multiply several times. Along with Chen Yun, several other young individuals had returned, sharing his sentiments at this moment. Suddenly, a bald, middle-aged man approached Tang Wei. "You are the legendary master of modifications, Tang Wei." Tang Wei regarded the man, thinking that it was refreshing to find someone in this remote area who had heard of his reputation. "Indeed, and you are?" The bald man introduced himself, saying, "I am Lu Xiaochong, known as Bald Chong. I work as a lumberjack over at Bear Ridge." "Lu Xiaochong? Are you related to Lu Si from Yang Village?" Bald Chong shook his head, saying, "Though our names are similar, I have no connection to Lu Si from Yang Village." "Oh, I see. What brings you to me?" Bald Chong explained his predicament. "I work under Boss Li, responsible for felling trees, and my life was proceeding normally. However, recently I have encountered 2 bears while working, making it impossible for me to cut down any trees." "Bears?" "Yes. These 2 bears are exceedingly fierce and terrifying. Even with a hunting rifle, I cannot contend with them. Thankfully, I heard that the legendary modification master had come to the nearby Yang Village, so I hurried over to seek your assistance." Bald Chong looked at Tang Wei with hopeful eyes. Tang Wei pondered for a moment and replied, "All right, I shall give it a try." Bald Chong's face lit up with joy. "Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it." At that moment, Xiao Tian Quan, who had appeared by their side unbeknownst to them, looked at Bald Chong with a serious expression. "Are the 2 bears you mentioned, one dark-furred and the other light-furred?" Bald Chong was taken aback. "How would you know?" Tang Wei also appeared puzzled. Xiao Tian Quan continued, "I'm also aware that these 2 bears possess not only extraordinary strength but also the ability to articulate human speech, and they are endowed with intelligence comparable to that of humans." Upon hearing this, Guangtou Chong's eyes widened in disbelief. You have seen them?" "Indeed, I have," Xiao Tian Quan affirmed. Tang Wei was utterly astonished. 2 bears that can speak human language and possess human intelligence. This is utterly preposterous. Despite the multitude of absurd events he had already encountered, Tang Wei remained incredulous at this revelation. With a deep sigh, Guangtou Chong addressed Tang Wei. "Given this information, I shall not withhold the truth any longer. As he mentioned, if they were merely ordinary bears, I would not have sought you out specifically. I did not intend to keep this from you. Rather, I believe that no one would take such claims seriously, which is why I chose to remain silent." Tang Wei nodded in understanding. Were it not for Xiao Tianquan's first-hand account, he would hardly have been inclined to believe Guangtou Chong's singular testimony. Chapter 79. The Bear King and the Battle God. Tang Wei inquired, "What is the reason these bears obstruct your tree-cutting endeavors?" Guangtou Chong shook his head, his expression one of innocence. "How should I know? Every time I attempt to fell a tree, they come to interfere. Yet, when I refrain from cutting, they leave me in peace." Tang Wei seemed to grasp the situation. It appeared they wished to protect the natural environment. Guangtou Chong, with a wry smile, thought to himself, who doesn't he know the importance of environmental conservation? However, when one is struggling to make ends meet, discussing such matters seems rather futile. "I merely wish to earn a bit more, so that my family can live more comfortably, ensuring my parents have care when they fall ill and that my children can afford their education." Tang Wei felt a twinge of empathy upon hearing Guangtou Chong's heartfelt words. He glanced at Xiao Tian Quan and suggested, "Since these 2 bears possess human-like intelligence and the ability to communicate, perhaps we should consider negotiating with them." Xiao Tian Quan shook his head. "Based on my experience, these bears are not so easily persuaded." He hesitated, glancing at Guangtou Chong, and refrained from continuing. Tang Wei understood the implication. He turned to Guangtou Chong and said, "Do not worry. I will assist you with this matter. You may return for now." Guangtou Chong, sensing the gravity of the situation, replied, "Very well, I shall take my leave." After Guangtou Chong departed, Tang Wei turned to Xiao Tian Quan and remarked, "Brother Xiao, you seem to have something on your mind just now." Xiao Tianquan's expression grew serious, as if he had recalled something significant. In truth, the 2 bears Guangtou Chong mentioned are named Xiongda and Xiong'er. They were once ordinary bears residing in Bear Ridge until one day a mysterious force erupted from that location, resulting in a momentous shift in the world's balance. It was during that incident that I acquired the powers of the Dragon King Battle God. Another individual, named Ba, also attained this mysterious power, becoming the Bear King Battle God. In addition, the small creatures residing near Bear Ridge have absorbed the remnants of the mysterious power, resulting in varying degrees of evolution among them. Among them, two bears, Big Bear and Second Bear, have undergone the most rapid transformation. Observing their remarkable abilities, Bear Ba decided to take them as his pets, which explains why the two bears have been thwarting Bald Chong's attempts to fell trees, likely under Bear Ba's instructions. Upon hearing this revelation from Xiao Tianquan, Tang Wei was utterly astonished. He never imagined that such a peculiar tale could emerge from something as simple as cutting down a tree. So, does this mean that Bald Chong must obtain Bear Ba's consent to fell trees at will? Xiao Tianquan affirmed, indeed. Tang Wei sighed, realizing that they would have to find another location for Bald Chong to chop wood. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tianquan revealed a mischievous smile. Change what? The Bear King, the war god? Merely a defeated foe. If he forbids us, we shall chop anyway. Tang Wei was somewhat perplexed. Are you implying that you intend to assist Bald Chong? It's not that I wish to help Bald Chong. I simply find Bear Ba intolerable, Xiao Tianquan replied with an air of arrogance. When we first acquired our mysterious powers, we engaged in combat, and to my surprise, Bear Ba was easily vanquished by me. Later, I established the Dragon King Hall and became a force to be reckoned with. Although he is also known as a war god, he remains confined to Bear Ridge, his status incomparable to mine. To merely harass a tree worker is truly disgraceful. At that moment, Tang Wei finally understood why Xiao Tianquan had referred to D District as the place where dreams began upon hearing he was coming. It was here that he had transformed into the Dragon King War God. Regardless, we should at least extend a greeting, as it is their territory, Tang Wei suggested. Xiao Tianquan found merit in Tang Wei's words. Thus, he led Tang Wei to Bear Ridge to meet the Bear King, War God Bear Ba. As they approached Bear Ridge, Tang Wei quickly spotted two bears with distinctly different fur colors. Surely, these were the Big Bear and Second Bear that Bald Chong had mentioned. Dragon King. It has been a long time. Big Bear greeted Xiao Tianquan politely, clearly recognizing him. Second Bear, with a naive grin, added, Dragon King, we've missed you so much. Since our last encounter, we haven't seen each other again. Tang Wei was quite astonished to witness the two bears conversing in human language. He then whispered to Xiao Tianquan, you seem to have a rather good relationship with these two bears. Xiao Tianquan chuckled, indeed. Although I have clashed with Bear Ba, and we hold mutual disdain, that does not hinder my friendship with his two pets. At that moment, Big Bear turned to Tang Wei with a serious expression. Dragon King, who is this person? Xiao Tianquan replied, this is Tang Wei. He has come with me to see the Bear King to discuss important matters. Oh, enough of that. Let's hasten to meet the Bear King. Soon, Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan followed the two bears to the lair of the Bear King. Upon seeing Xiao Tianquan, Ba furrowed his brow. Xiao Tianquan, what brings you here? Xiao Tianquan replied with a smile. Rest assured, I am not here to engage in combat with you. My companion here wishes to discuss a matter with you. Oh, Ba's gaze shifted to Tang Wei. Tang Wei articulated his intentions directly. What? You propose that we allow Guangtou Chong to fell trees? That is out of the question. Ba coldly rejected the idea. Tang Wei continued. I understand this is a difficult request. However, I have a proposition. For every tree Guangtou Chong cuts down, he must plant another in a different part of Dog Bear Ridge. Xiongda retorted, I know Guangtou Chong all too well. He would never comply so straightforwardly. Xiong chimed in, indeed. Guangtou Chong spends his days solely chopping trees. How could he possibly have the time or inclination to plant them? Tang Wei Sumai Fai Li. That was before. As long as I modify a machine for him that can both chop and plant trees, whether cutting or planting will be effortless. Guangtou Chong will certainly have the energy to complete both tasks. Upon hearing this, Ba found some merit in Tang Wei's words. Very well. I shall trust you this once. Tang Wei was taken aback by the unexpected amiability of the legendary Bear King. He couldn't quite place why it felt peculiar, but he dismissed the thought. Thank you, Bear King. I will explain the situation to Guangtou Chong. Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan departed from Dog Bear Ridge and relayed the events to Guangtou Chong. Guangtou Chong agreed to the arrangement of cutting one tree for every tree planted. Subsequently, Tang Wei began modifying his vehicle. Soon, the transformation was complete. A multifunctional mountain forest work machine capable of both planting and felling trees was born. Seeing that the issue was resolved, Tang Wei felt it was time to return. I believe the mysterious organization will not arrive in the short term. Brother Xiao, I appreciate your assistance during this time. Let's part ways here. Xiao Tianquan remained silent for a while before nodding. Be cautious in the future. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my help. In this chapter, besides the lively interactions, the primary aim was to elucidate the source of the Dragon King's power, while also laying the groundwork for the character of the Bear King. Chapter 80. Moving towards the pinnacle after bidding farewell to Xiao Tianquan, Tang Wei drove alone towards City A. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianquan boarded a helicopter dispatched by his subordinates, departing to an unknown destination. Upon arriving at the familiar auto repair shop, Tang Wei was startled to discover that the door, which should have been securely closed, was ajar. This revelation astonished him. Could it be that a thief had intruded? Or perhaps the mysterious organization had arrived? This latter possibility seemed quite plausible, as Old Lu and the others were aware of his location in District D, and they might have relaxed their vigilance over his residence. However, upon seeing the individuals inside, all his conjectures dissipated. It turned out that his parents had returned. Father, mother, what brings you back? The elderly couple looked at Tang Wei and replied with a smile. We have completed our business in City C. Oh, I see. Tang Wei felt a sense of unease with their return. He would no longer dare to indulge in reckless modifications. Although his parents were already aware of his identity as a mysterious modification master, it was all too easy to expose his system during the modification process. His mother said to him, "Away, you no longer need to guard the repair shop for us." Ah, really? Tang Wei was a bit bewildered. His father patted his shoulder firmly. You rascal, I know you're not short on money now. Tending to this rundown repair shop will merely squander your time. His mother added, Indeed, you should engage in something more meaningful. Tang Wei shook his head. In truth, he rather enjoyed such days. What, he pondered, constituted meaning. Gaining experience from interesting business ventures was the greatest significance to him. We understand your perspective, but I believe you can no longer continue as before, his father said earnestly. I think you should consider opening a new shop to focus on high-end modifications. We can handle the regular repairs, which would spare you considerable hassle. His mother chimed in, yes. You have no idea of the various individuals who sought you out while you were away, including a bespectacled elementary student who wanted you to fix a skateboard. A bespectacled elementary student? Is his name Conan? Wouldn't he seek Dr. Agasa for his skateboard troubles? His mother looked somewhat puzzled. I cannot say for certain. In any case, you should concentrate your efforts on pursuits more suited to you. Upon hearing their words, Tang Wei found them quite reasonable. Indeed, he should clarify his own positioning. He cannot attempt to do everything. Furthermore, he was quite fatigued during this period. He no longer possessed the energy to work passionately and should indeed focus on more lucrative endeavors. Those ventures that yielded no profit or even incurred losses would be approached at his discretion. Most importantly, this way, he would not need to worry about his parents discovering his modifications and exposing his system. Yes, I understand. Subsequently, Tang Wei and his parents began to discuss the specific steps to engage in high-end business. It was crucial not to simply find a small shop similar to the current one. At the very least, a proper factory and an office space were necessary. Moreover, he needed to register a legitimate company and hire some employees. With over 50 million in cash at his disposal, he believed this venture was feasible. Thus, Tang Wei began to scout for a suitable location. At that moment, Tang Wei suddenly had an idea and said to his parents, Once my company takes off, you can come and find a leisurely position to pass the time, or perhaps just retire entirely. His father laughed heartily. This auto repair shop was, for him, more than just a means of livelihood. His mother added, Indeed, after so many years of repairing cars, we have grown accustomed to it. Tang Wei understood their sentiments and chose not to elaborate further. That night, Tang Wei was alone in his room when Old Lu called. Tang Wei, have you returned to City A? Yes, we have yet to uncover the members of the mysterious organization. Xiao Tianquan has also gone back. Upon hearing this, Old Lu sighed on the other end of the line. As long as you are safe, we will continue to send people to protect you. The next day, Tang Wei visited the industrial park in City A, where numerous factory buildings awaited sale. He noticed a company named Mei Yong Technology, which was surrounded by a throng of people. Out of curiosity, he approached to discern the situation. The crowd appeared quite agitated. This company is a scam, someone exclaimed. Indeed, they produce nothing of value and prey upon the elderly. My grandmother fell victim to them, purchasing a set of sun-protective autumn trousers for the entire family. Another chimed in. That's nothing. My elder was tricked into buying a convertible umbrella, touted as trendy. Consequently, during a rainy outing, he caught a cold and suffered from a high fever that lingered. How outrageous! Someone else remarked. What did you all end up buying? We bought nothing. I am an employee on the assembly line here, and after working for a month, not only did I receive no pay, but I was also deducted 1,000 yuan. We are here seeking an explanation. This company is incredible. They exploit customers and employees alike. Let us rush in and capture their boss to hang him from a lamppost. The crowd rallied, intent on dismantling the company's entrance. Observing the escalating situation, the security guard hastily called Mei Renxin. President Mai, they are about to break down the door. We cannot hold them back. Tang Wei, listening nearby, felt utterly astonished. If what they claimed was true, this company was indeed audacious. Shortly thereafter, Mei Renxin emerged, flanked by a group of intimidating men, none of whom appeared benevolent. What do you want? Mei Renxin glared fiercely at the crowd gathered at the entrance. You unruly lot. Do you intend to cause trouble? Do you believe I won't deal with you? You think you can hang me from a lamppost? Do you possess the capability? Let me inform you that my backing is the Qin family. What can you do to me? Ha ha ha. Those with sense should swiftly depart and avoid seeking trouble. Tang Wei furrowed his brow. He never anticipated that this boss would be even more arrogant than he had envisioned. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward. Sir, we are currently living in a society governed by law. To hell with your laws. Mei Renxin retorted with extreme arrogance. You impudent brat, how dare you lecture me? Who do you think you are? You should take a moment to reflect on yourself. Tang Wei scoffed, exclaiming, very well. With that, he prepared to call Xiao Tianquan. Confident that with Zhao's stature, it would be a trivial matter for him to make Mei Renxin's powerful backer, the Qin family, back down. However, just as he retrieved his phone, it was snatched away by a man beside Mei Renxin. Do you dare to call the police? Let me warn you if you do. Your family's safety may be at stake. Mei Renxin threatened Tang Wei. Tang Wei lauet li. My family's safety, is it? I am eager to see if your people can truly threaten my family. His entire family was under the protection of military personnel, and should anything happen to them, the consequences would be severe. My home is located at XX Street. XX number. Go ahead. Mei Renxin was taken aback. It was the first time he encountered someone so audacious. Previously, whenever he employed such intimidation tactics, even the most formidable individuals would cower in fear. Chapter 81. I still prefer your unruly nature as a result. Mei Renxin's demeanor shifted. What exactly do you want? Tang Wei, noticing the change in his tone, realized that he was not as brazen as to disregard the law entirely, merely manipulating others' vulnerabilities. As long as there were no concerns, he had no reason to fear this man. I desire nothing. You ought to inquire what they wish, Tang Wei replied, gesturing towards the agitated crowd behind him. A useless foot-operated wheelchair cost me 848 yuan. I demand a refund. My grandmother suffered a high fever after getting drenched under your convertible umbrella, and I not only seek a reimbursement of 199 yuan, but also compensation for our medical expenses. Refund me now. In addition, a throng of wage claimants was angrily demanding their money back. Mei Renxin glanced around, calculating the situation in his mind. With so many people, this was no trifling sum. He thus reverted to his previous demeanor. Refund what? I have no money. Tang Wei my. Is that so? Then I shall expose you. He felt no need to involve Xiao Tianquan. This fellow was not as formidable as he had imagined. Mei Renxin glared at Tang Wei, growling, You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Tang Wei met his gaze defiantly. Mei Renxin gritted his teeth, warning, Don't think I won't strike you. Go ahead and try. He retorted. Someone, teach this brat a lesson. At Mei Renxin's command, a group of thugs approached Tang Wei wielding iron rods. The others, witnessing this intimidating display, hesitated. Someone tugged at Tang Wei's sleeve. Little brother, let it go. This doesn't concern you. Don't involve yourself. Tang Wei merely smiled in silence. Suddenly, a black sedan surged forward, blocking Tang Wei's path. The crowd turned to the driver's seat, but found no one inside. What is happening? Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, a black sedan suddenly stood upright, transforming into a robotic being. At that moment, everyone was left in utter astonishment. Mei Rinxin gaped in disbelief at the transformed figure, rendered speechless. Why you? He gazed at the unflappable Tang Wei and quickly grasped why Tang Wei exuded such confidence. Tang Wei nonchalantly remarked, "Come on, weren't you planning to teach me a lesson?" With that, he cast a glance at the thug wielding an iron rod. The group, sensing the intensity of Tang Wei's gaze, hastily stepped back. The imposing figure before them emanated an overwhelming aura. None dared to contemplate the dire consequences of any rash movement. Their cruelty was only directed at unarmed individuals. Confronted with a robot that surpassed their wildest imaginings, they were fortunate to escape without wetting themselves. A testament to their professional decorum. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, XX Street, XX number, ISNT, that Tang's auto repair shop, the legendary mysterious modification master? What? Could it be that this person is indeed the one? So, this robotic being is his creation? Unbelievable. Everyone stood transfixed, enveloped in profound amazement. Tang Wei sensed his reputation gradually ascending. At this moment, he was indifferent to being exposed. He continued to gaze at Mei Rinxin, inquiring, "So what will it be? A refund or a fight?" Mei Rinxin, thoroughly petrified, quickly shook his head. "I'll return the money. I'll do it right away." Tang Wei Juka. "You should have said so sooner. Why force my hand?" Subsequently, Mei Rinxin summoned the finance personnel to refund the owed amounts. Watching such a substantial sum leave the company's accounts, he felt an acute pang of anguish. "Wait, Tang Wei suddenly into that." Mei Rinxin, anxious, replied, "What is it? Where's my phone?" At that moment, the thug who had just taken Tang Wei's phone hurriedly returned it with great care. Mei Rinxin pleaded, "Brother, I've returned the money and the phone. Please don't expose me." Tang Wei smiled. "All right, but I do prefer your rebellious demeanor. Let's have that back." He would not expose them, yet he had other means. Such a ruthless enterprise surely had more victims than just those present. Allowing it to persist would only lead to further suffering. Mei Rinxin's face darkened upon hearing Tang Wei's words. He loathed Tang Wei with a passion. "I won't forget you. I may not be able to act against you now, but I will have my chances to ruin you." After Tang Wei departed, Mei Rinxin immediately rushed to the Qin family. Upon encountering Qin Shou, the eldest son of the Qin family, he felt his knees, wailing, "Young Master Qin, you must help me." Qin Shou furrowed his brow and inquired, "Mei Rinxin, what troubles you now?" With tears streaming down his face, Mei Rinxin lamented, "Ever since the establishment of the Mei Yong Company, I have dedicated myself to my work with unwavering diligence. However, I never anticipated," he recounted the events of the day, of course embellishing the narrative just a tad. For instance, he did not mention at all his own financial misconduct or the delayed wages. Qin Shou listened, astonished. "Mei Rinxin, what nonsense are you spouting? What is this about transforming automobiles? Have you lost your mind?" Mei Rinxin shook his head. "I am not speaking in jest. What I am saying is absolutely true. It is said that this fellow is a renowned modification master." Modification master? Qin Shou seemed to grasp something. "Is it that well-known figure from recent times?" "Indeed, it must be him. He dares to bully me, relying on his little fame. One ought to consider the master before striking the dog. He is showing utter disrespect towards you." With a sharp crack, Qin Shou struck Mei Rinxin across the face. Mei Rinxin was taken aback. "Young Master Qin, what is the meaning of this?" Qin Shou replied fiercely, "You fool. This modification master named Tang Wei is not someone we can afford to provoke." Mei Rinxin was stunned. He had never imagined that even the domineering Qin family could have individuals they could not contend with. "Young Master Qin, are you mistaken? What background could this fellow possibly have?" Qin Shou scoffed. "What do you know? Do you realize why there is no discussion about this modification master on the internet anymore?" Mei Rinxin appeared puzzled. "Is it not because he is unremarkable? You imbecile!" Qin Shou exclaimed in exasperation. "Take a good look at the things he has modified. Is there anything that does not cause a sensation worldwide? Why is that? It is because there are unseen hands manipulating everything behind the scenes. Do you comprehend?" Mei Rinxin widened his eyes. Even he, no matter how dull, began to understand Qin Shou's implication. The implication was clear. Indeed, if you wish to live, it is best not to provoke him. A shiver ran down Mei Rinxin's spine. At that moment, he felt a wave of trepidation. He was relieved that he had refrained from any rash actions, for the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 82. Provoking the Dragon King. "No one can save you," Qin Shou regarded Mei Rinxin with a chilly demeanor and stated, "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your misdeeds. I simply choose not to involve myself. You would do well to restrain yourself. Yes, you are right, young Master Qin. Marin Qin acknowledged, shaking his head as he prepared to depart. At this juncture, he no longer dared to entertain any thoughts of eliminating Tang Wei. It would be a stroke of fortune to avoid being eliminated himself. Suddenly, someone entered, their expression grave. Young Master Qin, the Dragon King has dispatched a command. What? The Dragon King? Qin Shou was taken aback, for he had indeed heard tales of this legendary figure. Not long ago, at the grand birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Su family, he witnessed firsthand the formidable presence of this Dragon King. With but a single phone call, the fate of several prominent families could be sealed. Such is the terrifying power of this individual. He was perplexed as to why the Dragon King had issued a command to him, given that he had never interacted with anyone from the Dragon King's court. Suddenly, while gazing at Marin Qin, a thought struck him. Could this matter be related to Tang Wei? It is worth noting that Tang Wei was also present at the banquet and appeared to share a subtle connection with the Dragon King, Xiao Tianquan. Indeed, after departing, Tang Wei had placed a call to Xiao Tianquan. As for Mei, a company built on deceit, it would be better if it met its end sooner rather than later. Upon hearing the title of Dragon King, Marin Qin felt a tinge of curiosity. Qin Xiao, who is this Dragon King? Qin Shou inhaled sharply and replied, This Dragon King is someone no one dares to provoke. Do you know why the Su and Bai families were suddenly annihilated overnight? It was because they offended the Dragon King. What? Marin Qin was incredulous. This Dragon King possessed such immense power. It was the first he had heard of it. Then, Qin Shou turned to the newcomer and inquired, By the way, what did the Dragon King say? The individual leaned in and whispered a few words into Qin Shou's ear. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou's expression shifted dramatically. He looked at Marin Qin, and his gaze transformed. Marin Qin sensed that something was amiss. If Qin Xiao is unperturbed, I shall take my leave. You cannot leave. Qin Shou called out to him. Marin Qin hastily replied, The company requires my attention. I must attend to some matters. Qin Shou exhaled in relief, stating, No worries. This company will soon be of no concern to you. You will no longer need to be occupied with it. What do you mean? Marin Qin was taken aback by Qin Shou's words. The Dragon King has already given me orders. He will orchestrate the acquisition of your company and expose your illegal activities, sending you to prison. This process cannot be obstructed by my Qin family. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. What? Marin Qin could hardly believe it. I have no enmity with the Dragon King. Why would he do this? Qin Xiao, for the sake of my years of servitude, I implore you to intercede on my behalf. Qin Shou's expression remained cold. Having incurred the Dragon King's wrath, even my Qin family cannot guarantee your safety. Blame your misfortune for having provoked Tang Wei. Tang Wei? What does he have to do with this? Does the Dragon King know him as well? Indeed, Marin Qin felt as though the sky was collapsing around him. He had thought he had escaped calamity, only to realize that matters were far more complicated than he had anticipated. He fell to his knees with a thud. Qin Xiao, I beg you, save me. I would forsake everything. Just let me avoid imprisonment. As long as I am free, I would serve you for a lifetime. Qin Shou continued to shake his head. If the Dragon King is enraged, our Qin family is already struggling to protect itself. How could we possibly save you? You are indeed a commendable dog. However, in comparison to offending the Dragon King, the loss of a useful canine is trivial. Moreover, all of this is a consequence of your own misdeeds. Had you refrained from engaging in those unlawful activities, we would not be facing this predicament today. Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, Marin Qin was incensed. He had not anticipated that Qin Shou would display such callousness. Qin Shou, what pretense of virtue are you adopting? He seethed. The sordid deeds you have committed far surpass mine, if I were to reveal them. Qin Shou's countenance shifted dramatically. Marin Qin, what do you mean? Are you daring to threaten me? Indeed, I am threatening you. If you do not assist me, I shall expose your secrets, which could utterly ruin you. Qin Shou regarded Marin Qin, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. He had never imagined that a dog he had raised would turn and bite him. Truly, one must never trust others too readily. After a moment, he regained his composure. Very well, considering your years of toil for the Qin family, I shall grant you a chance at survival. Depart for abroad immediately and do not return. Marin Qin exhaled in relief and hurriedly left the Qin residence. At that moment, the butler, with a grave expression, remarked, Young master, are we really allowing him to leave like this? If the Dragon King takes issue with us, our Qin family may not be able to bear the consequences. Qin Shou replied with a cold smile. I'm fully aware of that. Moreover, for him to dare threaten me with that matter is akin to courting death. Now, do you understand what needs to be done? Understood. The butler's eyes glinted with a hint of ruthlessness. Meanwhile, Tang Wei, after concluding a call with Xiao Tianquan, turned to his own affairs. Soon, he discovered an abandoned factory up for sale and contacted the owner. Coincidentally, the derelict factory happened to be an asset of the Qin family. Thus his call reached Qin Shou. You wish to purchase our property? Let us arrange a time and place to discuss this. By the way, how should I address you? I am Tang Wei. Mr. Tang, very well, we shall wait. Suddenly, Qin Shou had a realization. You said your name is Tang Wei? Tang Wei was not surprised by the reaction, suspecting that the other party was aware of his identity as a modification master. Yes, what of it? Qin Shou cautiously inquired. Could it be that you are the legendary, renowned modification master? That is indeed me, though the title of renowned is an exaggeration. My intention in acquiring your land is to further develop my modification business. Qin Shou felt a surge of excitement. It is worth noting that Tang Wei is not only a mysterious master of modifications, but also has connections with the Dragon King. Cultivating a good relationship with him would undoubtedly be advantageous. Very well. When are you available? I am free at all times. Excellent. Let us meet at the nearby XX Hotel in an hour to discuss in detail. Agreed. Having agreed upon a time, Qin Shou hurried to the designated location. It appeared that Tang Wei was unaware of his affiliation with the Qin family. Upon their meeting, he must convey that he has resolved the matter concerning Mei Renqin as instructed by the Dragon King, ensuring no negative impression is left. Qin Shou contemplated this on his way. Soon the two met. Mr. Qin, greetings. Mr. Tang, what a pleasure to meet you. After exchanging pleasantries, they swiftly delved into the main topic. Chapter 83. The series of disappearances. Mr. Tang, I have heard that you share a certain rapport with the Dragon King? Huh? Tang Wei looked at Qin Shou with confusion, responding, I suppose it is somewhat true. Qin Shou chuckled. I fear it is more than just a little. The Dragon King has already sent word that I will handle the matter of Mei Renqin appropriately. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused to you. Tang Wei was taken aback. So, you are indeed one of the Qin family members mentioned by Mei Renqin? Qin Shou nodded. Yes, I am truly sorry. It is our fault for not managing our own. Not to worry, it is not a significant issue. Let us move past this and discuss the matter of our transaction. Relieved that Tang Wei seemed unconcerned, Qin Shou responded, Very well, let us talk business. Since you are a friend of the Dragon King, I shall extend a concession. You need only pay half the price, as a gesture of friendship. Tang Wei had not anticipated such a generous offer from Qin Shou, a testament to Xiao Tianquan's influence. He felt no hesitation in accepting. I'm immensely grateful, Mr. Qin. Before long, the transaction was complete. Qin Shou smiled at Tang Wei, saying, Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me. By the way, I have long wished for you to help modify my vehicle, but we can discuss that later. Tang Wei nodded. Once I have everything in order, I will assist you with the modifications. With that, they bid each other farewell. Subsequently, Tang Wei commenced extensive renovations on the abandoned factory. Simultaneously, he registered a company with the relevant authorities, naming it Tangji Automotive Modification Design Company, which instantly sounded impressive. On this day, Tang Wei drove to the factory undergoing renovations. Suddenly, a vehicle careened wildly, colliding with others and causing surrounding cars to halt. Passers-by were left in shock. What is happening? Is that car out of control? Before long, Tang Wei heard the blaring of sirens behind him as a line of police cars pursued. Upon hearing the commotion, the reckless vehicle accelerated. Tang Wei quickly deduced that the occupants were likely criminals on the run. Thus, he increased his speed, leaping forward to block the path of the rogue vehicle. Inside the car, a man named Dai Lumao was astonished to see a black sedan suddenly descend before him. He glanced around, realizing that there were no other escape routes left, as the police cars pursued closely behind him. Determined, he pressed the accelerator, intent on ramming into Tang Wei's vehicle. However, it became evident that he was too naive. His car collided with Tang Wei's, yet Tang Wei's car remained unmoved. The inertia caused both him and the woman in the passenger seat to lurch violently forward. Dai Lumao was taken aback. He attempted to reverse, but the police cars had already closed off his escape. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, suddenly yanking the woman out of the car with force. Listen to me. Don't move, or I will kill her. Dai Lumao threatened, brandishing a dagger against the woman's throat as he observed the police officer stepping out of the car. The woman, terrified, cried out for help. "Help me! Help me!" One of the officers pleaded, "Sir, please don't act impulsively. Do not harm an innocent person. If you don't want her to die, then step aside." Dai Lumao shouted fiercely. The officers exchanged glances. "Did you not hear? Step aside now." Suddenly, a figure stealthily approached from behind Dai Lumao, snatching the dagger from his grasp. The police seized the opportunity to swiftly subdue Dai Lumao and rescue the woman. Gasping for breath, she exclaimed, "You scared me to death." At that moment, all the officers turned to the individual who had disarmed Dai Lumao. Unsurprisingly, it was Tang Wei. Dai Lumao had been so focused on the officers in front of him that he failed to notice Tang Wei had exited the vehicle and approached from behind. "We truly owe you our gratitude. We shall award you a commendation for your bravery," one officer said, only to recognize Tang Wei. Tang Wei. The officer was none other than his university classmate, Li Chong. "Li Chong, is that you? I thought the voice sounded familiar." "I can't believe you become a police officer," Tang Wei remarked, patting Li Chong on the shoulder. "Indeed. It's quite unexpected to encounter such a significant case so soon after starting my job." Li Chong then turned to the defiant Dai Lumao with a serious expression. "You are the perpetrator of the recent series of missing girls, aren't you? You're under arrest. It's best you confess your crimes willingly." Dai Lumao looked bewildered. "What series of missing girls? Still trying to deny it? There have been numerous cases of girls going missing recently, and you're not involved? We have been tracking you for quite some time. If we had not intervened in time, this lady might have fallen victim to your malice." Dai Lumao's anger flared as he glared at the woman before him, retorting, "I am not the perpetrator of any series of missing girls. Besides, is she even a girl? She is my wife, married for 3 years. Over those years, she has had countless entanglements with over 50 men, and I simply couldn't bear it any longer. Thus, I pursued her and ultimately uncovered evidence of her infidelity. Now I feel an overwhelming urge to end his life." Upon hearing this, the woman lowered her head. Li Chong seemed to sense something amiss. "So, you truly are not the perpetrator of the missing persons case?" "Of course not." Li Chong felt a twinge of disappointment. Dai Lumao did not appear to be lying, suggesting that the true culprit behind the disappearance was someone else. "Very well. Even if you're not the murderer of the missing persons case, your recent actions have violated the law. Take him away." With that, several of Li Chong's colleagues apprehended Dai Lumao and placed him into a police vehicle. Tang Wei, observing Li Chong, inquired with curiosity, "Li Chong, what exactly is this serial missing persons case you mentioned?" Li Chong sighed deeply and recounted the events. It turned out that several young women had recently gone missing in City A, all victims aged between 18 and 20. The assailant remained at large, leaving many in a state of alarm. Tang Wei furrowed his brow. Clearly, this case represented one of the most heinous incidents to occur in City A in decades. After all, so many individuals had vanished in such a short span, their fates uncertain. "Do you have any leads?" Li Chong shook his head. After finally discovering a clue, it turned out to be unrelated to the case, merely a matter of revenge against an unfaithful spouse. Alas. As time drew near, Li Chong remarked, "I must attend to other matters now. I shall take my leave. When I have the opportunity, let us gather." "Tang Wei note that?" "Certainly, handle your affairs." After bidding farewell to Li Chong, Tang Wei returned to the factory under renovation. Throughout the journey, he pondered the missing persons case. "Alas, it is of little concern to me. I ought to focus on my own responsibilities first." Chapter 84. A strange request after a period of diligent work. Tang Wei's automotive modification design company was finally established. The company not only boasted a larger premises but also featured a dedicated reception area, office space, and towing equipment. Upon hearing of Tang Wei's company launch, Qin Shou was the first to approach him. "Mr. Tang, my heartfelt congratulations." "Mr. Qin, you are too kind." The two exchanged pleasantries before Qin Shou proceeded to the crux of the matter. "Mr. Tang, as I promised, I have come to be your first client now that everything is in order." Tang Wei nodded in agreement. "Very well, Mr. Qin, what vehicle would you like to modify? And what are your specifications?" Qin Shou gestured towards a car he had driven over and said, "This one." As for my requirements, he paused. "I have quite a few, so let me elaborate. Firstly, it must be exceptionally sturdy, ideally fireproof, bulletproof, and collision-resistant." Tang Wei thought to himself, this aligns perfectly with his standard operations. It posed no difficulty. It is entirely reasonable for a wealthy individual like Qin Shou, to prioritize personal safety. Secondly, it would be preferable to incorporate some defensive weaponry, such as a missile launcher or machine guns. Tang Wei nearly choked in disbelief upon hearing the suggestion. What a truly audacious idea. He quickly responded, "While your concerns regarding fire and bulletproofing are valid, I must remind you that, according to legal regulations, the private manufacture of weapons is strictly prohibited. I am genuinely unable to assist you with that." Qin Shou offered an awkward smile in response. "I see. That makes sense," he conceded. Tang Wei observed, "It seems that Mr. Qin has recently incurred the ire of someone, prompting such caution." Although Qin Shou often exuded an air of a refined yet predatory figure, he presently appeared quite respectable and had indeed been of significant assistance. Thus, Tang Wei, driven by human curiosity, inquired further. With a sigh, Qin Shou replied, "That is indeed the case, which is why I must implore you, Mr. Tang, to help me craft the safest mode of transportation possible." Tang Wei confidently assured him. "No problem." Qin Shou continued, "By the way, in addition to safety, I have another request." "Oh, what is it?" Tang Wei asked. "The vehicle must possess ample storage space, not for passengers, but for storing items." Tang Wei grasped his intent. "You mean to increase the trunk space?" Qin Shou shook his head, clarifying, "Not merely the trunk. I wish to design a secret storage compartment in addition to it." "A secret storage compartment?" Tang Wei echo. "Ingji?" "Yes. It should be able to accommodate the space of an average adult, while remaining concealed and ideally soundproof." As Qin Shou spoke, a chill ran down Tang Wei's spine. A space that could fit an adult, hidden from view, and soundproof? What was Qin Shou planning? This clearly hinted at some nefarious intent. In a flash, Tang Wei's mind raced to the recent spate of disappearances. Could it be? He couldn't help but glance at Qin Shou. Based on his experience, individuals like Qin Shou certainly possess the potential to be a deranged perpetrator. However, lacking evidence, Tang Wei refrained from making any unfounded accusations. Moreover, if Qin Shou were indeed the mastermind behind the disappearances, he could not afford to alert him. Thus, he composed himself and stated, "All right, everything you mentioned is feasible." Qin Shou smiled, replying, "Thank you, Mr. Tang. I shall take my leave now." Once Qin Shou departed, Tang Wei gazed thoughtfully at his vehicle. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed a number, Li Chong's. "Hello, is this Li Chong?" Li Chong sounded surprised upon hearing Tang Wei's voice. "Ah, Tang Wei. I had forgotten about our plan to meet up. I've been swamped lately. Is that so? Are you occupied with the missing persons case? Have you yet apprehended the culprit?" "Indeed, the number of missing individuals has risen, and we still lack any leads." Tang Wei paused, then adopted a serious tone. "Actually, I called to inform you that I may have a lead on the perpetrator." "What?" Li Chong was taken aback by Tang Wei's words. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Do you have a lead? Please tell me." Tang Wei recounted the recent events, and Li Chong felt a surge of excitement. The peculiar request suggested that there was indeed a connection to the missing persons case. If we were to track Qin Shou, we might just catch him in the act of his crimes. Yet, moments later, he suddenly deflated. However, Qin Shou belonged to the Qin family, a powerful clan, and openly investigating him would inevitably bring immense pressure. "Tang Wei Juka this soon." "Fear not. Pursue the investigation without hesitation. I can assure you that nothing will go awry." Li Chong found this somewhat puzzling. "You can guarantee that?" "Indeed. And have you forgotten your own words? You once declared that if you became a police officer, regardless of who the perpetrator was, you would ensure justice was served." Upon hearing this, Li Chong fell into deep contemplation. He then resolutely stated, "Indeed, no matter who he is, if there is any suspicion of wrongdoing, I will pursue the matter to the end, regardless of the consequences." "Excellent. This is the Li Chong I know." Tang Wei continued. "While modifying Qin Shou's vehicle, I will discreetly install a tracking device to facilitate the police in monitoring his movements." "Thank you for your efforts." After briefing Li Chong, Tang Wei commenced the modifications on Qin Shou's car, with his system upgraded to level 5. The task was mere child's play for him. Before long, the vehicle was successfully altered. When Tang Wei called to inform Qin Shou of the completion, Qin Shou was utterly astonished. "Truly, the legendary master of modifications. Your efficiency is astounding." Following this, he arrived at Tang Wei's company. "Mr. Qin, here is your vehicle." Tang Wei gestured towards the car, parked nearby. Qin Shou glanced at it, puzzled. "It looks exactly the same as before." Tang Wei replied with a smile. Since he did not specify any changes to the exterior, I made sure it retained its original appearance. Do not be deceived by the exterior. The interior is entirely transformed. With that, he opened the car door and revealed the concealed space he had meticulously designed. Qinshu was exceedingly pleased. This is precisely the effect I desired. Mr. Tang, you are truly remarkable. A sinister smile spread across his face. Witnessing this expression, Tang Wei felt a wave of nausea. You vile murderer, do not revel for too long. Your capture is imminent, he thought to himself. Soon after, Qinshu bid farewell to Tang Wei and drove away. Tang Wei prumli notifia Liqiang. Qinshu has left in his vehicle. During this time, he may very well commit crimes using the modified car. Keep a close watch on him. Chapter 85. The smart scanning timepiece. Before long, Qinshu found himself standing before a dilapidated house. He made a phone call. Is everything ready? Bring it over. Be cautious. And ensure no one sees you. At that moment, Li Chong and Tang Wei, who were concealed nearby, overheard the conversation through the vehicle's tracker, their hearts racing with anxiety. They had not anticipated his eagerness to commit a crime so soon. I can't believe he's so impatient, Tang Wei whispered. Li Chong clenched his fists. After an arduous search, he had finally encountered the elusive criminal who had evaded capture for so long. This wretched individual had perpetrated numerous offenses. He could not let him escape. Suddenly, another officer remarked, not necessarily. He could merely be an ordinary criminal. Li Chong considered this perspective for a moment. While he acknowledged the truth in the statement, he resolutely declared, regardless. He is still a criminal and must be apprehended. Shortly thereafter, a man emerged from the house, dragging a large suitcase behind him. The sight of the substantial luggage sent a wave of apprehension through the group. They suspected it contained a person. Qinshu exited the vehicle, glanced around, and instructed, "Put him in my car." The man then opened the suitcase, revealing a petite woman, causing all those in hiding to widen their eyes in shock. Indeed, he was the mastermind behind the missing persons case. Li Chong was elated. This is the moment. Let's apprehend him. As the officers revealed themselves, Qinshu was about to conceal the individual within the car's hidden compartment when a swarm of police officers surrounded him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What are you doing? What is this? He stammered. You are the perpetrator of multiple kidnapping cases, and you have been caught red-handed. What more can you say? What? A killer? Qinshu and the other man were momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the man lifted the person from the ground, amplifying the tension among the onlookers. What are you doing? Put the hostage down, he shouted. The man retorted, Look closely. This is not a person. It is a silicone doll. What? The crowd stood dumbfounded at his revelation. Meanwhile, Qinshu wished fervently to disappear into the ground. Please stop talking. I admit I am the kidnapper. Just arrest me. For a man of Qinshu's stature, acknowledging his clandestine use of a silicone doll was far more humiliating than admitting to the kidnapping itself. Otherwise, he would not have gone so far as to modify his car with Tang Wei's assistance to hide the doll. The man angrily exclaimed, If you admit it, I become an accomplice. I merely custom-make silicone dolls. Who have I wronged? Through their exchange, the crowd quickly grasped the situation. It was all just a misunderstanding. Li Chong sheepishly remarked, So that's how it is? It's all a misunderstanding. We've been overly sensitive lately due to the multitude of cases we've been handling. I sincerely apologize. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Wait a moment. Qinshu suddenly called out to Li Chong. What is it, Mr. Qin? With a serious expression, Qinshu looked intently at Li Chong and stated, What transpired today must remain confidential. Otherwise, I shall unleash the full might of the Qin family upon you, and it will be a matter of life and death. Qinshu was not merely issuing threats. He was indeed prepared to go to great lengths to safeguard this secret. Mei Renqin had attempted to leverage this very secret against him, which led to his resolution. Although it sounded utterly absurd, it was the truth. After all, each individual in this world holds different values dear to them. Qinshu could not allow the world to discover that this young master, who lacked for women, resorted to using a silicone doll. This was a matter of dignity for both him and the entire Qin family. Li Chong was taken aback by the intense pressure exuded by Qinshu. He hastily assured, Rest assured, young Master Qin, I will keep it confidential. Tang Wei stood by, utterly astonished. He could never have imagined such an outcome. Qinshu sought his assistance in modifying vehicles and made these peculiar requests merely to accommodate a silicone doll. He was relieved he did not involve himself further. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Before long, Li Chang departed. Upon meeting Tang Wei, he couldn't help but express his discontent. Tang Wei, you nearly got me killed. Tang Wei felt somewhat embarrassed. Ah, I truly apologize. Li Chang patted him on the shoulder. It's all right. I was merely venting. In truth, your approach was correct. No suspicious lead should be overlooked. Even if it turns out to be a false alarm, it is far better than missing an important clue. Subsequently, Li Chang and his companions returned, while Tang Wei went back to his company. Although today's events were a comical blunder, Tang Wei felt it prudent not to let his guard down. What if Qin Shou was a criminal who relished both silicone and mischief? Therefore, he maintained surveillance on Qin Shou's vehicle, ready to contact Li Chang should any suspicious information arise from the tracker. At that moment, another client approached Tang Wei. The request was straightforward, to alter the vehicle's overall appearance. Although such modifications held little intrigue for Tang Wei, the gentleman was willing to pay a handsome sum. So he graciously accepted. As he prepared to dismantle the car seats, he unexpectedly discovered a watch hidden in a corner. Tang Wei perceived the watch to possess an oddly sinister aesthetic. One might even describe it as otherworldly. Perhaps this was the peculiar taste of the affluent. The watch featured an LCD screen at its center, equipped with a single button. Upon pressing the button, the screen illuminated. Unlike typical smartwatches, this particular device displayed solely a QR code, offering no other functionality. Intrigued, Tang Wei took out his phone to scan it. The message that appeared read, "Welcome to the Meiyong Technology Smart QR Code Time-Telling Watch. Your current time is 18:23:49. Upon reading this line, Tang Wei was left utterly speechless. Truly, Meiyong Technology had yet to produce a single useful item. A smart QR code time-telling watch. Was such a contraption truly conceivable? Nevertheless, the car owner was quite audacious to have purchased such an item. At that moment, his hand slipped, causing the watch to plummet to the ground and shatter into pieces. Tang Wei could not help but exclaim, "What abysmal quality! It's far too fragile." Although this device was of little use, it still belonged to the car owner. Therefore, Tang Wei contemplated whether the system could repair it. Upon scanning, the system promptly issued a notification. Current device is too inferior to preserve the dignity of the system. Repair is strongly discouraged. Tang Wei was taken aback. It was his first encounter with something the system could not fix, not due to complexity, but sheer worthlessness. Then, he recalled that Meiyong Technology was located nearby. Could he possibly obtain a replacement product directly? Without further ado, Tang Wei made his way to the Meiyong Technology Company. Chapter 86. The true culprit captured as expected. The current Meiyong Technology was no longer under the ownership of Mei Renxin. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, Tang Wei observed a group of employees dismantling the prominent Meiyong Technology signage. Suddenly, a well-dressed man approached him, recognizing Tang Wei and respectfully stating, "Mr. Tang?" Surprised, Tang Wei replied, "Do I know you?" The man smiled and introduced himself. "I'm a new chairman of this company, Yu Yong. I have heard that you are a friend of Mr. Long Xiao." Tang Wei quickly understood, after informing Xiao Tianquan about the situation. Xiao Tianquan must have dispatched someone to acquire the company. Presumably, Yu Yong was that representative. "Ah, Mr. Yu, are you planning to revitalize the company?" he inquired. "Indeed," Yu Yong affirmed. "Having taken over, I intend to steer it towards a more legitimate path, eliminating all superfluous products and developing items of genuine utility." Tang Wei felt a sense of relief. "That is excellent. I hope you can elevate the company to greater heights." Yu Yong smiled in response. "Thank you for your kind words." At that moment, Tang Wei recalled the purpose of his visit. He addressed Yu Yong, "By the way, I would like to inquire if there are any smart QR code time-telling watches left in your factory's warehouse." After pondering for a moment, Yu Yong replied, "Smart QR code time-telling watch? The name suggests it might be a product previously manufactured by the Meiyong company, yet I have no recollection of such an item. Since I took over the company, all unnecessary products have ceased production, and the inventory has been disposed of as waste, so it should no longer exist." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed he would have to apologize to the car owner. He surmised that the owner would purchase such an item for its sentimental value rather than its practicality, which is why he sought to replace it with an identical one. At that moment, the employees beside him suddenly displayed unusual expressions. An intelligent QR code scanning watch? Wasn't this the product designed by Lin Xiaoqiu, who had recently gone missing? Indeed, this gadget had yet to enter production before the company was acquired, and only a prototype existed. Moreover, the sole prototype was still with Lin Xiaoqiu, and with her disappearance, the product was utterly untraceable. How can anyone bring it up? Hearing the employee's conversation, Tang Wei felt as if he had been struck by a revelation. What? Are you saying the designer of his product has vanished? The crowd nodded in affirmation. Yes, she disappeared not long ago. It is truly unfortunate. We suspect her disappearance is linked to the recent series of missing persons cases, as they all involve young women around the age of 20. Tang Wei was profoundly shocked. A terrifying hypothesis formed in his mind. The missing persons case, the sole prototype, the fragmented pieces of information suddenly intertwined in his mind, forming a coherent narrative. Thus, the watch he found in the car could very well be the prototype left behind by Lin Xiaoqiu. If she had been in that car before her disappearance, it indicated that the car owner was likely connected to the case, coupled with the urgency of the owner requesting modifications to the vehicle's appearance. It was difficult for him not to draw certain conclusions. There was only one truth. The perpetrator was indeed the car owner who sought his alterations. Seeing Tang Wei lost in contemplation, Yu Yong inquired with curiosity, "Mr. Tang, what is troubling you?" Tang Wei shook his head and replied, "It's nothing." He quickly returned to the company and contacted Li Chong once more. "Li Chong, I have a new lead." "Oh, do tell." He shared his suspicions with Li Chong. After listening, Li Chong deemed his concerns quite valid. If what you say is true, this person certainly warrants suspicion. Nonetheless, to avoid a repeat of our previous incident, we should proceed with caution this time. Exactly. Let us not alert the snake before we strike. We shall follow him slowly, Tang Wei concurred. Subsequently, Tang Wei dutifully proceeded to modify the client's vehicle as per the requirements. After all, having accepted payment, it would be prudent to ensure clarity in case it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Before long, the modifications were completed and Tang Wei called the car owner. "Hello, your car has been modified. Do you have time to come pick it up?" The owner replied in a neutral tone, "Yes, that sounds fine." Soon, the man arrived to collect the vehicle. Upon seeing the completely transformed exterior, he expressed his satisfaction. He then got into the car and drove away. At this moment, Li Chong and his companions had begun to stealthily track the vehicle. The man drove to a remote location and halted in front of a dilapidated house. He glanced around cautiously before entering. Upon crossing the threshold, a sinister smile crept across his face. Ascending to the second floor, he discovered a woman bound tightly with ropes, unable to free herself despite her desperate struggles. The man gazed wickedly at her, saying, "Do not resist. You can never escape my grasp. Ha ha ha. Once I tire of you, you will meet the same fate as the others, buried in the garden behind as mere fertilizer." Upon hearing this, the woman's pupils dilated in terror. She wished to plead for mercy, but her mouth was sealed with tape, allowing only muffled whimpers to escape. The man's cruel laughter grew louder in response to her plight. Suddenly, the window shattered and a figure leaped through. The man was taken aback. Before he could react, the intruder tackled him to the ground. "Don't move, police." Meanwhile, others rushed in, tearing the tape from the woman's mouth. She exhaled a long sigh of relief. "You arrived just in time. Thank you." "No need for thanks," came the reply. Li Chong then fixed a cold gaze upon the man, stating, "You're the perpetrator behind the series of disappearances, aren't you? Where are the others?" The man appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this day. There in the back garden, now one with nature. Hearing this, Li Chong's expression shifted dramatically. This meant that, apart from the woman before him, the others had perished? "You scoundrel!" Li Chong could not restrain himself and struck him. A colleague quickly intervened. "Li Qiang, don't act impulsively. The law will bring this monster to justice." Subsequently, the group discovered the remains of the other missing individuals in the garden behind the house, which, upon comparison, matched exactly with those of the previous missing persons. With the capture of the murderer, this case reached a conclusion. After wrapping up the missing persons investigation, Li Chong enjoyed a brief respite. One day, he met with Tang Wei at a cafe for a chat. "Thanks to you, I shudder to think how long this case might have taken to resolve, or how many more victims there could have been." Tang Wei shook his head, replying, "Do not say that. I merely lent a helping hand." Li Chong regarded Tang Wei, saying, "By the way, I almost forgot to mention, I am astounded to learn that you are the legendary master of modifications." Tang Wei smiled, but chose not to respond. Chapter 87. The Shame of the Mysterious Organization. In a shadowy corner, a man stared at a photograph of Tang Wei, clenching his fists. Boss, do you still have lingering thoughts about Tang Wei? Another person ventured to ask. Indeed, they're members of the clandestine organization. The leader coldly remarked, this individual has caused us the loss of a combat machine, Makabaka. I shall never forget this debt. Others echoed, indeed, and Brother Number 9 and several others have been captured because of him. We must not let him go easily. However, we currently cannot approach him. Any action taken would easily expose us. No worries, we can patiently seek opportunities. At that moment, an organization member wearing glasses approached abruptly. Leader, our second combat machine, Yigubigu, is on the brink of successful development. Upon hearing this news, the leader exclaimed with excitement, is this true? Number 18? Number 18 nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, Yigubigu possesses a combat capability far superior to that of Makabaka. However, what? The leader inquired. Such a formidable combat machine has an exceedingly high energy consumption rate, making prolonged combat currently unfeasible. This is a significant flaw. The leader pondered for a moment and continued. How long can it engage in battle? Number 18 raised 3 fingers, declaring 3 minutes. What? The words left his mouth, and the onlookers were astonished. What can be achieved in just 3 minutes? 3 minutes is nothing. Do you think this is Ultraman resolving battles in that time? This is nothing but a defective product masquerading as a success. Number 18, you might as well create another replica of Makabaka. Upon hearing the mockery, Number 18's expression suddenly darkened. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, what do you know? As long as I can resolve the energy issue, Yigubigu will be the perfect combat machine. Then go ahead and solve it. This retort caused Number 18's face to flush. At that moment, the leader appeared to have a revelation. I have an idea. The crowd fell silent, eager to hear the leader's insights. We could leverage Tang Wei's abilities. At this revelation, confusion swept through the group. Leader, have we not always sought to utilize his power? Yet this individual is clearly not aligned with us. Indeed, are we to kidnap him once more? Number 18 stubbornly asserted, Leader, I do not believe Tang Wei is particularly formidable. There is no need for him to join us. I can manage on my own. The leader shook his head. No, that is not my meaning. You have all forgotten something crucial. Tang Wei has modified products. The crowd remained somewhat bewildered, but Number 18 seemed to grasp something. Tang Wei had once modified an electric bicycle, and according to rumors, this bicycle had traveled up to 500 kilometers. This suggests that Tang Wei must possess some special energy technology. If we can locate this electric bicycle and conduct in-depth research, we may find a solution to Yigubigu-S endurance problem. The group understood. Then whose possession is this electric bicycle, and can we acquire it? At this moment, a member opened the file and stated, according to my investigation, this electric bicycle is currently in the possession of a woman named Zhang Xiaoli. She possesses no significant background, merely a frail figure. And acquiring this vehicle from her would be exceedingly simple. Upon hearing this, the crowd became animated. Then let us act swiftly. The Tumble Garden remained as tranquil as ever. Zhang Xiaoli, as usual, rode her electric bicycle to escort her son, Hututu, to school. Upon arriving, Tutu dismounted. Goodgi, Mama. Zhang Xiaoli replied affectionately, farewell. Remember to listen to your teachers at school. I shall come to fetch you after class. With that, she turned her bicycle around and departed. Suddenly, 2 men clad in black and wearing sunglasses obstructed her path. Their attire seemed to scream their intent to commit misdeeds. Zhang Xiaoli furrowed her brow and cautiously inquired, what do you intend to do? The 2 men revealed wicked smiles. We mean no harm. Just leave your electric bicycle behind, and we shall spare your life. Zhang Xiaoli let out a cold laugh. You wish to take my bicycle? Not a chance. In that case, do not blame us for our rudeness. Without further ado, they lunged forward to seize it. Zhang Xiaoli shook her head. 2 pathetic fools. With that, she delivered a left jab followed by a right roundhouse kick, ultimately unleashing a swift 5-strike whip technique that sent both men crashing to the ground. Observing the moaning figure sprawl before her, Zhang Xiaoli unleashed a merciless taunt. Is that all you've got? They were utterly unprepared for the ferocity of Zhang Xiaoli, the seemingly frail woman the organization had described. Meanwhile, the mysterious organization, upon learning that Agents 99 and 98 had been bested by a woman, erupted in fury. Incompetence. 2 useless fools. You cannot even overpower a woman. At that moment, another member interjected, It is not entirely their fault. I failed to gather accurate information. It turns out Zhang Xiaoli is quite formidable. An ordinary person would stand no chance. The leader fell into deep contemplation. It seems we must resort to cunning rather than brute force. That night, the two men returned to Tumble Garden. Indeed, they were the same agents, 98 and 99. Approaching Zhang Xiaoli's electric bicycle, they once again donned their malevolent grins. Old 98, don't you think it's rather humiliating for us, being among the top 100 in the organization, to engage in such petty theft of an electric bicycle? Agent 99 suddenly voiced his discontent. There is no alternative. Agent 98 replied resignedly, we cannot defeat her, so let's not waste time. Quickly, let us move the bicycle to our vehicle's trunk. Just then, a blinding light illuminated their faces. Ah, so you two are still harboring thieving intentions, are you? Zhang Xiaoli's fearsome visage emerged before them, causing both men to cower and sit down in terror. Sister, it's a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Indeed, we noticed that your vehicle was rather dirty, so we decided to come over and clean it for free. With that, no. 99 tore off a piece of his signature black attire and wiped it on the electric bike. At that moment, the mystique that the organization had maintained in the previous chapters was abruptly diminished by the actions of these two individuals. Zhang Xiaoli scoffed, uttering a single word, scram. With that, she tossed the two figures in black out of the community gate as if they were mere chicks. What an affront. It was an utter disgrace. Upon witnessing the disheveled return of number 98 and number 99, the leader of the organization erupted with fury. You have brought shame upon our organization. You couldn't even steal a single electric bike. What use are you to me? The two men lowered their heads, reluctant to speak. In truth, their abilities did not merit such high rankings. They had merely risen to the top 100 due to a stroke of luck in a previous incident. Chapter 88. Why didn't you mention money earlier? At that moment, number 95 timidly suggested, why don't we try to resolve this with money? Money? Upon hearing his words, everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, why had they initially resorted to violent methods? The following day, it was once again number 99 and number 98. They had exchanged their iconic black clothing for white shirts and blue jeans, appearing like two bright young gentlemen. The duo approached the entrance of the flip garden and spotted Zhang Xiaoli, promptly blocking her path. Upon seeing them, Zhang Xiaoli frowned. Are you two here to seek your demise again? The pair shook their heads vigorously. Sister, please don't misunderstand. We are here to discuss a matter with you. Zhang Xiaoli let out a cold snort. Discuss what? I have no time for this. Be gone. With that, she attempted to leave. Number 98 hurriedly interjected. Wait. We are willing to pay for your electric bike. Without turning her head, Zhang Xiaoli dismissively replied, I'm sorry, it's not for sale. Ridiculous. This bike was a one-of-a-kind treasure. How could she part with it so easily? 1 million. Upon hearing this figure, Zhang Xiaoli abruptly halted. What? 1 million? She turned her head, incredulous, to look at the two men. Sensing an opportunity, the pair felt a surge of excitement within. Number 98 quickly retrieved a suitcase, opening it to reveal stacks of cash. Indeed, if you are willing to sell us your electric bike, we are prepared to pay you 1 million. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoli struck him on the head, catching him off guard. What are you doing? Ouch. Number 98 winced in pain. Zhang Xiaoli indignantly exclaimed. Why didn't you say so earlier? You've wasted my time. The two men were left dumbfounded. Had they known it would be this simple, they wouldn't have endured the earlier beatings, especially since the money was ultimately from the organization. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoli inspected the cash in the suitcase, confirming its authenticity before agreeing to sell the electric bike. Zhang Xiaoli is rather pragmatic, for after all, this is a sum of 1 million. With such funds, one could purchase a commendable automobile. Meanwhile, the mysterious organization has finally acquired the modified electric vehicle crafted by Tang Wei, and they are all abuzz with excitement. Subject 18 gazes at the electric vehicle, pondering aloud. Can this vehicle truly assist us in unraveling the enigmas of energy technology? The leader approaches and pats him on the shoulder. How can we know without giving it a try? Subject 18 nods in agreement. He then produces specialized tools and deftly dismantles the extensive safeguards that Tang Wei had implemented. Indeed, the contents within are of great significance. Otherwise, Tang Wei would not have taken such meticulous precautions. After removing the vehicle's outer shell, Subject 18 cannot help but exclaim in awe. Ultimately, he carefully extracts the battery within. How heavy! The weight of the battery surpasses his expectations, almost causing him to lose his grip and drop it to the ground. The onlookers murmur among themselves. This cannot be an ordinary battery, can it? Subject 18 shakes his head. It is certainly not. The essence of this vehicle lies within this battery. I must take it back to the laboratory for thorough analysis. With that, he transports the battery to his exclusive laboratory. After a while, Subject 18 emerges from the laboratory, brimming with excitement. The others look at him and inquire, "So what have you discovered?" Still in a state of shock. Subject 18 swallows hard and replies, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me a moment to collect myself." He approaches the table, sits down, and endeavors to regain his composure. Through my research, I have discovered that this battery is astonishingly a miniature nuclear power device. What? Upon hearing this revelation, those present erupt in astonishment. A miniature nuclear power device. This is cutting-edge technology at its pinnacle. How could Tang Wei, relying solely on his own ingenuity, have possibly created such a thing? Moreover, it is utterly preposterous that such technology is utilized in an electric vehicle. Who would believe such a claim? Even the seasoned members of the mysterious organization are taken aback. Subject 18, are you certain? Miniature nuclear power devices are not easily fabricated. Indeed, it does seem somewhat implausible. Yet, Subject 18 asserts with unwavering confidence, "I can assure you, this is indeed a miniature nuclear power device." The leader of the organization soon regains his composure. "I see. Then can you analyze this nuclear power device and replicate it identically?" Subject 18 shakes his head. "I cannot. The structure is far too complex. At least not in the short term." Upon hearing this, the leader appears somewhat disheartened. However, Subject 18 continues, "Nevertheless, it is of no consequence, as Tang Wei's miniature nuclear power device is still operational for a considerable duration. I can install it directly within the Yagubigu to provide energy." The leader nods in agreement. Indeed, that is a commendable idea. On the 18th, as Tang Wei activated the electric vehicle, an unexpected alert resonated from the system. "Warning, the modified equipment, electric vehicle, has been damaged. Please review the specifics." Tang Wei was taken aback. Surely, it couldn't be the one equipped with a nuclear power device. He hastily accessed the details, only to confirm that it was indeed Zhang Xiaoli's electric vehicle that had suffered damage. Moreover, through the system's interlinking function, he discovered that the nuclear power device had been detached from the electric vehicle. This signified that someone had extracted the nuclear power device from the vehicle. Who could it be? Clearly, it could not be Zhang Xiaoli herself. Tang Wei then checked the current location of the electric vehicle, which was situated in a rather remote area. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be the people from that organization? The mere notion made Tang Wei anxious. If the miniature nuclear power device fell into their hands, the consequences would be dire. However, a moment later, a smile spread across his face. Indeed, this revelation meant that the base of this organization had been exposed. With this in mind, Tang Wei swiftly contacted Old Liu. Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, Old Liu was taken aback. "What? You say there are clues regarding that organization?" "Precisely," Tang Wei replied, detailing the electric vehicle's location as indicated by the system. He then added, "However, I'm not entirely certain that this is their base. We should investigate further." Understood. After hanging up, Tang Wei resolved to conduct his own reconnaissance. This time, he would refrain from revealing his presence, opting merely to observe. After all, his vehicle could render itself invisible, thus avoiding detection. With this thought, Tang Wei entered his car and proceeded to the location indicated by the system. Chapter 89. Has my car transformed? As he neared the target, a hotel came into view. It appeared that this organization was concealed within the hotel. Tang Wei refrained from approaching, uncertain of the situation inside. Acting rashly could be perilous. Meanwhile, military personnel had also arrived. However, they did not make a grand entrance, but rather sent a few individuals to pose as guests while discreetly gathering intelligence. At that moment, Tang Wei suddenly noticed that the nuclear power device's position was shifting underground, moving in a specific direction. He immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation and called Old Liu. They seem to be aware and are relocating. Old Liu, upon hearing this, wasted no time and promptly ordered the hotel to be surrounded. This time, they cannot be allowed to escape. Tang Wei felt a surge of urgency, realizing that they were exiting through an underground passage, making a surface encirclement futile. Thus, he instructed Xiao He to transform. then used his consciousness to direct Xiao He to bombard the path of their escape. As a shot from the electromagnetic cannon detonated the ground, a colossal figure emerged from beneath. Everyone was taken by surprise. This is a battle robot akin to Makabaka. Baiku fired several shells at the aircraft in the sky, almost bringing it down. How audacious to attack a military aircraft. What on earth is this creature? I wonder if Tang Wei's robot can defeat it. Let us aid Tang Wei. Without hesitation, Tang Wei commanded Xiao He to engage in battle. This robot appeared to possess far greater power than Makabaka. Tang Wei mused to himself. Simultaneously, he activated the linking function to summon Xiao Bai. Sensing that one Xiao He would not suffice against this formidable battle machine. At that moment, Tang Wei's father was driving when suddenly the car came to an abrupt halt. What happened? Is the vehicle malfunctioning? He exited the car to investigate, but as he stepped outside, the door slammed shut and the vehicle sped away in a particular direction, leaving him astounded. What on earth? Has my car come to life? He exclaimed as he chased after the van, but after just a few steps, he lost ground. Soon after, Xiao Bai joined the fray. However, despite the combined might of the two automotive beings and the military's firepower, they failed to inflict even a scratch on Baiku, leaving everyone in shock. At that moment, a thought struck Tang Wei. He immediately instructed Xiao He and Xiao Bai to latch onto Baiku, securing it tightly. What is Tang Wei planning? Everyone was baffled by his actions. Next, Xiao He and Xiao Bai lifted Baiku into the sky. Old Lu gasped in astonishment. Could it be that Tang Wei intends to have his automotive beings perish alongside this battle machine? The two automotive beings ascended higher and higher, ultimately breaking through the atmosphere and entering outer space. The heat generated by the atmospheric friction failed to melt Baiku or the two automotive beings. Below, a member of the mysterious organization observed the scene with a sneer. To think he could use atmospheric friction to annihilate Baiku. How naive. Nonetheless, Tang Wei's automotive beings were impressive. They remained intact despite the conditions. At this rate, it seemed impossible to determine a victor. Indeed, both Tang Wei's automotive beings and Baiku's defenses had reached their zenith, rendering them immovable. It mattered little. As long as time could be stalled, that was sufficient. At this juncture, the main members of the mysterious organization had already relocated through another passage. Upon realizing they had been discovered, they suspected that Tang Wei's modified electric vehicle or nuclear power device might be equipped with tracking devices. Thus, they sought to escape through another tunnel with Baiku to divert attention. Naturally, they left some individuals behind in the hotel to buy time, which was a necessary sacrifice for them. Otherwise, if the hotel were swiftly overrun, the secrets of the two escape tunnels would soon be uncovered, leaving them little time to evacuate. At this moment, Tang Wei's Autobots and Yigubigu were situated beyond the atmosphere, leaving the military utterly perplexed by the current circumstances. Suddenly, the Autobots released Yigubigu. Tang Wei offered a faint smile. "Farewell," he uttered, just as Yigubigu erupted in a violent explosion, reducing itself to ashes. Indeed, this was all part of Tang Wei's meticulous scheme. While pursuing the nuclear power device, he discovered that it resided within Yigubigu's very being. At that moment, he conceived the plan to seize control of the nuclear device and instigate a nuclear detonation, the magnitude of which would be sufficient to obliterate Yigubigu. Hence, he instructed the duo, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, to carry Yigubigu beyond the atmosphere, not to incinerate it through atmospheric friction, but rather to ensure the nuclear explosion would spare the innocent. What is happening? How could this be possible? Has Yigubigu been vanquished? The members of the mysterious organization realized they had lost contact with Yigubigu and were immediately thrown into disarray. Although their intention had merely been to buy time, they were loath to witness Yigubigu's defeat. Meanwhile, Xiao He and Xiao Bai returned to the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, old Lu quickly grasped the situation. "Tang Wei, have you emerged victorious?" "Tang Wei not dead?" "Yes, that robot has been defeated." "Splendid." Tang Wei turned to old Lu and inquired, "By the way, have you pursued those who fled?" Following the path of the robot through the tunnel should have led to their whereabouts. Old Lu's expression grew grave. "We apprehended a few individuals, but none were core members. We dispatched personnel to the tunnel, yet upon reaching the exit, we encountered no one. They have likely already relocated." Tang Wei asked, "Where is the exit of the tunnel? Is there surveillance?" Old Lu nodded. "Indeed, but strangely, upon reviewing the footage, aside from our personnel? There appeared to be no signs of anyone near the exit. Tang Wei's countenance shifted dramatically. This implied that the core members of the mysterious organization had not vacated through that tunnel at all. Could it be that they had anticipated Tang Wei's ability to track the nuclear power device and had deliberately utilized a combat machine equipped with a nuclear device to mislead him through that tunnel? Chapter 90. The missing fighter the tunnel traversed by that combat machine likely serves not as an escape route, but merely as a diversion. Tang Wei articulated his thoughts. Old Lu furrowed his brow. Upon reflection, that does indeed make sense. After all, transporting such a massive machine during a hasty escape would be exceedingly impractical. It is far more efficient to use it to delay us. At that moment, a soldier approached. Sir, we have discovered another tunnel at the hotel. Old Lu was taken aback. I knew it. The two swiftly made their way to the hotel, where they uncovered another concealed tunnel. The previous tunnel had been compromised when Tang Wei detonated an opening on the surface, leading everyone to search from that blasted location. They instinctively assumed that all members of the mysterious organization had exited through that tunnel, neglecting to investigate the hotel premises. Unbeknownst to them, they had indeed been misled by the enigmatic group. Old Lu surveyed the people around him and inquired, Have you searched for individuals along this tunnel? Reporting to the officer, a team has already been dispatched to pursue them, replied one of his subordinates as he activated the walkie-talkie. What's the situation on your end? Came a voice from the device. We have yet to locate anyone. We are currently conducting an exhaustive search. Old Lu pondered for a moment before directing a portion of his team to track along the tunnel's course on the surface. Although it was probable that the members of the mysterious organization had already escaped through the exit and blended into the crowd. Finding the exit and then examining the nearby surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts would surely reveal several suspicious individuals. Nonetheless, it was imperative to retain a contingent at the hotel. At that moment, another individual approached. Officer, we have discovered the enemy's secret laboratory. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei became intrigued. He was eager to witness the extent of the organization's technological advancements. Old Lu also exhibited keen interest. Oh, really? Where is it? Take me there. Tang Wei quickly interjected. May I accompany you as well? Old Lu nodded, of course. Thus, the two were led to the secret laboratory of the mysterious organization. Upon entering, Tang Wei was taken aback by the sight before him. To his astonishment, beneath the ordinary hotel lay an extraordinary realm. The laboratory was vast, housing an array of exceptionally expensive equipment. Although they had allowed their adversaries to escape, the abandonment of such valuable items constituted a significant blow. Tang Wei mused aloud, indeed. We can ascertain what these individuals have been researching. Old Lu, while speaking, powered on a computer. However, as anticipated, the device was devoid of any data. Although the documents had been destroyed, the hardware was not easily obliterated. Tang Wei observed that the laboratory still contained numerous prototypes, reminiscent of the recently encountered battle robot. After surveying the surroundings and finding nothing of particular utility, he exited the laboratory alongside Old Lu. Subsequently, a subordinate contacted Old Lu via the walkie-talkie. Officer, we have located the exit and have secured a 10-kilometer perimeter. With careful investigation, we are bound to uncover their whereabouts. Very well, you have done commendably, he replied. Turning to Tang Wei, he added, if you have no further matters, you may return. I will notify you once we apprehend their personnel. Tang Wei nodded. All right then. By the way, Lao Lu seemed to recall something. Have you been in touch with Zhang Yi recently? That fellow never fails to mention you. It appears you left quite an impression on him. Tang Wei chuckled awkwardly and replied, Zhang Yi is indeed a fine person, but since our last parting, we haven't had much interaction. Upon hearing Lao Lu's words, memories of Zhang Yi surfaced in Tang Wei's mind. So that was how it was. At that moment, Lao Lu's phone rang, and he answered it in front of Tang Wei. Upon hearing the other party's words, Lao Lu's expression changed dramatically. What? Zhang Yi has gone missing while piloting the Titan on a mission. Tang Wei was taken aback by this news. After all, he was the one who had maintained the Titan. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be safe. Now, I command you to initiate a full-scale search and rescue for Zhang Yi. He is an invaluable ace pilot. Lao Lu's tone turned grave. After hanging up, he let out a deep sigh. Tang Wei quickly inquired, what exactly is going on? With a serious demeanor, Lao Lu explained. Zhang Yi lost contact while flying the Titan over a certain sea area. We currently cannot reach him. The The situation is dire. As he spoke, he struggled to suppress his sorrow. After all, his bond with Zheng, it was extraordinary, and he never anticipated such an event occurring today. Tang Wei hastily offered words of comfort. Don't be too pessimistic. Perhaps the aircraft's communication systems have merely malfunctioned. Furthermore, even if the Titan encounters issues with Zheng Yi's skills, executing an emergency landing should be quite feasible. Moreover, if a landing is impossible, he could always parachute. I believe Zheng Yi is resilient and will be fine. Lao Lu shook his head. If he were truly safe, he would have found a way to contact us by now. The area where he lost contact is an expanse of open sea. How could he execute an emergency landing or parachute? Hearing Lao Lu's words, Tang Wei fell silent. Indeed, in such a scenario, the outcome seemed all too apparent. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang Wei. Wait, since I maintain the Titan, I can check this specific situation using the linkage function. He promptly opened the system. Device, Titan Fighter, damage level 99 user, Zheng Yi current location. It appeared that the Titan had indeed crashed. However, according to the system's display, the user section did not specify anything unusual, indicating that the individual was still alive. Thus, Tang Wei said to Lao Lu, Commander Lu, I firmly believe Zheng Yi is still alive. If you conduct a timely search and rescue, you will surely find him. Lao Lu looked at Tang Wei, surprised by his unwavering certainty. Why are you so confident? Tang Wei could not disclose that his assurance stemmed from the system. It's intuition. My instinct tells me he is still alive. Well, I hope you're right. Afterward, Tang Wei bid farewell to Lao Lu and returned home. That evening, a call from old Lu came through. Tang Wei, we have been investigating for quite some time, but we have only managed to apprehend a few members of the mysterious organization. The core members have eluded capture. Tang Wei did not feel particularly disheartened, for he had long anticipated that these individuals would not be easily caught. It's all right. We will eventually apprehend them, he reassured. Yes, but you must exercise extra caution during this period. Their organization has suffered a significant blow and will undoubtedly harbor resentment towards you. Understood. Tang Wei zipped. As he was about to end the call, a thought crossed his mind. By the way, what is the status of Zheng Yi? Old Lu paused momentarily before responding. We dispatched an aircraft to search for him in the area where he went missing, but not only did we fail to locate him, the rescue aircraft has also vanished. What? Tang Wei exclaimed in shock. Old Lu continued. I suspect that there might be some armed forces in that region that have attacked the approaching aircraft. Tang Wei could not help but inquire, which country governs that area? We could initiate communication with them. It does not belong to any nation. Logically, such an occurrence should not happen, leaving everyone perplexed. What? Tang Wei was equally bewildered. At this point, we can no longer recklessly deploy aircraft. Though we are deeply concerned for Zheng Yi's safety, we cannot risk further lives. Tang Wei furrowed his brow, certain that Zheng Yi was still alive. However, if no one undertook a rescue, he would surely perish in that desolate place. Through the system's tracking, Tang Wei could ascertain that the location of the divine vessel was a solitary island amidst the sea. The divine vessel was irreparably damaged, leaving him unable to return by his own means. It appeared that he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Although his time with Zheng Yi was brief, Tang Wei had developed a favorable impression of him. Commander Lu, perhaps I should go myself? No, it's too perilous. Despite having witnessed the prowess of Tang Wei's automobile capabilities, old Lu remained hesitant to allow him to take such risks. Tang Wei persisted. Then I could send my automobile. I want to go in person. Upon hearing this, old Lu hesitated. Very well, I will send you the coordinates shortly. In truth, he too wished for Tang Wei's assistance in locating Zheng Yi. Tang Wei had initially intended to decline, but doing so would have revealed the existence of his system. So he refrained from voicing any objections. After ending the call, Tang Wei sighed. Zheng Yi, I hope you can hold on. He descended the stairs, just as his father returned home, looking quite disheveled. His mother quickly inquired, What happened, dear? His father waved his hand dismissively. Don't ask. Today has been extraordinarily unfortunate. What's wrong? His mother asked, puzzled. The father settled down and slowly recounted, Today as I was driving out, my car unexpectedly abandoned me and sped off on its own. I chased after it for quite some time, but couldn't catch up. It was truly bewildering. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei felt somewhat embarrassed. The situation had been too urgent, prompting him to call Xiao Bai without considering his father's circumstances. The mother shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, What nonsense are you spouting? Have you had too much to drink? Was to your car parked in the garage? What? Impossible. You must be intoxicated. Go see for yourself. The father proceeded to the garage, where he indeed found his wooling homewalk. Stunned, he thought, could it be that the car returned on its own? His speculation was not unfounded. It was indeed Tang Wei who had commanded the vehicle to return autonomously. The mother approached, mocking, I told you so. You must have muddled your wits with drink. You never even drove out. Perhaps you should drink less next time. The father found himself at a loss for words. He scratched the back of his head and murmured to himself, could it be that I truly hallucinated? I never drove out. Tang Wei, observing from the side, was both amused and exasperated. He had genuinely put his father in a predicament this time. Then he addressed his parents. By the way, I need to step out for a while. I may be gone for quite some time. His parents nodded, acknowledging his statement. After Tang Wei finished speaking, he drove towards a location where Zheng Yi had gone missing. Although Lao Lu suggested that the car could go by itself, Tang Wei preferred to go personally. His earlier words were merely to alleviate Lao Lu's concerns. Meanwhile, on a solitary island in the vast ocean, a man was aimlessly searching for something. After a considerable duration, exhaustion overcame him, and he sat down. This man was Zheng, who had been stranded on the island following a plane crash. Indeed, there was no one else on this island. Zheng Yi sighed deeply, pondering, am I truly destined to starve on this desolate isle? At that moment, he suddenly heard a strange sound, which heightened his alertness. It's that thing. Zheng Yi felt a surge of anxiety. The thing he referred to was the cause of his plane crash. The memory of that harrowing moment sent chills down his spine. He had to remain undetected and find a place to hide. Just then, he spotted a cave nearby and swiftly darted inside. Inside the cave, he could hear sound from outside. It was the sound of footsteps belonging to that very creature. With each step it took, Zheng Yi felt the ground tremble beneath him. As the footsteps gradually faded away, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not been discovered. At that moment, he turned around and was startled to see a pair of eyes fixated on him. Zheng Yi nearly cried out. It was a colossal python. He sprang to his feet and fled towards the cave's entrance. The python pursued him relentlessly. This is the end. Zheng Yi thought frantically as he ran. At that moment, a sudden thunderous noise reverberated, and a massive python let out a mournful cry. Zheng Yi turned his head and beheld a flying automobile. Could it be? Hope ignited within his eyes. Indeed, it was the timely arrival of Tang Wei. Upon landing on the island, he had witnessed Zheng Yi being pursued by the serpent and promptly dispatched it with an electromagnetic cannon. The vehicle descended gently, and Tang Wei emerged from the door. Zheng Yi, I am so relieved to see you unharmed, he exclaimed. Zheng Yi, filled with excitement, replied, Tang Wei, it truly is you. Your timing is impeccable. Had it not been for you, I might have met my end in the jaws of that great python. But let us not linger on that. We must depart swiftly. Agreed. With that, both ascended into the vehicle. You didn't traverse the ocean in this car, did you? Zheng Yi marveled at the extraordinary automobile as he took his seat. What other means could there be? How astonishing. Zheng Yi mused. You truly are a genius recognized by the highest research institute. He couldn't help but express his admiration for Tang Wei. I am genuinely grateful to you for rescuing me. No need for thanks. After all, I'm the one who repaired the celestial god. Consider it a part of after-sale service. At that moment, a thought struck Tang Wei. By the way, where's the celestial god? I must retrieve it. It is a premier fighter jet. Zheng Yi shook his head, replying, the celestial god has completely crashed. Its core components are irreparably damaged, and it holds no value for retrieval. Moreover, your vehicle cannot possibly accommodate such a large object. Tang Wei my mitstioli. Fear not. I have a solution. With that, he piloted the vehicle towards the site of the celestial god's descent. Chapter 92. In a dire predicament as the car soared towards the crash site, Tang Wei could only observe a heap of scrap metal. See, the celestial god has been reduced to mere debris. Now do you believe me? Zheng Yi stated with resignation. Tang Wei remained silent, parking the vehicle beside the wreckage. Even scrap metal can be useful, he remarked, retrieving a bag made of a special material from the trunk. This bag, when opened, could entirely accommodate the debris without risk of damage from the weight. If we attach it beneath the vehicle, we could transport it back. Zheng Yi gazed in astonishment at the bag Tang Wei produced. Is this what you meant by having a solution? Tang Wei chuckled. Stop staring. Let us gather it together. Zheng Yi quickly regained his composure and assisted Tang Wei in loading the scrap into the bag. Tang Wei, if you can restore this heap of scrap to the former glory of the celestial god, wouldn't that be akin to manufacturing a new fighter jet? There is nothing in here that is so unique as to be irreplaceable. Why go to such lengths? Zheng Yi questioned, perplexed. Tang Wei found himself at a loss for words, pondering how to articulate the challenge of reconstructing this heap of scrap metal into a fighter jet. It was akin to fabricating an entirely new aircraft. However, the system did not possess the capability to conjure the technology of a fighter jet from thin air. There had to be some remnants of knowledge retained. He merely believed that the natural beauty of this island should be preserved, lest it be marred by human actions. Moreover, if it were discovered by malicious individuals, the consequences could be dire, considering the secrecy surrounding our nation. Thus, he could only muster a flimsy excuse. Zheng Yi, upon hearing this, found his reasoning quite compelling. Indeed, your thoughts are remarkably thorough, he remarked. Before long, the remnants of the fighter jet had been cleared away by the two men. Just as they were about to depart, an earth-shattering sound of footsteps resonated around them. Zheng Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed to Tang Wei, "This is bad. We must leave at once." Turning around, Tang Wei beheld a horrifying, unidentified creature advancing towards them. This monstrosity possessed 2 heads, 4 arms, 5 wings, 8 legs, and 16 asymmetrically positioned eyes that glimmered with a sinister crimson light, exuding an aura of terror and strangeness. As the beast drew nearer, Tang Wei could sense its colossal size, towering nearly 20 stories high, capable of crushing them with a single step. "Get in the car." Tang Wei, recognizing the imminent danger, flung open the car door. Once inside, they sped away at an alarming velocity. "What on earth is that? I can't believe such a creature exists on this planet," Tang Wei exclaimed from the driver's seat, his heart still racing from the encounter. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have thought it was a scene from a science fiction film. "Zheng Yi interjected. That very creature is responsible for the downfall of my fighter jet. We must avoid it at all costs." Before he could finish his warning, the vehicle was suddenly jolted by a violent attack, causing it to shudder immensely. They were caught off guard, but fortunately, the vehicle's robust construction withstood the assault, merely shaking without losing control. Glancing back, Tang Wei saw the creature relentlessly pursuing them, unleashing fireballs aimed at their car. "Damn it, I had no intention of provoking trouble, but it seems I must confront you," Tang Wei declared as he activated the vehicle's weaponry and fired at the unidentified beast. Zheng Yi, filled with anxiety, cautioned, "Tang Wei, do not engage. We are no match for it." Yet, Tang Wei remained resolute. "Rest assured, even if I cannot overpower it, it cannot breach my defenses. I refuse to allow this creature to chase us into human cities, for that would incite chaos." Zheng Yi opened his mouth to speak, but no words emerged. Despite Tang Wei's assault, the creature remained unscathed, leaving him astonished. Generally, even the toughest steel would crumble under his attack. Yet this beast's flesh and blood seemed impervious to harm. Indeed, Zheng Yi's warnings were not mere exaggerations. It was no wonder that even the divine ship had succumbed to its might. Continue the assault. Even if it feels like mere scraping, relentless attacks will eventually strip away a layer of skin. However, at that moment, an unidentifiable creature suddenly emitted peculiar electromagnetic waves, causing Tang Wei's vehicle to abruptly cease functioning. What could possibly be happening? Without time to ponder, the immobilized car plummeted from the heights, submerging into the depths of the ocean. Fortunately, this was no ordinary vehicle. Despite enduring such a tremendous impact, the 2 occupants remained unscathed. Tang Wei endeavored to restart the engine, only to find it utterly futile. This creature possessed a unique ability to render all machinery inoperative. Thus, the Tianshun vessel met its demise. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei couldn't help but express his frustration. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Zheng Yi, somewhat innocent, replied, "I had already warned you to steer clear of it." Tang Wei found himself at a loss for words. "Forget it. This is not the moment for such discussions. We must devise a plan for escape. Otherwise, we shall perish when the oxygen in the car is depleted." With that, he attempted to open the door. Zheng Yi hastily intervened. "No, we are submerged, given the pressure differential between the ocean and the interior of the vehicle. It is impossible for an ordinary person to force the door open." "Then what shall we do?" "Shatter the window," Zheng Yi declared, promptly striking the glass with his elbow. "Ouch!" The glass remained intact, and Zheng Yi's elbow nearly sustained a fracture. Tang Wei sighed in exasperation. This glass is harder than steel, under the current circumstances. We cannot open it without the vehicle functioning. I never anticipated such a scenario during the modifications. What? Zheng Yi was taken aback. Does this mean we can only await our demise? He forced a bitter smile. I never imagined I would meet my end here. He then gazed earnestly at Tang Wei, saying, however, if I must perish, at least I do so alongside you, my brother. That would leave me with no regrets. Throughout his life, he had admired few, and Tang Wei was among them, not solely for his formidable abilities, but also for his charismatic character. Hearing these words, Tang Wei felt a sudden discomfort. What nonsense are you speaking? I am still young. I have no desire to die. Zheng Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. I apologize, Tang Wei. If it weren't for my rescue, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Tang Wei remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. Presently, he lacked any tools to repair the vehicle on site. Even possessing a powerful system proved to be of no avail. Perhaps he could activate the super linkage function to summon Xiao Bai, but the distance to City A was considerable, and he could not guarantee he would still have oxygen by the time Xiao Bai arrived. Moreover, even if help arrived in time, what if Xiao Bai encountered the same unidentifiable creature? It would all be in vain. In that moment, Tang Wei was engulfed in uncertainty. Damn it! Am I truly destined to perish here? Tang Wei's anxiety mounted. Tang Wei, do you believe in an afterlife? Zheng Yi suddenly asked out of the blue. Tang Wei cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, I do not believe in such notions. Death is death, and how could there possibly be another life? Before he could finish, a thought suddenly struck him. Was he not, after all, someone who had traversed to this world after death? Zheng Yi chuckled. I have faith. It is quite plausible that upon death, one transitions to another realm. Chapter 93. A miracle will surely occur, Tang Wei, somewhat irate, countered. Let us refrain from such morose talk. Regardless of the existence of an afterlife, we must strive to live fully in this life, for to those who care for us. Departing means never seeing them again. As he uttered these words, Tang Wei was reminded of his loved ones from his previous life. Perhaps he was the only one capable of comprehending such feelings. Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, Zheng Yi felt a profound stirring within him. It seemed inconceivable that such wisdom could emanate from someone in their 20s. Indeed, Tang Wei was correct. Regardless of the afterlife, one must endeavor to live fully in the present. At that moment, Tang Wei suddenly inquired, Zheng Yi, do you believe in miracles? Miracles? Zheng Yi echoed. Indeed. Muster your courage and move forward resolutely. Miracles will undoubtedly manifest. Tang Wei gazed ahead with unwavering determination. Zheng Yi followed his gaze and beheld a golden light flickering beneath the sea. Shortly thereafter, a colossal figure emerged from the radiance. It was as if sunlight pierced through the darkness, heralding the dawn and weaving through the cycles of existence. Zheng Yi gasped in disbelief as he beheld the spectacle before him. What is this? Could it be the legendary giant of light, Ultraman Digga? A miracle had truly occurred. The enormous figure approached the two, gently lifting the car with its vast hands and soaring above the water. Salvation had arrived. The two occupants inside the vehicle were nearly moved to tears of joy. They gazed at the giant with boundless gratitude. The giant then flew to a nearby island. Carefully setting the car down, Tang Wei and Zheng Yi eagerly exited the vehicle, inhaling the fresh air. Thank you, Digga. Tang Wei expressed his gratitude to the giant. The giant seemed to comprehend his words, responding with a kind nod. At that moment, Zheng Yi stood transfixed, unable to shake off the surreal nature of the experience. It felt as though everything had transpired in a dream. Suddenly, an unidentified creature reappeared, launching fireballs toward Tang Wei and Zheng Yi. The giant immediately shielded them with its body from the creature's assault. With a fierce roar, it confronted the unknown entity. Following that, the giant delivered a powerful kick, toppling the creature. The two titanic beings began to clash on the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath them. Zheng Yi could not help but worry about the giant's chances against the mysterious creature. It will prevail, Tang Wei declared with unwavering conviction. Before long, the light on the giant's chest suddenly flickered to life, emitting a series of melodious chimes. Zheng Yi, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, "It's over. I sense the giant is running out of energy." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei chuckled. "You don't understand. This isn't a lack of energy. It's about to unleash its full power. Indeed, the giant distanced itself from the mysterious creature, performed a motion, and then positioned its hands in an L shape at its chest, directing its right arm forward to emit a beam of light. The ray pierced through the creature's body, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Zhang Yi gazed in astonishment. This is incredible. After vanquishing the enigmatic being, the giant did not linger for a moment and soared skyward. Hey, don't leave us behind. At least take us back. Zhang Yi shouted after the giant, but by then it had vanished without a trace. He despondently remarked, "It's hopeless. Abandoning us here means we're doomed to perish." Tang Wei patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, someone will come to rescue us." Observing Tang Wei's confident demeanor, Zhang Yi inquired, "Do you think the military will come?" Tang Wei shook his head, replying, "I don't know if they will, but rest assured, someone will come to our aid." Indeed, he had already sent Xiao by on autopilot to rush toward their location. All right, Zhang Yi placed his trust in Tang Wei's words. Subsequently, he mused, "I never imagined that Ultraman truly exists. I thought it was merely a legend." Tang Wei was also taken aback, yet he had encountered so many bizarre events that he had grown accustomed to the extraordinary. At that moment, he suddenly noticed an identification card at Zhang Yi's feet. "Zhang Yi, you dropped your ID." Zhang Yi bent down to pick it up. "Lidaya?" The information on the ID had become quite indistinct due to the elements, leaving only a few characters discernible. Zhang Yi was certain it was not his. Hearing this, Tang Wei's brow furrowed. "So, there's another person on this island." Zhang Yi quickly grasped the implication. "Indeed, and they're from our country." Just then, he spotted an individual within the woods, aiming a crossbow at Tang Wei. "Watch out!" Zhang Yi tackled Tang Wei, and the arrow struck the ground beside them. The two men stared at the arrow embedded deeply in the earth, a cold sweat breaking out. After shooting, the assailant turned and fled, prompting Zhang Yi to chase after him. "Stop!" Tang Wei followed suit, eager to discover who this person was and why they had attacked him. Soon, they reached the mouth of the cave. Zhang Yi examined the footprints and remarked, "This person must have entered the cave. Let us go in, but be cautious. We must avoid an ambush." The two cautiously entered the cave, which was initially narrow, accommodating only one person at a time. After walking several paces, they were greeted by an expansive opening. Before them lay an exceedingly modern chamber, reminiscent of a research facility. Suddenly, Tang Wei experienced a sense of familiarity. These surroundings seemed vaguely recognizable, yet he could not immediately recall from where. Zhang Yi, astonished, remarked, "I never imagined that such a place could be concealed on this desolate island. It appears that not only are there people here, but more than one. Could it be that the mysterious creature we encountered was merely a product of human experimentation?" This audacious hypothesis crossed Tang Wei's mind. "Indeed, you are correct." A voice suddenly emerged from behind. Tang Wei and Zhang Yi turned to find two men clad in black, armed and approaching them. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Did not expect this, did you, Tang Wei? Here we are again." One of the men sneered malevolently. Tang Wei swiftly understood. They belonged to a clandestine organization, which explained the sense of familiarity. This place bore the same essence as the secret laboratory beneath the hotel he had previously visited. "Who are you? How do you know our names?" Zhang Yi inquired, still bewildered. One of the men in black retorted with a derisive laugh. "Who do you think you are? I hardly know you. I only recognize Tang Wei." Zhang Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Tang Wei scoffed and asked, "What are your identification numbers?" "Number 16, number 15. They declared without hesitation, a hint of pride evident in their voices. Tang Wei inhaled sharply. Such prominent rankings suggested they were not mere foot soldiers. "So, are you afraid?" Number 15 taunted. "Our organization has been searching for you for quite some time, and here you are delivering yourself right into our hands. Truly, the heavens are aiding us." Zhang Yi quickly grasped the situation. This was the very organization old Liu had frequently mentioned, known for assigning members numerical identities. Chapter 94. The objectives of the secret organization. Tang Wei pondered the complexity of the organization, which was evidently more intricate than he had imagined. Not merely a single base, but likely with core members scattered across the globe. "What do you want?" Tang Wei feigned calmness, attempting to buy time. "What do we want?" "Naturally, we require your cooperation in our research." Number 15's demeanor darkened abruptly. "You have caused our organization substantial losses. You must serve us until we have extracted every ounce of your worth." "Never." Zhang Yi vehemently protested. Number 15 glared at him coldly, retorting, "You noisy fool are of no use to us. I see no reason not to eliminate you." With that, he raised his weapon. "Stop," Tang Wei urgently interjected. "You seek my assistance for your research, and I shall comply, but do not harm my friend." Zhang Yi looked at Tang Wei, astonished. Tang Wei subtly signaled him to remain composed. He immediately grasped Tang Wei's intention. Number 15 laughed heartily. "Very well, as long as you comply, I assure you that no harm will come to you. Indeed, cooperation makes for amicable discourse." At that moment, Tang Wei suddenly inquired, "By the way, does your organization have an individual, namely Day?" For some reason, that name rang a bell. He had recently stumbled upon this person's identification card, prompting his curiosity. To his astonishment, upon hearing the name, the expressions of numbers 15 and 16 shifted dramatically. "How audacious! You dare to utter that name. Boy, how do you know of him?" Tang Wei was taken aback by their reaction, realizing that this individual held a significant status. Sensing the atmosphere becoming tense, Zhang Yi quickly produced the tattered identification card he had found. "No need to be alarmed. We merely found his ID and wished to inquire if anyone knew him so we could return it." The two took the ID, glanced at it, and exchanged looks. "Oh, I see. Perhaps it's a lost item from some tourist. Such trivial matters shouldn't concern us. Indeed, let us not waste time." Tang Wei, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Then do enlighten me on what exactly you're researching, or how can I assist you?" "Patience, you will find out shortly. Follow me." Number 15 and number 16 escorted them to another room. Inside sat an elderly gentleman, in his 50s or 60s, with a mane of grizzled hair and spectacles, exuding an air of erudition. Upon seeing Tang Wei, he smiled. "So, this is the prodigious youth? What a pleasure to meet you." Number 15 coldly interjected number 11. "No need for idle chatter." Tang Wei was once again astonished. The ranks of the members were evidently ascending. Number 11 continued to smile. "Oh, come now. We shall need to collaborate in the future." He then turned to Tang Wei. "I assume you have witnessed our achievements?" "Tang Wei zet ponde." "Are you referring to that bizarre-looking creature?" "Indeed. It is a grotesque organism meticulously cultivated by our organization. As you have seen, your automaton stands no chance against it." Though Tang Wei was reluctant to concede, he could not deny the reality. The ability to incapacitate all machinery was indeed formidable, surpassing his wildest imaginings. Zhang Yi, standing nearby, was rendered speechless, astonished that such a being could be the product of human ingenuity. What formidable technology they possessed. Your organization has managed to cultivate such an extraordinary creature. Does this not render you invincible? What further assistance could you possibly require from me? Number 11 laughed heartily. "Invincible? Hardly. Do we not just suffer a defeat?" As he spoke, a flicker of pain crossed his features. In comparison, entities such as Makabaka and Yagubigu are trivial. The true, significant loss lies in this unidentified creature, which the organization expended immense effort to cultivate. After countless eliminations, only one survived, only to be vanquished in an instant by Ultraman Tiga. Tang Wei sighed deeply. "Regrettably, my expertise does not extend to biological research. My knowledge is confined to machinery. If you require assistance in that regard, I fear you have sought the wrong individual." Number 11 shook his head. "No, we do not require your involvement in the cultivation of aberrant creatures. Our organization is engaged in numerous research projects." "Oh, then what exactly do you wish to convey?" "Currently, the colossal creature we have been nurturing has been defeated by Ultraman Tiga. Cultivating another would demand considerable effort and may not guarantee success. Even if we were to succeed, it would never match Ultraman's prowess. Hence, we intend to shift our research focus towards Ultraman himself." "What?" Both Tang Wei and Zhang Yi were taken aback. Number 11 continued. "Clearly, Ultraman possesses formidable power. We must acquire the ability to transform into Ultraman ourselves. However, Ultraman appears to be a form of life that transcends my field of study." Tang Wei lamented his inability to assist. Number 11 shook his head once more. "Our desire to research Ultraman was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. We have been aware of this colossal being since Ultraman first emerged. This implies that our research on Ultraman has already yielded some preliminary results. Based on our prior experiences, we can deduce that through specialized equipment, it is feasible to confer Ultraman-S strength upon humans, enabling them to transform into Ultraman-S form. Tang Wei was astounded by Number 11's revelation. He could hardly believe that this clandestine organization had advanced their research to such an extent. What were their true intentions? Number 11 continued. This equipment designed to transform humans into Ultraman is already in the initial stages of development by our team, yet many critical technologies remain unsolved. And you, Tang Wei, are the pivotal figure we need to overcome these technological barriers. With that, Number 11 fixed his gaze intently on Tang Wei. Ah, I see now. Is this the underlying reason for your organization's attempts to abduct me? Tang Wei finally grasped the organization's persistent desire for him to join their ranks. Number 11 chuckled. It is not solely for that reason. In truth, research on Ultraman is merely one facet of our organization's extensive projects. Tang Wei furrowed his brow. What is your organization ultimately striving to achieve? That, I cannot disclose to you at this moment. Number 11 replied. At the very least, it will be revealed once you genuinely integrate into our ranks and sincerely commit to serving our organization. I believe that by then, you will find the truth quite intriguing. As for your current situation, it is imperative that you diligently study the means to create a transformation device for Ultraman, thereby compensating for the losses previously inflicted upon the organization. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Tang Wei inhaled deeply and inquired, very well. May I examine the transformation apparatus you have developed? Number 11 nodded in affirmation, replying, of course. With that, he escorted Tang Wei into another chamber. Chapter 95. Success within a hair's breadth inside the room. A myriad of peculiar devices adorned the space, with a central object resembling the hilt of a sword commanding attention. Instinctively, Tang Wei sensed the significance of this item. What lies at the center is something we stumbled upon and is the most crucial element for transforming into Ultraman. It is said that one can directly transform using it. However, we have had countless individuals attempt this numerous times without success. Thus, we commenced our research on light extraction and fusion technology. If we can extract and integrate the light from the transformation device into a designated human body, transformation into Ultraman is achievable. Number 11 expressed with palpable excitement. Tang Wei, somewhat incredulous, realized that the most pivotal component was merely found by chance. He had assumed that their organization possessed the extraordinary capability to synthesize the light of Ultraman. Subsequently, Number 11 gestured towards the intricate machines surrounding them, proclaiming, "These are the fruits of our labor over the years, the light extraction and fusion apparatus. We are so close, merely a fraction away from success. We only require a modicum of your assistance." After hearing this, Tang Wei scanned the devices with his system. Device, light extraction fusion apparatus, damage level, approximately 0, effective utilization rate, 0.5, success rate. 0, is improvement of this device required? Tang Wei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this would differ entirely from previous interfaces. Moreover, it seemed that this organization had toiled in vain for many years. With an effective utilization rate of 0.5, they claimed to be on the cusp of success. Observing the fervent expressions of Number 11 and the other two individuals, Tang Wei felt reluctant to inform them that their research on these worthless contraptions was entirely futile. At that moment, he decided to conduct a separate scan of the central object. Device, Divine Light Stick, damage level, 50. This device does not accept DIY modifications. Would you like to enhance the device? Tang Wei decisively selected yes. He harbored concerns regarding whether the current level of his system could facilitate repairs. However, the system did not disappoint him. Soon, a repair plan materialized in his mind. Truly remarkable, the system could even repair the Divine Light Stick of Ultraman. Of course, Tang Wei had no intention of completing the repairs at present to serve this mysterious organization. Should they acquire the powers of Ultraman, one could only speculate the malevolent deeds they might undertake. May I take a closer look at that central object? Tang Wei contemplated a plan. To everyone's surprise, no. 11 scoffed. You better not harbor any ill intentions. You don't even grasp the basic principles of the machinery. What use would it be to you? Tang Wei spread his hands in disbelief. I never imagined you would have such a lack of faith in me. I'm already confined here. Do you truly believe I could escape with it? Indeed, we do not trust you, came the blunt response. Tang Wei felt a twinge of disappointment. Well, let me inform you that the machinery you are studying is utterly ineffective. What? His proclamation left the crowd in shock. Shortly after, Number 11 burst into laughter. You've merely taken a glance and reached such a hasty conclusion? Number 15 retorted fiercely, "You insolent brat, don't speak so arrogantly. This is the result of our organization's considerable effort, and you insult our diligence. Indeed, it seems you have no intention of serving us. Perhaps ending your life would be simpler." Number 16 threatened once more. Tang Wei chose to ignore their threats and instead articulated a reasoned analysis. "The light extraction fusion device you've created, I already comprehend its working principle." As he spoke, incredulous expressions spread across the faces of the others. This was knowledge that only they should possess. How could Tang Wei be so well-versed? It was worth noting that prior to this, he had no awareness of Ultraman's existence. Meanwhile, Zheng Yi stood bewildered, recognizing each word but failing to grasp their collective meaning. Initially, he suspected Tang Wei was merely stalling with nonsensical talk. Yet witnessing the reactions of the others made him quickly realize this was no fabrication. He could not help but wonder how Tang Wei discerned the operational principles of the machinery at a mere glance. The answer lay in the existence of the system. Tang Wei, guided by the system's analysis, recited the working principles verbatim. Moreover, he posed several critical questions that substantiated the reasons for the machine's inevitable failure. Upon hearing this, Number 11 sighed deeply, gazing at Tang Wei in astonishment. "The genius youth is indeed extraordinary. Your insights are profoundly logical. You have alleviated many of my doubts." "No." 15 furrowed his brow. "So, are we to conclude that our efforts have been in vain?" Although reluctant to admit it, they had to confront the grim reality of their lack of success thus far. Suddenly, Number 11 erupted into laughter. "No worries. Scientific research inherently involves the continual overturning of previous endeavors. Since Tang Wei can so clearly understand the principles of the earlier equipment and identify its shortcomings, it indicates that success is within reach." He then turned to Tang Wei, inquiring, "So, do you have any good ideas?" Tang Wei smiled and replied, "Indeed, but I need to see that device. Otherwise, I cannot conceive of anything." He gestured toward the central divine light rod. The three hesitated momentarily. Tang Wei continued, "What is the matter? Here, you are surrounded by your own people. Do you truly fear that I might take him away and vanish into thin air?" After a moment of contemplation, one of them, Number 11, conceded, "All right." With that, he deactivated layers of security and retrieved the divine light staff. Upon acquiring the staff, Tang Wei suddenly burst into laughter. "You fools, did you really think I had been wasting my time with you?" The expressions of the others shifted dramatically as they raised their weapons. However, at that moment, a car unexpectedly emerged from the ground, sending the three of them flying. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wei pulled Zheng Yi into the vehicle. Indeed, during this time, Xiaobai had traversed mountains and oceans to reach the island, stealthily burrowing underground to arrive at Tang Wei's feet, awaiting this critical moment. The base's defenses were formidable, yet they never anticipated that Tang Wei's vehicle could tunnel underground. Once they regained their composure, the trio opened fire on the car, but it was all in vain. Tang Wei activated the vehicle's weaponry, swiftly eliminating the three, as well as the reinforcements that had come to their aid. One exhilarating experience. This was the first time Tang Wei had dispatched so many enemies, particularly core members. Soon, the blaring alarms of the base echoed throughout the air. "We cannot linger here. We must depart," Tang Wei declared, driving the car underground and retracing their route to escape. He remained uncertain if the organization possessed any advanced technology. The vehicle departed the island, soaring over the ocean. Glancing at the onboard screen, Tang Wei noted that no one was in pursuit, allowing him to exhale in relief. "Excellent. We have finally evaded capture." He then glanced at the divine light staff in his hand. Chapter 96. Safe return. Zheng Yi was still savoring the recent events. "Tang Wei, how did you manage that?" "What are you referring to?" Tang Wei responded, somewhat perplexed. "The car. How did it come to us by itself and accurately locate our position?" At this point, Zheng Yi was no longer surprised by the car's ability to tunnel. Rather, he was intrigued by its autonomous intelligence. Could it be that you can control your vehicle with your mind? He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, yet, in truth, it was indeed as he envisioned. Tang Wei smiled and explained, "I have a device implanted in me that links to the car. In a critical situation, pressing a button will summon my vehicle to rescue me." "Ah, I see. That's truly impressive." Zheng Yi exclaimed in admiration. He then inquired, "By the way, Can you really develop technology to transform someone into an Ultraman? Tang Wei shook his head, replying, no, that's far too challenging. He certainly could not claim otherwise. Zheng Yi appeared somewhat disappointed. Oh well. As the car drew nearer to the city, Tang Wei's phone finally regained signal. He noticed several missed calls, all from Lao Lu. Consequently, he returned the call. Upon seeing Tang Wei's incoming call, Lao Lu was filled with excitement. Tang Wei, why couldn't I reach you earlier? How did the rescue of Zheng Yi go? Tang Wei replied candidly, I had no signal here. I have found Zheng Yi. He is right beside me. What? Really? That's wonderful. Tang Wei handed the phone to Zheng Yi, saying, speak to him for a moment. He has been worried sick since he went missing. Zheng Yi, feeling touched, took the phone. Sir, this is Zheng Yi. I'm fine, thanks to Tang Wei's rescue. It's a relief to hear you are safe. Lao Lu sighed deeply with relief. Suddenly, a thought struck him. You mean Tang Wei personally went to rescue you? Yes, what's wrong? Lao Lu was at a loss for words. He had distinctly instructed Tang Wei not to take such risks, and Tang Wei had assured him he wouldn't. Yet, he had gone anyway. Fortunately, both were unharmed, leading to a joyous outcome. By the way, how did you go missing? Were you attacked by something? Lao Lu began to pose the most crucial questions. Indeed, but it's a long story. We will explain it in detail when we arrive. All right, soon, Tang Wei brought Zheng Yi back to the military base. Previously, this location had been classified for Tang Wei, but now they had placed immense trust in him, revealing the location and allowing his vehicle unrestricted access. The two met with Lao Lu, who eagerly inquired, what exactly happened? Tell me everything. The two recounted their experiences on the island, leaving Lao Lu astounded. What? Are you serious? That organization not only created bizarre creatures, but is also researching the legendary Ultraman? They nodded. Indeed, it sounds unbelievable, yet it is true. Lao Lu took a while to regain his composure. Tang Wei continued, by the way, although I eliminated some of their members, I was focused on escaping at the time and did not completely eradicate them. Can we send people to finish the job? Yes, indeed. Even if the people on the island have left, we must destroy their base. What these lunatics are researching is utterly insane. Thus, Tang Wei accompanied the military back to the small island. As Lao Lu had mentioned, everyone had already vacated the island. However, various equipment was not easily transportable. Tang Wei had another purpose for returning, which was to bring back the now inoperative Xiao He. After returning to City A with Xiao He, this chapter seemed to reach a conclusion. Unexpectedly, within minutes of sitting down, a call came in from Professor Gao Ming of the Supreme Research Institute. Xiao Dang. It has been a while. Long time no see, Professor Gao. Tang Wei understood that Gao Ming had contacted him because old Lu had informed them of the incidents on the island. We are already aware of your experiences on the island. Our research institute is quite astonished and wishes to discuss the matter in detail with you. Would you be available? After contemplating, Tang Wei deemed it essential to share his insights. I am free. If it's convenient, I can come over now. That would be splendid. Would you like us to pick you up? No, I can manage on my own. After hanging up, Tang Wei swiftly made his way to the Supreme Research Institute. Apart from Gao Ming, many esteemed experts from the institute had gathered. Xiao Dang, did you say that organization is researching Ultraman? One of the experts inquired nervously. Tang Wei nodded affirmatively. Indeed. However, there is no cause for concern. Their research direction is entirely misguided, and they cannot summon Ultraman. The others exchanged glances upon hearing this. Xiao Tang, are you so certain? Do you perhaps know the correct method? Tang Wei quickly shook his head. No. While I am unaware of the proper approach, I can assure you that their apparatus is incapable of transformation. For some reason, Tang Wei felt that the secret of transforming into Ultraman should not be carelessly disclosed. Oh, I see. Subsequently, they engaged in further discussions. It was during this discourse that Tang Wei learned the Supreme Research Institute had long been cognizant of Ultraman's existence. They, too, were investigating the origins of Ultraman, but had yet to achieve any breakthroughs. However, it was certain that all Ultraman that had appeared on Blue Star were benevolent and posed no threat to humanity thus far. Moreover, Ultraman had even saved humanity on several occasions. At this juncture, Gao Ming remarked, by the way, Tang Wei, having encountered that organization multiple times, have you discerned their ultimate objective? Tang Wei shook his head. I'm not sure, but given their advanced technology, they must harbor some monumental conspiracy. Indeed, the existence of this organization is quite alarming. Tang Wei then inquired, It seems you have been closely monitoring the mysterious organization as well. Of course, aside from the military, we at the Supreme Research Institute have the most knowledge regarding the mysterious organization. Unfortunately, we remain oblivious to their true intentions. Furthermore, we do not even know the real names of their members, only that each member possesses a unique identification number. At that moment, Tang Wei suddenly recalled something. During my previous meeting with Commander Liu, I forgot to mention. I believe I know the true identity of one of the key figures in the mysterious organization. What? The attendees gasped in astonishment at Tang Wei's revelation. Chapter 97. The missing Professor Gao Ming looked at Tang Wei with excitement, incredulity in his eyes as he asked, "What did you say? You know the true identity of one of their significant members?" Tang Wei nodded and said, "Indeed, it is a person named Li Dai." "What? Li Dai?" As soon as Tang Wei's words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the room. The expressions of those present became exceedingly peculiar as they fixated their gazes upon him. Tang Wei felt a twinge of discomfort and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "What is it? Do you all know this Li Dai?" Gao Ming inhaled deeply, clenching his fists. "We know him, indeed. Not only do we know him, but we are also quite familiar with him." Another individual interjected. Tang Wei remarked, "Then could we possibly follow this lead to unveil the true nature of the mysterious organization? I sense that this individual holds great significance." "Impossible." Suddenly, a professor sporting a distinctive mustache stood up in agitation. "They could not possibly have joined that organization. How do you know this name?" He glared at Tang Wei, questioning him. At that moment, an elderly man with a head full of white hair intervened, grasping the mustachioed professor's arm. "Calm down. It may merely be a coincidence of names." Upon hearing the white-haired professor's words, the mustachioed man regained his composure. "I apologize, young Tang. I was overly agitated just now, but could you please tell me how you came to know this name?" Observing this exchange, Tang Wei quickly realized that this Li Dai was no ordinary individual in their eyes. Perhaps he had once been a member of the highest research institute. "I came to know this name because I found an identification card on that island, and it bore the name Li Dai." As he spoke, he contacted Zheng Yi to request a photograph of the found ID. Before long, Zheng Yi sent over the photo. Tang Wei opened it and presented it to the group. "This is it." Eagerly, everyone leaned in to gaze at Tang Wei's phone screen. Upon seeing the photo on the ID, they were utterly stunned. "It's him. It's truly him. How can this be?" Even though the image on the ID was so blurred that it barely resembled a silhouette, they recognized him at first glance, for they had worked alongside him for so long. The mustachioed professor exclaimed, "There must be some mistake. They may have merely passed through that area, for he is known for his penchant for exploring desolate places." Others echoed, "Indeed, what can a single ID prove? A person as good as Day could never be involved in such matters." Unwaveringly, they all held fast to the belief that this individual, named Li Dai, was not affiliated with the mysterious organization. However, Tang Wei's subsequent words shattered their hopes. But when I mentioned the name Li Dai to the members of the mysterious organization, their reaction was decidedly off, even warning me that this name was not one I should utter lightly. "What? Tang Wei, are you truly saying this?" Gao Ming asked in astonishment. "Yes, absolutely. This is inconceivable." The mustachioed man became agitated once more. "Li Dai, how could he, our most trusted friend, be associated with a mysterious organization?" Gao Ming seemed to recall something, saying, shortly after Li Dai's disappearance, the enigmatic group suddenly emerged. "Perhaps there is truth to this." "Gao Ming, what are you implying? How could you suspect him?" The mustachioed man glared fiercely at Gao Ming. At that moment, the white-haired professor shot a stern look at the mustachioed man. "Calm yourself. Do not forget your identity. This is not the time for emotional outbursts. As scholars, we must uphold absolute objectivity and rationality. If you cannot adhere to this, do not claim to be part of the highest research institute." Rationality? What am I to rely on for rationality? The mustachioed man was on the verge of breakdown. Tang Wei cautiously inquired of Gao Ming, "Professor Gao, who exactly is this Li Dai?" Gao Ming sighed deeply and replied, "Li Dai was once a member of our highest research institute. His contributions to our scientific endeavors were immense, and he possessed an unwavering spirit of exploration. Not only that, but his character was exemplary. He lived a life of modesty, donating all his earnings to children in impoverished regions. We would see him daily, dressed in the simplest of attire, mending his own clothes rather than replacing them with new ones. However, a few years ago, Professor Lee mysteriously vanished overnight. Initially, we believed he was engrossed in research, but years passed without a trace, and even his family could not locate him. Tang Wei was profoundly shocked. How could such a person possibly join a clandestine organization to execute nefarious plans? The mustachioed man spoke again. I believe the mysterious organization must have abducted Day. Others nodded in agreement. Indeed, they must have recognized Professor Lee's research capabilities and coerced him into serving them. We must dismantle this organization and rescue Professor Lee Day. Tang Wei fell into deep contemplation. He sensed that the matter was not as straightforward as they suggested. The reverence displayed by individuals labeled 15 and 16 when Lee Day's name was mentioned could not merely be the reaction toward a coerced tool. However, he chose not to voice his thoughts further. Well, it is getting late, and we have discussed everything necessary. I shall take my leave now. Saying this, Tang Wei stood to depart. Gao Ming remarked, Xiao Tang, allow me to accompany you. Tang Wei understood that he had something to convey, so he nodded in agreement. The two approached the car, and Gao Ming initiated the conversation. You clearly do not subscribe to the notion that Lee Day has been forced to serve the mysterious organization, do you? Indeed, I do not, Tang Wei affirmed. In fact, I share your sentiments. Gao Ming's face bore a melancholic expression as he spoke. Tang Wei comprehended his feelings. The once dear friend might now be an adversary, a reality that was difficult for anyone to accept. If Lee Day truly has a connection with the mysterious organization, perhaps even serving as its mastermind, what would you do? Tang Wei inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Ming resolutely replied, Of course, I would act without mercy. Regardless of his past deeds, if they jeopardize humanity, he must be eradicated. With Gao Ming's response, Tang Wei grasped his stance. Very well. I hope you'll follow through on your words. With that, Tang Wei entered his vehicle and departed from the Supreme Research Institute. The following day, Tang Wei awoke refreshed. He retrieved the shining rod he had placed beneath his pillow, preparing to commence repairs. If I restore it, could I transform into Ultraman? Tang Wei harbored a nagging suspicion that the matter would not be so straightforward. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. Chapter 98. The Scene of Social Death Thus. In the ensuing hours, Tang Wei devoted himself to mending the shining rod. Although he could not fathom the principles that would allow the rod to facilitate a transformation into Ultraman, he merely needed to follow the steps provided by the system. Soon, through his diligent efforts, the shining rod was successfully repaired. He drove to a secluded mountainous area, ensuring no one was around before he excitedly brandished the rod. Diga Ultraman. Transform. Tang Wei mimicked the actions from the television, appearing rather juvenile. However, moments later, he opened his eyes to find that nothing had changed. What is happening? Why can't I transform? A wave of disappointment washed over him. Yet, he was determined to try once more. Light, grant me light. Ultraman, transform. This time, Tang Wei shouted with greater fervor. However, the outcome remained unchanged. There was no alteration whatsoever. Sighing heavily, he lamented, It appears that becoming Ultraman is not so simple. Even possessing the transformation device does not guarantee success. With this thought, Tang Wei decided to return home. However, upon turning around, he was startled to find a group of elementary school children from the 3rd and 4th grades behind him. When did you all arrive? He exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly recalling his earlier juvenile antics and dialogue, his face flushed with embarrassment. It was a moment of utter social mortification. The children stifled giggles behind their hands. Uncle, how old are you to be playing with something as childish as Ultraman? One child remarked. Indeed, that was something we watched when we were little. Another added, This reminded me of my favorite, Taro Ultraman. Alas, I have grown up. The childhood I once knew is irretrievable. That's right, we are no longer children. It is time to mature a little. Tang Wei was left speechless. They weren't that much younger. After all, what pretense of maturity? At that moment, a little boy gazed up at Tang Wei with innocent eyes and asked, Uncle, can I play with the shining rod? I promised to return it after a little while. Tang Wei saw the spark of wonder in the child's eyes. He gently remarked, Of course you can. Though this object held great significance, it was currently incapable of transformation. It was better to indulge the innocent desires of this child. The little boy grasped the magic wand, his heart brimming with joy. Hey, Xiaoming, could you not be so childish? Indeed, Ultraman does not exist. The boy named Xiaoming shook his head and declared, No, I believe Ultraman exists. I believe in light. Tang Wei tenderly patted the boy's head and encouraged. Indeed, one must always believe in light. The boy returned the magic wand to Tang Wei and politely said, "Thank you, Uncle. You're welcome. By the way, Uncle, can you sing Miracle Reappears?" Tang Wei nodded, of course. He cleared his throat, preparing to sing. A new storm has emerged. How can we remain stagnant? Tang Wei had barely sung a couple of lines before the children scoffed in disdain. What an outdated song. We now sing the lone brave. I love you, walking alone in dark alleys. I love you, standing tall without kneeling. I love you, facing despair without shedding a tear. Shall we go? Does this ragged cloak suit the battle? To fight? Yes, with the most humble of dreams. To the whimpers and roars in the dark night. Who says only those standing in the light are heroes? Each child passionately chimed in, their spirits ignited with fervor. Tang Wei felt a bit embarrassed. The song was indeed good, but hearing it come from the mouths of these children, all under 10, felt rather peculiar. Well sung, well sung. Tang Wei clapped his hands, affirming the group of children. Who hasn't gone through a phase of youthful exuberance, albeit in different forms? Afterward, Tang Wei departed from the children and returned to the office. He had been exceedingly busy lately and had not visited the company in quite some time. Upon entering his office, he inquired of his colleague, Xiao Yang, "Have there been any requests for modifications during my absence?" Xiao Yang nodded and replied, "Yes, several individuals have reached out, but I informed them of your busy schedule and asked them to leave their contact details and modification requests for when you are available. Good job. Please provide me with their information." Subsequently, Xiao Yang produced a small notebook. The first to seek you out was an elderly gentleman named Zhang Leda. He requested modifications for a vehicle suitable for blind drivers. Just as Tang Wei raised his cup to take a sip of water, he nearly choked at this revelation. A car suitable for blind individuals? That request seemed rather peculiar. Xiao Yang awkwardly remarked, "It is indeed a bit challenging, but given your reputation for creating so many miracles, it is only natural that some would propose such imaginative requests." Tang Wei shook his head. "No, the issue lies not in whether it can be modified, but rather, blind individuals cannot obtain a driver's license. Even if the modification is successful, he cannot drive the vehicle on the road, as it would constitute driving without a license, which is illegal. I cannot engage in such actions." Xiao Yang, upon hearing Tang Wei's words, wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, you are correct." After a moment's contemplation, Tang Wei suggested, "I shall personally call him to clarify the situation." "Very well. The number is provided by Xiao Yang, who relayed Zhang Leda's contact information." Tang Wei dialed the number. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Leda? I am Tang Wei from Tang's Automotive Modification Design." "Oh, Mr. Tang, I was informed you had been busy recently, so I left a message. Are you available now?" The other party responded with palpable excitement. Tang Wei, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "I apologize, Mr. Zhang, but your request to modify a vehicle suitable for the visually impaired is beyond my capabilities, as our laws prohibit blind individuals from operating a vehicle. Even if the modification were successful, driving would still be considered without a license." Zhang Leda seemed to have anticipated this response from Tang Wei. "Oh, so technically you could manage it, but you simply do not wish for me to break the law, correct?" "Precisely." Upon hearing this, Zhang Leda chuckled, leaving Tang Wei somewhat confused. "That is not a concern for me. I typically rely on public transportation and subways, never driving a private car. The reason I requested a modification is that my personal garden is exceedingly vast. It takes 2 kilometers to walk from the living room to the front gate, making it impractical to go without a vehicle. Surely, driving within my own property does not require a license, does it?" Tang Wei was utterly astounded by Zhang Leda's words. 2 kilometers from the living room to the gate. How immense must this estate be? After a brief moment, Tang Wei regained his composure. "If what you say is indeed true, then a license would not be necessary, nor would it be considered driving without one. That is splendid. As long as you can modify a vehicle that even the visually impaired can operate, you are capable of fulfilling my request, correct?" Tang Wei responded eagerly, "Yes, of course." He felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was a super-rich individual deserving of utmost attention. "Ah, I knew the legendary modification master was extraordinary. Such a request would indeed pose no challenge for you. I shall contact you again upon my arrival." Chapter 99. An extraordinary individual before long. Zhang Leda arrived at the company, driven by his son. As soon as the vehicle halted, Zhang Leda eagerly exited. Tang Wei rushed forward to assist him. "Sir, Please be cautious. Zhang Leda smiled and shook his head. You must be Mr. Tang Wei. No need to worry. Although I am visually impaired, my mobility remains unaffected. The son, seated in the driver's seat, added, Indeed, since my father lost his sight, he has developed an acute awareness of space through his other senses, allowing him to navigate without a guide dog. Tang Wei was genuinely impressed. Truly remarkable, sir. Subsequently, Zhang Leda delved into the main topic. Mr. Tang, the vehicle I wish to modify is this Rolls-Royce. What will be the cost to meet my requirements? Tang Wei casually mentioned a figure, to which Zhang Leda readily consented. Very well, it's settled then. However, I can only provide a partial deposit for now. Should the modifications not meet my expectations, and should I find the vehicle unmanageable, I will refrain from paying the full balance. Tang Wei confidently replied, No problem. After Zhang Leda departed, Tang Wei did not immediately commence the modifications, but continued to reach out to other potential clients who had left their information. Xiaoyang opened his notebook and continued. The second client, named XXX, is similar to the previous gentleman. He is also disabled and has lost both hands. Therefore, he wishes for you to modify a vehicle that can be operated with his feet. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei made a phone call. Hello. Do you have a private garden within a few kilometers? He inquired directly. The person on the other end was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? I am from Tangji Automobile Modification Design Company. You left a message expressing the desire to modify a vehicle for foot operation. While it is feasible, it cannot be driven on public roads. After a brief pause, the individual let out a wry laugh. That is true, but I genuinely wish to drive, sigh. Hearing the sigh, Tang Wei felt a pang of sympathy. The individual continued, After losing my hands, I dedicated myself to mastering foot control. My feet have become more agile than most people as hands, and can accomplish tasks that many cannot. However, regulations are regulations. Currently, those without hands are indeed ineligible for a driver's license, so I apologize. It's all right. I have gathered a group of individuals with similar disabilities and have submitted a petition to the government, advocating for the allowance of capable disabled individuals to drive specially modified vehicles. Has it been approved? Not yet, but I firmly believe that one day it will be successful, and I will need your assistance. If you can modify a vehicle that is safe and reasonable for disabled drivers, I am confident that relevant policies will emerge. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei found merit in the individual's words. Very well, I shall give it a try, but please, do not drive without a license until the law permits. The individual was visibly exhilarated. Thank you. I understand. After saying this, the call ended. Xiaoyang, who had been listening nearby, sighed. This gentleman is indeed remarkable. He can play video games with his feet and has secured world championships in certain games multiple times. Such a pity. I hope their petition is successful. Tang Wei fell into contemplation. There are many individuals with disabilities like the one just mentioned, and even if policies allowing disabled individuals to drive are enacted, not everyone will seek his services for vehicle modifications. Perhaps he could establish a company dedicated to developing special vehicles designed for disabled drivers. However, creating an automobile manufacturing company is no simple endeavor. Tang Wei shook his head, setting aside his thoughts and returning to reality. He cast a glance at Xiaoyang and inquired, Are there any other clients? Yes, there's a man named Wang Hai, whose requests are rather reasonable. He simply desires collision protection. This is straightforward. Tang Wei dialed the number Xiaoyang had provided. The phone rang for quite some time, and just as he was about to hang up, it connected. May I speak to Mr. Wang Hai? To his surprise, a woman's voice responded from the other end. Mr. Wang Hai has passed away. I am his daughter, Wang Shui. Who might you be? Taken aback by this revelation, Tang Wei replied, Oh, I see. I sincerely apologize. I am from Tangji Auto Modification Design Company. Your father had previously visited my company to request modifications for his vehicle, but I was away at that time. He left a message for me to contact him when I was available. Upon hearing this, the other party suddenly erupted in fury. Tangji Auto Modification Design Company? So it is you. You are the one who caused my father's death. You murderer. Tang Wei was bewildered. What was happening? Miss Wang, you must be mistaken. I have never met your father. I only learned of his existence today. Wang Shui retorted passionately. It is precisely because you never met my father that led to his demise. Tang Wei was left even more confused. Wang Shui continued. If you had met my father sooner and modified his car for him, he would not have died in that accident. This is all your fault. and I can never forgive you." The last statement was nearly a scream, filled with anguish. After absorbing Wang Shue's words, Tang Wei began to comprehend the situation. Yet, it seemed unrelated to him. Should she not be confronting the actual perpetrator instead of blaming him? "Miss Wang, I empathize with your feelings. However, this truly is not my fault. In such a situation, you should seek out the true offender." "The offender? But my father was the one who drove under the influence and crashed into a tree. I secretly cut down that tree in the dead of night. But this does not alleviate my resentment. I seek vengeance upon you." Tang Wei was at a loss for words. Are there really such peculiar individuals in this world? By your reasoning, should not the manufacturer of the alcohol be held accountable? The automobile company too? The department responsible for landscaping? Newton as well? It seems the entire world bears responsibility, while your father is blameless, correct? Exactly. The world is at fault, not me. I shall destroy this wicked world. Let it perish. Let everyone die. Tang Wei furrowed his brow. He sensed that the other party's mental state was somewhat unhinged, likely due to the impact of her father's death. Upon this realization, he felt a twinge of pity for her. "Miss Wang, I offer my condolences. Farewell. Are you afraid? Do you feel guilty? Are you ashamed? Do you wish to hide?" Wang Shue's barrage of questions followed in quick succession. "I am determined to enact an extravagant revenge. Brace yourself." "Miss Wang, I advise against acting impulsively." Tang Wei felt a surge of anxiety, not out of fear for his own safety. After all, he was surrounded by military personnel for protection, but rather for the concern that the military might mistakenly perceive Wang Shue as an agent of a clandestine organization sent to attack him and eliminate her on the spot. Chapter 100. The most frantic revenge. Wang Shue coldly retorted, "It is too late for your words now. Prepare yourself for the most extreme act of vengeance." With that, she ended the call. Tang Wei's expression turned grave. If she truly posed a threat, I would have no choice but to respond without mercy. Although Tang Wei was generally good-natured, he was no saint. Beside him, Xiao Yang shook his head in disbelief. What a ridiculous situation. There are all sorts of people in the world. But worry not. She is likely just venting her frustrations and wouldn't dare to take real action. I hope that is indeed the case. Tang Wei then set the matter aside and focused on modifying his vehicle. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Wang Shue found herself at her father's grave. Gazing at the inscription on the tombstone, a wave of sorrow washed over her. "Father, why did you leave me like this? 20 years ago, mother departed, and now you have followed. I am left with no one to rely upon." Tears began to flow uncontrollably as she spoke. "If you had met Tang Wei sooner, had him modify the car, perhaps you would still be alive. Why couldn't you have waited just a little longer, until he returned to share a drink? But alas, you are gone, and blaming you serves no purpose. If anyone is to blame, it is Tang Wei. Rest assured, father, I will seek vengeance on your behalf. If I do not avenge this wrong, I am unworthy to be your daughter." With that, she rose, resolute in her decision. "I shall exact the most outrageous revenge upon Tang Wei." In the dead of night, Wang Shue arrived at Tang Wei's company, armed with a bundle of rope. Indeed, she could hardly contain her eagerness to execute her so-called plan of revenge. Her intention was to hang herself at the entrance of Tang Wei's company, leaving him with an indelible psychological scar. Furthermore, she planned to don a red dress, transforming into a vengeful spirit after her demise. Beyond this, she could conjure no other feasible strategy. She could not overpower him. Poisoning him was out of the question, acquiring a sniper rifle was impossible, and hiring an assassin was beyond her means. She had considered the allure of seduction, but found it too trivial for Tang Wei. Thus, she resolved to resort to her only available option. Wang Shue noticed a tree conveniently located at the entrance of the company, which filled her with elation. "This location is perfect. If I hang myself here, Tang Wei will surely be terrified upon stepping outside." The thought of him so frightened that he might soil his pants brought her a sense of satisfaction. Before long, she secured the rope to a sturdy branch, tying a firm knot. Then, she moved a stool she had purchased from the roadside and climbed onto it. At this moment, a figure stealthily safeguarding Tang Wei observed the scene with growing confusion. What was unfolding? What was her intention? Uncertain, they opted to observe the situation unfold. Wang Shue stood atop a stool, contemplating the rope before her, wavering in her resolve. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, she steeled herself. With a swift motion, she looped the rope around her neck and kicked the stool aside. Almost instantaneously, regret washed over her. Yet it was too late. She could not utter a sound nor rescue herself, finding herself in a desperate struggle. The guardian of Tang Wei finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Was she attempting to take her own life? Should we intervene? Yes, we must. Just as they prepared to save Wang Shui, a sudden crack echoed. The branch had snapped. Wang Shui fell heavily to the ground, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Rising to her feet, she glanced at the broken branch and muttered to herself, "The quality of this tree is appalling. I weigh merely 280 pounds. Can it not withstand such a trivial weight? Clearly, this method is futile. I must devise another means of revenge." At that moment, the door swung open. A man entered. Upon seeing his face, Wang Shui was momentarily taken aback. What a strikingly handsome visage. It was as if crafted by the hands of a deity. Bathed in moonlight, he appeared particularly enchanting. Wang Shui was instantly mesmerized. Could such a remarkably handsome man truly exist in this world? She could hardly believe her eyes. Not only was his face stunning, but his physique was remarkably well-proportioned, resembling a flawless work of art. Indeed, this man was Tang Wei. He had been working late at the company and was just now returning home to rest. Noticing Wang Shui staring at him with an unusual gaze, Tang Wei felt a bit awkward. "Excuse me, miss, do you have a question?" Upon hearing his voice, Wang Shui became even more entranced. Wow, what a magnetic voice, and those piercing eyes, simply perfect. Hey, Tang Wei continued to prompt her. Finally, Wang Shui snapped back to reality. "Oh, I'm sorry, I was just passing through." "Tang Wei not that." "I see. Well, you should hurry back. It's quite dangerous out here at this hour." He glanced at Wang Shui, noting her appearance and wondering how she might startle passersby at such a late hour. Wang Shui, oblivious to Tang Wei's underlying meaning, was profoundly touched by his words. Wow, what a gentleman. He actually cares about me. I think I'm going to faint. Tang Wei chose not to engage further and prepared to leave. Wang Shui immediately called out to him, "Wait, handsome." Tang Wei turned around, puzzled, and asked, "What is the matter?" Wang Shui, her cheeks flushed with shyness, replied, "Could you please tell me your name? Also, let us add each other as friends." This was her first time mustering the courage to ask a boy for his contact information. Compelled by his striking handsomeness that stirred feelings within her she had never experienced before. Of course, this was merely Wang Shui's perception of Tang Wei, who, objectively speaking, was indeed quite attractive. Tang Wei shook his head and said, "My name is Tang Wei, but as for adding each other as friends, I think I'll pass." Although he did not judge people based on their appearance, the lady's demeanor was simply too much for him to bear. Tang Wei, what a lovely name indeed. He is as his name suggests, she thought. Wait, what did you just say? Wang Shui finally responded. Tang Wei, what's wrong? She exclaimed in surprise. So you are the owner of this company, the enigmatic master of modifications? Indeed, he confirmed. Wang Shui felt as if the sky was collapsing around her. No, this cannot be. The perfect man before me is, in fact, the very one responsible for my father's demise. I cannot accept this. She lamented inwardly. I finally felt my heart flutter, and yet you have forced me to concede so utterly. She cursed her ill fate for playing such a cruel trick on her. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Tang Wei said before departing. Wang Shui, as if in a daze, collapsed onto the ground. Why? After a long while, she finally returned to reality and stumbled to her father's grave. Father, I'm sorry, I cannot do this. Such a perfect man. I cannot bear to harm him. Father, I never asked you to harm him, did I? Wang Shui clenched her teeth and declared, I have sworn an oath. If I do not avenge this wrong, I am unworthy of being your daughter. Henceforth, let us sever our father-daughter ties. I shall seek my revenge in my next life. Upon uttering these words, a wave of relief washed over her. All right, Uncle Wang, I shall go in search of my true love. I hope you will bless me from the heavens. Father, you're too filial for your own good. Unbeknownst to her, pursuing Tang Wei might turn out to be the most dreadful form of vengeance against him. Chapter 101. Tang Wei and his ignorance of cars in the days that followed. Wang Shui sought ways to approach Tang Wei, yet her mind drew a blank. What should I do? I desperately wished to see him. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, her thoughts consumed by visions of Tang Wei. Unbeknownst to her, the frail little bed was on the brink of collapse under her restless turmoil. At that moment, shouts erupted from downstairs. Hey upstairs, could you choose a better time to renovate? Everyone is trying to sleep. Wang Shui's movements had been so disruptive that the residents below believed she was engaged in renovations. as she envisioned scenarios of a date with Tang Wei. The interruption left her quite displeased. Then why don't you take it up with the property management? She retorted. Why should I close my window? Keep yelling. After several days of diligent work, Tang Wei successfully completed the modification tasks for 2 clients, both of whom expressed immense satisfaction with his craftsmanship and compensated him handsomely. With everything wrapped up, Tang Wei was poised to embark on his own plans. Given the previous developments, he realized that possessing merely 2 automobiles might prove insufficient. Moreover, even with the coveted godlight stick, transforming into Ultraman remained unattainable. Thus, he resolved to fabricate additional automobiles. Without delay, Tang Wei made his way to the second-hand car market once more, this time with a trailer in tow, as he intended to purchase more than one vehicle. Upon entry, he encountered the same proprietor who had sold him a used car previously. Brother, we meet again. Are you here to buy or sell this time? The owner greeted him with a broad smile. Before Tang Wei could respond, a familiar voice called out from the side. Oh, isn't that Tang Wei? Fancy meeting you again. Turning to his left, he spotted Zhuang Bai. Their last encounter had also taken place in this very location, prompting Tang Wei to ponder whether Zhuang Bai's company was situated nearby. Observing Zhuang Bai's smug grin, Tang Wei felt an ominous sense of foreboding. It's been a while. Zhuang Bi, Tang Wei Ziplit. Zhuang Bai chuckled. Tang Wei, my brother. Back for another car, I see. I truly envy your life as a winner, switching cars at will. Ha ha. Tang Wei frowned. Was this man incapable of learning from past encounters? Why was he once again resorting to mockery? Wu Yuji, exasperated, tugged at Zhuang Bai's arm, signaling him to leave promptly. However, Zhuang Bai was unwilling to forsake this opportunity to taunt Tang Wei. Following their previous incident, he felt a lingering discontent. Having had his BMW's window smashed and suffering embarrassment, he found it utterly intolerable. He concluded that despite having more advantages than Tang Wei, he continually found himself at a disadvantage, attributing this to his lack of audacity compared to Tang Wei. Hence, he resolved that in their next encounter, he would outdo Tang Wei in shamelessness. Rather than becoming irritated, Tang Wei played along with Zhuang Bai's banter. Indeed, with a bit of effort, you two could change cars as freely as I do. Zhuang Bai erupted in laughter. Tang Wei, you truly have an optimistic mindset. At that moment, the proprietor turned his attention to Zhuang Bai, inquiring, Sir, are you looking to purchase a vehicle? Aware of Zhuang Bai's wealth, he prioritized attending to him rather than Tang Wei. Zhuang Bai gestured toward his Maserati, declaring, I'm here to sell this car. I've grown weary of it and wish to acquire something new. Although I'm not overly concerned about the money, I have no other place for the vehicle, so I thought I might as well sell it at a second-hand market. Who knows? It might allow someone who dreams of driving a luxury car but cannot afford a new one to indulge for a moment. Wouldn't you agree? He glanced at Tang Wei. Tang Wei, since you're in the market for a car, why not consider mine? For the sake of our old friendship, I'll let it go for 600,000, without any unscrupulous middlemen profiting off the sale. He was certain that Tang Wei couldn't even afford a second-hand luxury car, so he deliberately humiliated him. The boss beside them changed his expression, as if to say, Am I invisible? Just as he was about to speak, Zhuang Bai leaned close to his ear and whispered, Don't worry, my classmate is a pauper. He definitely can't afford it. I just want to make him look foolish. Upon hearing this, the boss felt reassured. Tang Wei clearly understood Zhuang Bai's intention. He chuckled and remarked, 600,000? Surely you jest. Zhuang Bai, hearing this, burst into laughter. What? Surely no one can be so destitute as to be unable to scrape together 600,000. If you don't buy it, I might just sell it to the boss. Tang Wei displayed an air of indifference and replied, Sell it if you can. I believe if the boss is wise, he wouldn't pay 600,000 for this car. Zhuang Bai's expression changed. Tang Wei, what do you mean? My car is in such pristine condition, conservatively valued at over 700,000. 600,000 is a ludicrous offer. Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, the boss grew serious. After the previous incident, he understood that Tang Wei was knowledgeable, thus lending credibility to his statements. Zhuang Bai looked at the boss and said, Boss, you have an eye for quality. Unlike that country bumpkin, you can see it for yourself. As he spoke, he guided the boss to the car, opening both the door and the engine compartment. Look, it's just like new. It's definitely worth 600,000. Yet, while saying this, Zhuang Bai felt a pang of guilt. He had engaged in some unsavory dealings, was cast out by his father, and severed ties with him. He had lost his position in the company as well. Now, penniless and in debt for over 500,000. This car was his only asset. Thus, he was compelled to sell it to settle his debts. In truth, this car had been in a severe accident. To fetch a good price, Zhuang Bai had spent his last savings restoring the exterior to resemble a new car, hoping for a favorable sale. The boss inspected it briefly and remarked, "It does appear quite new, and I know you're not in need of money. I'll buy it for 600,000. Hearing this, Zhuang Bai sighed in relief, finally finding a gullible buyer. Tang Wei is there truly someone willing to engage in such a losing venture? Let them be. It's not my concern." The boss, hearing this, quickly inquired, "Young man, what do you mean by that?" Zhuang Bai hastily interjected, "Boss, don't listen to his nonsense. He knows nothing about cars." Tang Wei disregarded Zhuang Bai and began to enumerate the car's faults. Zhuang Bai's face turned pale upon hearing this. His heart was now tumultuous. How could this be? I had made everything flawless. How could he discern the truth? Even seasoned second-hand car dealers would struggle to identify such issues. How could he grasp it so thoroughly without even taking a closer look? The boss, noticing Zhuang Bai's expression, quickly understood the situation. It seems that Tang Wei's words are likely true. With a stoic expression, he remarked, "In that case, may I conduct a thorough inspection once more?" Zhuang Bai felt a surge of panic. This boss was not one to be trifled with, and a meticulous examination would undoubtedly reveal significant issues. Thus, he hastened to say, "That shouldn't be necessary. As you know, I am not in want of money." "It is indeed necessary, very much so," the boss replied without a hint of compassion. If Tang Wei's claims were valid, acquiring the vehicle for 600,000 would spell disaster for him. Chapter 102. The Man. He knelt again. Zhuang Bai was at a loss, witnessing Tang Wei's seething glare, as if he wished to slay him 1,000 times over. If it weren't for Tang Wei's meddling, this predicament would never have arisen. The boss conducted a thorough inspection, and indeed, it was as Tang Wei had asserted. "Your keen eye is commendable, as you stated." The boss could not help but express his admiration for Tang Wei. Were it not for this meticulous scrutiny, the issues would have gone unnoticed. Tang Wei had identified the problem with a mere glance, which was nothing short of miraculous. Afterward, he turned to Zhuang Bai, stating, "Mr. Zhuang, how do you intend to explain this?" Zhuang Bai stammered, "I am at a loss. My vehicle is often taken without my knowledge. Perhaps they caused this damage. I was unaware." He tentatively added, "Surely, this minor issue should not have significant repercussions?" The boss chuckled lightly. "This is indeed a grave concern. I cannot purchase the vehicle for 600,000, at most 50,000. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Bai grew frantic. "Could you not offer a slightly higher price?" "I believe 600,000 is quite reasonable. It is merely a minor flaw." The boss sighed, adopting a serious tone. "Mr. Zhuang, this is far from a trivial matter. Even at 50,000, I am uncertain if I can resell this vehicle. Do not put me in a difficult position." Tang Wei, reveling in the situation, chimed in, Indeed. After all, you have claimed you are not in want of money. It is merely about finding a disposition for your burdensome vehicle. Logically, you ought to be compensating the proprietor. Why make things difficult for him?" "Tang Wei, you." Zhuang Bai's face flushed crimson upon hearing his words. His fists clenched tightly. The boss added, "Yes, you have stated you are not in need of funds. Does it truly matter if it is a mere 10 or 20,000? Zhuang Bai's expression was a tapestry of emotions, momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief moment, he suddenly broke down, kneeling before the boss. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Zhuang Bi, what are you doing?" Wu Yuji attempted to assist him, but he resisted. "Do not concern yourself with me." He then addressed the boss. "I apologize. In truth, I am in dire need of money." He proceeded to recount the tribulations he had faced during this time. "Thus, if this vehicle does not sell, I shall face severe consequences from debt collectors. Consider it a favor. I assure you, should I rise again, I will remember your immense kindness." At that moment, Zhuang Bai had cast aside all notions of shame, indifferent to Tang Wei's presence. The boss sighed deeply. "I see, how unfortunate." Upon hearing his words, Zhuang Bai thought to himself, "It seems there's a glimmer of hope." He continued, "Please accept 600,000 for my car." To his dismay, the owner still shook his head. "It's unfortunate, but what does your plight have to do with me? I am a businessman, not a philanthropist. My life's mantra consists of 3 simple tenets: profit, profit, and more profit." Zhuang Bai couldn't fathom that, despite his humble demeanor, the owner remained so unyielding. Rising from his seat, he asserted, "Fine. Very well. A city is not solely comprised of your second-hand car dealership. If you refuse, there are plenty of others who will accept it. The owner scoffed, others are not fools. I initially trusted you and did not scrutinize the details. But others will not be so lenient. If Zhuang Bai had been a bit more sincere, perhaps I could have assisted him. Yet, it was clear he intended to exploit my trust to his advantage. How could I not be angered? Hearing this, Zhuang Bai felt a wave of despair wash over him. Wu Yuji whispered, "Why not sell it for 500,000 and think of ways to manage the rest later? What other options do I have? If I weren't truly at my wit's end, I wouldn't even consider parting with this car." Wu Yuji fell silent after hearing this. Tang Wei chuckled from the side. "Zhuang Bai, I never imagined your girlfriend would be so loyal. Even in your dire straits, she hasn't abandoned you." At that moment, Zhuang Bai felt no affection for Wu Yuji, but he wanted to defend his former self. Wu Yuji's expression changed upon hearing Tang Wei's words. "Tang Wei, what do you mean by that? Am I the kind of woman who is solely driven by profit and willing to forsake loyalty for material gain?" "To be honest, it seems you are," Tang Wei replied without hesitation. "You're speaking nonsense. If it weren't for your own issues, I would never have left you in the first place." Zhuang Bai pulled Wu Yuji close, glaring at Tang Wei. "Tang Wei, though I may be down on my luck now, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. It is not your place to mock me. Even with nothing to my name, I am not someone of your ilk." Tang Wei smiled slightly. "Is that so? I see your car. How about this? You have 55,000, right? I'll buy your car for 55,050 cents. And the remaining 50 cents can cover a meal. What do you say?" Zhuang Bai scoffed. "Are you joking? Do you truly have 55,000 to spare? Just tell me if you're buying or not." Noticing Tang Wei's earnest expression, Zhuang Bai felt a flicker of uncertainty. Could it be that he genuinely has the funds? "Sell it, but only if you transfer the money first." Tang Wei replied, "Very well, provide your account number, and I shall transfer the funds immediately." Zhuang Bai relayed his account number, eager to see what scheme Tang Wei was concocting. He couldn't believe that Tang Wei could actually produce 55,000. However, the very next moment, a notification of the bank transfer appeared on his phone. "Esteemed user of XX Bank, your account has received a transfer of 550 yuan." Upon reading this, Zhuang Bai's eyes widened in astonishment as he repeatedly confirmed the string of numbers, which indeed amounted to 550,050 yuan. How could this be possible? Zhuang Bai gazed incredulously at Tang Wei, exclaiming, "How could you possibly have such a sum? Aren't you merely a mechanic? Where could you have acquired such wealth?" Although the enigmatic master of modifications had once garnered attention online, the majority were unaware that Tang Wei was indeed that very master. Moreover, not everyone had followed the trending topics of that time. Thus, Zhuang Bai remained oblivious to Tang Wei's true identity. "Tang Wei ziplit nun jialen." "That is of no concern to you. The funds have been transferred. They cannot possibly be counterfeit. May I now have the vehicle?" Zhuang Bai was rendered speechless for an extended moment. After a while, he suddenly knelt before Tang Wei, proclaiming, "I am sorry, Tang Wei. I was wrong to mock you." Wu Yuji, observing Zhuang Bai's kneeling, furrowed her brow. "Zhuang Bai, how can you be so spineless? It's merely over 50,000. Is this truly worth your kneeling?" Zhuang Bai retorted, "What do you know? Merely over 50,000? Without this amount, I would be utterly destitute. Tang Wei is now my savior." Wu Yuji rolled her eyes and remarked, "You are foolish. No matter what, you are still your father's biological son. Surely he would not abandon you in your time of need." Zhuang Bai sighed, "You don't understand. I am not my father's biological son. It is all my mother's fault for being too promiscuous in her youth." Wu Yuji gasped in shock at this revelation. "What? So this severance of your father-son relationship is indeed serious?" Tang Wei smirked upon hearing this. It was no wonder Zhuang Bai had fallen so low. Yet Wu Yuji continued to linger by his side. She must have believed that Zhuang Bai still held a glimmer of hope for reclaiming his inheritance. Zhuang Bai nodded, affirming, "Yes, this time it is indeed serious." Wu Yuji inhaled sharply, feigning composure. "It's all right. Even if you truly have no money, I am willing to remain by your side. By the way, hand me your bank card, and I shall help you settle your debts." Zhuang Bai was profoundly moved and without hesitation presented his bank card. "Yuji, you are truly too kind to me. I will dedicate my life to protecting you." Yes. I know. I must take my leave now. You two continue your conversation." With that, Wu Yuji swiftly departed the scene. Zhuang Bai then turned his attention back to Tang Wei. "Tang Wei, I cannot thank you enough. I never expected that after my previous treatment of you, you would still extend your hand to assist me in my direst hour. Reflecting on my past actions, I am filled with regret. I truly acted inhumanely. In his remorse, he even struck himself several times. Slap, slap, slap. Tang Wei shook his head, saying, "All right, that's enough." Zhuang Bai offered an awkward smile. At that moment, Tang Wei noticed that the boss nearby appeared somewhat displeased. After all the commotion, both the buyers and sellers had completed their transactions, while he himself had gained nothing and wasted precious time. Tang Wei, understanding the boss's mindset, smiled and said, "Boss, I almost forgot the main point. I still wish to purchase a vehicle from you." The boss looked somewhat puzzled. "Purchase a vehicle? Did you not already acquire a car from Zhuang Bai? Who told you I intend to buy just one?" "What?" Both the boss and Zhuang Bai were taken aback. "Are you implying you wish to buy another?" Tang continued to smile. "Not just one, I want this one, and this one. I shall take them all." The boss gazed at Tang Wei in astonishment, exclaiming, "You intend to take them all, young man? Surely you jest." Tang Wei replied seriously, "Do I appear to be joking?" Suddenly, the boss had a realization. "You aren't in the same line of business, are you?" Tang laughed heartily. Buying so many used cars at once could easily lead to such a misconception. "Of course not. Your prices are already the highest. Procuring from you would be a significant loss." The boss felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. "That isn't quite accurate. My prices are very reasonable." At that moment, Zhuang Bai couldn't help but inquire, "Tang Wei, what exactly do you do? It seems implausible to have such funds merely for car repairs." Tang did not respond. "You need not concern yourself with that." Subsequently, Tang purchased all the used cars that the boss had in stock, driving them onto his trailer. "Is that all, boss?" At this moment, the boss was ecstatic, for he rarely sold even a single vehicle in a day, and Tang's actions had cleared his entire inventory. What a delightful turn of events. "Indeed, if you still desire more, I can source additional vehicles for you, though it may take some time." "Tang note that." "Very well, I will take these for now. Do remember to contact me once you locate other sources." "Absolutely." The boss's face beamed with joy. "You are truly my benefactor. I shall endeavor to find you the finest vehicles." Tang thought to himself that such efforts were unnecessary, as he merely intended to modify the cars into robots, and the distinction in quality between good and poor cars would not significantly affect the outcome. Afterward, Tang drove away with the trailer, leaving Zhuang Bai in a state of shock. Upon arriving at the company, employee Xiao Yang was taken aback by the multitude of vehicles. "General Tang, where did you acquire all these orders?" Tang Wei smiled, but said nothing. He proceeded to unload the cars. As he gazed at the neatly parked row of vehicles, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. He had only considered increasing the number of automotive robots, without contemplating the immense effort required from just himself. Xiao Yang seemed to sense Tang Wei's distress and suggested, "General Tang, perhaps we should hire a few more people, apprentices perhaps, so that you have assistance while you work." This matter had long been contemplated by Tang Wei. Shaking his head, he declared, "No, I cannot carelessly divulge my unique modification techniques to others. Xiao Yang sigit in resignation." Very well then. At that moment, an idea struck Tang Wei. What if he were to first create a self-operating automotive being, allowing it to undertake subsequent modifications? This would almost guarantee a permanent solution. Yet, it felt as though he might be exploiting a loophole. Surely, the system would not permit such an act. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to give it a try. He casually scanned a vehicle and inputted his modification requirements to transform it into a nimble automaton capable of performing certain modification tasks on his behalf. After articulating his request, he awaited the system's response in silence. "The system has devised the optimal modification plan for you." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. He had truly succeeded. At that moment, he was torn between laughter and tears. Had he known of such a shortcut earlier, he could have spared himself so much toil. The system seemed to sense Tang Wei's thoughts and cautioned, "Utilizing external tools for modifications will not yield any experience." Tang Wei chuckled inwardly, contemplating, "Experience? Is that even relevant to me now?" Yet, he mused, the rewards for future upgrades remained quite enticing. The system painted a tantalizing picture for him before lapsing into silence. Observing Tang Wei's sudden smile, Xiao Yang felt somewhat perplexed. "Mr. Tang, what has come over you?" Tang Wei shook his head dismissively. "It's nothing." He then glanced at Xiao Yang and added, "By the way, regardless of how absurd things may become here in the future, You must not disclose anything to the outside world. Xiao Yang nodded affirmatively, saying, "Rest assured, Mr. Tang, you know my character well, and I shall keep it confidential." Tang Wei felt a sense of trust toward Xiao Yang, which was why he had initially chosen him as his assistant. In the time that followed, Tang Wei began the modifications on the vehicle capable of further modifications, deciding to name it the Creator. Meanwhile, Zhuangbai, having sold his car, suddenly found that he could not reach Wei Yuji by phone. "Yuji, I hope nothing has happened to you." The thought of those menacing debt collectors filled him with dread. At that moment, a call from the debt collectors came through, prompting Zhuangbai to hastily answer. "Will you repay the money? If you don't settle soon, don't blame me for being unkind." Zhuangbai, perplexed, replied, "What do you mean? I instructed my girlfriend to pay you." "Nonsense. We have not seen a single cent." They retorted. "Have her answer the call and confirm this matter." Zhuangbai responded, "But she is not with me, and her phone is currently unreachable." "What?" The other party quickly grasped the situation. "You fool, have you been deceived? The woman beside you is clearly no saint. She must have taken your money and fled." Upon hearing this, Zhuangbai finally came to his senses. No, it cannot be. He could hardly believe this grim reality. "Oh no!" Zhuangbai let out a desolate roar towards the heavens. At that moment, snowflakes began to descend from the sky. The snow danced gracefully in the air, while the northern wind howled mournfully, the song playing nearby resonating perfectly with the atmosphere. Chapter 104. A false alarm through Tang Wei's relentless efforts. The Creator Autobot has finally come into existence. This marks a momentous milestone, for it signifies that Tang Wei can now liberate his hands and assume the role of a merciless master over the Autobots. "Creator, henceforth, your toil begins." Tang Wei affectionately caressed the front of the Creator, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. With more time on his hands, Tang Wei could now focus intently on investigating the mysterious organization. Meanwhile, Old Lu received an unexpected piece of news. "Commander, we have a situation. General Peichi and others from E Nation's military high command are en route to City A." "What? Peichi?" Old Lu felt a surge of anxiety. The relationship between Country A and Country E is far from amicable, and the sudden visit of high-ranking military officials from E Nation to the significant city of A under the guise of a private visit raised suspicions regarding their true intentions. Of course, they claimed to be traveling for leisure, and as long as their documentation was in order, there was no justification for denying them entry. Make sure to keep a close watch on them. We cannot allow them to stir trouble on our turf. Understood. Before long, Peichi, George, and Susie arrived in City A by plane. Upon landing, Peichi and George eagerly sought out food. "I am Stadovin. I didn't need to keep up with the schedule. Let's just grab something quick," Peichi remarked, suddenly spotting a vendor carrying a bucket of food, seemingly preparing to set up a stall. George quickly intercepted the vendor and, in broken A language, said, "Friend, we come from E Nation and we haven't eaten. Please sell us something for the three of us." The vendor looked at the trio with a surprised expression. Peichi chuckled. Are the people of a nation so ignorant? They act as if they have never seen a foreigner before. Susie chimed in, "Indeed, how pitiful." Despite his confusion, the vendor complied with their request and sold them his goods. The three savored their meal with delight. It must be said that the food in a nation is quite delectable, though a bit unclean, unlike our nation, which prides itself on cleanliness and hygiene. They continued to converse while eating. At that moment, a group of people suddenly looked at them with curious eyes. Peichi remarked, "These people must be starving. How unfortunate. Let's share the leftovers with them." The trio then took out the remaining food and offered it to the children nearby. "Would you like some?" The surrounding people shook their heads in unison. "We would never consume such a thing. It is meant for feeding pigs." A young child candidly exclaimed. "What?" Upon hearing his words, the trio stood in stunned silence. They instantly retched, expelling everything they had just consumed. The military personnel concealed nearby struggled to suppress their laughter at this spectacle. Were these three individuals truly generals from Country E? It was almost unbelievable. We must not be complacent. Perhaps they intend to employ this cruel ruse to deceive us and create an illusion regarding their intelligence. Indeed, subsequently, the trio hailed a taxi and proceeded to their destination, Tang Wei's company. The taxi driver was also an undercover military operative, deliberately waiting for them. Their destination was soon reported. "What? They are headed to Tang Wei's company. Do they intend to abduct him? This cannot be allowed." Old Lu's expression turned grave. "Tang Wei is an invaluable talent. We cannot permit the people from country E to take him away. At that moment, one of his subordinates spoke up. But what should we do now? Without confirmation of any transgressions on their part, we cannot act recklessly. Old Lu pondered for a moment before responding. First, notify Tang Wei, and let us continue to observe discreetly without alarming them. Understood. Tang Wei received Old Lu's call. Grasping the situation at hand, I see. The high-ranking military officials from country E are seeking me? Indeed, we are unaware of their intentions. You must exercise caution, and we will ensure your safety from the shadows. I understand. I'm curious to see what they desire. Just as Tang Wei hung up the phone, Xiaoyang approached. Mr. Tang, there are 3 individuals outside who do not appear to be from our country seeking you. Tang Wei nodded and replied, Understood. I shall meet with them. Xiaoyang thought to himself, Tang Wei is truly remarkable. His business has even expanded overseas. Soon, Tang Wei met with the trio. They introduced themselves without delay. Greetings, Mr. Tang. I am General Peiqi from country E, and these are George and Susie. Tang Wei responded coolly. Ah, your esteemed names precede you. It is indeed an honor to meet you today. Peiqi was secretly astonished. Truly, he is a prodigious young talent, remaining unflustered in the presence of such high-ranking individuals. You flatter me, Mr. Tang, he replied modestly. Tang Wei, eschewing pleasantries, directly inquired, May I ask what brings you 3 to me? Peiqi glanced around to ensure privacy before stating, The military parade in country E is approaching, and we have heard of a prodigious young talent from country A who excels in mechanical modifications. We wish to enlist your assistance in modifying some equipment. Tang Wei frowned. This seems rather inappropriate. As a citizen of country A, should I assist you in modifying weapons for country E? Peiqi hastily exclaimed, Mr. Tang, you misunderstand. There is a segment in our military parade where 100 individuals ride a single motorcycle, but we are unable to produce a vehicle of such exceptional quality. So we must seek your assistance. Tang Wei nearly choked at the absurdity of it all. 100 people riding one motorcycle? What kind of operation is that? Observing Tang Wei's expression, Peiqi mistakenly assumed that the request was overly challenging. Mr. Tang, if that proves too difficult, accommodating 50 individuals is still feasible. Tang Wei shook his head. That is not the issue. I am merely contemplating the scene of 100 individuals on one motorcycle. Even if I could modify it, would you be able to manage it? The 3 of them laughed at this point. Mr. Tang, you underestimate us. 100 individuals is hardly a concern. Tang Wei's expression darkened. Very well, perhaps I am the one lacking insight. He was somewhat speechless, astounded that these 3 esteemed individuals had approached him for such a matter. Peiqi continued, If you find no issue, we kindly request that you accompany us to country E. We assure you will not be treated poorly. Absolutely not. Tang Wei ziplit the soleti. Once on your territory, who knows what could transpire? If you wish to modify the vehicle, bring it to me, and we will follow the proper procedures. The 3 exchanged glances. Tang Wei's demeanor was serious. If they did not acquiesce, it indicated ulterior motives. However, Peiqi eventually conceded, All right, we will bring the motorcycle as Mr. Tang suggests. Tang Wei sighed in relief, realizing their intentions were not as convoluted as he had feared. Chapter 105. A marginal car brand. Soon after, Tang Wei broached the topic of fees. How does 100 million sound for a motorcycle? 100 million. The 3 were somewhat taken aback. That price seemed rather steep. Tang Wei chuckled. What's the matter? Is it too much for your esteemed country, E, to muster 100 million? Of course not. It's merely 100 million. No problem at all. We require 20 motorcycles in total, which amounts to 2 billion. Tang Wei's heart soared with joy. The total cost of all his previous modifications had not approached this sum, and this request was relatively simple. After concluding their discussions, the 3 departed swiftly. An informant lurking nearby contacted Old Lu. Commander, they have left. What? Left? Is Tang Wei all right? He appears fine. Everything seems normal. Understood. Subsequently, Old Lu reached out to Tang Wei. Tang Wei, what did those 3 say to you? Tang Wei recounted the events as they transpired. Old Lu was left in stunned silence. What? You mean they traveled great distances merely to have you modify motorcycles? Indeed, though it sounds far-fetched, that is the truth. Lao Lu harbored no doubts regarding Tang Wei's words, for it indeed aligned with their customary practices. Well, have you truly agreed to this? He queried. What if they dismantle your modifications and uncover the core technology? Tang Wei chuckled. Rest assured, I can engineer it such that any damage to the exterior will trigger an automatic destruction of the internal mechanisms, thus eliminating concerns regarding technology leakage. Upon hearing this, Lao Lu exhaled in relief. That would indeed be splendid. His words served as a reminder for Tang Wei that this principle should apply not only to country E but to all others as well. One must not allow their modified products to be easily dismantled by outsiders. After concluding the call, another phone rang. It was the owner of the second-hand car dealership, with whom he had exchanged numbers after purchasing a multitude of used vehicles. Tang Wei answered the call. Hello, young brother. I have a new batch of second-hand cars in stock. Would you care to come and take a look? Certainly, he replied. After all, Peichi's motorcycle had yet to be collected, and other tasks were being managed by the creator. Thus, he drove back to the used car lot. The owner greeted Tang Wei with a broad smile. Young brother, this time I've only selected prime vehicles. I've rejected anything subpar, solely to provide you with the highest quality options. Tang Wei nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. After negotiating a price, he drove the car away. Young brother, do you need any more? I'll contact you when I have more cars, the owner inquired hopefully. Tang Wei pondered for a moment. He deemed he had acquired enough, as further additions would be unmanageable. He shook his head, replying, no, that should suffice. The owner appeared somewhat disappointed, having hoped to establish a long-term client relationship. Nevertheless, the transactions of recent days had yielded him a significant profit, and he should be content. At that moment, a man approached, driving a uniquely styled sedan. Tang Wei was instantly captivated by its design. The man exited the vehicle, looking visibly fatigued. He smiled at the owner, asking, Boss, how much do you think I can sell this car for? With just a glance at the emblem, the owner shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot accept this vehicle. It won't sell. The man, taken aback, responded, How can that be? Such a fine car, it must sell. The owner countered, Let us not discuss the car as condition just yet. The brand is a domestic, low-tier label, and the manufacturer is on the brink of collapse. But what does that matter? As long as the car drives well, isn't that sufficient? I didn't purchase it cheaply. It has features comparable to luxury vehicles. The owner interrupted, Stop. Your arguments are futile. While second-hand car buyers are indeed pragmatic, they still place value on brand reputation. Your brand is far too devalued. No one want to buy it. What if I lower the price to $50,000? I originally bought it for $500,000. At this declaration, the bystanders began to murmur in astonishment. What? Is there truly someone foolish enough to spend $500,000 on a domestic vehicle from an obscure brand? How utterly naive. With such funds, I would much prefer to acquire a lower-spec luxury import. The design appears to have been plagiarized from XX Motors. How could one possibly drive such a thing without feeling embarrassed? So, it is indeed a copy. No wonder it looks relatively appealing. I was wondering how a domestic car could possess such aesthetic charm. Upon hearing this, the salesman's expression darkened, and he addressed the crowd. Do not spout such nonsense. This car is of independent design. It is XX Motors that has imitated its appearance. If you doubt me, feel free to investigate which came first. The crowd, however, did not engage further. They merely looked upon him with disdain. For the majority, the truth held little significance. It sufficed to believe what one wished to believe. Still being obstinate. Honestly, what benefit is there in defending a nearly bankrupt enterprise? XX Motors is a renowned international brand. Why would it bother to plagiarize the design of an obscure label? If this shoddy brand were genuinely remarkable, would it be facing bankruptcy? The man, disinterested in further debate, turned back to the owner, saying, Boss, I truly need the money. Please accept this vehicle. $500,000 is genuinely a fair price. It features. He recited the specifications of the car with the expertise of an automotive engineer. This piqued Tang Wei's curiosity. He activated the system to scan the vehicle, and indeed, as the man claimed, this car exhibited exceptional qualities relative to others in the same price range. Coupled with its unique design, it was practically unbeatable. Yet, as the onlookers had pointed out, if the vehicle were so remarkable, why would the manufacturer be on the verge of collapse? Observing the man's earnest plea, the owner sighed repeatedly. Brother, given your description, this car does seem quite commendable. The owner was knowledgeable in the field. However, the majority lack such discernment. If it cannot sell, even if it were heavenly in quality, it would be worthless. At that moment, someone proposed an idea. Brother, you are truly in a pitiable situation. I have a suggestion. Why not remove the emblem and replace it with that of XX Motors? I assure you, even at $15,000, someone would buy it. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Indeed, that is quite a clever suggestion. You truly are a little genius. To everyone's surprise, the man reacted with anger. Absolutely not. I would never engage in such deceit. After saying this, he bowed to the owner. I apologize for the interruption. With that, he dejectedly approached the car, preparing to leave. Wait, called a voice, unmistakably belonging to Tang Wei. The man turned back, puzzled to see Tang Wei. Young brother, is there something you need? The owner looked at Tang Wei in astonishment, saying, You don't mean you wish to purchase this car, do you? Chapter 106. The light of domestic manufacturing. Tang Wei nodded and replied, Indeed. The moment the words left his lips, astonishment swept through the crowd. What? Is there truly someone willing to acquire this item? Perhaps they are not lacking in wealth and feel pity for the individual. Indeed, it is merely 50,000 yuan. One might assume they perceive it as a charitable act. The man selling the car was taken aback, but after a moment, a look of joy illuminated his face. Is it true? Are you genuinely willing to purchase my vehicle? That is splendid. Tang Wei replied with a smile. Of course, it is true. This car is commendable in every aspect, and I have no reason to decline. The seller glanced at Tang Wei, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately refrained. He understood that Tang Wei was not foolish. His willingness to acquire the vehicle must be based on sound reasoning. Tang Wei continued, How about this? I believe this car could fetch around 150,000 yuan. Do you consider that price acceptable? 150,000. The seller was astounded. Having anticipated merely 50,000, he soon realized that Tang Wei's offer stemmed from empathy. Thus, he earnestly stated, My friend, I hope your intention in purchasing my vehicle is born out of admiration, not pity. The bystanders were taken aback. Just moments ago, he had implored someone to take his car, and now, upon receiving an offer, he uttered such sentiments. What could this mean? Tang Wei found the man rather intriguing, resembling a naive idealist. You misunderstand. My interest is not born from sympathy. This car is indeed exceptional, and its condition is quite pristine. 150,000 is an excellent value. I merely wish to seize an opportunity. The man became animated once more, exclaiming, How wonderful! I never expected to encounter someone who could overlook brand bias. I feel remarkably fortunate today. It was evident that this man had faced numerous setbacks. Well then, let us get into the car, and, as we drive, we can discuss and experience its performance. The man nodded in agreement. They entered the vehicle, with Tang Wei taking the driver's seat and the man settling into the passenger side. The car gradually roared to life. What do you think? The handling is quite pleasant, is it not? The man inquired eagerly. Tang Wei note that hap fi mai si. Indeed, it is rather impressive. The man sighed. Alas, there are not many discerning individuals such as yourself remaining. Nowadays, many people, upon hearing domestic automobile, especially when it pertains to lesser-known brands, immediately assume it to be trash. In response to the man's lament, Tang Wei asked, by the way, What brand is this vehicle? Liangshan Automobile. The man promptly replied, Liangshan signifies excellence combined with innovation. This company has steadfastly adhered to that principle, producing vehicles of remarkable quality. Truly a beacon of domestic manufacturing. Unfortunately, the man continued, his spirits dampened. Liangshan Automobile? Tang Wei's curiosity about the brand intensified, as did his intrigue regarding the man's identity. You wouldn't happen to be the owner of Liangshan Automobile, would you? You seem to hold a deep affection for the brand and possess considerable knowledge about it. The man chuckled bitterly and remarked, You are overthinking it. Although Liangshan Motors is on the brink of bankruptcy, their owner is not destitute enough to resort to selling cars. He then sighed and added, However, I was indeed an employee of this company, so I possess considerable knowledge about their vehicles. Tang Wei understood, confirming his suspicions. So, is Liangshan Motors truly that formidable? Why then do they face bankruptcy? The man sighed once more. There are numerous reasons, but the most critical one is the suppression from certain automotive enterprises, particularly XX Motors, which not only stifles the development of Liangshan Motors, but also boldly plagiarizes their designs. At this juncture, the man's fists clenched tightly. If it weren't for the oppression from XX Motors, Liangshan would undoubtedly flourish and become a source of pride for our nation. Tang Wei could sense the man's indignation. If that is indeed the case, it is undeniably disheartening. Alas, I hope this company can weather the storm. I do not wish to see, years from now, that the public perception of domestic vehicles remains mired in associations with low-end, counterfeit products. Tang Wei reassured him. They surely will. At that moment, A plan began to form in his mind. Suddenly, they noticed a crowd gathered ahead, evidently in the midst of some commotion. Tang Wei alighted from the vehicle to investigate, with the man following closely behind. They observed a group of individuals at the entrance of XX Motors, holding banners that articulated various grievances. Tang Wei approached one of them and inquired, "My friend, what is happening?" The individual responded with palpable frustration. "We are all owners of XX Motors vehicles, and our cars have encountered numerous problems. The 4S dealerships completely disregard us, leaving us no choice but to assert our rights here at their company's doorstep." The man beside Tang Wei scoffed. These ruffians are indeed consistent in their ways, using their size to bully customers. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd reflected on their choices with regret. Indeed, we initially bought XX Motors vehicles believing in their status as an international brand, assured of quality. Who knew it would turn out to be so disheartening? Such companies should swiftly exit the market. Is it easy for us to earn our hard-earned money? The crowd was visibly agitated. At that moment, a rotund man, accompanied by a group of security personnel, approached. "What's going on here? Are you rabble-rousers trying to cause a scene?" Tang Wei felt a sense of familiarity with this scenario. The last individual to speak in such a manner was now long gone. This portly figure was Fan Tong, the head of XX Motors branch in a country. Fan continued, "Those who can afford XX Motors vehicles are relatively affluent, having achieved a modicum of success. Can we not exhibit a bit of decorum? The headquarters from XX company is on their way. It would be quite detrimental for the esteemed individuals from X country to witness our poor behavior. Who knows, they might withdraw from the A country market, and we would no longer have access to XX Motors vehicles." The crowd's anger intensified upon hearing these words. "This garbage truck, I sincerely wish it would withdraw promptly. And those so-called noble individuals from country X? Are we not human beings, deserving to be taken advantage of? You, yourself, are an American, yet you look down upon your own kind. It will be best if you just left. I intend to create a scene, to make the headquarters of country X's automotive industry understand that we Americans cannot be deceived by shoddy products." As the situation began to spiral out of control, Fan Tong altered his previous demeanor, stating, "Everyone, please return for now. Once I have attended to the representatives from the headquarters of country X, I will certainly resolve your issues." "Humph. Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Do you truly think we would believe your empty words? Why should we wait for you?" The crowd remained unyielding. Fan Tong, incensed, exclaimed, "Don't push your luck, get them." With that, a group of security personnel began to forcefully disperse the crowd. Tang Wei furrowed his brow and stepped forward. "Stop." The crowd turned to Tang Wei, drawn by his furious shout. Chapter 107. When something cannot be done, it cannot be done. The car salesman following Tang Wei looked at him with admiration. It seemed Tang Wei was indeed a person of integrity. Fan Tong, noticing Tang Wei, inquired, "Who are you?" Instead of answering, Tang Wei replied, "I advise you not to act recklessly." Fan Tong laughed heartily. "What a joke. Who do you think you are? It would be best if you mind your own business and step aside." "And what if I do not?" Tang Wei retorted. "If you don't, do not blame me for being impolite." As he spoke, Fan Tong motioned for the security to remove Tang Wei. Tang Wei scoffed. "Dare you lay a finger on me?" Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Everyone fell silent. Fan Tong quickly covered his head and crouched down. "Do not kill me. Do not kill me." He was so frightened he nearly lost control of himself. The onlookers glanced around, trying to discern the source of the gunfire. Only Tang Wei understood that it was personnel from the military covertly protecting him. Clearly, they comprehended his intention. Looking at the terrified Fan Tong, Tang Wei chuckled. "What is the matter? Feeling less formidable now?" Fan Tong shook his head vigorously. "Not formidable, not formidable. You are the formidable one. Quickly resolve their issues." All right. Fan Tong could only acquiesce repeatedly. "If only you had acted this way sooner," Tang Wei remarked, turning away. At that moment, applause erupted around them. "Thank you, young man, for your assistance today. Indeed, had it not been for you, who knows how long this fellow would have continued to brush us off." Tang Wei so my like thee. "It was nothing. I simply cannot tolerate those who assist outsiders in oppressing their own compatriots." With that, he glanced at the man beside him. "Well then, we should head back." As they got into the car, the man, puzzled, asked, "What was the gunfire about just now?" "Ah, you refer to this matter?" "I merely discreetly played a segment of audio on my phone, and indeed, it managed to intimidate that fellow." "Is that so? Your phone speaker is remarkably impressive." even surpassing the sound system's quality. The gunshot, just now, was resoundingly deafening to him. Let's change the subject. Tang Wei swiftly diverted the conversation, exclaiming, "It is utterly astonishing that XX Automobile's representatives exhibit such atrocious attitudes while maintaining a substantial market presence. It is truly infuriating. Indeed, such a repugnant enterprise ought to be ousted. They have shamelessly plagiarized the designs of Liangshin Automobile and even resorted to suppression. Simply rogue behavior." Soon after, Tang Wei and the man returned to their original location to finalize the transaction. Subsequently, Tang Wei transported the Liangshin automobile along with the previously acquired vehicles back to his company. Meanwhile, on Fantong's side, after Tang Wei's departure, he clenched his teeth in frustration. How despicable, to threaten me with a firearm. I must report you. He had already captured a photograph of Tang Wei, preparing to alert the authorities. Upon his return to the company, the representatives from Country E delivered 20 motorcycles and paid an initial deposit of 500 million. Upon inspecting the motorcycles, Tang Wei couldn't help but express his admiration. Without any modifications on his part, each motorcycle could accommodate at least 20 individuals. Truly impressive. Tang Wei instructed the creators to temporarily halt the transformation of the automobiles and focus on modifying the motorcycles, as he was eager to secure funds swiftly. He now harbored a plan to invest in Liangshin Automobile. If, as the man suggested, Liangshin was a company with ideals and ambitions, it would be a grave loss to let it go bankrupt. Providing financial support now could potentially rescue the company. Moreover, Tang Wei could offer some technological assistance. This way, Liangshin could grow and he would also create an additional revenue stream. Additionally, he had previously contemplated producing specialized vehicles for the disabled, which could be realized through this automobile company. Thus, Tang Wei resolved to seek an opportune moment to discuss matters with Liangshin's representatives. However, before he could reach out, someone approached him, none other than an executive from XX Automobile, causing Tang Wei to furrow his brow. His impression of this brand had plummeted to an all-time low. Nevertheless, he decided to meet with them regardless. Upon the meeting, he was greeted, "Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Lin Wen from XX Automobile." "Hello, Mr. Lin. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Tang Wei surmised the nature of the meeting. Lin Wen hesitated briefly before responding with a smile. "You are undoubtedly familiar with our company name. We are considered leaders in the automotive industry." "Oh, XX Automobile. Indeed familiar. Is it not the company recently exposed for brake failures, oil leaks, and fires, where consumers were violently obstructed from asserting their rights?" "I happened to be present that day," Tang Wei replied nonchalantly. Lin Wen appeared somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. "Ah, Mr. Tang, this is merely an isolated incident. Overall, our company remains exceptionally outstanding. Let's set aside this matter and discuss more pressing concerns. We hold your talents in high regard, which is why senior executives from our headquarters in Country X have personally visited our branch, specifically requesting that we invite you to assume the role of our designer. With an annual salary reaching an astounding 100 million, this offer is undeniably enticing to many. XX Automotive Company has invested significantly, aware that without a generous compensation package, they could not attract a genius like Tang Wei. Yet, Tang Wei dismisses it entirely. After all, he has just undertaken a monumental project worth 20 billion. Working for an annual salary of 100 million is preposterous. "Oh, the headquarters personnel have arrived. Yet why has he not come himself?" Lin Wen awkwardly replied, "Well, they are quite busy and sent me in advance." Tang Wei shook his head, stating, "I apologize, but I do not wish to work for others." Lin Wen was taken aback. How could he remain unmoved by such an offer? "Mr. Tang, please do not be hasty in your refusal. Consider it further. This 100 million is merely the base salary. Should you contribute to the company, we can also offer you shares. After all, XX Automotive is a Fortune 500 enterprise." Tang Wei continued to shake his head. "I have considered it thoroughly." Lin Wen sighed. "Very well. It appears that geniuses are indeed reluctant to be beholden to anyone. In that case, let us explore an alternative collaboration. You need not join our company. Instead, we can purchase all the automotive design materials from you, paying a lump sum of 10 billion. What do you think?" Tang Wei found this proposition somewhat appealing. Had it been any other company, he would have likely accepted. However, this was XX Automotive, and he could not assist them. "That is not possible." "Why not?" Lin Wen asked, perplexed. "It is simply not possible. There is no further explanation." If there is nothing else, you may leave. Lin was taken aback by Tang Wei's outright rejection. He sighed deeply, saying, very well, I understand. I shall return to inform our chairman. Chapter 108. What? You are Tang Wei. Lin returned to the company and conveyed Tang Wei's sentiments to Fan Tong and the visiting executive, Tamada. Upon hearing this news, Tamada appeared unfazed. It seems it is just as I had imagined. It is not so simple after all. Fan Tong scoffed. This so-called modification master is nothing but a name without substance. If he were truly that remarkable, how could he limit himself to mere modifications? With a simple patent application, he could effortlessly amass wealth. As a businessman, Fan Tong viewed matters solely from a perspective of profit, deeming Tang Wei's inefficient methods of earning money as illogical. Those so-called miraculous modifications must surely be mere hype. Otherwise, why is there no trace of information available now? Merely a fleeting moment of fame. Lin concurred, exclaiming, indeed, what General Fan has said holds merit. Upon hearing Lin's agreement, Fan Tong felt buoyed with elation. Mr. Tamid had traveled a considerable distance for this matter, yet it seemed his efforts were in vain. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Mr. Tamid struck the table. Both Fan Tong and Lin were startled. In a chilling tone, Tamid retorted, what do you truly understand? Tang Wei is not as simple as you presume. Do not mistake everyone for the inept beings you are. Faced with Tamid's words, Fan Tong felt an amalgam of anger and restraint. With a forced smile, he responded, Mr. Tamid speaks wisely. It is I who am short-sighted and lacking in insight. Your foresight is indeed commendable. Tamid scoffed, enough of your idle chatter. You will accompany me to Tang Wei's company, and we shall extend an invitation for him to join us. What? You will personally intervene? Fan Tong was taken aback. It was well known that Tamid held a significant stature. He would seldom make an appearance unless the matter was of utmost importance. Indeed, I suspect Tang Wei feels we do not regard him with sufficient seriousness. Hence my presence is imperative, Tamid asserted. Fan Tong and Lin exchanged glances. Mr. Tamid, is this truly necessary? Tamid replied sternly, it is absolutely necessary. A talent like Tang Wei, if utilized effectively, could have a monumental impact on our company's advancement. Our competitors have already begun to take notice of him. We must secure him before they do, lest the repercussions be dire. Enough talk. Let us depart immediately. Despite his confusion, Fan Tong complied without protest. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Tang Wei's company. Upon learning that representatives from XX Automobile Company had returned, Tang Wei felt a surge of impatience. Had he not already conveyed their unwillingness to collaborate? Xiaoyang interjected, this time, an outsider has arrived, and he seems of considerable standing. Perhaps Director Tang should meet with him. Oh, is that so? Tang Wei mused to himself. I shall inform them one last time. There will be no partnership, and any further visits shall be met with refusal. With that, he approached the entrance. Fan Tong and Tamid stood awkwardly at the door. Tang Wei's irritation was palpable as he remarked, how long must we wait for this fellow? I am indifferent, but you, Mr. Tamid, are of noble stature. Tamid shot him an exasperated glance. Cease your grumbling. Before long, Tang Wei appeared. Tamid instantly perked up, preparing to greet him. However, upon catching sight of Tang Wei, Fan Tong experienced an unsettling sense of familiarity. It soon dawned on him that this was the very individual who had caused a disturbance outside the company, driving a dilapidated vehicle alongside a rowdy group. This recollection ignited a spark of anger within Fan Tong. After that incident, he had reported Tang Wei for illegal possession of a firearm. Yet, the response he received was that no such findings had been substantiated. Thus, Fan Tong concluded that Tang Wei must have used firecrackers or similar devices to intimidate him. Thinking of being frightened by someone in their 20s, Fan Tong was exasperated. He stepped forward and said to Tang Wei fiercely, you brat, I never expected to encounter you here. I still have an account to settle with you from that day. With that, he was about to make a move. At that moment, Tamid restrained him, frowning. What are you doing? Fan Tong immediately realized that he had other matters to attend to and smiled. I apologize, Mr. Tamid. I have some private grievances with this fellow. Oomph. I don't care about your grievances with him. This is Tang Wei's territory. How unfortunate it would be if he saw this. You are right, I understand, Fan Tong responded. Tang Wei listened to their exchange with amusement. It turned out that among the two who came from XX Company, one was already an acquaintance of his, and they were unaware of his true identity. What are you staring at? Hurry up and leave. Fan Tong's Colette Tang Wei. Tang Wei chuckled and replied, This is my company. Why should I leave? Shouldn't it be you who leaves? What? Upon hearing this, both Fan Tong and Tamater were astonished. Your company? You are. Tang Wei replied indifferently, I am Tang Wei. As soon as these words left his mouth, Fan Tong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could never have imagined that this person before him was actually the special talent Tang Wei that Tamater wanted him to recruit. Impossible. You must be lying to me. How could you possibly be Tang Wei? Slap. Tamater suddenly slapped Fan Tong across the face. You incompetent fool. Shut your mouth. Fan Tong was left dazed, unable to collect his thoughts for a long while. What are you staring at? Quickly apologized to Mr. Tang. Fan Tong clenched his fists, unwilling to look at Tang Wei. How could he accept having to apologize? Tang Wei smiled and said, It's fine. I'm not that petty. Tamater remarked, Mr. Tang is magnanimous. Indeed, you are extraordinary. I admire you. Enough with the pleasantries. You are Mr. Tamater from the headquarters of XX Company in Country X, correct? Are you here regarding the previous matter? Indeed. It is I. If possible, shall we discuss it inside? Tamater suggested tentatively. Tang Wei shook his head and said, No need. I have already stated that I will not cooperate. Please leave. To his surprise, Tamater remained persistent. Mr. Tang, do not be hasty. Shall we sit down and discuss this slowly? Whatever conditions you desire, I will do my utmost to accommodate. Tang Wei initially intended to refuse, but after a moment's contemplation, he suddenly nodded. Very well, let us go inside. Seeing a turn of events, Tamater was overjoyed. Fan Tong wanted to follow them inside, but Tamater immediately reprimanded him. You wait here at the door. Fan Tong felt immensely aggrieved. Yet Tang Wei said, It's fine. Let him come in. Did you hear that? Hurry up and thank Mr. Tang for his magnanimity. Thank you, Mr. Tang, for your graciousness. Although Fan Tong felt a deep sense of resentment, he could only endure the current circumstances with humility. When you arrive at our company, I will make you pay dearly, he silently contemplated. Chapter 109. What is wrong with being a dog? Upon entering the office, Tamid directly addressed Mr. Tang. Please, do not hesitate to articulate your demands. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Wei replied, Well, first and foremost, I desire a position. Oh, what kind of position do you seek? Tamid inquired. Tang Wei gestured towards Fan Tong, stating, This gentleman is the head of your company's branch in Country A, correct? If possible, I would like to take his place. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Fan Tong's face turned ashen. Are you jesting? While our company values you highly, my contributions have been far greater. My position is not something you can simply usurp. He remained unfazed at the thought of Tamid acquiescing to Tang Wei's request, firmly believing that his position was irreplaceable. Instead, he felt a surge of anger at Tang Wei's blatant provocation. To his astonishment, Tamid responded, That is acceptable, as long as you agree to cooperate. I can grant you that position. What? Fan Tong could hardly believe his ears, staring blankly at Tamid. Mr. Tamid, have you lost your mind? I have made immense contributions to the company, yet you would allow someone to merely take my place? Do you not fear that such actions will dishearten everyone? Tamid maintained a stoic expression. Indeed, you have contributed significantly, but you have also received your due rewards. At this point, your value has diminished, and your current capabilities evidently do not match the demands of this position. I have long desired a change. You should understand that our company embraces a culture of predatory competitiveness, survival of the fittest, where the strong prevail. If you are eliminated, it is simply a consequence of your inadequacy. Fan Tong's eyes widened, veins bulging in his hands. At that moment, his fury reached a boiling point. Very well. Survival of the fittest, indeed. How eloquent. He turned to Tang Wei and said vehemently, Tang Wei, are you satisfied now? But do not rejoice too soon. Today, a situation for me will be your tomorrow. In such a heartless and ungrateful company, once you lose your value, you will be cast aside without hesitation. Tang Wei lauet hotitili. I believe you must clarify one thing. The current dynamic is that your company requires my assistance, not the other way around. I have no desire for this position. Even if I were replaced, it would make no difference. I can thrive independently, regardless of your company. Furthermore, I merely proposed one condition. I have yet to commit to anything. Fan Tong was left speechless. Tamid cast a derisive glance at Fan Tong. A joke? If Mr. Tang is willing to join us, our company will undergo a transformative upheaval, and his contributions will far surpass yours. He was aware of the personal animosity between Fan Tong and Tang Wei, thus intentionally putting Fan Tong in a compromising position to alleviate Tang Wei's grievances. This is the way to ensure that our future collaboration proceeds smoothly. Tamade promptly inquired, Mr. Tang, do tell me what other conditions you have. I shall acquiesce to them. Tang Wei continued, well, I have heard that the same model of your vehicles is approximately 20 more expensive in Country A. Is that correct? Tamade was taken aback by Tang Wei's sudden remark. Indeed, considering our brand popularity in Country A, our profits there are indeed the highest, making the branch in Country A the most significant, as long as you are willing to cooperate. Tamade's words were abruptly interrupted by Tang Wei. Are we to believe that the identical product is sold to our compatriots in Country A at a higher price and of inferior quality? Do you think us fools? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tamade quickly replied, No, you misunderstand. Selling at a higher price only reflects the affluence of our compatriots in Country A. This vehicle is unaffordable for many in Country X. We are truly remarkable. Tamade, ever the opportunist, quickly discerned that Tang Wei was a man of patriotic sentiment and decided to flatter him. This left Fan Tong in a state of astonishment. It was a rare sight to witness Tamade extolling someone else, as he was typically the recipient of such praise. Just how significant was this individual, Tang Wei? However, the flattery felt somewhat exaggerated and evidently failed to please Tang Wei. Enough of this. My second condition is that vehicles sold to Country A must be priced at least 10 lower than those in Country X. If you can agree to this, I will consent to the collaboration. What? Tamade was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a demand from Tang Wei. How can this be? We have earned so much in Country A. Is it unreasonable to expect a modest profit? He shook his head vigorously. Mr. Tang, our pricing has been meticulously considered. Do you understand what a 10 reduction implies? It is not merely a minor concession. We simply cannot accommodate such a request. While the first condition was somewhat excessive, it could still be negotiated. The second condition, however, fundamentally undermined the company's profitability. Even if Tang Wei were of utmost importance, it could not be accepted. Oh, you cannot comply? Then let be. Wait a moment, Mr. Tang. Tamade was reluctant to concede. Could we perhaps negotiate further? For instance, a 5 reduction on some mid-range models while keeping the high-end models at their original price. This was his utmost concession. Yet, Tang Wei remained unsatisfied. No, if my 2 conditions cannot be met, then I kindly request you to leave. He had never intended to collaborate with them. He merely wished to witness Fan Tong's embarrassment. Now that his objective had been achieved, it was time for them to depart. Very well, we shall reconsider. Tamade had essentially surrendered hope, but refrained from expressing it too definitively. He turned to leave, glancing at Fan Tong with a cold command. What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Although he had temporarily retained his position, Fan Tong felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation at that moment. He likened himself to a mere dog, summoned and dismissed at will, devoid of any dignity. Was he truly destined to become a mere lapdog to Tamade? His heart was in turmoil. Should he seek an excuse to continue surviving, or muster the courage to break free from his cage? How should he exist? Ultimately, he resolved to demonstrate that even being a dog could hold merit. In an instant, Fan Tong transformed from a visage of indignation to one of obsequiousness, addressing Tamade with, Understood. On the way back, Fan Tong coldly remarked, Mr. Tamade, since Tang Wei is unwilling to cooperate with us, we must not allow our competitors to succeed. Perhaps we should. He gestured as if to cut a throat. Tamade snorted disdainfully, replying, I see you wish to take this opportunity for revenge. Don't think I'm unaware. I assure you, that is impossible. Despite our earnest intentions, we couldn't sway him. The same applies to other manufacturers. So there is no need for concern. Upon hearing Tamade's words, Fan Tong felt a pang of disappointment. Chapter 110. I come to find my dog shortly thereafter. With the collaborative efforts of Tang Wei and the creators, the 20 motorcycles requested by the E-Country military were completed. Tang Wei reached out to the counterparts, and soon, Page and his entourage approached. Given the number of motorcycles, it was expected that one person alone couldn't transport them, so despite his astonishment, Tang Wei found it quite normal. Mr. Tang, your efficiency is astounding, Page exclaimed, somewhat incredulous, as if doubting Tang Wei's sincerity. Tang Wei replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. I've always been this quick. At that moment, George interjected, general page to express our gratitude. How about we let our personnel showcase a motorcycle performance with 100 riders from Mr. Tang? Clearly, he intended to evaluate the quality on the spot, albeit indirectly. Tang Wei discerned his implication and chuckled. That sounds intriguing. I, too, am curious to see how 100 individuals can ride a single motorcycle. Truth be told, he found it genuinely fascinating. He had seen a motorcycle carry 7 or 8 people, and over 10 was already a stretch. 100 was beyond his imagination. Page nodded in agreement, stating, "Perfect, we have exactly 100 personnel. Let us allow Mr. Tang to admire the skills of our E-country soldiers." With that, one soldier mounted a motorcycle, followed closely by others, each taking their place. The petite motorcycle accommodated 5 individuals. This was merely the beginning. The main event was yet to unfold. Soon, the 6th person stood on the shoulders of one of the riders, and others followed suit. Each individual sought a point of support, intertwining with one another to form a remarkably stable ensemble. If this were to be formulated as a physics problem, it would certainly engage high school students in analysis for several days. When the 100th person boarded the vehicle, Tang Wei could no longer suppress his admiration. Impressive indeed. Although this might not hold much utility on the battlefield, it is undoubtedly commendable as a display of acrobatics. George took a glance at the motorcycle, which appeared unfazed by the weight of the 100 individuals. He then instructed the soldier operating the motorcycle, "All right, start the engine and take it for a test run." The driver ignited the engine, and the motorcycle gradually advanced. Peichi observed this scene with satisfaction. Indeed, Mr. Tang Wei is remarkable. Subsequently, the soldier maneuvered the motorcycle through a series of intricate stunts, leaving Tang Wei in awe. After assessing the motorcycle's performance, Peichi led the soldiers and the motorcycle away. Concurrently, Tang Wei received the payment in full. With the funds in hand, a smile broke upon Tang Wei's lips. He was ready to embark on his plan. Thus, he drove to the Liangshin Automobile Company. During this period, Tang Wei had extensively researched the company, including its address and the founder's details. Notably, he had deliberately chosen to drive the very automobile sold to him by the man earlier. At the entrance of Liangshin Automobile Company, the founder, Li Liang, glared angrily at a portly man. "Mr. Fan, is it necessary for you to be so ruthless? Considering we are both citizens of country A, grant us a chance for survival." Indeed, the man was Fan Tong of XX Automobile. Fan Tong chuckled, replying, "The marketplace is akin to a battlefield, devoid of compassion. Surely, you comprehend this principle, Mr. Li? Furthermore, I am not denying you a path forward. Should you agree to allow us to acquire your company, all matters shall be resolved." Upon hearing this, Li Liang clenched his fists in fury. "You can forget it. I will never agree. Then prepare for bankruptcy," Fan Tong retorted, turning away without a backward glance. At that moment, a vehicle approached and obstructed Fan Tong's path. His brow furrowed in irritation. "How do you drive? Can you not see the road?" he exclaimed, ready to pound on the car. Just then, Tang Wei emerged from the vehicle. "Mr. Fan, how delightful to see you." Fan Tong was taken aback upon recognizing Tang Wei. "What brings you here?" At that moment, Li Liang also noticed Tang Wei. Not for any other reason, but because he was driving a car from his own company, a model with remarkably low sales, owned primarily by internal staff. Tang Wei smiled, saying, "Oh, it's nothing much. I came to find my dog. I have a dog that, despite being scolded, always returns obediently. However, this time, when I mentioned replacing it with a new dog, it became upset and refused to come back. It appears that even dogs possess their dignity. Truly a headache." Tang Wei's sarcastic remarks were unmistakably directed at Fan Tong, and the latter's expression darkened instantly. "Whom are you mocking? Do you dare to provoke me?" With their interests no longer aligned, Fan Tong felt no obligation to hold back. He raised his fists, ready to strike. At that moment, Li Liang interjected, "Mr. Fan, considering your status, it would be rather unbecoming to engage in violence in public, wouldn't it?" Perhaps due to the fact that Tang Wei was driving a car from his company, Li Liang could not simply stand by and watch. Fan Tong turned to him, retorting sharply, "What business is it of yours? Do I need your guidance on how to conduct myself?" Just then, Lin Wan, who was beside Fan Tong, tugged at his arm and said, "Mr. Fan, let it go. We shouldn't waste time. Mr. Tamade is urging us to return promptly." Upon hearing the name Tamade, Fan Tong's demeanor shifted as if a dog had heard its master approaching. "All right, I understand." He then turned to Tang Wei, saying, "Just wait." I may not have time to deal with you now, but I will certainly make time to teach you a lesson later. Oh, is that so? I shall await that with great anticipation. Fan Tong snorted coldly and followed Lin went into the car. Tang Wei shook his head and glanced at Li Liang. Thank you, my friend, for your timely intervention. Li Liang waved his hand dismissively. You flatter me. Anyone would have intervened in such a situation. However, I am curious. What did you mean earlier? Why did it provoke such a furious reaction from Fan Tong? Tang Wei shook his head, saying, That's a long story. I see. Li Liang then glanced at Tang Wei's car. This vehicle belongs to our company. Tang Wei nodded, replying, Indeed. This model produced by your company is quite practical and offers excellent value. Li Liang beamed with satisfaction upon hearing Tang Wei's praise. Of course, this vehicle is the result of our research team's tireless efforts. He excitedly began to explain the technical details of the car. Halfway through, he abruptly realized something. Look at me. I ramble on without pause. I'm wasting your time. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to go ahead. Tang Wei shook his head, saying, I do have matters, but they involve seeking you out. What? Li Liang, taken aback, responded, You are looking for me? Indeed, you are Li Liang, the founder of Liangshin Automotive, are you not? Li Liang nodded. Yes, and you are? Chapter 111. You are truly our benefactor. I am Tang Wei, the owner of Tangji Automotive Modification Design Company. The name Tang Wei rang a bell for Li Liang. Automotive modification? Wait a moment. Suddenly, Li Liang connected the dots. Being in the automotive industry, he was more attuned to automotive news than the average person, and he had heard of Tang Wei's previous achievements in vehicle modification. Tang Wei replied nonchalantly, Indeed, that would be me. Li Liang exclaimed with excitement, How wonderful. I have always been curious about what the legendary mysterious modification master looks like, and I never expected to meet you here today. Mr. Tang, you truly are a remarkable young talent. Tang Wei chuckled and replied, You flatter me. Let's get down to business. Shall we sit and discuss? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Liang quickly responded, Certainly. Let's move to the office for a more in-depth conversation. Before long, the two arrived at the office, where Tang Wei found a seat. Mr. Tang, would you care for a drink? I can have someone bring you something, Li Liang offered. Tang Wei shook his head, saying, No need for that. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Very well. Li Liang concentrated, eager to hear what Tang Wei had to say. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Wei inquired, I have heard that your company is on the brink of bankruptcy? Indeed. Li Liang's expression darkened at this revelation. What has led to this predicament? Could you elaborate on the specifics? Moreover, how much funding would be required to salvage the current situation? Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, Li Liang suddenly perked up. What could this mean? Tentatively, he asked, Mr. Tang, are you considering investing in our Liangshin Automotive Company? Precisely. Tang Wei was straightforward. Li Liang was elated, exclaiming, Really? That is truly magnificent. Our Liangshin Company has a chance for salvation. Mr. Li, please remain calm. You have yet to address my earlier inquiries. My financial resources are limited, and I am uncertain whether this amount can resolve your company's issues. Realizing his lapse in composure, Li Liang quickly regained his demeanor. I apologize, Mr. Tang, for my indiscretion. He then recounted the arduous history of Liangshin automotive struggles. When discussing the suppression faced from XX Automotive, Li Liang clenched his fists. We currently face a capital shortfall of approximately 1 billion. I have exhausted every avenue to bridge this gap, he sighed. Tang Wei queried, 1 billion? If this shortfall were addressed, could Liangshin Automotive rise once more? Tang Wei was somewhat taken aback. While Liangshin Automotive was a lesser-known brand, 1 billion should not be an insurmountable sum for an automotive manufacturer. Why then was the company teetering on the edge of bankruptcy? Perhaps there was a critical component that required this amount. In that case, he could potentially resolve Liangshin Automotive's current plight. After a moment of silence, Li Liang shook his head. I cannot say for certain. Our company faces challenges that extend beyond mere financial issues. However, if we can navigate this crisis, I will do everything in my power to see Liangshin Automotive rise again. In Li Liang's eyes, Tang Wei perceived a determination that was rare among many. He was convinced that Li Liang was no ordinary individual. Thus, he resolved to take action. Very well, I place my trust in you. I shall invest 2 billion in your company, Tang Wei declared, immediately withdrawing the entirety of his earnings from Country E. 2 billion. Li Liang was astounded by this figure, gazing at Tang Wei in disbelief. Indeed, it was 2 billion. Li Liang was so elated that he nearly fell to his knees. This is marvelous. Mr. Tang, you are truly our benefactor at Liangxin Company. With this 2 billion, we shall undoubtedly rise again. At that moment, he harbored no doubts about Tang Wei's ability to provide such a sum. Tang Wei quickly interjected, General Manager Li, please remain composed. As you mentioned earlier, merely resolving the financial issues is insufficient for Liangxin Automobile's resurgence. Li Liang replied resolutely, rest assured, Mr. Tang, once we tackle the current financial challenges, I will find ways to address the subsequent issues. No, you misunderstand. My point is that simply providing funds is not enough. I happen to possess considerable knowledge in automotive technology, and I can offer you some expertise to enhance the competitiveness of your products. Upon hearing this, Li Liang was utterly astonished. It dawned on him that Tang Wei's technological prowess was indeed the most captivating asset. One must understand that Tang Wei's modifications had reached a level that could potentially overturn conventional physical laws. The technology he possessed was nothing short of revolutionary. With such advancements, how could Liangxin Automobile not flourish? Suddenly, Li Liang fell to his knees. This took Tang Wei by surprise. General Manager Li, please, what are you doing? Tang Wei quickly assisted him to his feet. Mr. Tang, I cannot express my gratitude sufficiently. I am overwhelmed with emotion. Li Liang found himself at a loss for words. Do not mention it. I merely saw potential in your existing enterprise and sought to invest to earn a modest return, Tang Wei replied. Li Liang shook his head. No, Mr. Tang, if your intention were solely profit, you could easily collaborate with internationally renowned brands. Your choice to partner with us is profoundly significant. Li Liang's words rang true. From a purely financial perspective, collaborating with a company on the brink of bankruptcy was not a prudent decision. In truth, my decision to invest in you stems from how your company's philosophy resonates with me. You represent the hope for the rise of domestic automobiles, and I wish for Liangxin to thrive and transform public perception of domestic vehicles. Tang Wei articulated the sentiments in his heart. Li Liang felt greatly inspired upon hearing this. Indeed, our company's goal is to reach a global audience and reshape the perception of domestic automobiles. Tang Wei looked at Li Liang and said, I hope that after overcoming this challenge, you will remain true to your original intentions. Li Liang nodded, affirming, rest assured, I will. Subsequently, Li Liang gathered all key personnel of the company for a meeting in the conference room. When they learned of the impending investment in Liangxin Automobile, they were taken aback and began to speculate which conglomerate had chosen to extend their support. At this moment, Li Liang gestured towards Tang Wei beside him and said, This is our investor, Mr. Tang Wei. What? Everyone looked at Tang Wei in astonishment, unable to believe that the person capable of investing 2 billion was merely a young man in his 20s. The name Tang Wei seemed somewhat familiar to the audience. Suddenly, someone in the crowd whispered. The name Tang Wei was so commonplace that even those who had heard it before found it difficult to associate it with anything specific. Li Liang continued, Mr. Tang not only provides financial support, but also offers technical assistance. With Mr. Tang's help, our company is sure to soar to new heights. It was the first time the crowd had witnessed such confidence from Li Liang, and they began to speculate about the nature of the technical support Tang Wei might provide. May I boldly inquire what pivotal technology Mr. Tang can bring to our company? Someone from the audience asked. Chapter 112, A Resurrection. Indeed, we too are eager to know what technology could truly revive our company. Others echoed with curiosity. Tang Wei observed the puzzled expressions of the crowd and replied, Well, that's something that can't be easily explained. Upon hearing this, their hearts sank. If it were indeed a crucial technology, it wouldn't be shrouded in such ambiguity. Thus, the only possibility left was that the so-called technology Tang Wei provided was, in fact, dispensable. However, the mere fact that he could present 2 billion at this critical juncture was already impressive, and they refrained from demanding more. Li Liang, perceiving the crowd's thoughts, interjected, Ladies and gentlemen, the technology Mr. Tang can provide is beyond question. You only need to recognize the works he has previously transformed. For instance, the motorcycle that could topple a large truck was crafted by Mr. Tang Wei himself. At this revelation, the audience erupted in excitement. What? It was him. He is the mysterious master of modifications? I thought this name sounded somewhat familiar. Quickly, everyone grasped the significance of the moment. Their gazes now filled with admiration for Tang Wei. Who would have imagined that the legendary genius was merely a young man in his 20s? It was truly astonishing. With Mr. Tang Wei's assistance, our Liangshin Automobile Company is destined for a rebirth, soaring to greatness. Indeed, confidence surged among the crowd. Li Liang waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, let's not become overly excited. The rise of Liangshin Automobile Company is inevitable. What we need to discuss now is how to resolve the issues at hand." Subsequently, the group engaged in a profound discussion regarding the company's development, while Tang Wei, unfamiliar with business matters, simply listened attentively. Finally, Li Liang concluded, "Now, we require a breathtaking automobile that will announce our name to the world. This necessitates the assistance of Mr. Tang Wei." Tang Wei nodded and stated, "I understand. I will promptly provide a comprehensive design plan, and you may proceed with production accordingly." The crowd was taken aback by his declaration. Li Liang quickly shook his head and replied, No, Mr. Tang, there's no need to rush. We can take our time. You must understand that a complete automotive design plan cannot be crafted by just one or two individuals in a mere day or two." However, Tang Wei responded, "It's quite all right. I have long possessed this plan, merely lacking the opportunity to realize it. If we adhere to my design, the resulting vehicle will surpass the majority of those currently on the market." Everyone exchanged glances. If such words had been uttered by another, they might have deemed them naive. Yet, as these words emerged from Tang Wei's lips, they held no doubt regarding their veracity. At that moment, Li Liang voiced his concern. "I harbored no skepticism regarding Mr. Tang's capabilities, but when it comes to core components, such as the engine, we may not necessarily secure the finest models. Even with an exceptional design, it might not suffice." Tang Wei chuckled, "Mr. Li, I believe you are misunderstanding. My comprehensive design plan encompasses the design of the engine and all other components, meaning each part can be produced independently." What? The revelation left everyone astounded. It is well known that the automotive industry has evolved through the efforts of countless generations, with each component representing the dedication of innumerable individuals. Yet Tang Wei, with a mere utterance, claimed he could independently develop all parts, which was truly astonishing. "Mr. Tang, is what you say genuinely true?" Tang Wei smiled and replied, "Of course it is true. Would I deceive you?" His confident smile left no room for doubt. Silence enveloped the room as they struggled to comprehend the magnitude of the young man before them, an embodiment of formidable potential. Soon after, excitement surged among them. With the ability to independently produce all components, they would no longer need to heed anyone else's whims. Indeed, this meant that even XX Automobile Company could not stifle their progress. After the discussion concluded, Tang Wei departed from Liangshin Automobile Company. Meanwhile, at XX Automobile, Fantong was reporting to Tamade. "Mr. Tamade, Li Liang from Liangshin Automobile is adamantly refusing to agree to the acquisition." Tamade furrowed his brow. "Really? I didn't expect this fellow to be so obstinate." "Intriguing. I believe Liangshin Automobile holds no substantial value for acquisition, and it's unnecessary to waste any more time." What do you know? Although Liangshin Automobile is under our constraints, one must not underestimate its research and development potential. However, now that they have shown no willingness to be acquired, let them fend for themselves. At this moment, Tamade shifted the topic. "By the way, what is the status with Tang Wei?" Fantong felt a sense of perplexity, remarking, "What is there to discuss? It remains the same as before." However, today, as he was leaving the Liangshin Automobile Company, he fortuitously encountered him. "What?" Tamade seemed to grasp some critical information upon hearing this. "You mean you met Tang Wei at the entrance of Liangshin Company?" "Indeed, but I believe he was merely passing by," Fantong replied. "Mr. Tamade, you are overthinking it." He was aware of Tamade's thoughts, which led Tamade into deep contemplation. Subsequently, he addressed Fantong, saying, "In the coming days, keep a close watch on Liangshin Company. Inform me of any developments at once." "Understood." In the following days, XX Company meticulously monitored Liangshin's activities. As expected, they uncovered some clues. "Mr. Tamade, Liangshin Company has suddenly secured financing and appears to be preparing for a reorganization." Fantong reported the situation in detail. "What?" Tamade was taken aback. "Can we trace the source of this funding?" Fantong shook his head, stating, "We are unsure of that." Tamade furrowed his brow. "Indeed, it would not be easy to bring Liangshin Company to its knees." Fantong remarked, "I believe there is no need for concern. This is merely Liangshin's final struggle. Even if they manage to patch the financial gaps, it will only extend their lifespan slightly. Tang Wei shook his head. No, I have an ominous feeling. Keep an even closer watch on Liangxin Company. Meanwhile, Tang Wei examined the second-hand Liangxin vehicle he had purchased. Based on the modification plan provided by the system, he meticulously drafted the design scheme for the new car. The design did not require much mental effort on his part, yet clarifying the system's plan consumed a considerable amount of time. After confirming that his new car design was flawless, Tang Wei returned to Liangxin Automobile Company. Upon entering, the executives warmly welcomed him. Mr. Tang, we are honored by your presence. With an investment of $2 billion, he had now become a new shareholder of the company, prompting everyone to alter their address for him. Tang Wei wasted no time. He produced a USB drive. This contains all my design plans. Let us proceed to the conference room to review them. Certainly. Chapter 113. Openly false advertising? Soon, everyone convened in the conference room, where Tang Wei plugged the USB drive into the computer and activated the large screen. He meticulously explained each aspect of the new automobile design, leaving Li Liang utterly astonished. The entire plan encompassed the exterior, internal structure, and core components, showcasing remarkable thoroughness. He could envision how exceptional this design scheme was. Once successfully developed, the new model would undoubtedly become the most striking presence on the market. Not only that, but Tang Wei's proposal was remarkably detailed, outlining precisely how each frontline employee should operate during production, akin to a comprehensive tutorial. Although some individuals struggled to grasp the intricacies, they recognized the significance of Tang Wei's professional demeanor and his eloquent explanations. One individual sought clarification, asking Mr. Tang, "Does this mean that, by adhering to your plan, we can achieve complete autonomy in the production of all core components?" Tang Wei affirmed, "Indeed." The audience murmured with excitement. He continued, however, "Merely being able to manufacture core components is insufficient. Our products must far surpass those of our competitors. If we implement this plan to produce a new model of automobile, it will possess extraordinary performance, excelling in both safety and power." As he concluded, the audience erupted in applause. He added, "Of course, every step must be executed precisely as I have instructed. There can be no shortcuts or negligence." Li Liang responded, "That is undoubtedly our philosophy. Our company is committed to excellence." Subsequently, Tang Wei engaged with the company's executives to discuss further matters. After everything was concluded, the attendees bid farewell to Tang Wei. This scene was observed by individuals surveilling the entrance of Liangxin Company, prompting them to hastily report to Fan Tong. "Mr. Fan, Tang Wei is maintaining a close relationship with the personnel at Liangxin Company, and they are showing him great respect." Upon hearing this, Fan Tong furrowed his brow. He immediately relayed the information to Tang Wei. "Just as I suspected." Tang Wei clenched his teeth. Tang Wei has indeed chosen to collaborate with Liangxin Company. The financial gap of Liangxin Company must be filled by him. Fan Tong expressed his confusion, saying, "I doubt it. Why would he partner with a soon-to-be bankrupt, low-tier brand?" Tang Wei snorted dismissively and replied, "The technology Tang Wei possesses is beyond our imagination. While Liangxin Company may currently be a low-tier brand, once Tang Wei's technology is transformed into products, the landscape will dramatically shift. Perhaps he finds greater satisfaction in nurturing a near-bankrupt small company, or from a pragmatic standpoint, he could gain more influence within the company." Understanding Tang Wei's perspective, Fan Tong quickly grasped the implications. "What should we do?" Tang Wei hesitated momentarily before stating, "Let us observe the situation for now. If necessary, we may resort to some unconventional methods." His gaze turned menacing as he spoke. Fan Tong felt a surge of delight at this, for he had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Tang Wei. Not long after, Liangxin Automobile Company commenced preparations for the production of their new model. Before officially entering production, they needed to conduct some marketing to gauge consumer reactions. The concept images of the new vehicle from Liangxin Company sparked intense discussions the moment they were released. A remarkably robust chassis that purportedly withstands close-range sniper fire, a vehicle that ensures the safety of its owner, even when colliding with a fully loaded truck, capable of enduring a day engulfed in flames without consequence. Such exaggerated claims left everyone astounded. This is utterly absurd. What a counterfeit brand, brazenly engaging in false advertising. Do they think everyone is a fool? Had it not been for the official account, one might have thought it was a comedic stunt. Liangshin Automobile. Does such a brand even exist? I have never heard of it. Where does this obscure brand come from, daring to make such proclamations? Could they be any more exaggerated? This is sheer sensationalism. Domestic manufacturers are prone to such frivolous antics. Why not learn from their foreign counterparts and adopt a more grounded approach? I have heard of this brand before. It is not a mere knockoff. Their previous products displayed considerable craftsmanship and humility, and I never anticipated such a downfall. Alas, I am truly disappointed. Rumor has it that the company is on the brink of bankruptcy, likely resorting to this method for a final surge of visibility. How tragic. Among the crowd, there was anger and regret, but no one held any expectations. They could not believe the claims made by Liangshin Company. After all, they were indeed too extravagant. Many even began to make reports. On the side of Li Liang, the other employees in the company began to waver. Mr. Li, have we been too premature in our promotion? What if the vehicle fails to live up to the advertised effects upon mass production? Indeed, the skepticism from the public seems to suggest we have not met expectations, and it has instead drawn considerable negative attention. Li Liang shook his head. Rest assured, I have thoroughly studied Mr. Tang Wei's proposal, and I am confident that as long as we adhere to his guidance, we will undoubtedly achieve the desired results. He then inquired, by the way, when can we expect our test vehicles to be produced? Once we release the testing videos, we can effectively silence those who doubt us. Soon, very soon, we are expediting production. At that moment, someone suggested, Mr. Li, with so many voices of doubt, perhaps we should announce our collaboration with Mr. Tang Wei to alleviate their concerns? Yes, indeed. Li Liang shook his head. No, Mr. Tang Wei has advised against excessive exposure regarding his involvement. Ah, I see. Understood. In the ensuing days, discussions surrounding Liangshin Automobile continued unabated. Unsurprisingly, the majority consisted of various tirades. Fan Tong, observing the situation, was elated. Mr. Tamid, with the uproar surrounding Liangshin Automobile's promotion, why don't we stoke the flames further and crush this company under the weight of public opinion? Tamid shot him a disdainful look. Fool! Suddenly reprimanded, Fan Tong felt bewildered. What is wrong? Is there something amiss? Tama De coldly remarked, since Li Liang dares to promote himself so boldly, he must possess some confidence. If their vehicles truly achieve these capabilities, wouldn't we be the ones facing the harshest ridicule if we mock them now? Upon hearing Tama De's words, Fan Tong experienced a sudden epiphany. Ah, I see now, Mr. Tamada, your insight is profound. However, shall we not remain passive and wait idly? Tama De pondered for a moment before responding, of course, we cannot simply sit back and do nothing. I have decided to take decisive action. Oh, what do you mean? Kidnapping? What? Fan Tong was momentarily taken aback, but then he remarked, excellent, that is a good plan. Just then, Tamada's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the caller ID, his expression shifted dramatically. He exited to a secluded area to answer the call. Fan Tong found this peculiar. Who could be calling that warranted such secrecy? However, he refrained from asking further questions. After a while, Tamada returned. Mr. Tamada, let us continue our earlier discussion. What should we do specifically? Fan Tong eagerly inquired, yearning to capture Tang Wei and teach him a lesson. To his surprise, Tamada replied, no, the plan is cancelled. We must not act rashly. Fan Tong was taken aback, his confusion evident. Why? Do we not just agree on this? What has changed? Tamada's demeanor grew serious. When I say it cannot be done, it cannot. Do not ask so many questions. Fan Tong remained dissatisfied. Fine. If you want to do it, I will. Tamada's expression darkened. Fan Tong, what are you planning to do? Let me tell you, Tang Wei is not as simple as we presume. Taking action against him will yield no benefits. If you wish to court disaster, that is your choice. But do not implicate our company. Upon hearing Tamada's words, Fan Tong recognized the gravity of the situation. Could that phone call have conveyed something significant to Tamada? Tamada continued, Tang Wei is under the covert protection of military personnel from country A, and the individual backing our company has made it clear that Tang Wei is not someone we can confront. What? Fan Tong was equally astonished. He understood the terrifying implications of the group Tamada referred to as the company's backers. Thus, it was evident that Tang Wei would indeed be a formidable opponent. The phone call was undoubtedly from them. A chill ran down Fan Tong's spine as he replied, all right, I will heed your advice. But what shall we do next? Are we to allow Liangshin automobile to rise unchallenged? Tama contemplated for a moment and stated, "We will address that matter later. I must now leave country A and return to country X. Everything here will be your responsibility." Huh? Fan Tong felt bewildered. "You were just leaving like this?" Ignoring Fan Tong's astonished gaze, Tamade hastily gathered his belongings and slipped away, leaving Fan Tong bewildered. Meanwhile, at Liangshin Automotive, the prototype vehicles were swiftly produced for testing. That very day, the official Liangshin Automotive account conducted a live broadcast across multiple video platforms, which quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. Even individuals typically indifferent to automobiles began to take interest, largely due to the sensational nature of Liangshin's prior promotions, which had transcended typical advertising boundaries. "I am eager to witness the so-called test results they have claimed. Should there be any hint of false advertising, I shall not hesitate to report it. Without a doubt, if they can achieve what was initially promised, I would gladly partake in a live demonstration of absurdity." Many expressed skepticism regarding Liangshin's new vehicle fulfilling the advertised promises. At the live event, Li Liang, along with a group from the company, gathered in a spacious area. Beside him stood the latest flagship product of Liangshin Automotive. He addressed the camera with a smile, saying, "Greetings to everyone in the live stream. I am Li Liang, the founder of Liangshin Automotive. This vehicle next to me is our company's latest flagship development." As he spoke, an employee adjusted the camera for a close-up of the car. The design appeared quite impressive, even more striking than the promotional images suggested. Could it be that they have shamelessly copied from some foreign automaker? Below 100,000, it might be worth considering. Are you out of your mind? For a mere 100,000 or a little more, you could purchase an XXX. Who would buy this junk? The car you recommend is rubbish too. For an additional 20,000, one could acquire a YYY. Your suggestion isn't that great either. For an extra 50,000, I believe a Rolls-Royce Phantom will be a much better choice. Is everyone here off topic? We are discussing Liangshin Automotive's new product. Li Liang, observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, felt a sense of helplessness. Ladies and gentlemen, this vehicle has been designed and produced entirely by us, from its exterior to its core components. I assure you, there has been no plagiarism. I stake my reputation on it. Upon hearing Li Liang's assurance, the audience scoffed. Do you still possess integrity? How can we trust you when you can so brazenly engage in false advertising? Indeed, unless your vehicle truly performs as originally advertised. At this juncture, Li Liang smiled knowingly. Is that so? Allow me to demonstrate whether it indeed lives up to the claims. Without further ado, he opened the car door and the cameraman followed him inside. Li Liang's confidence piqued the audience's interest. Could it genuinely be resistant to collisions and fire? Such technology seems almost celestial. Subsequently, Li Liang conducted some routine operations. The handling appears commendable, he remarked. Indeed, it seems quite satisfactory. Enough with the empty flattery. It's merely mediocre. However, let us not forget the grand allure they initially advertised. It is time for us to witness the safety performance of this vehicle. Li Liang remarked with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not rush. The moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us." Soon, a massive excavator approached, leaving everyone bewildered. What could this possibly entail? The subsequent scene unfolded unexpectedly. The excavator swung its bucket and struck the windshield. The immense impact left the car's front glass utterly unscathed. A wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. Goodness, they're truly serious about this. Yet, despite this, some remained unsatisfied. What does this prove? It merely indicates that the glass is rather resilient. Li Liang chuckled. Indeed, this is merely a small appetizer. Then, a speeding large truck collided from behind. Eyes widened in disbelief. Is it really necessary to go this far? In an instant, the two vehicles crashed with a deafening noise. Li Liang and the photographer inside the car experienced only a slight jolt, with none of the catastrophic scenes one might envision. How can this be? They emerged unscathed. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest. The camera then shifted to another photographer outside the vehicle, providing a more comprehensive view. The front of the truck was utterly wrecked, while the car remained entirely intact. Silence enveloped the crowd. Moments ago, they speculated whether the truck had come to a halt just before impact. However, the current situation had proven that a genuine collision had indeed occurred. This was utterly absurd. Li Liang addressed the camera with a smile. So, do you all believe now? Chapter 115. Your backdrop is far too artificial. It was now impossible for anyone to remain skeptical. This was a live broadcast, personally conducted by the company's founder. If it truly is this remarkable, I would purchase it immediately. Indeed, having acquired this vehicle, I would aim solely to confront large trucks. Wait a moment, your advertisement boasted more than just this. There are also claims of bulletproof and fireproof features. Yes, those are indeed significant as well. For now, one must concede that the collision resistance is indeed impressive. If the other features fail to deliver, it would still constitute false advertising. Liliang smilat finally. Rest assured, I will test every feature we advertised without exception. He then added, however, acquiring a firearm for the bulletproof test poses quite a dilemma. Oh, just moments ago you claimed you would cover everything. How embarrassing for a CEO of an automobile company not to have a legitimate means to procure a gun. I tuned in specifically for your bulletproof gimmick. Li Liang then said, here, I shall engage everyone in a wordplay. When I mention bulletproof, I do not refer to bullets. What? Is it so brazen to openly admit to playing with words? How shameless. I spit. Li Liang continued, hold your reproaches. What I mean by bulletproof is, in fact, bombproof. What? Everyone is taken aback. Bombproof? This is far more impressive than being bulletproof. Before long, the employees affixed explosives to the vehicle and surrounded it with flammable materials. After testing its bombproof capabilities, they could also assess its fire resistance. With so much explosive material, even the most formidable car would surely be reduced to rubble, wouldn't it? I could accept the previous collision resistance, but if it truly could withstand an explosion, that would be utterly extraordinary. I find it hard to believe. Once everything was prepared, Li Liang re-entered the vehicle, but the photographer hesitated. Understanding his concern, Li Liang reassured him, do not worry, just hand me the camera. The photographer felt a sense of relief. Li Liang continued, everyone else, step back. The external filming will be handled by a drone. Soon, the crowd retreated, leaving only a drone hovering in the air. Li Liang sat in the car and pressed the switch for the bomb. A violent explosion erupted, causing the car to shudder slightly. Outside, all that could be seen was a sea of flames. The footage captured by the drone could no longer reveal the vehicle engulfed in fire. The comment section of the live stream exploded with excitement. Wow, this is truly intense. How could it emerge and skate? This is absurd. Is this really live? Am I still dreaming? It must be special effects. It cannot be real. The viewers were prompted by the final comment to seek evidence of the special effects. Before long, someone remarked, that background looks too fake. This remark left Li Liang both amused and exasperated. My background is too fake. Fake. With that, he picked up a spare live chicken from the car and opened the door. Seizing the moment the door swung open, he hurled the chicken out. The bird squawked in distress, and moments later, it was transformed into a roasted chicken. See? And you still claim it's fake. Li Liang used this tangible proof to dispel all doubts. At that moment, the excitement in the live stream reached unprecedented heights. Phantom also witnessed Li Liang's broadcast. He clenched his fists in disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? Deep down, he understood that if Liangshin Automotive's new product was indeed this impressive, it would inevitably impact his own sales. He had initially thought that the collaboration between Liangshin Automotive and Tang Wei was merely a gimmick, never anticipating that the first launch would be so explosive. Was this the rhythm of a grand debut? What he did not foresee was that such features were, for Tang Wei, merely trivial. Tang Wei did not veer into the most outrageous territory. With the exposure from this live broadcast, the brand Liangshin Automobile has truly ascended to fame, reaching a global level of recognition. Discussions about Liangshin Automobile abound across the entirety of Blue Star's internet. Of course, despite the live demonstration of the testing process, negative comments still predominate. After all, the Liangshin brand is rather niche, lacking in credibility. Furthermore, it is a brand from country A. Naturally, those who harbor animosity towards individuals from country A are unable to tolerate this. Yet another instance of such deceitful matters. Do people from country A lack discernment? One dares to deceive, while another dares to believe. Indeed, if such technology can be possessed by a small brand from country A, wouldn't it overshadow the entire globe? This vehicle is even more impressive than our E-country president's official car, yet is priced at a mere $200,000? Has the monetary value of $200,000 in country A become something only accessible to those of presidential status? Ha ha ha. Other major automotive companies have taken note of this. They do not doubt the authenticity of the live broadcast, yet they harbor profound skepticism regarding the vehicle's potential for mass production. Moreover, even if it could be mass-produced, it surely could not be sold at a price within the reach of the average consumer. Therefore, even though Liangxin's new car exhibits such extraordinary capabilities, they remain unperturbed, continuing with their usual activities. At this moment, they are unaware that a crisis is looming ahead. They shall pay a hefty price for underestimating a formidable adversary. On that day, Li Liang sought out Tang Wei. Upon meeting, he excitedly exclaimed, "Mr. Tang, our new car has garnered unprecedented attention, all thanks to you." Tang Wei smiled and replied, "Let us refrain from such polite words, and do not be overly optimistic. While attention has been achieved, it is the forthcoming mass production and sales that hold paramount importance." Li Liang nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Mr. Tang speaks wisely. By the way, you did not come to see me solely for this matter, did you? Is there something else at hand?" Li Liang chuckled. "Yes. I have heard that City A is about to host a world-class automobile rally, and I wish for our company's new car to participate in this event." "Oh, is that so? This is quite simple. Just find a few race car drivers and spend some money to have them race our company's vehicles, isn't it?" Li Liang shook his head, saying, "Top-tier race car drivers are hard to come by, and those average drivers would fail to create the desired promotional effect. I thought, as you're a master of modifications, you must know quite a few professional racers, which is why I sought you out." His logic was indeed sound, yet in truth, he had never had a professional racer seek him for modifications. Thus, Tang Wei shook his head and replied, "I am afraid I do not know any." Li Liang appeared slightly disappointed. "Oh, that's all right. I will continue to seek solutions. Your previous live broadcast has already brought such significant attention. Does it really matter?" Tang Wei expressed the doubts that weighed on his heart. Li Liang chuckled, saying, "You fail to comprehend. A test vehicle will always remain a test vehicle. We must allow consumers to witness the genuine conditions of a production vehicle." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei understood. So that is how it is. Chapter 116. Do not underrate the poor elderly. After their conversation, Li Liang took his leave. Subsequently, Tang Wei arrived at his warehouse. During this period, the creators had successfully modified numerous Autobots. They were designated by color as Little Red, Little Blue, and Little Purple. Though this was merely a placeholder, as Tang Wei had yet to conceive more fitting names. These Autobots were not mere replicas. Each possessed a unique transformation mode, and their performances varied across different aspects. Most importantly, they could not only transform independently, but also combine into a formidable entity. Thus, even when confronting colossal foes, they would not be at a disadvantage due to their size. Gazing upon this formidable squadron of Autobots, Tang Wei felt immense satisfaction. Such a powerful lineup could, without exaggeration, sweep through some underdeveloped nations. After all, conventional weaponry could no longer inflict harm upon the Autobots, and their energy was nearly inexhaustible. It was merely a matter of time before they could overturn a backward small country. However, the elusive organization remained shrouded in mystery, and despite Tang Wei's burgeoning strength, it was of little consequence. With a sigh, he pondered whether he was destined to wait for them to strike again rather than taking the initiative himself. The only name he had was Li Daya, which was merely a name without substance. Thus, he resolved to investigate the circumstances surrounding this individual personally. Tang Wei reached out to Old Lu and Professor Gao Ming from the Supreme Research Institute, gathering all available information on Li Daya. "The individual you mentioned has been thoroughly investigated by us, including his previous residences and acquaintances. We have explored every avenue you might conceive, yet we have not unearthed any useful information," Old Lu informed Tang Wei, recognizing his thoughts. Unwilling to relent, Tang Wei remarked, "Did you not just mention that he has a son studying in Country X?" "Indeed, but he has not returned for many years, and we cannot travel to Country X to investigate," Old Lu replied. "So, you possess no information regarding this studying son?" "Not entirely devoid of knowledge. We at least know that he is ostensibly studying at XX University," Old Lu clarified. "Understood. So, you have not conducted a thorough investigation, have you?" Tang Wei questioned. Sensing Tang Wei's intentions, Old Lu's tone grew serious. "What are you planning? Please do not act recklessly. If you travel to Country X, we cannot guarantee your safety, and your Autobots cannot brazenly enter Country X. It would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den." Tang Wei hastily reassured, "Do not be anxious. I am well aware of my limits and shall not act recklessly." Rest assured, though he spoke with such confidence, his mind was already devising plans. However, he understood that unless absolutely necessary, he could not easily depart from Country A. For now, he decided to explore locations associated with Li Day. Muttering to himself, Tang Wei soon arrived at Li Day's former residence. The house, a standalone structure, bore signs of neglect, its yard overgrown with weeds, indicating that it had remained uninhabited for quite some time. He opened the door, finding it unlocked, as it had already been investigated before. He meticulously searched each room, yet discovered nothing of significance. It appeared he would need to pursue inquiries elsewhere. Exiting Li Day's abode, Tang Wei entered his vehicle and drove to a nearby neighborhood. Suddenly, he noticed an elderly woman begging by the roadside. He felt an unsettling familiarity with her, though he could not immediately recall her identity. "Kind souls, please show some mercy and spare a little for me," the woman pleaded, holding out a bowl with a pitiful expression. Compassion stirred in the hearts of passers-by, who willingly offered their small contributions. Tang Wei, moved by the sight, intended to lend her some assistance. After all, it was truly a sorrowful sight to see someone of her age resorting to begging. At that moment, a man approached. Is that not the esteemed matriarch of the Su family? How have you fallen to such depths, begging on the streets?" "Ha ha!" he jeered, kicking over the woman's bowl. As she shielded her face and gathered the scattered coins, she trembled as she spoke. "You are mistaken. I am no matriarch, merely a beggar." At this, Tang Wei finally recognized her. No wonder she seemed familiar. He had seen her at the Su family banquet before. This was the once illustrious matriarch of the Su family, now reduced to a beggar. The passage of time had transformed her situation, and though one might argue it was deserved, it was still a lamentable sight. The man continued to laugh heartily. "It is only natural that you do not recognize me. After all, we insignificant individuals are as ants before your Su family, seldom acknowledged by you. Yet, I shall never forget the visage of the Su family matriarch. In her prime, your family was indeed magnificent, but alas, who could have foreseen your fall from grace at the hands of the Dragon King? Otherwise, you would not have found yourself in such a plight." With increasing arrogance, he unleashed all the pent-up resentment from having been oppressed by the Su family. "By the way, where is your granddaughter, Suyin? Is she truly so heartless as to allow you, an elderly woman, to beg? If need be, let her take me as her lover. At least that would ensure your family's sustenance." Ha ha! At this point, the matriarch could no longer contain her outrage. She rose to her feet, fixing the man with a steely gaze. "Oh, what is this? Have you found your courage?" The man feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Please do not be angry, considering your age. If you were to die from rage, I would be liable for compensation, and I certainly cannot afford that." The elderly lady clenched her fists and retorted vehemently, "Indeed, I may be down on my luck now, but do not take pride in your situation. The tides of fortune shift every 90 years. So do not mock the impoverished elderly." As she spoke with increasing fervor, she nearly fainted. The man, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. "Dear lady, do not amuse me so. The tides of fortune shifting every 90 years. Ha ha ha. Have you been reading too many sensational novels? I can't contain myself." He continued, "Currently, all prominent families have blacklisted the Su family. No one will come to your aid. Are you hoping to rise again through begging, to become the king of beggars? Furthermore, at your age of 90, do you truly expect to witness such a resurgence? If that day comes, do not haunt me with dreams, claiming the deceased hold the greater weight." Ha ha ha! Amidst his laughter, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. The onlookers gasped in shock, hurriedly dragging him aside and calling for an ambulance. The elderly lady let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Serves him right." With that, she picked up her bowl, intending to seek a different spot for her alms. At that moment, Tang Wei intervened. "Madam Su, wait a moment." The elderly lady looked up to see Tang Wei. "Who are you? Here to witness my humiliation again?" "Yes, I am indeed a beggar now. Are you satisfied?" She had only met Tang Wei once. Thus she had no clear memory of him. Chapter 117. The 90-year-old racer Tang Wei smiled gently, saying, "I bear you no ill will. There is no need for me to revel in your misfortune. I am Tang Wei, who attended the banquet with Xiao Tianquan that day." Does that ring a bell? Upon hearing the name, Xiao Tianquan, the elderly lady's body trembled. "What? You are?" She quickly recalled, her expression shifting to one of terror. Xiao Tianquan, what does he wish from you? I have already fallen to this state. Will he not leave me be? Tang Wei shook his head, replying, You misunderstand. Xiao Tianquan is not so petty. He has likely forgotten about you long ago. I have come to seek you for a personal matter. Seek me? The elderly lady regarded him with confusion. What business could a beggar have with me? No, I recall you are still a racing driver, interjected. Indeed. Upon seeing the elderly lady, Tang Wei was reminded of what Li Liang had just said. The company is in need of a professional racer for the upcoming rally, and the venerable Madame Su fits the bill perfectly. Although she appeared somewhat aged, Tang Wei had heard that her skills were commendable, and if seniors could handle the new vehicles from Liangshin Company, it would only demonstrate the prowess of the car. The term racer caused the elderly lady to feel a pang of nostalgia. Indeed, I have always loved racing, but at present, I cannot even afford a second-hand vehicle. I have been tirelessly begging, striving to save enough money to purchase a second-hand car, so that I may participate in the upcoming competition in City A and seize the grand prize of 1 million. With this fortune, I am certain I can make a triumphant return. I intend to reclaim everything I have lost to demonstrate to those sycophants that, even after hitting rock bottom, I can rise again. As she spoke passionately, the old lady couldn't help but cough. Tang Wei quickly urged her, Do not be overly excited. With a sigh, she lamented, Alas, the hope is indeed faint. I have confidence in my abilities, yet in such a short time, it is impossible to gather the funds for a car. Tang Wei, puzzled, inquired, What about Su Yan? Surely she can earn some money? Hearing Su Yan's name, the old lady scoffed. That ungrateful girl, disdaining my uselessness, has severed ties with me, leaving me with nothing. I'm truly destitute now. Tang Wei felt a twinge of sympathy. In truth, it was Su Yan who deserved punishment for her callousness towards Xiao Tianquan, having ridiculed and physically harmed him, even betraying him. While the old lady had her faults, she had also endured her share of deserved retribution. Thus, Tang Wei proposed, I can assist you, provided you agree to one condition. The old lady perked up at this, incredulously asking, What? You wish to help me? Indeed. After a moment's hesitation, she queried, What is the condition you speak of? I am currently a shareholder in Liangshin Automobile Company, and our new vehicle is about to enter mass production. I hope you will use our latest model to compete. Should you win the grand prize, it will be yours, as will the car. What say you? The old lady could scarcely believe her ears. Is there truly such a fortuitous opportunity? Of course, he assured her. Why would I deceive you? Yet, she remained skeptical. You are not affiliated with the Dragon King. Why would you assist me? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive. After all I have endured, do not further torment me. I acknowledge my mistakes. Tang Wei sighed. Old lady, after 3 years with Xiao Tianquan, do you not know his character? Upon hearing this, she grew melancholic. You speak the truth, Xiao Tianquan, or rather, the Dragon King, truly is not that kind of person. Had I not acted so recklessly, I would not be in this predicament. It is all my fault. Her voice quivered with regret, revealing her genuine remorse. Tang Wei continued, It was only after exhausting all other options that I thought of you. I hope you will not let me down. Only someone like Tang Wei, who had weathered many storms, could envision a 90-year-old lady competing. For an ordinary person, such a thought would be unfathomable. The old lady's eyes sparkled with determination. Very well, as long as I can acquire a somewhat decent vehicle. I am confident I can secure first place without fail. Subsequently, the elderly matriarch followed Tang Wei into the car. Tang Wei altered his plans for the day, deciding to postpone the investigation until Li Day and first resolve the matters concerning the rally. Thus, he drove towards Liangshin Automobile Company. Upon hearing that Tang Wei had found a race car driver, Li Liang expressed his elation. Wonderful. Could you possibly tell me where this driver is? Tang Wei gestured towards the elderly matriarch beside him and replied, It's her. What? Li Liang gazed at the elderly woman in disbelief. Mr. Tang, are you jesting? The race car driver you speak of is this elderly lady? Indeed. Li Liang felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him. This elderly woman appeared to be at least 60 years old. Not to mention racing, she likely feared any mishap even while taking public transport. What was wrong with Tang Wei for bringing an elderly woman and claiming she was the race car driver? Li Liang found himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings. The elderly matriarch sensed the disdain and let out a cold huff. Young man, it seems you doubt my abilities. Li Liang hurriedly waved his hands. No. You misunderstand. That is not my intention. The matriarch said nothing further but turned to Tang Wei. Mr. Tang, may I borrow your car? Tang Wei handed her the keys, and the elderly lady took her seat in his vehicle. Onlookers, perplexed, began to speculate about her intentions. Inside the car, the matriarch addressed Li Liang. Watch closely. It's time to showcase true skill. With that, she pressed the accelerator, and the car roared forward. Everyone, except Tang Wei, was taken aback. Li Liang, filled with concern, exclaimed, Mr. Tang, this. Tang Wei patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. Everything will be fine. Although Li Liang had numerous questions, his trust in Tang Wei prevented him from voicing them. What followed was an astonishing spectacle. The elderly matriarch expertly maneuvered Tang Wei's automobile, executing several high-difficulty stunts that left the onlookers in awe. Is this truly an elderly woman driving? Am I dreaming? I cannot believe I am outdone by a senior citizen. At my age, just opening the car door independently would be impressive. After demonstrating her prowess, the matriarch brought the vehicle to a halt and stepped out. Now do you believe I am a professional race car driver? Li Liang nodded vigorously. I believe. I truly believe. By the way, how should I address you? The matriarch's expression turned wistful as she replied. My name is Ma Tsuehua. You may call me Granny Ma. Only then did Tang Wei learn the matriarch's true name. Suddenly, Li Liang had a realization. Could it be that you are the matriarch of the Su family? No wonder your driving skills are exceptional. It all makes sense now. The Su family matriarch. Although the individuals present had never encountered this legendary figure, they had heard whispers of her exploits. Witnessing her in person was nothing short of astonishing. The elderly matriarch shook her head, remarking, Let the past remain buried. The name Su matriarch should fade into oblivion with the downfall of the Su family. Now, we speak of the racing driver, Matriarch Ma. A collective understanding dawned upon everyone present, who echoed their agreement in unison. Chapter 118. Taking Initiative, Journeying to the Destination. Subsequently, Li Liang found a suitable place to settle the Su matriarch, rather, the Mom matriarch. During this period, Mom matriarch's daily needs were attended to, allowing her to focus solely on honing her driving skills. Meanwhile, the new model from Liangxin Company was in the throes of mass production, striving to make its debut before the public soon. On another front, Tang Wei continued his investigation into all matters concerning Li Dai. This time, he stood before the gravestone of Li Dai's wife, who had passed away 2 years after his disappearance. Today marked the anniversary of her death. Tang Wei surmised that if that individual were still alive, they might have come to pay their respects. Upon inspection, he noted fresh signs of visitation. Compared to the surrounding gravestones, this one was notably cleaner, and he could still detect the lingering aroma of recently burned joss paper. Thus, Tang Wei approached the cemetery caretaker to inquire if anyone had recently visited. The caretaker shook his head, stating, No one has come to pay homage at this grave. Our staff merely burned some paper offerings. Disappointment washed over Tang Wei, as it seemed his hopes had been misplaced. However, upon further reflection, a crucial point struck him. Wait, you mentioned that you tended to Mr. Li Dai's wife's grave? Yes, why do you ask? Do you clean every grave and burn offerings for each? Why do the others appear so neglected? The caretaker chuckled, explaining, We do indeed regularly maintain each grave, though it occurs infrequently. However, Li Dai's wife's grave is attended to annually at this time by someone who has entrusted us with the task. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's eyes sparkled with newfound intrigue. Someone has commissioned this? What's her name? The caretaker hesitated, replying, I'm afraid I can't disclose that information. Tang Wei produced a wad of cash, grinning, No worries. I won't tell anyone. Just a little hint will suffice. After a moment of contemplation, the caretaker relented, saying, Well, it's not exactly a secret. The person who commissioned the care is the deceased son, Li Yubing. What? Tang Wei felt a wave of disappointment. He had hoped to uncover a lead on Li Dai, but realized it was of no use. After leaving the cemetery, Tang Wei's system suddenly notified him. Ding! Your level has increased to level 6. Though he had not personally undertaken any modifications, the results of his previous efforts had consistently contributed to his experience. Culminating in this significant breakthrough, Tang Wei displayed no interest upon hearing the notification. To him, levels had become little more than mere numbers. You have received an upgrade reward. Dimensional Modification Toolbox, Dimensional Parking Lot, Skill Enhancement, Acquired Anti-Gravity Device Technology. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's previous indifference vanished, replaced by a surge of enthusiasm. What exactly is the dimensional modification toolbox? A vague notion began to form in his mind. The system clarified. It is a virtual toolbox that occupies no physical space, yet can contain all tools, which can be retrieved at will when needed. The confirmation from the system exhilarated Tang Wei. With this tool, he could showcase his talents anywhere. Previously, in a small village in Area D, he had to travel to a repair shop in City A to fetch tools for modifying agricultural machinery for the villagers, which was quite cumbersome. Having this feature would have made things so much easier. Curiously, Tang Wei inquired about the dimensional parking lot, wondering if it meant he could park his vehicles inside and retrieve them at any time. Indeed, how splendid. Tang Wei mused that this would allow him to keep his entire automotive team at his side. As for the anti-gravity device technology, while indeed remarkable, it did not hold as much significance for Tang Wei at this moment. Soon, a vast space manifested in his mind, filled with countless parking spots capable of accommodating any number of vehicles. He jokingly wondered whether parking in this space would incur a fee. To his surprise, the system replied earnestly, yes, indeed. Each vehicle parked in the dimensional space for a day would consume a certain amount of experience points. Should experience points diminish leading to a drop in level, rewards would be retracted. What? Tang Wei nearly choked in disbelief at such a peculiar rule. It seemed this space could only be utilized when necessary, not for prolonged periods. What about the toolbox? The toolbox can be used indefinitely at no cost. Tang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. That is reassuring. He then inspected the toolbox and found it already filled with the necessary tools, along with many that he had never encountered before. Eager to test the newly unlocked features, Tang Wei hurried to his company. He scanned the vehicles in the warehouse with his eyes, and soon, each car displayed a message indicating whether it could be stored. Focusing his mind on the command to store, a car swiftly vanished from sight. In his mental image of the dimensional parking lot, another vehicle appeared. A slight smile graced Tang Wei's lips. This reward had arrived just in time. It seemed his plans could finally unfold. With that thought, he took out his phone and purchased a ticket to Country X. Indeed, Tang Wei's plan was to travel to Country X and directly abduct Li Dai's son, Liu Bing. Though it may sound somewhat villainous, Tang Wei could no longer afford to hesitate. The adversary had already crossed the threshold of humanity, casting a predatory gaze upon him and issuing multiple threats to his life. Such individuals do not warrant moral considerations. After informing his parents, Tang Wei proceeded to the airport. Upon his arrival, he received a call from old Liu. Tang Wei, what are you planning to do? Tang Wei understood his concern, but was unwilling to let anything disrupt his plans. Oh, nothing much, just going on a trip. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Did I not warn you against reckless actions? Tang Wei sighed. Rest assured, nothing will go amiss. No, I command you to return immediately. I apologize, Commander Liu, but I have my own agenda. With that, Tang Wei ended the call. You. Old Liu stared at the disconnected line, exhaling in exasperation. This Tang Wei, truly. Just then, Gao Ming's call came through. Tang Wei, are you heading to Country A to find Li Dai's son? Tang Wei remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his words. At this point, he could not reveal that Li Dai was affiliated with that organization. He hoped Gao Ming would refrain from taking any rash actions. For Gao Ming had previously shared a close relationship with Li Dai, and he did not wish to harm the innocent before the truth was unveiled. Professor Gao, I understand your sentiments. Rest assured, I will exercise discretion, Tang Wei replied before hanging up. Soon, he boarded the plane. Although this venture was somewhat reckless, he felt compelled to confront this enigmatic organization once and for all. Despite his ability to summon the Autobots from the dimensional parking lot at will, unexpected circumstances could arise, leaving him little time to react. Thus, the risk associated with this operation was indeed considerable. Chapter 119. A special fate seated in his place. Tang Wei gazed out the window. Truth be told, it was his first time flying. The plane ascended swiftly and feeling a tinge of boredom. He closed his eyes for a brief respite. Moments later, he awoke, glancing at the time. The flight had been airborne for over an hour. Looking outside again, he beheld an endless expanse of blue, the ocean separating Country A from Country X. Beyond this vast sea lay his destination, Country X. Suddenly, the plane jolted violently, stirring all the passengers from their reverie. What is happening? Is something wrong? Are we going to crash? Mom, I am so scared. The cabin erupted into chaos. while only Tang Wei and a young man in a corner remained unperturbed. The flight attendant swiftly approached to soothe the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. It's merely a minor issue, quite normal. Nevertheless, Tang Wei discerned a hint of unease in her demeanor. Perhaps he was merely overthinking the situation. As Tang Wei contemplated, it seemed rather unfortunate to encounter an incident on his very first flight. The words of the flight attendant eventually calmed the passengers' nerves. However, just then, the airplane jolted violently once again, prompting fresh screams from the recently quieted crowd. Tang Wei immediately sensed something amiss and activated the system to lock onto the entire aircraft. Indeed, upon inspection, he discovered significant malfunctions aboard. Everyone, please remain calm. It's merely a minor issue, the flight attendant insisted, struggling to maintain her balance while attempting to reassure the passengers. Minor issue? Do you take us for fools? After years of flying, I've never experienced anything like this. One passenger exclaimed, Miss, tell me, is the plane malfunctioning? Yes, it would be helpful for us to prepare ourselves mentally, another chimed in. At that moment, a man stepped forward. What the flight attendant said is correct. Do not panic, for panicking will do us no good. If a real problem arises, there's little we can do. His words only intensified the passenger's fear. So, we're to wait for death? No, I'm too young to die. Are there parachutes? I want to jump. At least that offers a glimmer of hope for survival. The flight attendant shook her head and began to explain. Ladies and gentlemen, commercial aircraft are not equipped with parachutes. The likelihood of non-professionals surviving a parachute jump during a malfunction is even lower than that of dying in a crash. You must trust our crew. They will ensure our safe landing. A voice from the crowd interjected, Stop deceiving us. We are over the vast ocean with no place to land. It will take hours to reach X country. And now we face a malfunction. How can we possibly make it to X country for an emergency landing? His words plunged everyone into deeper despair. Tang Wei furrowed his brow. Indeed, the man spoke the truth. According to the System S analysis, the severity of the malfunction made a safe landing increasingly unlikely. The plane continued to shake, and screams echoed throughout the cabin. As the crew struggled to regain control, Tang Wei stepped forward. Excuse me, may I enter the cockpit? Tang Wei was taken aback, for the words were not his. Someone else had spoken them first. The crowd looked on in astonishment at the speaker. Are you joking? Do you have a way to salvage this situation? The man smiled slightly, turned around, and produced an identification card. My name is Zheng Yi, a top pilot from a country. Allow me to fly the aircraft. I can secure us a greater chance of survival. Upon seeing Zheng Yi's face, Tang Wei was astonished. No wonder his voice had sounded familiar. What a coincidence. The crowd buzzed with excitement at Zheng Yi's declaration. Wonderful. We are saved. Don't celebrate too soon, at best. It's merely a chance, someone cautioned. A top pilot? Isn't that a fighter pilot? Can he really operate a civilian aircraft? Zheng Yi discerned the group's apprehension and reassured them. Do not worry. I am proficient not only in flying fighter jets, but also in handling commercial airplanes. He then addressed the flight attendant beside him. I kindly ask for your assistance. The flight attendant promptly inquired with the commanding personnel in the cockpit. After a moment of hesitation, they conceded. All right, let him give it a try. Aware of the gravity of the situation, yet lacking alternatives, they decided to take a chance. The flight attendant then informed Zheng Yi, they have agreed, please follow me. Wait, Tang Wei finally interjected. I want to go too. The collective gaze shifted towards Tang Wei. You? Are you also an ace pilot? Tang Wei shook his head. No, I am merely a mechanic. What? The crowd was taken aback. What business do you have here? Are you planning to fix the plane on the spot? This is no trivial matter. The others were right. Tang Wei indeed intended to repair the aircraft directly. This was the only viable solution, for even if Zheng Yi piloted the plane, their chances of survival would remain exceedingly slim. Fortunately, having recently upgraded to a dimensional toolbox, he need not worry about the tools, which would come in handy. Zheng Yi observed Tang Wei without much surprise and told the flight attendant, let him come along as well. Now, the crowd was even more perplexed. Mr. Zheng, what is your reasoning behind this? Zheng Yi chuckled. Rest assured, this brother is anything but ordinary. The flight attendant hesitated momentarily before nodding. Very well. Consequently, Tang Wei followed Zheng Yi and the flight attendant to the cockpit. Zheng Yi, how did you end up here? Tang Wei couldn't help but inquired during their passage. Zheng Yi replied nonchalantly, it must be a special fate. Tang Wei shot him a skeptical glance. Just tell me, was it Commander Lu who sent you? Zhang Yi shook his head. No, it truly was not. However, I did learn from Commander Liu that you were also aboard this aircraft. Tang Wei understood, realizing why Zhang Yi appeared unfazed upon seeing him. Zhang Yi then asked, "By the way, this is not the time for idle chit-chat. You do not intend to repair the plane here, do you?" Although it seemed absurd, this was the only scenario Zhang Yi could fathom. Tang Wei nodded. "Indeed, I have already discerned the aircraft's malfunction." "What?" Zhang Yi was taken aback. "You already know? You are not deceiving me, are you? This is of utmost importance and cannot be taken lightly." Despite having witnessed Tang Wei's prowess, the ability to identify a fault without even inspecting it was beyond Zhang Yi's comprehension. "I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. Do you have a solution for the malfunction?" Zhang Yi inquired with some uncertainty. After all, the aircraft is still in flight, and attempting to rectify a malfunction under such circumstances poses an immense challenge. Indeed, Tang Wei responded with unwavering certainty. "However, we will require some time, and that depends on your efforts to secure it for me." Zhang Yi nodded affirmatively. "No problem." Chapter 120. Are you the reincarnation of Doraemon? The two made their way to the cockpit, where the crew regarded them with solemn expressions. "Which of you is Mr. Zhang Yi?" the captain inquired. Zhang Yi stepped forward. "It is I. Allow me to pilot the aircraft." The captain's countenance was grave. "Mr. Zhang, our current situation is far from optimistic. We are devoid of any viable options." He outlined the potential malfunctions before placing a reassuring hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder. "Mr. Zhang, our hopes for survival, both for the passengers and crew, rest solely upon you. We must endure and make an emergency landing on the mainland of Country X, no matter the cost." Zhang Yi nodded resolutely. "I will do my utmost." At that moment, Tang Wei posed a question. "Captain, how far are we from the nearest landing point?" The crew turned to Tang Wei. Although they were unaware of his identity, they discerned that he was allied with Zhang Yi and thus refrained from questioning him. "Approximately 1,000 kilometers, one of the crew members replied. Tang Wei furrowed his brow. "That means we have at least another hour." "Indeed, if we can hold out for just over an hour, there is a chance of survival." Tang Wei shook his head. "No, the aircraft cannot withstand an hour. At most, it will suffer exacerbated malfunctions within 10 minutes, and the situation will deteriorate further." Upon hearing this, the crew exchanged bewildered glances. One individual questioned, "Who are you? How can you be so certain?" "Precisely. We still lack a clear understanding of what has gone wrong with the aircraft. How can you assert what will happen in 10 minutes? Tang Wei addressed the skeptical crew. "Whether you believe me or not, if you wish to survive, you must heed my words. Indeed, we have no choice but to follow his lead." Zhang Yi conjured it. The crew appeared perplexed, beginning to doubt the wisdom of having brought these two individuals aboard. "Very well, we will listen to you. What should we do now?" Tang Wei took a deep breath. "At this juncture, we must conduct repairs on the aircraft. Otherwise, it will not endure much longer. But we have no idea what the issue is. How can we repair it? Moreover, the aircraft is in flight. Even if we identify the critical problem, we cannot fix it." Tang Wei continued. "You may be unaware, but I possess the knowledge, and I can repair it." "What?" The crew gasped in astonishment. "Are you jesting?" Zhang Yi, noticing the skepticism of those around him, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not be astonished. This individual is a highly classified talent from our nation. Please place your trust in him." Although Tang Wei's words were hard to believe, they found themselves with no alternative. "Very well then, enlighten us on how to proceed. What can we do to assist?" Tang Wei surveyed the group and replied, "You need not concern yourselves with anything. I can manage this alone. Simply observe and refrain from hindering my efforts." The moment these words left his lips, the onlookers were even more astounded. Did he intend to repair the aircraft single-handedly? This was utterly preposterous. Unable to contain himself, someone interjected, "Do you even realize what you are saying? You are toying with the lives of all the passengers on this plane." Calm down, calm down. I am fully aware, for I too am aboard this flight. The reason I assert this is due to my confidence." Tang Wei glanced at the time and added, "Let us not waste words. Time is of the essence." The group found themselves at a loss for a moment. It was then that the captain pondered for a moment before saying, "Everyone, let us heed his advice. We have no other options." "Very well." Seeing the consensus among the group, Tang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. "From this point forward, do not be alarmed by my actions." With that, he prepared to commence his work. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had taken over the captain's duties. Sitting in the pilot's seat and looking at Tang Wei, he remarked, "The next steps are in your hands." Tang Wei nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the captain inquired, "Sir, how should I address you? My surname is Tang, and my given name is Wei." The captain felt a flicker of familiarity with the name, but dismissed it as too commonplace to ponder further. "Excellent, Mr. Tang. Do you require any tools? We can provide some maintenance equipment available on the aircraft." Tang Wei shook his head, saying no, thank you. That won't be necessary. He then produced an array of tools from the pocket of his jacket. In reality, these were retrieved from a dimensional toolbox, as the standard equipment on the aircraft was insufficient for the repairs needed. The sight left everyone in awe. Tang Wei, noticing their expressions, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had he concealed his secret well enough to avoid suspicion? He hastily explained, "My pockets are quite spacious and can accommodate many items." The group reluctantly accepted his explanation. However, a flight attendant suddenly interjected, "Mr. Tang, how did you manage to bring so many items past security?" "Ah, well." The captain cleared his throat and interjected, "Now is not the time to dwell on such trivial matters." Tang Wei quickly agreed, "Indeed, let us not focus on the minutiae." He then began to disassemble parts of the aircraft. The crew watched anxiously, their hearts racing. "Captain, is everything truly all right? Why do I feel so unreliable?" Someone whispered a few words to the captain. The captain exhaled deeply and said, "At this point, we can only hope for a miracle." Subsequently, Tang Wei began to retrieve various tools from his pocket, leaving everyone in astonishment. These instruments were unfamiliar to them, exuding an aura of advanced technology. Then, Tang Wei astonishingly pulled out a chainsaw, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Goodness, the previous items were one thing, but this is excessive. What a remarkable pocket you have. Are you the reincarnation of Doraemon? Tang Wei was aware that such an action would elicit shock, but there was no alternative. Their lives were at stake. Zhang Yi spoke sternly, "Everyone, let us not concern ourselves with this." As I mentioned earlier, Tang Wei is a special talent of national secrecy. Consider what you have witnessed today as if it never occurred, and do not disclose it to anyone, or the consequences will be beyond your ability to bear. Feeling the intensity in Zhang Yi's gaze, a chill ran down everyone's spine, and they nodded vigorously. "We understand." At that moment, the captain stated, "Since we can't be of much assistance, I'll step away for a bit." The others, displaying their understanding, replied, "Then let us wander about as well." Once the crowd dispersed, Tang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Now he could proceed with his work unimpeded. Meanwhile, the passengers in the cabin had descended into chaos. Despite the presence of Zhang Yi, the ace pilot, they could still sense the aircraft's deteriorating condition. Chapter 121. "I'll go steal a car." The flight attendant once again tried to reassure everyone. "Please remain calm. Our staff is currently conducting repairs on the aircraft, and everything will be fine. Don't deceive us. The plane is still in flight. How can repairs be made? Your captain and the crew have resigned themselves to fate. Tell me who is making repairs. Is it that mechanic from earlier?" As they spoke, everyone turned their gaze toward the crew members who were idly wandering about. The crew, looking innocent, met their stares. At this point, we might as well pray for Ultraman to save us. Indeed, I truly wish Ultraman existed in this world. Hearing this, the flight attendant suddenly recalled something and began to sing, just like the sunlight, piercing through the night. The crowd fell silent, and someone joined in. Dawn quietly, gliding across the horizon. Upon hearing this song, everyone felt a surge of courage. They began to sing together. Whose figure traverses the cycles of time? The path to the future lies beneath our feet. Do not be sad, do not be afraid. Filled with confidence, we look forward to tomorrow. Gather your courage. March steadfastly ahead, and a miracle shall surely emerge. As they sang the final line, it seemed as though a miracle truly had occurred. The aircraft, which had been teetering precariously, finally stabilized. Everyone's spirits lifted. Did a miracle truly occur? The crew members rushed into the cockpit, only to find Tang Wei seated on the floor, wiping the sweat from his brow, having completed the repairs. They could hardly believe their eyes. "Mr. Tang, have you really fixed the malfunction?" they inquired in astonishment. Tang Wei nodded affirmatively, and everyone was left in utter disbelief. They had not harbored much hope. Yet Tang Wei had indeed accomplished the impossible. Remarkably, he appeared as nonchalant as if he had merely repaired a bicycle, rather than having just salvaged an aircraft and saved countless lives. Zhang Yi also stood up, stating, "Then I may take a rest now, Captain." The captain approached Zhang Yi's position, diligently checked the controls, and confirmed that the aircraft was indeed functioning properly. A profound sense of awe enveloped everyone as they gazed at Tang Wei, rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, the captain finally exclaimed, "A prodigy. You are nothing short of extraordinary." The term talent scarcely suffices to encapsulate Mr. Tang Wei's abilities. How fortunate our nation is to have such a remarkable figure. Tang Wei, slightly bashful from the praise, humbly responded, "You flatter me." The captain continued, "Mr. Tang, we are immensely grateful to you. Had it not been for your efforts, we would likely have met our demise in the vast ocean, leaving no trace behind." The others nodded in agreement. On behalf of everyone aboard, we extend our heartfelt thanks. The crew members bowed deeply to Tang Wei, who quickly waved his hands, saying, "Please, no need for such gestures. I cannot bear it. Regardless, you have saved our lives, and we shall remember your immense kindness." The captain insisted, "There is no need. If you truly wish to repay me, simply keep my identity a secret." "Very well. We shall ensure today's events remain confidential," the captain assured him. Then, turning to Zheng Yi, he added, "Mr. Zheng, we must also express our gratitude to you." Zheng Yi smiled modestly, replying, "You are too kind. As a soldier, it is my duty to step forward in times of peril. Besides, I did not contribute much. You should direct your gratitude towards Tang Wei." Tang Wei interjected with a smile, "That cannot be said. You played a significant role in overcoming this crisis." Soon, the aircraft safely landed at the airport in Country X. All the passengers exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Upon disembarking, they felt reborn, reveling in the simple pleasures of sunlight and fresh air. "That was terrifying. I thought I was going to die," people murmured anxiously. As Tang Wei and Zheng Yi descended the aircraft, Tang Wei inquired, "By the way, since you're not here to follow me on lose orders, what brings you to Country X?" Zheng Yi replied, "I initially came for a vacation, but upon hearing you were also in Country X, my next mission became to accompany you." Tang Wei promptly shook his head. "There is no need for that. Please continue with your travel plans. This won't do. Officer Liu fears your recklessness and insists that I keep a close watch on you." Tang Wei wore an expression of helplessness. "Very well," Zheng Yi chuckled. "Where shall we go next?" "To XX University. XX University is the institution where Li Yubing, the son of Li Dai, is currently enrolled." Tang Wei's intentions were unmistakably clear. He aimed to abduct someone outright. Thus, the two arrived at the entrance of XX University. XX University is remarkably open, distinct from other colleges, with no restrictions on entry. Tang Wei confidently followed Zheng Yi inside. "Excuse me, do you happen to know Li Yubing from Class X of the XX department?" Tang Wei casually inquired of a student. The individual shook their head, replying, "I'm sorry, I haven't heard of him." With a sigh, Tang Wei pressed on, continuing his search. After receiving several negative responses, he finally stumbled upon useful information. "Li Yubing. I know him. He is an international student from Country A, and we're quite familiar with each other." Tang Wei's heart leapt with joy. He quickly asked, "That is wonderful. Do you know where he is now?" The person replied, "He left in a hurry after receiving some urgent news during class. It must be something at home." "What?" Upon hearing this, Tang Wei immediately sensed something amiss. Could it be that someone had already discovered his intentions and alerted Li Yubing in advance? Unwilling to concede, Tang Wei pressed further. "Do you know where he went?" The individual shook their head once more, stating, "I don't know." "Where does he usually reside?" "XX Street, no." "XX, that's his rented place. We often visit him there." Tang Wei noted the location, exclaiming, "Excellent." He then turned to Zheng Yi and said, "Let us go." As they walked, Zheng Yi remarked, "Is it even worth going now?" "Yes, likely long gone by now." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei halted. "You're right. It's probable that someone has already tipped him off." This indicated that Li Dai indeed had connections with that mysterious organization. The members of that organization have been monitoring my every move. Perhaps the recent airplane incident was not merely an accident. Zheng Yi frowned deeply, feeling a chill of dread. "Should we still head to Li Yubing's residence?" Tang Wei smiled and whispered a few words into Zheng Yi's ear. "Don't you find that individual we spoke to rather suspicious?" Logically, as a classmate of Li Yubing, he should have divulged the address without a hint of skepticism when approached by two strangers. Zheng Yi's expression changed dramatically. "What do you mean?" "Precisely that. We should turn back." The two reversed their course, but Tang Wei suddenly instructed Zheng Yi, "Stay here and don't move. I'll go procure a vehicle." "Huh?" Zheng Yi was taken aback, unsure of Tang Wei's intentions. Tang Wei swiftly departed, veering into a narrow alley, and shortly thereafter emerged in an unlicensed vehicle. He opened the door and beckoned to Zheng Yi. Hurry, get in. Zheng Yi, bewildered and disoriented, climbed aboard. Tang Wei, did you truly steal this car? Have you been playing too much Grand Theft Auto? Such actions are illegal in reality. Zheng Yi's face was etched with anxiety. Tang Wei merely smiled, offering no explanation. Although this was X-country, Tang Wei would not resort to car theft in broad daylight. However, he could hardly disclose that he possessed a dimensional parking lot with infinite capacity. Given the high likelihood of the presence of individuals from a mysterious organization nearby, it was imperative to drive away swiftly, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 122. You are truly a devil before long. Tang Wei returned to the university entrance, coincidentally encountering the individual they had seen earlier. With a sudden acceleration, he knocked the man over. Tang Wei, what on earth are you doing? Zheng Yi exclaimed, astonished by the recklessness of his companion. Stop asking questions. We need to get him into the car, Tang Wei declared as he opened the door and approached the fallen man. The man, upon seeing Tang Wei, was stricken with fear. He attempted to flee, but his leg had been fractured in the collision. What do you intend to do? Tang Wei bypassed the pleasantries and forcibly dragged the man into the vehicle in full view of the public. Those around them seemed unfazed by the unfolding scene, as if accustomed to such occurrences. One could scarcely imagine the experiences they had endured. Once inside the car, Tang Wei became increasingly audacious, swiftly removing the man's belt. The man gazed at Tang Wei in terror. What are you doing? No, please don't. You might be. What are you doing? He bashfully covered his eyes. Zheng Yi stood by, utterly dumbfounded. What are you doing? I'm still watching. Could you please restrain yourself? Tang Wei tossed the man's belt out the window and shot an exasperated glance at Zheng Yi. Where did your thoughts wander? This man's belt contains a listening device. What? Zheng Yi gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, the man's complexion had turned ashen. How did you know? Tang Wei let out a cold laugh, replying, That's none of your concern. Out of caution, he had just scanned the man with the system, which quickly identified another device on him. Aside from his phone, the listening device. It seemed Tang Wei had uncovered yet another application of the system. Then, with a menacing tone, Tang Wei inquired, Are you one of the operatives sent by your organization? Tell me, what is your connection to Li Yubing, and where is he now? Speak. The man scoffed indeed. Since you are already aware, I shall confess. I am a member of the sacred organization. However, you will not extract anything useful from me. You might as well kill me. Zheng Yi frowned, stating, The listening device on you has been discarded. Whatever you say now will not reach your organization. Why persist in this charade? What do you all understand? The man declared resolutely. If you have nothing to say, then cease your prattle and act swiftly. With that, he closed his eyes, silently awaiting death. Zheng Yi sighed and remarked, Zheng, respect your courage. However, given your unwavering resolve in the face of death, why not engage in endeavors that hold significance for society? The man merely snorted coldly, offering no reply. Tang Wei shook his head and commented, The members of these organizations are obstinate fools. Attempting to sway them with compassion is futile. Speaking to them is pointless. This obstinacy is precisely why, despite capturing numerous core members of the clandestine organization, their objectives remain shrouded in mystery. Well, it seems we have yet to uncover any useful clues, Zheng Yi lamented. Tang Wei chuckled, suddenly retrieving a pink mobile phone from the man's pocket. The man's expression changed dramatically. What are you doing? Return my phone. As he attempted to struggle, Zheng Yi firmly restrained him. Stay still, do not move. Tang Wei used the phone to scan the man's face, unlocking it, then opened the browser's history. Let me see what treasures your phone holds. The man flushed, asserting, There's nothing of interest, just some new games. Return to me. Tang Wei godin mitistievo. What new games? More thrilling than games. As he browsed, he began to recite the man's recent searches aloud. No. The man screamed in despair. I beg you. Just kill me. Tang Wei replied nonchalantly. There's no rush. I shall kill you eventually. However, after your demise, I will publish your browser history online, ensuring that you are forever remembered. The man felt an overwhelming sense of despair. You are truly a devil. What do you want from me? Tang Wei smiled, sensing that there was something he valued more than life itself. It is quite simple. Answer our previous questions. Where is Li Yubing? And what is his role in your organization? Speak the truth. Zheng Yi looked at Tang Wei with concern, saying, Do you truly believe he will divulge anything based solely on this? I will tell you everything. The man's unexpected decisiveness left Zhang Yi astounded. He could not fathom what sort of browsing history could compel a person who is unafraid of death to divulge all. I am number 25 in the organization. Li Yubing is not one of us, but our leader informed me that he is a person of great importance and instructed us to protect him. What is your leader's name? Number 1. His name is simply Number 1. I seek his true name. Tang Wei insits de Li. Number 25 shook his head. Our organization does not possess real names, only code names. No one knows anyone's true identity. Is that so? Then where is Li Yubing? I do not know. Tang Wei and Zhang Yi exchanged glances, sensing that this individual was indeed oblivious. Then where is your organization's base? There is no fixed base. Previously, we had 3 bases in Country A and 1 on a deserted island, but all have been destroyed. Now, our core members are scattered across the globe. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei understood that the recent blows had indeed inflicted considerable damage on the mysterious organization. Is it just you here? No, 7 is with me. We are in contact through a single line, but I am unclear on who commands 7. At this revelation, Tang Wei and Zhang Yi perked up. 7? A highly core member. Surely he possesses far more knowledge than this individual. Where is 7 located? Right at the address I just provided. We intended to lure you there, and then 7 would eliminate you discreetly. Tang Wei instinquito, gapet. Excellent. We shall seek out your organization's 7 at once. You are no match for 7. He is not an ordinary person. Tang Wei scoffed. Oh, is that so? Tang Wei, I believe he has a point. It would be perilous for us to proceed recklessly. Zhang Yi expressed his concerns. Tang Wei shook his head, assuring, do not worry, you'll be fine. If we miss this opportunity, capturing them will become exceedingly difficult. Observing Tang Wei's resolute demeanor, Zhang Yi surprisingly acquiesced. All right, number 25 appeared resigned. I've laid out the plan, yet you still choose to walk into danger. I cannot be held responsible. Subsequently, he glanced at Tang Wei's phone, saying, by the way, delete everything on my phone first. True to his word, Tang Wei responded, certainly. He then proceeded to format number 25's phone, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 123, a lack of martial virtue at this moment. Tang Wei was driving towards the location just mentioned by number 25, while number 25 himself had been rendered unconscious and placed in the trunk. Tang Wei, we must act together and not separate, Zhang Yi cautioned earnestly. Initially, he had come to supervise Tang Wei and prevent any impulsive actions as instructed by old Lu, but seemed futile. Tang Wei's presence overshadowed him completely. Tang Wei nodded, I understand. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure ahead and halted the vehicle. What is it? Zhang Yi inwided, puzzled. Nothing, just encountered an acquaintance. Saying this, he rolled down the window and called out, Brother Xiao. The individual turned, glanced at Tang Wei in surprise, and exclaimed, Tang Wei, what are you doing here? Indeed, this person was none other than the Dragon King, the god of war. Xiao Tianquan. Tang Wei smiled. I was just about to ask you the same. Xiao Tianquan glanced around and remarked, it is rather inconvenient to converse here. Let us discuss matters in the car. Very well, Tang Wei replied, opening the car door as Xiao Tianquan settled inside. After closing the door and windows, Tang Wei, while driving, inquired, can we speak now? Xiao Tianquan responded, in fact, I have come to investigate the mysterious organization you previously mentioned. What? Tang Wei exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. It was quite a coincidence that Xiao Tianquan had traced the matter to this location as well. Do you have any leads? He asked. Xiao Tianquan, with a serious demeanor, disclosed, according to intelligence gathered from the members of the Dragon King Hall, it is highly probable that there are 2 individuals from the mysterious organization in this vicinity. However, I still lack specific information regarding their whereabouts. Dragon King Hall. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Yi was taken aback. He looked at Xiao Tianquan in disbelief and queried, are you affiliated with the legendary Dragon King Hall? Xiao Tianquan smiled and nodded, then turned to Tang Wei and asked, and who might this be? Tang Wei ziplit, ohat? I almost forgot to introduce him. This is our nation's ace pilot, Zhang Yi. The name Zhang Yi sounded somewhat familiar. Subsequently, Tang Wei continued, this is none other than the leader of the Dragon King Hall, the Dragon King War God, Xiao Tianquan. What? Zhang Yi stared at Xiao Tianquan in astonishment. He could hardly believe that not only was Xiao Tianquan a member of the Dragon King Hall, but he was also the fabled Dragon King War God, an almost mythical figure. He was astounded that Tang Wei was acquainted with him. Tang Wei, seeking to calm Zheng Yi's excitement, said, "Do not be overly agitated, please." He then turned to Xiao Tianquan and added, "By the way, one of the members you mentioned is currently in my trunk." Huh? Xiao Tianquan was momentarily taken aback. "So, you are also in pursuit of those two members, and you have succeeded?" "Indeed, and we are now preparing to locate the other member, number 7, Tang Wei confirmed. "I see. Have you uncovered any useful information?" Xiao Tianquan inquired. Tang Wei shook his head. "The individual we apprehended is number 25. He knows nothing except the whereabouts of number 7. However, capturing number 7 is our primary objective." At that moment, Zheng Yi interjected, "According to what number 25 said, number 7 appears to be quite formidable. However, with you, Dragon King, taking action, we feel reassured." Xiao Tianquan nodded. "Understood. Let us proceed to capture number 7. Before long, the car arrived at the address provided by number 25. It was a standalone 3-story building. Tang Wei parked the car in front of the building, and the three of them exited, knocking on the door. Soon, an elderly man appeared and asked, "Who are you?" Tang Wei, adhering to the plan, responded, "You must be the landlord. We are here to find Li Yubing." Upon hearing this, a glint of malice flickered in the old man's eyes, but it quickly vanished. You're referring to that international student from country A? Please, follow me," he said. Thus, the three entered the house. As the old man closed the door, he suddenly produced a firearm. Xiao Tianquan quickly realized the gravity of the situation as he seized the handgun and flung it to the ground. Zheng Yi, with remarkable swiftness, picked up the fallen weapon and aimed it at the old man. "You must be number 7. The old man appeared momentarily surprised, but swiftly regained his composure. "Indeed, I knew that number 25 would botch the mission, but matters not." As he spoke, he suddenly broke free from Xiao Tianquan's grasp. Zheng Yi, taken aback, hastily fired a shot at the old man's leg. Astonishingly, the bullet struck the old man's leg without leaving a mark. How is this possible? The three individuals present were left in shock. The old man snorted coldly and lunged towards Tang Wei, only to be intercepted by Xiao Tianquan. "Take this." He unleashed his signature move, the farmer's 3 fists. This technique was bestowed upon him by a mysterious farmer during his time in a small village in Region D, a skill he had aptly named himself. In a fit of rage, he had once shattered a 50-centimeter thick steel plate with this very strike. Yet, to his disbelief, number 7 did not evade. Instead, he withstood the full force of the punch. What? This cannot be. The power that could not even fell the Dragon King was utterly terrifying. Tang Wei and Zheng Yi were astonished. If number 7 possessed such strength, it was unfathomable to consider the capabilities of the previous 6. The Dragon King? Merely a name without substance. Number 7 declared triumphantly, "Now, it is my turn to deal with you." At that moment, 3 Autobots burst through the walls, whisking away Tang Wei and the others to the rooftop. Subsequently, an army of Autobots surrounded the building, unleashing a barrage of missiles towards number 7's location. Countless projectiles converged at a single point, instantly reducing the entire structure to ashes. Xiao Tianquan and Zheng Yi were left dumbfounded at the sight. What on earth is happening with all these Autobots? With such destructive power, number 7 must surely be obliterated. Yet, from the ruins, a figure emerged, startling everyone. The figure was covered in charred skin, emitting wisps of smoke, rendering his identity unrecognizable. However, they all understood that it was indeed number 7. Suddenly, he ripped away his burnt skin, revealing a metallic body beneath. What? He is a robot. No wonder he remains unscathed. Zheng Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Number 7 approached them with a cold smirk. "I possess a steel body. All weapons are futile against me. You shall all perish." As he spoke, he raised his hand and unleashed a beam of laser. The 3 quickly dodged. Tang Wei pondered for a moment. If it were the Golden Bell Shield or Iron Cloth, I might be at a loss. But since he is a machine, this will be manageable. Tang Wei promptly activated the system to scan the internal structure of Unit 7. Soon, he discerned its vulnerability. It turned out that Unit 7 was not a complete robot, but rather a hybrid of mechanical and biological elements. It required sustenance to sustain its life. Thus, its Achilles heel was its excretory opening. He then addressed Xiao Tianquan, saying, "Brother Xiao, target its weak spot." One might wonder why the Autobots were not summoned. The reason being, Tang Wei's Autobots had fingers too large for such delicate maneuvers. Xiao Tianquan quickly grasped Tang Wei's intent. With a swift slide, he positioned himself beneath Unit 7 and executed a surprise attack. Oh! Unit 7 writhed in agony. You scoundrel! Resorting to such underhanded tactics against a seasoned veteran like me at 69. I advise you to, before he could finish, Unit 7 succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 124. The truth begins to surface as Unit 7 collapsed. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. However, the preceding commotion had drawn the attention of the X-Nation's military, which was now encircling Tang Wei and his companions. The opposing force announced, "You are surrounded. Surrender and lay down your weapons." Xiao Tianquan, at a loss for words, responded, "But we aren't armed. What are we supposed to lay down?" The adversaries hesitated, unwilling to act recklessly or approach too closely, for standing beside Tang Wei were numerous towering Autobots, creating a truly formidable spectacle. No one knew the extent of their power. Zheng Yi, feeling anxious, inquired, "What should we do now? Should we explain our situation to them?" "Explain? Nonsense!" Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan replied in unison. Tang Wei then declared, "Let us not bother with them. Let's get Unit 7 onto the vehicle." The three of them proceeded to load Unit 7 into the vehicle. Seeing their presence disregarded, the commanding officer grew furious. He continued to shout through a megaphone, "Do you hear me? No matter who you are or what your intentions may be, lay down your weapons and surrender." At that moment, another individual interjected, "Commander, they don't appear to be ordinary. Perhaps it's best we avoid provoking them. Allow me to handle this." He took the megaphone, softening his tone slightly. "Friends across the way, shall we sit down and discuss this matter amicably?" Growing increasingly irritated by their incessant noise, Tang Wei retorted in fluent X-Nation language, "I'm sorry. I do not understand your language. Farewell." With that, he shut the vehicle door and pressed the accelerator, soaring into the sky. The Autobots on the ground transformed into vehicle mode and followed suit. A swarm of cars ascended into the heavens, reminiscent of migratory birds. The encircling military forces were thrown into disarray. "Commander, what shall we do? They are making their escape." The commanding officer, steeling himself, commanded, "Attack." With that order, they unleashed a barrage of various weaponry towards the airborne vehicles. However, ordinary weapons posed no threat to Tang Wei's transformers. The three sat in the vehicle, witnessing countless bullets flying past them. Zheng Yi and Xiao Tianquan were both astonished. "Tang Wei, is this the result of your modifications? It's truly formidable." Zheng Yi exclaimed it. "By the way, how did you manage to bring so many transformers to X country?" Tang Wei smiled mysteriously and replied, "A secret." Seeing that Tang Wei was unwilling to divulge more, the two ceased their inquiries. "Where are we headed now? Back to a country? Just like that?" "Yes. Where else could we go? Given the commotion we've caused in X country, our movements will undoubtedly be complicated." Upon hearing Tang Wei's reasoning, they found it quite sensible. After all, they had already captured number 7, and there would be ample time to interrogate him later. Next, Tang Wei contacted Old Lu, as he needed to fly the vehicle into a country. If he did not inform them in advance, he might be mistaken for an unidentified invader and attacked. Soon, Tang Wei landed within a country's borders. Zheng Yi and Xiao Tianquan exited the vehicle and glanced around, puzzled. Where are the other transformers? Tang Wei gasu zipli? They're driving back on autopilot. Oh, I see. The two did not press further. Forget about that. Let us get down to business, Tang Wei declared as he dragged number 7 out of the vehicle. He then produced tools and began to disassemble his entire mechanical body. The onlookers were astonished by the internal structure. What kind of advanced technology is this? It can actually merge the human body with machinery. Does this mean one could transcend the limits of human life? Tang Wei shook his head. No, the flaws of this machinery are too evident. Its lifespan is even shorter than that of a normal human. Its only advantage lies in augmenting a person's strength and defense to terrifying levels. Hearing this, the two felt a sense of balance return to their minds. Then Xiao Tianquan asked, "What do you intend to do now?" Tang Wei replied with a smile, "Of course. I need to dismantle this fellow's bodily structure. Otherwise, it will be troublesome once he regains consciousness." With that, Tang Wei continued to work diligently, damaging all the vital components of a body, leaving only the essential life support systems intact. Moments later, number 7 awakened, horrified to see his dismembered state. "What do you intend to do with me?" he exclaimed, attempting to rise. However, he soon realized he was completely immobilized. This plunged him into an abyss of despair. Tang Wei coldly regarded him. I have severed your body's movement circuits. Now, tell me everything you know, or I will cut off your life support systems. Zeng, ye murmured softly. Are people and their organization truly fearless of death? Is this approach even effective? Unexpectedly, number 7 candidly stated, All right, I shall speak. I beg you. Do not kill me. Zhang Yi was once again taken aback, gazing at number 7 with a mixture of disappointment and exasperation. Members ranked so low in your organization possess such fortitude, yet you, as number 7, display such cowardice. It truly disappoints me. Number 7 wore an innocent expression. So, do you wish for me to speak or remain silent? Interestingly, those higher up in our organization are often more fearful of death, especially our leader. Everything he does is aimed at achieving his goal of immortality. As number 7 lamented, he began to divulge information. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was rendered speechless. So, this was the ultimate objective of the mysterious organization? Just this? Tang Wei expressed his disdain. I had expected you to harbor some grand conspiracy, perhaps to annihilate Blue Star or dominate the entire universe. Number 7's demeanor turned serious. If necessary, number 1 could indeed annihilate an entire planet to fulfill his ambitions. Though it does not appear to be required at this time. Then why do you persist in your schemes? No one is obstructing your research, and it does not affect others. Tang Wei struggled to comprehend. Number 7 continued, The intricacies of this matter are quite complex and cannot be easily articulated. Ultimately, immortality is the goal of our organization. The reason our members fear not death is due to our leader's claim of possessing the ability to resurrect the deceased. A notion only a select few core members are aware of, and it is fundamentally impossible. The group quickly grasped the situation. No wonder the members of the mysterious organization were so resolute in their defiance. Tang Wei inquired, Where is your leader? I am unsure of his precise location, but I'm aware of places he may frequent. This leads us to discuss our research. Our studies on immortality are primarily divided into 3 directions. The first direction involves technological modifications to the human body. I am one such subject. However, the results indicate that I am an unsuccessful experiment, as this body has a lifespan inferior to that of an average person. Nevertheless, in the case of an individual with severely aged organs, it could potentially extend their lifespan by several decades. The group understood now. It made sense why number 7, a 69-year-old elder, underwent modifications. Chapter 125, once again to Bear Ridge. But how does what you mentioned relate to our concerns? Tang Wei felt his inquiry had gone awry. He was uninterested in the mysterious organization's research. He merely wished to locate their leader and eliminate him, thereby freeing himself from future troubles. Number 7 shook his head, saying, Do not rush. Allow me to explain further. The second direction involves Ultraman. Ultraman? The group exchanged bewildered glances. Yes, indeed, Ultraman. It is said that Ultraman hails from the distant M78 nebula, resembling humans in the past. After being exposed to the plasma spark tower, he transformed into a colossal being endowed with immense power and immortality. Consequently, core members of the organization tend to appear wherever Ultraman has left his traces. However, I am not privy to the specific locations. Tang Wei expressed his disappointment, remarking, What you've said is essentially meaningless. Xiao Tianquan inquired, What about the other direction? Number 7 continued, Years ago, in the remote D region, there was a place known as Bear Ridge, where a mysterious force manifested. This force caused the surrounding creatures to undergo mutations, among which were 2 bears named Xiongda and Xiong'er, who astonishingly evolved to possess human-like intelligence, capable of speaking human languages and utilizing various tools. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianquan furrowed his brow. Zhang Yi, astonished, exclaimed, What? Bears with human intelligence? This is preposterous. He speaks the truth, Tang Wei remarked nonchalantly. I have seen these 2 bears, as has Xiao Tianquan. What? Zhang Yi could hardly believe his ears. The events he had witnessed and heard today were utterly unfathomable. Number 7 continued. Although our organization has not fully researched this mysterious power, we speculate that it likely possesses the ability to accelerate evolution. Tang Wei grasped the implication and said, So, it follows that Bear Ridge might indeed harbor other core members of your organization? Precisely. After number 7 finished speaking, he looked at Tang Wei with pleading eyes and said, I've disclosed all I know. Could you possibly spare me? Tang Wei chuckled. You think too highly of yourself. You are still of use to me. For now, you should rest well. With that, he fiddled with the internal structure of number 7, who instantly lost consciousness once again. Zheng Yi, brimming with excitement, asked Tang Wei, should we head to Bear Ridge, as he suggested? Tang Wei nodded and replied, yes. He then glanced at Zheng Yi and added, leave the ensuing matters to me and Xiao Tianquan. There's no need to trouble you. Zheng Yi shook his head, asserting, no, I want to accompany you. I too wish to witness what a talking bear is like. Very well. Let us indulge your curiosity. The trio swiftly made their way to Bear Ridge. Xiao Tianquan stated, let us first pay a visit to Xiongba. Who is Xiongba? Zheng Yi inquired with confusion. Xiao Tianquan explained, Xiongba is the ruler of Bear Ridge. Every blade of grass and tree is under his dominion. If members of a mysterious organization have truly come here, he certainly would not have overlooked it. I see. Zheng Yi exclaimed, enlightened. Before long, the three arrived at the Grand Hall of Xiongba. Upon seeing Xiao Tianquan, Xiongba disdainfully remarked, Dragon King, you return unscathed. What brings you here this time? Xiao Tianquan disregarded Xiongba's attitude and straightforwardly articulated the purpose of their visit. Upon hearing this, Xiongba furrowed his brow. There are hardly any visitors to Bear Ridge. If one were to mention anyone, it would be the three of you. Just then, a bear suddenly dashed out. Startlink Zengi. The bear remarked, King Bear, you seem to have forgotten about another individual. The bald man who comes to chop wood every day, Guang Tu Chong. Zheng Yi was intrigued, having never seen a talking bear before. Guang Tu Chong? Instantly, Tang Wei conjured an image of Guang Tu Chong in his mind, feeling that he had little to do with the matter at hand. Xiongba then stated, indeed, I nearly overlooked this individual. He comes to Bear Ridge daily to chop wood, yet manages to fell only a few trees each day. One wonders what he occupies his time with. Upon hearing Xiongba's words, the trio seemed to gain insight. Xiao Tianquan quickly inquired, is Guang Tu Chong still at Bear Ridge? Xiongba shook his head and replied, he left just before your arrival, quite unexpectedly. Both Xiongda and Xiong'er added, yes, without Guang Tu Chong, it feels rather dull. This revelation solidified Tang Wei and his companion's suspicions. Guang Tu Chong could very well be a member of a mysterious organization, masquerading as a lumberjack while secretly investigating the enigmatic powers of Bear Ridge. After bidding farewell to Xiongba, the three exited the Grand Hall. Xiao Tianquan remarked, it appears that Guang Tu Chong is indeed a member of the organization tasked with studying these mysterious forces. Tang Wei concurred, yet he sensed that something was amiss. Zheng Yi urged, let us find this fellow named Guang Tu Chong. Xiao Tianquan spread his hands in exasperation, saying, how are we to search for him? Meanwhile, Tang Wei quietly activated the system's super linkage feature to locate the position of the automated lumberjack machine he had modified for Guang Tu Chong. I have a way to find him, Tang Wei suddenly declared. The two turned to him, asking, really? Tang Wei not that? Thus, he swiftly led them to the address of the automated lumberjack machine. After they departed, Xiongba furrowed his brow again. To think they had managed to uncover this much. It seemed inevitable that my identity would soon be revealed. With that, he made a phone call. Hello, this is number 2. If Tang Wei and his companions were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astonished. Unbeknownst to them, the elusive number 2 of the mysterious organization had once been so close. Xiongba had deliberately mentioned Guang Tu Chong to divert attention. Otherwise, he would certainly be under suspicion. At that moment, a man with a noodle-like hairstyle approached. King Bear, why didn't you seize that opportunity? Xiongba shook his head. You forget, he is accompanied by Xiao Tianquan. We are no match for him. The noodle-haired man appeared perplexed. Is this so-called Dragon King truly that formidable? Even the two of us combined cannot subdue him? Xiongba snorted contemptuously. You are of little consequence. Although I harbor no fondness for Xiao Tianquan, I must concede that the chasm between us is not insubstantial. Even a dozen of you would not suffice. The noodle-headed one nodded and said, I comprehend. As for Tang Wei, they soon arrived at the residence of Bald Chong. At first glance, Tang Wei spotted the lumberjack machine stationed in the yard. He then rapped on the door. Moments later, Bald Chong swung the door open. Who is it? He inquired while opening the door, only to be taken aback upon seeing Tang Wei. Ah, it is Mr. Tang Wei. Do you require my assistance? Due to their previous encounter, Bald Chong held Tang Wei in high esteem. Chapter 126. The environmentally conscious bald Chong Zheng stated coldly, enough with the pretense. We are already aware of your true identity. Bald Chong appeared bewildered and replied, what identity? Sir, what are you talking about? Xiao Tianquan furrowed his brow. At this juncture, there is no need for further theatrics. You have concealed yourself in Bear Mountain under the guise of a lumberjack, with the ulterior motive of aiding a clandestine organization in studying the mysterious energies of Bear Mountain. Feeling the weight of their formidable presence, Bald Chong was nearly paralyzed with fear. What clandestine organization? I have no idea what you are speaking of. I am merely an ordinary laborer. Tang Wei, observing the situation, began to sense that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. This Bald Chong did not seem to fit the profile of a member of a secret organization. Zheng Yi continued, his expression darkening. Still pretending? The Bear King has informed us that you only fell a few trees each day. Tell me, what do you occupy yourself with during the rest of your time? Bald Chong, feeling indignant, retorted, what do you know? Do you understand sustainable development? We must cherish the environment. One cannot fell too many trees at once. This is what Bearda and Bear Air taught me. When I am not cutting trees, I am planting them. This Mr. Tang Wei should understand. We agreed with the Bear King that for every tree we fell, we must plant another. Zheng Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, and Xiao Tianquan sensed that something was amiss. Tang Wei turned to Xiao Tianquan and said, Brother Xiao, do you not think we have overlooked someone? Xiao Tianquan grasped Tang Wei's implication. Indeed, Zheng Yi appeared perplexed. What do you mean? Tang Wei elucidated. In comparison to Bald Chong, I believe that the openly established Bear Ba, who has long occupied Bear Mountain, resembles a member of the clandestine organization more closely. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi experienced an epiphany. Now that you mention it, it does seem plausible. Xiao Tianquan continued. It is no wonder that although the Bear King pales in comparison to me in various respects, he is still a figure of some significance. Willingly relegating himself to the humble Bear Mountain, if he is indeed conducting research on that mysterious power for the clandestine organization, everything falls into place. It is even possible that he is the leader of that secretive group. Bald Chong stood by, utterly confounded and unaware of what was transpiring. What on earth are you all discussing? Tang Wei quickly addressed him. I apologize, Guangtou Chong. We misunderstood you earlier. The other two promptly expressed their apologies as well. Guangtou Chong scratched his bald head and replied, It's all right, it's all right. After bidding farewell to Guangtou Chong, the trio hurriedly made their way to Bear Mountain. Will we still make it in time if we go now? Zheng Yi pondered pessimistically, noting that they had already startled the snake, and the Bear King would undoubtedly take action. Tang Wei sighed and remarked, You are correct, but regardless, we must see it through. Upon arriving at Bear Mountain, they found, as anticipated, that Xiong Ba had vanished without a trace. Damn it, we are indeed too late, Xiao Tianquan exclaimed, striking a pillar in the grand hall with a punch that left a dent. Zheng Yi contemplated for a moment and suggested, Perhaps he hasn't gone far. We should continue searching the vicinity. Tang Wei shook his head. No need. I believe there are alternative methods. Oh, the two turned their attention to Tang Wei. Let us not forget we have their core member, number 7. Let us extract information from him. The two found some merit in his reasoning. Subsequently, Tang Wei dragged number 7 from the vehicle and restored his consciousness. As soon as number 7 opened his eyes, he immediately implored, Please, let me go. I've said all I needed to. Not yet. I still have some questions to ask. What questions? How do you usually communicate with the members of your organization? For instance, was this operation to protect Liu being planned by you? Number 7 hesitated for a moment. Speak quickly, or I shall cut your wires. Number 7's face paled in fear. Actually, we do have specialized communication tools, but mine was destroyed by you long ago. Moreover, having been out of contact for so long, the organization is surely on high alert, and I won't be receiving any support in the short term. It is unlikely you will reach other members through me. Tang Wei furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable oddity. At that moment, Xiao Tianquan remarked, Is communication within your organization so fragile? Without your specialized tools, and lacking even a designated meeting place, does losing your equipment equate to permanently severing ties with your organization? Zheng Yi chimed in, Indeed, and you are number 7, a core member among the core. Is it really so difficult to meet your leader? Their inquiries echoed the suspicions that lingered in Tang Wei's mind. Number 7 shook his head, resignedly stating, I am not deceiving you. This is indeed a characteristic of our organization. Tang Wei felt a tinge of helplessness. If I were to release you, how would you find your organization's members? Well, I would have to wait. Wait? Yes, if a communication tool is lost or damaged. I can only wait for other members to find me. Our organization likely possesses a tracking system, of which I am unaware, capable of determining the location of any member. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that you have all been implanted with tracking devices? Number 7 hesitantly replied, perhaps. Tang Wei, however, was utterly shocked, for he had already scanned both number 25 and number 7 with the system, discovering no trace of any tracking apparatus. The absence of such devices, yet the ability to ascertain each member's location, suggested a feature exclusive to his own system's advanced interconnectivity. Was it possible that the adversary possessed an individual with a similar system? The thought sent chills down Tang Wei's spine. Xiao Tianquan remarked, so, does this mean our movements, along with number 7's, are under their control? Number 7 affirmed, indeed, therefore, in order to avoid exposure, number 1 will certainly refrain from further rendezvous with me, perhaps even abandoning me altogether. Hence, I beseech you to spare me. Tang Wei regarded number 7 thoughtfully before breaking into a smile. Very well, I shall release you. But first, I require you to undergo a minor modification. Number 7 gazed at Tang Wei in terror, exclaiming, what do you intend to do? No sooner had he spoken than Tang Wei deactivated the switch, sustaining number 7's consciousness. Subsequently, he produced tools and commenced the transformation of number 7 right there. Xiao Tianquan observed Tang Wei's actions with curiosity, inquiring, Tang Wei, what are you up to? Tang Wei chuckled. It's quite simple. Such a formidable cyborg would be a waste, whether destroyed or left to the mysterious organization. It is far better to modify him, rendering him entirely my instrument. Upon hearing this, the two men grasped Tang Wei's intentions. If they could control number 7, then he could even subdue number 1 during their encounter. This realization ignited excitement within them. How splendid it would have been had they conceived this plan sooner. It would have spared them considerable time. They sensed that the annihilation of the mysterious organization was imminent. Chapter 127. Releasing the tiger back into the mountains, transforming number 7, was no simple task. Tang Wei drove the vehicle to his warehouse in City A. Upon arrival, he addressed Xiao Tianquan and Zhang Yi, saying, I truly appreciate your assistance during this time. You may attend to your own matters. I will take it from here. The two nodded in agreement. Xiao Tianquan remarked, I find myself with little to do, but I cannot be of assistance here. I will remain nearby. Should you receive any news regarding that organization, please inform me. Xiao Tianquan's investigation into the mysterious organization was motivated not only by a desire to aid Tang Wei, but also for his own interests. He would not permit an organization unknown to the Dragon King Hall to exist in this world. More importantly, this organization had ties to his old rival, Xiongba. Rest assured, I will, Tang Wei assured Xiao Tianquan. If the need arises, I will certainly reach out to you. Zhang Yi sighed, saying, unfortunately, my holiday is coming to an end, and I must adhere to the directives from above, so I may not be able to assist you further. Tang Wei patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and said, it's all right, you have already assisted me immensely. In truth, this matter has little to do with you. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, on the 25th, take him away and hand him over to the military. This fellow holds no further value for me. As he spoke, he opened the trunk of the car, revealing the still unconscious figure of number 25. After the two departed, Tang Wei eagerly commenced modifications on number 7. Having undergone numerous equipment upgrades, he now faced the unique challenge of transforming a living entity. Fortunately, the system provided a corresponding modification plan, and with its current level at 6, it assuredly made the task manageable. After a considerable period of arduous effort, Tang Wei made significant progress. Number 7 regained consciousness and, to his astonishment, found he could move. In a swift motion, he opened his palm, intending to use the laser embedded within to pierce Tang Wei. However, to his dismay, he discovered he was utterly incapable of firing it. What was happening? Number 7 stared at his palm, panic rising within him. Tang Wei observed him with calm amusement, saying, as expected, the first thing you do upon regaining mobility is attempt to eliminate me. Had I known this, I would not have restored your functions. Number 7 seemed to grasp the situation, continuing to assault Tang Wei with his fists. Yet, suddenly, he felt as though he were glued in place, unable to move. The realization dawned upon him. Tang Wei had not merely disabled his weapons. He had completely commandeered his body. A profound sense of despair washed over him. I told you not to move. Why do you refuse to listen? Tang Wei remarked with a half-smile. Suddenly, number 7 was struck by excruciating pain. I understand now. Please, spare me. He felt overwhelming agony, yet was powerless to struggle. This time I will let it slide, but should you dare to act recklessly again, I can make you explode on the spot. Tang Wei threatened number 7. I understand. Number 7 no longer doubted the veracity of Tang Wei's words. Subsequently, Tang Wei ceased his torment and permitted number 7 to regain his freedom of movement. Now, I will let you return. If the opportunity arises, inform your leader that while I do not obstruct his pursuit of immortality, he should not provoke me, or I shall resort to any means necessary to eliminate him. The downfall of your bases serves as a testament to the consequences of crossing me. If your people possess any wisdom, they should recognize that continuing to entangle with me yields no benefits, and they should abandon thoughts of vengeance. Number 7 nodded vigorously. I understand. I will certainly convey this message if the chance arises. Very well, you may leave now. Number 7 felt a sense of unreality. He had been so easily released, yet he dismissed further contemplation. For now, he could only wait patiently for his organization to come to his aid once more. Thus, he departed from Tang Wei without a backward glance. As he watched the figure of number 7 fade into the distance, a faint smile appeared on Tang Wei's lips. Now, all he needed to do was await the organization's leader to reach out to number 7. He could not believe that such a pivotal member would simply be abandoned. At that moment, a call from Li Liang interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Tang, it has been a while. I wonder if you might have time to visit the company. Oh, is there something specific? Li Liang replied. Our company's vehicles have commenced mass production and are now on sale. As a significant shareholder, shouldn't you attend the upcoming meeting? Of course. If you have other commitments, I understand. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Wei decided he had no pressing matters and was curious to see how Liangshin Automotive had progressed. All right, I happen to be free, he affirmed. After ending the call, Tang Wei drove to Liangshin Automotive Company. During his discussions with the staff, he gleaned insights into the company's recent advancements. In summary, the future appeared exceedingly bright. Notably, the XX Automotive, which had routinely suppressed Liangshin, seemed to have gone quiet, allowing Liangshin to flourish. Eventually, Li Liang and Tang Wei retreated to a quieter area. Mr. Tang, there's one more matter. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the rally race. Tang Wei nodded, realization dawning. Oh, I almost forgot. By the way, how is Ms. Ma preparing for it? Li Liang responded. Her condition is quite good, and she is very confident about securing first place. If possible, shall we go to the venue to cheer her on? Tang Wei agreed. That sounds great. Having just navigated a tense confrontation followed by a busy transformation effort, he welcomed the chance to unwind. Truth be told, he was eager to witness the full extent of a 90-year-old lady's prowess and Liangshin's vehicle performance in various conditions. The following day, Tang Wei, Li Liang, and others arrived at the rally race venue. To his surprise, he spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Brother Xiao? Tang Wei called out. What brings you here? Xiao Tianquan replied, equally astonished. I mentioned I would be staying in City A for a while, awaiting your news. I thought I would come and watch the race. Tang Wei understood. I see. Li Liang, curious, inquired, Mr. Tang, who is this? Tang Wei promptly introduced. This is Xiao Tianquan, a friend of mine. He felt no need to disclose Xiao Tianquan's identity, as their relationship was purely business-oriented. Li Liang nodded, I see. He then turned to Xiao Tianquan, smiling politely. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I am Li Liang, the founder of Liangshin Automotive Company. Xiao Tianquan reciprocated the courtesy. Just then, an elderly voice rang out. Mr. Li, Mr. Tang, I didn't expect you to be here in person. I assure you, I will not disappoint and will strive for first place in this race. The crowd turned their heads to see the newcomer. It was the elderly Madame Ma. The moment she laid eyes on Xiao Tianquan, her expression suddenly changed. Chapter 128. The handsome hero on the racetrack, Xiao Longwang. Madame Ma was instantly reminded of the terror she felt on the day the Su family was destroyed, her face turning ashen. She could never forget the visage of Xiao Tianquan. Consequently, her legs weakened, and she nearly fell to her knees. Tang Wei and Li Liang hurriedly supported her. Be careful. Xiao Tianquan observed the scene with profound emotion. He spoke softly, Madam. I trust you have been well. Madame Ma hastily waved her hand. Please, do not call me madam. I cannot bear it. Li Liang was taken aback when he heard Madame Ma address Xiao Tianquan as Long Wang, realizing that the man before him was indeed the legendary Dragon King. So you are. He began to say, but Xiao Tianquan interrupted him. Shoo, keep it down. There are too many people here. Li Liang excitedly nodded, responding, yes, I understand. He gazed at Tang Wei with newfound admiration, astonished that Tang Wei was not only a genius in automobiles, but also had connections with the renowned Dragon King. With such a formidable ally, how could Liangxi Motors not thrive and reach global heights? Madame Ma felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Thus she said to Tang Wei and Li Liang, I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. She could hardly bear to meet Xiao Tianquan's gaze. The once disdained son-in-law she had humiliated had now become someone she could not aspire to reach. Remaining in his presence felt like an ordeal. Wait, Xiao Tianquan suddenly called out to her. Madame Ma halted, feeling cold sweat break out on her brow. Did he still think she hadn't suffered enough? Dragon King, what can I do for you? She asked with utmost respect, fearful of offending him. Xiao Tianquan sighed. There is no need for such formality. We were once family. After all, Madame Ma was taken aback. Family? Hearing such words now felt like a cruel jest. What do you truly want? She asked anxiously. Xiao Tianquan surveyed the surroundings and remarked, I heard you were participating in this competition. It seems your circumstances are quite favorable, allowing you this leisure. It's not as you think. I am entering this competition to win the 1 million prize. I have lost everything. This is my only option, Madame Ma replied, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Xiao Tianquan remained silent for a moment before saying, very well. He then produced a Bugatti car key. This is the vehicle I commissioned for you through Brother Tang Wei that day, but unfortunately, you did not find it to your liking. Since I have no use for it now, you may take it for the competition. Other cars would be too perilous for you. Madame Ma stood there, utterly stunned. Tang Wei was somewhat taken aback. It appeared that this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a well-prepared arrangement. Could it be that Xiao Tianquan, in a display of concern for the safety of Elder Ma, had come to deliver her a vehicle? After a long while, Elder Ma regained her composure. Xiao Tianquan, to think that despite my previous treatment of you, she was suddenly overwhelmed with embarrassment. She never expected that the one person who truly cared for her well-being was Xiao Tianquan. This realization filled Elder Ma with a bittersweet irony. Xiao Tianquan replied nonchalantly, do not misunderstand. My concern is not for you. I merely believe that should any mishap occur during the event, it would indeed be unfortunate. Your survival is of no consequence to me. Nevertheless, it was evident to everyone that there was more to his words. After a moment, Elder Ma shook her head. No, I cannot accept your assistance after all I have done to wrong you. Furthermore, my participation in this competition is funded by Mr. Li and Mr. Tang, and I must compete using the latest model from Liangxin Company. Upon hearing Elder Ma's words, Xiao Tianquan immediately understood. Tang Wei added, indeed. And our company's new vehicle has also been designed to provide special protection for the elderly, so there should be no issues. With Tang Wei vouching for it, Xiao Tianquan naturally placed his trust in his words. So that is how it is, then very well. Subsequently, Elder Ma returned to prepare for the race. A significant highlight of this event was the 90-year-old racer, Elder Ma, who was among the first to utilize Liangxin's new vehicle. All eyes were on her. Do you think a 90-year-old can truly race at such speeds? It seems utterly absurd, almost a publicity stunt. Indeed, it was entirely a gimmick. If anything were to go awry, the organizers would face severe repercussions. Let us hope nothing untoward occurs. Both Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan watched Elder Ma with quiet concern. At that moment, a young man in a wheelchair quietly approached the racetrack. The drivers behind him were startled at the sight of him. They hurriedly honked their horns, urging him to move aside. However, the young man in the wheelchair remained unfazed. One driver furrowed his brow and rolled down his window. Excuse me, my friend. We are in the middle of a race. Could you please move to a safer distance? It's quite dangerous here. The young man in the wheelchair smiled faintly. I'm here to compete as well. What? The driver was momentarily puzzled. But where is your vehicle? The young man patted his wheelchair and said, this is it. The driver's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You mean this wheelchair is your vehicle? Are you joking? Indeed. The young man in the wheelchair was the internet writer Chiu Ku, who had previously sought Tang Wei to modify his wheelchair. However, Now he had undergone a significant transformation. Having earned a substantial sum from his writing, undergone cosmetic surgery in a foreign country, and received limb regeneration procedures, dramatically altering his previous appearance. At this moment, Chioku's face was strikingly chiseled, his gaze sharp, and his jet-black hair flowed gracefully in the wind, resembling the charming male lead of a romantic drama. Soon, the audience participating in the competition noticed Chioku. Wow, look over there, a handsome guy. Indeed, he is incredibly handsome. I want to marry him. Husband. Don't get carried away here. Does he even have eyes for you? If anyone is to marry him, it should be me. His stunning looks left many young girls smitten. However, it also incited jealousy among some men. Is that what you call handsome? He is only slightly better looking than I am. What good is being handsome if he is just a disabled person in a wheelchair, and he has no manners whatsoever? While others prepare for the competition, he rolls onto the track in his wheelchair, disrupting the other racers. Exactly. It's utterly inconsiderate. Someone should promptly have the staff remove him. Soon, a group of individuals pinpointed their criticisms towards Chioku, vehemently condemning him. Nonsense. There must be a special reason. How could such a handsome man lack manners? I think his wheelchair must be malfunctioning, preventing him from moving. All right, that is too dangerous. Someone should quickly have the staff push the handsome fellow aside. Chapter 129, The Phoenix and the Dragon, racing on the track before long. A group of girls approached the staff, insisting that they remove Chioku from the track. However, they were informed that this handsome man in a wheelchair was indeed participating in the competition, and his means of racing was precisely that wheelchair. What? How can this be possible? Competing in a wheelchair? Upon hearing the staff's explanation, they were all taken aback. The staff chuckled wryly and said, although it sounds absurd, it's indeed true. Consequently, a discussion ensued among the women. I knew it. Such a handsome guy could not possibly lack manners. This uniquely charming individual possesses a uniquely extraordinary racing tool. I adore it. I must cheer for the handsome guy. At this moment, Tang Wei also took note of Chioku's wheelchair. This wheelchair looks so familiar. Suddenly, he realized, the modified wheelchair I designed for Chioku. However, looking at the owner of the wheelchair, he thought it did not resemble Chioku at all. Could it be that Chioku lent his wheelchair to someone else? With this thought, Tang Wei opened his phone to search for information regarding Chioku. The results astonished him. It turned out that since Chioku began using Tang Wei's modified wheelchair, he had been updating his work 20 chapters a day, causing a sensation throughout the online literary community. Consequently, Chioku emerged as a new generation platinum author, with one book's copyright selling for an astounding 50 million. The industry has since bestowed upon him the title, the human typing machine. Many of his peers harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him, as they typically manage only 2 updates a day, while Chioku produces an astonishingly high volume of content. This relentless pace has compelled them into a state of unhealthy competition. Subsequently, Tang Wei stumbled upon an image of Chioku attending the Global Online Literature Exchange Conference. The figure in the photograph bore no resemblance to the Chioku he knew. Instead, he appeared akin to a person confined to a wheelchair. Could it be that he had undergone cosmetic surgery? It stands to reason that, given his appearance, the first step to financial success would indeed be to enhance his looks. Lest he frighten passers-by, Li Liang and Xiao Tianquan also took note of Chioku. How did this brother in a wheelchair find his way onto the racetrack? This is exceedingly perilous. Tang Wei chuckled, remarking, no, that is no ordinary wheelchair. Xiao Tianquan, taken aback, inquired, could it be that this is a modified wheelchair, designed for racing? Indeed, Tang Wei confirmed. While Xiao Tianquan quickly accepted this revelation, Li Liang remained incredulous. What? Racing in a wheelchair? This is utterly absurd. As the race commenced, many envious onlookers began to revel in Chioku's potential misfortune, thinking, this pretty boy is asking for trouble by remaining on the track. I can already envision him being tossed aside by a car. Goodness, let him not perish and drag other drivers down with him. Yet in the next moment, an astonishing sight unfolded. Chioku, seated in his wheelchair, surged forward alongside the other racers, hurtling down the racetrack. What was happening? This fellow is actually racing in a wheelchair? Surely, I must be mistaken. This is outrageous. No one could fathom their own eyes. Meanwhile, the young women who admired Chioku erupted in delight, exclaiming, wow, how thrilling. Instantly, the atmosphere on the track was electrified. Viewers at home were equally astounded. Having witnessed countless races across various vehicles, they had never seen a wheelchair utilized in such a manner before. What an extraordinary wheelchair! How impressive! However, some skeptics dismissed it as mere sensationalism, predicting it would soon run out of power. Indeed, let us see how he concludes this endeavor. Though the notion of racing in a wheelchair was undeniably audacious, many believe it to be merely a gimmick, lacking true substance. Tang Wei, observing that the majority were captivated by Chiu, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. After all, today's spotlight was meant to shine on the venerable Madame Ma, who was 90 years old. Li Liang, equally frustrated, lamented, "How infuriating! I intended for Madame Ma to bask in the limelight. Yet all attention has shifted to this audacious wheelchair racer." Tang Wei offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder, saying, "Fear not, as long as our vehicle is exceptional. Recognition will inevitably follow." Li Liang begrudgingly accepted this perspective. Meanwhile, Madame Ma, noticing that all eyes were on Chiu, especially as he outpaced her, felt a surge of competitive spirit ignite within her. Suddenly, she executed an exceedingly difficult maneuver, surpassing Chiu's wheelchair, instantly captivating the entire audience. In that moment, all eyes shifted back to the elderly matriarch Ma. Could it truly be that a 90-year-old woman could perform such a feat? The strength displayed. Was the person inside unharmed? How exhilarating! Witnessing matriarch Ma outpace Chiu, a group of young men exclaimed in delight, "Bravo, elderly lady! Show this pretentious fellow what you're made of." They began to cheer for her. "Ma Tsuehua, go for it. Keep it up, Ma Tsuehua." Meanwhile, the girls were equally spirited, rallying behind Chiu. "Chiu, you can do it. Keep going, Chiu." The names of the contestants were no secret, and soon everyone learned the true identities of the dragons and phoenixes on these two tracks. Upon realizing he had been surpassed by a 90-year-old woman, Chiu no longer held back, unleashing the full potential of his wheelchair. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited chase along the track, neither willing to yield. At that moment, all attention was focused on these two competitors, while the others faded into the background. Who do you think will ultimately claim the first prize? I believe it will be Chiu. True to his name, he is indeed quite cool. However, while racing in a wheelchair is certainly impressive, with such a lengthy course ahead, can this small wheelchair sustain its energy until the end? Indeed, one must consider the issue of endurance. It seems that Ma Tsuehua has the higher probability of victory. But what of Ma Tsuehua's vehicle's endurance? Does her lifespan have sufficient mileage? Precisely. I suspect that before long, this elderly lady might just collapse. Hey, what's with the personal attacks? Let's maintain some decorum. Personal attacks? I am merely stating facts. What 90-year-old can withstand such exertion? Not even young people with frail health can endure it. What do you know? This elderly lady is driving a brand new vehicle from Liangshin Company. Liangshin Automobile? What is that? Before long, the conversation shifted to the new car from Liangshin Company. It's that highly publicized vehicle from the recent launch event. Indeed, I heard this car is fireproof and bulletproof. Even a truck collision poses no threat. Absolutely. This car is designed specifically for the elderly, ensuring ease of handling even for those who are frail. Is it really that remarkable? Some skeptics found it hard to believe. Chapter 130. The old master still has it. Of course it's true. I'm tempted to buy one myself. I've heard it's quite affordable. The design looks rather stylish. I'm inclined to purchase one for a test drive. Suddenly, a stern young man gazed at the promotional images of the Liangshin vehicle and remarked, "Really? What is so great about this obscure brand?" Indeed, the design is visually appealing, yet it undoubtedly bears the marks of imitation. One cannot fathom that anyone would purchase a plagiarized vehicle. It would be utterly embarrassing to drive it out in public. Surely, no one is unable to afford the original model, opting instead for a counterfeit. Upon hearing someone extolling the virtues of Liangshin Automobile, a group of individuals who had purchased other brands felt a sense of discontent, beginning to cast disparaging remarks. The individual, upon hearing their words, merely smiled faintly. "Is that so? You allege this design is a copy. Why not enlighten us as to which model it supposedly imitates?" A few among them bristled at his inquiry. Their pride stung. "How should I know which model it is plagiarized? It must be some high-end luxury vehicle's design. Purchase it if you wish. We shan't stand in your way. Besides, the embarrassment isn't ours." The young man chuckled. He suddenly retrieved a set of car keys from his bag. It's not that I refuse to buy the authentic product. Rather, I've already acquired all the high-end models from mainstream brands. I can assure you, none of them bear any resemblance to the latest design of Liangshin automobile. Witnessing this, those who had previously mocked him were rendered speechless. To possess all high-end models, what sort of family background could that entail? You must be boasting. Do you have any idea how many automotive companies exist globally or how many high-end models have been released? You think you've purchased them all? Do you consider yourself a scion of wealth? He chuckled. The scion of wealth you reference is Jean Xin, whom I know as well. By the way, I wonder if you've heard my name. I'm Shirley. Upon hearing this name, their faces turned pale. What? Shirley, you are indeed one of the top heirs acclaimed alongside Jean Xin. They scrutinized him closely, realizing he resembled the images they had seen online. They couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The Shur family, to which Shirley belonged, possessed vast private mineral resources, marking them as one of the world's foremost conglomerates. They had never anticipated encountering the heir of the Shur family here today, and moreover, they had ridiculed him. It was a most embarrassing turn of events. Now, do you believe my words? Shirley asked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yes, we believe you. At this moment, the race on the track continued in a tense atmosphere. Chioku and Old Lady Ma were neck and neck, maintaining the same speed while the others had fallen far behind. Approaching the finish line, it was now a decisive moment. Everyone was speculating who among the two would emerge victorious. He turned to Old Lady Ma, saying, Hey, I've heard your name is Ma Tsuehua. Old Lady Ma frowned. Ignoring him, Chioku persisted. What I wanted to say is that the person I like is also named Tsuehua. Once I win this race, I shall publicly confess my feelings to her. Indeed, the Tsuehua he referred to was the woman who had steadfastly remained by his side. Unexpectedly, Madame Ma misunderstood upon hearing this. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she remarked, You cheeky little rascal, how shameless of you. The age difference between us is considerable. This is a rather peculiar affection. However, if you're indifferent to societal judgments, I could allow you to win this race. But remember, you must declare your feelings publicly should you emerge victorious. At this point, Chioku nearly choked in disbelief. He wished to clarify, yet Madame Ma abruptly slowed down. Shifting her position, an overwhelming sense of dread gripped Chioku. At that moment, he desired nothing more than to lose. Consequently, he too began to decelerate. Onlookers were left in astonishment, questioning the peculiar behavior. With the finish line in sight, why were the front runners suddenly reducing their speed? Was it a lack of energy? No, it felt deliberate. I see now, they must not want to embarrass the trailing competitors, hence the intentional reduction of their lead. How considerate of these two drivers. Just as they were about to cross the finish line, Madame Ma surged ahead, overtaking Chioku. A sigh of relief escaped him. What a relief! Unexpectedly, Madame Ma leaned in and said, Young man, you are still quite naive. A mere trick has bested you, and this 1 million now belongs to me. With that, she let out a triumphant laugh. It dawned on Chioku how clever she was. Yet, he felt no profound disappointment, for he did not truly need the million. He had entered the race solely for the sake of his dreams. Upon seeing Madame Ma claim first place, Li Liang's excitement surged. Wonderful. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianquan displayed a brief expression of relief before quickly restoring his icy demeanor. Brothers Tang Wei and Li Liang, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Xiao Tianquan bid farewell. Very well, you may go. The two remained, having obligations to discuss with Madame Ma. Shortly thereafter, Madame Ma approached them, having received her award. Li Liang smiled and said, Madam, congratulations. Your performance was truly exceptional. Madame Ma shook her head, saying, I must thank both of you. Without your assistance, I would never have had the opportunity to win this award. She then attempted to kneel in gratitude, but the two hurried to stop her. No, we cannot accept such reverence. Li Liang continued, This car is a gift for you, should the opportunity arise. Let us collaborate again in the future. Madame Ma nodded in agreement. Very well, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. She glanced around and inquired, By the way, where is Lord Longwang? He mentioned he had matters to attend to and left early. Ah, I see. In the following days, the sales of Liangshin automobiles indeed skyrocketed. Aside from the promotional effects brought about by this competition, the feedback from the initial batch of users is also a significant factor. Even the affluent heir, Shirley, has been spotted driving a new model from Liangshin Motors, which has led many to believe in the quality of their vehicles. On this day, Tang Wei and Li Liang convened once more for a discussion. Our current sales of a new car are quite impressive. However, a singular product is insufficient. We must introduce a wider array of models, Tang Wei stated. Li Liang nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have already conceived a plan to modify some configurations based on this new vehicle and categorize them into different price ranges. Tang Wei shook his head. No, that is not what I meant. Li Liang suddenly comprehended and inquired, Mr. Tang, are you suggesting that we should launch an entirely new model? Precisely. Tang Wei zipped, producing a USB drive and handing it to Li Liang. Here are the design proposals for 3 brand new models, each tailored for high, medium, and low price segments. Li Liang was astounded. It had barely been a short time, yet Tang Wei had managed to prepare design plans for 3 vehicles. Mr. Tang, no wonder you always seem so busy and disinterested in company affairs. You have been diligently working for the company all along. I truly misjudged you. Tang Wei offered an awkward smile. In truth, he had not been misjudged. The 3 proposals were merely the result of the system's random designs, and he had little else to occupy his time. Upon leaving Liangshin Motors, Tang Wei returned home. He still resided with his parents in their self-built house, which was the 2nd floor of the auto repair shop. His new apartment had been renovated for some time, and the formaldehyde had dissipated significantly. Tang Wei resolved to inform his parents about his new home purchase, suggesting they could move in if they wished. The new residence was far more comfortable, especially considering it cost over 20 million. Soon his parents returned, and Tang Wei eagerly asked, Dad, Mom, where have you been? They appeared to be in good spirits. His father responded, We went out for a stroll and bought some things. Oh, I see. He then disclosed his news about the house purchase and encouraged them to move. To his surprise, they shook their heads. No, let us pass on that. Tang Wei asked, why not? Didn't you decide to close the repair shop downstairs and prepare for retirement? The new place is much more suitable for that. The environment here is poor, and it's noisy being on the street. His father replied, It's simple. Your mother and I cherish our private time together and do not wish for you to intrude. Yes, you're over 20 now. It would be best for you to live on your own. We'll keep this place for ourselves. Tang Wei nearly choked with frustration. He had intended to spend more time with them, which was why he continued living there. Yet he felt unwelcome. Well, I still recommend that you move. I can purchase another apartment. For Tang Wei, the prospect of purchasing an additional property posed no significant burden. However, to his surprise, the couple shook their heads, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that they were reluctant to spend their own money? His father finally spoke up. Actually, your mother and I have harbored a dream. Oh, what dream? Tang Wei inquired with curiosity, eager to hear more. Our aspiration has always been to cease all work and acquire a motorhome to traverse the globe. Thus, relocating to a new house seemed rather inconsequential. His mother chimed in, Indeed, we have already been selecting a motorhome and are poised to embark on our journey around the world. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei understood. So, this was their intention, traveling the world, which sounded undeniably romantic. Correct, we have contemplated this for quite some time, yet we previously believed it prudent to earn more money, saving to help you purchase a home and marry. However, now that you have achieved success and can earn substantial income, we need not worry. Therefore, we can venture out with peace of mind. As they spoke, the couple brimmed with excitement for their forthcoming plans. Observing his parents' joy, Tang Wei felt a surge of happiness for them. Well then, I wish you a delightful journey. I wholeheartedly support you, he said, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait, the mysterious organization. This entity had not been entirely eradicated and might still be lurking, eyeing him and those around him, while they refrained from acting recklessly in City EA. If his parents ventured beyond the city, or even abroad, the situation could become precarious. Moreover, their intention to acquire a motorhome for their travels rendered their small white protector ineffective. Consequently, his expression grew serious. Noticing the change in Tang Wei's demeanor, his father inquired with concern, What troubles you? You appear rather unhappy. His mother laughed. Could it be that you're reluctant to part with us? Our son is still as clingy as he was in his childhood. Tang Wei found himself at a loss, unsure how to voice his apprehensions to his parents. He had never broached the subject of the mysterious organization in their presence, fearing it would cause them distress. Perhaps you should delay your plans for a while. Just a little longer, Tang Wei suggested. He had now completely taken control of number 7 within the organization, and once he met with number 1, The complete dismantling of the organization would be within reach. With the mysterious organization vanquished, he would harbor no further concerns. His parents, however, remained perplexed. Why? They queried in unison. Because I have quite a bit on my plate at the moment, and I would like you to assist me for a time. Tang Wei fabricated a flimsy excuse. Yet they were not so easily deceived. Oh, is that so? You could easily hire a few more employees. What? Do you wish to exploit our labor for free, you rascal? It's not like that. In any case, you should wait a little longer, just a little while longer. I beg you. The two individuals exchanged glances before resolutely declaring, no. Tang Wei felt somewhat at a loss, hesitating as he pondered whether he should simply divulge the truth to them. At that moment, a thought suddenly struck him. Right? Didn't you mention you were looking for an RV? Indeed. Do you have any suitable recommendations? Tang Wei shook his head. I don't have any, as I'm not particularly familiar with RVs. However, it is well known that I'm a master of modifications. I believe that most standard RVs possess certain shortcomings, but once they undergo my transformation, they can become utterly flawless. His father interjected, in that case, it may not be necessary. We could simply purchase a decent one. How could that suffice? Tang Wei insisted. This vehicle is a crucial instrument that will significantly affect your overall travel experience. Should any issues arise, it would ruin the romantic ambience. He continued, modifying the RV may only take a bit of time, but if complications occur on the road, the delays could be far more extensive. Upon hearing Tang Wei's reasoning, they acknowledged there was some merit to his argument. Indeed, you have a point. Let us proceed as you suggest. We shall purchase the RV and have you modify it, which will also allow you to express your filial piety. With that, Tang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could buy some time, he was confident he would soon resolve the matter concerning the mysterious organization. Returning to his room, he began to monitor the situation surrounding Number 7. He remained aimless, and it appeared that the organization's members had yet to locate him. Before long, Tang Wei's father selected an RV and purchased it for $500,000, a reasonable price. The vehicle boasted ample space and comprehensive functionality. Yet Tang Wei criticized it as utterly flawed. Leave this to me. I guarantee I will transform it into something you will be thoroughly satisfied with. His father inquired. How long will the modifications take? Tang Wei contemplated before responding, perhaps 1 to 2 months. Ah, that seems rather slow. Aren't you a master of modifications? I have heard that your speed is usually quite remarkable. Tang Wei explained, that is when I'm modifying for others. When it comes to your esteemed selves, I must apply a bit more care. I cannot be careless, thus it will certainly take a bit longer. Very well, perhaps we should forego the modifications. Tang Wei quickly interjected. No, I can certainly expedite the process. Chapter 132. The Gourmet of the Mysterious Organization. Though he voiced his intentions, Tang Wei still contemplated extending the timeline, as he remained uneasy until the mysterious organization was eradicated. In the ensuing days, he kept a vigilant eye on the situation surrounding Number 7, yet there was still little progress. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, a group of individuals was also observing No. 7. They were other members of the mysterious organization. Indeed, the organization was already aware of Number 7's whereabouts. Yet for the sake of safety, they had refrained from making immediate contact. As the first rays of dawn penetrated the room, Number 6 opened his eyes precisely on cue, just as he always did. He rose from his bed like a character resurrected from a cinematic tableau, shedding his night clothes and donning his athletic gear. Rising early to engage in morning exercises was a routine he had steadfastly adhered to for over a decade. With a swift motion, he secured a rope and flung open the window, leaping from the 30th floor. Just as he was about to meet the ground, the highly elastic rope yanked him back to the 31st floor. While others might jog or perform push-ups for their morning routines, Number 6 indulged in bungee jumping. Fortunately, the residential complex had long been devoid of other inhabitants, so his audacious antics went unnoticed. Upon completing his exercise, Number 6 made his way to the living room, where he prepared to dine with Numbers 8 and 10. However, upon surveying the breakfast spread, Number 6's brow furrowed. Number 8 said with a grin, I made breakfast today. You can cook? Number 6 retorted incredulously. What do you mean? In the culinary world, I am known as Old 8, a gourmet revered by many. With that, Number 8 picked up a burger, reciting his mantra. No worries about meals. Just savor Old 8's secret burger. Affordable and filling. Stinky tofu. Fermented bean curd with lemon. Just look at this burger. At number 8's vivid description, number 6 nearly wretched. Number 10 quickly interjected, forget him. Come and try the steak I prepared. Medium rare. Medium rare is too basic, number 6 scoffed. Do you even know how to eat steak? He then descended the stairs, with numbers 8 and 10 trailing behind. At that moment, number 6 led a cow from the parking lot of the complex and let it bask in the sun for a while. After a brief period, he tested the surface temperature of the cow with a thermometer, nodding in satisfaction. This is just right for steak. Anything more cooked would lose its freshness. With that, he began to gnaw on the cow directly. Thus, after a series of peculiar events, the three finally completed their breakfast. They then turned their attention to more pressing matters. Number 6, haven't we already located number 7? Why haven't we contacted him yet? Why the need for covert observation? Number 8 could no longer contain his curiosity. Number 6 let out a disdainful snort. Number 7 and 25 are on a mission in Country X, but they were captured by Tang Wei, and now he has resurfaced. I suspect that Tang Wei released number 7 to lure more members of our organization into the open. We must not fall into his trap. The others nodded in understanding. But is it not possible that number 7 escaped on his own? He possesses formidable combat skills. Number 8 ventured. Number 6 shook his head. We cannot take that risk. Remember, Tang Wei excels at mechanical modifications, and number 7 is rather unique. It is known that number 2 has mentioned Tang Wei is aware of his true identity, which undoubtedly was divulged by number 7. In any case, we shall continue to observe for a while longer. The organization currently does not require immediate contact, so it is best to refrain from reaching out for now. Understood, they replied in unison. Tang Wei was leisurely transforming his parents' RV. Although he was merely biding his time, he nonetheless invested considerable thought into the design. At that moment, a call came in from an employee named Xiao Yang. Mr. Tang, a man named Shi Lei wishes to see you. Upon hearing that name, Tang Wei felt a flicker of recognition. After a brief pause, realization dawned upon him. Shi Lei, wasn't he the scion of the Shi Consortium? Indeed, it must be him. Xiao Yang spoke with palpable excitement. All right, I will be there shortly. Before long, Tang Wei arrived at the reception room. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a stern man. Unlike the arrogant and flamboyant Jin Xiao, this individual exuded an air of icy nobility. Are you sure, Xiao? Tang Wei inquired politely. Shi Lei offered a faint smile and replied, just call me Shi Lei. As they took their seats, Tang Wei cut to the chase. May I ask what brings you here, Shi Xiao? Shi Lei took a deep breath and began to explain. Recently, our family has acquired a tract of mountainous land in District D, and we intend to level the entire area to develop a small city. Tang Wei's lips twitched at this news. Such grand ambitions were indeed befitting of a top-tier global consortium. Shi Lei continued, however, to accomplish this task, conventional machinery will prove inadequate. Therefore, I would like to enlist your expertise to manufacture the world's largest and most powerful excavator on site. He then fixed his gaze upon Tang Wei. Do you believe you can manage this? Tang Wei smiled lightly. Isn't it merely the largest excavator? That should be quite manageable. Shi Lei pressed on. I am well aware that this challenge is not beyond your capabilities, but our timeline is rather tight, and we must expedite the construction. Not an issue. When do we commence? Tang Wei asked. If possible, I would like to start immediately. Very well. Tang Wei agreed without hesitation. This would conveniently provide him with a reason to delay his parents' world tour plans. Shi Lei chuckled. Mr. Tang, you are indeed straightforward. I appreciate your forthright nature. By the way, we haven't discussed the fee yet. What do you think is a fair price, Mr. Tang? Tang Wei pondered for a moment before responding. Let me review the specific requirements before we negotiate further. It's certainly 1 TB inexpensive. I trust the Shi family can afford it. Soon, Tang Wei found himself in Shi Lei's vehicle, heading toward the mountainous land acquired by the Shi family. It was then that Tang Wei noticed Shi Lei was driving the latest model from Liangshin Motors. Shi Xiao, given your status, you drive this car? Tang Wei couldn't help but inquire curiously. Shi Lei smiled in response. Why not? This is the vehicle you designed. Do you not take pride in it? At this remark, Tang Wei furrowed his brow. How could he possibly know that this car was of his own design? Tang Wei had never spoken of this matter, nor had Liangshin Company revealed any information about itself. Observing Tang Wei's demeanor, Shi Lei quickly reassured him. Rest assured, no one has disclosed this information. It's merely my conjecture. Judging by your expression, I must be correct. I see. Tang Wei replied, this vehicle is indeed my design, but it primarily targets the mid to low-end market, priced at around 200,000. Shirley shook his head. No, I do not consider this vehicle to be mid to low-end. It is not that expensive cars are my endorsement. Rather, the cars I approve of tend to be on the pricier side. However, this one is an exception. It surpasses any vehicle I have owned in utility. I truly regret having met you so late. Shirley genuinely admired Tang Wei. Chapter 133. The world's largest excavator. Upon hearing Shirley's words, Tang Wei chuckled. Indeed, you are correct, sure. Shirley continued, I wonder what Mr. Tang envisions for Liangxin Automobile's future development. Tang Wei shook his head, admitting, I haven't really given it much thought. But I believe as long as we can diligently create products that people need, that is sufficient. Consequently, the two engaged in a lengthy discussion about the prospects of Liangxin Automobile. It was evident that Shirley held a keen interest in the company. After some time, they finally arrived at their destination. Tang Wei stepped out of the car and surveyed the surroundings, marveling at the scenery. The view here is truly splendid, he exclaimed. Indeed, but it will soon be leveled. Shirley's comment was rather disheartening. He then added, why not construct the vehicle right here? Whatever materials or tools you require, we can transport them via truck. As he spoke, he gestured toward a nearby construction site. At that moment, Tang Wei noticed a large truck approaching, with a small child playing ahead of it. The child, appearing to be around 3 or 4 years old and extraordinarily adorable, was blissfully unaware of the impending danger. While the truck showed no signs of halting, Tang Wei and Shirley's expressions turned grave upon witnessing this scene. Get out of the way, they shouted, racing toward the boy. However, the distance was clearly too great. The child, hearing their shouts, looked up, staring blankly at them, unmoved. Just as tragedy seemed imminent, the truck suddenly came to a halt. Simultaneously, an elderly man emerged from the side and scooped up the child. You little rascal. Who allowed you to come to this place? It's very dangerous, do you know that? The elder gently reprimanded the child, his eyes filled with affection. Tang Wei and Shirley, having rushed over, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the driver stopped in time. Suddenly, Tang Wei realized something. Such a sudden break could have put the truck driver in peril. He glanced toward the driver's cabin. However, what puzzled him was the absence of anyone in the vehicle. How strange. At that moment, a woman approached. Xiao Bao, my dear Xiao Bao, are you all right? How wonderful. Tang Wei glanced at the woman and inquired, is this your child? How could you allow him to be in such a perilous place? This area is full of construction sites. What would happen in the event of an accident? The woman appeared remorseful. There's no choice. The child's father left early, and there's no one at home. I must work, yet I cannot bear to leave my child alone. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei felt a pang of sympathy. Shirley seemed to be contemplating something, and then said to the woman, in that case, I will arrange a different position for you. You can work at XXX, where it will be more convenient for you to care for your child. Upon hearing Shirley's words, the woman expressed her gratitude fervently. At that moment, Tang Wei noticed that the elderly man had vanished. Curiously, he asked, where has that old man gone? What was he doing at the construction site? Shirley replied, oh, you mean that person? I've heard he is a local villager who enjoys wandering around here, especially sitting atop that mountain for an entire day. He is quite an eccentric old fellow. Intrigued by Shirley's description, Tang Wei was about to ask more when a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Tang Wei. Turning around, he saw Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan, what brings you here? Zhou Quan chuckled. Have you forgotten? I'm an expert at operating excavators. In fact, I was the one who recommended you to Shi Xiao. Understanding dawned on Tang Wei. Ah, I see. Zhou Quan continued. Once your largest excavator is manufactured, I suspect I will be the only one capable of operating it. I'm eager to experience what it feels like to operate the largest excavator. I've grown weary of the one you modified for me. Tang Wei patted him on the shoulder and said, all right, since you'll be the one operating it, I can proceed with confidence. Subsequently, Shirley led Tang Wei and Zhou Quan to the temporary office location. Although it was a temporary setup, it was impressively luxurious, prompting Tang Wei to marvel at the Stone family's affluence. Shirley then guided Tang Wei to the second floor, which was clearly a resting area. Shirley remarked, for the time being, Mr. Tang, you will have to make do with this accommodation. Although it may seem modest, it is well equipped. Please let me know if anything is lacking. Tang Wei thought to himself, This is far more luxurious than the new house I purchased. How can you call this modest? The two then descended the stairs, where Tang Wei observed Zhou Quan leisurely playing on a computer. Gudi OCD, Tang Wei asket, Zhu Quan. You were invited by Shao to work here. I sent it inappropriate to be slacking off? Zhou Quan laughed. I'm not here for the money. I'm merely helping out for the sake of friendship, while also seeking a bit of amusement for myself. With that, he glanced at Shirley, who shook his head in resignation. Tang Wei suddenly recalled that Zhou Quan seemed to be a scion of a wealthy family, albeit one who preferred engaging in tasks typically undertaken by ordinary individuals. It appeared that the rapport between the two was rather amicable. Zhou Quan then remarked, moreover, your largest excavator has yet to be constructed. How can I possibly commence work? This statement was indeed valid, prompting Tang Wei to focus on the task at hand. He found a spot to sit down. Shirley promptly interjected, There's no rush, Mr. Tang. You may take a moment to rest. It's nothing. I find idleness quite tedious at the moment. Let us discuss your requirements first, Tang Wei replied. Consequently, the three began to deliberate on a matter of business. Upon grasping the specific requirements, Tang Wei's mind swiftly formulated ideas. He drafted a list of materials and tools, which he handed to Shirley. Despite possessing a dimensional toolbox, it seemed unnecessary to draw attention in this particular setting. The previous instance on the airplane had been unavoidable. Shirley glanced at the list and promptly stated, excellent. I shall arrange for the materials to be delivered post-haste. By this time, evening had descended. After partaking in dinner, Tang Wei took a brief respite. The following day, as the materials and tools Tang Wei had requested had yet to arrive, he found himself idly occupying the office. At that moment, Zhou Quan, equally bored, turned to Tang Wei and inquired, Tang Wei, did you sleep well last night? Did you notice anything peculiar? Tang Wei shook his head, responding, nothing unusual. I slept quite soundly. Zhou Quan replied, that is good to hear. The workers here have mentioned encountering several supernatural incidents, which are rather unsettling. Tang Wei chuckled at this. Supernatural incidents? I am skeptical of such notions. To his surprise, Zhou Quan's expression turned serious. Initially, I was a skeptic as well. However, I eventually experienced one myself. What? Tang Wei et gleam, so mewat hastonks. You two encountered a supernatural event. Surely you didn't consume wild mushrooms from the mountain and hallucinate? Zhou Quan shook his head, asserting no. I am certain it was not an illusion, as all present could attest, including Shirley. Chapter 134. The bizarre incident intrigued. Tang Wei's curiosity was piqued. Pray tell, what kind of supernatural event transpired? Zhou Quan took a deep breath and replied, it sounds rather absurd, but that day we were working alongside several laborers when, all at once, every machine ceased to operate. Tang Wei furrowed his brow. Every machine malfunctioned? That sounds oddly familiar. Machines breaking down is not uncommon. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Zhou Quan shook his head. No, while it is indeed normal for machines to malfunction, the simultaneous failure of all machines could be considered a mere coincidence. However, when we called for repairs, we discovered that all machines were in perfect working order, yet refused to function. Strangely, just a few days later, the machines resumed operation, which is quite uncanny. Later, we heard from the villagers in the vicinity that our extensive construction had angered the mountain spirit. The mountain demon, it is said, often appears in the vicinity, masquerading as an ordinary person, emerging in the dead of night to instill fear, making us reluctant to venture out after dark. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's expression changed dramatically. Zhou Quan, noticing Tang Wei's reaction, hastily reassured him. Do not worry. Although the mountain demon is said to be terrifying, it has never harmed anyone. As long as you do not go out at night, you will be safe. Tang Wei shook his head, replying no. I am not afraid of the legend of the mountain demon. His mind drifted to the enigmatic creature he encountered with Zheng Yi on the deserted island. That creature had the power to render surrounding devices inoperative. Could it be that the so-called mountain demon is that very creature? Does this imply that this place is likely a new research base established by a mysterious organization for cultivating unknown entities? Then, Tang Wei urgently inquired, has anyone truly seen this so-called mountain demon? What does it look like? He sought to ascertain whether the mountain demon was indeed the entity he had previously encountered. Zhou Quan pondered for a moment before responding. The rumored mountain demon is said to have a fearsome appearance. However, no one has ever witnessed its true form. Yet many have seen the mountain demon in a humanoid guise, including myself. What? You've seen it too? Tang Wei found it hard to believe. Indeed. This led me to recount the second supernatural incident. That night, I distinctly saw someone smiling at me on the road, and then they vanished suddenly. Afterward, when I described my experience to others, they informed me that they had encountered similar phenomena. In fact, nearly everyone has. Tang Wei was taken aback. Had it not been for Zhou Quan's serious demeanor, he might have thought it all a fabrication. Is what you say truly genuine? Of course it is true. The experiences during my time here have been exceedingly bizarre, leading me to question the very principles I have held for years. Tang Wei fell into deep contemplation. It appeared the situation was more intricate than he had imagined. If the mountain demon were indeed the unknown entity cultivated by the mysterious organization, how could one explain the humanoid form of the mountain demon? Had the organization's technology advanced to the point of enabling shapeshifting? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Perhaps the so-called humanoid mountain demon is merely a disguise employed by the organization to frighten workers and villagers approaching their secret base. The sudden vanishing act could very well be a result of some technological means employed to obscure their presence. With this realization, Tang Wei felt a sense of relief. Nevertheless, given that there were likely members of the mysterious organization present, he could not afford to overlook this lead. His automobile would be rendered utterly ineffective against the unknown entity, thus necessitating assistance from other sources. Consequently, he thought of Xiao Tianquan. Observing Tang Wei lost in thought, Zhou Quan mischievously remarked, "If you do not believe me, you could take a stroll up the mountain tonight. Perhaps you might encounter it yourself." Tang Wei shook his head and said, "I believe you. I shall eventually meet this mountain demon you speak of, but not at this moment." With that, he sidestepped Quanzhong and made a phone call to Xiao Tianquan, articulating his suspicions. Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, Xiao Tianquan became intrigued. "Really? I'll be there shortly." In no time, although the materials had yet to arrive, Xiao Tianquan appeared. Quanzhong and Shirlei were unfamiliar with Xiao Tianquan, so Tang Wei introduced him, saying, "Gentlemen, this is my ordinary friend Xiao Tianquan. He happened to be passing by and will stay here temporarily. I trust you won't mind?" Shirlei nodded, replying, "Since he is Mr. Tang Wei's friend, it's certainly no issue." Then, Shirlei continued, "By the way, Mr. Tang, the items you requested cannot be delivered right away. It may take until tomorrow." Tang Wei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No worries, there's no rush." "Well then, please stay here for the time being. Do refrain from venturing outside tonight, as it could be rather perilous due to wild beasts." Unbeknownst to Shirlei, Quanzhong had already informed Tang Wei about the mountain demon, so he merely sought to dissuade Tang Wei from leaving. Tang Wei chuckled. "Are you afraid we might encounter the mountain demon?" Shirlei was taken aback and glanced at Quanzhong. "It seems you're already aware. I want to keep it from you. There has indeed been a persistent legend of a mountain demon in this vicinity, with frequent sightings reported by nearly everyone. Although there have been no incidents of the demon harming anyone thus far, it is prudent to stay indoors tonight." Tang Wei shook his head. No. I'm quite eager to see what this mountain demon looks like." Shirlei was at a loss for words. "Mr. Tang, please exercise caution. Do not let your curiosity cloud your judgment. Rest assured, I am well aware of the risks." In truth, Shirlei was not particularly afraid of the mountain demon. He was a staunch materialist. To him, it was likely a case of mere trickery. Since Tang Wei was curious, he figured it would be harmless to let him see. After a brief exchange, Shirlei took his leave. Once Shirlei departed, Tang Wei turned to Xiao Tianquan and said, "It will soon be dark. Let us have dinner and then take a stroll to see if we might encounter this so-called mountain demon." Xiao Tianquan nodded in agreement. "All right." At that moment, Quanzhong volunteered. "I shall join you as well. To be honest, I don't quite believe in such tales of demons and monsters. It would be splendid to unravel the myth of the mountain demon." Tang Wei had no objections, replying, "Very well." Before long, after finishing their meal, the three stepped outside. The colossal excavators had yet to be constructed, and the workers had little to occupy themselves with, opting instead to play mahjong indoors. They glanced around, noticing that some villagers' homes nearby were illuminated. After wandering for quite some time without encountering the elusive mountain demon, Tang Wei felt a twinge of disappointment. Perhaps the members of the enigmatic organization are aware of their presence here, thus refraining from making any hasty appearances? Chapter 135. A misconception from the very beginning. Upon contemplating this notion, Tang Wei ceased his search. "All right, let us return," he declared. and thus the three of them made their way back to their lodgings. In the room, Xiao Tianquan inquired, "Brother Tang, what shall we do next?" His question pertained to the mysterious organization. With Zhou Quan previously at his side, Xiao Tianquan had refrained from asking further. Tang Wei replied, "Naturally, we shall continue our observation. I am convinced there exists a base of theirs nearby. During this period, I will employ the guise of work to utilize machinery for surveying the surrounding mountains." Tang Wei recalled Zhou Quan's excavator, which possessed the capability to unearth ancient tombs, with a few modifications to enhance its detection range. Locating the base of the mysterious organization would be a straightforward endeavor. Early the following morning, the necessary equipment arrived, and he was finally ready to commence work. Shirley surveyed the warehouse, filled with supplies, and addressed Tang Wei. "Mr. Tang, please inform me how many personnel you require." Tang Wei smiled. "No, one person is sufficient." "What?" Shirley exclaimed, unable to conceal his disbelief. Even if Tang Wei were exceptionally skilled, it was implausible that he could accomplish all the tasks single-handedly. "Mr. Tang, while I have heard tales of your legendary feats, you must understand that even a single component weighs several hundred pounds. Surely, you cannot lift it all by yourself?" Tang Wei pondered for a moment and conceded there was some merit to this argument. However, he preferred to keep the entire modification process under wraps. "Very well," he finally said, "I shall enlist Zhou Quan as my assistant." "Zhou Quan, one person is still insufficient." Tang Wei shook his head. "No, I require not merely one individual, but specifically Zhou Quan and his excavator." "His excavator?" "Indeed, Zhou Quan's excavator has also been modified by me, rendering it a versatile tool." Shirley understood and replied, "Very well." Shortly thereafter, Zhou Quan arrived at the warehouse, operating his excavator. The ensuing tasks would be carried out solely by the two of them. As they worked, Tang Wei did not neglect to utilize Zhou Quan's excavator to probe for the base of the enigmatic organization. Zhou Quan, of course, harbored no objections to Tang Wei's methods. However, as they scoured the area, the results proved disheartening. Nothing of particular interest was uncovered. Even if the members of the mysterious organization had detected their presence and swiftly relocated, their base could not simply be moved. Tang Wei had ceased to expect finding any individuals. His primary objective now was to obliterate the research outcomes of the mysterious organization. The enigmatic organisms capable of halting machines were, in fact, his nemesis, and he would not permit their existence. Time passed gradually, and although the base remained elusive, the construction of the colossal excavator neared completion. Gazing at the nascent form of the enormous machine, Zhou Quan felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. After all, apart from Tang Wei, he was the only one involved in the manufacturing of the colossal excavator, and thus he could be considered one of its creators. The work during this period imbued Zhou Quan with a profound sense of purpose. Through collaboration with Tang Wei, he gained an invaluable insight into Tang Wei's mechanical engineering philosophy, a veritable genius. "I can hardly contain my excitement to operate this magnificent excavator." Zhou Quan expressed his thoughts while gazing at the machine. Tang Wei patted his shoulder and said, "Patience, we still have a ways to go before we achieve our goal." At that moment, all the lights suddenly went out, plunging the warehouse into darkness. Tang Wei quickly retrieved his phone for illumination, only to discover that it too was out of battery. "Oh no, my phone is dead," Zhou Quan exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, moonlight streamed through the windows above, allowing the two to discern their surroundings slightly. "Let us step outside and investigate which circuit has failed." "Agreed." As Tang Wei prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed a shadowy figure lurking in the corner of the darkness. "Who goes there?" he called out, advancing towards the figure. However, as he approached, he found that the figure had vanished. Zhou Quan, behind him, trembled with fear. "It's the mountain spirit." Tang Wei furrowed his brow. "Is this the same mountain spirit you saw that day?" "Absolutely," Zhou Quan affirmed with unwavering certainty. With the moonlight as his guide, Tang Wei began to search the area. He dismissed the notion of supernatural entities. There must be someone orchestrating this mischief. At that moment, Shirley and others arrived, holding candles. "Mr. Tang, are you all right?" "We are fine, but what on earth happened? Why did the lights go out so suddenly?" Shirley shook his head, replying, "I cannot explain it either. Our electricity is sourced from the generator on site, and I just checked. It has ceased to function. Furthermore, all machines have come to a standstill." "What?" This implied that an unknown entity was interfering with the machinery around them. yet he had seen no sign of such a creature. He turned to the group and inquired, "Have any of you seen anything unusual or heard peculiar sounds?" Everyone shook their heads. Tang Wei mused, "This is indeed strange. Based on my experience, for an unknown entity to disrupt the operation of machines, it must be within a certain proximity. It is impossible not to have detected its presence." Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps he had been mistaken from the outset. The entity disrupting the machines might not be the unknown creature he had encountered, but rather someone else entirely. Indeed, the mountain spirit. It is highly likely that, as everyone has suggested, the true instigator of these supernatural events is the very mountain spirit I witnessed. What? The mountain spirit? Mr. Tang has seen the mountain spirit? Terror spread across the faces of all present. Indeed, it appears that a mountain spirit is at play. Tang Wei nodded and said, "Yes, I have seen it." Although he remained skeptical of supernatural legends, he was convinced that this trickster was the instigator behind the malfunction of the machinery. If such an effect could be achieved without the involvement of an unknown entity, it indicated that he had mastered the principles of the peculiar skills associated with such beings. With this thought, Tang Wei felt a tightening in his chest. Regardless of the circumstances, he must locate this mountain spirit. At that moment, Tang Wei turned his gaze towards the candle in Shirley's hand. "By the way, Shir, do you have any more candles? I would like one." Shirley shook his head. "I'm sorry, there are none left. This candle was given to me by that old man you saw that day. If you need it, I can give it to you." As he spoke, he prepared to hand the candle to Tang Wei. "Is that so? That old man from that day?" Tang Wei recalled the figure Shirley had mentioned. Suddenly, his mind erupted with realization. He remembered an incident that had occurred upon his arrival here. In an instant, all his thoughts connected, and Tang Wei understood. He quickly asked Shirley, "Where is that old man now?" Shirley shook his head and replied, "I don't know. He should have returned. I mentioned he is a villager nearby." After hearing this, Tang Wei exited the warehouse, followed closely by the others. Chapter 136. The peculiar old man. Shirley, somewhat perplexed, asked Mr. Tang, "What do you need that old man for?" Tang Wei looked at the crowd and said, "That old man is very likely the mastermind behind this series of supernatural occurrences." "What?" Everyone was taken aback. One person remarked, "Mr. Tang, are you joking? I know that old man. He is just an ordinary villager. How could he possibly be responsible for all this?" Indeed, others echoed in agreement. At that moment, Tang Wei turned to Shirley. "Sure. Do you remember what happened the day I arrived?" Shirley replied, "Are you referring to the incident where the truck almost hit someone?" "Exactly." Tang Wei continued, "At that time, I noticed there was no one in the driver's seat. Yet the truck was able to brake. I didn't think much of it then, but now it all connects. The only possibility is that the old man possesses the ability to control machines." Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, Shirley fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, he hadn't given it much thought at the time, but now, in light of the events that had transpired, it seemed highly likely that this old man was indeed up to something. However, the notion of controlling machines seemed utterly far-fetched. Could it be that the old man is truly a mountain spirit in disguise? Yet he seems quite amiable. How could he be a mountain spirit? And what would his purpose be? Merely to frighten us? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianquan, who had remained silent, appeared to be deep in thought. Tang Wei explained, "It is highly probable that he employed some technological device. In any case, I do not place any faith in these legends. As for his intentions, I remain uncertain. We shall understand once we locate him." All eyes turned to Tang Wei. "Does anyone know where that old man resides?" He posed the pivotal question. However, the crowd merely shook their heads. "We have no idea. We only know he is a villager from the vicinity, but the exact location eludes us." After a moment's contemplation, Tang Wei suggested, "Then let us search the nearby villages and inquire with the locals." Excellent. The group commenced their descent towards the village below, with Xiao Tianquan silently trailing beside Tang Wei. At that moment, they realized that the village at the foot of the mountain was also shrouded in darkness. Although it was somewhat remote, it was connected to electricity and water. Typically, the nights here would be illuminated. However, since the emergence of the legend of the mountain demon, the villagers had diminished their nocturnal amusements. What is happening? Could it be that not only are our machines inoperative, but even the nearby power station has ceased functioning? Everyone was taken aback. Tang Wei was equally astonished. He had initially believed that halting operations at the entire construction site would indicate a significant scope. Now, it appeared he had underestimated the adversary's strength. With this realization, A cold sweat began to bead on his brow. Upon entering the village, they discovered the villagers had emerged from their homes, congregating to enjoy the breeze and engage in idle chatter. Given the weather, remaining indoors without air conditioning would be unbearable. Thus, they were indifferent to the legend of the mountain demon, preferring the risk of fright over the heat's oppressive grip. Upon seeing Tang Wei and his companions, the villagers expressed curiosity. "Oh, aren't you the workers from mountain? What brings you to our village?" Shirley politely responded, "Indeed, we are searching for someone." "Who are you looking for?" Unfamiliar with the old man's true name, Shirley resorted to a detailed description of the elder's appearance. Unexpectedly, the villagers shook their heads in unison. "There should not be anyone like that in our village." Shirley pressed on, "Are you absolutely certain?" A few villagers hesitated, and one finally replied, "There are only a handful of elders in our village, and they are all here." He gestured toward a group of individuals chatting not far away. Tang Wei and Shirley exchanged glances, confirming that the old man they had encountered was indeed absent. Could it be that he did not belong to this village? Tang Wei pondered this possibility. Just then, a group of children approached. "Are you referring to that peculiar old grandpa?" Tang Wei and Shirley exchanged bewildered looks. "Have you seen him?" The children nodded and said, "Yes, that old man is very kind. He often gives us food. However, he is quite peculiar, always running up to the summit of that mountain to gaze down at the village below, and he frequently mutters about how this day has finally arrived." As he spoke, he pointed toward the distant mountain peak. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's expression grew tense. He glanced at Xiao Tianquan among the crowd and said, "Brother Xiao, come with me." He felt he might have stumbled upon something significant. Xiao Tianquan nodded and followed Tang Wei. Tang Wei addressed the others, saying, "You all stay here. There is no need to follow us." Thus, he and Xiao Tianquan made their way to the location the child had indicated. "Tang Wei, are you certain he is on this mountain?" Xiao Tianquan inquired along the way. Tang Wei replied, "I'm not certain, but my intuition suggests he is here." Xiao Tianquan appeared somewhat exasperated. "Well then, I shall reluctantly trust your instincts. But who exactly is this old man? Could he be a member of a mysterious organization? What could his purpose be? Is it merely to test the effectiveness of their inventions?" Tang Wei shook his head. "No, I believe my earlier assumption was incorrect. It is highly likely that this has nothing to do with any mysterious organization." "What? You could have said so earlier. I've been stuck here for so long. Bored to death." Tang Wei felt a bit embarrassed. "I only just realized it, and while they may not be affiliated with any mysterious organization, one can never be too cautious. My Autobots might not be of service in a critical moment." Xiao Tianquan understood Tang Wei as concerns. Soon, the two reached the mountaintop. Tang Wei was panting heavily, while Xiao Tianquan seemed unfazed. Observing Tang Wei's exhaustion, Xiao Tianquan remarked, "Brother Tang, your physique could use some improvement." Tang Wei rolled his eyes. "I'm just an ordinary person. How can I compare to you?" Xiao Tianquan laughed heartily. At that moment, Tang Wei lifted his head and saw a figure quietly seated ahead. He quickly tapped Xiao Tianquan. "Brother Xiao, look." Xiao Tianquan gazed in the direction Tang Wei indicated and also spotted the figure. "It seems your intuition was indeed correct." They cautiously approached, and the figure showed no intention of leaving, patiently awaiting their arrival. "Is it just the two of you?" If he hadn't suddenly spoken, they might have mistaken him for a corpse. At this juncture, Tang Wei clearly discerned the figure's features, confirming his earlier suspicion. It was indeed the old man he had encountered that day. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Tang Wei directly inquired. The old man did not respond to Tang Wei's question, but instead stared at the darkened village below. Chapter 137. The village of old will never return. The village at night remained as tranquil as it once was. He let out a profound sigh, then finally turned his head. "Indeed, it was all my doing. What is your purpose?" Xiao Tianquan asked solemnly. "I cannot bear to see this land's tranquility disrupted." The old man's response left Xiao Tianquan in shock, yet Tang Wei seemed to have anticipated it. "What? The peace of this land?" It appears that Tang Wei was correct. He truly had no ties to the mysterious organization. The old man nodded. "Precisely. The Shur family intends to raise this place to the ground, and I absolutely cannot allow such a travesty to occur. Thus, I resorted to these means to thwart their actions. However, I discovered it was ultimately futile. The legends of mountain spirits, even when witnessed by all, failed to deter the workers from their tasks." As he spoke, the old man's expression turned sorrowful. After all, For the workers, the absence of pay is far more terrifying than any specter. Tang Wei articulated the reason for his plan's failure. Upon hearing this, the old man offered a wry smile. Indeed, thus I had no choice but to employ my abilities to halt the machinery that was excavating. Yet, my powers only extend over a limited range and for a brief duration. Once the machines regained their normal function, they resumed their work. Tang Wei could not help but pose a question that had lingered in his mind. Your abilities? I must admit, I am quite curious as to how you managed to halt the surrounding machines. The old man gazed at Tang Wei and said, Do you know that there exists a type of person in this world known as a superhuman? What? A superhuman? Both Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan were taken aback. Could it be that this old man possesses the power to control machines, rather than relying on advanced technology? This notion surpassed Tang Wei's comprehension. What manner of world was this? A world with individuals like himself who traverse dimensions, cultivators, monsters, ultramen, and superhumans. Nevertheless, he quickly acclimated to this new understanding, as his previous experiences had already been quite absurd. So, your superpower is controlling machines? Indeed, the first time I halted the machinery, I had hoped they would abandon their efforts, but that was not the case. The Shur family even enlisted your assistance to construct a supersized excavator, aiming to level this place at the fastest possible pace. As he spoke, the old man's face mirrored his heartache. Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan felt the weight of the moment. They understood the old man's sentiments. Suddenly, the old man burst into laughter. However, it matters not, for everything is resolved now. He then gazed down at the village below. Behold, that is the village of Ur, devoid of lights, free from pollution. Everything as it once was. The village of the past has returned. Those are my most cherished memories. Just like in my childhood. Foolish and selfish humanity seeks to destroy nature, and I shall use all my strength to thwart their endeavors, even if it costs me my life. With these words, a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. However, Tang Wei shook his head. You are mistaken. What? You claim I am wrong? The old man looked at Tang Wei, astonished. Indeed, you are wrong. The preservation of the environment has always been in service of safeguarding a habitat conducive to human existence. If our very survival is already under threat, what significance does environmental protection hold? A village devoid of power may be tranquil, yet how will its inhabitants endure without electricity? Your yearning for the return of the former village is but a self-indulgent satisfaction. You have utterly neglected to consider whether the villagers themselves desire the revival of the past. Each word from Tang Wei pierced deeply. Many envy the simplicity of rural life, believing that modern industrialization has tarnished their idyllic dreams. Yet, they failed to ponder how many would go hungry in the absence of industrial progress, to live a life free from want through modern advancements. Only to criticize the shortcomings of development is akin to lifting a bowl to eat and then cursing it afterward. The old man's soul was profoundly shaken. The issues Tang Wei raised had never crossed his mind. Indeed, had all his efforts been mere self-affirmation? No, it cannot be so. He could not accept the reality that his actions were misguided. At that moment, he suddenly coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of old blood. Tang Wei was taken aback. What is wrong with you? He rushed forward, eager to assess the old man's condition. Yet the old man halted him. Do not approach. Then, with a slow, deliberate tone, he continued, You speak the truth, I have come to realize. The former village will never return. In that darkness, the old village is no more. A look of melancholy filled his eyes. To stake my life on endeavors devoid of meaning is truly tragic. Suddenly, the old man collapsed with a thud. Tang Wei hurried to support him. Hold on, I will call for an ambulance right away. As he reached for his phone, he quickly remembered that none of the devices here could function. Xiao, let us carry him to the nearest hospital. He urgently urged Xiao Tianquan. However, Xiao merely shook his head, showing no intention of moving. It is futile. Do not waste your energy, the old man interjected. When a superhuman exhausts all potential, it is the moment of demise, and no one is exempt. Tang Wei, you are a kind-hearted child. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. With those final words, he closed his eyes completely. A heavy sorrow enveloped Tang Wei. Alas! At that moment, Shirley unexpectedly followed them. I have overheard your conversation, he stated, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Gazing upon the old man's lifeless body, Shirley remarked, I never anticipated that someone would willingly sacrifice their life for a simple yet profound wish. I have made my decision. I shall halt this project and preserve the mountains in their most pristine form. This declaration left Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan astounded. It is important to note that merchants are typically driven by profit. Such a substantial venture abandoned so readily signifies an immense loss. This prompted Tang Wei to regard Shirley with newfound respect. Subsequently, Xiao Tianquan suggested, in that case, let us lay him to rest in the land he cherished most. Agreed. Thus, the three of them united in their efforts to inter the old man at this site, erecting a modest gravestone in his memory. With the passing of the old man, life returned to normalcy for both the village and the construction site. Tang Wei turned to Shirley and said, "Young Master Shi, since you have resolved to abandon this project, I shall take my leave." Shirley nodded, replying, "Very well, but you have worked tirelessly. I shall ensure you receive the compensation you deserve." Chapter 138. The futility of superpowers. Upon hearing Shirley's words, Xiao Tianquan could not suppress his admiration. "Truly, young Master Shi, your vision is indeed extraordinary." Shirley smiled modestly, acknowledging the praise. After Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan departed, a man beside Shirley could not help but inquire, "Young Master Shi, will you genuinely relinquish such a grand endeavor? Moreover, to grant Tang Wei such remuneration without achieving any results, though the Shi family is affluent, this seems excessive." Shirley smiled gently. "Rest assured, I have my own strategies." The man accompanying Tang Wei is of no ordinary standing. Cultivating a rapport with him renders this loss negligible. "Oh, what status does he possess that surpasses young Master Shi? Have you heard of the Dragon King Hall?" "Of course, I have heard of it." The man gazed at Shirley in disbelief. "Indeed, he is none other than the legendary leader of the Dragon King Hall, the war god Xiao Tianquan." While the average person may be unaware of Xiao Tianquan's identity, Shirley, being a figure of considerable stature himself, was not surprised to recognize it. "Now I understand." The man, enlightened by Shirley's revelation, realized that Shirley's perspective was not something the ordinary mind could fathom. Shirley continued, "However, we cannot allow such an expanse of land to go to waste. While the city-building initiative is cancelled, we might consider developing an ecological tourism area, which could recoup some of our investment." On their return journey, Tang Wei and Xiao Tianquan walked together. "Brother Xiao, this Shirley appears to be quite a commendable individual." Xiao Tianquan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he is a person worth befriending. If you manage this connection well, it could prove to be a valuable network." "Tang Wei Juka, with you as my connection, is that not enough?" Xiao Tianquan shook his head. Although the Dragon King Hall is often shrouded in myth, it is perceived as omnipotent. However, we are not proficient in everything. There remain numerous tasks that our Dragon King Hall cannot accomplish. With that thought in mind, Tang Wei suddenly recalled something. "By the way, Brother Xiao, have you ever heard of superhumans? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe such beings exist in this world." "I have heard of them," Xiao Tianquan replied without hesitation. "Moreover, we have superhumans within our Dragon King Hall." "What?" "Tang Wei et Glim, so mewat astonits." It seems the world is home to many superhumans. Does that imply that the mysterious organization also likely possesses superhumans? Contemplating this, Tang Wei felt a twinge of worry. Xiao Tianquan noticed his concern. "Are you worried that the mysterious organization might also have superhumans?" "Indeed," Tang Wei confirmed. Xiao Tianquan reassured him. "There is no need for excessive worry. In truth, superhumans may not be significantly stronger than ordinary individuals. For instance, one of my subordinates possesses the ability to recognize people as his father." "What? Recognizing people as a father?" Tang Wei found this rather peculiar. "That hardly seems like a superpower. I recall a certain hero from ancient times with the surname Liu who possessed a similar talent." Xiao Tianquan shook his head. "No, it is not quite as you envision. Once he recognizes someone as his father, he can immediately inherit the genetic traits of that person." "Wow, that's impressive. Yet it seems rather impractical." "Indeed. Thus, although he is a superhuman, he does not appear any different on the surface." Tang Wei su li lauget. As if struck by an amusing thought, Xiao Tianquan, curious, inquired, "Brother Tang, what is you laughing?" Tang Wei replied, "I just thought if he were to betray someone, could he not instantly recognize someone else as his father? This way, he wouldn't need to fear paternity tests." Xiao Tianquan found himself at a loss for words. Before long, Tang Wei returned home. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a palpable tension. His parents were gazing at him with grave expressions. "My dear son, where have you been these past few days?" Tang Wei's father asked with a tone that dripped with sarcasm. Tang Wei quickly understood the situation. He had promised them he would expedite the modifications on their RV to facilitate their world traveling plans. Thus he replied, I have been diligently working on the modifications, and simply Haven T had the time to return home. Is that so? His mother scrutinized him. However, your father and I visited your company, and your employee, Xiao Yang, informed us that you were not present. This left Tang Wei feeling rather embarrassed. His father continued, away. Are you concealing something from us? Yes, it seems you have been delaying our plans. Feeling the weight of his parents' questioning gazes, Tang Wei longed to reveal the truth. Yet, in the end, he held his tongue. No, I'm merely a bit lazy. I will complete the modifications for you shortly. Returning to his bedroom, Tang Wei continued to observe the movements of number 7, yet there was still no sign of progress. Sighing, he pondered whether he would merely have to wait indefinitely. What would he do if time passed and nothing changed? He decided that if that were the case, he might as well accompany them on their journey. Thus, the next day, Tang Wei arrived at the office and began modifying the RV for his parents at a steady pace. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted him. Is this Tang Wei? The voice on the other end was distorted, peculiar, which heightened his alertness. Indeed, who are you? I am number 1 from the organization you have been seeking. What? Tang Wei was utterly astonished. He had never expected to make contact with the legendary number 1 in such a manner. Momentarily at a loss for words, he finally managed to inquire. What do you want? The other party chuckled. No need to be anxious. I have heard your intent on eradicating my organization. Tang Wei's not dit daifun. I merely wish to eliminate the threat you pose. You are the ones who have forced my hand. As he spoke, he took out another phone to message old Liu. So, it seems we do not harbor any deep-seated enmity after all, do we? Tang Wei furrowed his brow. What do you mean? It means nothing much. Your actions have already caused my organization significant distress. I merely hope for a reconciliation. He continued, in any case, you have suffered no losses. So we will not dwell on our own. Let us agree to a mutual non-interference moving forward. What do you say? It appeared that the mysterious organization was conceding. Indeed, in their recent confrontations, although they had not been entirely eradicated, the setbacks they faced were substantial. Tang Wei had initially intended to argue that such an organization posed a threat to society. However, he hesitated. Given the current circumstances, accepting a reconciliation seemed quite reasonable. Tang Wei now recognized that the mysterious organization had no significant leverage left. In a direct confrontation, he would likely hold the advantage. Otherwise, they would not seek a truce with him. As long as they refrained from any underhanded tactics, he had little to fear. To be honest, I too wish to avoid further entanglement with you. However, how can I trust you? Tang Wei remained cautious, suspecting that they might be attempting to lower his guard. Chapter 139. A temporary reconciliation with the mysterious organization, number 1 laughed. I anticipated you would respond in such a manner. Let's clarify the nature of our conflict. First and foremost, the crux of our dispute lies in my desire to harness your talents for my purposes, while you are opposed to this. Through our previous encounters, I have come to understand that leveraging your abilities is no simple task, and may even lead to catastrophic repercussions for us. I have relinquished any illusions regarding what you can accomplish for the organization. The reconciliation is merely a strategy to mitigate further losses. I am a person of absolute rationality, and all my actions are driven by the pursuit of benefit and the achievement of my objectives. Should retaliation against you yield no value and potentially incur significant losses, then all such endeavors would be rendered meaningless. Tang Wei pondered this and concluded that if the members of the mysterious organization were sufficiently cold-blooded and not motivated by revenge, it would be illogical for them to continue opposing him. Very well, I concede to your terms and shall cease my inquiries into your organization. However, I can only guarantee my own non-aggression. The individuals from the Dragon King Hall are now embroiled in this matter, and I have no control over them. Excellent. As long as you agree to reconcile, the affairs of others shall no longer concern you. Henceforth, let's erase the grievances of the past. It is settled. The call was then abruptly terminated. In that moment, Tang Wei experienced a sudden revelation. Perhaps it was time to redefine his relationship with the mysterious organization. He had effectively dismantled 2 of their combat machines, Makabaka and Yagubagu, and had even jeopardized the safety of Li Dai's son, Li Yubing. From the perspective of the mysterious organization, he had become a formidable threat. Indeed, logical reasoning would dictate that they should avoid provoking him, for he held the reins of power in this scenario. With this realization, the pressure that had long been bottled up within Tang Wei was instantaneously released. At that juncture, a message from Old Lu arrived. It indicated that through technical means, they had located the address associated with Tang Wei's call. But the revealed location was overseas, of little practical use. Tang Wei had anticipated this outcome. After all, the other party would not so easily expose themselves if they dared to contact him so openly. Subsequently, Tang Wei accelerated the modifications to his RV. Meanwhile, Number 7 finally returned to the organization. Number 1, why did you take so long to reach out? You cannot imagine how dull I have been during this time. Number 7 complained to Number 1. With a sigh, Number 1 replied, in truth, I suspected that Tang Wei has been using you to lure our members, which is why I refrained from contacting you. Understanding his reasoning, Number 7 merely muttered a casual complaint and refrained from further discussion. At that moment, Number 1 announced, today, we have convened the remaining core members of the organization to declare an important matter. Oh, what is this significant news? Effective immediately, we shall no longer undertake any actions against Tang Wei. What? Upon hearing this news, several members expressed their astonishment. That guy has caused us tremendous losses. How can we simply let that slide? Indeed, even if we no longer require his assistance, we must eliminate him. Number 1 shook his head. No. The current reality indicates that continuing to target Tang Wei will only exacerbate our losses. If anyone seeks vengeance, they may proceed, but only on the condition that they depart from the organization and refrain from causing any trouble. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. They understood that the decision made by the first leader was immutable, thus refraining from further comment. As long as Tang Wei does not provoke us, we can afford to overlook him. This development was relayed to Tang Wei, who was far away in city, monitoring the status of Number 7. Previously concerned that the mysterious organization might be engaging in some deceptive tactics, Tang Wei could now finally breathe easy. They truly lacked the resources to continue their engagement with him. Although his mind was at ease, Tang Wei still felt the need to periodically check on the situation through Number 7, just in case there were any sudden changes. Not long after, Tang Wei unveiled his meticulously modified, ultra-functional motorhome. This vehicle accommodated all the needs of his parents, boasting excellent fireproof and bulletproof features. He called them to share the delightful news. His parents were somewhat astonished. So soon? We thought we would have to wait much longer. That's wonderful. We can still keep to our schedule. They appeared exceedingly pleased. Subsequently, Tang Wei drove the vehicle over, and his parents scrutinized the revamped motorhome. Tang Wei smiled and suggested, shall we step inside and take a look? Absolutely. One by one, they entered the motorhome, surprisingly feeling no sense of crowding. Wow, this space is even larger than we anticipated. You haven't stripped out all the facilities, have you? Tang Wei's father inquired. Tang Wei shook his head. How could that be? Not only have I retained everything, but I have also enhanced various aspects. I merely optimized the space a bit more effectively. With that, Tang Wei opened the door of a refrigerator. Look, it can hold provisions for several days. He then revealed a television. And here is a 55-inch television to help pass the time during moments of boredom. Take a look at this mini kitchen, complete with an induction stove and microwave. Perfect for showcasing culinary skills. And here is the restroom, featuring a specially designed ergonomic toilet to ensure utmost comfort. Moreover, the waste can be utilized as fuel, making full use of resources. Tang Wei elaborated on the motorhome's features. At that moment, his father asked, by the way, you've mentioned so much, but where do we sleep? Yes, we haven't seen a bed, his mother added. Tang Wei sumai meets Li. This is merely the living area. There is also a bedroom. With that, he opened another door, revealing yet another space. What? There is an additional room. His parents were utterly astonished. They had assumed that the space before them was already ample, only to discover yet another hidden area. They could not fathom why, despite the exterior not having expanded much. The interior space felt so remarkably ample. Upon entering the bedroom, they were greeted by a cozy arrangement. Tang Wei pointed to a photograph directly facing the bed and said, look, this is a family portrait of the three of us. He had hoped this small detail would touch his parents' hearts. To his surprise, they responded with disdain, expressing, we finally managed to escape for a brief moment of intimacy, yearning to return to our youth. Just seeing this photo reminds me that we have a child, which is rather disheartening. Ah, Tang Wei nearly choked on his frustration. Although he was not the original Tang Wei of this world, this body was nonetheless his by birth. Shall we replace it with another? He pondered, but ultimately decided to settle for this one. Despite their words, they were secretly quite pleased. Chapter 140. What era is it to still ride in a traditional horse-drawn carriage? Subsequently, Tang Wei's parents, driving a modified RV, embarked on their plan to travel the world. Meanwhile, Tang Wei, now free from the threats of mysterious organizations and any pressing matters, could finally enjoy a period of relaxation. On a bustling thoroughfare in City A, vehicles zipped by in a vibrant display of urban life. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage made its way down the road, standing out conspicuously. The carriage was driven by a sprightly gentleman in his 60s, who appeared quite energetic. He held a smartphone, seemingly live-streaming, which added a touch of modernity to his traditional mode of transport. Welcome to the world's highest city, City A. How beautiful it is. Oh, isn't this Changhua Avenue? Let's take a look at the distant Urshan Bridge, shall we, family? This is merely a playful reference. Please do not associate it with real geographical locations. At that moment, a young man riding an electric scooter passed by. He was taken aback upon seeing the old man's carriage. What era is it to still be riding in a traditional horse-drawn carriage? He exclaimed, only to suddenly feel quite content with his own situation. In his youth, he had acquired his very own electric scooter. Though it paled in comparison to the luxury cars of the affluent, it was at least a modern means of transportation. In contrast to the poor old man, he considered himself quite fortunate. Hearing the young man's comment, the old man's brow furrowed. Young man, how much did your electric scooter cost? The young man, brimming with pride, replied, $3,000. If you work as hard as I do, you'll eventually own a scooter of your own. Keep it up, old man. The old man burst into laughter. Do you know how much my horse is worth? How much? 1 million. The young man laughed heartily. You are quite the jokester, old man. However, the old man's expression turned serious as he replied, I am not jesting. With that, he produced a thick wad of cash and tossed it before the young man. Here is $100,000. I'll buy your scooter. Now, hurry up and get lost. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief as he examined the stack, confirming it was indeed genuine currency. $100,000. He suddenly began to question the very essence of life. How is it that the entire world seems to be filled with affluent individuals, while I remain impoverished? Cursed wealthy people. Their mere gestures amount to a sum I could never hope to earn in a year. Is being wealthy truly an accomplishment? Does wealth grant one the right to look down upon others? Though I may lack financial resources, I refuse to allow these affluent individuals to trample upon my dignity over a paltry sum of 100,000. The young man pondered, his face displaying a resolute expression, his fists clenched tightly. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. If you don't sell, return my money, the old man urged. In an instant, the previously steadfast young man transformed, revealing a sycophantic smile. My apologies, dear elder. I failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. Let's set aside dignity for now. After all, cash is the only reality. After purchasing the young man's electric bicycle, the elder continued on his journey. Along the way, he attracted considerable attention. Many who had never encountered such a contraption approached, eager to experience the sensation of riding in a horse-drawn carriage. The elder welcomed them warmly, and soon the small carriage was filled to capacity. Officer Tan, patrolling the area, suddenly spotted the swiftly moving carriage. What on earth is that? Can it even be on the road? It's far too dangerous. I must stop it. He waved his hand toward the elder at the reins. Sir, please stop. The elder shook his head. There's no more room. You'll have to wait for the next ride. Tan could hardly contain his laughter and frustration. I meant for you to halt, not to inquire about capacity. His tone bore a hint of reprimand. To his astonishment, the elder seemed oblivious to the urgency of the situation. It can carry, just a little, he replied, already speeding past the bewildered officers. Why are you standing there? Hurry. Pursue him. Tan quickly regained his composure, mounting the police motorcycle to give chase. Sir, please stop, he shouted as he followed. The elder turned, visibly irritated. I told you there's no room. Why don't you listen, you foolish child? Do you have any sense of safety? Tan nearly choked in disbelief. Your carriage is already on the main road, packed with people, and you dare discuss safety with me? At that moment, a passenger timidly interjected, Sir, that is a traffic officer. Traffic officer? What is that? I'm out of touch with the times and do not comprehend, the elder remarked, urging the horse on with a flick of the reins, accelerating further. The sudden surge in speed sent shivers through the passengers, who felt as though they were fleeing for their lives. Meanwhile, Tin pressed the throttle with all his might, only to discover that he could not catch up to the carriage. Goodness, what sorcery is this? He exclaimed, watching helplessly as the carriage distanced itself. Once he had evaded the officers, the elder found a spot to halt the carriage. The passengers disembarked in a panic, as the exhilarating speed had been too much for their hearts to bear. How is it? You city folks have probably never seen such a thing, the old man chuckled. The crowd promptly shook their heads in response. No, we haven't seen it. You have truly opened my eyes, sir. After bidding farewell to the crowd, the old man continued his journey towards his destination. Soon, the carriage arrived at Tang Wei's company. Indeed, his purpose for today was to modify his carriage. Upon hearing the old man's request, Tang Wei was taken aback. He glanced at the carriage beside him. Sir, are you serious? You want me to modify your carriage? Of course I am, the old man replied, opening a safe that contained a stack of cash. As long as you follow my instructions, this million will be yours. If that's not enough, I have more. Tang Wei could tell that the old man was not lacking in funds. Sir, given your wealth, I would suggest purchasing a car. Even if you can't acquire a license, hiring a driver with this money would suffice. The old man seemed somewhat offended by Tang Wei's suggestion. Who told you I can't drive a car? I simply prefer a carriage over a car. As he spoke, he affectionately patted the horse's head. I spent a fortune on this horse. It is no ordinary creature. Its gaze is pure, and it possesses a wild beauty. From the moment I laid eyes on it, I decided I would buy it at any cost. It has accompanied me for many years, and we have developed a profound bond that cannot be replaced by a cold machine. I ride it for dozens or even hundreds of kilometers every day, strengthening our connection. Well, if that's the case, you should really let it rest. Horses can get tired too. Tang Wei couldn't help but interject. The old man shook his head. You're not a horse. How would you know of its fatigue? Tang Wei was somewhat speechless and decided not to engage further with the old man. All right. Whatever you say. He then shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. Let's discuss the specific requirements. During their discussion, Tang Wei finally learned the old man's true name, Ma Qianli. However, the old man remained tight-lipped about his identity. Though curious, Tang Wei was not one to pry. The elder's requests were quite simple. He wanted the carriage modified to provide shelter from the wind and rain, while exuding a sense of luxury and comfort. After explaining everything, the old man prepared to lead his horse away, but Tang Wei stopped him. Wait, sir, the horse must stay here. The elder looked puzzled. Why? Can't I just leave the carriage here? Tang Wei elucidated that if one is to modify a luxurious and comfortable carriage, it is imperative to consider the suitable horses that will be harnessed to it. Imagining the process without the actual horses would render the endeavor incomplete. Furthermore, once the modifications are complete, testing is essential. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, Mr. Ma found a semblance of logic in his reasoning. However, he was still quite reluctant to part with his venerable steed that had accompanied him for many years. Xiao Tang, when will the modifications be completed? If I do not see my horse for too long, I fear I shall miss it dearly. As he spoke, he affectionately stroked his horse. Tang Wei smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, I shall complete it promptly, no more than a week. Is that truly the case? How splendid, Mr. Ma exclaimed, somewhat exhilarated by the prospect of a week's wait. Indeed, it is true. This is merely a conservative estimate. In fact, with a bit of luck, the modifications could be completed in a day or two. After all, your requirements do not necessitate any extraordinary technology. Very well. I shall temporarily entrust you with my exceptional steed. Remember, this horse is quite precious. It only drinks XX brand mineral water. For to drink from any other brand would cause it to cough. Furthermore, it must only consume fresh grass from XXX prairie, which should be harvested and delivered within 24 hours. Additionally, it must bask in the sun daily, ideally between 6 to 8 a.m. and 5 to 7 p.m. Tang Wei nearly choked at the plethora of demands. Is this horse truly so high maintenance? Mr. Ma hastily interjected. I can offer more money. I will arrange for the grass to be delivered myself. Very well then. Ultimately, Mr. Ma departed with a sense of ease, riding away on the small electric vehicle he had just purchased for 100,000. Tang Wei promptly commenced the modifications on the carriage. He initiated a system scan of the carriage. Equipment, carriage, damage level, 30. Please input modification goals and estimated costs. Tang Wei entered the objective of comfort and luxury with an estimated cost of 500,000. Earning half of that amount did not seem overly greedy. A budget of 500,000 for such extensive modifications was indeed quite lavish. The system swiftly provided numerous proposals. 2 days later, the carriage was transformed. The modified vehicle bore little resemblance to its original form, effectively constituting an entirely new carriage. Nonetheless, the cost of 500,000 was justifiable. This luxurious carriage exuded an air of grandeur. Inside, the comfort level was exceptionally pleasing. To ease Mr. Ma's horse into the new environment, the seats were crafted from horsehide. Not only did this enhance human comfort, but it also significantly increased the horse's ease. The addition of a roof ensured that the horse would no longer be drenched in inclement weather, and its hooves no longer met the ground directly, but instead rested upon a broad platform. A horse merely needs to gallop upon the pedal, thus converting its exertion into the driving force for the carriage. This ingenious mechanism prevents the horse from stepping upon objects that could injure its hooves. Moreover, it enhances the horse's working efficiency to unprecedented levels, akin to the distinction between walking and cycling for a human. After conducting a successful test, Tang Wei promptly contacted Old Master Ma. Upon hearing of the successful modification of the carriage, Old Master Ma was elated. "So soon, how wonderful!" he exclaimed and hurried over. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the sight of the luxurious new carriage, which immediately captivated him. However, after a mere glance, he eagerly inquired, "Xiao Tang, where's my horse?" Tang Wei quickly led the horse out. Old Master Ma rushed forward to caress his beloved steed, exclaiming, "My dear horse, a day apart feels like 3 autumns." Afterward, he finally turned his attention to the carriage. "This vehicle looks splendid, just as I envisioned," he remarked, expressing his satisfaction with its appearance. Tang Wei smiled and suggested, "Please, do take a seat." With that, he opened the carriage door. Old Master Ma climbed aboard, and Tang Wei secured the horse to the carriage. "Let me provide you with a thorough introduction," he began. "This carriage features a remarkably user-friendly non-direct contact design, enhancing the horse's efficiency while ensuring its safety." As he spoke, he handed a rope to Old Master Ma. Though it appears to be an ordinary rope, it conceals a remarkable secret. This rope is embedded with precise instruments that allow you to control the speed and direction of the carriage. To provide you with an authentic experience, you need only maneuver the new luxurious carriage as you would a traditional one. The sensors within the rope will interpret your actions to accelerate and steer, meaning the horse need only provide the power. This design effectively mitigates the risk of accidents caused by startled horses. Old Master Ma, astonished, exclaimed, "Is it truly so miraculous?" He patted the horse's back and activated the carriage. The horse began to run, yet the carriage remained still. Tang Wei clarified, "You have merely activated the power. You must pull the rope to set the carriage in motion. During this time, the horse's energy will be stored." Old Master Ma tugged at the rope, and the carriage gently started moving. Incredible! After testing the carriage around the company's premises, Old Master Ma was thoroughly pleased. This luxurious carriage epitomized the perfect fusion of tradition and modern technology, preserving sentimental value while incorporating innovative advancements. After expressing his gratitude to Tang Wei, Old Master Ma departed, driving his luxurious carriage into a vast meadow. This entire expanse was his domain, where he could freely navigate his carriage. Thus, he reveled in the open space, showcasing his driving skills. At that moment, a car passed by, and the occupants were taken aback upon seeing Master Ma and his luxurious horse-drawn carriage. "What a magnificent figure you are, the horseman. Your galloping steed is as swift as the wind." The onlooker could not help but exclaim. Upon hearing this, Master Ma halted his carriage and turned towards the speaker. To his surprise, it was an elderly lady seated in the driver's seat of the vehicle. Indeed, it was the esteemed Ma Laotai Ma Suehua. The sight of her sent a rush of nostalgia through Master Ma, transporting him back to his youthful days. Gathering his courage, he slowly approached Ma Laotai. "Do you enjoy driving as well?" "Indeed," she replied. "Wonderful. May I invite you to join my senior racing club?" "I will be delighted." The two quickly fell into an engaging conversation, sharing their joys. Chapter 142. The helpless fire truck. On this day, Tang Wei leisurely strolled down the street. He noticed that several new models from the Liangxin company were already gracing the roads, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Just then a police car drove past. Despite its distinctive livery, Tang Wei could easily identify it as a new model from Liangshan. It was surprising to see the police department adopting vehicles from Liangshan as patrol cars. However, considering the practicality of police vehicles, it made perfect sense to utilize Liangshan's automobiles. Suddenly, the police car came to a halt. The window slid down, revealing a familiar face. It was none other than Li Chong, Tang Wei's university classmate. "What a coincidence to run into you," Li Chong greeted him. Tang Wei smiled in response. "Indeed, I almost didn't recognize you. By the way, what did you guys change to this new police car?" Li Chong, taken aback, replied, "Your eyesight is impressive. You could tell right away." Tang Wei nearly rolled his eyes. Not only was this vehicle designed by him, but even if it weren't, the stark contrast between its opulent appearance and that of previous police cars was evident to anyone. It's quite easy to distinguish, he thought, choosing not to elaborate further. He and Li Chong had previously collaborated on capturing the perpetrator of a series of disappearances, during which he had kept his identity as a modification expert a secret. Indeed, Li Chong continued, "Our police department procured this model shortly after its release. Drawn by its outstanding performance, fireproof, bulletproof, and explosion-resistant. Its capabilities are exceptional, and the price is remarkably reasonable. It truly is the ideal choice. Initially, I thought it was a gimmick from some counterfeit manufacturer. How could such an impressive vehicle be sold at such a low price? I almost believed my superior had been misled. It wasn't until we actually utilized the car that we realized the claims were true. It is truly remarkable. Due to the utilization of this vehicle, our efficiency in apprehending criminals has significantly increased, and we have managed to avert several attacks from fierce assailants." Li Chong's excitement grew with each word, clearly indicating his appreciation for this automobile. In conclusion, he remarked, "I must say, the company known as Liangshan Automotive is truly a commendable establishment. Such a company is indeed a source of pride for our nation." At that moment, he was oblivious to the fact that Tang Wei, standing before him, was a major shareholder of Liangshan Automotive and a pivotal figure in its salvation, as well as the mastermind behind this particular model. Tang Wei concurred. Indeed, such a company is destined to make its mark on the global stage. Just then, Li Chong's walkie-talkie crackled to life. He listened intently, and his expression shifted dramatically. He then addressed Tang Wei earnestly. "Tang Wei, we shall continue our conversation later. There's been an arson incident in the old city, and I must head there immediately." Tang Wei nodded in understanding. "Very well, attend to your duties." Li Chong ignited the engine, and with a roar of acceleration, he sped away. In the heart of a city's financial district stood the Twin Towers, two magnificent edifices rising to 250 meters. Although not the tallest structures in the city, their imposing presence starkly contrasted with the surrounding dilapidated buildings, creating a visually arresting spectacle. At that moment, the A Tower was engulfed in flames from the 1st to the 20th floor, black smoke billowing into the sky. The gathered crowd murmured in concern. "What a splendid building. How could it catch fire like this? With so many people inside, I hope no one is harmed." One voice lamented. "They constructed the building so high. In the event of a fire, escaping would be nearly impossible. What could have caused such a blaze? Are the fire safety measures so inadequate in such a large building?" Another added, expressing dismay. Fire trucks arrived swiftly at the scene, only to discover that their path was obstructed by a delivery truck. Given the constraints of the old city, the original planning had not taken future contingencies into account, resulting in roads barely wide enough for a single large vehicle. The fire truck was completely hindered by the delivery truck. The firefighters grew anxious. "Whose vehicle is this? Move it at once." One shouted through a megaphone, but no response came forth. "What shall we do? If we delay, the flames will grow fiercer, and countless lives may be lost." The firefighters' agitation intensified. "Shall we join forces to move it?" One suggested. "That seems to be our only option." Consequently, a group of firefighters exerted all their strength to push the truck, while the onlookers rallied to assist. However, the truck was far too heavy and had its handbrake engaged. After exhausting their efforts, they had barely made any progress. Watching the towering inferno ahead, anxiety gripped everyone. "Captain, shall we collide with the truck using the fire engine?" One firefighter proposed. The captain shook his head in response. "It is unfeasible. In such a situation, the fire truck is likely to sustain damage as well." At that moment, a youth on a motorcycle rode past. "Make way." All eyes turned towards the young lad. "Who are you, and what do you intend to do?" A firefighter inquired, perplexed. The boy's expression was grave. Let us not dwell on that. The situation is dire, and you should heed my words. Although uncertain of his intentions, the crowd parted to allow him through. The rider was none other than Zhang Xiaohua, who, at that moment, planned to use his modified motorcycle, enhanced by Tang Wei, to ram the massive truck ahead. He held his breath, anxiously focusing on the target. Then, with a burst of speed, he charged at the truck. Everyone was left in shock. Was he truly going to collide with the freight vehicle? How could that be possible? Yet in the next instant, it was proven feasible. The once immovable truck was astonishingly propelled away by Zhang Xiaohua's motorcycle, leaving the onlookers in utter disbelief. No way. Did I just witness that correctly? The motorcycle actually breached the truck? Wait, why does this scene feel so familiar? Although the firefighters were astonished, they quickly regained their composure, realizing that their immediate priority was to extinguish the flames. Thus, they maneuvered the fire truck toward the burning building. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohua quietly slipped away, choosing to remain anonymous in his act of bravery. The fire truck arrived at the base of the blazing edifice and swiftly commenced firefighting operations. In no time, most of the occupants had been evacuated, yet a group remained trapped on the upper floors, unable to escape. The flames had spread to the mid-high levels of the structure, approximately 200 meters high, while the fire truck's ladder could reach only up to 100 meters. The water cannon of the fire truck was similarly limited to 100 meters, causing distress among everyone present. What should be done now? At that moment, Officer Li Chang arrived in his patrol car and quickly assessed the situation. Suddenly, he glanced at another building and an idea struck him. Thus, he inquired of the captain, "How many people are trapped?" 5. Are you certain? Absolutely. Receiving a confirmed response, Li Chang hopped into his vehicle and drove into Building B. Confusion swept over the crowd as they wondered about his intentions. "Officer Li, what are you planning to do?" "Just wait and see." Although Building B was not ablaze, its occupants had also been evacuated. Li Chang drove inside, recalling that there was a freight elevator capable of transporting vehicles to higher floors. Sure enough, he soon located the freight elevator and drove his vehicle inside. Observing the multitude of elevator buttons, he decisively pressed the button for the highest floor. Taking advantage of the brief ascent of the elevator, Li Chang extracted a notebook and pen, commencing to apply the physics knowledge he had acquired in high school. The distance between the two buildings was 20 meters, and from the pinnacle of Building B, he calculated the projectile motion with an initial horizontal velocity, v. Through meticulous calculations, Li Chang arrived at a gratifying conclusion. Do not inquire why I have not detailed the entire calculation process. The knowledge I gleaned from high school has long been returned to my physics teacher. Indeed, Li Chang intended to drive a police car from Building B to the ablaze Building A. Subsequently, he planned to rescue the 5 individuals trapped inside and transport them back to Building B. Although this endeavor appeared perilous, it was a trial he felt compelled to undertake. Were it an ordinary vehicle, the likelihood of success might be minimal. However, this was a Liangxin automobile, and Li Chang firmly believed in its potential for success. After all, it was a vehicle that had shielded him from countless bullets and endured several violent collisions. Soon after, other officers arrived on the scene. They inquired about the whereabouts of Li Chang to the firefighters. The few responded truthfully. Upon hearing their reply, the individual was taken aback. What? He drove the police car to Building B? Could it be that he intended to? The others suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. This idea was indeed audacious. No, I must stop him. The individual hastily contacted Li Chang via the radio. "Li Chang, what are you doing? Come back immediately." On the other end, Li Chang chuckled lightly. "No need to worry. I am fine. I am not concerned about you. Just do not damage my newly acquired police car. Now, immediately, follow my orders and return." Despite his words, he was genuinely more concerned about Li Chang's safety. He did not wish for his subordinate to take such a risk. "I apologize, but the situation is urgent, and I must disregard your orders." "You little rascal." At this juncture, Li Chang had reached the top floor. Gazing resolutely at the glass curtain wall ahead, and without hesitation, he charged forward. The police car shattered the glass curtain wall and surged toward the opposite building. This astonishing spectacle was witnessed by the gathered crowd. What is this? He is actually using such a method to rescue people? This is extraordinary. Many individuals broadcasting the fire scene captured this heart-stopping moment. Li Chang's colleagues and the firefighters felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. His superior murmured to himself, "I hope this fellow is unharmed." At that moment, Tang Wei had returned to the office and, feeling idle, began to scroll through videos. As he browsed, he stumbled upon a live broadcast of the fire scene. Could this be the arson case that Li Chong mentioned? He had initially presumed it was merely a minor fire, but he was astonished to discover that an entire building was engulfed in flames. At that instant, he also witnessed Li Chong driving from Building B towards Building A. Although the occupants of the vehicle were not clearly discernible, he instinctively felt that the driver must be Li Chong. He hastily set aside his phone and prepared to rush to the scene of the fire. Li Chong was indeed reckless, reminiscent of his school days. Tang Wei muttered to himself as he walked. Li Chong successfully dashed into Building A, and fortunately, the floor he landed on was not yet engulfed in flames. He instructed those on the ground to use a loudspeaker to notify the other 5 individuals trapped in the building to gather on his floor. Before long, the 5 trapped individuals arrived at Li Chong's level, and upon seeing him, they appeared as if they had encountered a savior. "Officer, you must save us. We don't want to die," they implored. Li Chong quickly reassured them. It's all right, I will save you. Let us not waste time. Get into the car." He gestured towards the police vehicle beside him. Get in the car? The 5 were perplexed, unsure of what sheltering in the vehicle would accomplish, or if the car could somehow whisk them away to safety. "Yes, get in. Trust me, I will ensure your safe escape." Li Chong's gaze was resolute as he looked at the 5, although they harbored doubts. The conviction in Li Chong's eyes ultimately led them to place their trust in him. After all, it was the only option available. At that moment, the fire had begun to spread to their floor, prompting everyone to swiftly enter the vehicle. "Hold on tight," Li Chong urged. Suddenly, he caught sight of something terrifying out of the corner of his eye, causing his expression to change dramatically. It was a bomb. The entire floor was rigged with explosives. Meanwhile, Tang Wei had arrived at the scene. He scanned the area, but could not locate Li Chong. It seemed he was indeed the one who had driven into the burning building. The firefighters had not yet given up on extinguishing the blaze, but they were powerless against the overwhelming height of the flames. Tang Wei frowned at the sight, hesitating whether to deploy his team of robotic vehicles to prevent the fire from spreading further. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the upper floors of Building A, inciting screams from the gathered crowd. What is happening? What occurred? The floor where the explosion had taken place was precisely where Li Chong had driven in. What? Upon hearing this, Li Chong's colleagues and the firefighters widened their eyes in disbelief. This meant that Li Chong and the 5 survivors had. No, it was impossible. Li Chong would not die. Li Qian. They could not accept this grim reality. However, at that moment, a police car soared out from the exploded floor, igniting a spark of hope within them. Li Chong, it's Li Chong. He is still alive. That reckless kid had truly caused them to worry to death. Tang Wei, witnessing this scene, also felt a wave of relief wash over him. He exuded confidence in the vehicle he had designed, assured that as long as Li Chong remained inside, even an explosion of the magnitude they had just experienced would not pose a threat. As Tang Wei remarked, in the fleeting moment of the explosion, Li Chong and the others in the car believed their lives were at an end. Yet after the blast, they discovered to their astonishment that they were unharmed and the vehicle remained intact. This revelation left Li Chong and the 5 occupants in a state of disbelief. Although Li Chong was aware of the car's bomb-resistant features, he had not anticipated it could withstand such a violent explosion. Once he regained his composure, Li Chong swiftly exited the vehicle, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. The extraordinary resilience of the car defied all logic. How could it have endured such an event? It was nothing short of miraculous. In no time, the crowd hurriedly made their way to Building B for a closer look. They were eager to see the audacious individual who had driven into the inferno. Moments later, Li Chong emerged from the freight elevator in a police car. As the doors swung open, he and the 5 survivors stepped out, bringing a wave of relief. Everyone was safe. Remarkably, the young officer who had saved them appeared strikingly handsome. A chorus of admiration erupted, paying tribute to the hero. A group surged forward, eager to interview Li Chong and the survivors, but his colleagues swiftly intervened. "Ladies and gentlemen, their condition is still precarious. We must transport them to the hospital for evaluation. We appreciate your understanding." Upon hearing this, the crowd subdued their excitement and parted to allow the ambulance through. Chapter 144. Love You Alone. In the dark alley, the 5 survivors were ushered into the ambulance. Li Chong was also slated for transport, yet he insisted on remaining behind. "Captain Zhang, I'm perfectly fine, truly. He demonstrated his physical well-being with a series of gestures, though his superior was concerned. Seeing Li Chang's vibrant demeanor ultimately led to a reluctant nod of agreement. Very well, but report any issues promptly. Do not push yourself. Understood. At that moment, several colleagues approached, expressing their relief and astonishment at Li Chang's survival. Li Chang, you're remarkably resilient. We all thought you were done for. But it seems even the Grim Reaper hesitated to claim you. Indeed, your audacity is unparalleled. How bold of you! They continued. You're bound to become a national sensation now. Li Chang, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, It's not my resilience. It's the car's exceptional quality. Thanks to Captain Zhang's recommendation to procure the new model for our police fleet, all credit goes to him. His superior playfully patted his head. You're quite the flatterer, aren't you? Others chimed in. What Li Chang says holds merit. This newly acquired police car truly performed admirably. Indeed, who would have thought the quality could be this remarkable? Selling it for 200,000 feels like a tremendous loss, especially for something that could save one's life in critical moments. It seems worth 2 million. Everyone expressed their admiration for the quality of the Liangxin automobile. At that moment, one policewoman nudged another. Xiao Mei, didn't you just say that if Li Chang survives this time, you would tell him everything you didn't say? Upon hearing this, the policewoman named Xiao Mei blushed. Xiaoli, what nonsense are you talking about? I never said that. Xiaoli chuckled mischievously. Oh, come on, Xiao Mei. Don't pretend. We all heard you. The others joined in the teasing. Li Chang looked puzzled, glancing at Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei, what is it that you wanted to say? She stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Li Chang felt even more bewildered, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait, Xiao Mei called out to him. What is it all about? Xiao Li, irritated, interjected. Since she's too shy to say it, I'll say it for her. Xiao Mei said she loves you. Xiao Mei gasped in astonishment and quickly interjected. Yes, I love you. Love you as you walk alone in the dark alleys. Love you in your defiant stance. Hearing this song, Li Chang perked up. It was his favorite, and he began to sing along. I love you for standing firm in despair, refusing to shed a tear. I love your tattered garments, yet you dare to face the bullets of fate. The two spontaneously engaged in a duet. After finishing, Li Chang clapped enthusiastically. That was wonderful. Thank you, Xiao Mei. The others exchanged glances, exasperated by Li Chang's lack of emotional intelligence. Just then, Li Chang spotted Tang Wei in the distance. Tang Wei. He greeted him. Tang Wei up. Li Chang, how are you? Are you all right? Li Chang shook his head. I'm fine. The others looked at Li Chang, inquiring, Who is this person? Li Chang introduced him. Oh, this is my university classmate, Tang Wei. Hello, officers. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Wei greeted politely. The group shook their heads. You're too courteous, Brother Tang. At that moment, Li Chang suddenly remembered something. By the way, what about the arsonist? Have you caught him? Li Chang's superior replied. He's been apprehended and is currently being escorted back. Li Chang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. This guy is truly deranged. Not only setting fire to a building, but also placing a large number of bombs inside. He shuddered at the thought. Hearing this, Tang Wei, intrigued, asked Officer, If it's not too much trouble, could you share what the arsonist's motive was? If it's inconvenient, it's perfectly fine. Li Chang's superior did not withhold any information. It is indeed quite absurd that the arsonist is a writer residing in a nearby apartment. His motive for setting the fire stemmed from his need to witness the sunset illuminating his room each evening, which served as his source of creative inspiration. However, the construction of the building obstructed the direct rays of the sunset, igniting his fury and ultimately leading him to orchestrate the arson. Upon hearing the arsonist's reasoning, Tang Wei, along with others, was utterly astonished. This was beyond ludicrous. It appears that contemporary novelists possess a rather peculiar mindset. At that moment, Building A was still engulfed in flames. Tang Wei initially contemplated seeking assistance from the Autobots. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that even if the Autobots soared into the sky, they would be unable to extinguish the raging inferno. Thus, he abandoned that notion. After all, the occupants had been rescued. Let the flames continue their course. Tang Wei observed the firefighters, their expressions tinged with disappointment. They were helplessly witnessing the fire consume the building, a truly exasperating situation. Had it not been for the police officer's timely intervention, they would have been forced to watch 5 lives perish. Alas, such a tall structure. A fire in such a place is exceedingly difficult to manage. If only our fire truck's ladder were a tad longer and the water pump's pressure a bit greater. Don't be foolish. A fire pump capable of projecting water over 100 meters is already remarkable. No country possesses fire trucks that can spray over 200 meters. Came a reply. Indeed, although there were no casualties, the firefighters still felt a deep sense of responsibility. After all, safeguarding the property of citizens is one of their duties. Hearing their discourse, Tang Wei furrowed his brow. It seems there is considerable room for advancement in the capabilities of modern fire trucks. He approached the firefighters. I overheard you mention that the effective rescue range of a fire truck is only around 100 meters. A few firefighters looked at Tang Wei with surprise as he suddenly interjected. Yes, and you are? Tang Wei introduced himself. I'm an automotive modifier. Upon hearing his profession, they expressed curiosity. Oh, an automotive modifier? Are you interested in fire trucks? Tang Wei nodded, stating, Indeed. Your remarks piqued my interest. These vehicles are of paramount importance to the public. However, many buildings in city now exceed 100 meters in height. According to your earlier statement, wouldn't that render these structures impervious in the event of a fire? The firefighters exchanged glances. Yes, but what can be done? We can only pray that these buildings do not catch fire and ensure that appropriate fire safety measures are in place. Faced with such a predicament, they felt quite helpless. Tang Wei then proposed a suggestion. Perhaps we could modify the fire trucks to enhance their performance. Having modified numerous vehicles for others, aside from Li Fei's wooden bicycle. This was only his second instance of proactively inviting someone to seek his modification expertise. After all, fire safety pertains to the entirety of City A, and Tang Wei indeed possesses a sense of responsibility in this regard. As for other cities, Tang Wei feels little obligation, especially since high-rise buildings are scarce there, thus mitigating any cause for concern. Chapter 145. The modification of fire trucks. Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, the firefighters chuckled. Surely, one would not presume that mere modifications could significantly enhance the performance of a fire truck, would they? Young man, do refrain from jesting. It is crucial to understand that a fire truck's primary function is the result of countless engineers dedicating extensive time and effort to its design. It cannot simply be improved with a few alterations. While we acknowledge your expertise as a vehicle modifier, such an extent of modification transcends the very definition of what is achievable. The fire trucks currently utilized in city are already equipped with the finest technology, and they harbor skepticism regarding Tang Wei's ability, as a mere modifier, to effectuate substantial changes. Their perception of modifiers is that they merely alter the aesthetics of vehicles. When confronted with core issues, they're often left helpless. If modifiers possessed such remarkable capabilities, they would have long since transitioned to becoming automotive design engineers. At that moment, one firefighter suddenly had a revelation. Indeed, if it were the legendary mysterious modifier in question, perhaps it could be feasible. The others, puzzled, inquired, who is this mysterious modifier? The individual elaborated, recounting Tang Wei's illustrious feats. Upon hearing this, the others were left speechless, expressing disbelief. What? Such exaggeration? Impossible! They exclaimed. Is this not mere folly? Who has ever witnessed such an event? Just as he was about to continue, the speaker abruptly paused, a thought striking him. The others, hearing this, were similarly taken aback. Indeed, had they not just encountered such a scene? In their fervor to extinguish the flames, they had temporarily overlooked it. Now, with this reminder, the memory resurfaced. Had they not just witnessed the motorcycle overturning a large truck? It was true. Their focus had been elsewhere at the time. In retrospect, the notion was utterly astonishing. Thus, it seemed that the legendary mysterious modifier was indeed a tangible reality. Soon, their doubts dissipated. If that were the case, perhaps they could enlist the help of this enigmatic modifier to enhance their fire trucks to peak performance. The prospect filled them with excitement. Should the fire trucks prove sufficiently robust, they would no longer find themselves in a position of helplessness when faced with high-rise blazes. Alas, lamented one firefighter. If only we knew how to reach this master. At that moment, another firefighter turned to Tang Wei. Sir, since you claim to be a modifier as well, do you perchance know this legendary mysterious modifier? Is there any possibility you could assist us in contacting him? His eyes shimmered with a plea for assistance. It is evident that he is eager to upgrade the firefighting equipment to better safeguard lives and property. Hearing his words, Tang Wei found himself in a state of bemusement. It is understandable, given his youthful appearance in his early 20s. Those unfamiliar with him would hardly associate him with a legendary master of modifications. Could it be that you are unable to connect with him as well? Observing Tang Wei's demeanor, it seemed he lacked the means to contact the master, which left everyone feeling somewhat disheartened. After a moment's reflection, Tang Wei deemed it unnecessary to conceal the truth any longer. Thus, he candidly declared, in fact, the enigmatic modification master you speak of is none other than myself. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Are you joking? You are that mysterious master of modifications? How can that be? What a remarkable coincidence. They could not reconcile Tang Wei's demeanor with their expectations. With a serious countenance, Tang Wei replied, I assure you, I'm not jesting. If you trust me, then entrust the fire truck to my care. At this moment, the team leader pondered for a moment and stated, very well, I believe in you. However, this matter is beyond our jurisdiction and must be reported to our superiors. Indeed, it is a significant issue that cannot be decided lightly. Tang Wei nodded in understanding. I comprehend. I'm merely offering a suggestion. Ultimately, the decision lies with your higher-ups. The others remained in a state of disbelief, staring at Tang Wei in wonder. Are you truly that legendary modification master? How can you be so young? One of them inquired. Is it not known that heroes emerge in their youth? Tang Wei replied with a hint of pride. I never imagined I would encounter the fabled master. What a fortuitous turn of events. Their excitement grew with each exchange. Tang Wei managed a wry smile. Please, keep your voices down and maintain a low profile. The crowd nodded in agreement. Understood. After exchanging contact information, Tang Wei took his leave. Once Tang Wei departed, the group engaged in animated discussions. Captain, can we truly place our trust in him? The captain, with resolute eyes, replied, Yes, I believe we can trust him. My instincts tell me he speaks the truth. Regardless, we should give it a try. Subsequently, they returned to the fire station. Upon arrival, the captain relayed Tang Wei's proposal to his superior. The superior, upon hearing this, was taken aback. What? That modification master has offered to modify our fire truck? Indeed, but I cannot make the decision alone, hence my report to you. The captain explained as he presented Tang Wei's business card. Upon seeing the card, the superior became increasingly convinced that the individual the captain encountered was indeed the true master of modifications, Tang Wei. After all, the online discussions about Tang Wei had merely diminished in volume, not entirely obscured, leaving many aware of his true identity. Excellent, the superior exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. To one's astonishment, Mr. Tang Wei unexpectedly volunteered to retrofit our fire truck, an opportunity that is truly invaluable. Should we proceed as he suggests? Absolutely. With the endorsement from our superior, the captain was filled with exhilaration. It was quite surprising how smoothly matters were progressing. Furthermore, judging by our superior's words, he seemed to place even greater trust in the master of modifications, Mr. Tang, than in himself. Thus, there was little cause for concern. The following day, the fire brigade's vehicle arrived near Mr. Tang's company. Once again, the captain met with Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang, the proposal to modify the fire truck has received approval from above. I entrust these fire trucks to you, and on behalf of all firefighters, I sincerely thank you. As he spoke, he bowed respectfully to Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang hurriedly replied, No need for such formalities. You are too kind. Subsequently, the captain inquired, Mr. Tang, I am quite curious to know just how far you can take the modifications on the fire truck. This was his foremost concern. For instance, regarding the aerial ladder truck. Its current height can only reach 100 meters. Surely there's a limit to how much higher it can go, given the constraints of size. Increasing its volume would undoubtedly introduce a myriad of new challenges. Moreover, if the high-pressure water pump were to be further pressurized, the risks would escalate significantly. How shall we address these issues? He posed many technical questions in rapid succession. Chapter 146. The resurgence of calamity. Mr. Tang found himself at a loss for a moment, unsure of how to respond, as he was uncertain about the solutions the system would provide him. This is not something that can be clarified swiftly. In any case, just trust me. I assure you, I will deliver a satisfactory outcome. The captain nodded in agreement, stating, Very well, we shall await the results. At that moment, Mr. Tang suddenly recalled a concern. Oh, by the way, since you brought your fire trucks here, what if a fire were to occur during this process? The captain chuckled. Mr. Tang, You worry too much. Our city, possesses extensive firefighting facilities beyond just this. We routinely maintain our equipment. As long as multiple fires do not break out simultaneously, we should be just fine. Upon hearing this, Mr. Tang felt reassured. Indeed, it seemed he had been overthinking the situation. Yes, Mr. Tang, take your time. There is no need to rush. After conveying their instructions, the fire brigade took their leave. Mr. Tang immediately scanned the fire trucks parked on the premises. The system swiftly provided a modification plan. The technical requirements for this retrofit were rather advanced. However, for Mr. Tang at present, this posed no significant challenge. First, regarding the aerial ladder truck. The vehicle they had brought was already the highest extending ladder truck available. The ladder could expand to over 100 meters. The system proposed utilizing the anti-gravity technology acquired from the last upgrade to transform the ladder into a floating ladder. This innovation would eliminate the necessity for excessive supporting structures, thereby transcending the limitations of size. When Tang Wei beheld this proposal, he was taken aback. The emergence of such an anti-gravity device is indeed astonishing given the current state of human technology. Nevertheless, Tang Wei considered that he could perhaps attribute it to magnetic levitation, which might render it more comprehensible. In addition to the aerial ladder truck, there were also specialized fire engines equipped with water jets. To enable the fire hoses to project water further, the primary concern was the pressure generated by the built-in water pumps. Theoretically, as long as the pump pressure is sufficiently high, one could achieve substantial heights. However, as the fire department personnel indicated, safety must also be taken into account. Excessive pressure could indeed pose significant hazards. Yet, under the system's analytical scrutiny, solutions were swiftly provided. The specifics of these solutions shall not be elaborated upon. Soon, Tang Wei commenced a flurry of modifications. At this juncture, the fire at Building A of the financial center in City A had been extinguished. However, due to the intense blaze, compounded by explosions, the structural integrity of the edifice had suffered severe damage, rendering it unsafe. Consequently, the relevant authorities resolved to demolish it. Before long, the demolition crew arrived on site, prepared to commence their task. A crowd gathered, murmuring their opinions on the demolition process. What a pity, such a splendid building. It is said that it is being destroyed simply because it obstructed a certain author's sunset. How dreadful! One must never marry a novelist. Allegedly, this building was designed by a young architect from our city, who even received an international architectural award. Is that so? How heartbroken that designer must feel upon witnessing this scene. No worries, there is still another building. Perhaps it is for the best. Indeed, at least half remains, which is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. At that moment, a bespectacled man, his face etched with sorrow, quietly departed from the scene. Indeed, he was Lu Ming, the architect of the Twin Towers, as the public referred to him. With a thunderous explosion, the building was demolished, creating a spectacular sight. In the blink of an eye, the towering structure was reduced to rubble. Lu Ming turned away, sighed, and muttered to himself, with half of it gone, "It is no longer perfect. Such a creation is better off non-existent." That night, after a long day's work, Tang Wei returned home and collapsed on his bed. "How exhausting," he remarked, pulling out his phone to scroll through videos. Ever since Xiao Ku had risen to fame, he had not penned a novel in quite some time. With no books to read, Tang Wei turned to short videos. It was then that he discovered the viral video of Li Chong rescuing people, which had taken the internet by storm. Everyone was abuzz discussing the event. Had it not been for the news reports, one might have thought it was an action film. Indeed, it was incredibly thrilling. "Oh my, that is my classmate." Tang Wei smiled faintly upon reading this comment. An increasing number of young children on the internet have taken to associating themselves with prominent news stories and the individuals involved. He has grown accustomed to this behavior. However, today, feeling rather unoccupied, he decided to engage with these youngsters. After all, he truly is a classmate of Li Chong. Thus, he replied, "You claim to be his classmate. Are you from high school or university?" The other party responded with remarkable speed. "Of course, I am his university classmate. We were in the same first-year class at XX University and were even desk mates, sharing a close bond. Once we fell from the 6th floor, but fortunately, as both of us were athletes, after consuming a packet of Banlangen, we returned to class the next day as if nothing had happened." Upon reading this response, Tang Wei could hardly contain his amusement. Yet, he refrained from exposing the falsehood, finding humor in the exchange. Aside from his admiration for Li Chong, people also noted the impressive police vehicle. The maneuvering displayed was commendable, and the vehicle itself was of remarkable quality. This police car appeared to be the latest model from Liangshin Automotive. What? Liangshin Automotive, the domestic brand that had recently gained significant attention? Astonishing. I must buy one. With this news circulating, no one could claim it was merely a hoax or marketing stunt now. Thankfully, I purchased my car as soon as it was released. Back then, some said I was foolishly wealthy. Now, who's the real fool? It seems that following this incident, Liangshin Automotive's sales will soar once again. One could say that Li Chong's recent actions significantly aided Tang Wei. The video's virality extended beyond domestic borders, captivating even international audiences. Shockingly, a superhero emerged in Country A, rescuing people from a blazing inferno, akin to a cinematic spectacle. As he scrolled through, Tang Wei gradually drifted into slumber. After a considerable time, in the financial district of City A, only Building B stood solitary against the skyline. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted nearby. Oh no, there's a fire. Panic ensued as people realized thick smoke was billowing from Building B. What on earth is happening? Just recently, Building A had suffered a fire. How could there be another blaze so soon? Never mind that. Call the fire brigade. The fire department was taken aback by the news. What? Building B is ablaze too? Meanwhile, the police received a report indicating that a mysterious individual had been seen near Building B, acting suspiciously, and was likely the arsonist. Could it be that we apprehended the wrong person, and the true criminal remains at large? That seems improbable. The writer confessed to the entire sequence of events, so there should be no doubt. Could there be an accomplice? Perhaps this was merely an unfortunate accident. Let us set those considerations aside and head to the scene. Soon, both the fire brigade and the police were en route to the disaster. Chapter 147. Goodness, the master you mentioned is my classmate. The rescue operation was once again led by Captain Xiao Fong, who had commanded the team during the previous incident. Throughout the journey, Xiao Fong wore a furrowed brow. Deep in thought, Captain, you seem quite anxious, one of the individuals inquired with concern. Xiao Fong sighed. Indeed, I am anxious. I never anticipated that such an incident would occur a second time. Last time, we were fortunate, but this time, the outcome is uncertain. Before long, they arrived at the scene. As expected, the situation mirrored the previous incident. The fire had engulfed nearly the entire building. The fire brigade swiftly initiated firefighting measures while dispatching personnel to search the building for survivors. Shortly thereafter, those at the base of the building were evacuated. However, a new group found themselves trapped on the upper floors. The fire on the intermediate levels was too fierce to overcome. Both the firefighters and the police were at a loss. How could this happen again? At that moment, someone put forth a suggestion. Why not employ the method that Li Chong used last time to rescue people? The police chief shot him a disapproving glance. Are you foolish? Last time, we had Building B as a springboard to reach the burning Building A. This time, it is Building B that is on fire, and Building A has already been demolished. How do you propose we utilize the previous method? Hearing this, the individual sheepishly scratched his head. I hadn't considered that. He glanced at the nearby structures, noting that they were indeed too distant and comparatively low in height, rendering the replication of last time's successful conditions impossible. Xiao Fong muttered to himself, if only we had allowed Mr. Tang Wei to modify the fire truck sooner. It might have been of use by now. Upon hearing the name Tang Wei, Li Chong was taken aback. What did you say? You entrusted your fire truck to Tang Wei for modifications? Xiao Fong affirmed, yes, when the fire occurred in Building A. Master Tang Wei informed us that he could modify the fire truck to better cope with such situations. Li Chong was even more bewildered. Is it truly possible to modify a fire truck? Absolutely. You have no idea how skilled this modification master is. He once transformed a motorcycle that could topple a large truck and an electric bike that could race hundreds of kilometers. Xiao Fong recounted Tang Wei's achievements, leaving Li Chong astonished. How come I was unaware of all this? Tang Wei is my classmate. What? Xiao Fong exclaimed in surprise. You are Tang Wei's classmate, and you are unaware of his remarkable feats? But then again, he has always been quite low-key. Li Chong felt somewhat disoriented. Had it not been for his clear understanding of Tang Wei's character, he might have assumed Xiao Fong was being duped. Could it be that everything Xiao Fong had said was indeed true? Was Tang Wei truly that exceptional? At that moment, Li Chong's superior interjected. What he says is indeed true. There is indeed a remarkable modification master. If he were to modify the fire truck, it might just resolve our current predicament. Li Chong was utterly astonished. Even his superior endorsed this notion, suggesting there was no chance it could be false. Tang Wei has concealed himself remarkably well, to the extent that even his old classmate is unaware of his whereabouts. Xiao Fong sighed and remarked, "What a pity, the modifications are not yet complete." At that moment, Li Chong's superior suggested, "Why not reach out to him? It's possible he has finished the modifications." "Unlikely," Xiao Fong and Li Chong replied in unison. "Regardless, we must make an attempt. Lives are at stake, and we have no other alternatives. Moreover, even if the modifications are unsuccessful, I have heard rumors of a flying car he possesses, which might prove useful." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fong recognized the wisdom in his words and promptly contacted Tang Wei. At that moment, Tang Wei had just completed the modifications to the fire truck and the aerial ladder truck. He was preparing to call Xiao Fong to collect the vehicles when, unexpectedly, Xiao Fong's call came through first. "Mr. Tang, may I inquire about the progress of the modifications?" Tang Wei could detect the urgency in his tone. "You called at the perfect time. It's all finished. When will you come to collect the vehicles?" Xiao Fong was momentarily taken aback. "What's wrong? Speak." Not receiving a response, Tang Wei continued, "Xiao Fong, are you there?" Regaining his composure, Xiao Fong excitedly exclaimed, "That's fantastic news. It's just in time. There's a fire at Building B of the financial center, similar to the last incident." Tang Wei furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "What? Another fire?" "Indeed," replied Li Chong, who was standing beside Xiao Fong. Li Chong remarked, "I never imagined, Tang Wei, that you are still a legendary modifier." "Li Chong, you're here too?" Tang Wei felt somewhat awkward upon hearing Li Chong's words. "Let us set that aside. We need to get the fire truck there quickly." Xiao Fong affirmed, "Yes, we will come to collect the vehicle immediately." "No need. I will drive it over myself. It will be faster." "All right, that sounds better." At that moment, Li Chong added, "By the way, Tang Wei, I heard you have a flying car. Could you bring along? It might assist in the rescue efforts." Tang Wei chuckled. "Rest assured, it won't be necessary. These 2 fire trucks are more than sufficient." With that, he hung up the phone and swiftly climbed into the fire truck. As for the aerial ladder truck, Tang Wei activated its super linkage function, allowing it to follow closely behind. Soon, just as they were nearing the scene, the essential route was blocked once more. Xiao Fong and Li Chong spotted the fire truck from a distance, but they also noticed a large truck obstructing the road. "Damn, why is the road blocked again?" "It's that truck once more." Xiao Fong seethed with frustration. Tang Wei surveyed the obstructing truck, his brow furrowed. Confirming that there was no one inside, he drove straight into it. Xiao Fong and Li Chong were left astonished. "What the hell, Tang Wei?" In no time, the fire truck driven by Tang Wei pushed the large truck aside, rendering it utterly wrecked. To everyone's astonishment, the fire truck remained completely unscathed. Truly, the modifications made by the master craftsmen have significantly enhanced the quality of this fire truck. They had begun to grasp the formidable skills of Tang Wei. As they gazed at the heavily damaged large truck, the onlookers felt a sense of vindication. It served them right for obstructing the fire lane without leaving any contact information. After all, this pertains to matters of life and death. They had not yet learned their lesson from the last incident. Xiao Fong approached the fire truck and expressed his gratitude to Tang Wei, saying, "Thank you, Tang Wei. I will take it from here." Tang Wei nodded in agreement, adding, "However, the modified fire truck has a few slight differences. You must follow my instructions closely." "Understood." The firefighters readied the fire cannon. Tang Wei continued, "This cannon has a maximum range of 1,000 meters, but you only need to set it to a quarter of that range." "What? 1,000 meters?" The firefighters were taken aback. To spray water that far requires an immense amount of pressure. Nonetheless, this was not the time for doubts. They had no choice but to place their trust in him. Once everything was prepared, the cannon was fired. Water shot forth from the cannon, reaching the rooftop of Building B, which stood over 200 meters tall, leaving everyone in awe. Those who had previously questioned Tang Wei's capabilities were now fully convinced. Chapter 148. A modicum of respect for Newton, the firefighter holding the cannon gazed at its tremendous power, filled with exhilaration. What a thrill! Finally, there was no feeling of helplessness. They aimed the cannon at the source of the fire on the building. Xiao Fong turned to Tang Wei and sincerely remarked, "Tang Wei, you truly live up to your reputation as a master modifier. You've effortlessly enhanced the range of the fire cannon, It's simply incredible. Tang Wei replied nonchalantly. It's no big deal. This is merely a small feat at that moment. Li Chang approached and gave Tang Wei a hearty pat on the shoulder. You, my friend. How did I not realize how impressive you are? Tang Wei sumai silent the. Soon, the flames on the building's exterior were temporarily subdued. However, the trapped individuals on the upper floors still could not descend, as the interior remained engulfed in flames, and the elevators were inoperable. It was time to deploy the fire ladder. Xiao Fong looked at the ladder truck and asked, Mr. Tang Wei, are you certain this ladder can reach the highest point? Unlike the fire truck, this ladder had been modified beyond recognition. Tang Wei nodded affirmatively. I am certain, but I must operate it personally. With that, he ascended the ladder truck and extended the ladder. The ladder unfurled, reaching directly to the highest floor of the building. The crowd observed in amazement. This ladder was unlike any they had ever seen. The ordinary fire escape ladder is typically supported by a massive pole that upholds a lengthy framework, for which a rescue basket is suspended. However, this particular ladder astonishingly resembles a conventional one, and what is more, there exists no supportive structure between its rungs, only a slender thread connecting them. This fine line serves no practical purpose. It merely pays a slight homage to Newton. The onlookers were left in awe, as this fundamentally challenged their long-held beliefs. How could this be achieved? It defies logic, utterly bewildering. Can it truly support human weight? It seems perilously dangerous. They turned their gaze toward Tang Wei, who responded with a confident smile. Rest assured, there is absolutely no issue. Meanwhile, those trapped on the rooftop were utterly astonished by the floating ladder. What marvel is this? Is it some form of advanced technology? A levitating staircase? They were hesitant to act hastily. At that moment, firefighters below called out through a loudspeaker, urging everyone, please make your way down the ladder quickly. The crowd exchanged apprehensive glances, as this appeared exceedingly risky. After all, over 200 meters, even a normal staircase would induce trepidation, let alone a suspended one. Aware of their concerns, Tang Wei ascended the ladder himself to demonstrate its safety. Tang Wei, what are you doing? Li Chang and Xiao Fong exclaimed in shock. Tang Wei replied with a smile. Since no one dares to descend, I must set an example and prove to everyone that this ladder is entirely safe. Hearing his words, the two exchanged glances and soon followed suit. Tang Wei felt a sense of relief upon witnessing their actions, and other firefighters began to climb the ladder as well. They swiftly reached the rooftop, where those awaiting their arrival felt a great sense of reassurance. Thank you, they exclaimed, nearly bowing in gratitude. Li Chang and Xiao Fong quickly assisted them to their feet. Everyone, let us set aside our concerns for now. As you can see, this ladder is remarkably secure. Indeed, if you remain uneasy, we can carry you down, they encouraged. The crowd nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Chang inquired of Tang Wei, what is the maximum number of people this ladder can support descending simultaneously? Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Wei replied, it's perfectly fine for everyone to come down at once. At this point, Li Chang, Xiao Fong, and the others, having had their understanding of physics upended, no longer doubted Tang Wei's words. Thus, they orderly assisted everyone down the ladder. Suddenly, one individual, while climbing, glanced down and, in a moment of panic, lost his grip. He gasped in horror and screamed, only to realize he had not fallen. This left him utterly astonished. What has transpired? Originally, within the realm of the anti-gravity device, no instances of falling would occur. Those around him observed in puzzlement. What is the matter? He shook his head, replying, nothing at all. Before long, everyone was rescued. The individuals saved expressed their gratitude to the firefighters, police officers, and Tang Wei. He exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, at last, it is over. Xiao Fong remarked, indeed. This time we owe it all to you, Mr. Tang Wei. This high-tech floating elevator is truly unprecedented. Moreover, it is far safer than I had imagined. Tang Wei smiled and said, it's nothing, but please do not publicize it excessively. Let us maintain a low profile. Understood, low profile it is. At this moment, Li Chang found himself questioning life. He gazed at Tang Wei and asked, are you still the Tang Wei I once knew? Of course, he replied. You are quite the enigma. It's truly hard to discern. Back in school, I knew you had a penchant for research, but I never anticipated this. Could you elaborate on how this was accomplished? Tang Wei shook his head. If I were to explain, it would take 3 days and nights. In short, just know it's high technology. Li Chong understood that it would be difficult to clarify in a short time. Very well. At that moment, they heard a commotion. It turned out that Li Chong's colleagues, while rescuing those trapped on the rooftop, had apprehended the arsonist through surveillance footage. Don't move. Behave yourself. Everyone turned to look at the individual, who appeared to be a rather refined man. Were it not for the irrefutable evidence, who would believe him to be the arsonist? The man remained composed, showing no signs of remorse or bitterness, rather displaying an unsettling satisfaction. This sent chills through the crowd. To commit such a grave crime without a hint of guilt. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized him. Isn't that Lu Ming, the renowned designer from our city, eh? Indeed, he designed this building. There must be some mistake. I cannot believe he would do such a thing. He is a pride of our city, eh? They expressed their disbelief. Tang Wei, upon hearing this, was somewhat astonished. He was indeed the architect of the building. Lu Ming, observing the bewildered crowd, suddenly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, do not doubt. I am the one responsible for this. I could not accept that half of my design building was lost. It would be imperfect. Thus, I had no choice but to destroy another one myself. This is not my fault. Blame the person who initially raised building A. The crowd was left in shock and unable to comprehend this rationale. Is this the mindset of a genius? Li Chong, infuriated, confronted him. But the people inside the building are innocent. Did you not consider their safety? Chapter 149. The true genius Lu Ming let out a cold snort and remarked, I had suggested that they demolish building B as well, but no one heeded my advice. Therefore, I bear no responsibility. Tang Wei was rendered speechless. Of course, they would not consent to such a proposal. Why would they demolish a perfectly good building? Would the losses fall upon him? Suddenly, Li Chong unexpectedly struck Lu Ming with a punch. You scoundrel! Li Chong's colleagues immediately intervened, restraining him. Li Chong, calm down. You're a police officer. Indeed, regardless of Lu Ming's despicable nature, the law would inevitably exact its own punishment. Lu Ming touched his bruised face, letting out another cold snort. You mere mortals have no comprehension of the sentiments of a genius designer. Do you grasp what it means to pursue perfection? To me, flawless design is paramount, more important than life itself. People like you, who lead mundane existences, engage in trivial pursuits merely to survive, and will never fathom my grand vision. In the years to come, there will surely be a group of individuals who will embrace my philosophy, regard me as a genius, and sing my praises. As for you, you are utterly insignificant. With that, he gazed at the setting sun, his expression defiant. The onlookers were incensed by his outrageous remarks, gritting their teeth in frustration. However, Tang Wei suddenly burst into laughter. Mr. Lu Ming, your self-indulgent spirit is both amusing and tragic. Lu Ming's expression shifted as he turned to Tang Wei. Who are you? What gives you the right to judge me, the greatest designer in this world? You dare to call me foolish and pitiful? It is you, the nameless rabble, who are truly pathetic. Lu Ming was evidently rattled. At that moment, Xiao Fong sneered, Mr. Lu Ming, who the real rabble is remains to be seen. Indeed, only individuals like Mr. Tang Wei, who create designs beneficial to the public and contribute to human progress, deserve the title of genius. Undoubtedly, Mr. Tang Wei is the true genius, a hero worthy of adulation. In comparison, your dark and sordid image is glaringly inferior. In the presence of Tang Wei, you are less than a mere insect. Years from now, people will remember the genius modifier, Tang Wei, while you will merely be known as the arsonist Lu. The crowd exchanged barbs, each word piercing Lu Ming's heart. He was thoroughly unhinged. Impossible. Impossible. I am the true genius. His face twisted in a snarl. Lu Chong's superior coldly observed him, stating, enough. Get in the car. Any further discussion can wait until we are inside. With that, Lu Ming was escorted into the police vehicle. He cast a resentful glance at Tang Wei, who, at that moment, was deep in thought. Having just heard the crowd's accolades, he felt no swelling pride. Instead, he was suddenly engulfed by a sense of loss. Am I truly a genius? Can I truly bear this honor? Without the system, I am nothing. At this moment, the system unexpectedly consoled Tang Wei. You are mistaken. What truly matters is not who possesses the brilliant idea, but rather where that idea is applied. You possess a sincere heart, which is why the system has chosen you. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei felt a sense of relief. Just then, Xiao Fong patted Tang Wei on the shoulder. What are you thinking about? Tang Wei snapped back to reality and shook his head. It's nothing. Everything has come to an end, and Tang Wei bid farewell to everyone, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a man began to shout in distress. My car! Who the hell has wrecked my car like this? I won't let this go. He then spotted Li Chong not far away and hurried over. Officer, you must take charge. Just look at my car. It's been completely smashed. I just had it repaired last time, and now it's been damaged again. This must be intentional. You have to arrest this malicious culprit. Protect the citizens. He pointed accusingly at a nearby truck, wearing a pitiful expression. This truck had obstructed the fire lane and had been struck by Tang Wei. Li Chong looked at the man, utterly speechless. Tang Wei coughed lightly and said, I'm sorry, your car was hit by me. The man's face changed dramatically, and he angrily seized Tang Wei by the collar. Li Chong quickly intervened. What are you doing? Under Li Chong's authoritative gaze, the man restrained himself a little. Officer, did you hear that? My car was hit by him. You need to arrest him. Tang Wei so my. Indeed, it was I who hit it, and it was intentional. The man became furious. Did you hear that? He did it on purpose. Why aren't you arresting him? At this moment, the onlookers could no longer remain silent. What are you barking about? Your car has blocked the fire lane twice. It nearly caused a serious incident. Exactly. The fire truck almost couldn't get through, and, out of sheer necessity, he had to ram your wreck of a vehicle. Under such circumstances, he bears no responsibility. Rather, you should compensate for the damages. Yes, yes. Faced with the crowd's words, the man began to feel guilty. Li Chong looked at him coldly and said, Indeed, your actions have severely compromised public safety. The fact that we are not pursuing consequences against you is already lenient, and yet you have come to seek trouble. The man's demeanor faltered immediately upon seeing Li Chong's expression. I didn't know. It was a misunderstanding. I just bought the car. Were you not informed about this when you obtained your driver's license? What driver's license? What is that for? At this, the crowd could no longer contain their laughter. Good heavens, he's driving without a license. Li Chong felt utterly speechless and promptly dialed the traffic police. Hello, we have a case of unlicensed driving here. The man realized something was amiss and attempted to make a run for it. However, he was swiftly apprehended by Li Chong. Under my watchful gaze, one cannot hope to escape. The individual resigned to their fate. Officer, I was wrong. Witnessing this comical scene, those around could hardly contain their laughter. Truly, they deserved it, acting so self-righteous despite their own mistakes. Now, feeling defeated, aren't we? Tang Wei offered a faint smile and departed from the scene. Shortly after returning home, Li Liang called. Hello, Mr. Tang. Are you available at the moment? Tang Wei pondered for a moment before replying. Yes. What can I do for you? Our company is experiencing remarkable growth, and a significant figure wishes to collaborate with us. We would like to invite you to meet him. Certainly, when and where? Li Liang provided the time and location, then inquired, Shall we send someone to pick you up? No need, I can manage on my own. He had little interest in the identity of this prominent figure. Yet, as a major shareholder of Liangshin Automobile, it was essential to partake in certain formalities. Soon, Tang Wei arrived at the hotel Li Liang mentioned. Chapter 150. When I grow up, I want to be an astronaut. Li Liang spotted Tang Wei at the entrance and hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Tang, you've arrived. Please follow me. Tang Wei know that? And the two entered a lavish room where he quickly recognized the esteemed guest of the day. Tang Wei, we meet again. Mr. Sure. I had no idea the important figure Li Liang mentioned was you. Tang Wei was surprised to find a familiar face. Li Liang chuckled. I didn't realize Mr. Sure and Mr. Tang were already acquainted. That is splendid. If Tang Wei could befriend someone of Dragon King-esque stature, knowing Shirley was certainly not surprising. Before long, they all seated themselves. Shirley began addressing the matter at hand. Your company's reputation has been soaring lately. Liangshin Automobile has truly given a breath of fresh air to our domestic automotive industry. Li Liang responded with a smile. This is all thanks to Mr. Tang. Without him, Liangshin Automobile would have long been bankrupt. Shirley shook his head, stating, No, in truth, I have been closely monitoring Liangshin Automobile. It is evident that you are a company committed to serious automotive endeavors. Tang Wei affirmed, Indeed. It was precisely this commitment that motivated me to assist Liangshin in rising anew. Li Liang felt a bit embarrassed. The discussion then shifted to the specifics of their collaboration, and the entire process was quite pleasant. After a delightful meal, they all departed. Meanwhile, at the Supreme Research Institute Aerospace Engineering Project Department, an 18-year-old girl entered the R&D department, marveling at the aviation models before her. She snapped pictures with her phone exclaiming, "Wow, how cool. Is this the model of the spacecraft Shenlong that Dad is riding this time? It truly exudes a sense of advanced technology. If only I could bring it home as a keepsake." Just then, the door swung open, and a stern-looking man stepped inside. Upon encountering the girl, he was taken aback. "Who are you?" The girl, frightened by his appearance, retreated to a corner, her expression innocent. The man continued to press her. "Speak quickly. What do you intend to do?" The girl was thoroughly flustered. Fortunately, at that moment, another man approached. Upon seeing him, the girl seemed to have found a savior. She dashed over and clutched the hem of Gao Ming's clothing. "Uncle Gao Ming, this guy's so fierce, boo-hoo." Gao Ming sighed and remarked, "Junlon, didn't I tell you not to run off? I've only taken my eyes off you for a few minutes, and you've wandered here. But I got lost. This place is so vast. Every room looks similar, and I just didn't know where I ended up." The girl named Junlon said, her voice tinged with grievance. The man who had just scolded her looked bewildered and turned to Gao Ming, asking Professor Gao, "What is going on? Who is she?" Gao Ming explained, "This is Lin Junlon, the daughter of astronaut Lin Tianyu, who was on a mission aboard the Shenlong spacecraft." Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed to one of understanding. "So you brought her here?" "Indeed," Gao Ming replied. The man let out a sigh of relief. "Since she is Lin Tianyu's daughter, then it is all right. I thought she was a spy sent to snoop on our secrets." Gao Ming chuckled. "How could that be? You underestimate our security." The man, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "True. Anyone not part of our team cannot enter." He then turned to Lin Junlon, softening his tone. "Little girl, I apologize for being so stern earlier. However, you must promise us not to wander off alone." Lin Junlon nodded obediently, responding, "Ma'am, I understand." The man smiled. "You truly resemble your father, Lin Tianyu, a national hero. You must study hard and aspire to be like him." Hearing this, Lin Junlon swelled with pride. "Yes, my dad is the best. He was the first person to travel to Yinxing in a manned spacecraft." Both the man and Gao Ming chuckled. "Well, let's leave quickly. This area cannot be accessed casually. Consider this a one-time exception. Next time, it won't be so easy," Gao Ming said as he led Lin Junlon away. After they departed, a sly smile crept onto Lin Junlon's lips, as if a scheme had succeeded. The following day, early in the morning, Tang Wei was approached by a visitor. The newcomer was a pure-looking girl, seemingly harmless. Indeed, it was Lin Junlon. "Miss, what is your request?" Tang Wei inquired politely. Adhering to his usual courtesy, Lin Junlon boldly stated, "I want to transform my car into a spaceship." Her declaration nearly caused Tang Wei to choke. What an audacious request. He gazed at the girl before him and shook his head. "Miss, please do not jest." Lin Junlon, upon hearing Tang Wei's words, realized he had misunderstood her intentions, and thus said, "Do not be anxious. I am aware that you lack such capabilities." Tang Wei thought to himself, "Lack of capability? As long as the funds are in place, I can indeed make it happen." As Lin Junlon spoke, she produced a photograph of the Shenlong spacecraft model taken the previous day. "Here, you merely need to modify the exterior of our vehicle to resemble this image. For a master of modifications like you, this should pose no challenge, right?" Upon viewing the model, Tang Wei's brows suddenly knitted together. "Isn't this the Shenlong?" Lin Junlon was equally astonished. "How do you know?" She thought, "Isn't this supposed to be confidential?" Tang Wei refrained from responding. Naturally, it was the esteemed Gao Ming and others who had informed him. He could not help but harbor doubts regarding the girl's true identity. However, this was of little concern to him. It sufficed to alter the exterior to resemble a spacecraft. Correct? Tang Wei apfim. Lin Junlon nodded. "Indeed, of course. If you could make it fly, I wouldn't mind at all." Tang Wei chuckled wryly and shook his head. "To think you were the first girl to seek my modification services," he mused. "Oh, really? I had assumed only men would be interested in such things." Lin Junlon replied with a smile. "Who says that? Girls have dreams too. When I grow up, I want to be an astronaut. Will your grandparents be delighted? Will they give you your favorite big ear slaps?" Tang Wei instinctively recalled a commercial slogan. Lin Junlon shook her head. "What nonsense! I have no grandparents. My father is an astronaut." Realizing she had spoken too freely, she hastily ceased her words. Tang Wei quickly picked up on this detail. Indeed, this girl's identity was far from ordinary. No wonder she possessed the confidential Shenlong spacecraft model. Lin Junlon then began to feign ignorance. What was I just saying? It seems I have said nothing at all." Tang Wei played along with her act. "Yes, you have said nothing. I have heard nothing either. Lin Junlon promptly shifted the conversation. By the way, my dad will be back soon, so I hope you can complete the modifications quickly. I want to surprise him. At this point, her face lit up with anticipation. It was evident that she held deep affection for her father. Tang Wei nodded, saying, "All right, I will do my utmost to finish swiftly." After their discussion concluded, Lin Junlon departed from Tang Wei's company. Chapter 151. That was no illusion. For Tang Wei, merely altering the exterior was exceedingly simple. Reflecting on Lin Junlon's innocent and endearing demeanor, coupled with the generous payment she offered, he resolved to independently elevate the challenge. His plan was to enable the vehicle to fully simulate a genuine space environment, allowing Lin Junlon, the girl who aspired to be an astronaut, to acclimate to the conditions of outer space in advance. Certainly, if one merely wishes to drive the car normally, they can switch back to the everyday mode. Contemplating this, Tang Wei commenced the modification of his vehicle. Just as he was nearing completion, a call from Gao Ming interrupted him. "Tang Wei, are you available at the moment?" "No." Tang Wei replied without hesitation. "No? Then you must carve out some time for me. A significant event has transpired, an exceedingly momentous one." Hearing the serious tone in Gao Ming's voice, Tang Wei sensed that matters were far from trivial. "Oh, what is this major event? Do you recall the manned spacecraft, Shenlong, I mentioned to you earlier?" "Yes, I remember. What happened?" Gao Ming swallowed hard and continued. "Originally, they were set to complete their mission on Yinxing and return shortly. However, en route back to Lansheng, they suddenly lost contact." "Really? What might be the cause?" "We suspect either a malfunction of the spacecraft or an attack. Currently, only a few parts have fallen, while the main body has vanished without a trace. It is exceedingly strange. Does that mean the people aboard the spacecraft are in danger?" "Indeed," Gao Ming sighed. "They are likely facing dire circumstances. However, there is an even more peculiar matter at hand." "What is this strange matter?" Instead of answering directly, Gao Ming spoke mysteriously. "It's a long story. Let's discuss it further when you arrive at the highest research institute." Tang Wei's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. This Gao Ming certainly knew how to build suspense. Yet, perhaps there was indeed something that required confidentiality. "Very well, I shall come immediately." Tang Wei hung up the phone and prepared to head to the highest research institute. At that moment, he caught sight of the spacecraft he had just been modifying. It seemed he would have to leave it for now. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The girl named Lin Junlon had mentioned that her father was an astronaut, and she had said he was due to return soon. Could it be that her father is one of the astronauts who is now missing? With this thought, Tang Wei's mood grew heavy. Although their conversation had been brief, he could tell that Lin Junlon was a very innocent girl, filled with admiration for her father. What would happen if she learned of this incident? Sighing, Tang Wei got into his car. Upon reaching the highest research institute, he met with Gao Ming. "Professor Gao." "Tang Wei, you've arrived. Let's speak inside." The two entered a room. "Professor Gao, can you now tell me what strange events have transpired?" As soon as he sat down, Tang Wei could no longer contain his curiosity. Gao Ming replied, "Patience, I will explain it to you in due course. We have employed numerous methods, yet we have been unable to locate the main body of the spacecraft. Just when we presumed that the crew aboard Shenlong had met with tragedy, someone claimed to have recently seen the crew members. Tang Wei Vimak, Su Li. This must be a case of mistaken identity. After all, there are so many who resemble one another. If they truly had returned, such a significant event would certainly be reported to the relevant authorities." Gao Ming shook his head. "Initially, everyone shared your sentiment, believing that the families had succumbed to nostalgia and misidentified someone. However, this was not merely the experience of one or two individuals. Every family member of the Shenlong incident witnessed the return of their loved ones." "What?" Tang Wei exclaimed in astonishment. "Then, why haven't they come forward to report it?" According to the family's accounts, these individuals were merely glimpsed from a distance. Whenever they attempted to approach, they found themselves unable to reach them, as if caught in a dream, yet it felt so vividly real. As Tang Wei listened, an inexplicable eeriness enveloped him. Could it be a visitation in a dream? "No, we are staunch materialists." He swiftly dismissed the notion. Gao Ming continued, "Indeed, it is quite perplexing. Our top researchers have pondered this for quite some time without resolution, which is why we sought your insight." "Me?" Tang Wei pointed to himself, a wry smile escaping his lips. "I too am at a loss. I suspect it may indeed be a mere dream, an illusion born from their inability to accept the tragic news of their loved one's demise. Such matters should not warrant my involvement at all." At that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly. No, it is not an illusion, I can assure you. My father truly returned. Tang Wei turned to see Lin Junlan. Her presence surprised him. At that moment, Lin Junlan appeared haggard, devoid of the vivacity she once possessed. It seemed the devastating news of her father's fate had taken a significant toll on her. Gao Ming was equally taken aback. Junlan, what brings you here? Upon seeing Tang Wei's face, Lin Junlan paused, bewildered. It's you? What are you doing here? What is your relationship with Uncle Gao Ming? Gao Ming hurriedly explained. It appears you two have met. This is our nation's distinguished talent, known as Tang Wei. Distinguished talent? Lin Junlan was somewhat surprised. She only knew Tang Wei as a master modifier and did not realize he was recognized as a special talent by the top research institute. Tang Wei shook his head. Let's set that aside for now. Miss Lin, does this mean you truly witnessed the return of your father? Lin Junlan nodded emphatically. Indeed, I can confirm it. I truly saw him. You must believe me. Tang Wei and Gao Ming exchanged glances. Very well, I believe you. Tang Wei declared. How many times did you see him? And where did this occur? 3 times. Lin Junlan answered without hesitation. She recounted the times and locations of each encounter with her father. Tang Wei committing each detail to memory. But if you were certain he appeared in reality, why did he not acknowledge you? Tang Wei finally voiced his concerns. Lin Junlan felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. I'm uncertain of what I desire. He must have his own reasons. He then turned his gaze towards Uncle Gao. Uncle Gao, you must locate the spaceship. Perhaps when it is found, the truth will be revealed. For some inexplicable reason, she instinctively sensed that the missing spacecraft held the key to the problem. Gao Ming sighed. Very well, I promise you this. During this time, focus on resting and refrain from overthinking. Lin Junlan replied, quietly departing. Tang Wei fell into deep contemplation. Tang Wei, in truth, this matter does not pertain to you. If it perplexes you, there is no need to dwell on it. Gao Ming continued. The reason I summoned you is that there is another, more pressing issue. Oh, what is it? Gao Ming elaborated. The Shenlong has been designed to perfection, yet it has still encountered malfunctions. Therefore, I hope you can offer some suggestions for improvement to prevent a recurrence of tragedy. Tang Wei note that. Understood. But isn't it true that the main body of the Shenlong has yet to be located? No worries. We possess complete design blueprints and data. Chapter 152, Unidentified Object, descends upon hearing Gao Ming's words. Tang Wei was taken aback. Professor Gao, you cannot be serious. You expect me to improve the Shenlong spacecraft. While he knew he was capable, for an ordinary individual, even with his displayed genius, this task seemed extraordinarily audacious. Tang Wei could not help but admire Gao Ming's boldness. Gao Ming chuckled. Tang Wei, I have faith in your abilities. Tang Wei quickly shook his head. No matter what, I am but a solitary individual. How can I possibly compare with the elite of the highest research institute? You all are such talented individuals who have invested immense effort into your research. Entrusting me with suggestions for improvement may only lead to regression. At that moment, Gao Ming patted him on the shoulder. What is this? Why the sudden humility? Tang Wei pondered. Had he truly been so arrogant before? Gao Ming continued. Scientific research is not merely a matter of brute strength. A larger team does not necessarily equate to greater results. Perhaps insights that we have long overlooked may suddenly become clear from a fresh perspective. Moreover, I am not demanding a flawless design. I merely seek an additional point of view. Tang Wei note that. You are correct. Subsequently, Gao Ming prepared to present all the materials regarding the Shenlong to Tang Wei. Tang Wei immediately interjected, by the way, Professor Gao, if possible, may I examine the fallen components of the Shenlong? For him, understanding the documents was uncertain. However, merely witnessing the Shenlong, even if only a fragment, could enable him to utilize the system to propose modifications. Gao Ming hesitated upon hearing Tang Wei's request. After a moment's deliberation, he resolved, all right, you may. Thus, Gao Ming escorted Tang Wei to the secret chamber housing the remnants of the Shenlong spacecraft. Tang Wei cast a glance and activated the system. Device, spaceship damage level 999, please enter the modification plan and estimated costs. Upon witnessing the familiar interface, a satisfied smile spread across Tang Wei's face. Indeed, even with only fragments remaining, modifications were still feasible. He then bid farewell to Gao Ming and departed from the highest research institute. Upon returning to his workplace, Tang Wei gazed at the nearly completed replica of the Shenlong's exterior and couldn't help but sigh. As anticipated, the individuals aboard the Shenlong were likely met with misfortune. Lin Junlin's surprise gift for her father would forever remain unfulfilled. A particular lyric echoed in his mind. When a ship sinks to the ocean's depths, when a person becomes a mystery, you cannot comprehend why they departed. That farewell turned out to be the last. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to fulfill his obligations. Thus, he temporarily set aside the Shenlong modifications and continued working on Lin Junlin's vehicle. That night, the tranquil city was abruptly awakened by a thunderous explosion. An unidentified object descended upon the northern outskirts of City A, resulting in a violent impact. The residents in the urban area could feel the buildings tremble violently. What was happening? Was it an earthquake? It seemed a meteorite had fallen. Could it be true? Soon, officials from the relevant departments arrived at the site of the object's landing, swiftly evacuating nearby residents. The highest research institute convened an emergency meeting. What was going on? Was it really a meteorite? Unlikely, as reports from the scene indicated that the meteorite measured several dozen meters in diameter. If it were indeed a meteorite, its impact would be far more catastrophic. Indeed, we have always had agencies monitoring potential meteorite falls in space, and no anomalies have been detected prior to this. This implies that this object appeared out of thin air. Impossible. Something must have gone awry. At that moment, Gao Ming pinpointed the crux of the issue. Let us not dwell on that. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the true nature of this unidentified object. The others nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Consequently, they also rushed to the scene. Tang Wei, roused by the commotion, heard whispers of a meteorite falling and felt intrigued, promptly driving over to the location. To his surprise, he was soon intercepted by a group of individuals. Apologies, sir, but entry is restricted at this time. Please take an alternate route. Tang Wei felt a twinge of frustration, contemplating whether to present the military honor medal bestowed upon him, uncertain if it would grant him passage. Just then, he spotted a familiar face. Tang Wei, you're here too? It was Gao Ming, accompanied by other experts from the highest research institute. Tang Wei nodded and replied, indeed. Gao Ming gazed at the individual who had obstructed Tang Wei's path, saying, this esteemed individual is from our highest research institute. I kindly ask you to grant him passage. The man looked at Tang Wei in astonishment, exclaiming, what? He is remarkably young. Quickly regaining his composure, he replied, very well, please, come in. Subsequently, Tang Wei and Gao Ming, along with others, finally entered. Before them lay an expansive terrain, where a colossal boulder was deeply embedded in the ground. Tang Wei understood that had it been an impact from a meteorite, there would have been at least a significant crater. This situation was entirely different. What are your thoughts? Everyone, one of the experts inquired. Another responded, I believe this cannot possibly be the result of a meteorite strike. Perhaps it is a craft from an extraterrestrial civilization. Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of astonishment. Let's not jump to conclusions too hastily. Instead, why don't we observe it up close? Another suggested. At that moment, the once motionless boulder suddenly began to stir. Everyone was taken aback. What is happening? They gasped, their eyes fixed on the boulder. Suddenly, it rose from the ground, its rounded form unfurling to reveal a massive, unidentified creature. This sight left all present in a state of shock. A monstrous entity, they exclaimed in unison. It became evident that this being was likely an extraterrestrial life form. In a state of panic, those nearby hastily scattered. Tang Wei swiftly opened the car door, urging Gao Ming and the others to enter, before accelerating away. What on earth was that? How terrifying! They pondered. Could it truly be an invasion by aliens? Inside the vehicle, everyone remained in a state of shock. The creature did not pursue the fleeing crowd, but instead unleashed a terrifying roar from its position. It then severed nearby high-voltage power lines, sending sparks flying. Before long, military fighter jets and ground forces surrounded the area, seeking to contain the creature's rampage. Zheng Yi piloted his aircraft, staring down at the beast in disbelief. While he had encountered an unidentified creature on a deserted island, the sense of dread brought forth by this monster was unparalleled. With a command issued, an assault on the creature commenced. However, to their astonishment, conventional weaponry failed to inflict any significant damage. How is this possible? Panic swept through the ranks as the creature continued its destruction. Chapter 153. The inconceivable Shenlong. Tang Wei escorted Gao Ming and the others to a safe location before instructing them to disembark. Please step out of the vehicle. I have matters to attend to. Gao Ming regarded Tang Wei with concern. Tang Wei, what are you planning? Do not act recklessly. Tang Wei shook his head, smiling reassuringly. Do not worry. I know what I'm doing. With a sigh, Gao Ming relented. All right, just be careful. Tang Wei nodded in acknowledgement, bidding farewell to the crowd. Tang Wei turned his head and drove toward the location of the monster. Subsequently, he commanded the car to unleash its electromagnetic cannon upon the beast. Yet the effort proved futile. How infuriating! At that moment, two oddly shaped beings joined the fray, Makabaka and Yugabigu. These combat robots, once defeated and subsequently repaired by Tang Wei, had been entrusted to the military, and now they were poised to serve their purpose. Yugabigu and Makabaka seized the monster's legs, pulling in opposite directions, causing the creature to lose its balance and crash to the ground. However, this was merely child's play for the monster. It rose once more, effortlessly kicking Yugabigu and Makabaka away like mere children. It then continued its advance toward the urban area. Tang Wei furrowed his brow. This creature must be stopped from entering the city. The commander overseeing the battle spoke resolutely. Everyone exerted their utmost effort to impede the monster's progress. Tang Wei exited the vehicle, transforming it into a robot to join the battle. Indeed, this wave of assault managed to halt the monster's advance, yet it remained unscathed. Suddenly, a flock of cars soared through the sky, astonishing Zheng Yi, who was piloting a fighter jet. Could be Tang Wei. On the ground, Tang Wei smiled faintly. Indeed, he had dispatched all the vehicles from the company garage to this location. Once all the cars merged to form a colossal robot, they would surely defeat this monster. One by one, the vehicles transformed in midair, combining to create a magnificent giant. This sight left everyone in awe. What remarkable technology is this? The military possesses such formidable weaponry. Why have I never heard of these machines before? Are they truly unleashing their trump card? Only Zheng Yi understood that this was Tang Wei's masterpiece. A faint smile graced his lips. Tang Wei, you have once again impressed me. The giant robot swiftly engaged the monster in combat, exchanging blows with neither side, gaining the upper hand. Tang Wei realized that this stalemate could not continue. He needed to uncover the beast's weakness. Thus, he tentatively scanned the monster with the system. To his surprise, he made an unexpected discovery. The creature before him was primarily a mechanical structure. Tang Wei let out a sigh of relief. Excellent. If it is a machine, it should be manageable. However, upon closer inspection of the monster's mechanical framework, he experienced an unsettling sense of familiarity. Why did it feel as though he had seen this design before? Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Wasn't this the very structure of the Shenlong? Realizing this, Tang Wei found the revelation utterly astonishing. Why has a human spacecraft transformed into this ferocious beast before our eyes? What has it endured? With no time to ponder further, Tang Wei promptly contacted Gao Ming to elucidate the situation. Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, Gao Ming and the researchers were utterly astonished. What did you say? How is this possible? They simply could not believe it. Tang Wei, is what you say true? How can you ascertain that the creature's internal structure is identical to that of the Shenlong? After a moment of hesitation, Tang Wei replied, because my machine possesses X-ray capabilities. I can assure you, what I have stated is unequivocally true. He then urged, you must contact the Shenlong immediately to ascertain its condition. Gao Ming pondered for a brief moment before directing one of his associates, get in touch with the Shenlong at once. No, but just follow my instructions. Very well. Soon, they established communication with the long-lost Shenlong. However, this time, they were met with an unexpected development. Professor, we have a signal. Yet, there is no response. What? Upon receiving this news, Gao Ming felt no thrill. This indicated that Tang Wei's claims were indeed veritable. The creature was the Shenlong. No, this cannot be. Tang Wei sighed, stating, Professor Gao, although the situation appears fantastical, it is the only plausible explanation. He continued, based on the blueprints I've reviewed, the Shenlong is equipped with a self-destruct system, which can be detonated by the ground command center, correct? You are correct, Gao Ming acknowledged, understanding Tang Wei's reasoning. However, what about the personnel aboard the Shenlong? Tang Wei lamented, Professor, do you not comprehend? Under these circumstances, the individuals on the Shenlong have likely perished. If we do not swiftly conclude this matter, it will only result in further casualties. Gao Ming exhaled deeply. I understand now. At that moment, a car approached. Tang Wei glanced inside and was taken aback to see Lin Junlan. This place is perilous. Get away. Tang Wei shouted at Lin Junlan, bewildered as to why she had come here. Lin Junlan looked at Tang Wei and declared, Tang Wei, I have a premonition that my father is nearby. I must find him. Hearing this, Tang Wei was momentarily stunned. Could it be that there were survivors aboard the Shenlong? Gao Ming continued speaking on the phone. Very well. Let us detonate the Shenlong and put an end to this. Lin Junlan was taken aback by this revelation. What? Detonate the Shenlong? What has happened? Gao Ming was equally astonished by Lin Junlan's presence. Junlan, how did you end up here? Lin Junlan exited the car, forcefully taking Tang Wei's phone, and implored, Uncle Gao, what is going on? Have you found the Shenlong? And why must it be detonated? What about my father and the others? Gao Ming and Tang Wei found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to explain the situation to Lin Junlan. Suddenly, the monstrous creature erupted in a fit of rage, violently pushing aside a colossal automaton and obliterating a fighter jet in its wake. The debris from the aircraft hurtled towards Tang Wei and the others, causing Lin Junlan's eyes to widen in terror, just as she braced for the worst. Tang Wei swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. In that instant, she felt her feet lift off the ground as they soared away at an astonishing speed. In that critical moment, Tang Wei had transformed the nearby vehicle to rescue the two of them. The automaton clutched Tang Wei tightly while he held Lin Junlan securely. Once they had successfully landed, Tang Wei released her. Lin Junlan gazed in awe at the transformed automaton, utterly astonished. Is this your masterpiece? It's simply marvelous. Tang Wei note that, then solemnly advised, this place is far too perilous for you. You must leave at once. Wait, please explain to me what you meant earlier about detonating the Shenlong. Chapter 154. Your father is a hero. Tang Wei hesitated for a moment before divulging the details to her. Lin Junlan stared incredulously at the beast and exclaimed, What? Are you saying my father is inside that monster? Tang Wei shook his head. Although we have established a connection with the Shenlong, we have been unable to contact your father and the others. It is highly likely that they have already met a tragic fate. The only way to stop this creature is to detonate the Shenlong. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Junlan shook her head vehemently. No, my father must still be alive. Is there truly no other way? Tang Wei, unable to bear the pleading look in her eyes, felt a pang of compassion. The decision he was proposing was far too cruel for her, and while the hope of her father's survival was already exceedingly dim, detonating the Shenlong would extinguish even that flicker of hope. At that moment, Gao Ming spoke up from the other end of the line. Junlan, it's possible that your father has already exited the Shenlong. You mentioned having seen him with your own eyes, did you not? Upon hearing this, Lin Junlan glanced back at the distant monster. No, my intuition tells me he is still inside. Then an idea struck her. Wait, can we not capture the signal from the Shenlong? I want to speak with my father. Gao Ming sighed. Junlan, as I mentioned earlier, we have not detected any response from the Shenlong's crew, or they may have truly departed. He sought to comfort Lin Junlan with this rationale. Uncle Gao, I implore you, let me try, no matter what. Lin Junlan continued to plead. Tang Wei could not help but interject. Yes, let her have a chance. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Ming acquiesced to her request. Very well. He then positioned his phone in front of the communication equipment linked to the Shenlong. Junlan, the peculiar sounds you are hearing now are emanating from the Shenlong. If you have anything to convey to your father, please do so. He understands that if Lin Yanyu could hear, he would have already responded. Nevertheless, this moment may grant Lin Junlan a sense of fulfillment. As she listened to the cacophony on the other end, she felt a momentary disconnection. Dad, can you hear my voice? I know you are there. If you can hear me, please give me some sign. One to you? Yet, there was still no response from the other end of the line. At that moment, Tang Wei noticed something unusual about the monster. The creature that had been engaged in a fierce battle with the giant automobile suddenly ceased its movements, leaving Tang Wei astonished. It seemed to respond. What? Gao Ming found this utterly astounding. Could it be that Lin Yanyu and the others were indeed alive and capable of controlling the monster's actions? However, why? Gao Ming found himself perplexed. Seeing that her words had some effect, Lin Junlan was overcome with emotion. Dad, You are truly alive? How wonderful. Can you tell me what is happening? Why have you become like this? Suddenly, the monster, which had quieted for a moment, erupted into a frenzy again, pushing aside the giant automobile and wreaking havoc on the surrounding structures. Lin Junlan was taken aback. Dad, stop. Please stop. She cried out with all her might. Remarkably, the monster did halt, though it appeared to be in great pain. Tang Wei furrowed his brow. Could it be that Lin Tianyu and the others had merged with the Shenlong? And this monster was a living entity? What? How is that possible? Gao Ming and Lin Junlan were astounded by Tang Wei's hypothesis. Nevertheless, given the current situation, this explanation seemed plausible. Tang Wei continued. It is evident that this monster possesses a human consciousness, yet cannot fully control itself. Something incomprehensible must have transpired during the Shenlong's return journey. What should we do now? Lin Junlan inquired anxiously. Tang Wei gazed at the struggling creature, saying, Your father and the others must be striving to reclaim control over this body. Their consciousness is gradually awakening. Maintain the call. You must ensure your father's consciousness fully awakens. Lin Junlan nodded. All right, I understand. She then resumed, speaking into the phone. Dad, you have finally returned. Do you know how much I have missed you? Do you remember the promise you made to share all your experiences upon your return? I am unaware of what has transpired, but you must come back. Back to my side. Dad. Lin Junlan's voice began to tremble with emotion. At that moment, the monster raised its head and let out a mournful cry toward the sky. Lin Junlan chose not to continue speaking. Her father and the others must be feeling immense sorrow right now. Suddenly, the monster soared into the sky, leaving the crowd in shock. Was it about to depart? However, just as it ascended halfway, the creature's body erupted violently from within, transforming into countless fragments. Dad! Lin Junlan gazed skyward, crying out in anguish. Why? Why has this happened? She picked up her phone and questioned Gao Ming. Uncle Gao, what on earth is happening? Wasn't it supposed to be stopped? Why do we still detonate the Shenlong? Gao Ming was equally bewildered, responding, I have no idea. We did not activate the self-destruct mechanism of the Shenlong. Tang Wei quickly grasped the situation. Perhaps your father realized he could not control this body and, not wishing to harm others, chose to trigger the self-destruct mechanism himself. Gao Ming concurred, indeed. It must be so. Your father is a true hero. Lin Junlan stared blankly at the sky, murmuring to herself. Tang Wei sighed, offering her solace. Miss Lin, please accept my condolences. Suddenly, Lin Junlan lost control of her emotions and cried out, resting her head on Tang Wei's shoulder. Tang Wei found himself at a loss. Junlan! A sudden voice rang out, and Tang Wei turned toward its origin, spotting a middle-aged man. Lin Junlan trembled at the sound. She immediately spun around, and upon seeing the man, her face lit up with excitement. Dad, what? Tang Wei was taken aback by Lin Junlan's exclamation. The man before them was none other than Lin Junlan's father, Lin Tianyu. So, all of his and Gao Ming's earlier conjectures had been wrong? On the other end of the line, Gao Ming also heard this, exclaiming in astonishment, What? Lin Tianyu is still alive? That's wonderful. Dad, I knew you were still alive. Lin Junlan strove to wipe away her tears. Lin Tianyu gazed affectionately at Lin Junlan, saying, Junlan, I'm sorry. I have broken my promise. I promised I would return and share the entire story of landing on Yensheng with you. But now I can no longer do that. Lin Junlan was somewhat perplexed. Why? Haven't you returned? Chapter 155. I want to soar higher. Lin Tianyu did not answer her question, but continued speaking. Junlan, your father truly loves you. Promise me. You must live bravely. Lin Junlan began to realize something. Dad, what are you saying? Lin Tianyu waved his hand. Goodbye. You must become an astronaut like me. I will be waiting for you among the vast cosmos. No. Lin Junlan rushed forward, only to discover that her father's figure gradually faded away like a shadow. Witnessing this scene, Tang Wei was utterly astonished. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed it. Could this truly be the essence of a soul, as the legend suggests? Dad! Dad! Lin Junlan gazed at the emptiness surrounding her, engulfed by a profound sense of desolation. Tang Wei approached and gently patted her shoulder. Look up, he urged. Heeding his words, Lin Junlan lifted her gaze to the sky. There, amidst the vast sea of stars, one star flickered incessantly. Tang Wei continued. It is said that after death, one's consciousness disperses throughout the cosmos. I believe your father will always watch over you. Do not forget his words. Lin Junlon nodded, gazing at Tang Wei, sincerely expressing her gratitude. At that moment, a colossal automaton disassembled, transforming into a fleet of cars that soared towards Tang Wei's workplace. Lin Junlon marveled at this magnificent spectacle, feeling utterly awestruck. Tang Wei, may I ask you for a favor? She inquired. What is it? Speak freely, he replied. Fixing her gaze on the sky, her expression resolute, she declared, I wish to fly, to soar into the cosmos. Tang Wei was taken aback by her words. Lin Junlon then turned to him. I know you can make it happen, right? After a moment's hesitation, Tang Wei nodded. A car, under the cloak of night, accelerated towards the heavens. Soon, they breached the atmosphere and entered outer space. Seated in the passenger seat, Lin Junlon gazed out at the scenery. Was this not the vista her father had once beheld? This was his beloved, the boundless universe. Now, he too would find eternal rest within its embrace. Tang Wei remained silent throughout the journey. Suddenly, Lin Junlon spotted a distant point of light. The twinkling star she had seen from the ground must have emanated from here. Tang Wei, can we approach that light? My father must be there. Tang Wei nodded and steered towards the radiant point. As they drew nearer, a blinding white light engulfed them, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Junlon, a voice reminiscent of Lin Tianyu, echoed from an unknown source. Joy surged within her heart. Yet, in an instant, the light vanished, and everything felt like a fleeting dream. Lin Junlon did not feel disheartened. She was assured that her father would forever exist in some corner of this world. In due time, they would surely reunite. Tang Wei, I am truly grateful. Tang Wei offered a faint smile. Shall we return now? Yes, she replied. Tang Wei turned the vehicle around. At that moment, the car was suddenly attacked. What is happening? Tang Wei exclaimed, startled, as he caught sight of an unidentified creature. He widened his eyes in astonishment. Above the blue planet, there existed such a creature. Lin Junlon was equally startled, her expression darkening. Tang Wei sought to retaliate, only to discover that the car had sustained severe damage. Consequently, he had no choice but to return to the ground as swiftly as possible. It was over, given the current state of the vehicle. It would not endure long enough to reach the surface. Tang Wei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This was the first time he had experienced such an overwhelming sense of crisis. What should we do? Lin Junlon asked anxiously. Tang Wei glanced around and replied, we can only temporarily land on the Moonstar. The Moonstar is a satellite of the blue planet, the celestial body closest to it. Lin Junlon, filled with self-reproach, said, I'm sorry, Tang Wei. It's all my fault. Tang Wei shook his head. No more of that. Soon, the car, just before becoming completely inoperable, successfully landed on the surface of the Moonstar. This brought a sigh of relief to Tang Wei. However, the unidentified creature had followed them. Oh no, am I really going to meet my end here today? Various escape plans flashed through Tang Wei's mind. Summoning the giant Autobots for rescue would take considerable time. And there was no chance of that. Just at that moment of dire urgency, a golden light descended from the heavens. It was Ultraman. Tang Wei felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, the colossal figure of Diga Ultraman appeared. Lin Junlon was left dumbfounded. Ultraman truly existed in this world. She had only heard of the legends before, and today she was witnessing it for the first time. Without a moment's hesitation, Diga Ultraman unleashed his ultimate attack, a beam of light shooting towards the monster. The beast was caught off guard, pierced through, and subsequently exploded into fragments. Fantastic! Lin Junlon exhaled in relief. Diga Ultraman turned his head and nodded at the two inside the car. He then lifted Tang Wei's vehicle and soared towards the blue planet. Thank you, Diga. You have saved me twice now. Tang Wei wasn't certain if Ultraman could hear him in such an environment. At that moment, the remnants of the shattered monster suddenly fused with the rocks on the Moonstar's surface, gradually assembling into a creature nearly the same size as Diga. Tang Wei, witnessing this from inside the car, was taken aback. Diga, be careful. However, the monster had already unleashed a beam of light, striking Diga in the back. As Diga was attacked, the light on his chest began to flash urgently. Yet he did not turn back. Instead, he continued to carry the car towards the blue planet. Diga and Lin Junlon understood that Ultraman was there to protect them. Fortunately, the monster did not pursue them further, allowing both of them to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, how could a weakened Ultraman, burdened with a passenger, possibly defeat the monster? As they approached the atmosphere, Ultraman's light began to flicker more rapidly, and finally, it extinguished completely. No, Tang Wei sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Ultraman vanished into thin air, and the car succumbed to gravity, plummeting downwards. Lin Junlun gasped in horror. Fortunately, at that moment, Tang Wei's colossal automobile figure arrived just in time to catch the wrecked vehicle. How wonderful! Lin Junlun panted heavily, her heart racing from the tumultuous ups and downs of the past few minutes. But what if something happened to Ultraman? She couldn't help but worry about the being who had saved them. Digga? Tang Wei reassured her. Rest assured, Ultraman is not so easily defeated. Let's hope so. With the car safely on the ground, Tang Wei and Lin Junlun emerged from the vehicle. Thank you so much, Tang Wei. Until we meet again, fate permitting. Until we meet again. With that, they parted ways. Tang Wei resolved to first tow the wrecked vehicle back to the company before heading to the highest research institute to share what he had witnessed above Blue Star, an enigmatic creature. He had a premonition that this being might very well be the root cause of a series of bizarre incidents surrounding the Shenlong vessel. At that moment, Tang Wei suddenly noticed that someone had inexplicably taken a nap in the back seat of his car. To his astonishment, he recognized this individual. Chapter 156. The Return of Jin Xiao. There sat a man clad in golden attire, sporting golden shoes, adorned with 2 grand golden watches on his wrists, and wearing a pair of golden sunglasses. Indeed, he was the long-missing Jin Xiao. Jin Xiao. Tang Wei felt a surge of disbelief. Why had he appeared in his back seat? At present, Jin Xiao appeared pallid, his complexion starkly contrasting with his resplendent garb. Tang Wei hurriedly approached to assess his condition. Jin Xiao, what happened to you? Jin Xiao struggled to open his eyes, gazing at Tang Wei, and uttered faintly, "Thank goodness, everyone is safe." With that, he fainted once more. Tang Wei furrowed his brow. At that moment, he noticed something familiar peeking from Jin Xiao's pocket. He retrieved it. The divine light stick, could it be? Tang Wei looked at Jin Xiao in astonishment. So he is the human form of Ultraman Digga. This revelation left Tang Wei utterly astounded. After a considerable time, Jin Xiao finally regained consciousness, finding himself lying on a bed. You're awake, Tang Wei remarked with a smile. Jin Xiao rose to his feet and inquired, Tang Wei, was it you who saved me? Don't mention it. You've saved me twice, Tang Wei replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Jin Xiao realized that his true identity had been unveiled. So, you are aware that I am Ultraman. Tang Wei, note that. I truly did not expect that you would become the human form of Ultraman. He couldn't help but marvel. In his eyes, it was inconceivable that Ultraman, such a magnificent being, would choose a jaded scion of wealth as a vessel for humanity. Surely, selecting himself would be far more reasonable. After all, the system had proclaimed that he possessed a heart of genuine sincerity. Jin Xiao remarked, this is all thanks to you. Me? Tang Wei Guidit, so me wat popa. Indeed, on that fateful day, while recklessly speeding on the motorcycle you had modified for me on a private island, I inadvertently lost control and found myself traversing into an unknown realm. It was there that I encountered Digga. As he reminisced about that day's extraordinary events, Jin Xiao could not suppress a sigh of wonder. Tang Wei was taken aback. No wonder when he had checked Jin Xiao's location, it had displayed as unknown. At that moment, he must have been in an alternate dimension. It was said that one must surpass the speed of light to navigate through time and space. And yet, Jin Xiao's motorcycle had been modified when he was still of a lowly rank, yet it wielded such formidable power. Did this imply that he now possessed the ability to traverse time and space? The thought ignited a surge of excitement within Tang Wei. Perhaps he could use this method to return to his original world. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. Who could foresee where he would end up? Besides, he felt quite content in this world. Tang Wei, what troubles you? Jin Xiao, noticing Tang Wei lost in contemplation, interrupted his musings. Snapping back to reality, Tang Wei replied, it's nothing. He then inquired, by the way, do you know what that entity we encountered on Moonstar truly was? Upon hearing this, Jin Xiao's expression turned grave. It is a life form capable of merging with any object to create new species. Their original form lacks combat prowess, but their terrifying ability to fuse is truly alarming. The more powerful the entity they merge with, the stronger they become. Fortunately, at that moment, it had merely fused with the rocks of Moonstar, which was not too daunting. Suddenly, Tang Wei grasped the implications. Could it be that the Shenlong was fused by this life form, transforming it into a monster? Clenching his fists, he pondered, then why do they appear near Blue Star? And what could their intentions be? Jin Xiao shook his head. I am uncertain. After a moment's thought, Tang Wei declared, allowing such a terrifying life form to exist poses a significant threat to Blue Star. Jin Xiao, let us join forces and eradicate them. Together? Jin Xiao looked at Tang Wei. Indeed, you can transform into Ultraman, and I possess a gigantic Autobot. I believe our combined strength can vanquish them. Jin Xiao offered a bittersweet smile. Alas, I can no longer transform. As he spoke, he produced the Godlight Stick. I was gravely injured during the monster's attack, and my Godlight Stick, which enabled my transformation into Digga, has been destroyed. I can no longer become Digga. A hint of sorrow flickered in Jin Xiao's eyes. Tang Wei smiled faintly. It's a minor issue. The transformation device is merely malfunctioning, and I can repair it. What? Jin Xiao was taken aback by Tang Wei's words. He then shook his head in disbelief. Tang Wei, this is the Ultraman transformation device, the underlying principles of which remain inexplicable to scientists across the entire Blue Planet. You actually claim you can fix it? I appreciate your willingness to help, but this is simply beyond reach. In Jin Xiao's perspective, the Divine Light Stick was an enigma that current technology could not fathom. No matter how formidable Tang Wei was, his modifications were still within the realm of understanding. Do you doubt my abilities? Tang Wei inquired, gazing intently at Jin Xiao. Observing his unwavering confidence, Jin Xiao felt a flicker of uncertainty. He glanced at the Divine Light Stick in his hand and resolved to take a leap of faith. Very well, I believe you. I'll treat this as a last-ditch effort. With that, he handed the Divine Light Stick to Tang Wei. Jin Xiao, you should rest well. I will expedite the repair of your transformation device. Tang Wei assured him as he set to work. The terrifying creature was currently lurking not far from the Blue Planet, on the Moon Star. Who could predict when it might suddenly descend upon them? Hence, it was imperative to restore Jin Xiao's Divine Light Stick without delay. At this moment, City A had returned to its former tranquility. The relevant authorities had erased all traces of the Monster S attack, simultaneously suppressing any reports of the incident. After all, should such news circulate, it would incite widespread panic. Thus, everything appeared as if nothing had transpired. The songs continued, and the dances resumed. Only the personnel from the Supreme Research Institute and other related departments were left in dismay. Within the Supreme Research Institute, everyone gathered together. Gao Ming addressed the assembly. Everyone, Tang Wei has just shared some critical information with me. Oh, what news? He has unraveled the mystery behind the series of bizarre events concerning the Shenlong vessel. Upon hearing Gao Ming's words, the tension etched on their faces began to ease. Is that true? That's splendid. Please, tell us the details. Gao Ming sighed and recounted the information Jin Xiao had given to Tang Wei, including the existence of another synthesized monster on Moonstar. What? At this revelation, all present were rendered speechless, their expressions shifting dramatically. To think such a terrifying entity exists near our Blue Planet. Does this not imply that we could face another catastrophe at any moment? The realization struck them with disquiet. Indeed, Gao Ming declared with resolute determination. Therefore, our forthcoming mission is to collaborate with nations worldwide to establish a defense organization against extraterrestrial invasions. Chapter 157. Your vehicle has grown to more than half of mine on Tang Wei's end. In less than a day, he swiftly repaired the Divine Light Stick. Consequently, he proceeded to Jin Xiao's resting quarters. Jin Xiao, the Godlight Stick has been repaired. Tang Wei et galim net sitan li. What? It's fixed. Jin Xiao responded in astonishment. Are you sure? Tang Wei handed him the Godlight Stick, saying absolutely. If you don't believe me, why not transform right here and now? Jin Xiao nodded. All right. He was about to transform when Tang Wei quickly stopped him. Wait. I was just joking. Are you really going to transform here? What will happen to my house? Hearing this, Jin Xiao chuckled. You're mistaken. Ultraman has both giant and human-sized forms. As he spoke, he picked up the Godlight Stick, performed a motion, and placed it before his chest. A blinding light flashed, and Jin Xiao transformed into an Ultraman of human size. Overjoyed to have regained his Ultraman form, he marveled. I can't believe Tang Wei truly repaired the Godlight Stick. This is incredible. Tang Wei curiously touched Ultraman's body. Wow, this is amazing. If we filmed a movie, we could save a fortune on costumes. Jin Xiao nearly choked on his own laughter at Tang Wei's remark. Soon after, Jin Xiao transformed back. He looked at Tang Wei, exhilarated. Tang Wei, you really came through. You actually succeeded. Tang Wei smiled, of course. I said I could fix it. Would I lie to you? Jin Xiao nodded. I underestimated your abilities. It's proven that I can always trust you. Now, let us go deal with that monster from the Moonstar. Tang Wei remarked as he gazed at Jin Xiao. Now, do you think you can handle it? Jin Xiao shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine now. All right, just wait for me a moment. Tang Wei headed to the garage. There were many cars parked there, a dense array of modified Autobots, each boasting combat capabilities on par with the previous Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Observing the collection, Jin Xiao remarked, Tang Wei, impressive. Your number of cars is almost half of what I have in my garage. Tang Wei felt a bit embarrassed by such ostentatious praise. Not at all, not at all. These cars are all secondhand. They can't compare to yours. Jin Xiao retorted, you're being modest. I believe your vehicles are worth far more. They must have undergone some extreme modifications, right? Tang Wei nodded, not denying it. Are you building your own army of Autobots with all these modifications? Jin Xiao couldn't help but inquire. Yes, I had been threatened by a mysterious organization, so I had to modify a large number of Autobots for protection. However, I overestimated their strength. They have since requested a truce. Mysterious organization? What is that? Jin Xiao asked, puzzled. Tang Wei offered a casual explanation, and Jin Xiao furrowed his brow upon hearing it. Really? There is such an organization, and they even research how to become Ultraman? Indeed, it is imperative that you do not reveal your identity. Should the members of this organization target you, it would spell trouble. Rest assured, even without your urging, I would act accordingly. Presently, amidst the vastness of Blue Star, you are the sole individual aware of my identity as Ultraman. Hearing this reassured Tang Wei considerably. After all, in his view, it was quite rare for someone like Jin Xiao, a flamboyant and ostentatious wealthy individual, to be capable of keeping such a secret without boasting about it. Let's not dwell on this any longer. We must hasten to Moonstar. Tang Wei recalled the matter at hand. Thus, the two of them entered a vehicle. As Tang Wei's car ascended, the vehicles trailing behind followed suit, soaring into the heavens. To avoid drawing attention, the cars maintained a cloaked state until they exited the atmosphere, at which point they revealed themselves. Soon, the convoy arrived at Moonstar and came to a halt at a designated location. Subsequently, all vehicles except Tang Wei's began to transform and merge. Before long, a colossal automaton emerged. Jin Xiao was left utterly astonished. So this is the giant automaton you spoke of. At that moment, the giant automaton bore a gaping cavity in its chest, which served as the control room. Tang Wei piloted his vehicle towards the giant automaton, filling the void within its chest. Now, his vehicle functioned as the control center for the entire colossal automaton. He would personally wield the giant automaton in battle alongside Ultraman Digga. Jin Xiao remarked with awe, what a marvel of technology. Controlling this massive machine rivals transforming into Ultraman. How about we switch roles? You take the divine light stick, and I'll handle the controls here. Tang Wei shot him a disapproving glance. This is not the time for games. Let's be serious. He was acutely aware that he could not transform into Ultraman, nor could Jin Xiao operate his machine. Jin Xiao chuckled. I was just joking, but on a serious note, once this ordeal is over, could you arrange for a replica of that giant automaton for me? Tang Wei nonchalantly replied, we'll see. It depends on the circumstances. At that moment, he suddenly spotted something ahead. It has appeared. He adjusted the camera for a clearer view. And indeed, it was the monster. Jin Xiao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he brandished the divine light stick. Ultraman Digga materialized. The two stood side by side, exchanging glances before soaring towards the monster. The creature had also taken notice of them, and thus, a fierce battle commenced. Let us refrain from unleashing our light beams. We must lure it into space, ensuring it has no surfaces to cling to. Tang Wei communicated through the vehicle's signal transmitter to Jin Xiao. Jin Xiao acknowledged Tang Wei's words. Consequently, the two feigned a fierce engagement with the monster, ultimately retreating in disarray. This time, the bumbling creature indeed pursued them. As the moment approached, Tang Wei maneuvered the colossal automobile to pivot suddenly, launching projectiles towards the monstrous creature. The beast was mercilessly battered, its hide torn and flesh lacerated. After all, its fundamental composition was merely the rocky material of the moon, vastly inferior in strength compared to the other creature that had merged with the divine dragon. Seizing the opportunity, Ultraman Digga unleashed a radiant beam, reducing the monster to countless fragments that drifted through the cosmos. Surely, it would not resurrect this time, Tang Wei pondered. Tang Wei, let us survey the surrounding area for any other life forms. Jin Xiao's voice emanated from the communicator. Understood. The duo circumnavigated Blue Star, conducting a thorough inspection without encountering any anomalies, which allowed them to depart with ease. While one could not guarantee that the entity would never re-emerge, at least for the immediate future, there were no concerns. Upon returning to Blue Star, both men exhaled in relief. The sensation of saving the world is exhilarating. Jin Xiao exclaimed, clearly reveling in the experience. I have amassed wealth sufficient for several lifetimes. I once believed my existence lacked any meaningful pursuits. Who would have thought that encountering Digga would change that? He turned to Tang Wei, expressing heartfelt gratitude. This is all thanks to you. Chapter 158. The woman who knew the script, Tang Wei, was left momentarily speechless by the compliment. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Jin Xiao announced, preparing to depart. Very well. Let us reconnect should the need arise. By the way, you are always welcome to visit my island if you find the time. Jin Xiao extended an invitation to Tang Wei. Tang Wei shook his head. No, I have other matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Jin Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment. He held Tang Wei in high regard, believing him to be the only individual worthy of his friendship. For most, gaining access to his island was an impossibility. However, since Tang Wei declined, Jin Xiao did not press the issue further. All right then, may our paths cross again, he concluded as a golden helicopter descended gracefully from the sky. Jin Xiao boarded the helicopter and departed. Meanwhile, Lin Junlan remained alone in her room, fixated on her father's photograph for an extended period. Her mother had passed away at her birth, leaving her in her father's care for 18 years. Now that he too was gone, she felt an unprecedented loneliness. For several days, she had been listless, as if her very soul had departed. Gao Ming recognized Lin Junlan's sorrow over her father's loss, and he made occasional visits to offer her comfort. He was a close friend of Lin Tianyu, and regarded Lin Junlan as if she were his own niece. However, due to the pressing matters surrounding the mysterious entity that Tang Wei had mentioned, he found himself preoccupied and unable to remain by her side consistently. At that moment, the phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar number. Lin Junlan felt a moment of confusion before answering the phone. Hello, who is this? This is Tang Wei. The modifications you requested for your car have been completed. When will you come to collect it? Lin Junlan had completely forgotten about this arrangement, yet Tang Wei had not. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Tang Wei's voice, Lin Junlan felt a wave of emotion wash over her, almost bringing her to tears. Perhaps it was the memories that resurfaced, reminding her of the day her father had passed away. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lin Junlan soon arrived at Tang Wei's reception area. Tang Wei, here we meet again, she exclaimed, offering him a bright and cheerful smile. Tang Wei was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected this young woman to be so resilient, bouncing back from her sorrow so quickly. He had worried that coming to collect the car might evoke painful memories for her, considering the vehicle had been modified as a surprise for her father. In truth, Tang Wei's assumption was correct. Lin Junlan had merely concealed her grief. Yes, let us take a look at the modifications and see if they meet my expectations, she said as Tang Wei led her to the garage. The moment she laid eyes on the mini-dragon, she momentarily lost her focus, but quickly regained her composure. I'm not satisfied. Lin Junlan's declaration left Tang Wei astonished. Was she aiming to ruin his record of 0 complaints? Miss Lin, could you please elaborate on what you find unsatisfactory? With conviction, Lin Junlan replied, it cannot soar into space like the dragon. At this, Tang Wei was even more bewildered. Didn't TU say that the exterior modifications were sufficient? Lin Junlan began to feign ignorance. Did I? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Tang Wei rolled his eyes, finally comprehending her intentions. This girl, now aware of his ability to construct a spaceship, was attempting to extort him. How foolish he had been to worry about her. One must act with integrity. You think I would truly construct a spaceship for the mere 100,000 you provided? I believed that sum was excessive. So, I even added a simulated spaceflight feature for you, and yet you're still so greedy. A simulated spaceflight feature? Lin Junlan was taken aback. not expecting Tang Wei to have added that capability without her request. Yes, you mentioned your aspiration to become an astronaut, so I thought I would include it. Upon hearing this, Lin Junlun once again drifted into a reverie. I'm sorry, she realized she had overstepped. In truth, I'm quite pleased with your work. It's truly commendable. However, I still hope you can modify it into an actual spaceship. I believe you can achieve that, right? I can offer more money, 1 million, even 10 million. If all else fails, I could offer myself in return. With that, she gazed at Tang Wei with a look of longing. Tang Wei nearly choked in disbelief. It is not a matter of money. Are they seeking my life? Tang Wei spat blood once more, bewildered by this corporate-level comprehension. What I mean is, as a young woman, what do you need a spacecraft for? Space travel is no trivial matter. Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, Lin Junlin's heart grew heavy. Because I must confront unknown life forms and avenge my father. As she spoke, her fists clenched tightly. From Gao Ming, she had learned the harsh truth about her father's demise and others. Everything was orchestrated by the unidentified beings near Blue Star. Tang Wei shook his head at this reasoning. That makes it even less feasible to fulfill your request. What if something were to go awry? Is it truly impossible? Absolument impossible. Tang Wei's rejection was resolute. Although he empathized with Lin Junlin's feelings, rationality urged him to prevent her from acting recklessly. Unexpectedly, Lin Junlun suddenly broke into a sinister smile, evoking an ominous feeling within Tang Wei. At this point, I can only resort to my trump card. In truth, I know your secret. You are for another world, are you not? Tang Wei was taken aback by her words. This was something he had never disclosed to anyone. How could she possibly know? Or had he inadvertently revealed himself? Observing Tang Wei's reaction, Lin Junlin's smile grew more triumphant. It appears I was correct. You truly are a time traveler. Tang Wei hastily denied it. What nonsense are you spouting? Isn't that how web novels portray it? The male protagonist, once a short, impoverished loser, meets his end under a dump truck, only to be reborn in another world, equipped with a system, and subsequently embarks on an extraordinary journey, leading an astonishing life. She then turned to Tang Wei. You are so impressive, practically a template for a web novel protagonist. Hence the truth is singular. You are indeed a time traveler. Tang Wei wiped the sweat from his brow. Was this girl merely playing a role from a script? How could she have guessed so accurately? Fortunately, she was merely speculating without any substantial proof. As long as he did not admit it, he would be fine. Hence, he shot Lin Junlun a disdainful glance. You should read fewer novels. All this talk of time travelers and systems is fallacious and deceptive. When one dies, nothing remains. The notion of reincarnation is utterly absurd. Tang Wei could not have anticipated that this careless remark would pierce Lin Junlin's heart. What do you mean, when one dies, nothing remains, and there is no reincarnation? Chapter 159, Phantom's Counterattack. Lin Junlun wore a sorrowful expression, leaving Tang Wei somewhat at a loss. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. Science has yet to prove the existence of time travel or reincarnation. Tang Wei quickly amended his statement. Perhaps your father truly has been reborn. After all, did we not witness it that day? That ray of light must be a passage between two worlds. Your father might very well be living a life akin to that of a protagonist in a story in another realm. Lin Junlun regained her composure. Thank you, Tang Wei. Then, she suddenly added, if that is the case, you acknowledge the existence of time travel. You truly are a traveler from another world. Tang Wei was taken aback. How could she so effortlessly switch her mood? Moreover, what kind of divine logic was this? He had merely mentioned the existence of time travelers to comfort her. Yet somehow it had turned into an assertion of his own identity as a traveler, despite the fact that he indeed was one. I told you, I'm not. Tang Wei continued to deny it. Lin Junlun chuckled. I understand. How could one admit to such things? After reading numerous novels, I've noticed that protagonists rarely reveal their identities even until the very end. As long as you assist me in modifying the spaceship, I shall keep this secret for you. Otherwise, humph. Lin Junlun wore an expression reminiscent of a grand villain. Tang Wei appeared indifferent. It's fine, say what you will. I don't need your secrecy. We can simply see whether others believe it or not. Realizing her threats had no effect, Lin Junlun felt somewhat exasperated. All right, if you refuse to help me, then so be it. However, I have another request. What request? Lin Junlun hesitated for a moment, then said, I wish to become your disciple. What? Tang Wei was astounded. Soon after, he shook his head. No way. I do not take on disciples, especially not females. Lin Junlong grew somewhat angry. What is wrong with being female? If you want to help me build a spaceship, can't I learn the technology myself? Tang Wei looked at her earnestly and said with gravity, I've said it. The reason I want to build it for you is due to various considerations. Outer space is exceedingly perilous, and you cannot grasp its complexities. It must be me who handles it. Moreover, are you certain you can comprehend it all? This involves a great deal of knowledge. Perhaps you should finish your studies first. Upon hearing this, Lin Junlong felt somewhat unconvinced and opened her phone. These are the various awards and certificates I obtained while studying in Country X. Moreover, to become a person like my father, I chose aerospace as my major. How about that? Is this sufficient? Tang Wei was somewhat taken aback. It turned out she was a genius. She appeared to be under 20, yet had already completed her university studies. However, considering she was the daughter of Lin Tianyu and mingled with the likes of Gao Ming, she would not be lacking in ability. It seemed he had been caught off guard. After all, he was merely a graduate of a low-tier university, or else he wouldn't be struggling to find work and would not have had to inherit a repair shop. That still won't do. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang Wei could not compromise his principles. I understand. Lin Junlong smiled coldly. You are indeed a traveler equipped with a system. All that you have modified has been aided by this system. Without it, you would be nothing more than an inept fool, fearing the revelation of your true nature, which is why you refuse to take on disciples, or even enlist an assistant. At this moment, Tang Wei could no longer contain himself. Although Lin Junlong's assertions were largely accurate, he maintained that he possessed a modicum of capability independent of the system. The extensive modifications he had accomplished under the system's guidance had endowed him with considerable experience. Furthermore, during his university years, he had harbored a keen interest in mechanics, rendering him not entirely helpless without the system. Utter nonsense, Tang Wei retorted, disregarding any gentlemanly decorum in the presence of a lady. Then why not take me as your disciple? Only then would I believe you possess genuine talent. Lin Junlong scoffed in response. Tang Wei discerned her attempt at provocation, so he decided to play along. Ah yes, you're indeed correct. I am a traveler, and I possess a system. Satisfied? Seeing that Tang Wei was unfazed by her tactics, Lin Junlong grew increasingly exasperated. What is your problem? Fine, if you refuse to accept me. It's as if you think no one would desire to be your disciple. I could create things on my own. With that, she stormed off in anger. Tang Wei watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, at the A-Country branch of XX Motors, the head, Fan Tong, was becoming increasingly distressed. The sudden rise of Liangshin Motors had caused his company to lose a significant share of the market. Moreover, Liangshin Motors utilized entirely self-developed products, making it impossible to undermine them through any supply chain. As for a price war, Liangshin Motors' exceptional cost-performance ratio rendered such an endeavor futile. Fan, what should we do? Are we to allow Liangshin to flourish unchallenged? An employee inquired. Fan Tong furrowed his brow and replied, It seems we have no choice but to wage a war of public opinion. A war of public opinion? Indeed, we shall mobilize online trolls to tarnish Liangshin Motors' reputation. Understood. Fan, my 800,000 trolls are eager to spring into action. The employees responsible for this area perked up with excitement at this revelation. Soon, negative news regarding Liangshin Motors flooded various websites. Liang Xin, upon witnessing this situation, was taken aback. Indeed, what was inevitable has come to pass. His employees murmured amongst themselves. Liang, what should we do? The opposition is fierce, and we have no means to counteract them. Yes, even if we issue numerous statements to clarify the rumors, they hold little sway. Moreover, there are far too many rumor mongers, and their IPs are overseas. Pursuing them individually is simply impractical. Most importantly, major mainstream websites have partnerships with the opposition and are unwilling to assist us in removing these detrimental rumors. They are even fanning the flames. Are we to simply allow them to bully us in this manner? Observing the outrage among his team, Liang Xin felt utterly powerless. At that moment, he suddenly thought of Tang Wei. Tang Wei was acquainted with the Dragon King, Xiao Tianquan, a formidable figure capable of turning the tides with a mere gesture. If he intervened, surely the situation would be resolved. Consequently, Li Liang decisively contacted Tang Wei. Upon hearing the circumstances relayed by Li Liang, Tang Wei furrowed his brow. What? Such a thing exists? Indeed, while it may not have immediate repercussions, over time, The hard-earned reputation we have built could be utterly destroyed. Li Liang spoke with a hint of concern in his voice. Tang Wei reassured him, "Do not worry. This is merely a minor issue that I can resolve. You should focus on your own affairs." Comforted by Tang Wei's words, Li Liang felt a wave of relief. "That is splendid. I knew you would have a solution." After hanging up, Tang Wei did not reach out to Xiao Tianquan, but instead sought out Old Lu, as they were more adept in matters of this nature. Upon hearing the situation from Tang Wei, Old Lu was incensed. Chapter 160. Withdrawal? That is splendid. What? They are resorting to such despicable tactics to undermine our national enterprises? Liangshan Automobile is the hope of our domestic automotive industry. We cannot show leniency towards these slanderers. Otherwise, we would be disheartening those genuinely striving to produce quality products. Old Lu declared with righteous indignation. Tang Wei replied, "Indeed, that is why I wish to ask for your assistance in managing these negative remarks. I truly do not know whom else to turn to." After pondering for a moment, Old Lu responded, "Rest assured, I will contact the relevant authorities. I believe they will also take this matter seriously." He continued, "When I first saw the promotional video for Liangshan Automobile, I sensed your involvement, and it turns out I was right." Tang Wei smiled awkwardly. "Yes, after all, this enterprise is genuinely dedicated to producing quality products. So I thought I would lend a hand and perhaps earn a little profit along the way. That sounds quite commendable. Our automotive industry in country A has started too late and has been largely overtaken by foreign enterprises. It is indeed a good thing to have a domestic car company rise to prominence." Old Lu added, "To be frank, the quality of Liangshan Automobile is exceptional. Even our military is considering collaboration with you. The new vehicles you produce could easily serve as military equipment. That is excellent. With military cooperation, Liangshan Automobile will surely reach new heights." Meanwhile, in a small office within a towering building, a man, clad in a tank top and flip-flops, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, was furiously typing at his computer. Liangshan Automobile? Not even a dog would buy it. Haven't enough accidents been a lesson? It is nothing but a mobile coffin. Truly, foolish people with too much money, blindly following trends. Is there nothing but excrement in their brains? If you were to return to the village during the new year and someone inquired about the brand, would you have the audacity to utter it? You claim it can withstand explosions and bullets. Are you in a war zone? It has no practicality whatsoever. In just a few minutes, he spewed out dozens of scathing comments. Alongside him were hundreds of employees from the entire office, all meticulously trained online commentators, akin to human typewriters, many of whom had transitioned from writing novels that failed to yield financial returns. They were not only swift in their typing, but also possessed an extraordinary ability to influence sentiments, capable of stirring emotions with just a few words. Moreover, they had specialized scripts for garnering likes, with a single comment attracting tens of thousands of endorsements. Some might question the relevance of traditional online commentary in this era, arguing that intelligent AI would suffice. Indeed, this commentary studio did employ intelligent AI. However, its capacity to incite emotions remained insufficient and easily identifiable. Human commentators could adeptly adapt to various scenarios and evoke diverse feelings, a feat unattainable by machines. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly. A swarm of police officers surrounded them. "Do not move. You are suspected of illegal activities. All of you must accompany us." The crowd, struck with fear, fell silent and crouched down obediently. "Officers, there must be a misunderstanding. We are law-abiding citizens," they pleaded. "Indeed, we are merely a group of automotive enthusiasts gathering online to express our opinions. Surely that is not problematic. Perhaps our frequency of engagement was slightly excessive, but that is hardly an issue, right? And to alleviate concerns over domestic servers, we routed our IPs abroad. Surely this is not wrong?" At this juncture, they still attempted to defend themselves. The leading officer smirked coldly. Whether there's an issue will be determined at the station. Meanwhile, other commentary studios were simultaneously apprehended. On another front, the heads of various major websites were summoned for discussions by the relevant authorities. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are all citizens of country A, and it is a privilege for our nation to have a competitive enterprise on the rise. However, recent unfounded rumors regarding Liangshan Motors have proliferated online. Of course, I trust that none of you would engage in such blatant defamation. It is merely a few ill-intentioned individuals causing trouble. Nevertheless, I urge everyone to be vigilant and to diligently rectify the online environment within your platforms. preventing malicious actors from exploiting opportunities and safeguarding our national enterprises from the harm of slander. These words, though seemingly gentle and commonplace, caused beads of cold sweat to form on the brows of those seated below. They understood all too well the implications of these statements. The background of Liangshin Motors was beyond their imagination, and should they continue to indulge in rumors, the consequences would be dire. Consequently, they hastily expressed their commitment to address the situation. Simultaneously, relevant personnel approached XX Automotive Company regarding their defamatory actions against Liangshin Motors, deciding to impose certain penalties. Furthermore, they mandated that XX Automotive issue a public apology to Liangshin Motors. In the face of this accountability, Fan Tong exhibited not a trace of fear. Rather, he became increasingly audacious. An apology? Absolutely not. You have no evidence linking us to the hired commentators. The personnel fell silent upon hearing this proclamation. Although the operation of the Troll Studio has been apprehended, there exists no evidence to substantiate that individuals from XX Automobile Company employed them. In fact, the members of the studio were oblivious to the identity of their employer. They were merely motivated by financial gain. Mr. Fan, this serves as a modest warning. Should you persist in this manner, you shall bear the consequences. Mr. Fan snorted disdainfully and retorted, "What consequences? What can you possibly do to us? Our XX Automobile Company is a Fortune 500 enterprise, creating countless job opportunities for your citizens. If you dare to penalize our company, we shall withdraw from the market in your country." This was the foundation of Mr. Fan's audacity. After all, numerous individuals rely on this corporation for their livelihood. The relevant personnel laughed heartily and suddenly grasped Mr. Fan's hand. "Is that so? How splendid. Initially, we only intended to impose a minor punishment. But since you are willing to exit the market, that is even better. The vacated segment of the market can be seized by Liangshin Automobile." Mr. Fan was taken aback. He had merely sought to issue a threat, but it had proven entirely ineffective. "You must consider this carefully. Our XX Automobile is not easily replaceable. Indeed, it is not easily substituted, yet Liangshin Automobile certainly can." The relevant personnel continued, "I have already communicated with my superiors. You are to return, and do not return henceforth." "Wait," Mr. Fan hastily called out to him. "No, I was jesting. Merely an innocent joke. It is simply an apology we need to issue. If the headquarters learns that a single remark led to the loss of the entire mark in your country, I would surely find myself without a grave." The personnel regarded him and said, "I prefer your defiant demeanor. Do restore it." Mr. Fan awkwardly replied, "I admit I spoke rather loudly just now. I shall amend my ways, I promise." Subsequently, XX Automobile Company dutifully paid the fine and issued an announcement, acknowledging their defamation of Liangshin Automobile Company. In an instant, discussions erupted online. Chapter 161, Apologies, I am not interested in women. Those who had been swayed by the narrative suddenly felt like fools. Where are those who previously called me a white knight? Why the silence now? Whether Liangshin Automobile has filial sons is uncertain, but XX Automobile is undoubtedly filled with insincerity. I discovered that many accounts that had previously engaged with me have been banned. Lo and behold, I was contending with a legion of keyboard warriors. No wonder I cannot prevail. The conduct of XX Automobile, merely facing a minor penalty, raises the question, should they not compensate Liangshin Automobile for their losses? We shall never again purchase an XX Automobile. The quality of their vehicles is uncertain, but the character of the company is undeniably questionable. Commercial competition is commonplace. Yet such tactics of defamation are exceedingly unscrupulous. In an instant, the tide turned against XX Automobile, and a chorus of condemnation arose. Mr. Fan, witnessing this turn of events, was left in despair. However, there was no alternative. In comparison to exiting the market of Country A, this situation could be regarded as relatively favorable. Over at headquarters, Tang Wei, upon witnessing the circumstances, made a phone call. "Fan Tong, what in the world have you done?" Fan Tong felt quite wronged. "Mr. Tang Wei, we truly had no choice. The rise of Liangshin Automobile has been exceedingly rapid. If we do not take measures, so you resorted to this approach and hastened our company's demise?" Tang Wei scolded Fan Tong harshly, who could only endure the reprimand. As Tamade's fury began to wane, Fan Tong timidly inquired, "What shall we do now?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Wei replied, "Let us wait for a while. Do not take any unilateral actions. Shall we merely allow Liangxin Company to flourish? Of course not. I have an ace up my sleeve, but now is not the right time. Understood. On the other hand, Li Liang, upon noticing the cessation of disparaging remarks online and the subsequent apologies from individuals at XX Automobile Company, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Tang Wei possesses considerable prowess. However, unbeknownst to him, the opposition would not relent so easily. To celebrate Liangxin Company's escape from the bombardment of public opinion and to express gratitude to Tang Wei, Li Liang, along with other senior executives, extended an invitation to Tang Wei for a feast. Initially hesitant, Tang Wei ultimately acquiesced to their warm hospitality. At this moment, a figure stealthily appeared at the entrance of Tang Wei's company. She scanned the surroundings before revealing a sinister smile. Such a large company, yet devoid of even a security guard. How miserly! Lin Junlan murmured to herself before agilely scaling the wall to enter the premises. Having learned a bit of martial arts during her school years, climbing over a wall posed little challenge for her. She then made her way to the garage, where, unsurprisingly, the large door stood ajar. This fellow has no sense of precaution. I must teach you a lesson this time. The unexpected ease of her entry left her somewhat astonished. Inside the garage, Lin Junlan was taken aback by the rows of cars before her. How much time would it take to modify these? If he claims he has no system, I simply cannot believe it. With that, she prepared to select a vehicle of her fancy to steal. Indeed, Lin Junlan's objective was to pilfer a car. Since Tang Wei was unwilling to modify one for her or take her on as an apprentice, she was left with no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. Approaching one of the cars, Lin Junlan prepared to pick the lock. However, at that moment, the car abruptly transformed and morphed into a robot. Lin Junlan was taken aback. The robot seized her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. "Let go of me. Release me." She struggled desperately. Yet, the robot showed no sign of mercy. "I am a soulless automaton, an intruder ready to kill." Lin Junlan's face turned pale with terror. "Please spare me. I am merely lost. I'm a good friend of your master, Tang Wei. For his sake, let me go." "Who is your friend?" Suddenly, Tang Wei's voice echoed from the automobile. Lin Junlan was taken aback. "Tang Wei, now you understand why I don't even hire a single security guard?" Upon hearing his words, her expression shifted dramatically. "How do you know what I said? Do you control every whisper and movement here? Otherwise?" The realization dawned upon her. Tang Wei had detected her presence long before she approached. "Let me go at once, or I shall make you pay." Lin Junlan's tone became audacious. Tang Wei chuckled. "You are truly amusing. You are a thief caught in the act, and yet speak so brazenly." Lin Junlan fell silent, caught off guard. "I didn't expect you to be quite nimble, but when climbing walls, could you refrain from wearing a skirt? It's rather unbecoming." Hearing this, Lin Junlan's face flushed crimson. "Tang Wei, you rogue." "Indeed, I am a rogue. Yet I am somewhat better than a thief like you. Now, how shall I deal with you? Shall I send you to the police station, or shall I dispose of you here?" "I reckon that even if I were to kill you, no one would notice," Tang Wei said, his tone suddenly turning sinister. "What did you say? Am I not charming enough for you to show some mercy?" Tang Wei nearly choked with laughter at her narcissism. It seemed she needed a lesson. One cannot exploit youth and beauty without consequence. "Apologies, but I harbor no feelings for women. To me, whether young or old, male or female, they are merely creatures with two legs. My vision is solely focused on profit, devoid of desire. I am a dark and cruel overlord." Tang Wei mimicked the lines of a villain to intimidate Lin Junlan. A shiver ran down Lin Junlan's spine upon hearing this, as those words resonated eerily within her mind. "No, please, don't kill me. I am still young. I do not wish to die." Tears streamed down her face. Tang Wei had not anticipated that his jest would frighten her so profoundly. Initially intending to tease her, he now realized he had gone too far. "Foolish girl, do you think I am such a person?" He quickly commanded the automobile to release Lin Junlan. Amidst her sobs, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for not killing me. I shall turn myself in." Tang Wei was left speechless. Was she serious? No need for that. Just refrain from such misguided intentions in the future. Lin Junlan nodded slightly. "Yes, I understand." Observing her demeanor, Tang Wei suddenly felt a pang of conscience. Am I being too harsh? After all, we have known each other for quite some time. And her intention to steal a car was to avenge her father, he muttered to himself. He quickly shook his head. No, I cannot let her beauty sway my judgment. What if she schemes again? Realizing this, Tang Wei managed to calm himself somewhat. Chapter 162. My car's power supply is ample. As Lin Junlan prepared to leave, she turned to the automobile and said, I'm leaving now. No peeking. Tang Wei was at a loss for words. You're not planning to scale the wall again, are you? I can simply open the door for you. With that, he remotely activated the company's main gate. Afterward, Lin Junlan did not reappear, and Tang Wei thought to himself that she had likely given up for good. In a desolate area, two cars traveled side by side along a road. Suddenly, one of the white sedans began to slow down. Observing this, the black sedan also reduced its speed. Ultimately, the white sedan came to a complete stop, prompting the black sedan to halt as well. A head emerged from the window. Hey, what's going on? Inquired the driver of the black car. The driver of the white car looked exasperated. The car has run out of power. Upon hearing this, the black car driver burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I told you not to buy an electric car. Everyone says the range is insufficient, but you wouldn't listen. Look where that S gotten you. The white car driver shot him a glare. What is the point of gloating now? We're hundreds of kilometers from the nearest charging station and have no idea what to do. The black car driver continued to revel in the situation. You ask me? I have no clue either. The white car driver sighed deeply. Alas, what a grand mistake I made. The car manufacturers claimed a full charge could last for 1,000 kilometers. Yet here I am, stranded after barely 300. You actually believed those deceitful advertisements? The black car driver replied, shaking his head in disbelief. All right. I admit I was wrong. I should have listened to you from the start. The white car driver lamented, once I get back, I'm selling this wretched vehicle. But now, how do I get back? The black car driver contemplated for a moment and suggested, how about I tow your car to the nearest charging station for recharge? The white car driver nodded appreciatively. Thank you so much. What are you talking about? We're good friends, even though you can be a bit foolish and stubborn. I'll always lend a hand when it counts. The white car driver bristled at the black car driver's assessment. Yet, in his current predicament, he refrained from arguing. As the black car towed the white car for a while, it suddenly came to a halt. The white car driver, puzzled, leaned out to inquire. What is it? Why have you stopped? The driver of the black car scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I apologize, my friend, but my vehicle has run out of fuel. The white car driver, rather than feeling disheartened, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Just moments ago, you were mocking me. Now you find yourself in the same predicament. The black car driver huffed in defiance, retorting, That's not the same. I merely forgot to refuel. Had I filled the tank, I could have traveled any distance. Furthermore, even if my car is out of gas, I could always borrow some from passing vehicles. Can your car borrow electricity? The white car driver surveyed the surroundings and stated, However, there are scarcely any vehicles here. Even if one does pass by, are you certain they would have spare fuel to lend you? The black car driver shot him a glare and said, You, my friend, seem intent on arguing with me. Perhaps I should recommend you for a job at a construction site to continue this debate. At that moment, a car approached. Seeing it, the black car driver grinned. You see, who said no cars would pass by? He waved his hand to signal the vehicle to stop. The driver of the passing car was none other than Tang Wei, who had come out for a leisurely drive. Noticing someone waving and seeing the two cars parked by the roadside, he realized they might be in trouble and decided to pull over. Brother, our car has run out of fuel. Could you lend us a little? The black car driver immediately inquired as he approached Tang Wei. Initially, Tang Wei was inclined to agree, but then it struck him that his own vehicle was powered by nuclear energy. Thus, he shook his head and said, I'm sorry. My car is electric. I can't lend you any. Truly sorry. Electric car? The black car driver expressed surprise. Yes. Why don't you wait for the next vehicle? The two men felt somewhat disheartened. At that moment, the white car driver suddenly interjected, Wait a minute. I also have an electric car. The nearest charging station is hundreds of kilometers away. Are you sure your car still has power? The black car driver countered, Indeed. How could an electric vehicle travel such a distance? Brother, are you trying to deceive me? If you don't want to lend me fuel, just say so. The white car driver nudged him, saying, Listen to what you're saying. That sounds like moral coercion. The black car driver chuckled awkwardly. That wasn't my intention. Tang Wei, upon hearing this, found himself both amused and exasperated. My car is indeed electric, he remarked. He was not mistaken. It was an electric car, albeit powered by nuclear energy. Then, looking at the white car driver, he said, You claim your car is also electric, right? Very well. I shall lend you some electricity, and then you can push your car to the nearest gas station. Upon hearing Tang Wei's suggestion, The drivers of both the black and white cars exchanged puzzled glances. What? Borrow electricity? What is strange about that? They had never heard of the concept of one electric vehicle lending electricity to another, and their expressions reflected their confusion. At that moment, Tang Wei had already retrieved a charging cable from his trunk, plugging one end into his vehicle and extending the other end to the white car driver. This was specially designed during Tang Wei's modification process, enabling the vehicle to charge other electric cars in case of emergencies. Who would have thought it would prove invaluable now? Witnessing this scene, both the drivers of the black and white cars were astonished. The fact that Tang Wei's vehicle could indeed lend electricity was a revelation that shattered their long-held perceptions. The driver of the white car hesitated as he took the charging cable. This won't work, he expressed his concerns. I just mentioned that there are no charging stations within hundreds of kilometers. Your car probably has little charge left. Lending it to me would be futile. At this moment, the driver of the black car also realized the underlying issue. No wonder he felt something was amiss. Indeed, we appreciate your willingness to assist us, but perhaps it's best to reconsider. I suspect your vehicle will run out of power midway. Instead, let us wait for a tow truck together. Tang Wei smiled and shook his head. You need not worry. My vehicle has ample power. The black car driver regarded Tang Wei, pondering how this seemingly clever individual could also be as naive as the white car driver, another unfortunate soul deceived by unscrupulous merchants. He glanced at the white car driver, who, feeling somewhat uneasy, asked, "Why are you looking at me?" The black car driver chuckled. "Oh, nothing. I just think you both are quite handsome." Tang Wei remained oblivious to the black car driver's innuendo, but the white car driver caught on. Ignoring the black driver, he turned to Tang Wei and said, "Brother, to be honest, when I purchased this electric vehicle, the manufacturer told me the same thing." Tang Wei continued to shake his head. "You truly need not worry. My car is a modified model, one of a kind globally, and unlike any other vehicle." Modified vehicle? The drivers of the black and white cars echoed in unison. "Yes. Enough of the chatter. Let us get this charging underway," Tang Wei urged the white car driver. Nodding, the white driver plugged the other end into his car. During the charging wait, Tang Wei engaged in conversation with the two drivers. "So, your name is Tang Wei? I apologize for the trouble and for making you wait so long, which has delayed your plans," the white car driver said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Tang Wei waved it off. "No worries. I actually had no specific destination in mind, just wandering about." The black car driver continued to tease the white car driver. "Now you understand the drawbacks of electric vehicles, don't you? Charging is indeed a challenge. Fortunate that Brother Tang Wei's car is rather special." The white car driver felt a bit awkward. "Indeed, electric cars shouldn't be taken on long journeys. I was careless. Initially, I bought the vehicle with the intention of promoting green energy. One must consider our planet Blue Star has suffered so much environmental degradation. Shouldn't we take action to protect our home?" The white car driver suddenly had an epiphany. To his surprise, the black car driver instantly dismissed this notion. "Do not make me laugh to death. Is it not merely due to the inability to afford fuel that you speak so grandiloquently? What nonsense are you uttering? I have already purchased my vehicle. Do I truly lack such trifling funds for fuel?" Observing the exchange of banter between the two, Tang Wei found it somewhat amusing. However, he soon pondered upon a thought. Indeed, electric vehicles are currently being promoted, yet many of their shortcomings remain unaddressed. This presents a prime opportunity for Liangshin Automobile to seize a segment of the market. As for the technical challenges, they are insignificant in the face of the system. Tell me, if a manufacturer were to develop an electric vehicle capable of a range exceeding 1,000 kilometers, with a charging time of merely 10 minutes, would anyone not purchase it? Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, the two men erupted in laughter. "Brother, you are thinking too much. How could that possibly happen?" "Indeed, with the current battery technology, it is unattainable. The idea is splendid, but reality is harsh. If such a vehicle were to be developed, it would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. Yet no manufacturer possesses that capability." Tang Wei chuckled and replied, "Why not? My car is just that." "What?" The two were momentarily taken aback, then shook their heads. "It's different. You mentioned that your vehicle is a special modification, and mass production must consider costs. If the price is too high, no one will buy it." Tang Wei smiled, but remained silent. Subsequently, the driver of the white car remarked, "However, speaking of which, I have high hopes for the recently popular Liangshin Automobile. It seems their vehicles truly embody black technology." The driver of the black car concurred, Yes, such groundbreaking innovation is rare. Liangshin automobile is indeed impressive. If only they could focus their research on electric vehicles. Tang Wei smiled faintly, as this aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Several hours later, the white car was fully charged. The driver of the white car gazed at Tang Wei in astonishment and said, "Brother Tang Wei, after charging me so much, does your vehicle still have power?" To be honest, the remaining charge in Tang Wei's vehicle, despite having traveled such a distance, surpassed his expectations. Tang Wei replied with a smile, "No worries, I still have plenty of power." Upon hearing this, both the drivers of the white and black cars became unsettled. Although Tang Wei had mentioned that his vehicle was a special modification, the sheer amount of charge was indeed astonishing. Soon, Tang Wei drove away, parting ways with the two, and arrived at Liangshin Automobile Company. Upon hearing of Tang Wei's arrival, Li Liang, along with several high-ranking officials from the company, came forth to greet him. "Mr. Tang Wei, it is a pleasure to see you." After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Wei disclosed his intentions. "Mr. Li, to speak candidly, I wish to discuss the company's future direction with you." "Oh, what insights do you have?" Tang Wei paused and stated, "There is a strong emphasis on promoting new energy vehicles. We should henceforth focus solely on electric vehicles and cease the production of gasoline cars." Everyone present displayed expressions of concern. Li Liang remarked, "Mr. Tang is indeed correct. New energy is a direction worthy of attention. However, is it not somewhat reckless to focus solely on this aspect?" Others chimed in, "Indeed, the mainstream remains gasoline vehicles. To abandon this sector would be a grave mistake. Many technologies for electric vehicles are still not sufficiently mature and cannot replace gasoline cars in the short term." Tang Wei shook his head and reassured, "Rest assured, everyone. The reason I propose this idea is that I possess confidence in it." Upon hearing this, curiosity sparked among the crowd. "Oh, how so?" Tang Wei displayed a confident smile. "The current challenges of new energy vehicles, such as range and charging time, I have already devised remarkably effective solutions." "What?" This declaration detonated like a bomb, igniting fervent discussions among those present. The difficulties of electric vehicles have taken major automotive companies considerable time to make minimal progress. Yet, Tang Wei nonchalantly claimed to have mastered perfect solutions. Nevertheless, they harbored no doubts about his assertions, as his previous design proposals had also left them in awe. Perhaps Tang Wei truly had resolved all the challenges of electric vehicles. Excitement coursed through them at the thought. "Mr. Tang, is that truly the case? Could you elaborate?" they urged. "Yes, please specify what kind of results can be achieved." In truth, Tang Wei did not yet have a concrete plan, but with the system at his disposal, it was merely a matter of time. Thus, he boldly proclaimed, "My proposal can enable vehicles to achieve a range exceeding 1,000 kilometers and fully charge within 10 minutes. The room erupted in astonishment. "Is this true? If this technology exists, it would be invincible. Mr. Tang must not be jesting. Since he claims it, it must be achievable." However, at that moment, someone raised a question. "Mr. Tang, I have no doubt regarding your proposal. Yet, even if such results are realized, the issue of charging stations is not one we can resolve. We can manufacture electric vehicles, but we must not abandon gasoline cars." Others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the current number of charging stations is far too limited. Even with improved range and reduced charging time, finding a charging location during critical moments remains a significant headache. Tang Wei smiled and responded, "Once new energy vehicles become mainstream, charging stations will naturally proliferate. Moreover, I am referring to new energy vehicles in general, not exclusively to electric cars." The crowd appeared somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean? Aren't new energy vehicles just electric cars?" Tang Wei continued, "Certainly not. Besides electric vehicles, there are cars powered by other forms of energy, such as those utilizing water as fuel. By moving away from gasoline vehicles, we could develop a hybrid water-electric vehicle, using water as an energy source when charging is inconvenient." As Tang Wei concluded, the audience fell into a profound silence. Not long ago, Tang Wei remarked that a 10-minute charge yielding 1,000 kilometers of range still lies within their realm of understanding. However, the notion of utilizing water as an energy source is indeed far-fetched. In Chapter 164, Core Power, Tang Wei surveyed the silent assembly, perplexed. Why does everyone remain so reticent? Upon hearing his inquiry, the crowd began to murmur. Is it feasible to employ water as an energy source? Theoretically, it is possible by electrolyzing water into hydrogen and oxygen, which upon combustion generates water once again. Yet, this remains merely a theory, fraught with challenges in practical application. We are merchants, focused on commercially viable solutions rather than theoretical experiments. Since Mr. Tang Wei has stated this, he must possess more than mere conjecture. He must truly have command over the core technology. Mr. Tang Wei, allow us a moment to digest this. This revelation is simply astounding. Observing the incredulous expressions of the crowd, Tang Wei continued, "Indeed, my proposition is not merely a hypothesis. It is a genuinely feasible plan. I shall present the specifics to you in a few days." This statement rekindled fervor among the attendees. "Mr. Tang, you are nothing short of remarkable. How have you accomplished this? Indeed, it is hard to believe that this is real. You are the cornerstone of our company." The group sincerely lauded Tang Wei. Unlike typical commercial flattery, their admiration was heartfelt. After all, the proposal put forth by Tang Wei was truly groundbreaking, although he usually refrained from meddling in company affairs. His occasional presence was enough to alter the course of the organization. It is fair to say that while the apparent decision-maker was Li Liang, the true linchpin was universally acknowledged to be Tang Wei. Though the specifics of his plan had yet to be revealed, the team firmly believed that Tang Wei was not one to indulge in grandiose claims. His assertion implied genuine feasibility. Contemplating this, they could not help but envision a promising future for Liangshin Automobile. After engaging in further discussions with the team, Tang Wei departed the company. The following day, he procured 3 used vehicles and commenced their transformation. Subsequently, he would compile the modification plan as a detailed proposal for new vehicle development. Gazing at the 3 dilapidated cars before him, Tang Wei activated the system and scanned one of them. Device, standard household automobile, damage level 50. Please input the modification objective and estimated budget. The system will provide the optimal solution. Tang Wei contemplated battery range exceeding 2,000 kilometers, charging time within 10 minutes, estimated cost below 50,000 yuan, with the stipulation of not utilizing special materials awarded by the system. Reducing the modification cost to below 50,000 yuan approximates the material cost involved in manufacturing a vehicle at the factory. Furthermore, Tang Wei expressly stipulated that the special materials rewarded by the system must not be utilized, as this was to ensure that the factory could engage in mass production using materials readily available on the market. The system promptly provided a solution, which Tang Wei directly copied and submitted to the creator Autobots for modification. Subsequently, he scanned another vehicle, this time with the requirement of converting it into a pure water energy automobile. The modification cost remained under 50,000 yuan. Lastly, he scanned one more vehicle, transforming it into a hybrid water-electric power vehicle, which he would personally modify. Before long, the hybrid water-electric vehicle was successfully upgraded. Although he could have simply organized the plan and handed it over to the technical department of Liangshin Motors, Tang Wei preferred to inspect the finished product first. After all, exercising caution is never misplaced. He took a seat in his modified hybrid vehicle and pressed the accelerator. No, rather, the water switch as it surged forward. Much like a conventional gasoline-powered car, this hybrid vehicle exhibited no flaws in starting, shifting gears, or driving normally, whether powered by water or electricity. After a considerable distance, both the battery and water reserves were still plentiful. Hence, Tang Wei pulled over beside a river, pressed the drainage button, and expelled the remaining water. This action was to ascertain the vehicle's wastewater filtration capabilities. He had equipped the car with a wastewater filtration system, allowing it to draw water from any water source encountered during travel. He opened the fuel tank cover, retrieved a cup from inside the vehicle, filled it with water, and poured it directly into the tank. Bystanders nearby were left aghast by his actions. "Brother, what are you doing? Are you pouring water into the fuel tank? Is your car done for?" Tang Wei chuckled and replied, "In this day and age, who still fuels up? Water is all you need." With that, he closed the fuel tank cover and entered the vehicle. As the wastewater was being purified, Tang Wei noticed the progress bar displayed on the car's central screen. He smiled faintly and started the vehicle, driving away. The previous bystander was left questioning reality. Could adding water actually work? Thus, he glanced at his own car, sparking a bold idea. Tang Wei tested 3 models: pure water, pure electricity, and hybrid water electricity, all without a hitch. He then proceeded to the company, presenting the detailed plan to Li Liang. Li Liang was so exhilarated that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. After a long pause, he finally exclaimed, "Excellent. We shall devote ourselves entirely to the development of new energy vehicles." At that moment, at the headquarters of XX Motors, Tang Wei was engaged in discussions with Fan Tong and others. Fan Tong, somewhat anxious, remarked, "Mr. Tang Wei, Liangshan Motors is gaining momentum in Country A, and they have the backing of the high-ranking officials there. If this continues, we will have no foothold left." He mentioned that Liangshan Motors seemed to be planning an international market expansion, which made Tang Wei furrow his brow. "You are aware of what I have stated. Indeed, this company poses a significant threat. However, in terms of entering the international market, they are far from being a formidable opponent." Fan Tong timidly inquired, "Do you possess a solution?" Tang nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this is the only strategy we can employ at this juncture." Upon hearing this, Fan Tong was overwhelmed with excitement, as he had long suspected that Tang held a trump card. At last, he was ready to reveal it. "Mr. Tang, what exactly is your solution?" Tang replied with a cunning smile, "My ace in the hole is the International Environmental Organization of Country X." "Oh." Fan Tong expressed his confusion. Tang elaborated. "The International Environmental Organization of Country X is, in fact, funded by several major corporations, including us. We can easily influence their statements. As soon as we persuade them to declare that Liangshan automobiles' emissions are substandard, we can incite various factions to boycott them." Hearing Tang's words opened Fan Tong's eyes to the reality of the situation. "So that is why Mr. Tang exudes such confidence." He then remarked, "However, while this might prevent them from penetrating the international market, the market in Country A remains a challenge." Tang chuckled, "No, you underestimate the power of the International Environmental Organization of Country X. Such a comprehensive boycott cannot be resolved merely by avoiding the international market." Fan Tong listened to Tang's words, grasping the concept yet remaining somewhat perplexed. "I understand now. When shall we commence our actions?" Chapter 165. Is Liangshan automobile unenvironmentally friendly? Tang's expression turned serious. "The time is now." Soon after, the International Environmental Organization of Country X began an investigation into the exhaust emissions of Liangshan automobile, ultimately producing a report. The findings indicated that Liangshan automobiles' emissions were severely excessive and did not meet international standards. The release of this report prompted many countries and enterprises to initiate a boycott against Liangshan automobile, catching its executives off guard. Nevertheless, they did not succumb to panic. On this day, a girl named Shan Wan from Country X arrived in Country A. Observing the streets filled with Liangshan automobiles, she was filled with rage. "The environmental pollution in Country A is truly shocking. I can almost perceive the carbon dioxide molecules in the air. I hear the blue planet weeping, lamenting, pleading for humanity to spare it. I must publish a denunciation of the automobile manufacturers in Country A. They are destroying the last sanctuaries of our blue planet. How foolish. Utterly foolish." Having declared this, she entered her luxury vehicle and drove away, leaving a trail of thick smoke in her wake. Soon, the investigation by the International Environmental Organization of Country X, along with Shan Wan's impassioned article, began to circulate widely across the internet. If there was any skepticism regarding the authority of Country X's environmental organization, Shan Wan's article effectively awakened the public's environmental awareness. People began to condemn Country A and its automobile manufacturers, particularly Liangshan automobile. In an instant, public outcry erupted. "Resist the highly polluting enterprise, Liangshan automobile. Restore tranquility to our blue planet." Astonishingly, Country A has lowered automotive emission audit standards to foster domestic car manufacturers. Thus far, the relevant authorities in Country A steadfastly affirm that Liangshan automobiles' emissions are impeccable. Meanwhile, amidst the tempest, the executives of Liangshan automobile remain utterly unperturbed. Soon, representatives from the relevant agencies approach them. "Mr. Li Liang, it is evident that someone is intentionally besmirching Liangshan automobile. We have issued a statement affirming that your vehicles pose no issues. However, we are powerless to manage the situation abroad," one of them laments. "We sincerely appreciate your efforts." Mr. Li Liang responds, "But fret not, for we are righteous and fear not the shadows." The representative shakes his head. "No, Mr. Li Liang, the matter is far more complex. If we allow these rumors to proliferate, the repercussions will be grave, significantly hindering the progress of Liangshan automobile." We cannot allow our nascent automotive enterprise to be unjustly suppressed. The representative speaks with righteous indignation. Li Liang nods in agreement, stating, "You are correct. However, we have devised a countermeasure." "Oh, what is that?" "We shall cease the production of gasoline vehicles and focus solely on new energy." "What?" The representative is taken aback. "Are you conceding defeat so easily?" "Currently, gasoline vehicles remain mainstream. Abandoning them would be akin to self-sabotage." He feels a surge of frustration. To yield to slander seems utterly galling. Liangshin Automobile has only just begun to rise. Li Liang shakes his head. "No, we are not conceding defeat. In fact, we had long contemplated transitioning to new energy vehicles." He then shares Tang Wei's vision with the representative. The latter's eyes widen in disbelief. A hybrid vehicle powered by water and electricity. Can current technology truly achieve this? This technological innovation is astonishingly abrupt. If this new technology emerges, what significant upheaval it would bring. Are you suggesting that we can fully transition to new energy vehicles? Soon, gasoline cars will be obsolete. He speaks while attempting to steady his emotions. Li Lian nods, affirming. Precisely. Thus the current rumors hold no power over us. The representative, momentarily taken aback, realizes that while adversaries attack Liangshin Automobile with pollution, the company has already initiated the production of pollution-free vehicles. This is a remarkable strategic maneuver. Those who oppose Liangshin Automobile under the guise of environmentalism are bound to be disappointed. No wonder Liangshin Automobile exhibits no reaction, remaining utterly unfazed. With this realization, he smiles. "So it is true. I wondered why you all appeared so composed. It turns out you were concealing a significant strategy. How delightful. Now I need not worry." Li Liang also remarked, "Indeed, it is our fault for not clarifying things in advance, causing you unnecessary concern." The individual shook his head, saying, "Do not speak like that. We are merely pleased that you have managed to navigate through this challenging period." He continued, "I hope that Liangshin Automobile achieves great success in the realm of new energy vehicles, affecting a transformative change in the automotive industry." Li Liang responded resolutely, "We shall strive to do our utmost." Upon learning of Liangshin Automobile's grand plan, the higher-ups in country felt a wave of relief wash over them. Shortly thereafter, Liangshin Automobile publicly announced its decision to abandon traditional fuel vehicles and focus exclusively on new energy vehicles. This news quickly sent shockwaves throughout the industry. The representatives from XX Automobile Company were elated upon hearing this announcement. "Wonderful. Our measures have borne fruit." They could not withstand the pressure and have indeed retreated from the fuel vehicle market, exclaimed Fantong. However, Tamid could not share in their joy. Observing his demeanor, Fantong felt puzzled. "Mr. Tamid, you seem rather displeased. Haven't we succeeded? Liangshin Automobile has conceded and retreated to the new energy vehicle market." Tamid shook his head, stating, "No, I believe the situation is far from straightforward. How could Liangshin Automobile so easily give up? Surely, they would not surrender without a struggle." Fantong agreed, "Indeed, something feels amiss, yet we cannot fathom what other plans they might have." Tamid sighed. "We must remain vigilant and observe their movements." "Understood." Members of the International Environmental Organization from Country X, upon hearing the news, believed their efforts had prompted Liangshin Automobile to turn over a new leaf, and they could not help but feel a sense of pride. Fantastic. Today marks another victory for the preservation of our planet's natural environment. Let us drive out to enjoy a feast in celebration. Meanwhile, ordinary consumers in country felt a tinge of disappointment. Why abandon fuel vehicles? Is it really so challenging to reduce pollution? Yes, I adore Liangshin Automobile, yet I cannot accept the various drawbacks of electric cars. It leaves me in a quandary. You do not understand. It is not that Liangshin Automobile fails to meet pollution standards, but rather that there are those who are deliberately targeting them. Even if they achieve the lowest emissions, they cannot escape criticism. Indeed, I own both a Liangshin Automobile and an XX Automobile, and I've conducted my own emissions tests. The pollution from Liangshin Automobile not only falls within acceptable limits, but is even lower than that of typical vehicles. How outrageous! Is this not a reversal of truth? Has Liangshin's team truly accepted this? A sense of helplessness enveloped everyone. Chapter 166. The new car release, the live stream is ablaze. Just then, Li Liang finally made his appearance. He initiated a live stream, preparing to promote the upcoming release of the new vehicle. In an instant, Viewers flooded into the live stream like a rising tide. The recent suppression of Liangshin Automobile has stirred a profound sense of injustice among the public. Many who previously held no particular interest in the brand have now turned their attention to it. As the saying goes, only upon losing something do we truly recognize its value. Once, a remarkable automobile stood before me, and I failed to appreciate its worth. Only when it faced malicious boycotts and was permanently discontinued did I realize my regret. There is no greater sorrow in this world than such a realization. If fate were to grant me a second chance, I would unequivocally declare my intention to purchase a Liangshin automobile. Before long, the viewership on major live streaming platforms surged to astonishing numbers, reaching tens of millions online, an utterly terrifying concept. At this moment, it was not just viewers from country A. Individuals from other nations also began to join the live broadcast. Li Liang felt a sense of comfort witnessing the considerable attention his stream garnered. The comment section was filled with indignation regarding the plight of Liangshin Automobile. Of course, there were also those who criticized Li Liang for his perceived timidity. Upon reading these remarks, Li Liang found himself both amused and exasperated. He had anticipated such sentiments when making his decision. Thus, he initiated this live stream to convey that he was not conceding defeat. As the time approached, Li Liang stepped into the center of the frame. He expressed his gratitude for the support, announcing that today marked the launch of Liangshin Automobile's new model. Additionally, he intended to take this opportunity to clarify certain recent events. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, he began to speak earnestly. Not long ago, we were subjected to an investigation by an international environmental organization from country X, which claimed our emissions did not meet standards and were polluting the environment. Upon hearing this news, I was bewildered, as I had no prior knowledge of this so-called organization from country X. Upon investigation, I discovered it was merely an unofficial civic group. This raised my curiosity. Why would the statements of a grassroots entity wield such significant influence? Our country's authoritative bodies have declared that the emissions from Liangshin Automobile are entirely compliant. However, this declaration has been met with skepticism abroad. It is evident that our friend from country X are quite concerned about our environmental issues. Thank you for your concern. Li Liang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his tone resolute. First and foremost, I must assert that our emissions are sound. If our emissions were indeed non-compliant, then not a single fuel vehicle on the market would meet the standards. I can confidently assert that this organization is entirely spreading falsehoods. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in discussion. If this is the case, why not fight back with reason? Indeed, why relinquish the fuel vehicle market? Let us take that so-called organization to the international court and see if they dare to speak recklessly again. It is truly disheartening. After reading the barrage of comments, Li Liang remarked, "Everyone, I understand what you are thinking. You may perceive our decision to withdraw from the fuel vehicle market as a retreat, as if we are intimidated. However, this is far from the truth. Such unfounded rumors hold no weight. Our exit from the fuel vehicle market is driven by far more significant reasons." Upon saying this, Li Liang revealed a confident smile, leaving the viewers in the live stream somewhat perplexed. Among the audience was Tang Wei, who was situated in the distant X country, along with Fan Tong. Witnessing this scene, Tang Wei suddenly furrowed his brows, realizing that his intuition was correct. Things were not as simple as they appeared. He recalled the tales of Tang Wei's modifications to electric vehicles and felt a surge of anxiety. "Mr. Tang Wei, is everything all right?" Fan Tong observed to maids on knees, to which Tang Wei shook his head, replying, "It's nothing. Continue watching." Li Liang further stated, "Our withdrawal from the fuel vehicle market is due to the fact that we have developed a new energy vehicle that can entirely replace traditional fuel vehicles." You heard me correctly, completely replace. This means that the challenges previously associated with new energy vehicles have been thoroughly conquered by Liangshin Automotive. The live stream erupted in excitement. What? Thoroughly conquered? Has the issue of range been resolved? What about the power concerns? And the difficulties with charging? This claim seems rather grandiose. If it truly matches fuel vehicles in performance, then purchasing an electric car would be quite appealing. Indeed, it would save a considerable amount on fuel expenses. Nevertheless, some remained skeptical, suggesting that Liangshin Automotive was merely retreating, and their claims of overcoming the issues of new energy were simply a means to find a graceful exit. Li Liang then opened a PowerPoint presentation, revealing the promotional image of Liangshin Automotive's first new energy vehicle, the Liangshin E1, on the screen behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our forthcoming electric vehicle, the Liangshin E1, a fully electric car with a remarkable range of 2,500 kilometers on a single charge. What? 2,500 kilometers? Is this for real? This is utterly astonishing. With such an extensive range, is the battery safe? How long does it take to charge? The live stream buzzed with excitement once more. Li Liang continued, "Please do not rush. Let me explain. Our vehicle not only boasts an extraordinary range, but also charges fully in just 5 minutes, effectively resolving the charging dilemma." The chat erupted again. 5-minute charging, a range of 2,500 kilometers. This is incredible. How can this be? Is this the level of technology we possess on Blue Star? This is a press conference presenting a vehicle that is genuinely ready for mass production, not merely a concept. If CEO Li is bold enough to make such claims, they must be true. Indeed, while it may seem astonishing, we wholeheartedly believe that what CEO Li states is genuine. If it truly possesses such remarkable capabilities, I shall undoubtedly make a purchase. Otherwise, I might find myself unable to acquire it one day due to inexplicable opposition. The leap in advancement seems excessively vast. Is it not prudent to consider a gradual transition? Gradual? This is merely a consequence of the pressure imposed by that wretched organization. Indeed, we owe a debt of gratitude to those who oppose the Liangshin company. Otherwise, we may not have witnessed the swift emergence of Liangshin's new energy vehicles. In response to the barrage of comments, Li Liang firmly denied the assertions. Quite the contrary, we have not been coerced. This initiative has been part of our long-standing plan, as we have been eager to abandon fuel vehicles. Upon hearing this, Mr. Tamid's countenance darkened, his fists clenched in frustration. How infuriating. I knew it must be Tang Wei assisting them. Chapter 167. A stunning turnaround in the automotive industry at this moment. Fantong finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Mr. Tamid, Liangshin's new energy vehicles are so formidable that even if we relinquish fuel cars, they pose a significant threat to us. Tamid took a deep breath, attempting to steady his emotions. Indeed, that is the case. They then turned their attention back to the large screen, where Li Liang continued to enthusiastically present the new product, the Liangshin E1. In summation, everything that a fuel vehicle possesses, our E1 has, and what fuel vehicles lack, our vehicle also offers. What reason could there be not to choose it? Finally, he addressed the most crucial point, the pricing. The base model is priced at $690,000. The standard model at $890,000. Even the highest price is just over $100,000. This revelation sent the live audience into a frenzy once again. Incredible. Such affordability is truly commendable. How splendid. I feared the price would be beyond our means. Moreover, purchasing a new energy vehicle now comes with subsidies, making it even more economical. Unexpectedly, the representatives from XX Automotive Company felt a sense of relief upon seeing this price. The pricing clearly indicates that Liangshin has entirely positioned itself in the low-end market, with no models exceeding $200,000. Although the cost-performance ratio is exceptionally high, the price remains too low for some to accept without feeling a loss of face. XX Automotive's positioning ranges from $200,000 to $200,000. If Liangshin targets the market below $100,000, the impact on them would be minimal. To their astonishment, Li Liang continued, "We have completed the introduction of our first vehicle. Now, we present our second model, which is also highly innovative, the Liangshin E1W. Another model? How delightful. I found the previous one somewhat lacking. Indeed, there are more surprises in store. This one must be aimed at the mid to high-end market, I presume?" Tamid furrowed his brow once again. Li Liang unveiled the PPT for the Liangshin E1W and began his explanation. This vehicle distinguishes itself markedly from traditional fuel-powered cars and electric vehicles, as it harnesses a more advanced energy source for propulsion. I believe this car truly deserves the title of a new energy vehicle. Upon hearing Li Liang's declaration, the crowd was left in bewilderment. If it is neither a fuel car nor an electric one, then what exactly is it? Li Liang continued. This E1W new energy vehicle utilizes water as its power source, eliminating the need for charging or refueling. It simply requires water to operate. The chat room erupted with astonished comments. What? Water? Are you joking? A water-powered car? This concept is something I've only encountered in science fiction novels. Wait, is this truly a product launch? Or are we being pranked? No one could believe their ears. The previous electric vehicles were already astonishing. But this water-powered car shattered their understanding entirely. Even those who had previously trusted Liangshin Automotive now felt a twinge of skepticism. This was utterly unfathomable. Li Liang chuckled softly. I understand that this revelation is exceedingly shocking to most. However, I assure you that what I am saying is unequivocally true. We have genuinely developed a water-powered vehicle. Li Liang began to elucidate further. This Liangshin E1W water-powered car merely requires water to operate, boasting a range of approximately 1,000 kilometers on a full tank. While its range may not surpass that of the previous vehicle, they felt no concern, as it is already superior to most fuel cars. Furthermore, the convenience of refueling with water is a significant advantage. Does this water vehicle have any specific water quality requirements? A spectator posed the most pressing question. Li Liang addressed this query earnestly. This car has no stringent water quality demands, thanks to its exceptionally robust filtration system. Whether it's seawater, river water, or mineral water, as long as it is water, it can be used. If one is truly at a loss for water, even a little of that something else will suffice. Li Liang's playful remark amused the audience, who understood exactly what he meant. Finally, Li Liang introduced the last model, the water-electric hybrid, the Liangshin E1X. This model's highest configuration reaches an impressive price of 950,000 yuan, a price range seldom ventured into by domestic vehicles. Meanwhile, the most affordable option starts at just 150,000 yuan, offering exceptional value. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the 3 upcoming vehicles I have presented today. If you find them appealing, I kindly ask for your support. Thank you. Li Liang concluded with a bow towards the camera. The chat room buzzed with excitement. Purchase it, we must buy it. Indeed, if for no other reason than to witness what a water-powered car truly looks like. Moreover, beyond its new energy features, this vehicle excels in all other aspects. It is, without a doubt, the dream car for our youth. Hey upstairs, do you look down on us seniors? Following a remarkable press conference, the audience was left astounded time and again. It can undoubtedly be considered one of the most breathtaking events in recent years. At this moment, many finally grasped the rationale behind Li Liang's decision to abandon the internal combustion vehicle market. Previously, some believed that Liangshin Automobile had no choice but to forsake traditional fuel cars, merely seeking an excuse to focus on new energy. However, it became apparent that they truly possessed the capability to relinquish the fuel vehicle sector. Indeed, we underestimated the strength of Liangshin Company. Witnessing our national enterprise thrive despite external resistance, emerging resiliently to forge a new era, is simply exhilarating. Undoubtedly, those foolish adversaries could never have anticipated that their despicable tactics against Liangshin Automobile would be met with utter indifference. This time, Liangshin Automobile has truly asserted its presence, leaving those rivals in disbelief. Such a groundbreaking product represents a significant disruption for other automotive manufacturers. Liangshin Automobile, an everlasting marvel. The crowd was electrified, feeling a long-suppressed breath finally released. It was akin to indulging in a captivating novel, utterly thrilling. They could foresee that the future development of Liangshin Automobile would revolutionize the automotive industry landscape. Liangshin Automobile is destined to play a pivotal role in this sector. Tarmad's expression turned ashen, and a profound silence enveloped the office. After a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply. It seems our future days will be challenging. The technology of Liangshin Automobile is indeed far ahead of its time. Not only XX Automobile, but other car companies, upon learning this news, also found themselves in despair. Liangshin Automobile has made such groundbreaking advancements in the new energy sector that catching up may prove to be an insurmountable challenge. At this pace, the automotive industry may witness a monumental reversal. In time, traditional fuel vehicles and conventional electric car manufacturers will face the threat of obsolescence. The sole recourse would be to collaborate with Liangshin Automobile. Yet, having previously resisted Liangshin, it is improbable that they would be welcomed now. Reflecting on this, The companies that once participated in the boycott of Liangshan Automobile must be regretting their decisions immensely. Chapter 168. Two mischievous children in no time. The new models from Liangshan Automobile commenced sales, with orders reaching an astonishing figure. Many individuals were willing to part with their vehicles worth hundreds of thousands just to acquire the new Liangshan model. In stark contrast, other automobile manufacturers experienced their most dismal sales period. The state has also vigorously supported the development of new energy vehicles, allowing Liangshan Automobile to soar ahead in sales within a remarkably short span. Soon, the streets of a city were filled with new energy vehicles. As a city at the forefront of the times and the birthplace of Liangshan Automobile, it was only natural for it to lead in the promotion of new energy vehicles. However, in some relatively underdeveloped regions, where car ownership was already low and the frequency of vehicle replacement was scarce, Liangshan's new energy cars, despite their immense popularity, remained a rare sight. On this day, in a remote wilderness, two mischievous boys were playing on their bicycles when they suddenly stumbled upon a brand new car parked not far away. "Wow, what a cool car. Let's go take a look," they exclaimed. Approaching the vehicle, they were surprised to discover it was devoid of any occupants. "Where is everyone?" one of them asked, glancing around but finding no sign of the owner. Suddenly, the other boy burst into laughter. "Big brother, since no one is around, let's wreak a little havoc, perhaps smash a window or scratch the paint." His audacious suggestion caught the other boy off guard, yet instead of disapproving, he eagerly chimed in, "Absolutely. Such a new car makes my hands itch with excitement." The two boys hailed from the nearby Liao family village, known for their notorious antics. One was named Liao Digao, and the other Liao Diyuan. They had a reputation for engaging in mischievous deeds, such as urinating in others' wells, on clothes hung out to dry, and even on windows. However, due to their young age, the adults in the village found it difficult to reprimand them. Their father, Liao Buqin, was a local bully who shielded his sons from any accountability, leaving the villagers hesitant to confront them even when they were in the wrong. With stones in hand, the brothers hurled them at the car windows. To their bewilderment, the stones shattered upon impact, yet the glass remained unscathed. This left them feeling frustrated. "What a lousy car. The quality is too good. It's no fun," they complained. Undeterred, they then took out their keys and began scratching the car surface. Nevertheless, no matter how hard they tried, they could not leave a single mark. Liao Digao furrowed his brow in confusion. "Strange, why is this car different from others?" He pondered aloud. Liao Din echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, this is quite unsatisfactory. How about we let some air out of the tires?" The brothers were determined to cause mischief, believing that leaving without doing something wrong would not align with their nature. Liao Digao shook his head. "We haven't brought anything like nails. Our keys won't puncture the tires." Liao Diyuan found his reasoning sound. Suddenly, he conceived an idea. He opened a fuel tank cap and excitedly exclaimed to Liao Digao, "Big brother, let us see who can urinate into the gas tank from the farthest distance." "Sounds good. I happen to have a strong urge," they both said, moving a few steps away from the car. Liao Digao went first, and a powerful stream erupted, forming an impressive arc that reached a height exceeding his own. Anyone witnessing the spectacle would surely be astonished. Remarkably, the stream landed perfectly into the gas tank, with not a single drop spilled outside. With a sense of pride, Liao Digao turned to Liao Diyuan and declared, "Now it's your turn." Refusing to be outdone, Liao Diyuan stepped up. His stream, unlike Liao Digao's, was a straight line, also landing flawlessly into the tank without any spillage. However, they were still not satisfied. Liao Diyuan took a few steps back while urinating, surpassing the distance of Liao Digao. Once finished, he looked at Liao Digao and said, "Well, it seems you have lost this time." Liao Digao conceded gracefully. At that moment, they suddenly heard the sound of someone approaching, prompting them to quickly hide. Indeed, it was the car owner returning. The owner, oblivious to any unusual circumstances, opened the door and sat inside. The two boys whispered to each other, "What do you think would happen if the fuel tank was filled with urine? I bet the car would break down halfway." "Really? Let us follow this car and see." They hopped on their bicycles and trailed behind the vehicle. Due to the poor road conditions, the car was moving at a slow pace, allowing the boys to keep up. Inside the car, the owner glanced at the screen, which displayed a filtering message. He felt a twinge of confusion. "That's odd. I only filled it with purified water. Why is it still filtering?" Unbeknownst to Liao Digao and Liao Diyuan, The owner had just purchased the latest model of the Liangshin E1X water-electric hybrid vehicle. Thus, their prank neither harmed the car nor caused any damage. Instead, it inadvertently provided energy to the vehicle. At that moment, the owner suddenly caught a whiff of a strange odor and noticed the two boys trailing behind him. Connecting the dots with a filtering notification, he quickly understood the situation. A slight smile crept onto his face as he brought the car to a halt. The two mischievous boys also stopped. The owner stepped out and approached them. "Did you two just urinate in my fuel tank?" Caught in the act, the boys maintained their composure. "Yes, and what of it?" Their attitude was remarkably audacious. The owner chuckled. "Well, thank you. Your urine is quite a good fuel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone very far." The boys were taken aback, expecting the owner to be furious, yet he was expressing gratitude instead. Furthermore, he referred to their urine as fuel. "Wasn't that absurd? What are you talking about?" they exclaimed. "Yes, we're just country kids who haven't seen much. We thought cars ran on fuel." The owner continued to smile. "Indeed, it is peculiar how your urine can serve as fuel. You must possess something quite extraordinary." The boys grew even more puzzled. "Don't trick us. We want to fall for it." They were not entirely foolish. "Why would I deceive you? Look, my car is functioning perfectly fine. It must be because your urine is indeed special." The owner added, "With fuel prices being so high nowadays, if your urine can replace gasoline, wouldn't you be on the path to fortune?" At this revelation, the brothers' eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Yes, logically, this car should have broken down. Why is it still running? It seems there is indeed something unique about our urine." The two individuals excitedly made their way home, while the car owner watched their departing figures, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Upon their return, the brothers encountered their father, Liao Bujin, driving a tractor back home. "Dad, why are you back so early?" "Liao de Gao Ing Guayuth." Liao Bujin replied, "The tractor ran out of fuel, so I came back to refuel." In this backward, mountainous village, fuel was typically stored in barrels at home. With that, he entered the house. Chapter 169. The two brothers exchanged knowing smiles, silently reaching an understanding. They proceeded to unscrew the fuel cap of the tractor, and when Liao Bujin emerged from the house, he was met with this sight. His eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you two little rascals doing?" They laughed. "Dad, we are saving you some fuel money." Liao Bujin clenched his fists, trembling with rage. "Liao de Gao, Liao do you want?" That day, the heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the village. At that moment, Tang Wei was diligently completing a task assigned by Gao Ming, refining the design of the Shenlong. Just then, Xiaoyang approached him. "Mr. Tang, there's a rather peculiar person outside seeking you." Tang Wei furrowed his brow in confusion. "Peculiar? In what way?" Xiaoyang shook his head. "I can't quite explain. You'll understand once you meet him." Tang Wei nodded. "All right then." Upon entering the reception room, Tang Wei laid eyes on the visitor. The individual stood around 6 feet tall, dressed in casual attire, with a slender build, though his chest muscles appeared notably developed. He wore sunglasses and a hat, and an incongruous beard adorned his fair face, creating an inexplicable impression. "Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Lan Junlin. You may call me Mr. Lan." The visitor introduced himself. Tang Wei frowned upon hearing this voice. "Mr. Lan, may I inquire about your purpose here?" Lan Junlin responded. "Mr. Tang Wei, what is your impression of me?" This question left Tang Wei momentarily stunned. "What do you mean by that?" Lan Junlin cleared his throat. "I meant, what is your first impression of me?" Tang Wei, feeling somewhat speechless, replied, "It's fine, but can we discuss something of substance? This is not a matchmaking service." Lan Junlin said, "Oh, very well. I'll be direct then. I wish for you to take me as your disciple." "What?" Upon hearing this, Tang Wei suddenly recalled something. No wonder this man exuded such an odd aura. Lan Junlin continued, "Although I realize this request may seem abrupt, I have contemplated it for quite some time. I hope you will consider my request." Tang Wei suddenly snatched off his sunglasses. Lan Junlin let out a startled yelp. "Tang Wei, what are you doing?" Tang Wei cast her sidelong glance and remarked, "This is a question I should be posing to you, Lin Junlan. What are you up to? Do you think that by donning a disguise, I wouldn't recognize you?" Indeed, the individual before him was none other than Lin Junlan, masquerading as a man. Tang Wei had initially presumed that the previous incident would have instilled some trepidation in her, yet to his astonishment, she dared to approach him again. Lin Junlan snatched away his sunglasses and continued to feebly defend herself in a clumsy male voice. "What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Junlan? She's my half-sister." While I am clearly a man, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Tang Wei was left speechless. Lin Junlun pressed on. So what do you say? Are you going to take me on as your apprentice? I am far more capable than my sister. You will surely be satisfied. Tang Wei found the situation both exasperating and amusing. I have already stated that I do not take on apprentices. Do you truly believe that a mere change of appearance would sway my decision? Do you think I am that easily fooled? Lin Junlun gazed at Tang Wei earnestly. Tang Wei, I assure you, I am indeed a man. I heard from my sister that you have no interest in women, and I share the same sentiment. I detest women, particularly those who wield their beauty as a weapon. This indicates that we are like-minded individuals. Given our shared views, would you kindly consider taking me on as your apprentice? Tang Wei nearly choked on his indignation at this point. What the hell? Even if I am uninterested in women, it does not imply I have any inclination towards men. He finally understood Lin Junlun's perplexing behavior. She evidently believed herself to be a homosexual. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Lin Junlun, puzzled, inquired, Then who exactly are you interested in? Do you fancy transgenders? Her expression was one of utter shock. Tang Wei decisively replied, No, I am not interested in any human beings. Is that clear? Upon hearing this, Lin Junlun sighed. Very well, my apologies for the intrusion. I shall take my leave. Tang Wei shook his head, exhaling a weary sigh. After a brief interval, another knock echoed at the door. Co Young? Just tell me what you need, Tang Wei responded while perusing some documents. However, no reply came, which struck him as odd, prompting him to approach and open the door. Upon opening it, Tang Wei did not find Xiao Yang, but instead was greeted by a sheep. A sheep suddenly appeared before him and, upon noticing him, raised its head and bleated. Tang Wei was at once amused and exasperated. Lin Junlun, enough already. He immediately recognized that this sheep was yet another one of her absurd disguises. This is quite persistent of you, he thought. You claim to have no interest in humanity. Yet now that I have transformed into a sheep, surely that suffices? Lin Junlun naively responded. Do not underestimate me. The intelligence of sheep is beyond imagination. Stop. Why are you even singing? Tang Wei in does it. Lin Junlun continued. So what you say? Can I be your apprentice now? Tang Wei shook his head. I have already stated that I will not accept any apprentices, so please do not waste your energy. He regarded Lin Junlun, his tone softening. I understand what you are thinking, but I truly cannot acquiesce to your request. Even if you were to create a device capable of soaring into the cosmos, what then could you accomplish? We remain utterly ignorant of that enigmatic creature. Can you truly seek vengeance? Even if you were to exact revenge, your father would not return. Upon hearing this, Lin Junlun's gaze suddenly grew forlorn. Tang Wei did not wish to unearth her wounds, yet he felt compelled to awaken her to reality. Suddenly, she nodded. You are correct. I have been overly naive in my thinking. In truth, you're looking out for my best interests, are you not? Tang Wei, observing her demeanor, exhaled in relief, as it appeared she had finally come to terms with it. Unexpectedly, Lin Junlun spoke again. However, I still wish for you to take me as your apprentice, even if it is not for the sake of revenge. Teaching me a few tips on modifying vehicles would suffice. Tang Wei initially intended to refuse. However, upon witnessing the yearning in her eyes, he ultimately nodded. Very well, I shall grant your request. Upon hearing this news, Lin Junlun nearly leaped with excitement. Really? That is splendid. I never imagined my sincerity would finally penetrate your steely heart. Tang Wei shot her a glance of exasperation. Do not rejoice too soon. Let me make it clear that I possess little patience. I will only teach you once. And if you do not comprehend, do not hold it against me. Lin Junlun nodded. Rest assured, during my studies in Country X, our professor often said the same. Tang Wei continued. Furthermore, do not seek me out unnecessarily. I detest being pursued. Certainly, my previous professor also mentioned that. Additionally, I cannot impart the most crucial knowledge to you, so do not make unreasonable demands. This was also advised by my prior professor. Tang Wei, one final point. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Junlun, emphasizing his words. You are now an adult. Henceforth, you must exhibit greater composure and refrain from engaging in behavior unbecoming of your age. Lin Junlun instinctively replied. My previous professor did not mention this, surprisingly. Tang Wei sighed in relief, grateful that this had not been said. Otherwise, he might have begun to suspect there was another version of himself in Country X. Chapter 170. This woman is terrifying. Observing Lin Junlun clad in a lamb costume, Tang Wei remarked. All right, You should quickly remove that attire. It is rather awkward to behold. Lin Junlan was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Right now? If not now, when?" Tang Wei Tito inevitably. Lin Junlan hesitated. Must I truly take it off? Is that not inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Hurry up and change. Oh dear, why are you in such a rush? Is it not permissible for me to undress? Hearing her tone, Tang Wei suddenly grasped the situation. Could it be that she wore nothing beneath? The thought caused Tang Wei's face to flush suddenly. At this moment, Lin Junlan was preparing to remove her lamb disguise when Tang Wei hurriedly intervened. Wait, hold on. However, it was already too late. Lin Junlan swiftly tore off the sheep's skin, revealing a human form. Tang Wei was momentarily taken aback, for she appeared quite unlike what he had envisioned. Her attire was perfectly intact. What's wrong? Lin Junlan inquired, noticing Tang Wei's perplexed expression. He shook his head, replying, "It's nothing, nothing at all." Lin Junlan chuckled. "You're not thinking of something bizarre, are you?" Tang Wei shot her a sideways glance. "Had you not misled me, would I have entertained such thoughts? All right, if there is nothing else, we should head back. It's getting late, and it's time for dinner." Lin Junlan smiled. "Indeed, it is dinner time now. Having just become master and apprentice, aren't you going to treat me to a meal?" Tang Wei, exasperated yet amused, retorted, "You've got it all wrong. It's you who should be treating me." Lin Junlan nodded. "That is fine too. Let us go." Tang Wei shook his head. "Let us leave it for now. We'll call it a day." Lin Junlan displayed a hint of disappointment, saying, "All right then, I'll head off to eat." Then she paused. "Wait, I'm a sheep. Sheep eat grass. Tang Wei, can you give me some grass?" Observing Tang Wei's awkward demeanor, Lin Junlan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction before departing. Upon returning home, Tang Wei fell into deep contemplation. He was uncertain whether taking Lin Junlan as his apprentice was a boon or a bane. This quirky individual could potentially uncover his secrets, which would not bode well. Nonetheless, he also found solitude rather tedious. Having someone to assist during work could be quite beneficial. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together is never tiring. As long as he maintained a low profile, he believed there would be no significant issues. The following day, Lin Junlan arrived early at Tang Wei's company. "Good morning, Tang Wei." Today, Lin Junlan was dressed quite ordinarily. Tang Wei nodded and casually remarked, "You're here quite early." "Of course. It's my first day as your apprentice. I had to come a bit earlier." "What do you plan to teach me today?" Tang Wei pondered for a moment before responding, "I'll teach you some basics." He led Lin Junlan to his usual workspace, introducing her to some specialized tools he often used. He then proceeded to impart fundamental knowledge about vehicles and basic repair operations, all standard fare. Lin Junlan listened with rapt attention, her expression filled with admiration. "Wow, master, you're amazing." Tang Wei shot her a disapproving glare. "Your acting is far too exaggerated. Tone it down a bit." Lin Junlan giggled in response. Noticing that it was nearly time, Tang Wei announced, "All right, from here on, you can figure out on your own. I need to take a break." "Understood." Tang Wei handed Lin Junlan a dilapidated 18-wheeler for her to practice on, then retreated to rest. Lin Junlan approached the dilapidated vehicle with utmost seriousness, embarking on its repair. Though it was merely routine maintenance at present, she held a firm belief that one day she would master all its intricacies. Indeed, she remained undeterred. In no time, Lin Junlan restored the car's primary functions. Elated, she sought out Tang Wei. "Tang Wei, I have succeeded." Tang Wei expressed surprise. "How is that possible?" "It has only been a short while." Lin Junlan replied with pride. "Of course, I'm a prodigious talent." Tang Wei, still somewhat skeptical, followed her to the workspace. Upon seeing the experimental vehicle, he was convinced to some extent, for its appearance had been remarkably restored. He inspected other areas and found no issues. Finally, he turned the key, and the vehicle roared to life. Tang Wei could not help but exclaim, "You truly possess remarkable talent." He felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling his own clumsiness when he first acquired the system. "This girl is indeed exceptionally gifted." Lin Junlan laughed. "I told you, taking me as your apprentice was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Now, shall we delve into some advanced techniques?" Tang Wei nodded. "Very well." Subsequently, he imparted a few subtle modification skills, to which Lin Junlan listened intently. Upon conclusion, Tang Wei declared, "All right, now continue with your own DIY modifications to this vehicle. However, it is getting late, so we shall call it a day." Lin Junlan nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, Tang Wei increasingly recognized Lin Junlan's formidable abilities. She indeed grasped concepts effortlessly, even understanding principles of which he had not spoken. This instilled in him an inexplicable pressure. Consequently, he began to temper his demeanor. One day, after completing a car modification, Lin Junlun suddenly inquired, "Tang Wei, may I ask you a question?" "Oh, what is it? Why don't you create an armored suit like Iron Man?" Lin Junlun looked at him with innocent curiosity. "Don't you think that would be cool? In times of danger, you could take matters into your own hands without relying on your vehicle." Tang Wei was momentarily taken aback by the question. He had indeed contemplated this notion, but the Super Modification System could only alter existing frameworks, not conjure something from nothing. This led to an awkward predicament. He shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. I simply don't see the necessity." Lin Junlun pondered this. "Is it perhaps because your physique is too frail to manage it?" Tang Wei nearly choked in disbelief. While there was some truth to her words, he was reluctant to concede. "Did I hit the mark?" I knew it." Seeing Tang Wei's expression, Lin Junlun chuckled. Tang Wei opted to ignore her. Continuing, Lin Junlun remarked, "However, I have heard that someone recently spotted Iron Man nearby, though I cannot ascertain the truth of it. That must be a fabrication. Do you think such a thing could be constructed at whim?" Tang Wei dismissed these rumors with scorn. "It is undoubtedly someone indulging in cosplay. That is elementary to deduce." The mention of cosplay evoked memories of Lin Junlun's portrayal of a lamb, eliciting an involuntary smile from him. Noticing Tang Wei's mirth, Lin Junlun inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Tang Wei shook his head and replied, "Nothing. It is quite late. You should head home." Suddenly, Lin Junlun looked at Tang Wei with a pitiful expression. "I have heard of several recent murders in the vicinity, all victims being young and beautiful girls. It is far too dangerous at this hour. Could you escort me home?" Chapter 171. Humble Love. Tang Wei was not inclined to believe Lin Junlun's words, well aware of her propensity for embellishment. "Why is it that we have everything around here, from Iron Man to murderers?" Lin Junlun retorted indignantly, "I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, check the news." Upon glancing at his phone, Tang Wei discovered that indeed several murders had occurred nearby. He furrowed his brow. "Very well. I shall accompany you home." At that moment, on a dimly lit path, a young and beautiful girl cautiously made her way. Suddenly, she spotted a figure ahead and felt a sense of relief. "Ah, it is another person," she thought. A figure clad in iron armor regarded the girl, emitting a synthesized electronic voice. Although the scene appeared rather eerie, it provided her with immense comfort. "Indeed, I always work the latest hours at the company. I'm truly grateful that you are always around. Otherwise, I would be terrified alone." As they walked together, they arrived at a bustling street. "Well, I must take another route now. Farewell," said the armored figure. The girl nodded and replied, "Yes, goodbye." Watching the figure depart, a faint smile graced her lips. She pondered what the person inside the armor might look like. A few days prior, she had encountered this individual unexpectedly and had been startled at first. Eventually, she realized that he bore no ill intent and had assisted her on several occasions. Consequently, she developed a fondness for this enigmatic figure who never revealed his face. Each time she chanced upon him, she felt enveloped in a profound sense of security. He must be a tall, handsome, and formidable young man, she mused within her heart. The armored figure arrived at a secluded spot and removed his helmet, revealing a fierce visage. Suddenly, a group of individuals emerged from the shadows, encircling the formidable man. "Do not move. We are the police." The man stood frozen in place. Subsequently, a police officer rushed over and subdued him. "Sir, I suspect you're related to the recent homicide case. Please accompany us." The fierce-looking man turned pale. At that moment, Tang Wei happened to drive by. "Oh hot, Tang Wei. Look, there really is Iron Man," exclaimed Lin Junlun. "But why does it appear as though he is being apprehended?" Tang Wei turned his head for a glance. Why does this person seem so familiar? What, do you know this Iron Man?" Tang Wei shook his head. "I meant the one capturing him. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a police officer." With that, Tang Wei halted the car and stepped out. "Li Qiang," he called out. Li Qiang turned and spotted Tang Wei. "Tang Wei, what a coincidence to see you again." Tang Wei nodded and inquired, "Are you here to apprehend a suspect?" Li Qiang glanced at the intimidating man and replied, "Indeed. We have been tailing him for quite some time. This fellow has been lurking around, following young and attractive women. We suspect he is the perpetrator of the recent serial murders in the vicinity." "So that's the case," Tang Wei remarked, looking at Lin Junlun. "Now that the culprit has been captured, I suppose I need not escort you any longer. Lin Junlan expressed her disappointment upon hearing this. Li Chang's gaze shifted to Lin Junlan. Tang Wei, who is this? Oh, this is Lin Junlan, an apprentice in my company. Tang Wei quickly introduced. I see. Li Qiang Nudda. He then added, well, I have matters to attend to. We shall speak again when time permits. All right, goodbye then. After bidding farewell to Li Chang, Tang Wei got back into the car. The following evening, Lin Junlan requested Tang Wei to drive her home once more. Tang Wei, feeling helpless, remarked, didn't they apprehend the culprit yesterday? What more reason do you have? Lin Junlan replied, there may be more than one culprit. So what harm is there in you driving me? Tang Wei Chuka Lai Di. I'm busy. I've arranged to meet with Li Chang, that police officer from yesterday. As he glanced at the time, he added, oh, I must be off. Lin Junlan, dissatisfied, retorted, what business could two grown men possibly have together? It seems I was right. You truly are only interested in men. Tang Wei did not rebut her. You're right. Your words are law. Farewell. With that, he left without hesitation. Lin Junlan sighed. Tang Wei arrived at their meeting place and found Li Chang waiting. Li Qian, Tang Wei. They exchanged greetings before delving into conversation. Eventually, they spoke of the suspect apprehended the previous day. At this juncture, Li Chang wore an expression of amusement. Tang Wei, yesterday was incredibly frustrating. Tang Wei, puzzled, asked, what happened? Wasn't the murderer caught? Why the gloom? Li Chang shook his head. In truth, the individual we apprehended yesterday is not the perpetrator. It was a tremendous blunder. Oh, not the murderer? Indeed. The reason he trailed young, attractive women was that he harbored affections for a girl who passes by here daily. Li Chang recounted the truth of the matter. This man, named Chun Mo, had heard of several recent homicides occurring along that route, which was the girl's regular path home after work. Thus, he donned a makeshift Iron Man costume to shadow her, aiming to safeguard her well-being. Tang Wei was taken aback upon hearing this. Then why not reveal his true identity? Li Chang sighed. The truth is, Chun Mo possesses an intimidating appearance that resembles that of a criminal, and being of shorter stature, he feels quite insecure. Hence, he resorts to wearing his self-made armor to cultivate an aura of mystery and stature. Moreover, he had heard that the girl was fond of Iron Man, which influenced his choice of disguise. Tang Wei reflected on this revelation. What a devoted man. Yet, such love is rather pitiable. However, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Li Chang, this is merely his side of the story. What if he truly is the killer, and this narrative is fabricated? Li Chang shook his head. No. I pondered the same question. Yet, during the time Chun Mo was detained, another similar incident occurred at the same location. Therefore, we can reasonably conclude that Chun Mo is not the murderer. Tang Wei's eyes widened in realization. I see. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. What's wrong? Li Qiang inquired curiously. Without responding, Tang Wei retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Junlan. The call went unanswered. This is bad, Tang Wei exclaimed, glancing at Li Chang. Do you remember the girl who accompanied me yesterday? She takes that route home every day, and now I can't reach her. Instantly, Li Chang comprehended the gravity of the situation, his demeanor turning serious. We must hurry. The two jumped into the car and sped towards their destination. Throughout the journey, Tang Wei's heart raced with tension. Chapter 172. A misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the girl who traversed that path nightly had just finished her shift. Xiaoya, you're working late again today. One of her colleagues remarked, surprised to see her preparing to leave. He had merely returned to the office to retrieve something forgotten, not expecting Xiaoya to still be working. Xiaoya nodded. Yes, I've been finishing around this time lately. There's no choice. The colleague continued. I heard that several murders have occurred along the route you take home, but don't worry. The murderer was apprehended yesterday. Xiaoya was taken aback. What? Caught? Indeed. It is said that a man clad in iron armor, short of stature and possessing a fearsome appearance, has made an audacious entrance into the realm of crime. I have never encountered such a brazen perpetrator before. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya was struck as if by a bolt from the blue. What did you say? A man in iron armor? Her complexion drained of color. Unbeknownst to him, the man was puzzled by Xiaoya's overwhelming reaction. Isn't it good that the murderer has been apprehended? He inquired. Xiaoya shook her head, muttering, It's nothing at all. At that moment, her heart was tempest-tossed. It dawned upon her that the very Iron Man who had been safeguarding her was, in fact, the assailant. Upon reflection, she realized that ever since the murder occurred, This Iron Man had emerged from the shadows, never disclosing any information about himself, rendering him exceedingly suspicious. A chill coursed through her at this revelation. Subsequently, her colleague departed, and Xiaoya left the company. As she wandered the streets, she felt utterly disoriented. The thought that the individual who accompanied her daily along that path could be a murderer was almost too much to bear. Perhaps there were others donned in such attire? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. A comforting thought suddenly crossed her mind. Yes, the perpetrator was described as a short, menacing figure, and that person was certainly not him. With this glimmer of hope, she made her way to the usual spot where Iron Man would await her. However, this time, no one was there. No, it cannot be. Her last shred of hope crumbled. She gazed at the empty space, a look of anguish overtaking her features. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. She turned around, only to be taken aback as Iron Man strode toward her. Indeed, it was Chun Mo within the armor. Upon seeing him, Xiaoya's sorrow transformed into joy. Thank goodness. I knew it must have been a misunderstanding. How could someone as wonderful as you possibly be a murderer? Just as she was about to advance toward him, her gaze fell upon the blade in Iron Man's hand, glistening with blood under the moonlight. Xiaoya gasped in horror, her face turning ashen, and she let out a piercing scream. The sudden outburst caught Chun Mo off guard. Without hesitation, Xiaoya turned and fled. Chun Mo stood frozen for a moment, then began to pursue her. Yet by now, Xiaoya had vanished without a trace. Where could she have gone? How did she disappear so swiftly? Chun Mo pondered anxiously. Meanwhile, Xiaoya was concealed in the shadows, secretly observing Chun Mo, accompanied by a woman a few years her senior. It was the woman who had just pulled her aside to a secluded spot, thus narrowly escaping a dire fate. Realizing she could not find anyone, Chun Mo had no choice but to leave. Xiaoya then breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, sister. The woman shook her head and replied, It's nothing. I too was nearly a victim of his malicious intent. It was only then that Xiaoya noticed the injuries on the woman, still oozing fresh blood. Sister, you're hurt. Let me take you to the hospital. It appeared that she had engaged in a fierce struggle with Iron Man. The blood on his blade must belong to this very woman. The woman shook her head. No need. My home is nearby, and I have medical supplies at hand. Just take me home. Are you sure we don't need to go to the hospital? No, trust me. All right then. Subsequently, Xiaoya followed the woman's instructions to a lonely house. Upon entering, she felt an inexplicable unease. Soon, the woman found a first aid kit and began to bandage her wounds. Xiaoya inquired, Sister, did you sustain those injuries during your battle with the murderer? The woman nodded, affirming, Indeed. Xiaoya could not help but exclaim, Sister, you are truly remarkable. That fellow is a vicious criminal. The woman remained non-committal. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed at the door, startling both women. It's that man from earlier, the woman said with a furrowed brow. Hearing this, Xiaoya felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. What should we do? The woman comforted her, Don't panic. She then retrieved a heavy lead ball and handed it to Xiaoya. Take this to the balcony on the second floor. I will go out to distract him. When you see him, drop the ball from the balcony and hit him on the head. Xiaoya hesitated for a moment before responding. Okay, but you must be careful. She cradled the lead ball and ascended to the balcony. Meanwhile, the woman was engaged in a standoff with Iron Man. Seizing the opportunity, she hurled the lead ball downward. With a resounding clang, the ball struck Iron Man's helmet. Chun Mo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He looked up in disbelief, realizing it was Xiaoya. How could this be? His mind was clouding as consciousness began to fade. Chun Mo collapsed. Xiaoya exhaled in relief, but soon grew worried again. I hope I haven't killed him. Could this be excessive self-defense? In a hurry, she rushed to the first floor. However, as she stepped outside, the woman abruptly blocked her path. Where do you think you're going? The woman demanded sternly. Xiaoya replied, I want to see what happened to that man. Upon hearing this, the woman suddenly broke into a sinister smile. No need. Xiaoya then noticed the knife in the woman's hand, the very one that Iron Man had wielded moments earlier. This revelation struck her with an unsettling realization. Sister, let us report this to the authorities, she urged, producing her phone. However, the woman swiftly snatched it from her grasp. Report? Huh. At that moment, she dropped her pretense. What are you doing? Xiaoya gazed at the woman in terror. The woman erupted in laughter. What am I doing? I am simply here to eliminate you, just as I did with those previous women. With that, a malevolent glint sparkled in her eyes. Xiaoya's complexion drained of color. So you are the murderer, the one outside. The woman replied with a sinister chuckle. Indeed, it was all my doing. As for that peculiar fellow in the strange attire, who would have thought he would uncover my identity and attempt to apprehend me? Huh, he truly believes himself to be Iron Man. Nevertheless, I must thank you, otherwise I would not have been able to deal with him alone. Ha ha ha. Chapter 173. If only I were stronger, Xiaoya stood frozen, realizing she had gravely misjudged him, and had unwittingly aided the true culprit. Guilt washed over her as she lamented her foolishness that had led to the demise of someone who sought to protect her. Why am I so foolish? She glanced at the unconscious Iron Man. Mr. Iron Man, please don't die. It's all my fault. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. The woman scoffed. Do not hold out hope for his rescue. Soon enough, I shall send you both to the great beyond. Wait, I bear no animosity towards you. Why do you wish to kill me? The woman let out another derisive snort. Because I envy young, beautiful women like you. It is your kind that drove my ex-husband to abandon me. I loathe you all. I will eradicate every last one of you. Her face contorted in rage, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Xiaoya felt a wave of terror wash over her. Seizing an opportunity to escape, she attempted to flee, but the woman caught her with a firm grip. Oh, trying to run? The woman's powerful hands tightened around Xiaoya's throat, making it difficult for her to breathe. She struggled desperately, but to no avail. Gradually, her consciousness began to fade. In the fleeting moment before darkness enveloped her, she heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. The woman also heard the noise and quickly turned. Don't move. Li Chong and Tang Wei arrived just in time. The woman pointed at the unconscious Chun Mo, exclaiming, Officers, this man attacked us. Li Chong sneered. Stop your charade. I know everything. This man is not the killer. You are the true murderer. Realizing her ruse had failed, the woman abruptly pressed a knife against the unconscious Xiaoya's throat. Stay back, or I will kill her. Li Chong and Tang Wei exchanged worried glances. Do not act recklessly. Let us discuss this calmly. The woman coldly retorted, Bring me a car at once. Once I ascertain my safety, I shall release her. Li Chong had yet to utter a word when Tang Wei interjected on his behalf. Very well, that is acceptable. Li Chong surmised Tang Wei's intentions and chose not to impede him. Subsequently, the woman cautiously held her hostage as she approached Tang Wei's vehicle. Just as she passed by Chen Mo's body, he abruptly rose, snatched the woman's knife, and executed a shoulder throw. Li Chong hurried forward to assist in subduing the woman, while Tang Wei helped Xiaoya to her feet. In no time, the woman was restrained. With a look of resentment, she glared at Chen Mo and exclaimed, How infuriating! I never imagined you would still be alive. Chen Mo replied with a grin, Of course. If you're alive, how could I possibly be dead? At that moment, he spoke in his own voice, as the built-in voice modulator had malfunctioned during his initial confrontation with the woman. Thus, upon seeing Xiaoya, even though he was aware of the misunderstanding, he refrained from explaining, fearing recognition. At that juncture, Tang Wei suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Wait, there's another girl. He instinctively assumed that Lin Junlan had also been captured by the woman. The woman, hearing this, appeared puzzled. What other girl? Tang Wei, too, was taken aback, for her expression did not suggest deceit. Just then, Tang Wei's phone rang. It was Lin Junlan calling. He sighed in relief, realizing he had been overly anxious. He answered the call. Why have you called me several times? I accidentally dozed off. Tang Wei continued. Oh, it's nothing. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Lin Junlan laughed. What? Were you genuinely worried that a murderer had captured me? I actually took a taxi back. Tang Wei found the situation somewhat amusing. However, the trip wasn't in vain, as it had led him to the true culprit and saved a victim from imminent harm. At that moment, Li Chong's colleagues also arrived. Li Chong, glancing at the now unarmored Chen Mo, remarked, Mr. Chen, we owe you a debt of gratitude this time. Your injuries seem quite serious. Why not accompany us to the hospital? Chen Mo quickly shook his head, stating no need. He then turned to the unconscious Xiaoya and implored Li Chong and Tang Wei. Please inform her that I am unharmed when she awakens. I do not wish for her to feel guilt. And, above all, do not reveal my identity. With that, he lowered his gaze. Tang Wei observed Chen Mo and questioned. Why not just tell her directly? Li Chong added, Indeed, if you care for her, she ought to know your feelings. Do you intend to remain silent forever? Chen Mo shook his head. You do not understand. Someone like me does not deserve her. Yet, I am genuinely content to protect her silently, to give without expectation. His words struck an emotional chord with everyone present. Such an extraordinary man was a rare find. However, Tang Wei found it somewhat perplexing. To him, love should be mutual, and this one-sided self-sacrifice seemed rather pathological. However, this was not his concern. A few individuals arrived at the station to give their statements. It was then that Tang Wei and Li Chong comprehended the events that had transpired prior to their arrival. No wonder Chen Mo expressed fear of Xiaoya's guilt. He had, after all, been rendered unconscious by her. Under those circumstances, anyone would have perceived him as the perpetrator. To conceal his identity from Xiaoya, Chen Mo remained silent. The others present were moved to tears. Tang Wei sighed deeply. At that moment, he spotted the battle armor that Chen Mo had removed and suddenly had a thought. By the way, Mr. Chen Mo, I have heard that this battle armor is of your own creation. Your craftsmanship is quite impressive. Chen Mo nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was all crafted by me. Unfortunately, it does not grant me strength akin to Iron Man. Otherwise, Xiaoya would not have been injured. As he reflected on this, a wave of self-reproach washed over him. If only I could be stronger, I would provide Xiaoya with the utmost protection. Tang Wei regarded him, his expression complex. Perhaps I could assist you. I can help modify the armor. What? Chen Mo replied, somewhat astonished. Li Chong, with a sense of pride, declared, he is a special talent in our country. If he says he can modify it, then he certainly can. Special talent? Chen Mo gazed at Tang Wei, bewildered. Is what you say true? Can you really help me modify the armor? Tang Wei sighed soon. Absolutely. I can enhance it to be as formidable as the Iron Man in movies. Chen Mo was elated. That would be wonderful. I am immensely grateful. Tang Wei smiled in silence. His motivation was not solely out of compassion for Chen Mo. There was a touch of self-interest involved. As he had previously stated, Tang Wei's Super Modification System could not create an item from nothing, but could only enhance existing ones. He had long desired a suit of battle armor for himself, and this opportunity was perfect for achieving that. Even if the modified armor was returned to Chen Mo, he would be able to replicate an identical suit based on the design plans. At that moment, Li Chong suddenly had a thought. He pulled Tang Wei aside and whispered, Tang Wei, is this truly wise? I have no doubt in your abilities, but what if he uses the modified armor for nefarious purposes? You would bear some responsibility. As a police officer, he could not stand by while Tang Wei privately constructed potentially lethal weapons for others. Tang Wei reassured him, rest assured, I will exercise discretion. I will primarily enhance the defensive capabilities without significantly increasing offensive power. Noticing that Li Chong still appeared hesitant, Tang Wei continued, moreover, I can install monitoring equipment to prevent any misuse. That should suffice, right? Upon hearing this, Li Chong finally felt at ease. After all, they could not guarantee that Chen Mo would not engage in malicious deeds should he don the battle armor modified by Tang Wei to commit wrongdoing. He would become an outlaw. Once everything was clarified, Tang Wei and Chen Mo departed. Tang Wei glanced at Chen Mo and said, Chen Mo, you seem gravely injured. Allow me to escort you. Chen Mo did not decline, as there were matters he wished to discuss privately during the ride. In the vehicle, their conversation commenced. Chen Montauk, do you truly intend to conceal your feelings for that girl? Chen Mo pondered for a moment before responding, Indeed, I shall quietly guard her until she discovers her true love. Tang Wei fell silent, unable to fathom such a love. He would sacrifice everything for the one he cherished, but he could not bring himself to craft a wedding gown for another. Well, as long as you are content, he shifted the topic. By the way, how did you design this battle armor? Aside from its inability to fly and the lack of weaponry and sturdiness, its appearance is quite realistic. Chen Montauk replied, Perhaps it stems from a passion. I have enjoyed tinkering with such things since childhood. That sounds familiar. I too have a penchant for creating peculiar items. Chen Mo hastily shook his head. I cannot be compared to you. I've already heard of your illustrious achievements. I never anticipated that a genius like you existed in this world. Contemplating this, Chen Mo felt even more inadequate. Tang Wei chuckled, In truth, you are remarkable in your own right. He spoke sincerely. Although Chen Mo's self-made armor lacked defensive power, it surpassed that of the majority. Thank you. Chen Mo expressed his gratitude. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the pressing issue. Mr. Tang Wei, what about the costs? Tang Wei thought to himself. Given Chen Mo's evident self-doubt, it must also relate to his family background. After all, A man with wealth could afford a few flaws in appearance. Thus, he proposed, "How about this? How much can you afford? If it's insufficient, you can repay me gradually." Although their collaboration was mutually beneficial, he understood that Chun Mo possessed a strong sense of pride and would not readily accept charity. Chun Mo contemplated and raised a finger. "May I pay 1 million up front?" 1 million. Tang Wei was taken aback. Chun Mo, somewhat anxious, cautiously added, "Is that insufficient? I can think of other ways." Tang Wei shook his head. No, it's more than enough. It appears I misjudged. You are not as impoverished as I imagined." Why then, he wondered, did Chun Mo harbor such self-doubt? "Chen Montak, it seems you are quite affluent. Did you not say that Xiaoya is merely an ordinary office worker? Why then do you languish in unrequited love? Would it not be better to simply give her money?" Chun Mo's anger flared at this remark. "You do not understand. How can love be measured in monetary terms? I would rather she never cherished me than to be with me for my wealth." Tang Wei shook his head. "Do you not think that your fairy tale-like love is overly self-indulgent? Perhaps she is in dire need of money. Otherwise, why would she still be working late?" Chun Mo fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing this. Tang Wei continued, "I believe you might consider a different approach, though these are merely my perspectives. Ultimately, the decision rests with you." Chun Mo nodded in understanding. Soon, they arrived at Chun Mo's residence, an exceptionally magnificent villa. After bidding farewell, Tang Wei returned to his own home. The following day, Xiaoya woke to find herself in a hospital. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already 8 o'clock, which instantly invigorated her. "Oh no, I will be late for work. My perfect attendance for the month is ruined," she lamented, knowing she would undoubtedly face her supervisor's ire. As she pondered this, she hastily donned her clothes. A nearby nurse urged, "Miss, please do not rush." However, Xiaoya ignored her advice, darting out of the hospital and leaving the medical staff in stunned silence. Upon arriving at the office, her supervisor glared at her with an expression of discontent. "What's going on? Why are you so late? Do you still wish to keep your job?" Xiaoya hurriedly recounted her encounter with a murderer, but to her surprise, her supervisor remained unsympathetic. "What? A murderer? How is that relevant to your tardiness? You are still alive. Being late is simply being late. Do not concoct excuses." According to company policy, being an hour late constituted an absence, resulting in a deduction of 3 days' wages for a single day of absence. Xiaoya pleaded, "Supervisor, considering the many days I have worked unpaid overtime, could you please let this slide?" The supervisor scoffed, replying, "Overtime is merely a part of your learning experience. Tardiness is your fault and cannot be conflated with it. Enough of your excuses. Get back to work." Xiaoya could only sigh in resignation. "Very well, I understand." Meanwhile, at Tang Wei's company, Lin Junlan approached him, stating, "It turns out the man we saw being apprehended the other day was not the murderer." Tang Wei did not even glance at the news she was holding, merely responding with a nonchalant "Oh." Lin Junlan continued, "The crime scene was quite close to us. Are you not the least bit concerned? Fortunately, the real murderer has been caught. Can you guess who it is?" Tang Wei replied indifferently, "A woman, I presume." Lin Junlan expressed surprise, asking, "How did you know?" Logically, such a predator, targeting young and beautiful women, should have been a lecherous man. How could Tang Wei possibly know? Was it possible he had also seen the news? Tang Wei appeared bemused. "Do you know who apprehended the murderer?" Lin Junlan's expression shifted to one of shock as she stared at Tang Wei. "Could it be you?" Tang Wei chuckled coldly, striking a pose of nonchalance, indeed. "It was I, though I cannot take full credit. It was a joint effort between myself, Li Chong, and another man present, the one who was mistakenly apprehended." Lin Junlan felt somewhat bewildered. What on earth was happening? Tang Wei recounted to her the events of the previous night. After listening, Lin Junlan remained in a daze for quite some time. "It was simply too thrilling. What a pity that I missed such an exhilarating live experience. If only I had known, I would have stayed by your side." Once she regained her senses, Lin Junlan was filled with regret. Tang Wei cast her a sidelong glance. What was so thrilling about it? Besides, if you had been by my side, I would not have sought out that perpetrator. Lin Junlan uttered a sound of confusion. Soon after, she grasped the situation. "Oh, I understand now. No wonder you called several times. You thought I had been apprehended, which prompted you to pursue the culprit, didn't you?"